Introduction. Reincarnated as a young lion of the Lannister family in the Game of Thrones, I possess a system. In the ensuing chaos of interdimensional slaughter and plunder, I seek your soul and faith for the sake of light. Chapter 1. The Beginning of Rebirth. As I opened my eyes, I was greeted by a haze of indistinct light and shadow. A faint sound of crying reached my ears, echoing from afar, yet seeming so close. I attempted to lift my hand, only to discover my arms were diminutive, swathed in soft fabric. I had been reborn as an infant. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, vivid scenes from my past life flashing in my mind. The betrayal, the inferno, that fateful night that left me consumed by bitterness. And now, I found myself reborn. I strained to turn my eyes, striving to perceive my surroundings. Beside me lay another infant, his small mouth agape, emitting weak cries. His face was wrinkled, eyes tightly shut, as if he were overwhelmed by the uncertainties of this world. Yet here I was, bearing the memories of my past life, conscious in this cradle. Suddenly, a tall figure loomed into my view. It was a golden-haired man, his hair radiant like sunlight, with a handsome yet imposing visage, though his eyes conveyed an elusive emotion. Was it sorrow, anger, or profound helplessness? He gazed down at us, his attention oscillating between me and the infant beside me, as if weighing some grave decision. Is this truly my child? His voice was low and frigid, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. A venerable man clad in black robes responded respectfully, "Indeed, my lord. They are twins, both boys." The golden-haired man fell silent for a moment, then reached out, gently caressing my cheek. His fingers were icy, yet they instilled a profound sense of pressure within me. Twins! What a cruel jest of fate, he murmured, a complex light flickering in his gaze. The lady has departed. The elder's voice was deep and weighty, as if proclaiming an irrevocable conclusion. The golden-haired man's hand froze suddenly, his expression deepening, as if countless emotions were roiling within him. For these two children, she paid the ultimate price of her life. His tone was laced with suppressed anger and grief, yet tinged with a sense of resignation. I cannot fathom his thoughts, but the unease etched on his face unsettled me. In my former life, I had endured too many conspiracies and betrayals. In this life, I would not allow myself to be ensnared in peril once more. Yet, at this moment, I felt an overwhelming guilt. Our very existence had claimed our mother's life. Just then, the infant beside me cried out even louder. The golden-haired man frowned, turning to the elder and instructing, "Take them away and care for them well." The elder nodded respectfully, then carefully lifted both me and the other infant, exiting the room. Cradled in his arms, I glimpsed the room's opulent decor through the elder's arm. Lavish tapestries, intricately carved furniture, and the family crest hanging on the wall, a roaring lion. All of this indicated I had been reborn into a noble family, one that seemingly harbored many secrets. I was taken to a warm chamber and gently placed in a soft cradle. The other infant continued to weep, while I fell into deep contemplation. Who was I in this life? Was the golden-haired man truly my father? Was the infant beside me my brother? More importantly, did our birth truly lead to our mother's death, instilling within me a heavy sense of guilt? I closed my eyes, attuning myself to this small body. Though I was merely an infant now, I retained the memories of my past life and an unfinished mission. In this life, I would unravel all mysteries and seize my own destiny. Simultaneously, I must discern whether my mother's demise was indeed an accident or if there were deeper, hidden truths. Chapter 2. The Young Lion of Lannister. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and before long, I found myself 3 years old. During these 3 years, I gradually acclimated to my new identity and finally discerned the nature of my rebirth. I had returned to the realm of Westeros, a land rife with power struggles, conspiracies, and betrayals. To my astonishment, I had been reborn into the Lannister family as the son of Tywin Lannister and the brother of Tyrion Lannister. My name is Lors Lannister, a moniker not particularly remarkable within the Lannister lineage, yet I am aware it shall resonate throughout the Seven Kingdoms as I mature. My father, Tywin Lannister, remains the cold, unyielding hand that wields power over the realm, and my brother, Tyrion, the man referred to as the Imp in the original tale, is still but a 3-year-old child, though his body already exhibits the traits of a dwarf. I have pondered countless times whether Tyrion's physical condition resulted from our twin status during gestation. Did our mother's death relate to this? Whenever these thoughts arise, a complex array of emotions surges within me. Guilt, responsibility, and even a flicker of a sense of duty. In the Golden Hall of Casterly Rock, Tyrion and I are not the sole twins of our family. Before us, there exists another set of twins, Cersei and Jaime. Cersei, the eldest daughter, and Jaime, the eldest son, with me as the third child and Tyrion the fourth. Cersei and Jaime have been inseparable since childhood, their bond unsettlingly close. Cersei is beautiful yet haughty, while Jaime is handsome and valiant. They're the pride of our father's eyes and the hope for the family's future. As the third son, I often feel overlooked. However, unlike Tyrion, my father's demeanor towards me is not as frigid. Perhaps it is because I bear a closer resemblance to my mother. Each time Tywin gazes upon me, a complex emotion flickers in his eyes, a blend of nostalgia, pain, and restraint. Since my mother's passing, I have become her shadow in this world, and thus my father's demeanor has softened slightly. Tyrion, however, faces a different fate. Due to his physical shortcomings, my father harbors contempt and indifference towards him. Whenever Tywin sees Tyrion, a flicker of disappointment and anger is barely concealed in his gaze. And I, as Tyrion's brother, cannot turn a blind eye to his plight. Cersei and Jaime maintain a distance from me, even exhibiting a degree of disdain. To them, I am merely an extraneous presence, a brother unworthy of comparison. Cersei, in particular, regards me with a scornful gaze, as if to say, "You will never measure up to us." Jaime is somewhat better. While he is aloof, he occasionally trains with me in swordsmanship. His talent for swordplay is exceptional, and during our sparring sessions, I am easily bested time and again. Yet, I know this is but a temporary state. One day, I shall prove my worth in my own way. One evening, I ventured alone into the castle gardens and spotted Tyrion seated beneath a tree, engrossed in a tattered book. Though his stature was diminutive, his eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. "What are you reading?" I approached him softly, inquiring. Tyrion looked up, and upon seeing me, a smile graced his face. "Brother, I'm reading a book about dragons." He handed me the book, its pages adorned with the illustration of a colossal dragon, breathing fire. I sat beside him, perusing the book together. Tyrion's wisdom far exceeded that of ordinary folk. His thoughts were nimble, and his words incisive, entirely unbefitting of a mere 3-year-old child. I was aware that he would one day become a legendary figure, yet at present, he remained a child cast aside by his family. "Brother, why does father not like me?" Tyrion suddenly inquired, a note of bitterness lacing his voice. I paused for a moment in silence before gently patting his shoulder. "Father simply does not yet understand you. You are far more formidable than he can imagine." Tyrion lowered his gaze and murmured, "But I cannot even hold a sword properly." I chuckled softly and replied, "A sword does not define a person's worth. Your intellect is your mightiest weapon." As time flowed onward, I gradually came to realize the necessity of preparing for the future. The situation in Westeros was subtly shifting, and the future of House Lannister would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. I resolved to wield my knowledge and wisdom to secure greater advantages for both the family and myself. One day, Tywin summoned me to his study. His gaze remained as frosty as ever, yet his tone bore a hint of expectation. "Loras, you are now 3 years old. It is time to begin learning how to become a true Lannister." I nodded and replied respectfully, "Yes, father." I understood that the road ahead would not be smooth. Enemies of House Lannister were scattered across the 7 kingdoms, and internal conflicts would gradually surface. But I was no longer the powerless soul of my past life, destined to succumb to fate. In this life, I would wield my own hands to rewrite the destiny of House Lannister. Tywin approached the window, turning his back to me as he proclaimed, "House Lannister commands, hear my roar." This is our motto. Remember, power is the mightiest weapon in this world. I silently committed his words to memory, yet I understood that true power derives not solely from wealth and armies, but from wisdom and the hearts of men. Chapter 3. Awakening the Multiverse Trading System. As I contemplated the future, a cold and mechanical voice suddenly resonated within my mind. "Congratulations, host, on awakening the Multiverse Trading System." I was momentarily taken aback, but soon an overwhelming wave of elation surged within me. Though I had only superficially perused Game of Thrones in my past life, I understood that this world was rife with perilous White Walkers, children of the forest, dragons, and countless conspiracies lurking in the shadows. Now, I had awakened a system. "What functions do you possess?" I inquired silently. The host may acquire resources, skills, and knowledge from other realms through trade, albeit at a corresponding cost. The system's voice remained icy. Taking a deep breath, I formulated a plan in my mind. With this system at my disposal, I would no longer be an ordinary Lannister. I intended to leverage it to alter my own destiny and transform the fate of all of Westeros. In the golden hall of Casterly Rock, I sat alone in a corner of the room, eyes closed in concentration, meticulously studying the newly awakened multiverse trading system. Its functions were not overly complex. It could randomly search other planes, allowing me to engage in trade with beings from those realms. The items for trade could encompass anything: resources, technology, knowledge, even magic and superpowers. However, the caveat was that I needed to possess sufficient disposable items to serve as bargaining chips. Can I trade now? I silently probed the system. According to the system scan, the host currently possesses 0 disposable items. Please prepare necessary resources before proceeding with trade. The voice remained cold and mechanical. I sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. I had initially believed that the resources in this world could be traded freely, but it appeared I had been rather naive. Nevertheless, this only solidified my resolve to build a power base. Only by amassing adequate resources could I truly harness this system to change my fate. Months later, I finally accumulated a few disposable items, several gold coins, an exquisite dagger, and some precious ores surreptitiously taken from Casterly Rock storeroom. System, initiate the search for trading realms. I mentally commanded. Moments later, the system's voice echoed. A tradable realm has been located. Technological realm A127. The counterpart is willing to exchange a set of basic industrial technology for the host's precious ores. A surge of joy filled my heart, and I immediately consented to the trade. A flash of light enveloped me, and the ores in my hand vanished, replaced by a hefty tome. The cover inscribed with Basic Industrial Technology Manual. As I opened the book, I discovered comprehensive instructions on constructing steam engines, steel furnaces, and other industrial apparatuses. While these technologies were unremarkable in my previous life, they would irrevocably transform the landscape of Westeros. I summoned Tyrion to my chamber and presented him with the Basic Industrial Technology Manual. What is this? Tyrion inquired with curiosity. A book capable of changing the world. I replied with a smile. Tyrion opened the book, and his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The technology is truly wondrous. How did you acquire it? That remains my secret. I smiled enigmatically. However, I require your assistance. Together, we shall bring these innovations to fruition. Tyrion nodded, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Brother, you always manage to astonish me. Chapter 4. The deal with Father. 2 swift years have passed, and I am now 5 years old. During this time, Tyrion and I have clandestinely explored numerous innovations derived from the knowledge contained within the Fundamental Industrial Technology Manual. Among our most successful discoveries is the technique for glass production. In Westeros, glass is a luxury, reserved solely for the nobility and affluent merchants. Yet, the method we have developed significantly reduces the cost of glass manufacturing, thereby allowing common folk access to glass products. This undoubtedly represents a tremendous fortune. However, I recognize that the combined efforts of Tyrion and myself are insufficient to propagate this technology throughout all of Westeros. We require the support of our family, particularly that of our father. One evening, I ventured alone to my father's chamber. Tywin Lannister sat at his desk, engrossed in reviewing a document. Upon hearing my footsteps, he raised his gaze and coldly inquired, "Loras, what brings you here?" I took a deep breath and approached him respectfully. "Father, I have a proposal I wish to discuss with you." Tywin raised an eyebrow, gesturing for me to continue. "I have mastered a technology that can substantially lower the costs of glass production," I stated calmly. "If we could produce it on a large scale, the profits would be immense." A flicker of interest crossed Tywin's eyes, yet he remained composed. "Where did you acquire this technology?" he asked. "It is the result of my collaboration with Tyrion," I replied. "We conducted numerous experiments and finally succeeded." Tywin fell silent for a moment before asking, "What do you seek in return?" "I wish to collaborate with you," I asserted, meeting his gaze. "I shall provide the technology, while you offer the resources and channels. We shall split the profits, with a distribution of 60% to you and 40% to me." The corners of Tywin's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smirk. "You certainly possess audacity to negotiate terms with me. Father, this technology has the potential to transform the entire market landscape of Westeros." I insisted. "A 60-40 split would not be a loss for you." Tywin scrutinized me for an extended period before finally nodding. "Very well, I accept your terms. However, should you attempt any deceit, you are well aware of the consequences." "I understand, Father," I replied with respect. With Tywin's backing, a glass factory was swiftly established near Casterly Rock. Tyrion and I took charge of the technical guidance, while Tywin leveraged the family's influence to rapidly penetrate the market. In just a few months, the glass products of House Lannister became all the rage throughout Westeros, even reaching the distant shores of Essos. Profits surged like a tide, and at last, I found myself in possession of my own wealth. Although I received only 40%, it sufficed to implement my next plan. During this period, Tyrion displayed remarkable talent. Not only did he assist me in refining glass manufacturing techniques, but he also proposed a plethora of innovative ideas. "Brother, we should endeavor to create colored glass," Tyrion exclaimed one day, his excitement palpable. "This will render our products truly unique." I nodded in agreement, acknowledging his brilliant notion. "Tyrion, your intellect is truly unparalleled." He smiled, a glimmer of pride illuminating his eyes. "Without you, I might never have had such an opportunity." Chapter 5. The first windfall and the rise of influence. The success of the glass factory granted me my first windfall. Although my profit was limited to 40%, it was sufficient to embark on my next venture. With this newfound wealth, I could finally begin to establish my own territory, develop influence, and gradually realize grander ambitions. I first acquired a piece of land near Casterly Rock, where I constructed a modest manor. This estate would serve not only as Tyrion's and my secret base, but also as the foundation for future growth. The manor was equipped with a laboratory, workshop, and training grounds, providing us with the means to continue our research into new technologies and nurture talent. With territory and funds secured, I began to recruit personnel. I selected a group of loyal and reliable commoners alongside some fallen nobles, offering them generous compensation and opportunities for advancement. These individuals would become my core followers, assisting me in managing enterprises, training an army, and executing clandestine missions. Having achieved success in the glass industry, my gaze turned towards iron-making technology. Although the steel industry in Westeros was advanced, there remained significant room for improvement. Utilizing the knowledge gleaned from the Fundamental Industrial Technology Manual, Tyrion and I enhanced the steelmaking furnace and forging processes, markedly improving the quality and yield of steel. The new steel products swiftly garnered recognition in the market, leading to a substantial increase in the Lannister family's wealth, and in turn, I reaped greater profits, amassing funds for my subsequent plans. In these years, I frequently traversed the dimensional trading network established by the system, negotiating transactions with enigmatic entities from various realms. More often than not, the items presented for trade were either exorbitantly priced, far beyond my accumulated resources, or entirely useless to me at the moment, novel yet impractical. Fortunately, fortune favored the diligent. After countless selections and negotiations, I finally succeeded in trading for a vial of the coveted primary body enhancement liquid. "System, utilize the primary body enhancement liquid," I silently urged, anticipation coursing through me. In an instant, a warm current, reminiscent of the gentle spring sun, began to spread from my palms, swiftly enveloping my entire being. Wherever this warmth flowed, my muscles seemed to awaken, trembling slightly, as if celebrating. I could distinctly feel every muscle fiber being reforged, becoming more resilient, robust, and infused with surging strength. The growth of strength is the most evident. Once heavy objects that required immense effort to lift can now be effortlessly hoisted with a single hand, as if they have shed their weight. In terms of speed, the invisible shackles that once bound my legs during a run have vanished, and now it feels as though the very ground beneath my feet propels me forward. Each step covers greater distances, with the wind howling in my ears and the world rapidly receding from view. The enhancement in endurance is equally astonishing. Previously, a mere few hundred meters would leave me breathless, yet now, even after several kilometers of running, my breathing remains steady and my stamina seems boundless. Although I still fall short compared to Jaime, a seasoned warrior who has faced countless life and death trials on the battlefield, there is no doubt that I have completely departed from the realm of the ordinary, standing at a new starting point with the confidence to explore the vast unknown. Tyrion is astonished by my transformation. "Brother, you seem to have grown significantly stronger lately," he inquires with curiosity. "I have merely engaged in some additional training." I respond with a smile, withholding the secret of the system. Tyrion nods in acknowledgement, refraining from further questions. "By the way, I have been researching a new forging technique that may enhance the quality of steel," he exclaims excitedly. "That sounds wonderful. Let us try it together," I say, patting his shoulder, filled with anticipation. Chapter 6. Cultivating family relations and loyal subordinates. Ever since I meticulously selected a site outside the city and invested great effort into constructing my own estate, my life trajectory seems to have subtly diverged from that of my family, leading to increasingly rare interactions with my brother Jaime and sister Cersei. The estate, distanced from the clamor of Casterly Rock and the family's intrigues, has become my tranquil sanctuary, yet it has inadvertently widened the chasm between me and my relatives. Jaime, as the irreplaceable heir in our father Tywin's eyes, is consumed daily by rigorous training and demanding education. Before dawn breaks, he practices with his long sword in the courtyard, the blade slicing through the air with a whooshing sound, each thrust and parry executed with precision and power. Swordsmanship appears to him as an innate talent. He effortlessly grasps the techniques imparted by his master, making connections with remarkable ease. Our father stands nearby, his eyes filled with approval and lofty expectations. Jaime is acutely aware of the responsibilities he bears and has never exhibited even a hint of complacency. Every drop of sweat reflects his relentless pursuit of family honor, a testament to his efforts that everyone can witness. Cersei blossoms into an increasingly enchanting beauty, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall down her back, exuding an air of noble elegance with every movement. Her gaze is perpetually imbued with an innate pride and confidence, as though the entirety of Westeros lies within her grasp. However, her demeanor towards us, her brothers, is starkly different. Whenever she looks at Jaime, her expression softens, shimmering with an unusual light, as if the world has faded away, leaving only him in her eyes, an affection that is impossible to conceal. Yet, when her gaze shifts to Tyrion and me, it instantly turns cold and piercing, filled with indifference and disdain, as if we are mere ants beneath her contempt. It appears that this illicit affair will indeed unfold. As I strolled alone through the garden of the estate, I pondered quietly within my heart. Hailing from another world, I was acutely aware of the tragic consequences that such a forbidden romance would entail, ensnaring the entire family in a web of unending suffering and strife. Yet, I understood that the time for intervention was not yet ripe. In this realm governed by the survival of the fittest, I must concentrate on my own ambitions, methodically amassing strength and resources. Only with sufficient power can I hope to anchor myself amidst the tempests of the future, perhaps even altering my family's predetermined fate of despair. In the ever-shifting landscape of Westeros, where power changes hands as swiftly as a revolving lantern, I am keenly aware that to establish my foothold in this ruthless world and realize my aspirations, I must surround myself with a cadre of devoted followers. Thus, I donned a disguise and ventured into the nefarious and transactional atmosphere of the slave market. Upon entering, I was met with an overwhelming stench. The dim lighting revealed a throng of people, cries and shouts intertwining in a cacophony. Each stall showcased wares awaiting purchase, but my focus was drawn to the frail children, their eyes embodying a fierce defiance and unyielding spirit. Most hailed from impoverished backgrounds, struggling for survival amidst hunger and hardship, or had lost their parents to the ravages of war, becoming forlorn orphans. Though these children were young and slight of build, I discerned boundless potential within their gazes. With proper guidance and nurturing, they could evolve into the sharpest blades in my arsenal. After a meticulous selection process, I procured a group of children that met my expectations. As I led them away from the stifling confines of the market, confusion and fear clouded their eyes, unaware of the fate that awaited them. I gently reassured them as we returned to my secluded and tranquil estate. Upon arrival, I instructed my staff to prepare a sumptuous feast and a warm, comfortable shelter for them. Watching the children devour their meal with fervor stirred a complex mix of emotions within me. Subsequently, I gathered them in the courtyard, my demeanor serious and resolute, and addressed them. From this day forth, you shall undergo the most rigorous training. It will be arduous, and you will shed countless tears and sweat. However, if you remain loyal to me, glory beyond measure shall be yours. You will no longer be the oppressed, but rather the masters of your own destinies. The children lifted their heads, their eyes glistening with tears that bore witness to past suffering and the apprehension of an uncertain future. Yet, predominantly, they reflected gratitude and reverence towards me. They understood that I had rescued them from the abyss of despair, granting them the rare gift of a second life. From that moment onward, their fates were irrevocably intertwined with mine, and I vowed to dedicate myself to forging them into my most loyal and formidable force. In this unforgiving realm of Westeros, to truly secure one's position, one must possess a legion of unwavering loyalty and formidable strength. Thus, I embarked on a comprehensive and multidimensional nurturing of the children brought back from the slave market. Military training. Forging iron bodies, I spared no expense in enlisting numerous highly experienced instructors from various regions. Some of these mentors were seasoned knights, battle-hardened warriors who had charged fearlessly into countless skirmishes, their swords having felled innumerable foes. Others were masters of equestrianism, capable of harmonizing with their steeds, racing across the battlefield like a tempest. Each morning, before the dawn's light graced the horizon, the children were roused by the resounding call of the horn. They swiftly donned their attire and made their way to the training grounds. During swordsmanship training, the instructors wielded wooden swords, demonstrating each move with precision. From the most fundamental grip of the sword to the ferocious slashes and precise thrusts, each motion demanded relentless practice from the children until their muscles memorized the movements. A simple blocking maneuver might require them to repeat it hundreds or even thousands of times, their garments soaked with sweat, their arms aching to the point of immobility. Yet not a single soul uttered the words of surrender. Equestrian training was equally arduous. The children first learned to establish trust with the horses, caressing them and offering them feed, familiarizing themselves with the animals' behaviors. Only then did they begin to master the art of riding, running, turning, and jumping. Throughout the training, many children fell from their mounts, their bodies adorned with bruises, yet they gritted their teeth and climbed back onto the saddle. Tactical lessons unfolded through sand table simulations and mock battles, allowing the children to comprehend battlefield strategies across various terrains, deployment of troops, and cooperative combat. The instructors recounted renowned historical battles, analyzing the triumphs and failures therein, enabling the children to glean wisdom from the past. Cultural education, illuminating the light of wisdom beyond the honing of martial prowess. I recognized the profound significance of cultural education. While strength may grant fleeting valor on the battlefield, knowledge bestows enduring wisdom and strategy. I established a spacious and well-lit classroom for the children, inviting erudite scholars to impart their knowledge. In literacy classes, the children began with the most rudimentary letters, practicing their writing stroke by stroke. They were to learn to read various texts, from historical tomes to poetic literature, using words to explore the vastness of the world. In arithmetic, they studied numerical operations and bookkeeping, laying a foundation for potential economic dealings in the future. History class offered a journey through time, as the scholars narrated the rise and fall of noble families across the continent of Westeros. From legendary heroes to the collapse of dynasties, illuminating the dance of power and the duality of human nature. Throughout the learning process, the children eagerly posed questions, igniting sparks of thought that danced through the classroom. Cultivating loyalty, uniting the heart's strength to foster loyalty and a sense of belonging among the children. I engaged with them regularly. Each week, I dedicated specific time to gather with them, listening attentively to their voices. Some shared the hardships of training. Others recounted their academic achievements, while still others voiced their inner dilemmas. I patiently addressed their inquiries, offering encouragement and support. In daily life, I remained ever watchful of their needs. If a child falls ill, I shall personally arrange for the finest physician to attend to their needs. Should they demonstrate progress in their training or studies, I shall reward them, perhaps with an exquisite dagger or a rare tome. During festive occasions, I will host celebrations to envelop them in the warmth of familial affection. Through these myriad gestures of care, the children's trust and loyalty towards me grow ever stronger. They recognize that I am not merely their master, but also their guiding light. They are willing to traverse flames for me, and I shall lead them to carve out a realm of our own in this harsh land. Tyrion is greatly supportive of my plans. Brother, your ideas are remarkably bold and meticulously crafted, he exclaims. These children will undoubtedly become our invaluable allies, the sharpest weapons in our arsenal. Indeed, Tyrion, I reply, rising to approach the window, where I open it to allow the cool night breeze to flow into the room. However, this is merely the beginning. There remains much to be accomplished. The distant sounds of the bustling city reach us, and the twinkling lights far away seem to symbolize the desires of countless ambitious souls on this continent. Tyrion nods in agreement, rising to stand beside me. Despite his small stature, his presence is commanding. He gazes out the window, eyes brimming with anticipation, and states, I understand. This is but the first step in our grand design. Next, we must continue to expand our influence, forge broader connections, and delve deep into the weaknesses and secrets of the various houses. Only then can we seize the initiative in this game of power and ensure that the banner of House Lannister flies high across the continent. Chapter 7. The Rising Storm in Westeros. In the annals of Westerosi history, the year 280 A.C. stands as a pivotal turning point. Initiated by the far-reaching decision of the Mad King, Aerys II Targaryen. With resolute determination, he commanded his son, Rhaegar Targaryen, to wed Princess Elia Martell of Dorne. Once this news spread, it struck the realm like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout Westeros. Ostensibly, This was a political marriage aimed at consolidating power and balancing various factions. However, with my foresight from another world, I am acutely aware that this is merely the prelude to an impending storm, a power struggle destined to engulf the continent. At that time, I had just turned 7 years old, yet perhaps due to the gene serum I had previously utilized, my physical development far surpassed that of my peers. My stature and physique were akin to that of a youth in his teens, causing me to stand out remarkably among the children of my family. This distinction not only drew the attention of many at family gatherings, but also afforded me greater opportunities to engage in familial matters. I began accompanying my father to small council meetings, quietly observing and learning how the family navigated the intricate chessboard of power dynamics, which deepened my understanding of the world's operational rules. The awakening of magical talent through a serendipitous opportunity. I established a connection with a fantastical realm of magic via a mysterious interdimensional trading system. In that transaction, I acquired invaluable magical knowledge and unique cultivation methods. Perhaps owing to my extraordinary experience of rebirth, my mental prowess is exceptionally formidable, bestowing upon me an unparalleled advantage in the pursuit of magic. The innate talent for sorcery within me lay dormant like a seed, poised to awaken and swiftly take root and flourish. I began to secretly practice magic. Each night after my family had succumbed to slumber, retreating to my chamber to meditate in accordance with the guidance of ancient tomes, attuning myself to the flow of surrounding elements, and striving to coalesce magical energy. The journey from struggling to summon a mere wisp of magic to adeptly casting simple spells was fraught with hardship and challenges, yet each incremental advancement filled me with exhilaration. Now, I have successfully ascended to the rank of a novice mage, capable of wielding spells such as fireball, conjuring a small orb of fire that dances and burns in the palm of my hand, and windblade, unleashing sharp gusts that can slice through targets with a mere flourish of my arm. Nonetheless, I am acutely aware that in this realm, magic is not widely embraced. The majority of individuals harbor scant understanding of sorcery, accompanied by fear and prejudice, perceiving it as a perilous and uncontrollable force. Thus, I meticulously conceal my magical abilities. Fearful of detection by any soul, I comprehend that premature revelation of this extraordinary talent could invite unnecessary troubles, potentially endangering both myself and those I hold dear. Regarding my secret with Tyrion, in this world rife with intrigue and machinations, he stands as the sole individual in whom I place unwavering trust. Though diminutive in stature and often subjected to discrimination within our family, his intellect and keen insight far surpass that of the ordinary. From a young age, we have supported one another, fostering a profound understanding that has only deepened through the trials of time. One fateful night, under the silvery glow of the moonlight cascading upon the stone pathway of the courtyard, I stealthily summoned Tyrion to a secluded corner of the estate, encircled by dense thickets that formed a natural sanctuary. Ensuring we were alone, I inhaled deeply, resolved to unveil my magical prowess to him. Closing my eyes, I focused my spirit, channeling the magic coursing within me. In an instant, the elements in the air began to stir, and in my palm, a sphere of water, radiating a gentle blue luminescence, gradually took shape. The water orb spun gracefully, its surface shimmering as it reflected the moonlight and the shadows of the trees. "Brother, is this magic?" Tyrion exclaimed, his eyes widening with astonishment and disbelief, his voice quivering with excitement. I nodded, a smile gracing my lips as I softly replied, "Indeed, Tyrion. This is the ability I acquired through interdimensional trade." With a gentle wave of my hand, the water orb danced through the air like a playful fish, before precisely landing amidst a nearby flower bed, nourishing the vibrant blooms. Instantly, Tyrion's eyes gleamed with exhilaration and curiosity as he hastened to my side, scrutinizing me as if encountering a new aspect of my being. "How marvelous! Brother, you are truly capable of anything," he declared, his face alight with uncontainable joy. I gently patted his shoulder, my gaze resolute and confident. This is merely the beginning. I looked into the distance, as if envisioning our future filled with boundless possibilities. In the times to come, we would create even more miracles, causing all of Westeros to tremble for our sake. On this tranquil night, our whispers were softly carried away by the gentle breeze, yet the dreams and convictions within our hearts burned like a blazing flame, growing ever more fervent. Within the towering castle of Casterly Rock stood the 14-year-old Jaime. His physique, honed by the passage of time, had become increasingly robust, radiating an innate sense of valor. Each muscle seemed to harbor boundless strength, exuding an air of formidable might. His prowess in swordsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. as if it were a unique gift bestowed upon him by the heavens. In the training grounds, he wielded his long sword with grace. The blade danced in his grasp like a spirited dragon, each swing cutting through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Whether executing a fierce thrust or a steady parry, he maneuvered effortlessly, his movements fluid and natural, leaving onlookers in awe. His father Tywin, the stalwart leader of House Lannister, harbored great expectations for Jaime. In Tywin's eyes, Jaime represented the future of the family, the pivotal figure in perpetuating the Lannister legacy of glory and magnificence. He envisioned Jaime becoming the pride of their house, conquering new territories on the power stage of Westeros through his exceptional martial prowess and intellect, ensuring that the Lannister banner would fly ever higher across the land. Jaime, too, exhibited unwavering diligence, fully aware of the weight of responsibility and mission upon his shoulders. Each morning, even before the first rays of sunlight had fully illuminated Casterly Rock, he would already be at the training grounds, commencing his daily regimen. Sweat drenched his garments, trickling down his cheeks, yet he remained unfazed, wholly engrossed in perfecting each movement, constantly challenging his limits and striving to enhance his abilities. His heart was driven by a singular conviction: to live up to his father's expectations and bring honor to the family. However, beneath this seemingly placid exterior lay a subtle, yet disquieting undercurrent. The bond between Jaime and Cersei was unsettlingly intimate. Having grown up together, inseparable since childhood, this closeness became increasingly distinctive as they matured. Whenever they were together, an unmistakable atmosphere enveloped them, palpable to those around. In their eyes sparkled a peculiar light, imbued with deep affection and reliance, as if the world had shrunk to just the two of them, with others mere inconsequential passers-by. At family gatherings, they would unconsciously gravitate towards one another, engaging in hushed conversations, their faces alight with smiles that only each other could decipher. While strolling through the gardens, their hands would inadvertently brush against one another, then clasp tightly, as if in that moment they had discovered the warmest refuge in the world. Such a closeness stirred concern among some family members, who understood that in a realm rife with intrigue and conflict, this unusual bond might pose a peril to the family's future. In the eyes of Jaime and Cersei, their affection is both pure and sincere. They remain indifferent to the gazes and gossip of others, wholly immersed in their own world. Chapter 8. The formation of a private army within the power dynamics of House Lannister. The advancement of ironworking technology has struck like a heavy hammer, forcefully opening the doors to my elevation within the family, thereby enhancing my status further. Although my share of the profits from the entire steel industry amounts to only 20%, it is still an astonishingly substantial fortune. As time progresses, technological enhancements have led to a doubling of iron production, akin to the rapid emergence of mushrooms after rain. This transformation has triggered a chain reaction, resulting in the exponential growth of House Lannister's wealth, with our treasury overflowing with gold coins. My personal vault has also swelled rapidly amidst this tide of wealth, the towering piles of gold and treasures providing ample financial backing for my forthcoming plans, instilling me with confidence regarding my future aspirations. With a robust financial foundation at my disposal, an audacious yet cautious notion began to take root in my mind: to clandestinely establish a private armed force. In the cutthroat landscape of Westeros, possessing a loyal military at one's command is undoubtedly key to maintaining a foothold in the whirlpool of power. 500 men. That was the target I set for myself after much contemplation. No more, for although my current wealth could easily support a larger contingent, I am merely 7 years old. At such a sensitive age, should those with ulterior motives discover that I maintain such a multitude of private soldiers, it could provoke unnecessary complications and potentially jeopardize my plans. To assemble this elite private army, I embarked on meticulous preparations, carefully selecting suitable candidates. I chose a number of loyal and reliable commoners, though they hailed from humble beginnings. They possessed unwavering determination and a yearning for a better life. Given adequate opportunities and rewards, they would willingly serve me. Additionally, I welcomed some fallen nobles who had once enjoyed glory but had since encountered misfortune, yearning for resurgence. For them, I offered not merely a means of livelihood, but a chance to reclaim their former selves. I promised these chosen individuals generous compensation and enticing opportunities for advancement. As long as they remained loyal under my command and distinguished themselves in battle, they would reap both wealth and elevated status. These promises acted like a magnet, drawing them into my ranks. Soon, a private army of 500 was preliminarily established, these individuals destined to become my core supporters, aiding me in managing industries, training troops, and even executing some clandestine missions in the days to come. training, and equipment to mold these 500 men into an invincible elite force. I spared no expense in hiring exceptionally experienced instructors from various locales. These instructors, some of whom were once legendary figures on the battlefield, have endured countless trials, amassing a wealth of practical experience through numerous life and death confrontations. Others are masters of equestrianism, able to seamlessly coordinate with their steeds, galloping across the battlefield with the swiftness of a tempest. Each morning, before dawn breaks, the soldiers are roused by the resounding call of the bugle. They swiftly don their attire and make their way to the training grounds. During swordsmanship training, the instructors wield wooden swords, demonstrating each technique with precision. From the fundamental grip of the sword to the fierce slashes and accurate thrusts, every movement demands repetitive practice until muscle memory is established. Equestrian training is equally rigorous, requiring soldiers to first build trust with the horses, caressing them and feeding them, familiarizing themselves with the horses' habits before learning to command them to run, turn, and leap. Tactical courses involve sand table simulations and mock battles, enabling soldiers to comprehend strategies for combat in varying terrains, how to position troops, and how to cooperate in battle. The instructors recount famous historical battles, analyzing victories and defeats, allowing soldiers to glean invaluable lessons from the past. As for equipment enhancement, I have fully utilized the advanced ironworking techniques to craft exquisite weapons and armor tailored for the soldiers. The long swords we forge, employing a unique smelting process, are resilient and sharp, capable of effortlessly severing enemy weapons. The shields are robust and durable, treated to effectively withstand enemy assaults. The armor design is ingenious, ensuring both protective performance and the soldier's agility. Adorned with this equipment, the soldier's combat capabilities are significantly elevated, transforming them into formidable forces on the battlefield. Understanding that a military's effectiveness relies not solely on the soldier's martial prowess and equipment, but significantly on their loyalty and sense of belonging, I regularly engage with the soldiers to comprehend their thoughts and needs. During training breaks, I gather with them, attentively listening to their voices. Some soldiers express the hardships of training, others share their gains, while still others confide in their inner struggles. I patiently address their inquiries, offering encouragement and support. In daily life, I remain vigilant to their needs. Should a soldier fall ill, I personally arrange for the finest physicians to attend to them. If they excel in training or missions, I bestow generous rewards, perhaps a heavy sack of gold coins or a gem-encrusted sword. During festive occasions, I organize celebratory events to instill a sense of home. Through these acts of kindness, the trust and loyalty of the soldiers toward me grow exponentially. They recognize that I am not merely their commander, but also their steadfast support, willing to face peril for my sake. Throughout the intensive process of establishing a private militia, Tyrion has remained my most ardent supporter. One evening, as the twilight bathed the castle courtyard in golden hues, Tyrion and I sat on a stone bench in the garden, discussing recent developments. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he sincerely remarked, "Brother, your ideas are indeed bold and meticulously crafted. These soldiers shall become our formidable allies in the power struggle ahead, helping us navigate through the thickets of adversity." I smiled and nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, Tyrion. Yet, this is merely the beginning. In this intricate land of Westeros, many tasks lie ahead, and the road before us is fraught with challenges. However, I am confident that as long as we unite our efforts, nothing shall impede our progress." Upon hearing this, Tyrion nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he exclaimed excitedly, I have been researching a new steel-making technique that may enhance the quality of our iron. Should it prove successful, our weapons and armor will ascend to new heights, significantly boosting our soldiers' combat prowess." The news stirred a wave of excitement within me, and I promptly clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Excellent, Tyrion. Let us embark on this endeavor together. I am certain that with your intellect, success is within reach." Once this new steel-making process is developed, it will not only fortify our armed forces, but may also create a sensation across the continent, ushering in greater opportunities and advantages for us. Beneath the warm glow of the setting sun, the shadows of the two brothers stretched long, and our aspirations for the future extended like those lengthening silhouettes, continuously reaching out in this realm rife with intrigue and conflict. Chapter 9. The calm before the storm. In the year 281, the tournament at Harrenhal unfolded like a dazzling spectacle of power, capturing the attention of various factions across Westeros, yet inadvertently marking a pivotal turning point in the continent's history. On the jousting field, lances stood tall, horses whinnied, and knights clad in resplendent armor fought for honor. Rhaegar Targaryen, a distinguished scion of House Targaryen, distinguished himself among the multitude of competitors with his exceptional equestrian skills and martial prowess, ultimately claiming the championship title. This should have been a moment of glorious coronation, yet his subsequent actions shattered the fragile tranquility of Westeros. During the highly anticipated coronation ceremony, Rhaegar Targaryen made a decision that sent shockwaves throughout the Seven Kingdoms. He chose not to honor his political betrothal with Princess Elia Martell of Dorne, who was meant to solidify the family alliance, but instead delicately placed the crown of love and beauty upon Lyanna Stark's lap. Lyanna, the daughter of House Stark from the north, was at that time still betrothed to Robert Baratheon. This act detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting a tumultuous uproar across the continent. In Dorne, Princess Elia suffered an unjust humiliation, prompting Prince Oberyn Martell to seethe with rage, leading to a swift deterioration in relations between House Martell and House Targaryen, sowing the seeds of animosity. Meanwhile, on the Baratheon side, Robert was consumed by fury, perceiving this as a grave affront, igniting a burning hatred towards House Targaryen, which directly precipitated the rift between the Baratheons and the Targaryens, laying the groundwork for future conflict. Concurrently, the erratic actions of the Mad King Aerys too further escalated the tension in the realm. He seems to have completely disregarded the balance of power and the interests of all parties involved, making an astonishing decision to appoint the merely 15-year-old Jaime Lannister as a member of the Kingsguard. The Kingsguard, as the elite force sworn to protect the king, requires its members to renounce all allegiances except to the king himself. This implies that once Jaime joins the Kingsguard, he forfeits any claim to the Lannister family's future, severing all ties to their power and wealth. This revelation struck Tywin Lannister like a dagger, piercing his heart with profound anguish. Within the spacious and imposing hall of Casterly Rock, upon learning of this news, Tywin erupted in fury, his roar reverberating throughout the chamber, echoing endlessly. This is an affront to the Lannister family. Aerys has completely lost his mind. He cannot accept that his meticulously groomed, exceptionally gifted eldest son has been robbed of his right to inherit the family legacy by the king. In Tywin's view, the family's honor and heritage supersede all else, and the Mad King's actions are undeniably a blatant provocation against House Lannister. Without a moment's hesitation, Tywin resolutely resigned from his position as Hand of the King. The Hand, as the king's chief advisor, wields significant power, holding a position of immense importance on the continent of Westeros. Yet at this moment, in Tywin's eyes, the position seemed trivial compared to the interests of his family. He returned to Casterly Rock with Cersei, myself, and Tyrion, his stride firm and powerful, his gaze filled with anger and determination, as if brewing a greater storm. Upon returning to Casterly Rock, Tywin sequestered himself in his study, diligently analyzing the family's situation and strategizing for the future, fully aware that House Lannister was facing unprecedented challenges. Once back in Casterly Rock, the atmosphere within the family grew increasingly delicate. Tywin's gaze towards me carried an unusual significance. I keenly sensed that with Jaime's induction into the Kingsguard and his inability to inherit the family legacy, I might become the potential heir to the Lannister fortune. This possibility filled my heart with a tumult of emotions. On one hand, I felt a surge of anticipation for the future, eager to showcase my talents on the family stage and lead us towards a more glorious tomorrow. On the other hand, I felt the heavy weight of familial responsibility, aware that once I embraced this burden, there would be no turning back. Cersei also noticed this change in our father. The look she cast my way was tinged with a flicker of resentment and jealousy. In her perception, as the eldest daughter of House Lannister, she should rightfully hold a higher status and greater influence within the family. Now, with our father's attention potentially shifting towards me, she felt overlooked and slighted. Why him? She often murmured to herself in solitude, her voice laced with dissatisfaction and bitterness. She began to deliberately distance herself from me, often attempting to outdo me in family matters. As our internal relationships grew increasingly intricate, one evening, under a moonlit sky that bathed the castle corridors in silvery light, Tyrion hurriedly entered my chamber. A trace of concern etched upon his face. "Brother, our father has been regarding you with an unusual gaze of late." As he entered the room, he spoke softly, a hint of unease lacing his voice. "Do you think he will appoint you as the heir to our family?" I fell silent for a moment, my mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Eventually, I nodded slowly and replied, "It is possible, Tyrion. Jaime has joined the Kingsguard, rendering him unable to inherit the future of our family. Father requires a suitable successor, and perhaps I am to be his choice." A complex emotion flickered in Tyrion's eyes, a blend of concern for the future and care for me. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. I met his gaze with unwavering warmth and declared, I shall endeavor to shoulder this responsibility. Yet, irrespective of the circumstances, you will always be my brother, and I shall protect you. In this family rife with intrigue and conflict, we must support one another and face the challenges of the future together. Upon hearing this, Tyrion nodded, his eyes brimming with trust and gratitude. He stepped closer, grasping my hand firmly, as if in that moment, our fates were irrevocably intertwined. In the stillness of the night, our conversation shone like stars scattered across the heavens, illuminating our path forward and solidifying our resolve to confront the future. Chapter 10. The prelude to the storm. In the year 282, the situation on the continent of Westeros grew increasingly tumultuous, and by the hand of fate, I found myself upon the cusp of a pivotal moment capable of altering the destiny of both my family and the realm. During a chance transaction, I acquired 2 dragon eggs from a mysterious merchant. These eggs resembled ancient treasures, their surfaces adorned with enigmatic patterns, emanating a hauntingly beautiful glow in the dim light. Although no one knew the method to hatch them, and the entire continent believed dragons to be extinct, I, armed with the memories of my past life, was acutely aware of the legendary tale of Daenerys Targaryen successfully hatching 3 dragons. This signified that the dragon eggs were far from mere ornamental curiosities. They harbored immense power capable of reshaping the world. I carefully concealed the 2 dragon eggs within the confines of the estate's basement, a place heavily fortified and known only to a select few I deeply trusted. The walls of the basement were constructed from thick stone, perpetually cold and damp. I crafted an exquisite stone box for the eggs, lining it with soft silk, ensuring their safe repose as I awaited the opportune moment for their revival. Meanwhile, our father, Tywin Lannister, having indignantly resigned from his position as Hand of the King last year and returned to Casterly Rock, devoted all his energy to my upbringing. He gradually began involving me in the family's core affairs, from managing the territory's taxation and the welfare of the populace to engaging in diplomatic maneuvers with other families, meticulously guiding me through each phase. In the council chamber, he would point to various maps, elucidating the territories, strengths, and intricate relationships of the families. In the study, he would discuss strategies to navigate the crises facing our family, imparting to me the art of negotiation and the wisdom of decision-making. His gaze was filled with expectation and trust, as if silently conveying to me, the future of House Lannister rests in your hands. Cersei's demeanor towards me underwent a dramatic transformation in accordance with our father's growing favor towards me. Once, despite our differing temperaments, we managed to maintain a semblance of sibling affection. However, her attitude has grown increasingly frosty. Each encounter reveals her unmasked envy through her gaze. At family gatherings, while others extol my commendable contributions to our affairs, she often scoffs in the corner, her eyes brimming with disdain. In our daily interactions, she deliberately keeps her distance, seizing every opportunity to express her scornful jibes. Why him? She often murmurs in solitude, her voice laced with dissatisfaction and resentment, lamenting that our father chose him over me. I am acutely aware that Cersei's jealousy could precipitate numerous troubles in the future, posing a latent threat to our family. Yet, given the pressing circumstances, I must concentrate all my efforts on familial matters and the impending storm, leaving her emotions momentarily unattended. The wedding of Rhaegar and Lyanna in that tumultuous year. Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark were wed in a clandestine ceremony. What should have been a tale of romantic love was marred by the Stark family's conviction that Lyanna had been abducted by Rhaegar, forced into matrimony against her will. Fueled by indignation and grievance, they vehemently protested to the Mad King Aerys II, seeking justice. Yet, the Mad King, blinded by power and paranoia, not only disregarded their pleas but, in a fit of rage, committed heinous acts. He ordered the execution of Lyanna's father, Rickard Stark, burned alive before his vassals, and cruelly strangled her elder brother, Brandon Stark. This incident detonated like a bomb, igniting the fury of the Stark family and their allies. The North was engulfed in sorrow and wrath, the Stark banner billowing in the wind, echoing their unending grievances and thirst for vengeance. Robert Baratheon, already incensed by Rhaegar's abduction of Lyanna, was now consumed with rage, drawing his sword and vowing to avenge her, demanding blood for blood from the Targaryens. A conversation with father. Upon learning of these events, my father approached me with a grave expression, detailing the unfolding situation. I listened attentively, gazing out at the overcast sky, and calmly remarked, "The Seven Kingdoms are on the verge of chaos. The Stark family and Robert Baratheon would undoubtedly not relent. Once this war ignited, the entire continent would be engulfed in flames." My father nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes, acknowledging my astute assessment of the situation. You are correct, Loras. This storm is unavoidable. We must prepare ourselves thoroughly. I turned to him, my gaze imbued with significance, and slowly articulated, Father, this is also an opportunity for us Lannisters. Amidst this tumult, various factions shall undergo a profound reshuffling. With the wealth and military might of our family, we can strive to secure greater advantages and expand the influence of House Lannister. My father smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with approval and anticipation. He patted my shoulder and said, Well done, Loras. Your vision and wisdom bring me great comfort. The future of House Lannister is entrusted to you. I am confident that you will lead the family to withstand this storm and stride toward a more glorious tomorrow. From that moment on, I was acutely aware of the weight of responsibility upon my shoulders. Yet I was also filled with confidence and resolve to carve out a vast domain for House Lannister amidst this chaotic era. Chapter 11. The question of talent in the dimly lit chamber of magical studies. Candlelight flickered as I diligently imparted arcane knowledge to Tyrion. However, as the days passed, I gradually discerned that his talent in the realm of magic was rather unremarkable. Brother, am I simply unsuited for the study of magic? Tyrion raised his head, his face etched with frustration, the sparkle in his eyes dimming. I gently placed my hand on his shoulder and spoke in a soothing tone. Wizards are inherently rare, requiring an exceptionally rare gift and serendipity. Your intellect excels in other domains, such as your keen insight into situations and your unparalleled strategy. There is no need for disappointment. Each individual possesses their own unique brilliance. Despite his average aptitude for magic, Tyrion's passion for the arcane remained undiminished. He clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he declared, I will continue to explore the theories of magic. Perhaps I can discover alternative applications. Who knows, in some niche area of magic, I might carve out my own path. I regarded him with admiration, nodding emphatically. Dragon egg and advanced gene serum to further enhance my abilities and secure my position in this perilous world. I made a bold decision to exchange a precious dragon egg for an advanced gene serum from the 89 dimension. I inhaled deeply and silently intoned, System, initiate the trade. In an instant, a blinding light flashed, and the dragon egg, brimming with limitless potential, vanished, replaced by a vial that hovered in the air, shimmering with a mysterious glow. The advanced gene serum promises to significantly elevate physical prowess and potential. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Without a moment's hesitation, I tilted my head back and consumed the serum in a single gulp. Instantly, a powerful and searing energy surged within me, as if countless fire serpents coursed through my veins. My muscles began to tense, my bones crackled, and every inch of my skin hungrily absorbed this newfound strength. Following this transformation, my physical abilities underwent a comprehensive enhancement. In terms of strength, objects that once required effort to lift could now be effortlessly wielded with a single hand. In speed, I felt as though I were a gust of wind, with the surrounding scenery blurring into obscurity, and my endurance was astonishing, allowing me to run for hours without fatigue, as if my body possessed boundless energy. The trade of dragon crystals based on memories from my past life. I knew that dragon crystals could be found on Dragonstone Island. Given their capacity to vanquish White Walkers, I surmised they were no ordinary stones. Thus, I embarked on a journey to Dragonstone Island. Amidst that mysterious and perilous land, I stumbled upon an abundance of dragon crystals. Though they held little value in Westeros due to the limited understanding of their properties, I was acutely aware of their formidable power to slay White Walkers, rendering them far from mundane. System, analyze the composition of the dragon crystals, I fervently intoned in my mind. Dragon crystals are fire attribute stones, versatile in their applications. Capable of crafting magical artifacts and enhancing weaponry, the system's voice resonated at the opportune moment. With the system's guidance, it felt as though I had grasped a key to a treasure trove. I engaged in numerous exchanges with the magical realm using these dragon crystals. Each transaction felt like unlocking a portal to a new world, bestowing upon me an array of precious magical artifacts and knowledge. Among these treasures, the most captivating was an ancient tome on fighting energy. The cover was adorned with enigmatic runes, exuding an aura of antiquity and wisdom. It seemed I was destined to pursue a dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Gently caressing the tome, I pondered thoughtfully, a brand new plan quietly taking shape in my mind. The plan for dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. 1. Magical cultivation. I would immerse myself in the study of magic, meditating by the tranquil lakeside each morning to enhance my mental acuity. As my mental fortitude grew, I could better perceive and manipulate the magical elements surrounding me, thus mastering increasingly complex spells. From the foundational fireball and ice arrow spells to the more intricate space magic and elemental fusion techniques, I tirelessly explored the boundaries of magic. 2. Fighting energy cultivation. Utilizing the hard-earned knowledge from the tome on fighting energy, I embarked on a rigorous regimen of cultivation. Each evening, atop a mountain platform, I followed the tome's instructions to channel my inner fighting energy. Initially, I could barely condense a faint wisp of fighting energy. However, I gradually progressed to forming a formidable energy shield in my hands. This journey was fraught with countless failures and setbacks, yet I never wavered in my resolve. As my fighting energy flourished, so too did my physical prowess and combat abilities. 3. Equipment enhancement. With dragon crystals and magical artifacts, I began forging a powerful set of equipment for myself. I enhanced the edges of my weapons with dragon crystals, rendering them sharper and imbued with potent fire attributes. I wove armor from magical threads, ensuring it was not only lightweight and agile, but also capable of withstanding various magical assaults. Each piece of equipment was infused with my dedication and intellect, destined to become invaluable companions in future battles. Collaboration with Tyrion. Tyrion regarded me with a look of astonishment. "Brother, you seem to have grown significantly stronger of late," he inquired, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "I've merely engaged in a bit more training," I replied with a serene smile, my demeanor calm. The secrets of the system were too astonishing to divulge at present. I contemplated this in silence. Yet I am aware that in the days to come, Tyrion and I may collaborate in numerous realms, forging a domain of our own within this fantastical and adventurous world. Chapter 12. The end of the storm and a new beginning. The Battle of the Trident comes to a close. In the year 283 AC, the sun blazed high in the sky, scorching the earth beside the Trident River. Rhaegar Targaryen rode upon his noble black steed, confronting Robert Baratheon at the heart of the battlefield. This clash was nothing short of epic, with the soldiers' roars resonating like thunder and the sparks of clashing weapons illuminating the air. The atmosphere was thick with the metallic scent of blood mingled with dust, rendering it nearly suffocating. On the battlefield, the horses whinnied, and soldiers fought valiantly, their blood staining the waters of the Trident. The duel between Rhaegar and Robert captivated all eyes. Each swing of their swords and every parry stirred the hearts of the assembled warriors. Robert, leveraging his innate strength and fearless combat style, pressed forward relentlessly, while Rhaegar, with his exquisite swordsmanship and calm demeanor, responded with remarkable finesse. However, the scales of fate ultimately tipped in favor of Robert. After an intense exchange, he seized upon a momentary lapse in Rhaegar's defense and struck him with his formidable warhammer, delivering a crushing blow to Rhaegar's chest. Blood spewed forth as Rhaegar fell from his mount, his body rolling in the dust before lying still. Rhaegar had indeed been vanquished. From a distant rise, I observed this unfolding drama, contemplating silently that the overarching narrative had not shifted. The outcome of this battle, akin to the first domino in a chain reaction, would unleash a series of irreversible consequences. With Rhaegar's defeat at the Battle of the Trident, the Targaryen dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse. Like a flickering candle in a tempest, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. The Mad King, Aerys II, once a ruler of formidable power, succumbed to madness in the face of impending defeat. He secluded himself within the Red Keep's inner chambers, his eyes ablaze with insanity and despair, ordering the ignition of wildfire hidden throughout King's Landing. Once ignited, those green flames would unleash cataclysmic power, reducing the entire city to ashes, claiming countless innocent lives in the inferno. At this critical juncture, Jaime Lannister, a distinguished member of the Kingsguard, made a decision that would reverberate throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Clad in resplendent white armor and wielding his sword, he ventured alone into the Mad King's refuge. Upon witnessing the king's deranged visage and hearing his hysterical laughter, Jaime's loyalty and sense of justice clashed violently within him. Ultimately, justice triumphed over blind allegiance to the crown. Without hesitation, Jaime thrust his sword into the Mad King, hot blood splattering upon his white cloak. With the fall of the Mad King, Jaime became the Kingslayer, a title that would haunt him throughout his existence. My brother had indeed embarked upon this path. Upon learning of this event, my heart was filled with profound emotion. I understood that Jaime's actions were intended to save countless innocent lives. Yet, in the eyes of the world, regicide was an unforgivable crime. From this moment forth, he would bear the weight of this heavy shackle, trudging through the mire of rumors and the scorn of the world. Tywin's treachery and the dismemberment of House Targaryen. Meanwhile, my father, Tywin Lannister, the cunning helmsman of the Lannister dynasty, initiated his own machinations. He led the elite forces of House Lannister into King's Landing with great pomp. Ostensibly, he proclaimed it was to support Robert Baratheon in establishing a new regime. In truth, he harbored ulterior motives, seeking to divide the Targaryen legacy. Upon entering King's Landing, Tywin revealed his ruthless nature. He commanded the slaughter of Targaryen members, both noble and common, sparing neither the innocent nor the helpless. Even infants were not exempt. In a moment, the streets of King's Landing ran with blood. The cries of the afflicted intermingling, creating a veritable inferno on earth. This brutal action of Tywin irrevocably dismantled the foundation of Targaryen rule. The wealth, territories, and power amassed by the Targaryens over the years became the objects of contention for House Lannister and other factions. Through Tywin's decisiveness and cruelty, House Lannister emerged with greater leverage in this power struggle, acquiring more authority and riches. A conversation with father. In a clandestine chamber of the Red Keep. My father sought me out. His countenance bore a hint of fatigue, yet his eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of a victor. He meticulously outlined his plans to me, leaving no detail unexamined. Loras, the Targaryen dynasty is no more, he stated, leaning slightly forward in his chair, speaking with calm conviction. Now is the opportune moment for House Lannister to ascend. After years of patience and plotting, the time for reaping had finally arrived. I nodded, understanding my father's intentions. House Lannister had long aspired to dominate the power stage of the Seven Kingdoms, and with the fall of House Targaryen, their ambitions now had a splendid opportunity to flourish. Father, how do you intend to allocate the Targaryen inheritance? I inquired, my heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation regarding the unfolding situation. Tywin smiled slightly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, the hallmark of his strategic deliberations. I have reached an accord with Robert. House Lannister shall acquire a greater share of lands and resources. The influence of Casterly Rock will expand further, granting us control over more wealth and armies. And you, Loras, shall be the steward of these resources. He gazed intently at me, as if assessing my resolve and capabilities. I understand, father, I replied respectfully, my tone imbued with determination. I shall endeavor to fulfill the task you have entrusted to me. I will ensure that the power of House Lannister flourishes under my stewardship, living up to your expectations. Upon exiting the chamber, I gazed upon the city beyond the Red Keep, still shrouded in the haze of smoke, silently vowing to carve out a more expansive domain for House Lannister amidst this ever-shifting era. Chapter 13. The interweaving of power and ambition with the downfall of the Targaryen dynasty and Robert Baratheon ascending to the Iron Throne. The continent of Westeros gradually edged toward stability after a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. However, the game of power resembles a relentless and brutal chess match, with dark currents swirling beneath the surface of apparent tranquility. As a core member of House Lannister, my position continually solidified under the shelter of my family and my own efforts. My father, Tywin Lannister, increasingly expressed satisfaction with my performance, gradually entrusting me with more family affairs, from the expansion of trade routes to the management of our lands. Each task served as a test, a chance for me to accumulate experience and establish my prestige. Cersei's political marriage in a bid to solidify the Lannister family's standing within the new dynasty. My father resolved to marry Cersei to Robert Baratheon. This political union represented a significant weight on the scales of power, forging a close connection between House Lannister and the new ruling core. Yet, for Cersei, it was a transaction that would thoroughly crush her freedom and emotions. On the eve of the wedding, a stifling atmosphere enveloped Cersei's chamber. Her face was contorted with rage as she challenged our father. Why must it be me? Am I merely a political pawn? Her voice trembled with fury, her eyes ablaze with an unwillingness to accept her fate. Tywin regarded her coldly, his tone devoid of any fluctuation, as though he were discussing the most mundane of matters. This is for the benefit of the family, Cersei. You must accept this reality. In the game of power, individual desires are of little consequence. A flicker of despair crossed Cersei's gaze, a sorrow born from her inability to resist fate, but soon, despair was supplanted by wrath. She turned to me, her eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Loras, you seem so at ease. Father has pinned all his hopes on you. Her derisive laughter concealed a profound bitterness, as if I were the architect of this tragedy. I remained silent, fully aware of Cersei's feelings. In the vortex of power, none are truly free. She was treated as a mere pawn, while I bore the heavy burden of our family's legacy, with the path ahead equally fraught with thorns. Accelerating development and enhancing personal strength, Cersei's marriage deepened my awareness that in this world of survival of the fittest, Only through relentless advancement and the enhancement of one's own strength could one seize the initiative in future power struggles, lest others dictate one's destiny. Expanding industries. I devoted myself wholeheartedly to the expansion of our family enterprises, leveraging the extensive resources and connections House Lannister had amassed across Westeros. I sought to further enlarge our iron, textile, and agricultural industries. In iron production, I introduced new technologies and techniques, enhancing both the yield and quality of our iron, enabling the weapons forged by House Lannister to be sharper and more durable, fulfilling not only the needs of our own military, but also gaining considerable demand across the realm, thereby reaping substantial profits for the family. In textiles, I meticulously selected high-quality raw materials, cultivated skilled artisans, and designed exquisite garments, transforming our textile products into coveted luxuries among the nobility, significantly elevating our family's wealth and influence. In the realm of agriculture, I have refined cultivation methods and improved irrigation facilities, ensuring a bountiful harvest that provides a solid material foundation for the stable development of my family. Cultivating an army. I am acutely aware that in the game of power, formidable military strength serves as the most reliable support. Thus, I clandestinely trained an elite force. Though modest in number, I personally participated in the selection, choosing only the most courageous, loyal, and physically adept soldiers. I equipped them with the finest weapons and armor, commissioning sharp longswords and sturdy shields from the best blacksmiths of Westeros, and acquired some unique equipment through interdimensional trade. In training, I engaged the most exceptional instructors, employing rigorous and distinctive methods that not only honed their combat skills, but also emphasized teamwork and absolute obedience to commands. This force gradually evolved into a formidable military unit, the sharpest sword in my hand. Interdimensional trade. Through the system, I embarked on a wondrous journey of trade with other realms. Each transaction felt like opening a portal to a new world. I exchanged my family's specialties, precious gems, and unique magical artifacts with the mysterious entities of other dimensions. In these exchanges, I acquired numerous enchanting magical items, such as rings that significantly enhance strength for a brief period and cloaks that render the wearer invisible, allowing them to move stealthily and evade enemy pursuit at critical moments. Additionally, I obtained advanced technologies that were applied to my family's enterprises and military development, breathing new life into our growth. Collaboration with Tyrion. Tyrion displayed immense enthusiasm and support for my plans. In a private chamber, we sat across from each other, the table cluttered with various documents and maps. "Brother, your ideas are both audacious and meticulously crafted," he remarked, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "These soldiers will become our invaluable allies, and those magical items and advanced technologies will enable us to stand out in competition." "Indeed, Tyrion," I replied with a smile, confidence emanating from my gaze. "However, this is merely the beginning. We have much to accomplish. In this unpredictable world, we must proceed with caution and continually strengthen ourselves." Tyrion nodded, anticipation illuminating his eyes, as if he could already envision House Lannister shining brightly under our efforts. From that moment on, the two of us forged a close collaboration. He utilized his wisdom and keen insight to devise strategies for my plans, while I took charge of putting these ideas into action, steadily advancing towards loftier ambitions in the game of power. Chapter 14. The Pinnacle of Power. After years of intensive development, House Lannister's position in Westeros has become increasingly solid as a rock. Within our vast territories, industries such as ironworking, textiles, and agriculture flourish, painting a picture of prosperity and abundance. In the ironworks, the flames blazed brightly, and the artisans toiled diligently, sweat pouring from their brows as they employed newly introduced advanced techniques. The steel they forged not only saw a remarkable increase in production, but also boasted exceptional quality and unparalleled resilience, establishing itself as the material of choice for weaponry across the continent of Westeros. In the textile workshops, exquisite silks and sumptuous woolen fabrics flowed forth in abundance. And thanks to their outstanding quality and unique designs, they became bestsellers in the Seven Kingdoms, thereby amassing substantial wealth for the family. In agriculture, through the refinement of cultivation techniques and the judicious planning of farmland, the yield of grain has flourished year after year, filling the granaries and providing a solid material foundation for the stable development of the family. In the realm of military strength, I have also achieved remarkable results. My personal army has expanded to 5,000 men, each soldier meticulously selected and trained by me, equipped with superior gear and well-drilled, exhibiting unwavering loyalty to my cause. Meanwhile, the army controlled by House Lannister is vast, exceeding 50,000 troops, representing a formidable military force in Westeros. This army not only possesses formidable combat capabilities, but is also outfitted with advanced weaponry and siege machinery, instilling dread in the hearts of our adversaries on the battlefield. The first child of Robert Baratheon and Cersei Lannister has finally arrived, much anticipated by all. With a heart full of complex emotions, I made my way to King's Landing to attend the child's naming ceremony. As I stepped into the resplendent palace and beheld the golden-haired infant swaddled in blankets, a wave of contemplation washed over me. This child's fate seemed intertwined with the unfolding narrative. I mused silently that perhaps the seeds of future turmoil had already been sown in this seemingly tranquil moment. Cersei cradled the child, her face radiating the joy of new motherhood, her eyes aglow with maternal pride. Yet, when her gaze fell upon me, that familiar jealousy and resentment were unmistakably evident. "Lois, you seem so at ease," she remarked with a cold smirk, her tone laced with derision. "Father has pinned all his hopes upon you." I stood there quietly, my silence a testament to my understanding of Cersei's grievances and frustrations. In this political marriage, she had sacrificed her own happiness, becoming a mere instrument for consolidating the family's power. Yet, in the Game of Thrones, all are ensnared by their circumstances. And I too bear the weight of my family's expectations, navigating this thorny path with great difficulty. In the midst of these years of toil and struggle, I have not neglected the enhancement of my own abilities. With the wondrous power of the system and my relentless perseverance, I have finally ascended to the rank of Archmage. This marks a significant breakthrough in my magical prowess, signifying that I have reached the pinnacle of the magical realm. Now, I can skillfully cast mid-level spells with both silent and instant incantations, enabling me to respond with greater agility to unforeseen challenges in battle. My mental and magical capacities have undergone a transformative leap, enhancing my perception and allowing for more precise manipulation of the surrounding magical elements, enabling me to unleash even more potent spells. The hierarchy of magical ranks begins with Apprentice Mage, followed by Intermediate Mage, Advanced Mage, Archmage, Sorcerer, Grand Sorcerer, and culminating in the ultimate title of God of Magic. The elevation of each level necessitates immense effort and arduous training, and I am steadily advancing towards a higher realm. Simultaneously, my martial prowess has ascended to the level of a great fighter. With the enhancement provided by advanced genetic potions, my physical attributes have been significantly fortified, allowing me to condense a robust layer of martial armor upon my body's surface. This armor not only greatly amplifies my defensive capabilities, shielding me from adversarial assaults, but also releases formidable martial energy fluctuations during attacks, thereby augmenting my offensive strength. The hierarchy of martial prowess is categorized into initial fighters, intermediate fighters, advanced fighters, fighters, great fighters, kings of fighters, saints of fighters, and gods of fighters. Each breakthrough in this progression has allowed me to perceive a continual enhancement of my own strength, instilling in me greater confidence and composure when confronted with various dangers and challenges. In this perilous world, I believe that my current strength suffices for self-preservation. I contemplate the realms of God of Magic and God of Fighters as still being distant aspirations, as they are exceedingly rare within the entire magical world and the continent of martial energy. It is prudent to remain grounded and advance step by step. Regarding my collaboration with Tyrion, he has been quite astonished by my recent transformations. One day, as we gathered in the family study, he scrutinized me with curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "Brother, you seem to have grown significantly stronger lately," he inquired with a smile, his gaze revealing a hint of probing. "I've merely engaged in a bit more training," I replied with a serene smile, withholding the secret of the system. This revelation is too astonishing, if disclosed. It could bring unforeseen complications for both myself and my family. Tyrion nodded, refraining from further inquiry, fully aware that everyone harbors their own secrets. "By the way, I have been researching a new steel-making process that may further enhance the quality of iron," he suddenly exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "That sounds splendid. Let us endeavor together," I said, patting his shoulder, my heart brimming with anticipation. Tyrion's intellect and creativity have always inspired my admiration, and with his involvement, I am confident that this research will yield fruitful results. We believe that once this new steel-making process is successful, it will further bolster the competitiveness of our family's iron industry, infusing new vigor into our family's prosperous development. Chapter 15. Upgrading armed forces and new talents at the center of the vortex of power. I profoundly comprehend the significance of strength. Through the system's interdimensional transactions, I have seemingly unlocked a gateway to a repository of mysterious technologies, successfully acquiring more advanced smelting techniques. This technology shines like a beacon in the darkness. Although it cannot yet rival the legendary Valyrian steel, which possesses mystical powers capable of withstanding magical attacks and cutting through iron like clay, it stands as an insurmountable pinnacle against the current smelting standards of the Westeros continent. Utilizing this invaluable technology, I am resolute in my endeavor to craft entirely new equipment for my 5,000 private soldiers, equipment that could alter the tides of battle. Each piece of equipment embodies my yearning for power and victory. Characteristics of the new equipment armor. The advent of the new armor heralds a revolution in craftsmanship. Utilizing composite materials sourced from alternate realms, this remarkable substance is both lightweight and resilient. Coupled with a unique forging technique, it undergoes countless cycles of hammering, quenching, and cooling, resulting in armor that is nearly a third lighter than traditional counterparts. Consequently, soldiers move with enhanced agility, as if liberated from the burdens of weight. However, this reduction in heft does not compromise defensive capabilities. On the contrary, its protective strength is magnified several times over compared to ordinary steel armor, effectively withstanding various forms of assault, including slashes, stabs, and even providing a modicum of resistance against certain magical attacks. Clad in this armor, soldiers don a formidable shield, instilling greater confidence and a sense of security on the battlefield. As for the new battle blade, its sharpness is nothing short of astonishing. Upon the completion of the final polishing, the blade gleams with a chilling light, seemingly capable of slicing through the very air. A gentle swing produces a whistling sound, and during testing, it effortlessly cleaves through weapons and armor forged from standard steel, akin to slicing through soft butter. This battle blade is not merely a symbol of power. It epitomizes the exquisite fusion of craftsmanship and technology, with each swing harboring immense lethality, instilling fear in adversaries. The performance of the new bow and arrow is equally exceptional. Its range has been significantly enhanced compared to traditional models, allowing soldiers to engage enemies from greater distances, thereby affording them expanded tactical options on the battlefield. Furthermore, its penetrating power is formidable. Specially crafted arrowheads can easily pierce through enemy shields and armor, delivering fatal strikes, whether in open plains or during siege warfare. This bow and arrow offer tremendous advantages, providing soldiers with robust long-range fire support. Training and equipping private soldiers as the new equipment arrives. I am acutely aware that formidable gear alone cannot forge an invincible army. Rigorous training is essential for enhancing combat efficacy. Thus, I summoned all private soldiers to the training grounds and, with unwavering resolve, addressed them. From this day forth, you shall undergo the most stringent training. This is not merely a trial for you. It is a collective endeavor for our shared future. As long as you remain loyal to me, you shall attain unparalleled glory. The soldiers stood in unison, their eyes reflecting gratitude and reverence. They understood that it was I who bestowed upon them this precious equipment, granting them a chance to alter their destinies, a second life for them, for which they were willing to repay with loyalty and fervor. In the days that followed, the training grounds resounded with soldier shouts and the clashing of weapons. I personally devised the training regimen, encompassing everything from fundamental physical conditioning to intricate tactical maneuvers, with strict standards applied to every aspect. Soldiers sweated profusely under the scorching sun and persevered through the biting cold, continually honing their combat skills and teamwork. They gradually adapted to the characteristics of the new equipment, maximizing its advantages. Collaboration with Tyrion exhibited significant interest in my new equipment. One day, he arrived at the training grounds, observing the soldiers clad in pristine armor and wielding sharp weapons as they honed their skills. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, these armors and weapons are truly magnificent. How did you achieve this?" Curiosity sparkled in his eyes. "This is the result of my collaboration with some enigmatic artisans," I replied with a smile, artfully sidestepping the topic of the system. I was acutely aware that the revelation of the system's secrets could unleash a torrent of trouble and peril. Tyrion nodded, being a clever individual. He understood that some matters were best left unexamined. As our family's influence steadily expanded, and I delved deeper into the realms of magic and military affairs, Tyrion made astonishing discoveries on his own journey, unlocking a new and highly promising skill in the art of alchemy. His path in the study of magic had always been fraught with challenges. Despite his fervent enthusiasm and the countless hours he devoted to the study of magical theory and the practice of various spells, his aptitude for magic was decidedly mediocre. No matter how hard he tried, the intricate incantations and elemental manipulation techniques eluded his mastery, and the brilliance of magic seemed reluctant to shine brightly in his hands. Yet fate, akin to a whimsical and mysterious messenger, closed one door while simultaneously opening another, filled with surprises. On one occasion, through the system's dimensional trade, I successfully acquired a collection of precious tomes encompassing various arcane fields. While organizing these books, an ancient text on alchemy, adorned with peculiar patterns and emanating an aura of mystery, instantly captivated Tyrion's attention. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement as he eagerly opened the tome, stepping into a new realm of alchemy brimming with wonder and the unknown. Unexpectedly, Tyrion exhibited an extraordinary talent in the field of alchemy. It was as though he possessed an innate sensitivity and understanding of the properties of various materials and chemical reactions. The obscure principles of alchemy appeared to him like a clear map, guiding his path forward. He quickly became engrossed in the study of alchemy, spending his days in the humble workshop he had constructed, experimenting with an array of jars, peculiar minerals, and mysterious concoctions. Tyrion's experiments yielded astonishing results time and again. He adeptly fused different metals to create unique alloys that boasted superior hardness compared to ordinary metals, while also possessing a degree of flexibility, providing a new high-quality material for the creation of weapons and armor. In potion crafting, he displayed remarkable ingenuity, developing healing potions far more effective than those commonly found in the market, capable of swiftly healing wounds and alleviating pain, enabling injured soldiers to quickly regain their combat readiness. He also successfully concocted a magical enchantment potion that amplified weapon potency. When applied to a weapon, it seemed to imbue the weapon with a soul, allowing it to unleash powerful energy waves in battle, inflicting additional damage upon foes. This revelation has undoubtedly fortified the family's armaments, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of our clan's forces. Tyrion's alchemical talent and his remarkable achievements in the realm of alchemy have not only earned him the respect and recognition of our kin, but have also injected a renewed vigor into the family's advancement. In the treacherous landscape of Westeros, rife with intrigue and conflict, he has emerged as an indispensable pillar of our lineage, collaborating with me to carve out broader horizons for House Lannister in the Game of Thrones. Chapter 16. The power and shadows as I traverse the arduous path of solidifying our family's position and augmenting my own prowess. I became acutely aware that intelligence serves as a concealed blade lurking in the darkness. Though unseen, it can strike lethally at pivotal moments. Thus, I clandestinely embarked on a crucial initiative to assemble a covert intelligence unit. The selection process for its members was exceptionally rigorous. From my contingent of 5,000 private soldiers, I meticulously chose only the elite among the elite. Each individual selected possessed not only athletic prowess and a steely resolve, but also had undergone foundational training in martial energy. This ensured their capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary citizens, enabling them to navigate perilous tasks with aplomb and return unscathed. The responsibilities of the intelligence unit were manifold. Information gathering. I dispatched these well-trained operatives like a finely woven net across every nook of Westeros. Regardless of whether in the bustling metropolis of King's Landing or the tranquil northern hamlets, whether amidst the opulence of noble castles or the taverns of the common folk, their presence was felt. Armed with keen observational skills and exceptional disguise techniques, they meticulously gathered intelligence on the latest movements of the nobility, military mobilizations, and even the myriad rumors circulating among the populace. These seemingly trivial bits of information, once organized and analyzed, could prove pivotal in influencing the family's decisions. Resource procurement, moreover. The intelligence unit bore the weighty task of acquiring various rare materials. In this fantastical realm, magical substances are vital for sorcerers to wield formidable spells, with dragon glass holding particular significance, capable of fending off the incursions of the White Walkers and playing crucial roles in certain arcane rituals. Through trade with other realms, we could procure wondrous items previously unheard of in Westeros, all of which are essential for the family's growth. The operatives leveraged the networks and connections they established to seek out these rare commodities, sparing no expense to secure them. Covert operations. Amidst the ever-shifting tides of power struggles, there inevitably arise intricate issues that require unconventional resolutions. When necessary, the intelligence unit would transform into shadows, executing assassinations, sabotage, and other clandestine missions. Their movements were swift and discreet, eliminating obstacles for the family's benefit from the unseen corners of the world. Each operation was meticulously orchestrated, striving for infallibility, exchanging minimal costs for maximal gains. Tyrion expressed a keen interest in my intelligence unit. One day, he entered my study with a buoyant stride, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "Brother," he exclaimed, "I have heard that you have assembled a mysterious intelligence unit. What a remarkable idea. Pray, enlighten me on their unique attributes. I gestured for him to take a seat and elaborated on the formation of the intelligence unit, detailing the characteristics of its members and their various missions. Tyrion listened with rapt attention, interjecting with insightful observations and suggestions. Brother, I believe we could further refine the camouflage techniques of our operatives, enabling them to blend more seamlessly into diverse environments. He mused after a moment of contemplation. I nodded, secretly admiring his keen insight. From that point onward, Tyrion frequently engaged in the affairs of the intelligence unit, using his intellect and strategic acumen to contribute to its development, rendering it increasingly sophisticated and formidable. Chapter 17. The undercurrents of the world. The last two children of House Targaryen, Viserys and Daenerys, drifted like kites severed from their strings, fleeing to the continent of Essos. Although they had temporarily distanced themselves from the heart of the bloody power struggles on Westeros, I understood better than anyone that the seemingly fragile Daenerys harbored immense potential for upheaval. The 3 dragon eggs she cradled had already hatched into 3 magnificent dragons. With each beat of their wings, they stirred tempests, and their roars resonated with the power to shake the very earth. They were destined to be pivotal forces in altering the global landscape. These creatures served as Daenerys' sharpest sword and most robust shield, and in due time, they would undoubtedly unleash a torrent upon this continent. Meanwhile, the north appeared tranquil, blanketed in pristine white snow, as the populace led serene lives in their castles and villages. Yet, I knew all too well that this peace was but a fleeting calm before the impending storm. The threat of the White Walkers loomed like the fabled sword of Damocles, ever present and unyielding. Should these harbingers of death fully awaken, their path would be one of devastation. I am aware that their emergence may still be years away, yet this ephemeral window of opportunity is rapidly closing, and I must seize every moment to prepare comprehensively from all fronts. From expanding our armaments and intensifying soldier training to stockpiling supplies and devising strategies against the White Walkers, every facet requires meticulous attention. Regarding the Raven's vigilance in the enigmatic realm of Westeros, magic is as rare as stars in the night sky, yet it is not entirely absent. The mysterious 3-eyed raven, shrouded in enigma, embodies a profound abyss of sorcery. It seems to wield a chilling form of mind magic, capable of silently probing the human psyche and, inadvertently, manipulating thoughts, reducing individuals to mere puppets. A single misstep could lead one to fall prey to its machinations. Often, in the stillness of the night, I find myself pondering this, a shiver creeping down my spine. Thus, I constantly remind myself to exercise utmost caution regarding this risk when engaging in transactions through the system. Every interaction with the system feels akin to walking a tightrope, where I tread carefully, fearful of revealing the slightest flaw that might alert the 3-eyed raven to my secrets. As I delve deeper into the capabilities of the system, I am pleasantly surprised to discover that it seems to expand in tandem with the growth of my own abilities. Initially, it served merely as a rudimentary tool to assist me in locating desired items. However, it has now transformed into a gateway to boundless possibilities. Not only does it aid me with precision in uncovering the hidden treasures scattered across various realms, but it has also ventured into the realm of slave trading. While this expansion of capability opens up a plethora of opportunities, it simultaneously introduces significant risks and challenges. The topic of slave trading is inherently sensitive and intricate within the continent of Westeros. One misstep could incite discontent and conflict among the various factions. I must judiciously weigh the pros and cons, contemplating how to leverage this function while avoiding unnecessary entanglements, ensuring that the system becomes a genuine ally in my pursuit of power and survival. Chapter 18. Shadows and Dragon Eggs in the Ink-like Shadows of Westeros. The Faceless Men organization resembles a cadre of lethal rats concealed in dark corners, silently lurking yet brimming with menace. These enigmatic assassins possess exceptional skills, adept at evasion and disguise, striking with lethal precision. Given my current prowess, they may struggle to inflict substantial harm upon me. However, I am acutely aware of their propensity to exploit the weakest links, rendering those closest to me the most vulnerable targets. Vigilance is imperative. This thought reverberates within me like a warning bell, particularly concerning Tyrion and my loyal subordinates, who are of utmost importance. I cannot allow them to be ensnared in peril. Tyrion's intellect is an invaluable asset to our family, while my devoted followers, who have fought alongside me through countless battles, form the bedrock of my ambitions. To guard against the Faceless Men, I swiftly undertook a comprehensive enhancement of security measures across the estate and all critical facilities. The number of guards was significantly increased, selecting the most elite and vigilant soldiers from my private army to bolster the security team. They stand watch day and night, guarding the estate's walls, gates, and various key entrances, equipped with the most advanced weaponry and gear to ensure that the faceless men cannot easily breach our defenses and approach their targets. Simultaneously, I restructured the security layout, adding watchtowers and concealed observation posts, establishing a comprehensive surveillance system that leaves no blind spots. In terms of intelligence monitoring, I extended my reach into the stronghold of the faceless men and bravos through a meticulously assembled intelligence unit. The operatives, disguised and embedded within the bustling streets, taverns, casinos, and trading venues of bravos, closely collaborate with local informants to keep a vigilant eye on any developments pertaining to the faceless men. Any movements, mission assignments, or rumors of new targets concerning the faceless men are swiftly gathered and relayed to me. Through the analysis and synthesis of this intelligence, I endeavor to anticipate the actions of the faceless men, enabling me to prepare in advance and strike preemptively. Magical protection. As a formidable sorcerer, I have harnessed the power of magic to establish formidable protective barriers in key areas of my estate and vital facilities. These barriers, composed of intricate magical runes, emanate an enigmatic glow. They possess the ability to detect any unwelcome intruders attempting to breach them and can launch attacks to thwart such incursions. Even the faceless, adept at concealment, would find their presence betrayed the moment they made contact with the barrier, revealing their location. Moreover, I have implemented encryption measures for the barriers, allowing only designated individuals and authorized magical frequencies to pass through seamlessly, thereby ensuring the security and efficacy of the protection. Researching the dragon egg, resembling a mysterious celestial body, has perpetually lingered as an enigma in my mind and stands as my most cherished treasure. It lies quietly within a specially crafted container, exuding an indescribable aura of mystery. Although I have yet to discover an effective method for its hatching, I firmly believe that in this world brimming with miracles, an opportunity will inevitably arise for it to break free from its shell. The notion of becoming a dragon rider is indeed exhilarating. Often, in the stillness of the night, I find myself gazing at the dragon egg, lost in reverie, my lips unconsciously curving into a smile. Becoming a dragon rider signifies not only possessing formidable combat prowess and unparalleled intimidation, but also standing atop the pinnacle of the world. However, I must uncover the correct approach. I am acutely aware that hatching a dragon egg is no trivial matter. It demands meticulous attention and a gradual exploration. Consequently, I have dedicated myself wholeheartedly to the study of the dragon egg. I have perused countless ancient tomes and magical texts, seeking clues regarding the hatching of dragon eggs from those age-old accounts. Simultaneously, I have employed my magical knowledge to conduct various experiments and analyses on the egg. The system, cold and mechanical, chimed in with guidance. I fervently recited in my mind. The dragon egg is a fire element creature's egg, requiring a specific environment and energy for hatching. I commenced attempts to replicate the requisite fire element atmosphere, constructing a unique incubation chamber within my laboratory, utilizing magical flames and an array of rare fire element gemstones to create a high-temperature, high-energy ambience. Additionally, I continuously infused the egg with diverse types of magical energy, observing its reactions in an endeavor to uncover the key that would awaken its life. Chapter 19. Dragon Crystal and Dragon Egg. The description of the fire element creature's egg instantaneously conjured the striking imagery of Daenerys Targaryen stepping into a roaring inferno after that grand wedding, miraculously hatching 3 young dragons. Could it be that I need to toss this egg into the flames? This outrageous thought flickered through my mind, only to be swiftly followed by a shiver. What if it were to be scorched? That would be an irretrievable loss for me, as this dragon egg is the treasure I have long desired, and I cannot afford any misstep. Just as I was racking my brain in desperation, a flash of inspiration struck me. The dragon crystal. ISNT. The dragon crystal, a material of fire element? Perhaps it could work. This seemingly absurd notion ignited a glimmer of hope within me, for in this world teeming with magic and the unknown, anything is indeed possible. Utilizing dragon crystals to hatch dragon eggs. Experimental preparation. Without hesitation, I immediately mobilized all resources at my disposal to scour the realm for dragon crystals. My intelligence operatives and subordinates traversed every corner of Westeros, delving into perilous ruins and enigmatic caves. After arduous efforts, we finally amassed a significant quantity of dragon crystals. I meticulously selected those with symmetrical shapes and stable energy fluctuations, arranging them into a unique incubation platform according to a specific formation. Each crystal was placed with precision, resembling a mystical magical array imbued with boundless power. Magic activation. As an adept mage, I stood before the incubation platform, reciting incantations while my hands swiftly formed intricate magical seals. With each utterance, a formidable magical energy surged from my fingertips, weaving like ethereal threads around each dragon crystal. I focused intently, cautiously guiding the fire attribute energy within the crystals, allowing it to gradually converge and meld. Before long, the entire incubation platform was enveloped in a blazing inferno, creating an environment of extraordinary heat and energy. This flame was no ordinary fire. It emanated a mysterious glow, its flickering tongues seemingly whispering ancient magical incantations. Placing the dragon egg, taking a deep breath, I trembled as I cradled the precious dragon egg from its specially crafted container. In that moment, I felt as though I held the hopes of the entire world. I approached the incubation platform slowly, every step taken with utmost care, fearful of disturbing this slumbering life. Once I gently placed the egg upon the platform, I fixed my gaze upon it, not daring to divert my eyes. After days and nights of prolonged waiting, my eyes became bloodshot, my body weary, yet I steadfastly remained by the incubation platform. At last, the egg began to respond. Tiny cracks appeared on its surface, resembling a spider's web, gradually spreading across. Then, I heard a faint heartbeat emanating from within the egg, though subtle. It resonated like a war drum, shaking my very soul. Success! Tears of joy welled in my eyes, my heart soaring with elation. It seemed that dragon crystals indeed possessed the power to hatch dragon eggs. Developing dragon crystal weapons, while hatching the dragon egg. I never lost sight of the looming threat of the White Walkers, the Damocles sword hanging over the north. The steel tide must obliterate these foes. I clenched my fists, resolutely declaring to myself that dragon crystal weapons would be our trump card. Dragon crystal sword. I summoned the finest blacksmiths from my family to delve deeply into the properties of dragon crystals alongside me. After countless trials and tribulations, we ultimately discovered a method to fuse dragon crystals with a unique forging technique. Within the searing furnace, we melded the crystals with high-quality steel through repeated hammering and quenching. We forged a batch of dragon crystal swords. The blades shimmered with an ethereal blue light, razor-sharp, capable of slicing through steel with a mere flick. In simulated combat against the White Walkers, the dragon crystal swords demonstrated astonishing power, effortlessly vanquishing them into nothingness. Dragon crystal arrows. In pursuit of enhancing our long-range offensive capabilities, I have turned my attention to the development of dragon crystal arrows. We have selected the most resilient wood for the shafts, embedding finely polished dragon crystals at the tips. Empowered by special magic, these arrows boast a range several times greater than that of ordinary projectiles, with significantly augmented penetrating power. During testing, the dragon crystal arrows effortlessly pierced through thick armor and struck targets several meters away. Envisioning these arrows raining down upon the White Walkers on the battlefield, I can almost glimpse the dawn of victory. Dragon crystal armor, to shield our soldiers from the frigid breath of the White Walkers. I have led the artisans in the creation of dragon crystal armor. By infusing dragon crystal powder into the materials used for crafting the armor and employing intricate techniques, we have forged armor with unique protective capabilities. This armor not only offers formidable defense against enemy assaults, but also emanates a warm energy, effectively countering the chill of the White Walkers. Soldiers donning the dragon crystal armor will face these adversaries unafraid of the cold, fighting with renewed confidence. Plans against the White Walkers' intelligence gathering. Through the meticulous formation of an intelligence unit, I have extended our surveillance reach to every corner of the north. The operatives, disguised, have infiltrated various villages, castles, and the wall itself. They have established connections with local residents and Night's Watch members, diligently monitoring all information related to the White Walkers. Any intelligence regarding their movements, changes in numbers, or rumors of new abilities is swiftly collected and relayed to me. By analyzing and synthesizing this information, I endeavor to anticipate the actions of the White Walkers, thereby formulating more effective counter-strategies. Military training. I have personally selected a cadre of elite mercenaries and subjected them to rigorous training. The training grounds resonate with the sounds of battle cries as the soldiers practice day and night, striving to master the use of dragon crystal weaponry. I have invited seasoned instructors to impart combat techniques and strategies for confronting the White Walkers. Additionally, I have organized multiple simulated battles, allowing the soldiers to familiarize themselves with the characteristics of dragon crystal weapons, enhancing their combat prowess and teamwork. I am confident that an army forged through such stringent training will unleash the full power of dragon crystal weaponry when confronted by the White Walkers. contributing significantly to the defense of Westeros. Chapter 20. The formation of the naval expedition on the long journey to solidify my family's position and augment my personal power. I have increasingly recognized that, although the realm of Westeros is vast, its resources are ultimately finite. My ambitions extend beyond the conquest of this small expanse of land. Gazing up at the boundless starry sky, my heart swells with ambition as I ponder the need to conquer the endless ocean of stars to acquire sufficient resources, exchange for more formidable items, and ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Thus, a grand plan has quietly taken shape in my mind, to assemble a naval expedition and venture into uncharted waters, exploring the realms filled with mystery and opportunity. Formation of the naval expedition and its mission shipbuilding. I have decisively mobilized the vast resources of my family, channeling them into the shipbuilding endeavor. Summoning the most esteemed shipbuilders from the realm of Westeros, each a master of their craft, we meticulously honed every aspect of ship construction. From the selection of materials to the intricate techniques employed, the hull was crafted from the sturdiest and most durable oak, a wood that has withstood the test of time, its hardness enabling it to brave the furious storms and tumultuous waves of the ocean. To create a vessel of exceptional performance, we outfitted the ship with advanced navigational equipment, a precision compass that would unfailingly indicate the direction, ensuring that the crew would not lose their way amidst the vast, uncharted waters, and a sophisticated speedometer to monitor the vessel's pace in real time, thereby guaranteeing navigational efficiency. Moreover, to safeguard against potential perils, formidable weaponry was installed on board, including crossbows and catapults, which would serve as a robust defense for the crew as they ventured into the unknown seas. Recruitment of personnel was equally paramount. I extended an invitation to heroes far and wide, attracting a cadre of seasoned sailors. These individuals had traversed the 7 seas, intimately familiar with the various climates, hydrology, and geographical nuances of each maritime expanse, constituting the indispensable core of our nautical team. In tandem, I enlisted many brave and intrepid sailors, robust and eager to embrace the thrill of the unknown, willing to embark on this arduous journey alongside the crew. During the recruitment process, I not only assessed their professional competencies, but also placed significant emphasis on their spirit of teamwork and loyalty. For this would be a crew bound together in life and death amidst the vast ocean. After a rigorous selection process, an elite maritime team gradually took shape. In preparation for the expedition, I ensured that the crew would have ample supplies for their prolonged voyage. A substantial stockpile of provisions was arranged, including easily preserved rations, cured meats, and fresh fruits, to guarantee that the crew received adequate nutrition during their travels. Freshwater, of utmost importance, was stored in specially designed containers capable of holding large quantities to meet the crew's extended needs. Additionally, a variety of medicines were assembled to address any potential injuries or ailments that might arise. In terms of weaponry, beyond the large-scale armaments aboard, each crew member was equipped with finely crafted swords and bows, providing them with both close-range and ranged defenses should danger arise. The maritime team bore the significant mission of exploring uncharted waters, seeking new lands and resources. On the day of departure, sunlight danced upon the shimmering surface of the sea, casting a grand silhouette of the ship. The crew, invigorated and resolute, stood upon the deck, their eyes brimming with anticipation and courage for the unknown ahead. System. Analyzed the maritime route, I silently intoned, filled with hopeful expectation. The course was charted, promising the discovery of new territories and resources. The system's cold, mechanical voice reverberated in my mind, infusing this venture with a renewed vigor. The maritime team set sail along the meticulously planned route, gradually advancing into the boundless ocean. Throughout their journey, they encountered myriad challenges. Fierce gales howled, and monstrous waves surged like ferocious beasts, relentlessly battering the vessel, intent on engulfing it. Yet the crew, drawing upon their extensive experience and indomitable spirit, consistently turned peril into safety. They remained vigilant, closely monitoring the shifts in weather, adjusting the angles of the sails, engaging in a breathtaking contest with the sea itself. As time passed, the expedition finally stumbled upon a land that had never graced the maps. This territory, shrouded in dense forests, revealed distant undulating mountains that exuded an air of mystery. As the vessels approached the shore, the crew erupted in jubilant cheers, cognizant that their exploratory journey had already begun to bear fruit. They were poised to delve deeper into this enigmatic land, seeking to uncover hidden resources and secrets. thus bringing back invaluable information that would serve as a solid stepping stone for the expansion of my family and the realization of my grand aspirations. Chapter 21. The pinnacle of power and the journey to the north. The timeline has gracefully progressed to the pivotal juncture where the narrative truly unfolds. Reflecting upon the years gone by, I have maneuvered deftly across the chessboard of power and strategy, elevating the Lannister family to unprecedented heights. Now, the economic lifeblood of the Seven Kingdoms lies firmly within my grasp, akin to orchestrating an extensive and intricate commercial network. My fleet sails majestically across the seven seas, with the established maritime trade routes serving as vital conduits of commerce. Merchant ships laden with silks, spices, gold, and precious jewels traverse the tumultuous waves, each arrival heralding a significant influx of wealth. Moreover, the trading caravans on the continent are all under my dominion. From the bustling markets of King's Landing to the serene warehouses of remote border towns, my commercial influence is omnipresent. Those who dare to challenge my authority and refuse to heed my commands are akin to insignificant mayflies, swiftly vanishing under my unrelenting suppression, leaving merely a whisper of memory sealed by the sands of time. Proposal of alliance from House Tyrell of Highgarden. The illustrious House Tyrell of Highgarden, a formidable force among the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, astutely recognized the meteoric rise of the Lannister family. They understood that in this maelstrom of power, allying with the strong was a prudent choice to sustain their family's glory and seek further advancement. Hence, they extended an olive branch of marriage to the Lannisters, hoping to unite their esteemed young rose, Marjorie Tyrell, with my house. Though still young, Marjorie had already been designated. I mused quietly, a smile unconsciously gracing my lips, revealing a sense of determination. This alliance, undoubtedly, would be a timely boon for House Lannister. Marjorie Tyrell not only possessed extraordinary beauty and intellect, but also boasted a wealth of connections and prestige in Highgarden. Her marriage would serve as a bond, intricately linking the Lannister family with the Tyrells. The formidable union of our two houses across political, economic, and military domains would undoubtedly unleash astonishing energy in the power games of the Seven Kingdoms, positioning us advantageously amidst the ruthless competition. Robert's visit to the north to see Eddard Robert Baratheon, the king seated upon the Iron Throne, perhaps driven by nostalgia for his old friend Eddard Stark, or motivated by a desire to stabilize the northern realm, or possibly underpinned by deeper political considerations, resolutely decided to journey to the distant north to pay a visit to this once comrade in arms. As the core representative of House Lannister, I, alongside Tyrion, embarked on a lengthy journey to the north under the king's summons, accompanied by the formidable King's Guard. This expedition, for me, transcends the mere act of accompanying an official visit. It represents an exceptional opportunity to delve into the mysteries of the North and to expand our family's influence. The North, an expansive and enigmatic realm, is endowed with abundant resources and formidable military strength, occupying a unique and pivotal position within the Seven Kingdoms. Establishing a cordial relationship with the North bears immeasurable significance for the long-term development of House Lannister and for my personal grand aspirations. The quandary of Joffrey. During our protracted journey, I often observed my nephew, Joffrey, whose lineage bears the weight of a troubling truth. Witnessing his arrogant and capricious demeanor, I could not help but inwardly sigh. How to manage such a temperament? Should I allow the narrative to unfold as it may, or strive to redirect this crooked sapling onto a proper path? Joffrey's erratic and violent nature stems evidently from Cersei's excessive indulgence and Jaime's lack of restraint. Cersei, blinded by her affection for her son, turns a blind eye to his transgressions, even shielding him from the consequences, while Jaime, despite his role as a Kingsguard, grievously neglects his duty in guiding his nephew, enabling his reckless behavior. Cersei and Jaime, you have truly posed a perplexing conundrum for me, one that weighs heavily on my mind. I shook my head in resignation, filled with apprehension for the future. This young lad should never have been left solely in Cersei's tutelage. I continued to contemplate potential strategies, for he bears the blood of House Lannister, and I cannot allow his outrageous actions to tarnish our family's reputation. Should he continue on this path, calamity would inevitably befall us. Yet, altering Joffrey's course is no simple endeavor. He has long been molded by misguided beliefs and behaviors, deeply entrenched in his character, and correcting him will demand considerable effort and wisdom. The hope of Myrcella and Tommen, in stark contrast to Joffrey, is Myrcella and Tommen, whose temperaments are comparatively gentle and hearts benevolent, at least as of yet untainted by malevolent influences. Gazing upon their innocent visages, a flicker of hope ignited within me. Perhaps I might take these two under my wing and provide them with guidance. they still possess the potential for redemption. With the right direction, they could undoubtedly become the pride of our house. However, I am acutely aware that extracting Myrcella and Tommen from Cersei's grasp is no trivial task. Cersei's possessive control over her children is formidable. She regards them as her personal property, and should I propose such a notion, she would surely erupt in fury, even resorting to confrontational means. If I were to pursue this course, Cersei would undoubtedly retaliate. I chuckled wryly, envisioning her face contorted in rage. Yet, for the sake of our family's future and the growth of Myrcella and Tommen, I feel this may be a gamble I must confront. Chapter 22. Control in the Shadows. Robert Baratheon, once a formidable king upon the battlefield, has now been irrevocably altered by the passage of time. Once a valiant warrior, brimming with youthful exuberance, he has succumbed to the passage of time, leaving behind a middle-aged man with a portly physique and a weary visage. His gaze, once sharp, now lacks its former intensity, and his steps have grown heavy and languid, devoid of the charisma he once possessed. Witnessing his current state, I reflect with a heavy heart. He has indeed aged. In the face of the intricate dynamics surrounding the Iron Throne, he appears utterly overwhelmed and desperately in need of capable assistance. It is for this reason that he considers inviting Eddard Stark to King's Landing to assume the role of Hand of the King, aiding him in the governance of the realm. The actions of the Shadowsworn are set in motion. Jon Arryn, the former Hand of the King, was a perceptive and astute statesman. Upon sensing the lurking secret of Joffrey's true parentage, he became a significant threat to the Lannister family. I am acutely aware that should this secret be revealed, the entire family would plunge into irreparable ruin. Thus, I decisively command the Shadowsworn to execute an assassination mission. The Shadowsworn, a cadre of elite operatives I have meticulously trained, consist of individuals selected from a group of children, all of whom have endured rigorous training from a young age. They have mastered an array of skills including physical prowess, combat, stealth, and intelligence gathering. Their purpose is singular: to protect the core members of the Lannister family at any cost, safeguarding our secrets and our honor. On the night of the operation, the darkness enveloping King's Landing was as profound as ink, and the Shadowsworn glided through the streets and alleys like phantoms. Their movements were swift and silent, expertly evading the numerous guards stationed throughout the palace. Once they infiltrated Jon Arryn's estate, they swiftly identified their target. For this assassination, they employed a meticulously concocted poison, colorless and tasteless, derived from a blend of rare and highly toxic plants and minerals, refined through a complex process that even the most skilled physician would find undetectable. As Jon Arryn lay in slumber, the Shadowsworn skillfully introduced the poison into his tea. When he awoke in the dead of night, parched, and consumed the tainted brew, the poison quickly took effect, ravaging his internal organs. Throughout this agonizing ordeal, Jon Arryn remained voiceless, gradually succumbing to silent suffering. By the following morning, when his lifeless body was discovered, his countenance bore a serene expression, as if he had merely drifted into eternal slumber, with no indication of foul play. The Shadowsworn had already withdrawn into the shadows, awaiting their next assignment. As it stands, the royal palace of King's Landing is entirely under my dominion. Every corner is meticulously monitored. The Kingsguard, an elite force meant to safeguard the king and the royal family, has quietly fallen under my influence through my mastery of powerful mental magic. I have surreptitiously infiltrated the depths of the Kingsguard's consciousness, employing a sophisticated form of mental manipulation that subtly alters their loyalties without their awareness. They have begun to regard my will as the highest command, prioritizing the protection of myself and the interests of House Lannister above all else. Once the guardians of the king, they have transformed into my staunch allies, stationed at critical points within the palace, vigilantly safeguarding this epicenter of power. I silently issue a command to the system, seeking an analysis of the palace's defensive mechanisms. The defense system has conducted a thorough analysis, and all crucial positions are firmly under control. The system's cold, mechanical voice resonates in my mind, instilling within me a profound confidence in my dominion overall. Through its meticulous analysis, I have gained an intimate understanding of the palace's defensive layout. Every concealed door, every trap, and every patrol route is vividly etched in my memory. I can promptly adjust the defensive strategies in response to changing circumstances, ensuring that the palace remains an impregnable fortress, preventing any adversary with malicious intent towards me and my family from advancing even a step closer. Empowered by years of relentless and arduous training, coupled with the system's unwavering support, my strength has undergone a transformative leap, now reaching the formidable levels of a holy mage and a battle saint. In the realm of magic, I stand at the pinnacle. The realm of the Holy Mage has elevated my control over the elements to an unparalleled zenith. I can effortlessly summon devastating firestorms, instantly reducing foes to ashes, and conjure impervious ice shields to withstand any assault. The array of advanced magic flows through my hands with ease, far surpassing that of an ordinary mage. In the pursuit of battle energy, attaining the battle saint level signifies the possession of cataclysmic power. My body is enveloped in a dense aura of battle energy, and with each strike, I create violent disruptions in the air, unleashing powerful shockwaves. My speed and strength transcend the limits of ordinary beings, allowing me to traverse vast distances in an instant, delivering lethal blows to my enemies. I have specifically studied mind magic within the system to guard against that ominous three-eyed raven. I am grateful for my earlier decision. The three-eyed raven, a mysterious and perilous entity, has long been a source of anxiety. Its mastery of mind magic is formidable, capable of probing others' thoughts and manipulating their actions. To counter this menace, I have diligently researched mind magic with the system's assistance. Now, I have become proficient in this arcane art, enabling me not only to shield myself from the raven's scrutiny, but also to potentially counteract it when necessary. Now, I am equipped to face any threat. I stand confidently atop the palace tower, surveying the entirety of King's Landing. With my current strength and strategic planning, I am fully prepared to confront all forthcoming challenges, poised to emerge as the ultimate victor in this game of power. Chapter 23. The Transfer of Dragons and Power over the years. I have navigated the stage of power with remarkable acumen, progressively revealing extraordinary capabilities and fervent ambitions through my exceptional intellect, decisive choices, and relentless effort. My father, Tywin Lannister, the astute helm of our family, has undoubtedly recognized my transformation. In his eyes, I have evolved from a fledgling scion of the family into a leader capable of shouldering its significant responsibilities. Thus, during a solemn and dignified family meeting, my father rose slowly, his gaze resolutely sweeping across each family member present before settling upon me. With gravity, he declared, "Rouse, you have demonstrated your abilities through your actions. Over the years, your tireless dedication to the family's advancement has yielded remarkable achievements. The future of House Lannister is entrusted to you." The words of my father resonated through the hall like the tolling of a great bell. In that moment, I fully understood the weight of the Lannister family's rise and fall that rested upon my shoulders. It was both a responsibility and a calling. The growth of the red dragon under my meticulous care and nurturing, the dragon I named Smaug transformed into a resplendent star, gradually unfolding its dazzling brilliance through the trials of time. It was a striking red dragon, its form increasingly vast, radiating an extraordinary presence. Compared to Daenerys Targaryen's dragons, Smaug's physique was far more imposing, resembling a fiery fortress soaring through the sky. Perhaps owing to the abundant energy from the dragonstone during its hatching, it possessed an innate superiority, with every inch of its scales shimmering with a metallic luster, as though bestowed by the heavens themselves as a formidable armor. One day, I stood upon the expansive shores, where the sea breeze howled and the waves crashed against the rocky coast, producing a thunderous roar. As I gazed up at the sky, I beheld Smaug, akin to a streak of red lightning, piercing the heavens and rapidly approaching me. Its colossal wings beat with such force that the gusts nearly toppled me. "Smaug, from this day forth, you shall be my companion," I proclaimed to the dragon in the sky, my voice imbued with conviction and fervor. Smaug seemed to comprehend my words, unleashing a deafening roar that resonated like thunder, echoing through the expanse, as if responding to my call and declaring the unbreakable bond between us, the pact and freedom to ensure the unyielding loyalty between Smaug and myself. I wielded my exceptional magical prowess to forge a mysterious and powerful pact with it. The light of magic flickered between us as runes danced in the air, narrating an ancient and solemn oath. This pact was not merely a constraint, but a symbol of the trust and fidelity we shared, binding Smaug and me together and guaranteeing its eternal allegiance to me. Upon the completion of our pact, I resolved to allow Smaug the freedom to roam the boundless seas above. I understood that a dragoness nature is to soar freely. The vast skies and oceans represent its true stage. Watching it glide effortlessly over the sea, its graceful form and formidable presence filled me with pride. During merchant expeditions, Smaug could protect them from pirate attacks. I mused that Smaug's immense strength would undoubtedly become the most steadfast support for our caravan. The achievements of Smaug indeed. Smaug did not disappoint my expectations. It embodied a loyal and valiant guardian, dutifully fulfilling its mission. During several merchant journeys, when pirates sought to assail our caravan, Smog descended like a red comet, a fiery flash in the night. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly engulfing the pirate ships in a sea of fire. The pirates, caught unawares, were paralyzed by Smog's overwhelming might, their vessels mercilessly obliterated amidst their dread and despair. Smog truly was magnificent. Tyrion excitedly rushed to my side, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "With this, our caravan shall be unmatched." Observing Tyrion's exuberance, my heart swelled with joy and pride. The valorous deeds of Shaggy Dog not only safeguarded our caravan, but also bestowed unparalleled honor and intimidation upon House Lannister. It stood as a banner, fluttering above our caravan, deterring any foes who dared to infringe upon us. Chapter 24. Confrontation with the Three-Eyed Raven after an arduous journey. The king's retinue finally arrived at Winterfell. This ancient fortress, standing resolute in the north, appeared all the more solemn against the backdrop of pristine white snow. The Stark family had long awaited our arrival, gathered before the castle with expressions of gravity, embodying the steadfastness unique to the people of the north. Upon sighting Eddard Stark, Robert Baratheon's face lit up with a warm smile, as if he had instantly rekindled the fervor and passion of his youth. He strode forward with great strides, embracing Eddard tightly, before engaging in cordial inquiries with the Stark family. Robert's laughter resonated through the crisp air, echoing like a melody intent on dispelling the lingering chill of the north. I stood quietly to the side, my gaze sweeping over the Stark family. Eddard Stark, the guardian of the north, bore a resolute countenance, his eyes reflecting integrity and loyalty. His wife, Catelyn, exuded grace and elegance, though a hint of vigilance lingered in her gaze. Their children, from the valiant Robb to the headstrong Sansa and the spirited Arya, each radiated their own distinctive essence. Observing them filled me with a profound sense of reflection. In this world rife with intrigue and conflict, the course of events seemed predestined. We would inevitably find ourselves on opposing sides. I was acutely aware that in this game of power, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. I bore the weight of House Lannister's legacy, nurturing ambitions of dominion, while they clung to their own beliefs and responsibilities. Though a twinge of guilt tugged at my heart, I silently uttered an apology within. "I am sorry. For now, I am the protagonist. I shall not waver in my pursuit of my goals." At that moment, Tyrion stealthily approached me and whispered, "Brother, the atmosphere of House Stark is indeed quite distinctive." I nodded slightly, my eyes unwavering from the Stark family, responding softly, "Indeed. Yet we must remain cognizant of our own stance. The road ahead is long, and we cannot afford to be complacent." Tyrion smiled knowingly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Just then, Robert turned to beckon me forward. I adjusted my attire, donning a fitting smile, and walked towards them with measured steps. A game of power was about to unfold upon the soil of Winterfell, and I was fully prepared to embrace every challenge that awaited. I stood silently before the ancient weirwood tree in Winterfell, the surroundings so tranquil that it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. The rough bark of the weirwood conveyed an ancient and mystical aura beneath my palm. The moment my hand grazed the tree trunk, a potent and extraordinary force abruptly drew my consciousness into an uncharted realm. Before me lay a void, reminiscent of the primordial chaos preceding the birth of the universe, devoid of direction or substance, save for a colossal three-eyed raven suspended in midair. Its three eyes, akin to enigmatic celestial bodies, emanated an eerie luminescence as they curiously scrutinized me. "Have humans of your kind become so formidable?" The three-eyed raven broke the silence, its voice deep and gravelly, echoing as if from the depths of time, laced with an unmistakable hint of astonishment. I met its gaze with calmness, my inner self as tranquil as a still lake, unruffled by any turbulence. "You must be the three-eyed raven," I stated matter-of-factly, my tone imbued with an undeniable certainty. "Do you know of me?" A flicker of wariness darted across the raven's eyes, which fixated on me as if attempting to see into my very soul. "Not entirely. But I have indeed come to seek you," I replied candidly, my gaze drifting over its form, now enlightened. "You must have once possessed demigod-like power, yet here you are, reduced to merely a spiritual entity." The three-eyed raven fell silent, the stillness stretching as if time itself had frozen, weighing the decision of whether to unveil this secret to me. "Your spiritual form will not endure much longer," I continued, perceiving its hesitation, my tone laden with a confidence that suggested an all-encompassing insight. "Well, now that I have seen, I feel reassured." No sooner had I spoken than a formidable force yanked my awareness back into my corporeal body. Blinking, I surveyed my surroundings, which remained unchanged. as if that bizarre encounter had merely been a fleeting and illusory dream. Reflecting inwardly, I mused, intriguing, it has been reduced to a mere spirit. As I retraced my steps, I pondered the possibility that Bran had been usurped by it. Bran's spiritual aptitude must be commendable, for it would not have sought to possess him otherwise. Judging by the raven's earlier reaction, it seemed acutely aware of its current state and wary of me. It could no longer sustain even the spiritual energy of the Holy Realm. I continued to contemplate, my pace involuntarily slowing. Should I eliminate it? With my current strength, vanquishing it ought not to be a formidable challenge. However, would a hasty action provoke unforeseen consequences? After all, it had been hidden here for so long. It might possess some hidden contingency. After a brief moment, I slowly shook my head. Never mind. It is unlikely to stir up much trouble now. In its present state, even self-preservation posed a challenge, and it should have little capacity to disrupt the balance further. I had more pressing matters to attend to, rendering any expenditure of energy on it unnecessary. In the void of that spiritual realm, the three-eyed raven continued to gaze in the direction of my disappearance, its body trembling slightly, filled with an unprecedented dread. When did such a terrifying creature emerge among humans? It murmured softly, its voice tinged with boundless fear and resentment. It sought to end my existence, yet ultimately, it relented. But who can guarantee that he will not return next time? A flicker of resoluteness flashed in the eyes of the three-eyed raven. It was imperative to act swiftly. The mental essence of that young boy was nearly sufficient. I must seize his body without delay. Only in doing so can I regain my strength and have a chance to continue existing in this world. Otherwise, I shall forever vanish into the endless void of nothingness. With that resolve, the light in its eyes became even more steadfast, as if it had already made a fatalistic decision. Chapter 25. Beyond the north, the narrative unfolded as though propelled by an unseen hand, steadily progressing along a predetermined path. I stood concealed, observing the scene with a detached gaze. Bran Stark, that diminutive figure, moved slowly atop the tower, each step infused with the unique determination and resilience of youth. His eyes were fixated on the tower's pinnacle, as if the answers to all his confusions lay hidden there. Sweat trickled down his forehead, leaving fleeting traces on the cold stone, as his hand inched closer to the edge of the tower, symbolizing the unknown. At that critical moment, a peculiar wave of psychic energy surged through the air like a turbulent undercurrent. This force bore an indescribable sense of oppression, causing the very atmosphere to tremble in its wake. Bran was evidently affected by this overwhelming power. His previously steady ascent was abruptly disrupted, his body stiffening momentarily before losing balance and plummeting uncontrollably towards the ground. Not far away, Cersei and Jaime were engrossed in their fervent exchange, utterly oblivious to the perilous scene unfolding with Bran. I silently scoffed, wondering how they, after journeying from King's Landing to the north, could not wait to return to their warm abode, instead rushing to this tower for an impassioned rendezvous. Was the length of their journey making them so desperately impatient? Yet, I had to concede that the scenery here possessed an exquisite allure. The distant mountains stretched endlessly, blanketed in snow, resembling a natural ink wash painting. This time, poor Bran did not manage to disrupt their intimate moment as he did in the original tale. Indeed, it was the machinations of the three-eyed raven at play. I pondered quietly, realizing that my unexpected presence had unsettled this cunning raven, prompting it to hasten its actions. In this realm rife with fantasy and intrigue, I had already discerned parts of the three-eyed raven's plans. Bran's fall was no mere coincidence, but a meticulously orchestrated move, aimed at propelling him towards a fated path filled with unknowns and dangers. Time flowed silently, and after countless days and nights of arduous training and exploration, I finally achieved a qualitative leap in my strength, successfully breaking through to the awe-inspiring saint level. At this moment, an aura of formidable and enigmatic power radiated from me. Each breath seemed to contain the essence of controlling the heavens and the earth. When I first felt the ability to levitate freely with my thoughts, an exhilarating anticipation surged within me, difficult to contain. It was time to venture beyond the wall. I whispered to myself, my voice low yet resolute. With that thought, I focused my intent, and a surge of spiritual energy enveloped me, transforming into brilliant beams of light that swirled around my form. My feet gradually lifted off the ground, and I soared into the sky like an eagle freed from its shackles, ascending ever higher, my speed increasing until I vanished within the clouds in the blink of an eye. I flew with all my might towards the northern Great Wall, the wind whistling past my ears, as if nature itself were composing a stirring battle anthem for me. Before long, the towering, endless Great Wall came into view, resembling a slumbering dragon sprawled across the heavens and the earth. The immense walls glimmered with a cold light under the sun, narrating the vicissitudes and guardianship of countless centuries. As I crossed the Great Wall, the scene before me abruptly transformed into an expanse of silver-clad beauty, an infinite world of ice and snow. The biting wind, sharp as a dagger, whipped against me, laden with icy shards, stinging my face. Gazing into the distance, the land lay beneath a thick blanket of snow, an endless sea of white stretching to infinity, as if the entire world were sealed within this boundless ice and snow, where time and space seemed to lose all significance. In this silver-clad expanse beyond the Great Wall, I unexpectedly stumbled upon some mysterious tribes of wild men. Stepping into their territory, I beheld simple yet primal abodes constructed from animal hides and deadwood, swaying precariously in the biting wind, yet resolutely enduring. These tribes appeared free and carefree, yet within them simmered deep-seated conflicts. Due to unequal distribution of resources, fierce disputes frequently erupted. Some would brawl over a prime piece of hide, while others would argue heatedly over a sheltered cave. The lack of unified order and cooperation among the tribe members led to a disjointed existence, each fighting for their own cause. However, it is impossible to overlook the remarkable individual combat prowess of these wild men. From a young age, they have struggled and fought in this harsh environment, battling ferocious beasts and contending with severe weather. Years of hardship have endowed them with robust physiques, their muscular forms chiseled like sculptures, each muscle containing boundless strength. Their combat instincts are innate, allowing them to react swiftly in the face of danger. Their attacks quick and lethal. Their ability to adapt to the cold and harsh conditions is nothing short of astounding. In this frozen world, where an ordinary person would shiver uncontrollably and move sluggishly, they can run barefoot across the snow in thin hides, as if flying. They know every corner of this icy realm, aware of where to find water and where to seek food. The harsh environment serves as their best sanctuary and training ground, enabling them to thrive and fight under extreme conditions. If harnessed effectively, they could represent a formidable force. I pondered within myself, a little training would yield excellent soldiers. Imagining these wild men, disciplined and unified, I envisioned a powerful force that would strike terror into the hearts of their enemies, particularly the giant tribe, now dwindling in number to merely 200 or 300. Though few in number, each giant possesses a towering and robust physique. Their stature several times that of an ordinary human. Their strength is truly astonishing. With a mere flick of their wrist, they can upend colossal boulders and effortlessly snap sturdy trees. If only these giants could be gathered and clad in armor tailored to their formidable forms, the outcome would be extraordinary. Picture, if you will, giants adorned in heavy armor, akin to moving fortresses. Their robust defenses would withstand the majority of weaponry. And when they charge, they resemble humanoid tanks, shaking the very earth beneath their feet, unstoppable in their advance. Chapter 26. The urgency of the others. I have found them. The others. I whispered softly, my voice swallowed instantaneously by the howling cold wind, yet my gaze remained fixed like a hawk honing in on its prey, locked onto the distant figure emanating an eerie aura. It was a creature enveloped in ice crystals, resembling a moving glacier, exuding an intense chill. Its form was tall and elongated, its contours appearing blurred and ethereal under the refracted light of the ice shards. Most chilling of all were its eyes, gleaming with a ghostly blue light, as if they were imbued with the essence of the netherworld, radiating an unending coldness and deathly silence that sent shivers down my spine. It seems the resurrection of the others has commenced. I pondered silently, my brow instinctively furrowing into a frown. Preparations must be made swiftly. In this land of Westeros, rife with wonder and peril, the emergence of the others heralds the advent of an apocalyptic calamity, and I find myself already ensnared in this vortex of destiny. Standing in the vast, icy expanse beyond the wall, the frigid wind sliced against my cheeks like a blade. I hovered in midair, gazing down upon the others, my mind weighing the decision of whether to intervene. Should I unleash a forbidden spell to obliterate them all? The thought flashed through my mind like lightning. I am acutely aware of the power of such a spell. It possesses the capacity to reshape the very world, and once invoked, this area would be reduced to scorched earth, consumed by a tempest of heat and energy, with the others reduced to mere ashes, erased from existence. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, I resolutely dismissed this notion. It would be wiser to wait. The external pressure posed by the others would facilitate my unification of the Seven Kingdoms. I silently calculated in my mind, a slight smile gracing my lips, barely perceptible. In this land rife with power struggles, the existence of the others is undoubtedly a double-edged sword, capable of bringing forth a cataclysmic threat while simultaneously serving as my most potent bargaining chip. The noble houses and the populace, faced with the menace of the others, would inevitably lean more heavily on my strength for survival, and this, indeed, is a splendid opportunity for me to realize my ambitions of unifying the Seven Kingdoms. Simultaneously, the others had keenly sensed my presence in the sky. The once lifeless light within their ghostly blue eyes flickered momentarily, revealing a hint of confusion and wariness. Who is this human? They pondered, filled with perplexity. His aura is so formidable that I feel a significant threat. Throughout the ages, the others have been a source of dread upon this land, seldom encountering adversaries that evoke a sense of danger. I did not linger in one place for too long, fully aware that engaging in a direct confrontation with the others at this juncture would be unwise. Thus, I gently turned, surrounded by a surge of spiritual energy, transforming into a radiant beam as I soared into the distance. The specter gazed at my departing figure, and within its eerie azure eyes, the chill deepened, accompanied by an unprecedented sense of urgency. It murmured softly, its voice deep and hoarse, as if it were a whisper emanating from beneath a frozen surface. I require more kin, more energy. I am on the verge of ascending to the sacred level. In pursuit of breaking through that shackle and attaining the formidable realm of sanctity, the specter embarked on increasingly frenzied actions. My emergence was akin to a colossal stone cast into the still waters of a lake, serving as a catalyst for the specter's accelerated march southward. From that moment forth, they commenced more frequent assaults on the villages of the north. Each night, the ghostly blue flames flickered in the darkness, and the villagers' cries of despair echoed relentlessly. The specters dragged away the corpses of the villagers, harvesting the energy birthed from death to continually augment their strength. This minor episode hastened the specter's southward advance. I mused inwardly, a faint smile gracing my lips, for this was precisely my desire. As the specters encroached ever closer, the Seven Kingdoms would inevitably plunge into a state of panic. All I needed was to emerge at the opportune moment, presenting myself as the savior, thus effortlessly garnering the people's hearts and sequentially realizing my grand vision of unifying the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 27. The Wildman King Mance Raider. The howling cold wind swept through, carrying with it a blizzard as I once again stepped into the territory of the Wildman tribes beyond the Great Wall, now shrouded in snow. Before me, the rudimentary beast skin tents trembled in the fierce winds, while in the distance, the flickering glow of a bonfire struggled against the relentless snowfall, as if it could be consumed by the biting cold at any moment. The air was saturated with the pungent scent of beast flesh and the acrid smoke of fires, intertwining to create a unique atmosphere that belonged solely to this desolate land. I stood firm, inhaling deeply, as my formidable mental prowess radiated outward like a surging tide. Centered around me, this intangible yet potent force spread rapidly, akin to a finely woven net, penetrating every nook and cranny of the tribe, leaving no sign of life overlooked. In this realm of mental perception, I meticulously discerned each unique life signal, singularly focused on locating the pivotal figure, the Wildman King, Mance Raider. The name Raider wielded considerable influence both within and beyond the Great Wall. Once a member of the Night's Watch, clad in black, he bore the grave responsibility of guarding the wall against external threats. Yet, whether driven by a yearning for freedom or disillusionment with the corruption within the Night's Watch, he resolutely severed ties with the organization, immersing himself in the seemingly savage, yet truly unfettered world of the Wildmen. This former Night's Watchman possessed remarkable abilities. I reflected inwardly, recognizing that earning the respect of the Wildman tribes and being willingly accepted as their leader could prove advantageous. Indeed, such was the case. Raider's leadership capabilities were nothing short of exceptional. Prior to his arrival, the various Wildman tribes resembled scattered grains of sand, each waging their own battles, often clashing over resources and territory. However, through his extraordinary wisdom and decisive judgment, he distinguished himself amidst countless hunts, battles, and crises. He earned the trust of the wildlings through his actions, gradually unifying these scattered tribes into a relatively stable alliance. His military prowess was equally remarkable. The terrain both inside and outside the Great Wall was intricate and ever-changing, encompassing vast, boundless ice fields, rugged mountains, and dense, shadowy forests. Mance Raider possessed an intimate knowledge of these landscapes, adeptly formulating ingenious tactics tailored to each unique environment. During hunts, he would exploit the openness of the ice fields to orchestrate the wildlings into a surrounding formation, driving their prey into a corner when faced with external threats. His familiarity with the mountains and forests allowed him to set ambushes, achieving unexpected victories. He understood the advantages and disadvantages of every perilous location, knowing how to maximize the wildling's strength at minimal cost to secure the greatest triumph. In the hearts of the wildlings, Mans Red held immense prestige. He was not merely their leader, but also their spiritual pillar. In times of adversity, the wildlings instinctively turned their gaze towards him, seeking his guidance and decisions. A single word or glance from him could ignite their fighting spirit, compelling them to charge forth unhesitatingly for the welfare of the tribe. His presence instilled a sense of belonging and cohesion among the wildlings, inspiring them to pledge their loyalty and strength towards a shared objective. I continued to unleash my mental energy, leaving no potential corner unexamined. I understood that locating Mans Red and securing his support would be a pivotal step in my endeavors on this land. Once successful, I could harness his strength to consolidate the disparate wildling tribes for my own purposes, whether to confront the impending threat of the White Walkers or to bolster my position in the future power dynamics. Chapter 28. The bargain with the wildling king. Amidst the howling northern winds and swirling snowflakes, I finally pinpointed the location of the wildling king, Mans Red. Through the strength of my mental perception, his tent was situated in the heart of the tribe, surrounded by guards. However, before my exquisite stealth techniques and mental magic, these obstacles felt as insubstantial as air. I tread lightly, like a silent breeze, effortlessly navigating through barriers, parting the heavy animal skin drapes, and stepping into his tent. Inside, the dim light was permeated by a damp smell of smoke and the stench of animal hides. Mans Red was crouched on the ground, his brow furrowed in concentration as he intently studied the animal skin map spread before him, surrounded by gnawed bones and worn satchels. Scattered on the ground were several crude arrows, his fingers unconsciously tracing the map, clearly deep in thought over the tribe's survival strategy. As the tribe moved towards unity, the surge in population exacerbated the pressing issue of food scarcity, casting a shadow of hunger over every clansman. This heavy burden weighed like a mountain on the resolute leader, leaving him somewhat breathless. My sudden appearance shattered the oppressive silence of the tent. Mans Red sprang to his feet, his hands swiftly reaching for the dagger at his waist, his eyes flashing with a momentary fear that was quickly replaced by steadiness and vigilance. He fixed his gaze upon me, his eyes sharp as daggers, scrutinizing me from head to toe as though seeking to penetrate my very essence. "Did you come from the south?" His voice was deep and hoarse, carrying a chilling edge akin to the northern winds. "What brings you here? How did you enter the camp?" His eyes brimmed with scrutiny and curiosity, as if I were a mysterious being from another realm. "Indeed, I have journeyed from within the Great Wall," I replied, a subtle smile gracing my lips in an attempt to diffuse the tense atmosphere. "How did I enter the camp? Are you referring to the guards outside?" "I merely employed a small ability." As I spoke, a flicker of thought stirred in my mind, invoking a spell of mental prowess. Recalling the moment I had sauntered past the sentinels unnoticed, their gazes vacant, oblivious to my presence, as if I were but a wisp of intangible air. "I have specifically come to find you." I stepped forward, maintaining a safe distance, and spoke slowly. "I am of the Lannister lineage." "Lannister?" His pupils constricted sharply, shock flooding his features like a tidal wave, impossible to mask. As a former Night's Watchman, he had spent countless nights upon the wall, well versed in the dynamics of the Seven Kingdoms and the renown of its noble houses. The power and wealth of House Lannister were known far and wide across the realm. "What business do you have with me?" His tone shifted to one of vigilance, his grip on the dagger tightening, his body taut as a coiled panther, poised to confront impending danger. "I am here to assist you." I chuckled lightly, speaking with deliberate calmness to render my voice more sincere and trustworthy. "I find your cause intriguing. The White Walkers have awakened, slowly encroaching southward." Upon hearing the term White Walkers, Mance Raider's expression remained inscrutable, as if this revelation was a long foreboding sword of Damocles hanging over him. He nodded slightly, his demeanor tranquil, as though he had long since come to terms with this grim reality. "I require your allegiance." I retracted my smile, fixing my unwavering gaze upon his eyes, candidly revealing my intentions. "You shall serve as my stronghold here. The free folk will not bow to anyone." His eyes sharpened, reflecting a fierce determination, the essence of the free folk's intrinsic devotion to liberty, coupled with his instinctual response as a leader to defend his dignity. "No, I do not seek to enslave you." I hastily waved my hand, patiently elucidating, "I respect your freedom. Perhaps you might view this as a transaction." I leaned closer, my expression earnest. "I can provide you with regular supplies. My fleet can reach any coastline. This harsh winter will claim many lives, and the White Walkers are drawing nearer. You need my assistance, and I require your strength." Mance Raider fell silent, his gaze shifting across my face, as if weighing the pros and cons. Engaged in an internal struggle, the tent was enveloped in silence, the howling winds and snow outside the only sound, time seemingly suspended in that moment. At last, he slowly lowered his dagger, exhaling deeply, the resoluteness in his eyes gradually giving way to a hint of resignation. Very well, I accept your proposal. His voice was deep and weary, yet if you were to breach your promise, we, the free folk, would not let it slide. Rest assured, the cooperation will be pleasant. I extended my hand, a smile blossoming once more upon my face, a silent sigh of relief escaping my heart. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately grasped my hand with his rough, calloused palm. In that instant, a pact was forged that would alter the fate beyond the wall, setting the wheels of destiny into a slow, deliberate motion. Chapter 29. Reflections after the Northern Expedition. The objectives of the Northern Expedition were largely accomplished, and I had gained a clearer understanding of the Night King's and the Three-Eyed Raven's powers. I made my way back to Winterfell, the ancient and weathered castle now cloaked in the tranquil embrace of night. The biting wind howled as it wove through the cracks in the walls, as if whispering the countless tales of this land's past. I stood before the weirwood tree, gazing up at its oddly twisted branches, my thoughts drifting back to memories of a past life. The Night King met his end here at the hands of Arya Stark. Yet given the strength I had witnessed in him today, how had Arya managed such a feat? It was certainly not a mere narrative convenience. The Three-Eyed Raven might have played a role. I murmured to myself, my brow furrowed, the chilling wind brushing against my hair, unable to distract me from my focus. Bran's pursuit to this place seemed far too coincidental, likely a trap set for the Night King. The Three-Eyed Raven, with his mastery of mind magic, possessed the capability to orchestrate events from behind the scenes. He may have utilized Bran's mental gifts to foresee the weaknesses of the White Walkers and subsequently conveyed this knowledge to Arya. I pondered deeply, my mind racing through various scenarios that could even directly influence Arya's actions, enabling her to deliver a fatal blow. The Three-Eyed Raven, with his ability to transcend time and space, must understand that this battle held the fate of the world in its balance, thus plotting in the shadows. Although the White Walkers were formidable, they were not invincible. Dragon glass and Valyrian steel were their Achilles' heels. My gaze grew profound, as if I could see through the weirwood into that fierce battle, continuing to contemplate how Arya had employed this knowledge to vanquish the Night King. These two materials could shatter the icy armor of the White Walkers, inflicting lethal damage upon their very essence. However, without the guidance of the Three-Eyed Raven, it would be exceedingly difficult for Arya to locate the Night King amidst the chaos of the battlefield and launch her attack. The Three-Eyed Raven acted like an invisible hand, intricately maneuvering this deadly chess game. It seemed imperative to remain ever vigilant, never to conclude matters as hastily as the Night King had. System. Search for items or abilities that could ensure my survival. I quietly implored in my mind, akin to a drowning person grasping at the last vestige of hope. The voice of the system was cold and mechanical, devoid of any emotion, yet within this tense atmosphere, it offered a glimmer of expectation. Moments later, the system's monotone voice reverberated once more, listing several items and abilities available for selection. Substitute puppet. This is a wondrous artifact, often resembling a small doll, crafted from special materials imbued with mysterious powers. When the user faces a life-threatening crisis, teetering on the brink of death, the substitute puppet will instantaneously activate, taking the brunt of the lethal attack in place of the user. It serves as a shadow of the user, stepping forth in the direst of moments to shield them from the clutches of death. However, the doppelganger can only be employed once. Once triggered, it transforms into mere dust, dissipating into the world. Yet, the survival opportunity it affords is undeniably invaluable to those teetering on the brink of life and death. The space transport scroll appears to be an ordinary parchment, yet it harbors formidable spatial power. When the user encounters insurmountable danger, they need only tear the scroll, and in an instant, a portal to another realm will open. Amidst the flickering light, the user will be drawn into it, transported to a pre-designated location. This not only allows the user to swiftly evade imminent peril, but also facilitates a strategic retreat at crucial moments, preserving their strength. However, the use of the space transport scroll comes with certain limitations. The designated location must be marked in advance, a process that requires considerable energy and special materials. Furthermore, the scroll itself is challenging to craft and exceedingly rare. The Soul Amulet is a treasured artifact dedicated to the protection of the soul, typically crafted from materials imbued with potent spiritual energy, possibly adorned with enigmatic gemstones or etched with ancient runes. It forms an invisible, resilient barrier, enveloping the user's soul and shielding it from the corrosive and malevolent forces of the outside world. Whether from the soul curses of dark magic or the soul-devouring might of formidable creatures, the soul amulet continues to function, safeguarding the integrity and purity of the soul. As long as the amulet remains intact, it will steadfastly protect the user's soul, providing a sense of security and assurance when confronted with various soul-targeting dangers. The time reversal hourglass, possessing an archaic design, emanates a faint aura of temporal power. When the user finds themselves in a dire situation, on the brink of death, the time reversal hourglass will activate. In an instant, time around them seems to freeze, then begins to flow backward, allowing the user to return to a specific moment in the past, thus averting their demise. However, the time reversal hourglass is exceedingly precious and rare. Its power defies the natural laws of time, and once used, it shatters into countless fragments of light, never to be utilized again. Therefore, how to seize this singular opportunity to reverse time becomes a matter of grave consideration for the user. Upon realizing that I was temporarily unable to trade for those exorbitantly priced items, a wave of disappointment washed over me, but I swiftly compelled myself to regain composure. Shifting my gaze away from the unattainable life-saving artifacts displayed by the system, I resolved to focus on the present world. After all, grounding myself in the here and now and fully utilizing the resources of this realm is the most pragmatic choice for enhancing my self-preservation capabilities. I pondered in silence. Are there divine items in this world? My thoughts carried a hint of anticipation. The three-eyed crow I had encountered was likely of demigod stature. Surely this world must harbor divine artifacts. I contemplated the extraordinary abilities exhibited by the three-eyed crow, its insight into past and future, its control over mental forces, leading me to believe that this world conceals items associated with divinity that might be of use to me. System search in progress. Searching for divine items in this world, the system's voice was cold and mechanical, devoid of any emotional inflection. Yet it stirred a ripple of hope within me. Each passing second of waiting seems to stretch interminably, as I yearn to uncover the divine artifacts that await my discovery in this realm teeming with enchantment and mystery. Moments later, the system's monotonous voice reverberates in my mind once more, presenting a selection of items to choose from. Heart of the Fishliong, wood in Winterfell. The ancient Fishliong tree stands silently, as if it bears witness to the vicissitudes of time. Within its core lies a mysterious essence known as the heart of the Fishliong wood. This heart-shaped essence emanates a soft and peculiar glow, embodying the fusion of nature and mystical forces. Once the user acquires and absorbs it, their mental acuity is significantly enhanced. In a world rife with magic and intrigue, formidable mental prowess translates to a greater ability to resist the onslaught of psychic spells, discern the thoughts of others, and, at pivotal moments, sway the will of those around them. Additionally, it greatly augments vitality, rendering the user's body more resilient and endowed with an enhanced capacity for self-healing, allowing for swifter recovery in the face of pain and illness, as if bestowed with a tenacious life force by nature itself. Dragon Crystal Core. Dragon crystals are exceedingly rare across the continent of Westeros, and the Dragon Crystal Core is the pinnacle among them. It resembles a frozen star, harboring potent fire elemental energy within. Upon obtaining and activating the Dragon Crystal Core, the user can harness this formidable flame power, unleashing roaring infernos to incinerate adversaries, or, in dire circumstances, erect an impenetrable barrier of fire to fend off various assaults. This fire elemental energy not only possesses immense destructive capability, but also provides warmth and illumination in the frigid north, serving as a crucial resource for survival and combat in this icy expanse. Eye of the Old Gods. Legends speak of the Old Gods having left behind numerous enigmatic relics on this continent, and the Eye of the Old Gods is among them. It may manifest as a gem shimmering with ethereal light or a uniquely crafted artifact. When the user possesses the Eye of the Old Gods, it is as though they are gifted with eyes capable of piercing through fog, unveiling all illusions and disguises. Neither meticulously crafted magical traps laid by foes, nor the hidden creatures lurking in the shadows can evade its insight. Amidst the whirlpool of power struggles, the Eye of the Old Gods aids the user in unraveling the schemes of adversaries, allowing for preemptive measures to avert perilous situations, thus becoming an essential ally in navigating complex circumstances. Crown of the Night King. As the leader of the army of the undead, the Night King's icy crown. The crown of the Night King undoubtedly harbors immense ice elemental divinity. This crown is forged from pure ice essence, radiating a chilling aura. Its bearer can command the power of ice, conjuring ice walls, ice spikes, and other offensive maneuvers to launch relentless assaults against foes. Simultaneously, by harnessing the power of ice, one can transform the surrounding environment into a battlefield advantageous to themselves, or, in moments of danger, conjure an ice shield to safeguard against harm. The crown of the Night King embodies a divine essence of ice, which not only enhances the combat prowess of its bearer, but also bestows upon them a mysterious power that allows them to merge with the frigid realm. Chapter 30 of the Heart of Fishbeam, Mortal Level 9, the Holy Domain and Divine Combat Power System. In order to further refine this combat power system and ensure that the audience can clearly comprehend the disparities in strength and the logic of combat at each stage, the following is a supplementary elaboration of the system. 1. Mortal Level 9 Combat Power System, Level 1 to 3. Ordinary humans. This category encompasses the majority of common individuals, whose physical abilities, combat skills, and reflexes are considered average. Level 1. Typical adults, untrained, with average physical qualities. Level 2. Soldiers or athletes with basic training, possessing some combat skills and physical fitness. Level 3. Elite soldiers or fighters with considerable combat experience and superior physical attributes. Levels 4 to 6. Systematically trained humans. These individuals have undergone systematic combat training, mastering advanced combat techniques and tactics, with physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary humans. Level 4. Advanced warriors or knights, proficient in the use of various weapons, with rich combat experience. Level 5. Elite warriors or commanders, equipped with strong combat intuition and tactical acumen. Level 6. The pinnacle of human warriors, exemplified by figures like Gregor Cregan, possessing nearly maximal physical attributes and combat skills. Levels 7 to 9. Exceptional beings. At this stage, beings transcend the limitations of ordinary humans, exhibiting extraordinary strength, speed, endurance, or unique abilities. Level 7. Mature magical beasts or dragons, or transformed humans, such as the undead, possessing formidable destructive power and regenerative capabilities. Level 8. Superior magical beasts or outstanding dragons, wielding devastating power capable of effortlessly annihilating small armies. Level 9. The zenith of humanity or apex magical beasts, such as the protagonist, endowed with nearly invincible strength and combat skills, capable of single-handedly confronting multiple lower-tier opponents. 2. Holy Domain and Divine Combat Power System, Level 10. Holy Domain. When a Level 9 powerhouse breaks their limits and ascends into the Holy Domain, it signifies their transcendence beyond mortal confines as they begin to tap into elemental energy and the powers of domains. Domain Level. Mage God. When a particular elemental energy can form a domain, it is regarded as a domain-level powerhouse. Combat strength and control within the domain are significantly enhanced, allowing them to suppress lower-tier opponents. Levels 11 to 13. Lesser gods. Upon reaching the pinnacle of their domain and breaking through, they grasp the power of the laws and become lesser gods. Each additional law comprehended elevates them further in rank. Level 11. Lesser God mastering 1 law. Level 12. Lesser God mastering 2 laws. Level 13. Lesser God mastering 3 laws. Levels 14 to 16. Intermediate gods. Intermediate gods are more formidable than lesser gods, possessing mastery over a greater number of laws, resulting in a substantial enhancement in combat prowess. Level 14. Intermediate God mastering 4 laws. Level 15. Intermediate God mastering 5 laws. 16th rank, Master of 6 laws. 17th rank, Upper Deity. The Upper Deity represents the pinnacle of divine strength, possessing a greater mastery of the laws, with combat prowess reaching extraordinary heights. 18th rank, Upper Deity mastering 8 laws. 19th rank, Upper Deity mastering 9 laws. 20th rank, Half-Step Supreme Deity. When a law has begun to coalesce into the embryonic form of a divine essence, it is regarded as a half-step supreme deity. The half-step supreme deity approaches the level of a supreme deity, exhibiting combat capabilities that far exceed those of an upper deity. 21st to 23rd ranks, lower supreme deity. Upon fully coalescing the divine essence, one enters the realm of lower supreme deity. With each additional integration of a law into the divine essence, one ascends a rank. 21st rank, lower supreme deity, integrating 1 law. 22nd rank, lower supreme deity, integrating 2 laws. 23rd rank, lower supreme deity, integrating 3 laws. 24th to 26th ranks, middle supreme deity. The middle supreme deity possesses greater strength than the lower supreme deity, mastering more laws and significantly enhancing combat abilities. 24th rank, middle supreme deity, integrating 4 laws. 25th rank, Middle Supreme Deity integrating 5 laws. 26th rank. Middle Supreme Deity integrating 6 laws. 27th to 29th ranks. Upper Supreme Deity. The Upper Supreme Deity stands as the elite among Supreme Deities, mastering an extensive array of laws, with combat prowess reaching remarkable levels. 27th rank. Upper Supreme Deity integrating 7 laws. 28th rank. Upper Supreme Deity integrating 8 laws. 29th rank. Upper Supreme Deity integrating 9 laws. 30th rank. Sovereign. The Sovereign epitomizes the highest echelon of divine strength, mastering 10 laws, achieving peak combat efficacy, and standing nearly invincible. 3. Ascending combat rules battling 1 rank higher. Typically, a warrior at 1 rank lower requires the concerted effort of 5 individuals to barely contend with an opponent 1 rank higher. For instance, 5 warriors of the 6th rank can struggle against a single 7th rank entity, yet the battle will be exceedingly arduous, with potential casualties. Battling 2 ranks higher. Engaging 2 ranks higher is nearly impossible to overcome merely through numerical superiority unless bolstered by exceptional equipment, items, or strategic coordination. For example, 10 6th rank warriors would still find it exceedingly challenging to confront an 8th rank entity. Battling 3 ranks or more. This disparity cannot be compensated for through numbers or tactics. Lower-ranked warriors stand little to no chance against higher-ranked beings. 4. The impact of equipment and items. Ordinary equipment. Items such as swords, shields, and armor can enhance a warrior's combat capabilities, but cannot alter the intrinsic rank disparity. For example, a 6th rank warrior, even when well-equipped, would find it difficult to face a 7th rank entity alone. Magical equipment. Enchanted weapons or armor can significantly amplify combat strength, potentially allowing a warrior to momentarily engage in battles beyond their rank. For instance, an enchanted sword may enable a 6th rank warrior to contend with a 7th rank entity for a brief period. Special equipment, such as magical scrolls and potions, which can alter the course of battle at critical moments, though they often come with usage limitations or side effects. Special abilities and talents. Some humans or creatures are inherently endowed with exceptional abilities, such as extraordinary regenerative powers or elemental manipulation. These abilities can grant them an advantage over their peers, even enabling them to combat foes of a higher tier. Demonization, for instance. Gregor's transformation allowed him to ascend from the realm of the undead to the 7th tier. This process typically bestows immense power, yet it may also entail the risk of losing one's sanity or undergoing physical mutation. Dragons and beasts classification. Dragons. Dragons are beings of the 79th tier, with mature dragons generally being of the 78th tier, while the kings among them or ancient dragons can reach the 9th tier. They possess formidable physical strength, flight capabilities, and breath attacks, making them the quintessential entities on the battlefield. Beasts. The variety of magical beasts spans from the 7th to the 9th tier. Higher tier beasts often possess unique abilities such as elemental control, invisibility, and mental manipulation, posing significant threats to lower-tier warriors. Protagonist's power positioning. The protagonist, as a pinnacle human warrior of the 9th tier, has reached the zenith of mortal combat prowess. He is capable of confronting multiple 8th tier beings single-handedly and even gaining the upper hand in battles against 9th tier magical beasts or dragons. His combat skills, innate talents, and equipment have all reached their utmost potential, making him one of the most formidable entities in this world. Combat logic and tactics. Numerical advantage. When facing higher-tier beings, lower-tier warriors typically rely on numerical superiority and tactical coordination to compensate for the disparity in strength. For instance, employing ranged weapons, traps, or magical items to weaken opponents. Environmental factors. The battleground can also influence the outcome. In confined spaces, the advantages of dragons may be mitigated, allowing human warriors to utilize the terrain for ambushes. Psychological warfare. Higher-tier beings often possess considerable intellect, enabling them to disrupt their opponent's formations or morale through psychological tactics. Future expansion of the power system. Existences beyond the 9th tier. In exceptional circumstances, there may be beings or warriors that transcend the 9th tier, such as ancient deities or legendary beasts. These entities typically exist outside the framework of mortal combat prowess and belong to the realm of myth. Advancement and breakthrough. Certain warriors or creatures may find unique means to surpass tier limitations, as the protagonist might discover a way to transcend the 9th tier and reach a higher echelon through specific opportunities within the narrative. Through these elaborations and refinements, the power system becomes clearer and more coherent, allowing the audience to better understand the power positioning and combat logic of each character. Chapter 31. The scheme of the fishling magician standing before the fishing in Winterfell, the biting cold wind howls, brushing against my icy cheeks. Yet it cannot extinguish the fervor within my heart. My heart shudders involuntarily, a response to an uncontainable excitement and anticipation. Fishling magician, I murmur softly, my voice swallowed by the wind, yet a glimmer of greed flickers in my eyes. This is the core of the fishling mu, imbued with ancient and mysterious power. Once I possess it, I shall break free from my current plight and ascend to a new realm. The acquisition came with remarkable ease, stirring a quiet sense of triumph within me, as a subtle smile of satisfaction graced my lips. With this newfound power, my mental acuity and vitality would experience a profound enhancement. I could almost envision myself endowed with formidable mental strength, effortlessly repelling any probing into my thoughts, and discerning all manner of schemes and deceptions. The augmentation of my life force would enable me to swiftly recover from any fatal injuries, granting me an almost immortal resilience. Strategizing regarding the three-eyed crow demanded careful consideration. My thoughts deepened, and the smile gradually faded, replaced by a visage of solemnity. Although the three-eyed crow existed solely as a spectral entity, it remained a potent force, wielding mastery over psychic magic and possessing an uncanny insight into the world that could instill dread in any adversary. I resolutely reminded myself to proceed with caution, ensuring that my intentions remained concealed from it. The three-eyed crow excelled in manipulating human emotions. A moment's carelessness could expose my plans, jeopardizing not only my pursuit of the heart of the fish Liangmu, but also potentially leading me into an irrevocable abyss. A comprehensive strategy was imperative, one capable of eluding the three-eyed crow's scrutiny. I began to meticulously recall every clue associated with the three-eyed crow. Where did it typically conceal itself? Beyond the fish Liangmu, what were the sources of its power? What did it hold most dear? Through these inquiries, I gradually charted a rough course of action. Perhaps I could initially focus on its protective mechanisms, seeking to understand how it safeguarded the heart of the fish Liangmu. Subsequently, I would look for an opportune moment, one that could divert the three-eyed crow's attention. For instance, I could exploit the actions of the others to create chaos, drawing the three-eyed crow's gaze away from my endeavors concerning the heart of the fish Liangmu. The fish Liangmu before me seemed to sense my malicious intent. The previously motionless branches quivered suddenly, producing a rustling sound akin to a silent warning. It appeared to have discerned my ulterior motives. A jolt of surprise coursed through me, yet I quickly regained my composure. This, however, did not deter my plans. With a cold huff, a glint of determination flickered in my eyes. Since the fish Liangmu had become aware, I must hasten my actions. I could utilize its response to gauge the three-eyed crow's vigilance. If the fish Liangmu's agitation elicited a strong reaction from the three-eyed crow, it would confirm my suspicions regarding its stringent guardianship over the heart of the fish Liangmu. Conversely, if the three-eyed crow remained largely unresponsive, I would need to reevaluate my strategy and seek alternative avenues for approach. To prepare for various potential scenarios, I commenced simulating different situations in my mind, devising a range of contingency strategies. How would I respond if the three-eyed crow directly intervened? If it commanded other creatures to assail me, what defenses could I employ? I needed to ensure that I possessed an escape route in every conceivable circumstance, safeguarding my life while retaining the opportunity to once more attempt to seize the heart of the fish Liangmu. With all preparations complete and merely awaiting the opportune moment, I would launch my final assault on the heart of the fish Liangmu. The impending clash with the three-eyed crow was on the horizon, and I would not falter. Chapter 32. The temptation standing before the ancient and enigmatic fishleaf tree in Winterfell. The biting wind howled, causing the surrounding snow to whisper softly. Yet, my attention was entirely captivated by this venerable tree. Gazing at its gnarled branches, imbued with an air of antiquity, my heart quivered. The phrase heart of the fishleaf tree echoed incessantly in my mind, stirring an insatiable yearning within me. Heart of the fishleaf tree, I murmured softly, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in my eyes, quickly suppressed. This was indeed an opportunity that required no arduous effort to seize. I contemplated inwardly. Possessing this would provide an unimaginable enhancement to my mental and vital energies, granting me a greater capacity for self-preservation in this perilous world. Devising a plan for the three-eyed crow thus, I resolved to meticulously strategize regarding the three-eyed crow. My brow furrowed, and my gaze turned steely. Although the crow existed solely as a spiritual entity, its formidable mental magic and extraordinary insight into all things rendered me cautious, leaving no room for complacency. I repeatedly reminded myself to proceed with utmost care. For a single misstep could not only jeopardize my quest for the heart of the fishleaf tree, but could also plunge me into an irretrievable abyss. To unravel its secrets, I began to recollect past encounters and clues related to the three-eyed crow. Where did it typically conceal itself? Beyond the fishleaf tree, from whence did its power derive? What did it cherish most? As I pondered these inquiries, a rough outline of a plan gradually took shape in my mind. I intended to commence with the fishleaf tree, testing its protective mechanisms, and then await an opportune moment, perhaps by instigating chaos through the actions of the White Walkers, to distract the three-eyed crow, allowing me to seize the heart of the fishleaf tree. Testing the fishleaf tree, I inhaled deeply, seeking to calm the tumult of my excitement and trepidation, and slowly extended my right hand, my fingertips grazing the rough bark of the fishleaf tree. The instant my fingers made contact, an extraordinary surge of energy coursed through me, sending a shiver down my spine. The tree seemed to respond with fury. Its previously still branches trembled violently, emitting a cacophony of creaks, while the air around me became charged with an unseen force, restless and agitated. It appeared that its reaction was indeed profound. I mused quietly. This mere touch had provoked such a commotion, a testament to the three-eyed crow's vigilant guardianship over the fishleaf tree. To probe further, I gathered a faint thread of mental energy, cautiously infusing it into the tree, akin to navigating through darkness, fearful of triggering hidden traps. In an instant, the trembling of the fishleaf tree intensified, and a ghostly green light erupted from its trunk, soaring towards the heavens, forming a colossal halo in the sky. Within that luminescence, countless eyes seemed to gaze upon me, as if warning me of my transgression. Soon after, a torrent of potent mental energy surged forth from the tree, akin to an enraged beast, attempting to consume my encroaching mental presence. I swiftly withdrew my mental energy, my body trembling slightly from the recent confrontation. Such formidable power. I whispered to myself. This trial had provided me with a more vivid understanding of the three-eyed crow's might. However, rather than retreating, I found my inner resolve invigorated. Having discerned some of its protective mechanisms, my next course of action was to identify vulnerabilities and await the opportune moment. I began to meticulously observe every subtle change in the weirwood, striving to unravel patterns from its responses. Simultaneously, I remained alert to the surrounding environment, anticipating the moment that could distract the three-eyed raven, allowing me to deftly execute my plan to seize the heart of the weirwood. Chapter 33. Assassination and Harvest. In the shadows of Winterfell, the undercurrents of power surged tumultuously, and I stood at the precipice of this storm, orchestrating an action capable of altering destinies. My gaze was fixed upon the ancient and enigmatic weirwood, which stood silently, as if narrating the millennia of upheaval that had befallen Westeros, while concealing the coveted power of the weirwood's heart. The conspiracy of assassination. I understood all too well that to obtain the heart of the weirwood, the three-eyed raven must first be dealt with, and at present, its essence resided within Bran Stark's form. Bran, once an innocent youth, had become a pivotal figure in wielding this mysterious power due to the caprices of fate. This was not merely a dialogue with ancient forces, it was the very fulcrum of my endeavor. Reluctant to act impulsively, I began to meticulously lay my plans in secrecy. I tapped into my intricate network within the city, selecting a cadre of nimble, ruthless assassins, driven by an insatiable thirst for wealth. These individuals slithered through the darkness like serpents concealed in shadows, poised to deliver a lethal strike. I provided them with a detailed description of Bran's appearance, ensuring their familiarity with the target. To facilitate the success of this assassination, I also equipped the assassins with specially crafted weapons, forged from high-quality steel. These blades were exceptionally sharp and coated with a paralyzing poison extracted from rare toxic herbs. This concoction would render the target's muscles slack in an instant, immobilizing him and granting the assassins ample time to accomplish their mission. Furthermore, I outfitted them in garments made from unique materials, designed to significantly reduce noise during their movements while also possessing properties that would obscure their presence, making them harder to detect as they approach their target. The quest for weaknesses. While preparing for the assassination, I did not cease my pursuit of Bran's vulnerabilities. I gathered information from myriad sources, delving into every aspect of his life, from his carefree childhood in Winterfell to the painful growth he endured after his tragic upheaval, and ultimately, his arduous journey to becoming the three-eyed raven. After extensive investigation, I finally unearthed his critical weakness. Despite Bran's formidable mental prowess, which allowed him to perceive the past and glimpse the future, his corporeal form remained that of a fragile human, particularly during his deep meditative states. When his focus was intensely directed towards his mystical communion with the weirwood, his awareness of the external world dulled significantly, rendering his physical defenses nearly non-existent. This revelation illuminated a path to success. If I could exploit this vulnerability and launch a sudden assault during his meditation, I might just breach his defenses. Actions and rewards at last. Several days later, on a night shrouded in ominous clouds with no moonlight to be seen, the assassination operation officially commenced. In a modestly furnished yet warm hospital room, Bran Stark lay quietly on his bed. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid, his eyes tightly shut, and his brow occasionally furrowed as if troubled by dreams. The flickering candlelight by his bedside cast a warm, dappled glow upon the walls, imbuing the tranquil space with an air of mystery. The assassins exchanged knowing glances and began their mission in unison. They moved with agility and grace, nearly soundless in their approach. One particularly lithe assassin advanced cautiously, wielding a specially crafted tool, and began to deftly pick the lock. His fingers manipulated the instrument with dexterity, his gaze unwavering from the door lock, beads of perspiration forming on his brow and glistening in the faint light. Suddenly, the lock emitted a faint click, and the door creaked open just a crack. The assassins tensed, poised for action. As they neared the opportune moment, one of them surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, lunging at Bran, his dagger glinting menacingly. Bran seemed to sense the impending danger. His eyes flew open, revealing an otherworldly blue light that erupted from within, a formidable mental force radiating outward like a surging tide. However, the assassins had anticipated this. Having ingested a concoction, I had prepared to provide temporary resistance against mental assaults. In the ensuing fierce struggle, despite Bran's valiant resistance, he ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of multiple attackers. A dagger found its mark in his shoulder, eliciting a muffled cry of pain as his body crumpled. Concurrently, I could distinctly sense the great turmoil affecting the weirwood tree. The previously tranquil branches began to quiver violently, emitting creaking sounds, while the surrounding air felt as though it were being stirred by an invisible force, becoming restless and agitated. I understood that the weirwood was distracted. This was my prime opportunity to seize its heart. I swiftly navigated through the chaotic battlefield until I stood before the weirwood. Following a meticulously researched method, I focused my energy, carefully guiding the mysterious force to extract the heart of the weirwood. As a dazzling light flashed, the heart slowly materialized before me. I reached out, grasping it tightly, and a powerful, warm energy surged into my being, causing me to tremble involuntarily. I had succeeded. After countless schemes and perils, I had finally acquired the heart of the weirwood. In that moment, I felt my strength accelerating, my mental acuity sharpening, and my vitality flourishing. I knew that from this instant onward, my fate would irrevocably change, and with this newfound power, I would carve out my own legend in the treacherous realm of Westeros, rife with intrigue and conflict. Chapter 34. The Chaos of Winterfell, Refinement and Opportunity. Meanwhile, Winterfell was in utter disarray. It had not been long since Eddard Stark had departed with the king to King's Landing to assume the role of Hand of the King, and the entire castle remained steeped in a subtle, yet palpable tension. No one could have anticipated that, at this very moment, young Bran would be the target of an assassination attempt. The once tranquil hospital room was now stained crimson with blood, and the stench of violence permeated the air, inducing nausea. Coincidentally, Robb had come to visit Bran, upon hearing the commotion of his brother's assault. This young heir of the North charged into the room like an enraged lion. The blade in his hand gleamed with a cold light as he fearlessly confronted the assassins. Robb's swordsmanship was exquisite, each swing infused with fury and strength, and amidst the chaos, he managed to rescue his brother. However, Bran remained in a deep coma due to his severe injuries, his pallid complexion and faint breath tugging at the hearts of all who cared for him. The loss of the heart of the weirwood was akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples of turmoil throughout. The absence of the tree's essence could plunge the three-eyed raven into an eternal slumber. The once mystical balance of power was shattered, casting a shadow over the entire Winterfell. Ancient prophecies seemed to be unfolding one by one, filling the hearts of the people with dread and confusion. What astonished me was how the plot inexplicably returned to its original course. Everything appeared to progress along its predetermined path, yet this time, I had become the variable capable of altering fate. I was acutely aware of the overwhelming power contained within the heart of the weirwood. If not handled with utmost care, it could not only endanger me, but also incite greater chaos. After acquiring the heart, I knew I must hasten back to Castle Black. Only within the fortress of Castle Black could I safely refine the energy it contained. With utmost caution, I concealed the heart close to my body, as if safeguarding the most precious treasure in existence. My sole thought was to return to Castle Black as swiftly as possible, grasping the heart of the weirwood tightly. It felt warm and vibrant, akin to a living, pulsating heart. I could sense the immense power it harbored, a force surging like a turbulent undercurrent within my palm, causing my pulse to quicken in response. With the strength of the weirwood heart, perhaps I could transcend my limitations. I mused inwardly, my gaze deep and resolute. For too long, I had been ensnared by the shackles of the Holy Order. No matter how diligently I practiced day and night, I could not advance further. The leap from the Holy Order to the Divine Order loomed like an insurmountable chasm before me. That breakthrough could not be achieved solely through monotonous daily training. It required an opportunity, an occasion that would allow me to defy convention and undergo a transformative metamorphosis. The excitement within me was nearly unbearable, and in that instant, I could no longer contain my exhilaration. My heart felt as though it might leap from my throat. A flicker of fervor danced in my eyes, and my hands trembled slightly with anticipation. The soft glow emanating from the weirwood heart illuminated my face, revealing an expression of both greed and resolve. If I could just refine the heart, I would break free from my current predicament and ascend to a new realm. I repeated this mantra in my heart, as if it were an incantation bestowing upon me strength. Imagining the scene after transcending to the divine realm, an endless surge of power courses through my being, granting me dominion over wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, allowing me to perceive the essence of all things in this harsh world, where I shall wield absolute authority. In that moment, those who once underestimated me will tremble beneath my feet. The once mighty forces will regard me with profound reverence. I am acutely aware that refining the heart of the fishleaf tree is no trivial feat, fraught with arduous challenges and perilous obstacles. The ancient and mysterious power contained within the heart may even harbor a protective will. A moment's carelessness could result in not only failure to refine it, but also a backlash of its force, leading to a fate of utter disintegration. Yet, these apprehensions pale in comparison to my thirst for power. To break through to the divine realm, I am willing to gamble all risks. Even if the path ahead is strewn with thorns and leads to an abyss, I shall tread forward without hesitation. Chapter 35. Catelyn's fury and doubt. Catelyn stood in Bran's chamber, gazing at her unconscious son, her fury rising like an uncontainable tide. The air was thick with the scent of death, with the bodies of assassins sprawled haphazardly upon the ground, the metallic odor of blood overwhelming. Her eyes, bloodshot and fierce, fixated on the corpses, as if she sought to penetrate their very souls. Find out who did this, she commanded, her voice laced with icy resolve and unyielding determination. I want to know every detail, leave nothing unexamined. Her fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, her body trembling with rage. As a mother, how could she not harbor hatred? How could she not feel wrath, witnessing her child endure such calamity? The fall of Bran's downfall may not have been mere happenstance. Catelyn continued her silent contemplation, a glint of sharp suspicion crossing her gaze. She paced slowly, each step heavy and deliberate, for everything felt too coincidental. Perhaps Bran had stumbled upon something he should not have seen, leading to this misfortune. She vividly recalled Bran's excited recounting of a peculiar discovery within the castle prior to the incident. In hindsight, those words might conceal overlooked clues of great significance. Doubt of the Lannister family. The more Catelyn pondered, the more she became convinced that there were hidden truths behind this affair, and the shadow of the Lannister family loomed large in her mind. The Lannisters, a family of immense power, were known for their unscrupulous methods. They manipulated the very currents of authority, willing to commit any act to achieve their aims. Recently, subtle undercurrents had begun to surface in their dealings, leading her to wonder if Bran had inadvertently uncovered their dark secrets, thus provoking this murderous calamity. As this realization settled in, her gaze grew colder, and she silently vowed that if this truly linked back to the Lannisters, she would ensure they paid a grievous price. At that moment, Roderick Castle hurried into the room, his expression grave, brandishing a sword, the very weapon abandoned by the assassin. "My lady, this is the assassin's weapon," he declared, presenting the sword before Catelyn. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, far beyond that of an ordinary assassin. The forging of the blade was masterful, and intricate patterns adorned the hilt. I have never seen such a meticulously crafted weapon. Catelyn took the sword, examining it with great care. The blade shimmered with a cold light, its touch icy, unmistakably a weapon capable of slicing through steel with ease. The intricate patterns on the hilt were shrouded in mystery, seemingly concealing a special significance. A chill ran through her heart. Such a weapon could only be forged by families of immense wealth and power. The Lannister family, rich enough to rival nations, would find the crafting of such arms a trivial endeavor. This further solidified her suspicions that the Lannisters were likely behind this affair. Determined to journey to King's Landing, Catelyn gripped the sword tightly, her resolve growing ever firmer. Perhaps it was imperative for her to uncover the truth in person. King's Landing, the epicenter of power, appeared bustling and vibrant on the surface, yet beneath its facade lay a torrent of intrigue and corruption. The Lannisters had deep roots there, their influence sprawling and complex. Nonetheless, Catelyn harbored no intentions of retreating. For the sake of avenging her son and preserving the honor of House Stark, she willingly ventured into this den of dragons and tigers. She was acutely aware of the perils that awaited her in King's Landing. The Lannisters would undoubtedly obstruct her quest for the truth and might even conspire against her in the shadows. Yet, Catelyn was not one to cower. Having grown up in the North, she had weathered countless storms and conflicts, cultivating an unyielding spirit. Thoughts of her husband, Eddard, who served as Hand of the King in King's Landing, flickered in her mind. Perhaps he could lend her assistance. With this thought, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Catelyn's eyes. Roderick, she turned to the loyal old steward. During my absence, I entrust Winterfell to your care. Look after Bran and the other children, reinforce the castle's defenses, and ensure that our enemies find no opportunity to strike. Roderick knelt on one knee, solemnly assuring her, My lady, rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to safeguard Winterfell. Please, take care in King's Landing. We all await your safe return. Catelyn nodded, inhaling deeply as she began to prepare for her journey. She selected the most elite and loyal guards, readying her provisions and weapons. She understood that this would be a challenging expedition, but if it meant unearthing the truth and avenging her son, every hardship would be worthwhile. Chapter 36, Arranging Affairs. The Imp's aspirations in the Westerlands. At Casterly Rock, the biting wind howled past the towering walls, isolating the clamor of the town behind its formidable stone barriers. I had just extricated myself from a tangled web of affairs and hastily instructed my subordinates to manage the distribution of supplies for the free folk, ensuring they would have adequate provisions in this harsh winter. Following that, I tirelessly set about organizing a fleet to transport these vital supplies. I understood well that for the beleaguered free folk, the timely delivery of provisions was a matter of life and death. Thus, I swiftly summoned the most competent navigators and sailors within the castle, convening in the spacious council chamber to discuss the intricacies of the transport. With nautical charts spread across the table, I pointed to the designated routes, meticulously outlining their mission. This transport task was arduous, and the free folk were in dire need of supplies. You must follow this course and ensure the safe arrival of the provisions. With all preparations complete, the fleet slowly departed from the harbor. I stood upon the shore, gazing at the receding ships, silently praying for their safe passage. At this moment, an intense yearning surged within me, compelling me to hasten towards my secret chamber. The room was steeped in a mysterious and ancient ambience. In the center, the heart of the fishbeam wood floated serenely, emanating a soft yet enigmatic glow. I took a deep breath, gradually closing my eyes, immersing myself wholeheartedly in the process of absorbing the energy of the fishbeam wood's heart. Each thread of energy that infused me felt like a dialogue with ancient forces, allowing me to sense the gradual filling of my own power. Yet, it seemed as though I had forgotten something of paramount importance, lost in some obscure corner of my mind, eluding my recollection. Meanwhile, on the wall of the west, the biting cold wind cut through like a blade. Tyrion stood atop the high battlements, displaying a self-satisfied demeanor as he indulged in what he deemed a triumph of the eagle relieving itself upon the parapet. Upon concluding this unique act of exploration, he shook himself contentedly and adjusted his attire. His journey to the wall in the north was approaching its conclusion. Tyrion gazed over the vast, icy expanse below, his heart brimming with reflections. His experiences in the north had deepened his understanding of this land, yet at this moment, he felt an urgent desire to return. He was unaware of when that rascal Loras had stealthily slipped away, nor what clandestine activities he might be engaged in. Tyrion muttered under his breath, harboring a sense of dissatisfaction, though he had long grown accustomed to Loras's ways. Recently, inspiration had surged within Tyrion regarding alchemy, with novel ideas and experimental procedures swirling in his mind, urging him to return southward to bring these inspirations to fruition. Over the years, while his personal strength had not seen remarkable advancement, remaining at a level of merely Tier 5, he had achieved notable success in the realm of alchemy. Attaining a Tier 6 proficiency, the numerous potions he had developed exhibited remarkable efficacy, earning him accolades from Loras, who boldly proclaimed that Tyrion's name as a master alchemist would soon resonate throughout the continent. In fact, many of his potions were already in widespread use within Loras's private army, proving to be of great significance. During his farewell to Jon, the two enjoyed a spirited conversation, reminiscing about their time in the north and exchanging perspectives on the future landscape. Ultimately, Tyrion set forth on his journey home. His satchel contained not only simple garments and necessities, but also carried his boundless aspirations and expectations for alchemy. Along the way, visions of new experimental designs filled his mind, conjuring images of the wondrous potions that awaited creation, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he envisioned the day he would rise as the continent's preeminent master alchemist. Chapter 37. The collision of lion and wolf. The winter winds howled like a roaring beast, ravaging the streets of King's Landing. Catelyn, in a state of frantic urgency, rode at full gallop through the eye of this power struggle storm. Her youngest son Bran lay in a coma after falling from the high tower, and the fervent desire to uncover the culprit blazed within her like an unquenchable fire, tormenting her reason with each passing moment. Upon entering King's Landing, the cacophony of voices and the cries of livestock surrounding her failed to divert her attention in the slightest. As she anxiously traversed the alleyways, Peter Baelish emerged like a specter from the shadows, deftly obstructing her path. A signature smirk graced his face, and his eyes sparkled with a cunning glint. "Lady Catelyn, you have been tirelessly on the move," he remarked, inclining slightly with a tone tinged with just the right amount of concern, though to Catelyn, it reeked of insincerity. She abruptly reined in her horse, scrutinizing the man before her, her mind racing with speculations about his intentions. Without delay, Baelish swiftly delved into the matter at hand. He theatrically retrieved a handkerchief from within his coat and began to polish his nails, casually remarking, "My lady, I was grieved to hear of young Bran's plight. In recent days, I have discreetly conducted inquiries and made a startling discovery." With a subtle gesture towards his attendant, the servant promptly presented a slender brocade box. Opening the box, a glimmering dagger emerged, its intricately adorned blade emanating a chilling aura in the dim light. "Madam, behold this dagger," Baelish stated, lifting it and gesturing towards the ornate patterns on the blade. These motifs are emblematic of the unique sword-forging technique of House Lannister, crafted only by the most skilled blacksmiths of Casterly Rock. Furthermore, feel the blade. It is of exceptionally hard and resilient quality, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary smithy. Catelyn took the dagger, examining it closely, her apprehensions deepening. Baelish seized the moment, asserting, through various inquiries, it is highly probable that this dagger belongs to the imp, Tyrion Lannister. The Lannisters have always harbored ambitious designs and employed ruthless methods. Perhaps out of fear of the Stark family's influence, they resorted to such treachery against young Bran. However, Baelish's assertions were riddled with inconsistencies. To conclude that the dagger belonged to Tyrion based solely on its design and quality was a tenuous leap. While the Lannisters possessed a distinctive sword-forging technique, it did not necessarily imply that any weapon bearing similar motifs was exclusively theirs. It could easily have been replicated or acquired by another. Moreover, Baelish's claims of thorough inquiries lacked any concrete evidence or testimony, relying solely on his word. Yet, at that moment, Catelyn was consumed by her worries and fury over Bran. Her rationality clouded. She had neither the time nor the inclination to ponder these inconsistencies. Baelish's words poured fuel onto the fire of her rage, igniting her hatred for the Lannisters to a boiling point. Baelish, reveling in his cunning, understood well how to exploit familial discord to serve his ends. In this game of power, he was akin to a puppeteer, meticulously orchestrating events, hoping to exacerbate the rift between the Lannisters and Starks, thus allowing himself to reap the benefits. Under Baelish's persuasive rhetoric, despite a flicker of doubt lingering in her mind, Catelyn, driven by her fury, chose to believe him. He fervently vowed to assist her in uncovering further evidence to expose the Lannisters' transgressions to the world. Catelyn hesitated, weighing the pros and cons, before departing from King's Landing, her heart a tumult of emotions as she embarked on her journey back to the north. The wheels of fate often begin to turn unexpectedly, rife with absurd drama. During her return, in a secluded tavern, she encountered Tyrion, who had recently traveled south. The moment Catelyn's gaze met Tyrion's distinctive visage, the pent-up fury within her ignited, her reason utterly consumed by hatred. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned the nearby knights of the Riverlands, her eyes glinting with resolute determination, intent on bringing Tyrion to justice. Tyrion, witnessing the sudden and fierce Catelyn accompanied by a pack of predatory knights, felt a surge of dread. Given his cunning, escaping would not pose a challenge. Yet he understood that fleeing would irreparably sever the already fraying ties between House Lannister and House Stark, plunging them into an abyss of despair. In pursuit of the truth, and to avert further chaos, he suppressed his grievances and refrained from any rash resistance, choosing instead to comply with Catelyn's capture. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of hidden eyes in the dim corner of the tavern observed the unfolding drama. Once Catelyn departed with Tyrion, the figures swiftly rose and spurred their steed toward Casterly Rock, eager to relay this astonishing news. Meanwhile, in the secret chambers of Casterly Rock, a mysterious and sinister aura pervaded. I remained engrossed in the pivotal phase of energy absorption, fervently drawing power from the heart of the fishleaf tree. Beads of sweat cascaded down my forehead as I clenched my teeth, my mind fixated on a singular thought. It was almost there, just a fraction more. And with the assimilation of this final vestige of energy, I would shatter these shackles and attain greater strength. Little did I know, the outside world was silently transforming due to Tyrion's capture, a storm brewing, poised to engulf the entire continent with immense force. Chapter 38, The Roar of the Stag. Betrayal. King's Landing, the epicenter of power, was enveloped by an invisible, oppressive atmosphere. Ned Stark furrowed his brow. Pacing back and forth in the spacious yet frigid chambers of the Hand of the King, his worries as heavy as the thick clouds outside, seemingly impossible to dispel. King Robert had increasingly succumbed to a life of indulgence, spending his days reveling in feasts or cavorting with beautiful women. His detachment from governance resulted in a chaotic financial state for the realm, riddled with turmoil. As Ned surveyed the mountains of accounts, a sense of dread washed over him. The densely packed figures appeared to morph into mocking eyes, ridiculing his efforts. The kingdom's fiscal deficit had reached a staggering level, and at this rate, even selling the entire realm would scarcely suffice to repay the colossal debts owed to House Lannister. The mere thought of this made Ned gasp in trepidation. The wealth and influence of the Lannisters loomed increasingly ominous in his mind, akin to an immovable mountain, weighing heavily upon his heart. In the skies over King's Landing, to Ned Stark, it seemed as if a colossal lion's maw loomed, ready to engulf him at any moment. Furthermore, he stumbled upon a more astonishing secret. The death of Jon Arryn appeared to be shrouded in deeper intrigue, likely a meticulously orchestrated murder. Jon Arryn, the former Hand of the King and a dear friend of Ned, had passed away under circumstances that always struck Ned as peculiar. Recently, while conducting a discreet investigation, he uncovered some faint traces that subtly hinted at a dark conspiracy. Yet, he understood that these indirect clues were woefully insufficient. Without concrete evidence, everything remained mere conjecture. To unearth irrefutable proof, Ned was compelled to tread carefully. Utilizing his position as Hand of the King, he frequently traversed various locales under the pretext of attending to state affairs, seeking key insights from seemingly mundane matters. He engaged in conversations with officials of varying ranks within the city, meticulously observing their demeanor and actions, leaving no potential detail overlooked. At times, he would stealthily infiltrate the archives under the cloak of night, poring over long-forgotten documents, hoping to unearth any threads linked to Jon Arryn's demise. Throughout this endeavor, Ned felt an unprecedented weight pressing upon him. He was acutely aware that every move he made could be under surveillance. A single misstep could not only alert the conspirators, but also endanger the lives of his family. The Lannister family's influence in King's Landing was deeply entrenched, their spies omnipresent. With each step he took, it was as though he walked a path strewn with thorns, fraught with peril and uncertainty. However, in pursuit of the truth, and to provide answers for his dear friend, he did not waver. Even in the face of seemingly endless darkness, he sought to find a glimmer of light. Amidst the opulent yet turbulent court of King's Landing, King Robert's face flushed crimson, his eyes wide with fury as he clutched a confidential report tightly in his hand, bellowing, "These fools! The Targaryen brats dare to conspire with the Dothraki to strike back. They must not be spared." With that, he violently hurled his goblet to the ground, shattering the crystal into countless shards and spilling wine everywhere. He then lowered his voice, commanding those beside him, "Send word to Essos immediately, at any cost, eliminate them." Ned Stark stood nearby, observing the uncontrollable Robert, his brow furrowed. He understood Robert's deep-seated animosity towards the Targaryen family. The animosities stemming from the War of the Usurper were deeply rooted, with Robert having ascended the Iron Throne atop the ruins of House Targaryen. Yet, Ned held steadfast to his own principles and morals, finding it impossible to endorse Robert's assassination plot. "Robert," Ned inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a steady tone. "Assassination is not a solution. It will only stoke the flames of hatred further. Even if Daenerys and Viserys are eliminated, The remnants and supporters of House Targaryen will not simply acquiesce. It will inevitably lead to greater turmoil in the future. Robert stared at Ned in disbelief, as if he had uttered the most absurd words. What nonsense are you spouting? If we do not kill them, shall we wait for them to come with an army and usurp us from the throne? He was agitated, striding up to Ned with fervor, his finger almost jabbing at Ned's face. Do not forget, it was we who overthrew the Targaryen rule. They would relish the chance to see us torn asunder. Now that we finally have an opportunity, how can we let it slip away? Ned took a step back, evading Robert's aggressive demeanor, and resolutely replied, I have never forgotten the past, but we are now the rulers of Westeros. We cannot act solely out of rage. Assassination will only strip us of our moral standing in the eyes of the world. Moral standing? In the face of power, morality is worthless. Robert roared in anger, turning his back to Ned, his fists clenched, his body trembling with fury. Ned, I had thought you would support me. I did not expect such weakness from you. A pang of hurt struck Ned's heart. He had known Robert for many years, having fought alongside him, their bond forged in battle. Yet on this matter, he found himself utterly uncompromising. After a moment of contemplation, Ned slowly spoke. Robert, I am not weak. I simply do not wish to plunge Westeros into deeper hatred and chaos. Since we cannot reach a consensus on this issue, perhaps I am unfit for the position of Hand of the King. I have decided to resign, and I hope you can find someone more suitable to lead Westeros towards true peace. Robert abruptly turned, his eyes filled with shock and disappointment, but Ned was resolute. As he gazed at Robert's retreating figure, a tumult of emotions swirled within him. He knew that his long-standing friendship with Robert might be irrevocably altered. Yet for the sake of justice and the tranquility of the realm, he was prepared to bear any consequence. Chapter 39. Tensions rise at the vortex of power. The continent of the Seven Kingdoms has always been rife with remarkable upheavals, and this time, the eye of the storm is Tyrion. News of Tyrion's capture by Catelyn Stark spread like wildfire across the land, igniting fervent discussions in every corner. To the populace, this was undoubtedly a blatant provocation from the Stark family towards the Lannisters. The Lannisters, a family wielding immense power and wealth throughout the Seven Kingdoms, would not take such an affront lightly. Upon learning that his brother Tyrion had been captured, Jaime Lannister, the so-called Kingslayer, erupted with fury. His eyes blazed with an inferno of wrath, exuding a chilling aura of menace. In his heart, Tyrion, though diminutive in stature, possessed unmatched intellect and was one of his most cherished kin. How could Jaime remain passive while his brother suffered unjustly? Jaime, leading a pack of fierce Lannister soldiers, stormed into Ned Stark's residence with formidable intent. The guards within the estate, upon witnessing such an onslaught, braced themselves, yet trembled under Jaime's fierce countenance. Ignoring their attempts to impede him, Jaime made his way directly to Ned Stark. Jaime bellowed, his voice echoing through the halls. Your wife has audaciously seized my brother. You must provide me with an explanation today. Ned, sword in hand, emerged from the hall with a calm and steely demeanor. His gaze was piercing, locking onto Jaime's eyes as he spoke with unwavering strength. Jaime Lannister, your brother is implicated in the attempted murder of my son Bran. He must face the justice he deserves. Justice may arrive tardily, but it shall never be absent. Jaime, upon hearing this, let out a cold, mocking laugh filled with scorn. What justice? Merely an excuse for your Stark family. You are openly provoking the Lannister family. With that, he drew his sword with a swift motion, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, like a black lightning bolt aimed at Ned. Ned quickly raised his sword to parry. The clash echoed with a resounding clang, sparks flying as metal met metal, a sound that was particularly jarring. The two engaged in a breathtaking duel, exchanging blows. Jaime's swordsmanship was exquisite, his attacks fierce, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Ned, undeterred, relied on his extensive combat experience and indomitable spirit to deflect Jaime's onslaught time and again. However, Jaime brought numerous followers, encircling Ned and launching relentless assaults from all directions. Gradually, Ned found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. He was beset on all sides, sustaining multiple injuries, crimson blood seeping from his wounds, each drop staining the stone floor beneath him. As the battle raged on, Ned's stamina waned, his movements growing sluggish. Just as he warded off one attacker, another struck from behind, catching him unawares and delivering a blow to his head. Darkness enveloped him, and his body swayed before he collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Time passed, though it felt interminable, until King Robert arrived. Observing the chaotic scene, blood-soaked and with Ned lying in a state of unconsciousness, his expression darkened ominously as he bellowed, "Cease this at once." Instantly, everyone halted, the area falling silent save for the heavy breaths of the combatants. Robert swiftly approached Ned. Crouching beside him, his brow furrowed deeply in concern and anger as he surveyed the extent of Ned's injuries. He checked for Ned's breath, sighing in relief before commanding his men to carry Ned indoors for treatment. Ned gradually opened his eyes, confusion and pain etched in his expression upon seeing Robert. Fatigue and helplessness further clouded his gaze. Robert wore a serious countenance, his tone authoritative and unwavering. "Ned, the situation is in utter disarray. You cannot abandon your post. The realm needs you to continue as the hand of the king, to stabilize the chaos. Do not speak of resignation. I can trust no one but you at this moment." Ned gazed at Robert, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He understood that King's Landing was fraught with peril, and by acquiescing, he would again be ensnared in the vortex of power, the path ahead fraught with thorns. Yet, looking into Robert's earnest and trusting eyes, he found himself nodding slowly, whispering, "I will do my utmost." Chapter 40. The Fangs of the Lion in the dim, shadowy chamber of Casterly Rock. The flickering torchlight danced upon the stone walls, casting my silhouette in wavering forms. I sat cross-legged, enveloped in an ethereal aura of magic, my hands gripping the enigmatic heart of the fishwood, which emanated a mysterious, luminescent glow. The heart of the fishlamug is a treasure I unearthed after enduring numerous hardships and delving into perilous depths. It embodies ancient and formidable power. Yet at the pivotal moment when I sought to harness this strength for a breakthrough, I fell just short of the necessary opportunity. Alas, I was so close to transcending the 9th tier and ascending to the realm of the divine, the 10th tier of sanctity. I reflected on this with a heavy heart, yet soon found solace in the fact that having arrived at this juncture required significant effort and represented a tremendous advancement. For a long time, I have tirelessly explored the world of magic, where each breakthrough was accompanied by unimaginable risks. Although I did not succeed this time, it has deepened my understanding of higher realms. As I reveled in these thoughts, the stone door of the secret chamber was quietly pushed open, and a messenger clad in black, with a stern demeanor, swiftly entered, kneeling on one knee and presenting a sealed letter with both hands. As I took the letter and unfolded it, my previously calm expression darkened instantly. Tyrion had been captured by Catelyn and taken to the Eyrie? My brow furrowed tightly, a flash of cold light flickering in my eyes, while the magical aura surrounding me trembled violently due to my emotional upheaval. Tyrion, the diminutive yet infinitely wise member of House Lannister, is a brother I hold dear in this harsh world. According to the narrative, he would surely escape using his cunning intellect. Yet in this unpredictable era, one cannot be too careful. What if they executed him in the Eyrie? I would be utterly ashamed to face my dear brother. The mere thought of Tyrion encountering misfortune ignited a raging fire within me, as if I might set the chamber ablaze. House Lannister has always been known for its pride and might. Such blatant provocation cannot be tolerated. It is time to rally the troops. The fangs of the lion must taste blood. I rose abruptly, the heart of the fishno radiating a brilliant light. Exuding a chilling aura, I coldly declared that those who dare to openly challenge House Lannister must pay the price. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely within me. I could not wait even a moment longer. I immediately commanded the assembly of our forces, preparing to set forth for the Eyrie to rescue Tyrion. This would be the inaugural display of my private army. Currently, our family boasts 4 legions, of which I personally command 2. As I strode out of the secret chamber, I contemplated the military strength of my family. These 4 legions are the foundation upon which House Lannister stands resolute and the very source of my confidence for this endeavor. 1 legion is the Roaring Legion, composed of 10,000 knights, each starting at the 4th tier of strength. They are the tempest of the battlefield. When they charge, the sound of 1,000 hooves thunders like a storm, instilling fear in the hearts of our enemies wherever they tread. Each knight is battle-hardened, and their steeds have been meticulously selected and trained, moving in perfect harmony with their riders as if they were one. The other is the Ironblood Legion, comprising 5,000 men, equipped with full magical armor and infused with dragoness blood, an alchemical potion crafted by Tyrion from the blood of dragons. In critical moments, they can initiate a surge of power that allows them to fight beyond their tier, though they will be weakened for a time after such an outburst. This legion serves as my trump card. Their equipment has been meticulously crafted by the finest artisans of our family, utilizing countless precious materials. The magical gear not only bolsters their defenses, but also bestows upon them formidable offensive capabilities. The infusion of dragon's blood has endowed them with strength that transcends the ordinary, rendering them fearless warriors on the battlefield, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. Essentially, they could easily overpower the 6 kingdoms. With the might of these two legions, few forces across the continent could stand against them. They are the sharp blades in my grasp, ever ready to fight for the honor of our family. Additionally, there remains the Lion Legion and the Iron Guard, led by my father, Tywin. Tywin, the indomitable man at the center of the power vortex, whose wisdom and tactics have ensured our family maintains dominance amidst the intricate political struggles. Under his command, the Lion Legion and Iron Guard are disciplined and fiercely combat-ready, serving as a steadfast bulwark for our family. Should we not fear casualties, the four legions combined could unify the six kingdoms. This is not mere arrogance, but a profound confidence in our family's strength. However, warfare is never merely a matter of brute force. The tangled web of interests and political gambits involved is far more intricate than one might imagine. The Ironblood Legion's debut was imminent. Soon, the army assembled before Castle Casterly, forming a precise phalanx, weapons glinting ominously, exuding an atmosphere of grim determination. Mounted upon a jet-black steed, I surveyed the Ironblood Legion before me. Their postures were erect, their gazes resolute, and the magical gear adorning them shimmered with an enigmatic glow in the sunlight. This time, I presented the Ironblood Legion for their inaugural appearance, ready to unleash their blades for the first time. Caitlin, you have misjudged your target. I silently scoffed. The Lannister family is not to be trifled with. Our journey to the Eyrie is not solely to rescue Tyrion, but also to ensure the entire continent understands the grave repercussions of provoking the Lannisters. With a command, the army surged forth towards the Eyrie, a tempest poised to erupt across this land. This mobilization is not merely to retrieve Tyrion. The currents in King's Landing have become tumultuous, and the situation is on the brink of spiraling out of control. Intelligence suggests that Ned has uncovered Joffrey's true lineage. I contemplated, it is imperative that I act decisively, sending Robert forth to meet his 7 gods prematurely. As for the plan regarding King's Landing, I entrusted the information to Cersei, a woman known for her ruthlessness. There could be no more fitting person to handle this matter. Cersei, Robert's fate rests in your hands. I stated coldly, do not disappoint me. Concurrently, I dispatched a contingent of troops to King's Landing, stationed at the Hill of the Defenders. All machinations and stratagems are rendered futile in the face of absolute power. Mounted upon my steed, I gazed upon the departing army, contemplating that once my forces arrive, the situation in King's Landing will stabilize. At that juncture, all those who dare challenge the authority of the Lannisters shall be utterly crushed. I personally led the Ironblood Legion towards the Eyrie, prepared to rescue Tyrion. The Roaring Legion has arrived at King's Landing, splitting into 2 paths to ensure absolute certainty. I pondered inwardly that this operation must be executed with both swiftness and decisiveness. Personally leading the Ironblood Legion, we hastened towards Eagle's Nest City. The sound of hooves thundered like rolling thunder, stirring up clouds of dust. I was acutely aware that the mission to rescue Tyrion from Eagle's Nest City was arduous and allowed for no mistakes. Tyrion, you must hold on. I will ensure your safe retrieval. Eagle's Nest City towers into the clouds, its terrain formidable and defensible, making it a challenge to conquer. Yet, I felt no fear. The Ironblood Legion under my command comprises seasoned warriors, who shall wield their blades to carve a path to victory for me. Moreover, I have that. Chapter 41. The menace and slaughter of the Red Dragon. The Riverlands had descended into chaos. Upon hearing of Tyrion's capture, Tywin Lannister was filled with wrath and immediately dispatched Jaime to lead the army against Riverrun in retaliation for the affront to the Riverlands. My father had already set his plans into motion. I contemplated in silence. The fury of the Lannisters was akin to a surging tsunami, destined to exact a heavy toll on the Riverlands for their actions. Once the lion of House Lannister roars, the entire continent of Westeros trembles in response. Leading my elite legion, we traveled day and night until we finally met up with my father Tywin's forces. After a brief respite, we pressed onward toward Eagle's Nest City. This citadel, perched atop a mountain, is formidable and difficult to breach, with the Arryn family relying on its natural defenses and sturdy walls to resist us. However, I felt no trepidation. I mused that though Eagle's Nest is reputed to be impregnable, the Arryn family, in their reliance on this natural fortress, remain oblivious to the fact that we possess a power far greater, one potent enough to shake the very heavens. As our army approached Eagle's Nest, the once clear sky was suddenly obscured by a massive shadow, followed by a deafening roar that pierced the air. It was a dragon. The soldiers of House Arryn gazed skyward in terror, their eyes filled with boundless dread. Indeed, it was my red dragon, Drogon, now fully grown, nearing 100 meters in length, each beat of its wings stirring up a tempest. It descended, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged toward the castle. The Seven Kingdoms had not witnessed a dragon for generations. I declared coldly, my voice imbued with an undeniable authority, that today they would once again feel the might of a dragon, understanding that in the face of absolute power, any so-called natural defenses are mere illusions. The flames of Drogon licked the castle walls, stones cracking under the inferno's heat, while the Arryn family's defenses trembled beneath the dragon's terror. The tide of this war was about to be irrevocably altered by the arrival of this colossal beast. Drogon's flames raged like a cataclysmic flood, relentlessly ravaging Eagle's Nest. Buildings within the city collapsed under the searing heat, flames leapt into the sky, and the sounds of screams and wails intertwined to form a lament of despair. Thick smoke enveloped the castle, casting it in an atmosphere of dread. As I beheld Eagle's Nest nearing its transformation into ruins, I understood that our objective had been achieved. And thus I commanded Drogon, "Enough, cease this slaughter." Shir Malgu gradually extinguished the flames, its enormous wings slowly flapping in the air, stirring up currents that caused everything nearby to tremble. I mounted its back, soaring towards Eagle Fortress. The wind howled in my ears, and as I gazed down upon the chaotic scene below, a sense of commanding authority filled my heart. Upon my arrival at Eagle Fortress, the guards of the Eyrie family had already been terror-stricken by Shir Malgu's formidable power, their faces pale and their weapons trembling uncontrollably, nearly devoid of the will to fight. Yet perhaps it was a flicker of knightly honor that prevented them from scattering in disarray. I looked down upon the densely packed crowd from my elevated position, my voice cold and powerful. "Catelyn, isn't it time for you to surrender my brother?" That voice, imbued with an undeniable force, echoed throughout the entire fortress, clear for all to hear. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the crackling of the burning flames. After a considerable pause, several guards emerged from the crowd, escorting Tyrion. Seeing him, I felt a wave of relief. He appeared relatively unscathed, suggesting he had not suffered much during this time. Tyrion grinned and said, "I knew you would come to rescue me." Catelyn stood nearby, regarding me with an expression of profound complexity, one that mixed shock, resentment, and a hint of fear. Finally, she spoke, her voice tinged with unmistakable astonishment. "How can there still be a dragon? And how do you control it?" I cast her a cold glance, my tone unyielding. "That is not for you to know. Catelyn, you have unjustly taken my brother. How do you propose to resolve this? Since you have declared war on the Lannisters, are you prepared for defeat?" In that moment, the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Lisa clung tightly to her trembling son, hiding behind, her eyes filled with terror. Her body shook uncontrollably, her voice quivering. "This is Catelyn's doing. Why are you slaughtering them?" Her words, a blend of fear and anger, felt feeble amidst the chaos of the battlefield. I paid Lisa no heed, my gaze locked firmly on Catelyn. My eyes like tangible blades, infused with a tempest of rage and hatred. Under my scrutiny, Catelyn's complexion drained to a ghostly white, her eyes darting, her limbs unsure of where to rest, awkward and trapped like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Witnessing her predicament, the suppressed fury within me surged to greater heights. Every fiber of my being clamoring for revenge. "Then face death," I uttered through clenched teeth, my voice low and frigid, as if it were a decree from the depths of hell. No sooner had the words left my lips than Shir Malgu released a deafening roar, its voice akin to rolling thunder, shaking the very earth beneath us. Then, it abruptly lifted its head, its cavernous maw agape, and a torrent of flames surged forth like a wave of destruction, rushing towards the guards still desperately resisting. In an instant, a scorching blast engulfed the scene, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. Simultaneously, my iron-blooded legions surged into the city like a relentless tide, roaring with the fervor of battle. Observing the chaotic scene before me, a cold smile curled at the corners of my lips as I whispered softly, "Those who wield weapons must be eliminated." Though my voice was barely a murmur, it resonated with an undeniable resolve, akin to a death sentence pronounced upon this merciless battlefield. The outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. The forces defending Eyrie were already thinly spread, while Chimurg, like a demon, circled ominously in the sky, each flap of its wings stirring up fierce winds and casting colossal shadows that plunged their morale into depths of despair. In an instant, this skirmish devolved into a brutal slaughter. The soldiers of Lannister surged forth, their battle cries echoing like a torrential tide, their blades glinting menacingly. The defenders of Eyrie watched helplessly as their comrades fell one by one, blood splattering in every direction, fear engulfing them like a relentless wave, drowning their spirit. Some collapsed, their legs giving way beneath them, their eyes filled with hopelessness, devoid of the strength to flee, merely resigned to witness the approach of death. Others discarded their weapons, clutching their heads, shrieking in hysteria, their voices heavy with terror and pleas for mercy, while still others, in a frenzy of panic, fled in all directions, only to be ruthlessly pursued, a dagger piercing their backs, extinguishing their lives in an instant. Yet, moments later, silence descended upon the battlefield. Corpses lay strewn haphazardly, severed limbs scattered across the ground, and blood coalesced into dark crimson streams, meandering through the low-lying areas. I stood as a cold observer of this grim tableau, my heart devoid of any compassion, merely whispering, "This is but the beginning. Anyone who dares to offend the Lannister family shall meet a similar fate." My voice reverberated across the desolate battlefield, like a pronouncement from the depths of hell, deepening the fear of the remaining defenders of Eyrie in their final moments. Chapter 42. The tumult in King's Landing and the family's schemes with the winds of the Vale settling. A sudden upheaval struck King's Landing, just as the remnants of House Arryn in the Vale had sworn fealty, and the news still lingered in the air over Westeros. A thunderous revelation erupted in King's Landing. Robert Baratheon had been assassinated by Ned Stark, and Ned himself was imprisoned on charges of treason. At this moment, Robert's fate hung in the balance, and the entire city found itself enveloped in a peculiar and tense atmosphere. Though this news seemed absurd, as if plucked from the realms of fantasy, it had transpired with stark reality. I pondered deeply, gaining a further insight into Cersei's ruthless tactics. Her actions were indeed swift and merciless. No sooner had I delivered the news into her hands than she acted decisively, leaving no room for respite. The stalemate in the Riverlands within the spacious, yet simply adorned tent of Tywin. Candlelight flickered, illuminating the faces of the four men gathered. Outside, the occasional whinny of warhorses added an edge of tension to the atmosphere. Jaime broke the silence first, his voice tinged with the weariness of battle and the pride of victory. "The lords of the Riverlands have been severely weakened by our onslaught. They now scurry like frightened mice, cowering within Riverrun, their former grandeur utterly diminished." Tywin nodded gently, his demeanor as calm as a placid lake, as if everything lay within his grasp. In King's Landing, Cersei had already seized control of the situation. A subtle smile graced my lips, imbued with significance, as I remarked, "Cersei acts with remarkable decisiveness." No sooner had I sent her the news than she took action. With Ned imprisoned and Catelyn deceased, the Stark family will surely be unable to remain idle and will inevitably make a move. Tywin lifted the wine goblet from the table, taking a measured sip before responding with deliberate slowness. "If that is the case, let us embrace their challenge. For now, we shall concentrate our forces to capture Riverrun and remove this thorn in our side." Resolute in my decision to head to King's Landing, the atmosphere within the tent lightened slightly. I turned to Tywin, respectfully yet with a hint of anticipation, and said, "Father, regarding the conflict in the Riverlands, with your and Jaime's command, my intervention should no longer be necessary, should it? I believe I ought to visit King's Landing to see my young nephew, our future king, Joffrey. After all, with the new king ascending, there are numerous matters that require my assistance." At my words, Jaime's expression shifted to something less natural, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his gaze. It was evident that he was well aware of Joffrey's true lineage, though this unspoken truth lingered unacknowledged between us. Tywin, however, appeared unconcerned. He merely cast a sidelong glance at me and remarked, "You may leave your Ironborn legion behind. Furthermore, shouldn't you explain to me about that dragon? I find my son increasingly difficult to read." A mysterious smile played upon my lips as I replied with composure, "Dear father, it suffices for you to know that I am a Lannister, forever aligned with House Lannister. Some matters are best kept shrouded in mystery for our greater advantage." Tywin regarded me quietly, and after a moment, nodded with a hint of barely perceptible approval in his eyes. "It seems my little lion has indeed matured, possessing his own schemes and considerations." Tyrion had remained seated nearby throughout, listening intently, his face adorned with his characteristic nonchalance, yet a trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes, clearly overwhelmed by the intricate and delicate emotions between father and son. "Come, Tyrion," I said as I stepped forward, patting his shoulder. "Let us ride to King's Landing. Perhaps there await even more thrilling developments." With that, I strode out of the tent, casting my gaze toward the horizon, my heart brimming with anticipation for the uncertain circumstances in King's Landing and a resolute determination to seize control. Chapter 43. The transfer of power in King's Landing. During the lengthy journey to King's Landing, the sound of hooves echoed rhythmically as Tyrion and I rode side by side, surrounded by swaying wild grasses and the distant, undulating hills. I turned my head slightly to regard Tyrion, my expression tinged with curiosity, and asked, "Tyrion, do you think Joffrey is fit to be king?" Tyrion's lips curled into a familiar, sardonic smile. He shrugged, his tone light, yet laced with disdain. He is merely a child who cries to his mother when bullied. Cersei has indulged this child excessively, raising him to believe that the entire continent of Westeros should revolve around him. I nodded slightly, inhaled deeply, and continued, "Therefore, I believe we require a hand of the king." Upon hearing this, Tyrion arched an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Before he shook his head with a wry smile, "You mean me? I still have my potions to study. The intrigues of the court are far too taxing. Cersei's schemes may be manageable, but I remain unconvinced about her governance." I furrowed my brow and patiently explained, "You should take charge for a while, with your intellect. You will surely stabilize the situation. Isn't there still our father?" Tyrion retorted, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. "Father has his own plans." I smiled, a knowing glimmer in my expression. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel, yet the current state of King's Landing is indeed concerning." The tension in King's Landing. Upon finally arriving at King's Landing, the gates slowly creaked open, and a stifling atmosphere greeted us. The entire city was shrouded in a tense air, as if the sky itself had been weighed down by this oppressive feeling, appearing particularly gloomy. The assassination of the king and the imprisonment of the former hand, Ned Stark, on charges of treason had sent ripples of turmoil through the realm, akin to boulders plunging into a tranquil lake. Gold cloaks patrolled the streets, their long spears at the ready, eyes vigilant, scanning every passerby. The King's Guard had taken over the defense of the palace. Soldiers clad in heavy armor stood in neat rows on either side of the palace gates, their cold armor glinting ominously in the dim light, ensuring the stability of the situation. Meeting with Cersei stepping into Cersei's palace, the opulence of the decor was immediately striking. Exquisite tapestries adorned the walls, and soft carpets cushioned our steps. Cersei was seated regally. Upon our entrance, she rose, a triumphant smile lighting her face, even offering Tyrion a warm welcome instead of her usual scorn. "My dear sister, you grow ever more enchanting," I quipped, a smirk curling my lips. Cersei dismissed my jest with ease, her inquiry direct. "What is the state of the battlefield?" "All is under control," I replied, my demeanor calm and my tone resolute. "This means Joffrey can assume the throne. Every day he delays, the more unstable he becomes." Cersei chuckled, a trace of sarcasm in her voice. "Is the queen becoming impatient to be a mother?" "It can be implemented," I nodded, my expression turning serious. "However, I wish for Tyrion to take on the role of hand." Cersei regarded me, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, her lips biting down slightly as she weighed the pros and cons. After a moment, she acquiesced, yet her gaze held an unmistakable reluctance. The transfer of power. The following day, the palace issued dire news. King Robert had succumbed to his grievous injuries. The announcement detonated like a bomb, reverberating throughout King's Landing. Joffrey ascended the throne, Cersei became the regent, and Tyrion was appointed hand of the king. Instantly, the court was abuzz with chatter. It was clear to all that the Lannister family had seized complete control of the realm. The coronation of the new king unfolded in a hurried manner, with Joffrey standing arrogantly before the towering throne, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for power. Cersei stood beside him, her gaze exuding authority and pride. Tyrion, on the other hand, lingered nearby, a subtle smile gracing his lips, concealing deep-seated apprehensions about the unfolding future. In the shadowy corridors of the palace, Peter Baelish greeted me with a sly smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of flattery. I regarded him coldly, my gaze sharp as a blade. "How is it that you do not harbor resentment after orchestrating the demise of your beloved Catelyn?" The smile on Baelish's face froze instantly, replaced by an awkward chuckle. "Of course not, my esteemed Lord Baelish. Do not attempt your tricks before me," I replied icily, stepping closer to confront him. "You think I am unaware of your instigation against Catelyn?" He hastily defended himself, hands flailing in the air. "Oh no, my lord. I merely informed Catelyn that the craftsmanship was exclusive to the Lannisters, without any intention to sow discord." A cold laugh escaped me, devoid of warmth. "No, I believe the mere suspicion of your meddling suffices." I then turned to the shadows and whispered, "Be swift and discreet in your actions." In an instant, a shadowy assassin materialized, swift as a phantom, agile in movement, and before long, Baelish was subdued. He struggled desperately, terror etched across his face. "My lord, allow me to explain, please." His voice faded, ultimately swallowed by the emptiness of the corridor, leaving only an echo behind. After dealing with Baelish, I summoned Varys to my study. He stood before me, head bowed in deference, his figure somewhat obscured by the dim light. I regarded him coolly and stated, Attend to your duties, and inform me if there is any news." Varys nodded hastily, his movements betraying a sense of urgency. Yet, as he turned to leave, he paused, seemingly recalling something of import, slowly turning back to face me. His eyes held an expression of unspoken words, the usual smile replaced by a rare gravity. "My lord." Varys lowered his voice, cautiously surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping. "There are matters I ought not to divulge, but given the delicate state of affairs, I believe it is prudent for you to be informed." I raised an eyebrow, indicating him to proceed. "Prior to your arrival in King's Landing, I learned of certain mysterious visitors frequently entering Baelish's residence. Their identities are unknown, and their actions exceedingly clandestine, arriving under the cover of night and departing without a trace." Varys' voice was barely a whisper, yet I could sense the weight of his words, though I have yet to uncover their true identities. My instincts suggest that this is no ordinary occurrence. Baelish is a man of profound cunning and ruthless tactics. Now that he has been dealt with, those who conspired with him may very well be plotting something detrimental to you. A chill ran through me, though my exterior remained composed. "Are you certain that no traces of those individuals have been uncovered?" I pressed. Varys shook his head in resignation. "My lord, they are exceedingly cautious. Each of their maneuvers has evaded my watchful gaze. All I know is that they share a significant connection with Petyr Baelish and seem to possess a keen interest in the power dynamics of King's Landing." I pondered for a moment, feeling a surge of vigilance within me. "Continue your investigation. We must ascertain the identities and intentions of these individuals." I fixed my gaze upon Varys' eyes, enunciating each word. King's Landing has just undergone a transition of power. Even the slightest disturbance could incite a storm. Should anyone dare to disrupt the current equilibrium, I shall not show mercy. Varys nodded once more, his expression respectful. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall exert every effort." With that, he silently withdrew, his figure swiftly vanishing into the dimly lit corridor. I remained rooted in place, watching the direction in which Varys had departed, my concerns intensifying. Although Petyr Baelish was dead, the dangers he left behind lurked like a concealed serpent, poised to strike at any moment. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of power in King's Landing, turbulent currents surged, and I must maintain a clear mind amidst this intricate web of events to confront the impending unknown challenges. Chapter 44. The dawn of war on the storied and tumultuous land of Westeros. The game of power stirred once more, generating tumultuous waves. King's Landing, the city that epitomizes supreme authority, had just experienced a peaceful transfer of power. The newly appointed ruler, filled with ambition, sought to stabilize the populace through a series of gentle and reassuring policies, particularly aimed at the influential and deeply rooted noble class. He frequently hosted lavish banquets, engaging sincerely with the nobles amidst the clinking of goblets, making numerous enticing promises in an attempt to weave a tightly knit web of power that would firmly control the various factions. However, this apparent tranquility was merely a fleeting calm before the tempest, a fragile veneer, easily shattered. In the distant, frigid north, Robb Stark, the eldest son of the late Eddard Stark, received the harrowing news of his father's ruthless imprisonment by the Lannisters, and that his mother, Catelyn Stark, had perished in the flames of Dragonfire, leaving no trace of her remains. This dreadful tidings pierced his heart like a dagger. Grief and fury surged within him, igniting a fervent blaze of vengeance. Without hesitation, he rallied the north with a clarion call, swiftly amassing an army of 20,000, bolstered by the esteemed reputation of House Stark. Cloaked in a heavy wolfskin mantle against the biting wind, Robb's eyes burned with determination as he vowed to avenge his parents, resolutely marching southward to confront the heinous Lannisters. The lords of the north responded in kind, acutely aware of the honor and duty bestowed upon House Stark. The dire wolf banner billowed fiercely in the frigid northern winds, telling tales of the ancient family's resilience and defiance. Meanwhile, at Storm's End, Stannis Baratheon also raised his banner in rebellion. With impassioned rhetoric, he proclaimed that his brother, Robert Baratheon, had not met an accidental demise but had been meticulously orchestrated as a murder by the Lannisters. This revelation detonated like a bombshell across the realm of Westeros, igniting a cacophony of upheaval. Balon Greyjoy possesses an extraordinary charisma, his call to arms akin to a powerful magnet that swiftly draws support from both the Stormlands and the Reach. The Tyrell family, originally allied through marriage to the Lannisters, ultimately chose to align themselves with Balon after a profound consideration of the prevailing circumstances. Their allegiance undoubtedly served as a potent boost to Balon's burgeoning influence. Highgarden, that bounteous land, not only brims with immeasurable wealth but also harbors vast stores of grain, providing an unyielding logistical support for Balon's forces. The soldiers, clad in pristine armor and wielding sharp weapons, buoyed by ample provisions, exhibit high morale, as if victory's dawn is already within their grasp. Meanwhile, on Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon remains momentarily silent, refraining from public declarations. However, this does not imply his detachment. Rather, he has been diligently amassing strength in the shadows. As Robert's brother, Stannis harbors a compelling and undeniable claim to the Iron Throne. His temperament is calm and prudent, much like a leopard lurking in the darkness, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to pounce and intervene in the fierce struggle for power. Day and night, he drills his troops, meticulously prepares armaments, and clandestinely communicates with trusted allies, ever vigilant to the subtleties of the continent's shifting dynamics. To enhance his naval prowess, he spares no expense in constructing new warships and recruits seasoned sailors and pirates, forming a formidable maritime force. In a blink, the Seven Kingdoms descend once more into a quagmire of chaos, as various factions ruthlessly clash in pursuit of their own interests. Although the Lannister family temporarily commands King's Landing, occupying the epicenter of power, they find themselves precariously threatened by the coalition of the North, the Stormlands, and the Reach. Tywin Lannister, the astute patriarch of the family, must tirelessly expedite the mobilization of troops. He dispatches messengers at breakneck speed to convey orders to his vassals, calling for the assembly of forces. He fortifies the defenses of King's Landing's walls and stockpiles provisions, striving to stabilize the situation and withstand the impending tempest. Additionally, he covertly seeks to entice neutral factions, aiming to fracture the enemy's alliance and carve out more breathing room for the Lannister family. In this brutal game of power, no one is entirely safe. The nobles' loyalties waver precariously upon the scale of interests, like grass swaying atop a wall, easily toppled by the winds. Today's allies may become tomorrow's foes due to trivial disputes over gains. Erstwhile enemies might momentarily unite over shared objectives. The people's sentiments also emerge as a crucial determinant of victory or defeat. The common folk, displaced by the ravages of war, yearn for peace and a stable existence. Those who can offer them hope will earn their support. The future of Westeros looms like a castle shrouded in mist, rife with boundless uncertainty. As the ominous clouds of war heavily blanket the continent, suffocatingly foretelling an even more brutal storm on the horizon. Chapter 45. Iron-blooded breach of the city in the spacious, yet somewhat oppressive conference hall of King's Landing. The atmosphere was so tense that it felt as if one could wring water from it. Cersei Lannister sat upright in her prominent position, her magnificent gown accentuating her regal presence, yet her brow bore the unmistakable marks of anxiety and agitation. Her fingers rhythmically tapped the armrest, producing a crisp yet unsettling sound that revealed her inner turmoil. Seated closely beside her was Tyrion Lannister, diminutive in stature but exuding a peculiar shrewdness and cunning. A faint smirk danced upon his lips, and his deep-set eyes sparkled with contemplation as he discreetly observed each individual present. Several ministers occupied the hall, their expressions varied. Some wore furrowed brows and faces marred by concern, seemingly stifled by the weight of the dire situation, while others displayed flickering eyes, harboring ulterior motives as they schemed for their own gain amidst the swirling currents of power. The flickering candlelight cast wavering shadows on the figures assembled, foreshadowing the tumultuous and unpredictable future of the continent of Westeros. An intense discussion surrounding power, interests, and survival was poised to unfold within this confined space, where each decision could potentially send ripples across the entire realm like the flutter of a butterfly's wings. Loras intently scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. After a moment, he began to analyze. Let us first focus on the coalition of Renly and the Tyrell family. While their 80,000 strong may appear formidable, significant internal contradictions abound. Renly is singularly focused on claiming the Iron Throne, while the Tyrells seek to exploit this turmoil to amass greater power and wealth. Their divergent objectives will undoubtedly create rifts in their cooperation. Moreover, with a larger army, the complexities of management increase. Any slight misstep in command or coordination could lead to chaos. Their vast consumption of supplies means that the longer their supply lines, the greater the likelihood of complications. Now, let us consider the situation in the north. Young Robb Stark has rallied the strength of the north to avenge his parents. The northern warriors are renowned for their valor and resilience, remaining fiercely loyal to House Stark. Their morale is exceptionally high. However, their descent from the north entails a lengthy journey through various challenging terrains, with rivers and mountains posing significant obstacles that will impede their march. Additionally, As they undertake this long-distance campaign, adequate supply lines must be maintained. Any failure in this regard would severely diminish the army's combat effectiveness. My father Tywin, stationed in the north, possesses the cunning and strategy to handle House Stark with ease. His forces are well-trained, and their tactical versatility will certainly enable them to thwart young Robb Stark's advances. For now, our sole focus should be on effectively dealing with Renly. Tyrion tilted his head slightly, a cold smile gracing his features. That fellow Renly, aligned with the Tyrells, may appear formidable. Yet let us not forget that the Tyrells are notoriously shrewd, merely seeking to profit from Renly. Their alliance is far from as solid as it seems. We must devise a means to undermine and fracture their coalition from within. Cersei, growing impatient, waved her hand dismissively. I understand the reasoning, but how exactly do we proceed? Time is of the essence. We must swiftly devise a strategy to prevent the forces of Renly from encircling our city. Leois's fingers gently tapped on the intelligence report, a gleam of calculation flickering in his eyes as he continued. To create a rift between Renly and House Tyrell, we must delve into their core aspirations. Renly is singularly focused on claiming the Iron Throne, driven by an insatiable thirst for power. Conversely, House Tyrell prioritizes familial interests and territorial expansion. We should discreetly send envoys to engage with House Tyrell, subtly suggesting that should they continue their alliance with Renly, even if he ascends to the Iron Throne, his ambitions may not yield sufficient rewards for them. However, if they were to collaborate with us, we could promise them greater lands and riches in the aftermath of the war, even offering them a more elevated status in the court to satiate their hunger for influence. Simultaneously, we can disseminate rumors that House Tyrell merely seeks to exploit Renly for their own ends, and should circumstances shift, they are likely to abandon him. By sowing seeds of doubt in Renly's mind, we can instill a sense of mistrust towards House Tyrell. Such trepidation could critically undermine their coordination when the armies clash. Furthermore, we could exploit the supply routes of Renly and House Tyrell's forces. Covertly sabotaging their grain transport could instigate discord among them due to material shortages. When House Tyrell realizes that aligning with Renly leads to a dire scarcity of resources, and we present them with enticing alternatives, their resolve may waver. If we successfully drive a wedge between them, Renly's combined forces of 80,000 will be rendered inconsequential. Leois's gaze hardened as he scrutinized the intelligence laid before him, silently chiding himself. If it were not for the intention of utilizing this faction to hone my troops and accumulate practical experience, why go to such lengths? I would dearly love to cast a forbidden spell, reducing Renly's so-called 80,000 troops to naught in an instant. However, he understood that in the game of power, recklessly wielding such formidable forces is not a prudent strategy. Preserving these adversaries to allow his army to be tempered in real combat would ultimately serve to fortify the Lannister family's dominion. Yet, this frustration gnawed at him, the incantation of the forbidden spell dancing on his tongue, nearly escaping his lips. Tywin sat upright in the high-backed chair of the command tent, his quill gently tapping against the table's surface, his gaze penetrating the seams of the tent towards the recently conquered city of Riverrun. The arrival of the Ironblood Legion was undoubtedly a pivotal element in this victory. The Ironblood Legion, renowned for their ruthless efficiency and ironclad discipline, was akin to a sharp blade thrusting into the heart of the enemy. Clad in heavy black armor that glimmered coldly in the sunlight, their eyes, visible beneath their helmets, were resolute and fierce. As they surged into Riverrun like a relentless tide, the defenders' lines crumbled in an instant. Tywin understood that the might of the Ironblood Legion lay not solely in their martial prowess, but also in their formidable fighting spirit. Each soldier resembled a finely honed killing machine, executing orders without hesitation and showing no mercy to their foes. This victory marked a significant advancement for Tywin in the intricate game of power. The strategic significance of Benliuching is exceedingly paramount. It governs crucial transportation routes and resources. Now that it has fallen into Tywin's hands, it undoubtedly bolsters his leverage in this struggle for power. He ordered the news to be disseminated, rewarding the three armies, particularly the Ironblood Legion, who truly deserve this honor. Turning to the herald beside him, a slight smile curved his lips, reflecting a sense of satisfaction. He understood that in this brutal game of power, every victory is vital, and the Ironblood Legion would become an invaluable trump card in his arsenal. Chapter 46. Crimson Dawn. The envoys of House Loras moved like phantoms shrouded in the veil of night, stealthily infiltrating the territory of House Tyrell and the encampment of Garland under the cloak of darkness. Within the bustling and vibrant town of House Tyrell, the envoys adeptly blended into the throngs of the marketplace, feigning nonchalance as they casually conversed with merchants and townsfolk. They deliberately lowered their voices, their faces adorned with enigmatic expressions, whispering, "Are you aware? Garland harbors ambitions as lofty as the sky, with boundless aspirations. Should he ascend to the Iron Throne, we, the Tyrells, would likely be the first to suffer his wrath. It is said he has long been scheming behind our backs, planning to parcel out our bountiful lands to his gluttonous companions." These words fell like a heavy stone into the tranquil waters, instantly stirring tumultuous ripples across the surface. The news spread like wildfire throughout the domain of House Tyrell, igniting concern among the populace, who wore furrowed brows and hearts laden with anxiety. The nobles convened in private, discussing in hushed tones, their trust in Garland melting away like the remnants of winter's snow in the spring sun. Meanwhile, in Garland's encampment, the envoys seized the opportunity while the soldiers were at ease, approaching with feigned indignation and proclaiming loudly, "Brothers, we have been completely duped by House Tyrell. While they feign camaraderie and fight shoulder to shoulder with us, they have secretly concealed their strength, eagerly awaiting a moment when we and the enemy are at each other's throats, so they can effortlessly reap the spoils." Upon hearing these words, the soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with astonishment and skepticism. Unbeknownst to them, their sentiments towards the Tyrell forces began to shift towards coldness and estrangement. The once intimate and collaborative relationship quietly bore a rift that would be difficult to heal. Under the cover of the deepening night, Cersei's confidant silently infiltrated the heavily guarded castle of House Tyrell. Familiar with the surroundings, he was ushered into a secret chamber, where several core members of House Tyrell awaited his arrival. Settling into his seat, his gaze penetrated each individual, before he lowered his voice and solemnly declared, "Esteemed colleagues, I come today, undeterred by danger, solely for the sake of contemplating the fate of your house. Garland's burgeoning ambition is already known to all. Once he ascends the Iron Throne, one must ponder whether House Tyrell can steadfastly maintain its current status and wealth. Alas, it is likely that the family's grandeur will soon be precariously threatened." Observing the gravity etched upon the faces of those present, he seized the moment to continue his eloquent discourse. "However, should you act decisively and sever ties with Renly, choosing instead to ally with our Prince Joffrey, the situation would transform entirely. In the aftermath of the war, we shall not only ensure the territorial integrity of House Tyrell, but also bestow upon you trade privileges that you could scarcely imagine. Picture, if you will, how these privileges would allow your merchant vessels to traverse the seas of the Seven Kingdoms unimpeded, with wealth flowing in like a relentless tide. In the court, your voices will resonate with greater authority, elevating the family's power and perpetuating its legacy." A venerable elder of House Tyrell furrowed his brow, casting a dubious glance. "Is what you say truly credible? Words alone are insufficient. What guarantees do you offer?" Unfazed, his confidant calmly retrieved a sealed missive adorned with Joffrey's crimson sigil, placing it upon the table with unwavering confidence. "This is the prince's personal assurance. Once our alliance is forged, we shall adhere to our commitments without fail." A palpable silence enveloped the chamber, the atmosphere thick with tension. The assembly exchanged glances, their eyes quietly betraying an insatiable yearning for wealth and power. The notion of severing ties with Renly began to take root and flourish within their hearts. Meanwhile, trailing behind the elongated columns of the allied forces, a select team dispatched by Loras moved stealthily under the cloak of night. With agility, they infiltrated the supply camp and swiftly concealed flammable materials amidst the towering stacks of provisions before igniting them with decisiveness. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, a fierce blaze mercilessly consuming the supplies. The soldiers tasked with guarding the provisions were caught off guard by this sudden upheaval, their composure shattered as chaos ensued, shouts and footsteps blending into a cacophony. Concurrently, another group amidst the turmoil frantically shouted, "It was the Tyrells who did this. They have always harbored ill intentions, hoping to starve our Lord Renly's forces and thwart our efforts." This accusation spread like wildfire among Renly's soldiers, igniting their fury and redoubling their grip on their weapons. Their gazes towards the Tyrell forces brimmed with hostility and rage, as if preparing to charge into battle at any moment. On the Tyrell side, agents of Cersei were similarly sowing discord, proclaiming that Renly's forces had deliberately set the fire to frame them and incite discontent against House Tyrell, thus allowing them to monopolize the spoils of victory. The Tyrell soldiers, upon hearing these rumors, were filled with righteous indignation, their chests heaving with fervor as they regarded Renly's troops with suspicion, deliberately maintaining a distance during their march. What was once a unified front, marching side by side, was now shrouded in the pall of distrust. As the journey progressed, Their cooperation grew awkward and strained. Once confronted with a minor enemy incursion, soldiers from both sides covertly observed, speculating whether their counterparts would provide unwavering support. The previously established camaraderie on the battlefield had dissipated. The cohesion of the coalition was significantly undermined, resembling a disarrayed heap of sand, unable to muster the formidable combat strength it once possessed. As Loras and Cersei executed a series of meticulously orchestrated acts of discord, the alliance between Renly and House Tyrell became riddled with wounds, the fractures deepening with each passing moment. Once the seeds of suspicion were sown, they swiftly took root within both factions, greatly affecting the morale of the troops. Loras awaited the opportune moment to deliver a crushing blow to the precariously balanced coalition. At last, on a moonless night, when thick clouds obscured the moonlight and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, the moment for a surprise attack had arrived. Loras personally led the renowned Roaring Legion, akin to a black torrent, surging towards the coalition's encampment. The soldiers of the Roaring Legion, well-trained and light-footed, approached the enemy with utmost stealth, clad in specially designed black armor that rendered them nearly indistinguishable from the shadows, resembling demons risen from the depths of hell. Upon drawing sufficiently close to the coalition's camp, Loras issued a command, and the Roaring Legion erupted with a thunderous battle cry, akin to a pack of ferocious beasts pouncing upon their prey. Chaos erupted within the coalition's encampment. Soldiers awoke from their slumber, bewildered and disoriented, only to find the blades of the Roaring Legion poised at their throats. Due to their prior suspicions, Renly's forces and the Tyrell soldiers struggled to coordinate in the face of the assault. Each faction fought in isolation, descending into disarray. Utterly incapable of mounting an effective defense, Renly hastily donned his armor within his tent, endeavoring to rally his forces for a counterattack. However, the troops had already succumbed to panic, scattering in all directions and disregarding his commands. The situation on the Tyrell side was no better. Soldiers, in a state of utter disarray, jostled one another, unable to discern whether to confront the foe or guard against their allies. Loras, atop a powerful black steed, maneuvered through the battlefield, his sword slicing through the air with a fierce grace, leaving a trail of fallen enemies in his wake. The soldiers of the Roaring Legion executed a tightly coordinated assault, employing small units to encircle and annihilate the enemy forces one by one. On the battlefield, the glint of blades and the cacophony of battle cries and anguished wails intertwined as blood stained the earth. Amidst the chaos, the coalition crumbled entirely. Soldiers discarded their armor, fleeing in every direction. The Roaring Legion relentlessly pursued the retreating forces, unleashing a merciless slaughter upon the routed troops. Those once boastful coalition soldiers now resembled lambs destined for slaughter, utterly defenseless. In a matter of hours, what had been a well-ordered coalition encampment transformed into a desolate ruin, littered with corpses, a sight too harrowing to behold. This surprise attack culminated in a resounding victory. Through exceptional strategy and audacious leadership, Loras successfully dismantled the alliance between Renly and House Tyrell, securing a pivotal advantage in this power struggle. As dawn's light struggled to penetrate the pervasive fog of carnage that hung in the air, it slowly illuminated the grim remnants of the battlefield. In the span of a single night, this place has descended into a veritable hell on earth. As far as the eye can see, there lie countless bodies sprawled in disarray, severed limbs scattered about, silently narrating the harrowing brutality of last night's massacre. The coalition of 80,000 led by Bluely and the Targaryen family has suffered catastrophic losses under the ferocious assault of the Roaring Legion led by Leois. Now, they lie in heaps, their once vibrant lives extinguished upon the cold ground, while rivers of crimson blood meander between the corpses, staining the earth a dreadful dark red. On the battlefield, a few survivors can still be seen. Some lie grievously wounded, weakly moaning on the ground, while others sit in a daze, their expressions vacant as if their souls have been siphoned away. Under the vigilant watch of the Roaring Legion, over 30,000 have become captives. They are raggedly clothed, their faces etched with fear and despair. Among these prisoners, some bear wounds that have yet to heal, with blood seeping through coarse bandages, leaving ghastly stains on their garments. Leois rides a magnificent steed, slowly traversing the bloody battlefield. His gaze coldly surveys the surroundings, unmoved by the carnage before him. This victory is the culmination of his meticulous scheming, and with the tides of fate now firmly in his favor, he is acutely aware that these captives will serve as vital leverage in his quest for power. This battlefield will become yet another cornerstone on his path to ascendancy. Behind him, the soldiers of the Roaring Legion stand in disciplined formation, their armor tarnished with the blood of their foes, glistening with a chilling sheen in the morning light, embodying the majesty and glory of the victors. Chapter 47. The choice of the North. The alliance between Bluely and the Targaryens initially brimmed with hope, intended to forge a formidable entry into the power chessboard, seeking vast dominion. Their forces stood in disciplined ranks, their banners flapping fiercely, seemingly invulnerable. However, the course of fate took an abrupt turn. Leois's surprise attack struck like thunder in the night, catching the coalition off guard. The battlefield erupted with the deafening clamor of combat, and in the glint of cold steel, lives extinguished rapidly like candles flickering in the wind. Despite Bluely's valiant efforts amidst the chaos, striving to turn the tide of battle proved insurmountable, as the enemy's onslaught surged forth like a relentless tide. Ultimately, Bluely fell to the ground, pierced by a sword, his splendid armor stained with blood, marking the end of his ambitions. This devastating defeat inflicted severe wounds upon the coalition. With countless casualties among the 80,000 troops, the battlefield was littered with corpses, severed limbs scattered everywhere, as blood flowed profusely, saturating the land in a dark red hue. The 30,000 fortunate enough to survive were reduced to prisoners, bound in ropes, their faces marked by sorrow and despair, their eyes filled with dread for the uncertain fate that lay ahead. What was once a fervently sworn alliance crumbled under the weight of brutal warfare, becoming a poignant chapter in the annals of history. The news of this battle spread like wildfire, rapidly reaching every corner of the Seven Kingdoms. From the snow-capped peaks of the north to the warm shores of the south, from the free trade city-states of the east to the desolate Great Wall of the west, the people spoke of this earth-shattering conflict. In the heart of the city, Cersei sat upon the Iron Throne, listening intently to the reports from her spies. A subtle smile of triumph curled at the corners of her lips. She understood well that this victory would significantly fortify her and Joffrey's reign, deterring any malefactors from taking rash actions. Meanwhile, in the distant north, members of House Stark gathered, their expressions grave as they deliberated the shifting tides of power. Ned's sons, Robb and Jon, remained on high alert, realizing that the aftershocks of this war could potentially alter the balance of power across the continent, leaving the North unable to stand apart from the turmoil. In the free cities of trade, astute merchants sensed a lucrative opportunity. They began stockpiling supplies, preparing to capitalize on the chaos within the Seven Kingdoms. Simultaneously, they closely monitored the movements of various factions, seeking new alliances. At the Wall, the Night's Watch also caught wind of the battle's outcome. Though they resided in the far north, they recognized that the changing landscape of the continent could trigger a ripple effect, threatening the borders they vowed to protect. This conflict not only altered the fates of Renly and House Tyrell, but also cast a stone into the placid waters, stirring tumultuous waves and plunging the powers of the Seven Kingdoms into profound contemplation and anxious preparation. The entire continent found itself ensnared in the eye of a new storm. Stannis paced back and forth in the dimly lit study on Dragonstone, clenching a letter bearing the news of Renly's demise. The parchment crumpled in his grip. Outside, the sea winds howled, crashing against the castle walls, yet he remained oblivious, consumed by a fervent rage. Useless, truly useless. His roar echoed in the empty room, causing dust to cascade from the rafters. His face flushed with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes wide and fierce as if they could incinerate all before him. Renly, his own brother, was meant to stand alongside him in the quest to reclaim the Iron Throne and restore the glory of House Baratheon. Yet now, he lay dead in such a humiliating manner, relinquishing their advantageous position to their foes. Stannis' anger intensified, and he slammed his fist onto the desk, causing the candlestick to jump, the flame flickering as if it too feared his wrath. How could he be so inept, so easily ensnared by the enemy's trap, sacrificing his own life in the process? Through gritted teeth, Stannis expressed his frustration, filled with bitterness and disappointment. He had always known Renly to be somewhat frivolous, but never did he expect such foolishness that would thrust their family's plans into disarray. He paced the room, his mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. On one hand, he mourned the loss of his brother, for blood is thicker than water. On the other, he fretted over the implications for his own ambitions. Renly's death stripped him of a crucial ally in the struggle for the Iron Throne, while introducing countless unforeseen variables. He was acutely aware that various factions were poised to strike, eagerly anticipating his downfall and waiting to divide the spoils left behind by Renly. No, I cannot simply sit idly by. Stannis abruptly halted, determination flickering in his eyes. I shall ensure that all are aware the glory of House Baratheon shall not be extinguished. With that, he strode purposefully towards the door, intent on summoning his advisors and generals to deliberate on their next course of action. Even if the road ahead was fraught with peril, he would not retreat an inch. Within the smoky, blood-stained tents of Riverrun, Tywin Lannister sat regally in his place. His fingers rhythmically drumming against the armrest, his steely gaze surveying the bustling commanders below. At that moment, a messenger burst in, kneeling swiftly to present a sealed letter. Tywin accepted it, unfolding the parchment to read, a profound smile gradually emerging on his previously impassive face. "Excellent, splendid," Tywin exclaimed, rising suddenly, his voice barely concealing his exhilaration. "That young fool, Lancel, has finally met his downfall." His laughter reverberated within the tent, startling the surrounding commanders, who turned to him with expressions of bewilderment. Amidst their puzzled gazes, Tywin raised the letter, announcing the news of Lancel's demise and the defeat of the allied forces. The tent erupted into chaos. Commanders murmuring amongst themselves, their faces a mixture of shock and elation. It appeared that House Lannister had found a formidable successor. Tywin narrowed his eyes slightly, the image of Roose Stark surfacing in his mind. He understood well that Roose's remarkable achievements not only positioned House Lannister advantageously in the power struggle, but also altered the dynamics of the Seven Kingdoms. In Tywin's eyes, Roose's ascent heralded a new pinnacle of glory for House Lannister. "Dispatch the order to hasten the clearing of the remaining enemies in Riverrun, and prepare for Roose's triumphant return," Tywin commanded, his expression grave as he turned to his subordinate. "Moreover, arrange a grand celebratory feast, so that all the realms shall know the glory of House Lannister is insurmountable." The deputy complied, and the atmosphere in the tent swelled with anticipation, as everyone eagerly awaited Roose's triumphant homecoming, looking forward to a new moment of glory for House Lannister. In Winterfell, the heavy clouds loomed over the castle walls, casting a somber shadow within the council chamber, where the atmosphere was nearly suffocating. Robb Stark clutched the letter bearing the news of Lancel's defeat. His knuckles white from exertion, his brow furrowed in a tight knot, eyes brimming with shock and concern. How formidable Roose is! To have decisively shattered Lancel's 80,000-strong coalition, it is utterly beyond my expectations, he spoke, his voice low, betraying his astonishment. Beside him, Roose Bolton maintained a stoic expression, yet his eyes glimmered with scrutiny. "The growing power of House Lannister is certainly not advantageous for us in the north," his voice was cold, akin to the biting winds of the north. "The road southward will likely become increasingly arduous." Robb furrowed his brow, his tone heavy. He had intended to seize the opportunity amidst the balance of various forces to lead the northern army southward for vengeance, reclaiming the honor of House Stark. But Roose's rise had rendered the situation exceedingly complex. "Robb, we must not act recklessly," Theon urged, his face taut, striving to maintain composure. "If only our mother, Catelyn, were here, she would counsel us to proceed with caution." At the mention of their mother, the room fell into a somber silence, the only sound being the cold wind battering against the window panes. Robb inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. Though Catelyn was no longer with them, the honor of House Stark must endure. "We shall remain vigilant, closely observing the movements of all parties and searching for the opportune moment." He understood that in the ever-shifting landscape of the Seven Kingdoms, impulsiveness would only invite calamity. Only through calm deliberation could they carve a path of blood for the north. Chapter 48. Betrayal and bargain. In the war room of Winterfell, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere lingered, as everyone remained ensnared in the shock of Renly's defeat. Roose Bolton stood aside, his lowered eyelids concealing eyes that flickered with uncertainty, as he calculated silently in his mind. Upon hearing Robb mention plans for vengeance in the south, a subtle smirk graced his lips, revealing a barely perceptible cold smile. To the Boltons, the Starks' determination to march south appeared to be a mere act of tailoring garments for others. The Lannisters were at the zenith of their power. A reckless assault would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic losses for the Stark forces. Roose pondered that should the Stark family suffer significant depletion in this conflict, the Bolton family could seize the opportunity to rise. He had already covertly engaged with various factions, ready to liberate the Boltons from their vassal status under the Starks and carve out a place for themselves amidst the chaos of this era. He raised his eyes to Robb, maintaining an expression of feigned submission while advising, "Young wolf, the current situation is unclear. To advance recklessly southward may prove unwise. It would be prudent for us to muster our forces and recuperate before making further plans." In truth, he sought merely to buy time, waiting for the Starks to err, thus securing the utmost benefit for the Boltons. As the night deepened, the candles of Winterfell gradually extinguished, leaving only the faint flicker of light in Roose Bolton's chamber. He sat at a table, illuminated by the dim glow of the candlelight, dipping his quill into ink to compose a confidential letter. To His Grace, Duke Tywin, House Stark is plotting a vengeful march southward. Though their morale remains intact, the challenges of long-distance travel and the logistics of supplies present significant difficulties. Should the Duke choose to intercept at this juncture, I am willing to act as an insider, turning against the Starks at a critical moment to catch them off guard. Once the deed is accomplished, I hope the Duke will secure the Bolton family's standing in the north, granting me greater lands and power. Yours sincerely, Roose Bolton. Upon completing the letter, he carefully folded it, sealing it with wax, and summoned a trusted confidant, whispering urgent instructions. Ensure this letter reaches Duke Tywin directly, without the knowledge of anyone else. If word of this leaks, neither of us shall survive. The confidant accepted the task, and under the cover of night, mounted a swift steed, vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Roose Bolton gazed out into the pitch-black night, a chilling smile curling his lips. In his eyes, House Stark was merely a stepping stone on his ascent to power. This alliance with Duke Tywin represented a pivotal stride in altering the fate of the Bolton family. Once liberated from the Starks' constraints and with the Lannisters' support, the Bolton family would undoubtedly rise amidst the turmoil, becoming an indomitable force in the north and beyond. Inside the encampment of River Run, the candlelight flickered as Tywin sat in the seat of authority, flanked by Jaime, clad in gleaming armor, his posture erect. Hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his keen gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Father, exercise utmost caution in your dealings with the Bolton family. Their ambitions are well known, and they cannot be wholly trusted, James reminded with a furrowed brow and a grave expression. Tywin nodded slightly and replied in a low voice. I am well aware. Roose Bolton seeks to augment his house's power through our Lannister might, yet we too aim to utilize him in our endeavor to eliminate the Starks. You are to immediately organize the troops and, as per our plan, set an ambush near the Trident in a fortnight, ensuring the complete eradication of the Stark family. Within the heavily guarded encampment of River Run, Tywin sat across from Roose Bolton. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on their somber faces. Tywin's fingers rhythmically tapped the table, shattering the oppressive silence of the tent. The terrain near the Trident is intricate, making it an excellent ambush site. I will arrange for elite forces to lay a snare there. Once the Stark army enters our encirclement, you shall lead the Bolton forces for a surprise attack from the rear. Roose Bolton nodded slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, Your Grace. Once the opportunity arises, the Bolton family will spare no effort to ensure that Stark lad meets his demise without a grave. However, he paused, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Upon our success, I hope Your Grace will honor his promise. The fertile lands of the north should rightfully yield us a larger share. A flicker of displeasure crossed Tywin's gaze, though he quickly regained his composure, replying coldly. As long as your Bolton family remains straightforward, you shall receive every bit that is due. The two continued to deliberate on troop deployments and the timing of their assault until deep into the night, reaching a consensus. After Roose Bolton departed, Tywin leaned back in his chair, lost in contemplation. He understood the gravity of this ambush. Should it succeed, the Lannister family would eradicate the Stark threat, solidifying their dominion over the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, should they fail, not only would their prior efforts be rendered futile, but it could also trigger a cascade of repercussions, plunging the Lannisters into irreparable ruin. In this game of power, Tywin and Roose harbored their own ulterior motives, uniting for their respective gains. The land near the Trident was poised to become the battleground that would determine the fate of House Stark. Chapter 49, Robb captured. A stain on the north, the Stark forces surged southward like a black tide, the sound of hooves and footsteps intertwining, creating a grand spectacle. Robb rode atop his powerful black steed, his posture regal and his gaze resolute, forever prepared to avenge his father, the flames of vengeance raging within him. Yet, he remained oblivious to the trap that lay ahead near the Trident, where Tywin and Bolton's machinations awaited them. As the army entered the seemingly tranquil valley near the Trident, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a sharp horn blast resounded like thunder, shattering the stillness. Tywin's meticulously concealed forces surged forth from the dense woods and rocky outcrops on either side of the valley, a relentless tide. Clad in glistening armor, their battle cries echoed, and the blades in their hands glimmered coldly in the sunlight as they charged towards the Stark army. Robb instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, swiftly drawing his sword. The cold gleam of the blade mirrored the fury blazing in his eyes as he bellowed, "Brothers, do not panic. Form ranks and meet the enemy." The Stark soldiers sprang into action, with shield bearers at the forefront and spearmen behind, creating a tightly knit defensive formation to withstand the sudden onslaught. Yet, Tywin's forces surged with relentless ferocity, crashing against the lines like a tumultuous sea, wave after wave. On the battlefield, flashes of blades intertwined with the sounds of battle cries, screams of agony, and the cacophony of clashing weapons, all merging into a deafening symphony. A young soldier of House Stark, his eyes filled with terror and defiance, was struck in the abdomen by an enemy's longsword. Gripping the blade with both hands, blood seeped through his fingers as his body slowly crumpled to the ground. The light of life swiftly extinguished. Not far away, a burly warrior wielded his battle axe, felling several foes in quick succession, only to be ambushed from the side. A spear pierced through his chest, eliciting a muffled groan as he collapsed heavily to the earth. Just as the clash of combat reached a fever pitch, a sudden uproar erupted from the rear. The once reliable Bolton forces, tasked with covering the retreat, turned upon their former allies like ravenous wolves. Their faces contorted into grotesque smiles as they brandished their weapons, mercilessly hacking at their erstwhile comrades. This treachery threw the Stark army into disarray. Soldiers, filled with dread, turned to witness former allies transformed into harbingers of death, their eyes reflecting shock and despair. "Roose Bolton, you despicable traitor!" Robb roared in fury, his eyes reddened with rage, as if flames might erupt from them. He desperately attempted to charge forward, but was heavily encircled by enemies. He fought fiercely, his sword dancing in a relentless flurry, felling foes around him, yet the tide of adversaries surged ever closer, tightening the noose around him. On the battlefield, Stark soldiers fell one after another, blood spreading across the ground, coalescing into dark crimson streams that mingled with the waters of the Trident. Some soldiers, with severed arms, continued to battle valiantly with their remaining hand. Others, wounded by multiple blows, refused to yield until their last breath. Robb, witnessing his comrades fall around him, felt an overwhelming sense of grief and indignation. He understood that this battle had inflicted severe wounds upon House Stark, a devastating defeat, and his path of vengeance now lay shrouded in despair. With every swing, Robb fought with all his might, his arms aching to the point of numbness. The blade dulled from relentless use, and his wounds continued to bleed profusely. Yet, he persisted in his struggle, seeking a glimmer of life amidst the dire circumstances. But the enemy surged like an unstoppable tide, and with each agonizing scream, the flicker of hope within him dimmed. When the last loyal guard fell beside him, Robb's movements gradually slowed. He gasped for breath, sweat mingling with blood trickling down his cheeks, as he surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses, filled with regret and bitterness. He recalled his father Ned, imprisoned, and the vows he had made to rescue him, to punish those who betrayed him and his enemies alike. Yet now, he found himself ensnared in an inescapable abyss. His gaze swept fiercely over the treacherous Bolton soldiers. The betrayal of Roose Bolton had left his army besieged and plunged into an abyss of despair. "Roose Bolton, I shall not spare you," Robb growled through clenched teeth, his voice heavy with fury and hatred. Slowly, Robb lifted his head, directing his gaze northward, toward Winterfell, his home. His thoughts drifted back to his childhood, frolicking in the courtyards of Winterfell with his siblings, while his father, Ned, smiled fondly at them, and his mother, Catelyn, gently admonished them to remain safe. Those days were simple and joyous, but now, they seemed like a distant memory. "My father is still waiting for me to save him. I cannot falter now." Robb silently rallied himself, determination hardening in his eyes. He gripped the bloodied sword in his hand, his sole reliance in this moment. He understood that the defeat in this battle was but temporary. As long as he drew breath, he must devise a way to break free from this predicament, rescue his father, and make those traitors pay the price. On the battlefield, the setting sun cast a blood-red hue, rendering the scene increasingly gruesome. Robb Stark was drenched in blood. His sword, having cleaved through countless foes, was now marred with nicks and dents. His breathing was labored and heavy. With every swing of his weapon, it felt as though he was exhausting his last reserves of strength. The soldiers of House Bolton surged forth like a relentless tide, the encirclement tightening around him, their faces twisted in grotesque grins, their eyes glinting with greed and malice, as if heralding the inevitable victory. Amidst the chaos, Robb caught a glimpse of Theon Greyjoy, cornered by enemies. Theon fought valiantly, yet the weariness was evident, his body bearing numerous wounds. Robb felt a surge of urgency. He knew Theon would surely perish if he remained. "Theon, run," Robb shouted, his voice piercing through the din of battle. "Forget me. Return to Pike. Conserve your strength." Theon turned sharply, shock and disbelief etched on his face. "No, Robb. I cannot abandon you. We will fight our way out together." There is no time, Robb yelled, parrying an enemy's attack. This is an order. Your survival is vital, for the Iron Islands, for me. Go. A flicker of conflict crossed Theon's face, but ultimately, he gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes, and with all his might, he felled several adversaries, mounted his horse, and charged toward the breach in the encirclement. His silhouette faded into the twilight, while Robb turned his focus back to the advancing foes, tightening his grip on his sword, preparing for the final confrontation. The noose of Bolton soldiers constricted further, Robb's body smeared with grime, sweat, and blood blurring his vision. He darted left and right, yet the enemy was overwhelming. Each swing of his sword felt like a drain on his very soul. Suddenly, a spear lunged from the side, and Robb could not evade it in time. The tip grazed his shoulder, a jolt of agony seizing him. He stumbled, dropping to one knee. Before he could regain his footing, strong arms seized him, twisting his wrists painfully behind his back. Let me go? Robb struggled in fury, his voice a tempest of rage as he shouted, You traitors! The Boltons will pay for this. Yet, the only response he received was the mocking laughter of the soldiers. The leading Bolton officer stepped forward, a smug smile gracing his face as he looked down at Robb with condescension. Young wolf, your resistance has come to an end. Come with us quietly. Robb glared at him, his eyes ablaze with hatred, wishing to rend the man before him into 1,000 pieces. However, his struggles proved futile against the enemy's restraints. And ultimately, he was roughly escorted away, step by step, from the battlefield soaked in the blood of his comrades. Chapter 50. The trial under the brutal escort of the Bolton soldiers, Robb, bound and battered, was transported to King's Landing in a prisoner cart. Each jolt of the carriage tugged at his wounds, sending sharp pangs of pain through him. The common folk along the route, upon hearing of the young wolf's capture, cast him looks rife with complexity, some sympathetic, others shocked, and many fearful. Robb met their gazes, his heart swelling with humiliation and resentment. As the silhouette of King's Landing gradually came into view, the towering, ominous walls loomed like monstrous beasts, instilling a sense of dread. At the city gates, Jaime Lannister sat astride his horse, coldly observing the approach of the prisoner cart. Upon sighting him, Robb's anger ignited, a fierce desire to break free and confront him surging within. Welcome to King's Landing, young wolf, Jaime remarked, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His tone frigid, Robb scoffed and turned his head away, resolving silently, I shall not succumb so easily. I will find a way to escape and make you pay. As he was ushered into the city, the jeers and insults of Lannister soldiers surrounded him, yet Robb held his back straight, his gaze resolute, revealing not a hint of fear, as he plotted vengeance and escape in the depths of his mind. Inside the grand courtroom of King's Landing, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Beneath the soaring dome, the flickering candlelight failed to dispel the pervasive chill of impending doom. Tywin Lannister presided over the proceedings from the main seat, his expression stern and his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over Eddard Stark and Robb Stark below. Beside him, Cersei wore a cold smile, her eyes gleaming with vengeful delight, while Jaime stood with arms crossed, exuding disdain. Eddard Stark, you conspire to commit treason, intending to undermine the rule of the Iron Throne. Is this true? Tywin's voice resounded through the hollow courtroom, authoritative and icy. Eddard raised his head, his gaze unwavering and fearless. Tywin, we both know this is merely a fabrication to solidify the Lannister family's power. I have remained loyal to the Iron Throne, harboring no thoughts of rebellion. Humph. Still defiant at this juncture, Cersei sneered. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to contest it? At that moment, Robb erupted with fury. You despicable cowards. You stop at nothing for power, slandering my father. It is you who deserve to be judged. Tywin's expression darkened as he turned to Robb. As the king in the north, you have raised an army without authorization, openly defying the Iron Throne. This, too, is a grave act of treason. Robb met Tywin's gaze fearlessly, declaring, I seek only vengeance for my father, to restore justice for House Stark. The Lannister family's misdeeds will inevitably face retribution. Within the courtroom, both sides stood in fierce confrontation, with Eddard and Robb Stark unwavering in their pursuit of justice, while the Lannisters sought to impose their will through sheer power. The clash, pivotal to matters of life and authority, escalated to a boiling point. The atmosphere in the courtroom was taut with tension, just as the standoff reached an impasse. Joffrey suddenly rose, his face flushed with rage, his eyes wide and seemingly ablaze. Kill them all! Kill them all! He shouted hoarsely, his voice sharp and frenzied, echoing off the courtroom walls. Saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth, and the facade of superiority he typically donned vanished, revealing a madness intoxicated by power and hatred. Cersei, sensing the chaos, hastily grasped Joffrey's arm, her expression a mix of embarrassment and helplessness. "Joffrey, calm yourself. This is a trial and must adhere to the rules." Yet Joffrey forcefully shook off Cersei's hand, undeterred, insisting, "I care not for rules. They have offended me, they have offended the king, and they must die." Tywin frowned, clearly displeased with Joffrey's outburst. He cast a cold, authoritative gaze upon him, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable command. "Sit down. In this courtroom, it is not your place to act with such recklessness." Joffrey stiffened, his face shifting from pale to crimson, but under Tywin's watchful eye, he begrudgingly took his seat, muttering curses under his breath. Eddard and Robb exchanged glances, each reflecting disdain and contempt for Joffrey. Robb scoffed, "Behold the king upon the Iron Throne. Merely a madman intoxicated by power." Eddard shook his head slightly, his demeanor calm yet resolute. "Justice may arrive tardily, but it shall never be absent. Their misdeeds will eventually be reckoned." The courtroom was heavy with an oppressive gravity, akin to the stillness before a tempest. Observing the farcical display before me, I could not help but frown at Joffrey's deranged antics. His face was red, veins bulging, and he screamed hoarsely, utterly oblivious to his royal status. His piercing, shrill voice reverberated throughout the expansive courtroom, rendering the scene absurdly comical. Uncontrolled saliva dribbled from his lips as he flailed his arms, reminiscent of a petulant child throwing a tantrum. Cersei, visibly anxious, attempted to restrain him, but he violently shrugged her off. Duke Tywin's countenance grew increasingly dark, his eyes filled with disapproval at Joffrey's disgraceful display. Meanwhile, Eddard and Robb, despite their precarious position, maintained their composure, their gazes imbued with contempt for Joffrey. Witnessing this spectacle, I sighed inwardly. A ruler so easily swayed by emotion, devoid of regal demeanor, was indeed unfit to occupy the Iron Throne. Joffrey bore the title of king, yet he lacked the wisdom and steadiness required for governance, his mind clouded by power as he recklessly unleashed his fury and selfish desires. Under his reign, the realm of Westeros would likely know no peace, and the majesty of the Iron Throne would be gradually eroded. Joffrey's bellowing gradually subsided, yet the remnants of his madness lingered in the air. Tywin Lannister sat imperiously upon his throne, his countenance austere as his gaze traversed the assembly, ultimately resting upon Eddard and Robb Stark. After deliberation, Tywin's voice emerged, low and frigid, resonating with unsettling clarity in the hushed courtroom, as he decreed the unanimous verdict of hanging for Eddard Stark and Robb Stark. Upon the pronouncement, an uproar erupted within the court. Cersei's lips curled into a cold, triumphant smirk, as if the long-standing grievances had finally been avenged. Jaime furrowed his brow, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes, yet he remained silent. Meanwhile, the sycophantic nobles, who typically lavished praise, now echoed their agreement, their voices laced with obsequiousness and flattery. Eddard Stark maintained a serene demeanor, gradually lifting his gaze to the dome of the courtroom, devoid of fear, embodying a steadfast acceptance of fate and an unwavering commitment to justice. In stark contrast, Robb clenched his jaw, fists tightly balled, knuckles whitening from the strain, as fury ignited in his eyes, glaring vehemently at those who had condemned him to death. "You wretched villains," Robb bellowed, "your heinous acts shall not elude retribution. The Stark family's grievances will one day be vindicated." Eddard gently rested a hand on Robb's shoulder, whispering, "My son, do not fear. Our conscience is clear." Together, the father and son supported one another, exemplifying the indomitable spirit and dignity of House Stark amidst the direst of circumstances. This unjust trial loomed like a heavy cloud over the realm of Westeros, heralding the approach of a greater tempest. Chapter 51. Pinnacle and Peril of Power on the bustling streets of King's Landing. The Stark father and son were escorted step by step towards the gallows. The throng surrounding them was dense, clamoring, jostling, their gazes imbued with curiosity, fear, and excitement, as though this were a grand festival. Eddard walked with steady steps, his expression tranquil, his eyes reflecting a serene acceptance born of life's tribulations, seemingly indifferent to the specter of death. Robb, however, was a tempest in contrast. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring angrily at the crowd. Every step he took repressing the tumult within, and had he not been bound, he would surely have fought back. As they were led beneath the gallows, an eerie silence enveloped the execution site, all breath held in anticipation of the impending brutality. The nooses tightened around their necks, and the executioner's hands began to pull the ropes slowly. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of a figure in the crowd, a slight boy, his face etched with agony and despair, his eyes fixated on the gallows. tears streaming uncontrollably. A jolt of recognition surged within me. That was Arya, the second daughter of House Stark. A surge of complex emotions welled up within me, suppressing the urge to capture her. Witnessing her heart-wrenching sorrow stirred a morbid curiosity within me. Perhaps I wished to observe how this stubborn girl would struggle to survive in a cruel world after losing her kin. Or perhaps I simply sought to inject a touch of amusement into this brutal game of power. As the ropes tightened, Eddard and Robb swayed upon the gallows, eliciting gasps from the crowd, while Arya's cries rang out, piercing through the chaos like a haunting lament. The Stark father and son were hanged upon the gallows, their demise reverberating across the realm of Westeros like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. Initially, the situation appeared precarious. The bannermen of the North were incensed, poised to march southward in vengeance. However, as time unfolded, various factions weighed their interests, leading to a gradual stabilization of the circumstances. The Tyrell family bore a heavy toll in this power struggle, their forces suffering significant losses in prior conflicts, while the supply of provisions within their territories became strained due to the ravages of war. Internally, factions within the family engaged in both overt and covert skirmishes for resources and influence. Yet, after careful deliberation, they recognized that a complete rupture with the crown would plunge the Tyrell family into irreversible ruin. Thus, the family's representatives, adorned in resplendent yet weary attire, arrived in King's Landing. They knelt before the Iron Throne, pledging their fealty anew. Cersei sat upon the throne, her eyes alight with triumph and arrogance, a smirk playing upon her lips, as if proclaiming yet another victory for House Lannister. The Tyrells surrendered vast treasures, precious weaponry, and sent key family members as hostages to the capital. Their fleet was also incorporated, becoming part of the Royal Navy. Although the kingdom appeared to regain tranquility on the surface, beneath it, various factions continued to stir, amassing strength for the next power struggle. The Lannister family's dominion over the Seven Kingdoms is undeniable. Across the vast expanse of Westeros, the contention for power burns like an unquenchable fire, with the Lannisters emerging as the current victors of this intricate game. Through cunning, wealth, and military might, they have firmly seized control of 4 of the kingdoms, their renown echoing across the land. Casterly Rock, the cradle of House Lannister, stands as an impregnable fortress, continuously supplying the family with immense wealth and formidable forces. The bounteous gold mines serve as the wellspring of their riches, enabling them to navigate the corridors of power with finesse. The Reach, situated at the heart of the continent, holds significant strategic importance. After intense competition and astute political maneuvering, the Lannisters successfully integrated it into their realm. The Trident River meanders through this territory, not only providing fertile soil for flourishing agriculture, but also offering convenient routes for transportation and military endeavors, thus extending the Lannisters' influence further afield. The Vale, once fortified by its natural defenses, ultimately bowed to the overwhelming intimidation and meticulous strategies employed by the Lannisters. The imposing mountains, which once shielded the Vale, could not withstand the relentless advance of Lannister power, and now form a part of their vast dominion. Dorne, having weathered numerous storms, has also succumbed to the Lannisters' machinations and military prowess. The warriors of Dorne, once famed for their valor and fearlessness, found themselves unable to withstand the formidable onslaught. And this land has since been indelibly marked by the Lannister legacy. The North, a vast and frigid expanse, fell mercilessly into the hands of House Bolton after the demise of the Stark patriarch and his son, awarded by Tywin Lannister. Roose Bolton, a cunning and ruthless figure, earned Tywin's favor through his betrayal of Robb Stark. The Bolton family subsequently established their dominion over the North, yet their rule was precarious. The lingering nostalgia for House Stark among the lords and common folk surged like an undercurrent, poised to erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, the Riverlands, after the Tyrells chose to submit, effectively became an extension of the Lannisters' power. Renowned for its bountiful resources and formidable fleet, the allegiance of House Tyrell further fortified House Lannister's position. The fertile lands yielded abundant harvests, replenishing the Lannister granaries, while their powerful navy solidified their maritime supremacy. However, beneath the facade of Lannister prosperity lay a quagmire of impending peril. The latent forces of resistance in the North remained ever vigilant, ready to avenge the Starks and restore the North's former glory. The Ironborn of the Iron Islands, with their predatory gaze upon the continent's wealth and power, were poised to strike at any moment. Additionally, those families that appeared to submit might well be scheming to extricate themselves from Lannister dominance. Though the Lannisters stood atop the pinnacle of power, they teetered precariously on the edge of calamity, A single misstep could plunge them into irreversible ruin. The Game of Thrones is relentless, with each choice and action determining the rise and fall of dynasties, and the fate of the entire continent of Westeros. Chapter 52. Shadows of Regicide. A tempest brewed within the opulent yet shadowy chambers of the Red Keep, where the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Tyrion stood beneath the Iron Throne, his stature seemingly diminished, as Tywin Lannister approached with measured steps. From this day forth, I shall assume the role of Hand of the King, Tywin declared, his voice resonating with an undeniable authority throughout the vast hall. Tyrion looked up at his father, a complex smile gracing his lips. As you wish, father. I have long grown weary of the Hand's position. His tone carried a sense of liberation, tinged with subtle mockery. Tywin's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his features. Your irreverence is quite evident. Tyrion shrugged. Perhaps, at last, I can return to my world of potions, which is far more intriguing than this court. With that, Tyrion turned and strode out of the council chamber, traversing the long corridor with a buoyancy akin to a bird newly liberated. The passing guards and nobles cast him curious glances, yet he paid them no heed. Upon returning to his chamber, Tyrion beheld the multitude of potion ingredients and tomes, a wave of long-forgotten joy washing over him. He picked up a vial emanating an unusual glow, gently shaking it. Old friend, it has been too long. In the days that followed, Tyrion immersed himself wholly in the study of alchemy, spending his hours amidst an array of bottles and jars, concocting potions and meticulously recording data, reveling in his newfound bliss. Occasionally, he would hear news from outside regarding Tywin's governance of the realm, yet he merely smiled it off. For him, the power struggles were a matter of the past, while the world of potions was his true sanctuary. In the vast, icy expanse beyond the wall, I am quietly orchestrating a remarkable plan capable of altering the balance of power on the continent of Westeros. To bring this plan to fruition, I have engaged in frequent and clandestine dealings with the free folk. After countless negotiations and games of interest, I have successfully established this covert channel of collaboration. Simultaneously, I have meticulously coordinated maritime vessels, journeying great distances from mysterious lands to transport over 100 giants to this place. These giants, colossal as mountains, exude an invisible aura of oppression merely by standing. I harbor a bold and audacious idea to transform them into humanoid tanks for the battlefield. I first selected a group of free folk who possessed some knowledge of the giant's nature, offering them substantial rewards to assist in taming these formidable beings. We erected a massive encampment on the frozen plains, surrounded by towering fences to prevent the giants from escaping uncontrollably. The training process was immensely challenging. The giants were wild and unruly, and any misstep would provoke their wrath, shattering everything around them. However, I did not waver. With unwavering determination and cunning strategies, I gradually taught them to respond to simple commands. To enhance their might in battle, I commissioned the creation of specially crafted heavy armor, forged from resilient metal and embedded with sharp steel spikes, providing protection while inflicting devastating damage upon foes during charges. Additionally, I equipped them with colossal war hammers and spears, which, wielded by the giants, would possess cataclysmic power. I am acutely aware that should I succeed in transforming these giants into humanoid tanks and unleash them onto the battlefield, they would deliver a catastrophic blow to our enemies. Meanwhile, within the grandeur and intrigue of the Red Keep and King's Landing, a lavish yet profoundly significant wedding is being meticulously arranged. The Tyrell family, a prestigious lineage from the Reach, has orchestrated a union to solidify their power and further encroach upon the Iron Throne, promising their enchanting flower, Margaery Tyrell, to Joffrey Baratheon, the nominal ruler of the continent of Westeros. During the preparations, King's Landing is adorned with festive decorations, and the Red Keep shines with opulence. The Tyrells spare no effort in showcasing their wealth and influence, with exotic treasures and splendid garments filling the corners of the palace. Margaery, the clever and charming young woman, clad in an exquisite wedding gown and wearing a perfectly poised smile, appears to revel in the joy of becoming a queen. Yet behind that smile lies the burden of her family's expectations and her own calculations. Meanwhile, Joffrey, the inherently cruel and capricious young king, is filled with pride and excitement at the thought of marrying the beautiful Margaery. He brazenly flaunted within the Red Keep, envisioning his dominion over Margaery post-marriage, and how the wealth and military strength of House Tyrell would be at his disposal. On the wedding day, nobles and guests from all corners of Westeros gathered within and around the Red Keep, clad in lavish attire, their faces adorned with disingenuous smiles. Each harbored ulterior motives beneath the facade of merriment. Queen Cersei observed her soon-to-be daughter-in-law Margaery with a flicker of barely perceptible wariness and jealousy in her eyes, fully aware that the Tyrells aimed to usurp power from House Lannister. Meanwhile, Lord Tywin maintained a composed demeanor, silently calculating the ramifications of this union on the future of House Lannister. As the young Rose and Joffrey entered the hall hand in hand to receive the blessings of the crowd, the power dynamics across Westeros seemed to shift imperceptibly due to this union. Yet, unbeknownst to all, beneath this opulent veneer, a far more intense struggle for power was quietly brewing, akin to the ominous gathering of storm clouds before a tempest. In the midst of the festivity, the Red Keep was adorned with splendor as Joffrey and Margaery's wedding banquet unfolded in exuberance. Nobles, clad in silks and satins, traversed the resplendent halls, laughter and music intertwining harmoniously. Joffrey, crowned and draped in a golden-embroidered crimson robe, sat arrogantly upon a dais, reveling in the adulation of the throng. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the Red Keep, the Red Priestess Melisandre murmured incantations of ancient and mysterious origin. The flames of the candles before her flickered wildly in a strange current, casting distorted shadows. As her chant intensified, a dark shape began to coalesce before her, gradually transforming into a vague humanoid silhouette of shadow. This shadowy figure, formless and devoid of features, exuded an aura of chilling malevolence. Melisandre raised her hand, pointing toward the oblivious Joffrey in the banquet hall, and the shadow darted forth like an arrow released from a bow. It glided effortlessly through the crowd, freezing the air in its wake, causing an involuntary shiver among the revelers, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. Just as Joffrey lifted his goblet, prepared to deliver an arrogant toast to the assembly, the shadowy figure silently approached him from behind. It extended an arm, sharp as a blade, piercing through Joffrey's chest in an instant. Joffrey's eyes widened, his expression of pride swiftly transforming into one of sheer terror and agony. He attempted to scream, but only a faint, rasping sound escaped his lips. The goblet slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor and spilling its contents. Chaos erupted within the banquet hall as the guests stood frozen in shock at this unforeseen turn of events. Margaery gasped in horror, covering her mouth, while Queen Cersei rushed toward Joffrey with a shriek. Lord Tywin quickly regained his composure, shouting for the guards to protect the king, his gaze sweeping the room like a hawk, searching for the assailant. However, the shadowy figure dissipated into nothingness after executing its deadly task. Melisandre had already slipped away amidst the turmoil, leaving behind a scene of panic and disbelief. The death of Joffrey, akin to a stone cast into a whirlpool of power, would undoubtedly precipitate a new round of turmoil and conflict across the realm of Westeros. The transformation of the Red Keep. The mountain protects his master within the Red Keep. Chaos erupted as King Joffrey was assassinated, plunging the banquet hall into pandemonium. The shrieks of noble women intertwined with the gasps of the aristocracy, creating an atmosphere of utter disarray. Yet, Duke Tywin remained composed, his gaze sharp as lightning, swiftly discerning every subtle movement around him in an effort to unmask the hidden perpetrator. At that moment, standing like an iron tower behind him, Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, unsheathed his sword with a swiftness that was almost deafening. The blade gleamed ominously, reflecting the terror-stricken faces of those around. The Mountain stood resolutely behind Duke Tywin, his massive form resembling an insurmountable wall. His eyes widened, ablaze with a fierce intensity, akin to an enraged beast, vigilantly scanning the vicinity. Anyone daring to approach Tywin was deemed a potential threat. In his grip, the colossal sword appeared as a mere dagger, its edge glinting with a chilling light as his gaze turned. Queen Cersei continued to scream for Joffrey, her voice piercing and shrill, tinged with despair. Sansa Stark cowered nearby, her complexion as pale as a specter. The other nobles were in disarray, some attempting to flee the perilous scene, while others stood bewildered and paralyzed. The Mountain, unwavering in his duty, guarded Tywin like an immovable fortress. Amidst the turmoil of the Red Keep, he established a temporary sanctuary for the Duke through sheer force, awaiting the further unfolding of events. This sudden assassination was undoubtedly a boulder cast into the abyss of power, destined to stir a tempest across the continent of Westeros. Chapter 53. Dimensions of Opportunity and Crisis in the vast and surreal trading space of the multiverse exchange system. An array of bizarre entities and rare items dazzled the eye. A myriad of vibrant colors intertwined, and energies from different dimensions clashed, emitting sounds that were dreamlike in their ethereality. As I traversed through various trading zones, scrutinizing each dimension, one particular realm captured my attention. It showcased not tangible items, but rather a series of floating images that radiated a soft luminescence, flickering with mysterious symbols and indescribable scenes. This was a merchant of dimensional intelligence, clad in a robe stitched together from fragments of various realms, each piece shimmering with the unique glow of its origin, as if whispering endless secrets. His visage was veiled in an ever-shifting mist, revealing only a pair of eyes, deep and profound, exuding a wisdom that seemed to penetrate the very essence of the multiverse. Esteemed one, with your nearly 10th tier formidable prowess, you must be yearning for critical information to transcend your current boundaries. I happen to possess a piece of knowledge that could prove immensely beneficial to you. His voice resonated as if emerging from the crevices of dimensions, imbued with an ethereal quality. My heart raced at the mention of 10th tier power, a pinnacle sought after by the most formidable beings across the multiverse. Every clue associated with it was of inestimable value. Despite the tumult within, I maintained an exterior of calm, responding with a steely demeanor. Humph, spare me the theatrics. If what you say holds truth, rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. However, should you dare to deceive me, you must be acutely aware of the grave repercussions that await within this interdimensional trading system. The dimensional information merchant smirked slightly, exuding confidence as he articulated, within the crevices of endless dimensions lies a forgotten realm known as the Abyss of Illusions. At the depths of this abyss grows a peculiar entity, known as the Reverse Realm Essence. This essence harbors a mysterious power that defies the rules of dimensional planes. For one on the verge of reaching the 10th tier, it is the key to shattering the final shackles. Upon hearing the merchant's words, I weighed the pros and cons in my mind, fully cognizant that this reverse realm essence might indeed be the pivotal element for transcending into the 10th tier. After a moment of contemplation, I resolved to engage and trade with him. I raised my hand, and a dazzling radiance flashed forth, manifesting countless shimmering dragon crystals that floated and flickered within the trading space. These dragon crystals, each a product of my journeys across myriad realms, contained immense energy and were rare commodities for trade. Surely, these dragon crystals would suffice to procure the information you possess. I gazed at him resolutely. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the merchant's eyes as he greedily eyed the pile of dragon crystals. He eagerly reached out, and in an instant, the crystals vanished into his palm, evidently absorbed into his exclusive space. Deal. Rest assured, the information is entirely reliable. Though the Abyss of Illusions is fraught with peril, your prowess will undoubtedly enable you to acquire the Reverse Realm Essence. His face beamed with a smile, the warmth of his demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier enigmatic persona. With the transaction completed, I began to devise a strategy for my venture into the Abyss of Illusions. This would be a journey rife with uncertainty and danger. Yet for the sake of transcending to the 10th tier, I had no alternative. Meanwhile, the dimensional information merchant, clutching the dragon crystals, was likely already contemplating his next trade. For in this interdimensional trading system, the pursuit of profit never ceases. Having received the precious dragon crystals, the merchant's smile broadened. Observing my generosity, he hesitated briefly before deciding to bestow another gift upon me. Given your magnanimity, I shall grant you one more piece of information. The merchant's mysterious voice echoed in my ears. You are on the cusp of breaking through to the 10th tier, and once you ascend to the 11th tier, the phenomenon of dimensional plunder will commence. This is no ordinary occurrence. A chill coursed through me as I pressed on. What is dimensional plunder? Elaborate. Upon entering the transcendent realm of the 11th tier, you will possess the supreme ability to absorb the essence of worlds. The merchant's gaze shifted, revealing a complex emotion as he continued. Once you ascend to the 11th tier, your power will transcend the constraints of numerous dimensional rules. At that point, you will wield the capability to initiate dimensional plunder, allowing you to raid other realms. Successfully plundering a dimension will not only yield all its resources and treasures, but also enable you to absorb its primordial power, significantly enhancing your own strength. I furrowed my brow, realizing the immense peril and challenges that lay ahead. Such formidable power would undoubtedly incite envy and resistance from the mightiest beings across the dimensions. Would it not? The merchant nodded, affirming, indeed. The top-tier beings of other dimensions will not idly allow their realms to be plundered. Once initiated, you will face assaults and encirclements from all sides. Upon learning this, I am acutely aware that the path to transcending the 11th tier is increasingly arduous. However, the formidable allure of the 11th tier and the secrets it conceals fortify my resolve. I silently ponder strategies to confront the impending challenges that lie ahead. The information broker, having overheard my reflections, nods slowly and adds, "What you say is indeed true. Transitioning from the 10th to the 11th tier resembles stepping beyond the comforts of a novice's safe haven into a vast expanse fraught with peril. Once you ascend to the 11th tier, your formidable aura will shine like a beacon throughout the myriad realms, drawing the gaze of powerful beings from all directions. Other high-tier entities, like yourself, will not only possess the capability to plunder dimensions, but will also regard you as prey. They may conspire to launch assaults on your realm, seeking to seize your resources and consume your power to bolster their own. In this merciless jungle of myriad worlds, you must not only safeguard your own dimension, but also seek opportunities to raid others to enhance your strength. A moment's negligence could plunge you into an abyss from which there is no return. Concurrently, the rules governing the realms will devolve into further chaos due to the predatory actions of these high-tier beings. Catastrophes such as temporal distortions and dimensional collisions may ensue. Thus, this contest is not merely one of strength, but also a profound test of intellect and strategy. I take a deep breath, understanding that the road ahead is fraught with thorns. Yet, the immense power and opportunities that accompany the breakthrough to the 11th tier compel me to press on. I silently clench my fist, steeling myself for the tempest that approaches. The information broker's expression grows grave as he continues. As you venture into other dimensions, you will also encounter the challenge of being suppressed in power. Each dimension possesses its unique rules. The higher the tier of the dimension, the more potent the rules, and consequently, the greater the suppression of your own strength. For instance, in a lower tier dimension, the regulations are comparatively lenient, allowing you to wield up to 80% of your power with only a 20% limitation. However, upon entering a higher tier dimension, the weight of suppression may feel as if Mount Ty were upon you, potentially reducing your capabilities to a mere 30 or 40%. This implies that even if you are an invincible 11th tier powerhouse in your own realm, you may find yourself embroiled in a fierce struggle against an equally powerful opponent who is adept at navigating the local rules. Furthermore, this suppression is not static. When you attempt to initiate plundering within that dimension and come into contact with the core rules, the suppression will intensify dramatically, making it exceedingly difficult to retreat unscathed. Therefore, prior to launching any dimensional raids, it is imperative to thoroughly understand and assess the target dimension's tier, rules, and the extent of suppression you can endure. Upon hearing these words, the weight in my heart deepens. These formidable constraints undoubtedly introduce a multitude of variables to the realm of plundering. Yet, having reached this juncture, transcending to the 11th tier and embarking on dimensional plunder is an essential path for enhancing my strength and safeguarding myself. I resolutely vow to plan meticulously, leaving no detail overlooked, as I carve out my own path amidst the treacherous conquests across the myriad worlds. In this vast and boundless multiverse, plundering, a matter of power and survival, is not without its constraints. Traversing through the myriad planes of existence, one might discern that the rules of pillage resemble an invisible yet unyielding net, enveloping every nook and cranny. Intermediate and advanced planes, despite their formidable and awe-inspiring powers, are bound by an insurmountable crimson line of regulation that strictly forbids the plundering of lower planes. This edict appears to emanate from an ancient will, one that has been etched into the very fabric of the universe since its inception, becoming an immutable law that all beings must adhere to. For the intermediate planes, although their technological prowess is exceedingly advanced and their magical abilities refined to the point of creating wonders that can alter planetary landscapes, their gaze upon the lower planes is accompanied by a yearning greed that must be forcibly suppressed. Their champions, despite possessing the strength to obliterate all existence within the lower planes, dare not take that transgressive step lightly. For to breach this rule could unleash terrifying repercussions from the cosmic order, perhaps in the form of cataclysmic disasters or the gradual collapse of the very plane itself. All outcomes are conceivable. The advanced planes exemplify this principle even further, standing atop the multiversal hierarchy, wielding unimaginable power capable of determining the fates of stars with the mere flick of a wrist. However, their attitude towards the lower planes is more one of condescension than of predatory aggression. They are acutely aware of the potency of these rules and comprehend the significance of maintaining such order for the balance of the entire multiverse. In their eyes, lower planes represent the nascent buds of the cosmos, fragile yet brimming with infinite potential, requiring nurturing rather than exploitation. The existence of this regulation serves to sustain the delicate equilibrium between the various planes, allowing each world to develop and grow at its own pace along its designated trajectory. Chapter 54. The winds of change. Upon receiving this astonishing news, my heart was tumultuous, akin to a raging tempest, and tranquility eluded me. Seated in a corner of the trading space, the surrounding clamor and interplay of light appeared to be of no concern to me. I furrowed my brow tightly, replaying each statement made by the plain information broker in my mind. The prospect of plain plundering at the 11th tier presents both an opportunity and a formidable challenge. Should I succeed, I would command boundless resources and experience a meteoric rise in power. Yet, failure could plunge not only myself into despair, but also jeopardize the entire plane. I am acutely aware that mere fervor is insufficient to survive and triumph in this brutal contest among the myriad worlds. Henceforth, I must act with alacrity, striving to enhance my strength and deeply study the rules and vulnerabilities of various planes before breaking through to the 11th tier, while simultaneously seeking allies to forge my own faction. With this thought in mind, I inhaled deeply, rising slowly with a glimmer of resolve in my eyes. Regardless of what lies ahead, I shall not falter. I am prepared for this grand crusade across the myriad worlds, determined to carve a bloody path and ascend to the pinnacle of existence. Recognizing the dire situation that awaits, I made a swift decision to expedite my enhancement of power. Time is of the essence. Every moment is as precious as gold. I began by meticulously organizing the resources acquired through trade. The colossal energy-laden dragon crystals were strategically placed within the confines of my secluded cultivation chamber, where their ethereal glow intertwined to form a resplendent luminescence, thereby creating an intense energy field. As I sat cross-legged at the heart of the formation, I activated my cultivation techniques, functioning like an insatiable energy harvester, continuously absorbing the power emanating from the dragon crystals, refining every inch of my meridians and bones. Concurrently, I delved into the various high-tier cultivation manuals collected from the Myriad Realms trading system. These texts came in diverse forms, some ancient bamboo scrolls adorned with mysterious runes, others crystalline tablets radiating a gentle luminescence. Immersed in this wealth of knowledge, I pondered day and night, striving to synthesize the essence of these techniques to forge a unique system tailored to my own needs, particularly for the impending breakthroughs. I deeply understood the pivotal role my own strength and that of my subordinate legion played in this grand endeavor of dimensional plunder. It became evident that enhancing my legion's combat capabilities, empowering them to triumph in the relentless dimensional wars and seize precious resources, was of utmost urgency. When the thunderous news of Joffrey's assassination reached me, my heart tightened sharply, an ominous premonition overshadowing my thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, I rose and hastened towards King's Landing. As I journeyed, dust swirling in my wake, my mind raced with myriad thoughts. Joffrey, the king elevated by the Lannister family, known for his erratic and tyrannical behavior, had made countless enemies. His death would undoubtedly incite a tempest within the already tumultuous landscape of Westeros. Who possessed the audacity and cunning to take his life amidst the glaring eyes within the Red Keep? What intricate conspiracies lay hidden beneath this shocking act? Days later, I finally arrived at King's Landing. This once thriving metropolis now exuded an air of tension and dread. At the city gates, sentinels stood vigilant, scrutinizing passers-by with heightened scrutiny. Upon entering the city, I noted the hurried pace of pedestrians, their faces etched with fear, whispering furtively about the assassination of Joffrey. I made my way directly to the Red Keep, undoubtedly the eye of the storm. Upon reaching the grand entrance, I was halted by guards. After revealing my identity, I was granted passage. Inside the Red Keep, chaos reigned. The anguished cries of Queen Cersei echoed from afar, mingled with the frantic footsteps and heated debates of the crowd. Following the sounds, I found Cersei, disheveled and seemingly mad, frantically screaming at a group of individuals. "We must uncover the murderer. Whoever it may be, they shall pay a grievous price." Tyrion was among the throng, his expression grave, fatigue and resignation evident in his gaze, while those around him regarded him with suspicion and hostility. I couldn't help but ponder that, in this tumultuous scenario, Tyrion was likely to be the prime suspect, given the well-known animosity between him and Joffrey. At that moment, Duke Tywin entered the hall, and his presence silenced the uproar. With a countenance as dark as stormy waters and an aura of chilling authority, he surveyed the assembly and spoke slowly. "Joffrey's death cannot be left unavenged. Gather your wits and conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Any negligence will be met with military justice." Observing the tense atmosphere, I am acutely aware that King's Landing has plunged into a profound crisis, and this may merely be the beginning. Various factions will undoubtedly stir restlessly in the wake of Joffrey's demise, heralding the onset of an even more brutal struggle for power upon this land. Within the Red Keep, the populace remains in disarray over Joffrey's sudden death, Yet I am convinced that Stannis and the Red Priestess are the architects of this assassination, likely employing the shadowy offspring. Stannis, the resentful second son of House Baratheon, has long coveted the Iron Throne, watching the usurper Joffrey bask in his unearned glory. His heart, consumed by an insatiable thirst for power, has resolved to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to him, and Joffrey's death is undeniably a pivotal step towards his ascendance. The enigmatic Melisandre, hailing from Ashai, stands perpetually by Stannis' side, wielding her arcane powers in the name of the Lord of Light to manipulate his decisions. The dark sorcery she commands slithers like a venomous serpent concealed within the shadows, rendering one defenseless against its reach. Among her nefarious creations is the shadowy offspring, a horrific manifestation birthed from her sinister blood magic and dark forces. The shadowy offspring, a grotesque entity conjured through Melisandre's eerie rituals, resembles a wraith. Its form coalesced from thick shadows, capable of effortlessly penetrating barriers, silent as a nightmare incarnate. The opulent yet perilous wedding of Joffrey presents an opportune moment for the execution of this conspiracy. It is highly probable that the Red Priestess summoned the shadowy offspring in a concealed location, utilizing her own magic and esoteric rites. This shadowy creature, akin to a wisp of intangible black smoke, stealthily infiltrates the wedding venue through the hidden corridors and dark recesses of the Red Keep. It navigates the crowd with ease, unbeknownst to those around. As Joffrey revels in the adulation and flattery of his guests, the shadowy offspring draws near, poised to deliver a dagger laced with a lethal poison into his flesh, or perhaps to surreptitiously mingle the toxin into his food or drink. Subsequently, before anyone can comprehend the unfolding tragedy, the shadowy offspring vanishes into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Only the agonized gasps of Joffrey as he succumbs to his fate amidst the horrified cries of the assembly. I am keenly aware that exposing this treachery will not be a simple endeavor. Stannis and the Red Priestess will surely devise every means to conceal their crimes, while the Lannister clan, in their fury, will hastily seek the true perpetrator, likely misled by appearances. I must navigate this chaotic landscape with utmost caution, diligently seeking irrefutable evidence to unveil the abhorrent conspiracy of Stannis and the Red Priestess to the world. Chapter 55. The avenging forces within the opulent yet oppressive council chamber of the Red Keep. As the words Stannis and the sorceress Melisandre conspired to assassinate Joffrey escaped my lips, it was akin to a heavy bombshell detonating, shattering Queen Cersei's composure into fragments. Her eyes widened in disbelief, ablaze with a furious fire, her countenance contorted by rage to a near-monstrous visage, as if she were a powder keg ignited in madness. Stannis, that despicable traitor, and that witch, Melisandre. Cersei roared with a voice strained and hoarse, her words echoing through the vast council hall, infused with boundless venom and resolve. She abruptly turned, brandishing her arms at the nobles and ministers, who sat in fearful silence, and screamed, "Mobilize the army at once. We shall raise Dragonstone, dismember Stannis, and turn that witch to ashes. Father, you must avenge Joffrey. We must march immediately." Duke Tywin furrowed his brow, the lines on his face etched deeply with concern. He paced slowly, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Cersei, impulsivity will only lead us to a disadvantage. Yet, Stannis indeed poses a grave threat. He may well be stirring." However, Cersei had completely lost her reason at this juncture, hysterically insisting, "No, I cannot wait any longer. We must act now." Her madness spread like an infectious disease, inciting some of the nobles present to join in, clamoring, "Yes, march forth. Avenge our king." Watching the chaotic scene unfold, I sighed inwardly. Cersei, blinded by hatred, was resolutely instigating war, and the battle for Dragonstone would inevitably plunge Westeros into a torrent of bloodshed. Observing this turmoil, Duke Tywin, with a resigned gesture, ultimately commanded, "Prepare the troops. We shall attack Dragonstone." With this decree, the Red Keep became a flurry of activity. Soldiers began to assemble, and weapons and supplies were loaded onto war chariots. A war ignited by Joffrey's death was about to sweep in like a tempest, and Dragonstone, that tranquil land, was on the brink of becoming a hell of blood and fire. Within the Red Keep, Cersei's madness intertwined with the panic of the crowd, and as I learned from the system about the war that had already spread like wildfire outside, a surge of determination welled up within me. For a long time, in order to navigate this intricate vortex of power and survive, I had chosen to conceal my strength and act discreetly. Yet now, this impending chaos, akin to a surging tide, left me no room for retreat or concealment. In an instant, a mighty and ancient force erupted from within me, radiant and dazzling. as if it sought to illuminate the oppressive council hall. Where this power swept through, the air seemed to boil, emitting a hissing sound. The crowd initially gaped in astonishment, and Cersei's frenzied shouts were choked in her throat by this sudden turn of events. All eyes were drawn to me, filled with shock and trepidation. Duke Tywin, seasoned in the art of war and unflappable, despite a fleeting glimmer of alarm in his eyes, quickly regained his composure. He fixed his piercing gaze upon me. Father, the blood of the Lannisters shall not be shed in vain. Joffrey bore the blood of the Lannisters, and Stannis dared to strike such a vicious blow. He shall pay dearly for it. Father, the honor and dignity of House Lannister are inviolable, and Joffrey's blood must be avenged. Duke Tywin pondered briefly before resolutely declaring, Gather the forces, we shall set forth to Dragonstone. But this operation must not be rash. His gaze swept over the assembly, exuding authority. With the Duke's command issued, the Red Keep, both inside and out, erupted into a whirlwind of activity. The messengers galloped with urgency, traversing every corner of King's Landing to convey the summons for assembly. The sound of the horn resonated through the city, long and fervent, as if narrating the Lannister family's wrath and their resolute thirst for vengeance. The infantry surged forth from the barracks, clad in gleaming armor, wielding pikes and broadswords, their march synchronized and powerful, their gazes imbued with determination and fearlessness. The cavalry adeptly clad their steeds in armor, mounting with precision, reins firmly grasped, while the stallions neighed, sensing the impending atmosphere of battle. Siege engines were slowly drawn out. Catapults and crossbows, massive war machines, groaned under the soldiers' guidance, as if the very earth trembled beneath their weight. Artisans trailed closely, meticulously inspecting each component of the machinery, ensuring they would unleash their full potential in the fray. Meanwhile, the logistics unit diligently prepared provisions, arrows, and other supplies. Wagons laden with resources were arranged in neat rows, poised to accompany the army into battle. Cooks bustled at makeshift stoves, preparing ample rations for the soldiers about to embark on their journey. At the port, warships were also feverishly readied for departure. Sailors climbed the masts, checking the sails and rigging to guarantee safe passage. The grand galleons swayed upon the waves, their bows glistening under the sun's glare, seemingly heralding the Lannister family's might. Standing atop the city walls, I surveyed this meticulous assembly, my heart heavy with emotion. This campaign to Dragonstone, though driven by revenge, was equally about the Lannister family's standing in Westeros. Stannis was no trifling opponent, bolstered by the sorceress in red. This battle would undoubtedly be arduous. Yet, the Lannister soldiers were imbued with high spirits, firmly believing that their blood would not be shed in vain, and that Stannis would pay dearly for Joffrey's demise. As the army gradually gathered, the ships unfurled their sails, and the land forces commenced their march. A breathtaking clash was imminent at Dragonstone. Chapter 56. The flames of vengeance. The tumultuous winds ravaged the sea, conjuring monstrous waves as if intent on dragging all into an abyss of despair. Jaime Lannister stood at the bow of the flagship, alongside a magnificent dragon, its colossal wings unfurled, nearly obscuring the sky, its scales glimmering with a cold sheen in the dim sunlight, each breath exuding searing gusts that made the air quiver. Gazing at Dragonstone, Jaime's heart brimmed with hatred as he fixated on the weathered walls, his mind haunted by visions of Joffrey. Joffrey, my son, your demise was so tragic. I vowed to make the murderer pay, and now, Stannis marks the beginning of my retribution. He clenched the hilt of his sword, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Whatever the cost, I shall ensure he pays in blood, using his life to appease your spirit in the heavens. Before him, hundreds of warships surged toward Dragonstone like a tide of darkness. The ship's prows rose high, slicing through the waves, the splashes resembling sharp blades. The sails billowed with the sea breeze, the golden lion banner of House Lannister fluttering fiercely. On the decks, soldiers donned heavy armor, brandishing their keen blades, their battle cries intertwining into a rousing war song. On the coastline of Dragonstone, defensive fortifications stood ready for combat. The ancient, towering walls, though weathered by the passage of time, remained unyielding. Upon the battlements, Stannis Baratheon stood tall, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the approaching enemy ships. Beside him, his commanders bore solemn expressions, awaiting his orders. Your Majesty, the enemy approaches fiercely, bolstered by the presence of a dragon. This is indeed a formidable challenge. An elder general remarked with evident concern. Stannis, his brow furrowed, replied in a low voice, Am I not aware? But Dragonstone is my foundation. It must never fall into another's hands. Relay my commands. Archers, prepare. The catapults, ready to unleash their fury. We must deliver a resounding blow to the enemy. On the walls, archers swiftly nocked their arrows, the tips gleaming with lethal intent as they aimed at the enemy vessels. The massive catapults stood poised, their baskets laden with boulders, seemingly on the verge of hurling death into the sea. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, its voice cutting through the chaos of wind and waves. It leaned forward, unleashing a torrent of flames from its maw, a burning deluge sweeping towards the defensive works of Dragonstone. Wherever the flames reached, the walls melted under the intense heat, stones crumbling away to become rivers of molten rock. The archers, caught in the searing heat, were forced to retreat, many igniting in flames and crying out in agony. Seeing this, Jaime swung his sword and commanded loudly, "Attack! Today, we shall seize Dragonstone. For Joffrey's vengeance." The warships surged forward like arrows loosed from a bow, their bows gleaming with metallic sheen under the sun, charging directly toward the coast of Dragonstone. With a thunderous crash, the vessels collided with the rocky shore, the sound of splintering wood echoing across the battlefield. Soldiers surged forth onto the beach, rushing toward the walls. On the battlements, Stannis personally oversaw the defense, his voice booming above the tumult. "Hold the line. Not an inch shall we yield." The defenders fought valiantly, repelling the enemy with a barrage of arrows and boiling oil, while boulders rained down from the parapets, crashing onto the beach and splattering blood. Yet the attacking soldiers pressed on undeterred, forming a shield wall, inching closer to the walls. The catapults continued their relentless assault, sending boulders arcing through the air, some shattering ships, causing soldiers to tumble into the waves, struggling for survival amidst the tumult. The clash persisted for hours, the sun hanging high before gradually descending, the battlefield cloaked in blood and smoke. The dragon, wielding its immense power, repeatedly breached the defenders' lines, and Jaime's troops pressed forward, ultimately tearing a breach in the defenses of Dragonstone. I hovered in the sky, gazing down at Dragonstone. The sea breeze carried the acrid scent of smoke and blood. And below, the battlefield resembled a harrowing canvas stained with crimson. The figures of Jaime and Stannis stood out upon the walls, their swords clashing, sparks flying in the dimming light of the day. Each swing of Jaime's blade bore the weight of his wrath, a frenzied release of his profound grief. Stannis, equally resolute, fought fiercely to protect his last stronghold. I observed silently, harboring no intention to intervene. I understood the abyssal sorrow within Jaime's heart, the loss of his child, and recognized that he needed this battle to unleash his inner turmoil and rage. The departure of Joffrey has become an unhealable wound in his heart, and Stannis now serves as the vessel for his vengeance. The dragon soars above the battlefield, occasionally unleashing searing flames, intensifying the brutality of the carnage below. Ships burn upon the sea, their flames reflecting crimson hues on the water, while the soldiers' cries and screams intertwine, composing a symphony of death. Amidst this chaos and slaughter, I find myself engulfed in a tumult of emotions, pondering when this war, born of hatred, will finally reach its conclusion. Jaime leads the charge, guiding his soldiers to breach the enemy's defenses and ascend the city walls. In an instant, the battlements are alive with the glint of steel and the thunderous din of battle cries. Blood stains the walls, cascading through the crevices of stone and dripping onto the sandy shore. Stannis, wielding his longsword, engages fiercely with the advancing foes. His swordsmanship is fierce, each strike imbued with lethal intent, yet the tide of enemies seems unrelenting, and the situation grows increasingly dire. Jaime's focus is solely on Stannis, his heart roaring with rage. "Stannis, meet your end. Today, I shall avenge Joffrey." At last, amidst the turmoil, Jaime spots Stannis. He forcefully pushes aside an enemy and bolts towards Stannis like a leopard in pursuit of its prey. Stannis senses Jaime's onslaught and swiftly pivots, raising his sword in readiness. With a resounding clash, their blades collide, sending sparks flying. Jaime, drawing upon his years of battle-honed strength and skill, strikes first, delivering a flurry of rapid attacks akin to a tempest unleashed upon Stannis. He moves with agility, his swordplay unpredictable, each thrust a harbinger of death. Stannis, undeterred, counters with powerful strikes, each block reverberating through Jaime's arms. In the heat of their fierce exchange, Stannis seizes upon a fleeting opening in Jaime's defense, launching a decisive strike aimed at his throat. Jaime reacts with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping just in time as the sharp blade grazes his cheek, leaving a shallow scar. The two engage in a relentless back and forth, neither yielding an inch, as the surrounding soldiers instinctively create space for their duel. As the fight escalates to a fever pitch, Jaime's gaze turns icy. The flames of vengeance burn fiercely within him, awakening all his latent potential. He alters his strategy, transitioning from offense to defense, deftly nullifying Stannis' every assault while searching for vulnerabilities. Over the course of their prolonged confrontation, Stannis begins to tire, his movements growing sluggish. Jaime keenly observes this shift, unleashing a powerful battle cry as his sword strikes out like lightning. Stannis hastily raises his sword to defend, but this time, his strength falters. Jaime channels all his might to deflect Stannis' blade, then swiftly thrusts his own sword towards Stannis' chest. Stannis' eyes widen in shock as the lethal blade pierces his torso, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His body slowly crumples, and his sword slips from his grasp. Jaime gazes at the lifeless form before him, taking a deep breath, and murmurs, "Joffrey, your vengeance has been fulfilled." Jaime Lannister stands upon the battlements of Dragonstone, the stones beneath his feet soaked in blood. As the air thickens with the acrid scent of smoke and the pall of death, the corpse of Stannis Baratheon lay before him, a long sword, emblematic of vengeance, embedded in his chest. Jaime's breaths were heavy, his hand trembling slightly as blood dripped from the sword's tip, mingling with Stannis' lifeblood and seeping into the crevices of stone. "It is over," Jaime murmured softly, his gaze shifting from Stannis' lifeless body to the distant sea. The dying rays of the sun cast a golden hue upon the waves, as if gilding the bloody aftermath of battle with a layer of sorrow. Instead of the anticipated relief, an inexplicable void surged within him. "Joffrey," he whispered his son's name. The memory of that arrogant, cruel, yet fragile boy flooding his mind. Once a king of the Seven Kingdoms, he had met such a tragic end, the cause of which remained a mystery. Jaime's fist clenched tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palm. He understood that Stannis was merely the beginning of revenge. The true puppeteer had yet to reveal himself. "My lord." A Lannister soldier rushed towards him, interrupting Jaime's thoughts. "The walls have been secured, the defenders are in disarray, and the remaining forces are surrendering." Jaime nodded, his expression steely. "Dispatch orders to account for casualties and secure all vital positions within the castle. Dragonstone is now ours." The soldier departed with purpose, and Jaime turned his gaze towards the scene within the castle. The fortress of Dragonstone loomed skyward, its black stone walls appearing particularly ominous under the sunset. This island had once been a stronghold of House Targaryen, now draped in the banner of House Lannister. Rather than elation at victory, Jaime felt a twinge of unease. "Where's the dragon?" he suddenly inquired, scanning the surroundings. "It circles above the castle, my lord," another soldier replied, seemingly captivated by the flames within the castle. Jaime furrowed his brow. The dragon's power had been fully unleashed during the battle, yet it was not entirely under control. He recognized that this creature was the greatest weapon of House Lannister, yet also posed the most perilous threat. "Keep watch over it. Do not let it spiral out of control," Jaime commanded. The soldier nodded and departed, while Jaime strode deeper into the castle. His footsteps were heavy, each step feeling as though it tread upon the precipice between memory and reality. The death of Joffrey, Cersei's madness, Tywin's ruthlessness, each of these events wove an invisible web, ensnaring him tightly. Chapter 57. The Dragonstone Core. Standing atop the hidden peak of Dragonstone, I beheld a breathtaking spectacle. The winds howled, dark clouds roiled overhead, and below, Dragonstone resembled a slumbering behemoth. Above the island, the dragon, Drogon, a terrifying entity large enough to obscure the light of day, circled ominously. Drogon's once imposing and icy vertical pupils now blazed with fervent flames, fixating intently on the veins of Dragonstone scattered across the island. In an instant, it let out a deafening roar, its sound waves crashing over the entire island, startling countless birds into flight and instilling terror in the hearts of the defenders. With powerful beats of its wings, it generated a whirlwind strong enough to nearly topple a man. Then, like a streak of black lightning, it dove toward the nearest Dragonstone mine. As it landed, the earth trembled violently. Smaug eagerly used its massive claws to excavate the surface soil and rock, revealing the dragon crystal veins, whose ethereal blue glow illuminated its colossal form. It emitted a low, rumbling roar, each sound accompanied by bursts of hot air that sent surrounding sand and stones swirling into the air. Immediately, it soared towards another vein, the urgency of its movements intensifying with each cycle. It darted between various mining sites, utterly indifferent to the frantic cries and retreats of the island's inhabitants. My heart brimmed with confusion and astonishment. Smaug had always held a fondness for gold and jewels, yet now, confronted with the dragon crystals, it seemed driven by an invisible force, slipping into a near-manic state. Was there a hidden energy within the dragon crystals capable of breaking its constraints of power? Or Or did these veins have a profound connection to its mysterious lineage, awakening memories long dormant in its blood? Perhaps this was the key to an ancient prophecy, where gathering the dragon crystals would unveil a world-altering secret. Countless speculations surged within my mind, yet no definitive answer emerged. Smaug, calm down. The dragon crystals here all belong to you, I said slowly, raising my hand in a soothing gesture, akin to comforting an injured beast. I could not discern whether it was my voice or my actions that had an effect, but gradually, Smaug's movement slowed, its emerald-slit pupils fixed intently upon me, as if assessing my intentions. Follow me, there is more within. I gestured towards the dragon crystal vein, then cautiously turned, making my way toward the cavern. I felt Smaug's gaze following me, and with each step, my heart raced, fearing a sudden attack. The moment I stepped into the dragon crystal cavern, Smaug followed closely behind. Inside, the dragon crystals radiated a soft glow, illuminating Smaug's immense body. Excitement sparked anew in its eyes as its massive claws delicately touched the crystals, a low purring sound emanating from its throat, expressing satisfaction. I stood aside, observing as Smaug became enraptured in the world of the dragon crystals. I couldn't help but ponder the enchantment of these crystals that could captivate such a proud dragon. How could I leverage this rare opportunity to uncover their secrets? I held my breath, focusing my mental energy, extending it like fine yet resilient threads towards the crystal mine. My mental tendrils carefully navigated the gaps between the stones, each inch delving deeper into the mysterious realm. As I descended further, the surroundings grew increasingly silent, with only the sound of my quickening heartbeat echoing in my mind. Just as I became fully absorbed in my task, a powerful wave of energy struck my mental web like a heavy hammer. This force surged with ancient and mysterious vitality, instantly invigorating my spirit. This energy fluctuation was no ordinary occurrence. It was profound and monumental, as if it contained the essence of creation itself. I steadied my mind, concentrating my mental strength, striving to perceive more clearly the source and nature of this energy. In the vicinity of the energy fluctuations, a flickering luminescence emerged, akin to a mysterious ember dancing in the darkness. As my mental energy drew closer, the radiance intensified, and the tremors of energy grew more pronounced, as if issuing a warning while simultaneously beckoning me to delve deeper and unveil the astonishing secrets concealed within. My consciousness navigated through the swirling vortex of energy, and at last, following a powerful surge, I successfully breached the shimmering energy barrier. As the scene before me gradually came into focus, an object radiating a dreamlike glow materialized, the dragon crystal core. It hovered in the dark, emanating a soft yet resplendent light, reminiscent of the most brilliant stars in the night sky. The surface of the dragon crystal core was adorned with peculiar, flowing patterns, mysterious and intricate, each line seemingly enshrining the enigmas of the cosmos. The light pulsed rhythmically, akin to a breath, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. I could sense that this core harbored boundless energy, each fluctuation narrating its extraordinary tale. Upon gently touching it, a torrent of overwhelming power surged through my mental faculties, as if attempting to engulf me, yet tenderly responding to my quest for understanding. This energy invoked a profound longing within me, much like the heart of the Yuliangmu, awakening memories etched deep in my consciousness. Its might and mystery lingered, compelling me to brave the perils in pursuit of its secrets. Now, the essence of the dragon crystal core reignited my inner yearning for formidable power, a desire that blazed like an unquenchable wildfire within my heart, rendering me nearly incapable of extricating myself from its grasp. What is the origin of this dragon crystal core? Why is it so meticulously safeguarded deep within this gold mine? What intricate connections does it share with the dragon, Smaug, and its peculiar enthusiasm for the dragon crystal mine? Countless questions swirled in my mind, while this enigmatic core seemed to await my unraveling of its myriad mysteries. Chapter 58. The scepter and the frost. The skies above Junlin City were veiled in heavy gloom, fine strands of rain cascading like endless sorrows, perpetually extending the oppressive weight of this power transition. The news of Joffrey's demise struck like thunder, plunging the entire royal city into chaos and clamor. In the streets and alleys, whispers circulated, intertwining fear and curiosity in the gazes of the populace. Within the palace, tensions soared, as various factions stirred restlessly, each vying for a pivotal piece on the chessboard of power. The funeral was held with solemnity, Joffrey's casket draped in black velvet. The once mighty young king now lay quietly within, stripped of his former arrogance and hubris. The crowd gathered along the streets, some silently mourning, others secretly relieved. An intricate tapestry of emotions permeated the air, as if heralding an impending tempest. With the old king's passing, preparations hastily commenced for the new king's ascension. Inside the palace, amidst the resplendent hall, nobles adorned in splendid attire displayed varied expressions. The new king stood atop a dais, the crown glimmering with a cold brilliance beneath the flickering candlelight. His gaze swept across the assembly, heralding the transfer of power, as if proclaiming the dawn of a new era. With the conclusion of the new king's proclamation, this momentous transition of authority finally reached its denouement. The rain continued to patter gently over King's Landing, and the citizens understood that a new epoch had indeed begun, though the future remained shrouded in uncertainty, fraught with the potential for tumultuous change. Within the imposing and dignified Red Keep of King's Landing, the grand throne room buzzed with a fervent yet solemn atmosphere. Torches blazed fiercely upon the walls, their golden flames dancing and flickering, casting a glorious and sacred illumination throughout the hall. The nobles, adorned in resplendent attire of silks and satins that shimmered with opulent brilliance, bore jewels and insignias symbolizing their family's honor, which sparkled brilliantly in the firelight. The crowd surrounded the young Tommen, whose steps exhibited a slight nervousness as he endeavored to appear composed under the watchful gaze of the assembly, gradually making his way towards the formidable Iron Throne. To his side stood his mother, Cersei Lannister, her eyes brimming with pride and anticipation. She tilted her head slightly, seemingly envisioning her son forging a glorious era for House Lannister from the Iron Throne. The attending lords wore smiles replete with sycophancy, bowing to Tommen and showering him with extravagant accolades. As Tommen ascended the steps leading to the Iron Throne and turned to seat himself, a resounding cheer erupted within the hall. The cry of "Long live King Tommen" reverberated through every corner, heralding the arrival of a new age. The cold and sharp silhouette of the Iron Throne now loomed behind him, resembling a mantle of authority tailored specifically for him. Yet for this young sovereign, was this exalted position a glorious beginning or a shackle of fate? Amidst the throng, Tommen took his place upon the Iron Throne, the cheers surging like waves. Below, the delicate rose of House Tyrell, Marjorie Tyrell, clad in an exquisitely crafted gown of pale lavender that spread like ripples across the polished marble floor, gazed up at Tommen seated on the throne, her expression a perfect blend of bashfulness and gentle grace. Within her, thoughts swirled tumultuously. She recognized that although Tommen had ascended the throne, his mind was still tender and malleable, easily swayed in the vortex of power. The Lannister family was formidable, and Queen Cersei was both formidable and merciless. Her marriage into the royal family presented an opportunity for her own family's expansion of influence. Yet it was also a precarious gamble. If she could secure Tommen's allegiance, leveraging his royal identity, House Tyrell would surely rise in power on the continent of Westeros. However, a single misstep or a moment of indiscretion that angered the Lannisters could spell disaster for herself and her family. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes flickered with uncertainty as she pondered how to navigate the complexities of courtly intrigue, meticulously strategizing to fulfill both her family's and her own ambitions. In the frigid winds of the north, the wall stood resilient amidst the howling blizzards and the relentless assault of ice and snow. The raven of the Brotherhood in black flapped its wings, carrying a crucial missive towards the direction of King's Landing. The letter was penned by Jon Snow himself. He had just returned from a harrowing expedition beyond the wall, having witnessed firsthand the terrifying might of the White Walkers. This frigid legion, commanded by the Night King, left desolation in its wake wherever it roamed. Jon was acutely aware that the people of King's Landing were ensnared in their own power struggles and opulent lives, blissfully ignorant of the impending threat from the north. In his letter, he earnestly implored, "To His Grace, King Tommen, and the esteemed lords of King's Landing, I beseech you to set aside your present disputes and cast your gaze northward. The White Walkers are no longer mere legends. They come bearing death and destruction, drawing ever closer. Though the wall stands grand, it may not withstand such dreadful power for long. Whispers of death ride upon the cold winds of the north, and the entire continent of Westeros is poised to be engulfed in this catastrophe. Only through unity and the combined strength of the Seven Kingdoms can we hope for a glimmer of survival." This letter bore the weight of despair and hope from the north, racing across the vast expanse of the continent towards King's Landing, yearning to awaken the southern realms to the impending doom. Chapter 59. Negotiation upon resolutely becoming a member of the Night's Watch. Jon Snow initially faced numerous challenges in this unfamiliar environment. The rough and unruly brothers of the Watch were a stark contrast to the circles he once frequented. Yet, Jon possessed an indomitable spirit, Through his steadfastness and sincerity, he gradually earned the respect of some, slowly integrating into the brotherhood. However, the memories of his noble upbringing remained indelibly etched in his heart, and bidding farewell to his past proved a daunting task. As familiar faces and events frequently haunted his thoughts, the tranquility of his days did not endure for long. Upon hearing the dreadful news of his father, Ned Stark's capture, Jon's internal equilibrium was instantly disrupted. Concern for his family and an overwhelming sense of duty compelled him to make a bold and perilous decision, to flee the Wall and join Robb's army. Fully aware that violating his oath as a member of the Night's Watch would lead to his demise, just as he was about to act, his new friends uncovered his plan. After fruitless attempts to dissuade him, they reluctantly brought him back to the Wall, sparing him from the fate of execution that awaited a deserter. After this tumultuous episode, Jon underwent a fierce internal struggle. Ultimately, he chose to uphold his oath to the Night's Watch, dedicating his loyalty entirely to this duty. He accepted his role as the steward to Commander Jeor Mormont, diligently attending to the commander's needs while striving to master various combat and survival skills, ever prepared to accompany Mormont and the Rangers on expeditions northward, delving into the unknown and perilous world beyond the Wall. Amidst rumors of the White Walkers entering mountain villages, the tales of the missing Rangers, and the gathering of the Wild King Mance Rayder and his people around the night fires, Jeor resolved to lead a party of Rangers to uncover the truth and search for the missing Bran Stark. He departed the Wall with 300 men, heading northward. They journeyed tirelessly to the fortress of Cast. Here, Jeor Mormont learned through conversation with Cast an astonishing revelation. Mance Rayder was gathering the wildlings at Frostfangs, preparing to mount a full-scale assault across the Wall, targeting the Seven Kingdoms. In light of this urgent intelligence, Jeor Mormont resolutely led his forces to the Ancestral Peak, a strategically significant location that lay on the inevitable path of Mance Rayder's advance, making it an ideal defensive stronghold. Upon reaching the Ancestral Peak, Jeor Mormont dispatched 3 separate teams to gather intelligence on the wildlings' movements. However, danger often strikes unexpectedly. As the Night's Watch's final reconnaissance team prepared to return to the Ancestral Peak, they were suddenly confronted by terrifying wights. These spectral beings, exuding an aura of chilling dread and moving with eerie grace, swiftly ensnared the Night's Watch in a dire predicament. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams, as the strength of the Night's Watch was rapidly dismantled under the onslaught of the Whites. Commander Jeor Mormont, witnessing the grim tableau before him, had no choice but to lead the few remaining survivors to seek refuge in the fortress of Cast. They had presumed that safety awaited them within the fortress walls, but little did they know that internal treachery would prove to be the most lethal blow. Within the fortress, discontented members of the Night's Watch, despairing of their plight and driven by self-interest, chose to betray their comrades. Thus, Commander Jeor Mormont fell victim to the blades of his own men in this sudden insurrection. Jon and his companions were thrust into a perilous mission, tasked with silently eliminating these traitors without alerting the main forces outside the fortress. With agility akin to a specter in the shadows, Jon swiftly dispatched one of the traitors. However, as he held a blade to the throat of another, he was taken aback to discover that this individual was a woman. In that critical moment, Jon hesitated, ultimately defying the orders to execute her and instead capturing the woman, Ygritte, who was meant to perish. Although Qhorin had previously commanded him to fulfill his duty, Qhorin did not chastise Jon for his insubordination. Rather, he gained a deeper understanding of Jon, recognizing the inherent kindness and compassion within him. Subsequently, they were discovered and pursued by wildlings led by Torment. Aware of their disadvantage in numbers, Jon and his companions quickly retreated, yet they were soon overtaken by the wildlings. In this moment of life and death, Qhorin made a bold decision, instructing Jon to infiltrate the wildlings' ranks as a turncloak, with the objective of uncovering their plans for attack. Fortuitously, Ygritte was part of Tormund's group, and when Jon executed the plan by killing the one-handed Qhorin, Ygritte was convinced that Jon had forsaken his identity as a member of the Night's Watch, fully embracing their ranks. Utilizing his exceptional acting skills and remarkable courage, Jon successfully met with Mance Rayder, cleverly convincing him of his allegiance as a turncloak. Through his dialogue with Mance, Jon finally gleaned the intricate details of Mance's invasion plans against the Seven Kingdoms. As time passed, through his daily interactions with Ygritte, Jon's inner defenses gradually crumbled. He forsook his vows to the Night's Watch and became her lover. Yet, in the stillness of the night, his heart was perpetually fraught with conflict and turmoil, torn between betraying Ygritte and severing ties with the Night's Watch. Soon after, Jon aligned himself with the wildlings, who sought to scale the Wall and ambushed the remaining guards at Castle Black. After a grueling ascent, they successfully reached the top of the wall. Near the abandoned town of Hardhome, Jon seized the opportunity to escape on horseback, enduring numerous hardships to return to Castle Black. Just as Castle Black faced the imminent onslaught of the wildling army, Jon utilized the intelligence he had gathered among the wildlings and his exceptional command skills to lead the Night's Watch in repelling the attack. Following the battle at Castle Black, Jon garnered substantial support and recognition, ultimately being elected as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, entrusted with the monumental task of safeguarding the Wall and the Seven Kingdoms. Upon his return from the treacherous lands north of the Wall, filled with death and dread, Jon Snow was consumed with anxiety. Acutely aware that the Seven Kingdoms were on the brink of an unprecedented crisis, he understood that the terrifying power of the White Walkers could annihilate everything, and it was of utmost urgency to inform Westeros of the impending disaster. Bound by his duties to the Night's Watch and unable to travel to King's Landing personally, Jon resolved to convey this life-and-death message through letters. Seated in a dimly lit chamber, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, he meticulously penned each word. Every letter was imbued with his concern and urgency. The horrifying scenes he had witnessed beyond the Wall, the frosty visages of the White Walkers, the grotesque forms of the Whites, and the fallen comrades amid the frigid expanse, flowed onto the parchment with his ink. He detailed the immense power of the White Walkers, how they commanded the Whites to attack, casting an unrelenting chill over all they encountered, mercilessly devouring life itself. The Night's Watch's arduous struggle in this confrontation, the countless brothers who sacrificed their lives, and the blood staining the snow were all recorded in vivid detail. Jon also emphasized that the Night's Watch alone could not withstand the large-scale invasion of the White Walkers. The Seven Kingdoms must set aside their disputes, unite, and collectively confront this existential threat. After drafting the letter, he repeatedly urged that it be delivered directly to the king and the pivotal figures in the court. The messenger galloped swiftly toward King's Landing, while Jon watched his retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions, hopeful that the letter would garner the attention it deserved, yet fearful that it would be drowned in the tides of power struggles and intrigue. Upon the wall, with the biting wind slicing against his face, Jon gazed at the desolate, snow-covered expanse north of the Wall, his heart heavy with worry. He knew that the meager strength of the Night's Watch could not possibly withstand the overwhelming terror of the White Walkers' advance. In this critical moment of survival, a bold thought quietly took root in his mind: to negotiate with Mance Rayder, to persuade the wildlings to descend southward and unite against the White Walkers. Defying the objections of others, Jon resolutely set forth on the path to the wildling camp. The journey was fraught with howling winds and blinding blizzards. Yet these formidable obstacles could not sway his resolve. Upon finally arriving at the encampment, he was met with hostile glares and glinting weapons. Undeterred, Jon stood tall and boldly declared his intentions, requesting an audience with Mance Rayder. Amidst the throng, Mance emerged, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Jon from head to toe. With a hint of derision, he remarked, "You, Night's Watchman, possess remarkable audacity to venture alone into my camp, daring to negotiate with me?" Taking a deep breath, Jon met Mance's eyes with unwavering sincerity, stating, "Mance, I am aware of your desire to lead your people south in search of a new home. However, we now face a greater peril, the others. Their might is beyond imagination, leaving desolation in their wake. If we continue to fracture among ourselves, the Seven Kingdoms will fall to the others, and none shall escape. Only by uniting, wildlings and Night's Watchmen, all those north and south of the Wall, can we hope to withstand this impending cataclysm. I implore you, lead your people southward, and let us join forces against the others." Mance furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he scoffed, "You speak lightly of leading my people south. Who can assure me that you won't stab us in the back? Furthermore, why should we believe your claims of the others' terror?" Jon did not waver, vividly recounting the atrocities he witnessed beyond the Wall. The cold, spectral beings commanding Whites to charge into battle, his comrades utterly defenseless against their assaults, their lives extinguished like candles in the wind. "I swear upon my honor and my life, if you are willing to join forces, we shall set aside our grievances," Jon asserted resolutely. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Mance's eyes as he surveyed the fear and confusion among his people. He realized that Jon's words might represent the only viable path forward. Finally, he spoke slowly, "Your proposition requires discussion with my kin. But remember, should you attempt any treachery, both you and your Night's Watch brethren shall pay dearly." A glimmer of hope ignited within Jon. He understood this was merely the first step. The road ahead may be fraught with thorns, but for the survival of the Seven Kingdoms and the continuation of all life, he would strive with all his might, even if the precipice before him was unfathomably deep. Within the confines of the encampment's tent, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Outside, the storm raged, winds and snow converging to ensnare all in an endless chaos. Mance Rayder sat at the head of the table. His brow knotted in deep thought as he fixed his scrutinizing gaze upon Jon. "You want me to trust you, to stand with you against the others at the wall?" Mance's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with fatigue and skepticism. "On the basis of mere words? I have dealt with the Lannisters before. They have calculated my every move for their own gain. Why should I trust you, a night's watchman?" Jon met Mance's gaze with unwavering conviction, sincerity radiating from his expression. "Mance, I comprehend your concerns, yet this crisis is a shared enemy for us all. The threat posed by the White Walkers knows no distinction between wildlings and Night's Watch. Should they breach the wall, the Seven Kingdoms and indeed all of Westeros would be engulfed in eternal darkness. The Lannisters pursue power and profit. Yet we now confront a matter of life and death." Mance remained silent, his fingers instinctively tracing the armrest of his chair, his mind swirling with images of the cunning dealings with the Lannisters, while also contemplating the dire news Jon had brought regarding the White Walkers. "I understand you may not easily believe me," Jon paused, emphasizing his words, "but I swear upon the honor of my father, Eddard Stark, that if you are willing to join forces, we shall fight side by side, never to betray one another." At the mention of Eddard Stark, Mance's demeanor shifted slightly. The integrity and honor of Eddard were renowned across the land, and Jon's oath in his name spoke volumes of his resolve. After a prolonged silence, Mance exhaled deeply, his expression a tapestry of complexity. "Very well, I shall trust you this once. To speak candidly, my swift agreement stems from the reality that the White Walkers have already invaded our tribe. Those creatures, exuding an aura of death, accompanied by hordes of whites, leave behind naught but ruins and despair in their wake, our kin suffering heavy casualties." As he spoke, a flicker of pain and anger ignited in Mance's eyes. "We shall stand firm at the wall together, but should I discover even the slightest hint of treachery, you know the consequences." Mance's gaze sharpened once more, fixating intently on Jon. Jon felt a jolt within, resonating with Mance's plight, and nodded earnestly. "Thank you for your trust, Mance. From this moment forth, we shall be comrades in arms, united against the White Walkers to protect this land." Outside the tent, the snowstorm raged on, yet in that moment, a crucial consensus was forged between wildlings and the Night's Watch, born from shared suffering and an ardent desire for survival. They would join forces atop the wall, standing resolute against the unknown and terrifying threat of the White Walkers. Chapter 60. The destination of life and death migration. When Mance Rayder resolved to lead the free folk south of the wall, they faced a treacherous path fraught with thorns and uncertainty. At that moment, the tribe comprised some 70 to 80,000 souls, a daunting mass whose migration was perilous at every turn. The camp before departure buzzed with activity. Individuals hurriedly packed their meager belongings, anxiety etched upon their faces. The elders supported one another, their eyes betraying a fear of the unknown ahead. Children clung tightly to their parents, though unaware of the impending trials. They too were touched by the oppressive atmosphere, their silence unnaturally profound. Women quietly gathered clothing and provisions, casting frequent glances toward the horizon, silently praying for a safe arrival at their destination. The migration began, a grand procession trudging through the icy wilderness. The biting winds lashed against their cheeks like knives, and sudden blizzards would envelop the group in a shroud of white. Many elders and children faltered, swaying precariously in the storm, at risk of being swallowed by the cold. The young men, strong yet weary, balanced the need to care for their families while remaining vigilant against surrounding dangers. As they journeyed southward, the free folk tribe moved like a serpentine dragon, struggling through the icy wilderness. The elders leaned on one another for support, children trembled in the biting wind, while the young warriors remained vigilant, safeguarding the safety of the group. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them, and the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, the already frigid air seeming to thicken with frost. In the distance, figures emanating an eerie blue glow emerged, whites. Mounted on pale steeds, they towered with an unsettling presence, surrounded by a chilling aura. Without uttering a word, the whites unleashed a relentless horde of corpses upon the free folk, launching a sudden assault. The ghastly creatures, clawing and shrieking, staggered towards the throng, plunging the tribe into chaos as panic erupted and people fled in all directions. Despite the warriors' valiant efforts to resist, they found themselves overwhelmed by this unexpected and terrifying onslaught. A young mother clutched her child tightly, her eyes wide with terror as the whites approached. Just as the ghoul was about to seize them, the child's father swung an axe, charging in from the side and repelling the creature. Yet, more undead quickly encircled them, and the father, in a desperate bid to protect his family, became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Mance Rayder swiftly rallied a cadre of elite warriors, striving to stabilize their defenses. With sword in hand, he led the charge, engaging the whites in fierce combat. His blade sparkled in the ghostly luminescence, each swing imbued with resolute determination, as he sought to buy time for the tribe to escape. Jon Snow was among the ranks, fully aware of the whites' terror, yet unyielding in the face of danger. While urging calm among the people, he seized a weapon and lunged towards the thickest cluster of corpses. His gaze was unwavering. Drawing upon his combat experience gained north of the wall, he deftly evaded the attacks of the undead, delivering fatal blows. However, the whites proved too formidable, and the onslaught of corpses continued unabated. The casualties within the Free Folk tribe mounted, blood staining the pristine white snow. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, the Free Folk refused to surrender. In their darkest hour, they supported one another, sacrificing their lives to defend their tribe's dignity and the hope of survival, enduring valiantly in this brutal clash against the whites. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, the migrating procession of the Free Folk was scattered. The battlefield echoed with cries of battle, screams of despair, and the whites' chilling howls, as the shadow of death loomed over everyone. Mance Rayder, drenched in blood, his blade dulled and his body wounded in multiple places, continued to fight tenaciously, striving to organize an effective resistance. His gaze darted through the chaotic throng, anxiously seeking out surviving kin, shouting for them to gather in one place. Yet, the relentless tide of whites and corpses drowned out his voice amidst the cacophony of war. Jon fought with every ounce of strength, carving a bloody path through the horde of corpses. His arms ached from prolonged exertion, but his mind remained singularly focused, to protect as many as he could. He witnessed an elderly man being beset by a white and rushed forth, slashing the creature down with a single stroke, then aiding the old man to his feet. Yet, before he could catch his breath, several more whites closed in around him. As time wore on, the resistance of the Free Folk tribe grew increasingly feeble, with more and more souls succumbing to the blood-soaked ground. The crimson liquid stained vast stretches of snow, while dismembered limbs lay scattered, painting a scene of unspeakable horror. It was unclear how long it had been, but as the last vestiges of strength waned and despair began to permeate the crowd, a miracle unfolded. A sudden blizzard descended upon them like a natural barrier, temporarily halting the advance of the whites. Mance Rayder seized this fleeting opportunity, calling out hoarsely to the remaining tribesmen, urging them to flee south with all their might. Under the cover of the storm, they dared not pause, running until the dreadful howls of the whites faded into silence. When they finally halted, collapsing onto the snow, they realized that the once mighty throng of 70 to 80,000 had dwindled to a mere fraction. The absence of loved ones and the sacrifice of comrades plunged the survivors into profound sorrow. They gazed upon one another as scarred and tear-streaked faces, feeling both a sense of relief at having survived and a deep confusion about the uncertain future ahead. Yet, in honor of those who had perished, they knew they must press onward. When the battered remnants of the Free Folk tribe finally stumbled to the foot of the wall, the survivors beheld its towering presence, like a bastion of hope. Tears instantly blurred their vision. The biting cold winds persisted, yet within their hearts, the wall radiated an unprecedented warmth and sense of security. Having endured the whites' assault and the arduous flight, each individual appeared ragged and bruised. Children, with lips tinged blue from the cold, were tightly cradled in the arms of adults. The elderly, frail and gasping, huddled together, their eyes shimmering with gratitude for their continued existence. Mance Rayder gazed up at the wall, his voice trembling with exhaustion and emotion. "We have finally returned." His face was smeared with blood and dirt, his hair a disheveled mess. Yet in that moment, his eyes conveyed a profound sense of relief. The warriors beside him silently laid down their battered weapons, kneeling on one knee, having expended every ounce of their strength in this brutal struggle for survival. Now, as they looked upon the wall, their hearts were a tumult of emotions. Jon rode forth to the gates, striking them with force. The Night's Watchman atop the wall, hearing the sound, peered down to witness the grim tableau, and promptly opened the gates. The heavy doors creaked open, their somber groans seeming to lament the tragic plight of the Free Folk. As the first breath of warmth from within the wall enveloped them, the people could no longer contain their emotions. Cries of anguish and cheers of joy intertwined. Supporting one another, they stepped into the sanctuary of the wall, which in that moment transformed from a mere cold fortification into their haven. a symbol of the hope that persisted amidst their dire straits. Though they had lost so much, as long as life endured and the wall stood strong, they would possess the courage to confront whatever the future held. Chapter 61. The struggle for power and the resumption of nuptials. As the battered survivors of the free folk tribes stepped onto the wall, they anticipated a fleeting moment of tranquility. Yet, the harsh reality descended upon them like a frigid deluge, ruthlessly extinguishing the flicker of solace within their hearts. After a grim tally, a disheartening truth emerged. Fewer than 2,000 remained capable of wielding arms to defend the wall. Gazing upon the weary, haggard faces of these warriors, Mance Rayder's brow furrowed in deep concern, his eyes brimming with anxiety and helplessness. They had just endured a harrowing battle for survival against the White Walkers, and now they were to immediately bear the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the wall. Among these valiant souls, some bore makeshift bandages wrapped around their arms, blood seeping through the fabric. Others moved with faltering steps, each stride seemingly draining their last reserves of strength. Yet, despite their exhaustion, a resolute fire lingered in their gazes. A young warrior, his face still youthful and unblemished, clutched a weathered longsword, his hands trembling slightly from pain, yet he refused to loosen his grip. He gazed out over the snow-covered wasteland beyond the wall, the very hell from which they had just escaped, and within him burned a singular conviction: to protect the wall, to safeguard his loved ones and homeland. Jon wove through the crowd, rallying the spirits of the warriors. Though our numbers are few, we possess a will as unyielding as iron. The White Walkers have sought to shatter us, yet we have survived. Now, the wall is our battlefield, and with the weapons in our hands, we shall make them understand that we will not yield. His voice resonated powerfully in the biting wind, infusing the warriors with a renewed sense of strength. Mance Rayder stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over each soldier. Brothers, we have lost so much, but as long as we stand, the wall shall not fall. For those we have lost, for our future, we must hold fast. His words ignited a fervor akin to flames within the hearts of the warriors. In this frozen wasteland, this band of fewer than 2,000 was poised to undertake the monumental task of defending the wall and the Seven Kingdoms. They would etch a tale of tragic, yet noble valor in the annals of history. Within the makeshift camp behind the wall, Jon bore a grave expression as he meticulously orchestrated the various tasks at hand. He understood that the elderly, the frail, and the children represented the future and hope of the free folk tribe. They needed to be securely settled in a safe haven. Everyone move swiftly. We must ensure their safe relocation, Jon called out, personally assisting an elderly man who struggled to walk. The lines of age etched deeply into the man's face spoke of the trials he had endured, his eyes still reflecting the remnants of fear and confusion. Jon gently reassured him, "Do not fear, old man. We will protect you." The young warriors sprang into action, some gathering simple belongings, while others carefully lifted the small children. Most of the children remained engulfed in the terror of their recent experiences, their faces flushed with cold, clinging tightly to the necks of the warriors. Too frightened to utter a sound, a young mother clutched her child's hand tightly, her eyes filled with anxiety. "My child," the warrior reassured her, "rest assured. We shall escort you to safety." Jon commanded several groups, dividing the elderly, the weak, and women and children into smaller clusters, each guided by a reliable individual well acquainted with the route. They were to follow this passage until they reached the warm barracks at the end, where food and water awaited them. Jon patiently briefed the leaders of each group. Throughout the evacuation, the procession remained orderly, although exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone. No one uttered a word of complaint. The elderly supported one another, while the women fiercely protected their children. Once the last batch of the vulnerable was safely delivered to the rear, Jon finally exhaled in relief, yet he understood that the true challenge was only beginning. He needed to swiftly prepare the remaining warriors for defense against the impending threat of the White Walkers. In King's Landing, with the ascension of the new king, the power dynamics shifted once more, and the clandestine struggles among various factions intensified, particularly the fierce rivalry between Cersei and the Tyrell family. The coronation of the new king resembled a lavish yet perilous feast. Ostensibly a grand celebration for King's Landing, it was, in reality, a stage for the silent skirmishes of power. Cersei, a woman who had once wielded influence at the epicenter of power, would not easily retreat into the shadows under the new king's rule. Her piercing gaze remained fixed on every movement within the court, calculating how to fortify her influence and reclaim authority. The Tyrell family, with their affluent lands and extensive connections, held a significant position in King's Landing. They sought to further expand their influence through a close association with the royal family. Thus, in this game of power, an inevitable confrontation arose between Cersei and the Tyrells. Cersei, leveraging her dwindling influence in the court and her familiarity with its intricate rules, schemed in secrecy against the Tyrell family. She deftly circulated rumors, sowing discord between the Tyrells and other nobles, attempting to isolate them. At a gathering of nobles, Cersei discreetly shared whispers of the Tyrells' ambitious aspirations with a few select individuals, instilling a sense of wariness towards the Tyrell family. The Tyrells, of course, would not remain passive. Aware of Cersei's ruthless tactics, they actively sought to cultivate relationships with the new king's confidants, aiming to place their own spies within the royal circle. Simultaneously, they hosted opulent banquets, inviting the nobility of King's Landing to showcase their wealth and power, thereby solidifying their standing among the aristocracy. Within the court, Cersei and the Tyrell spokesperson often clashed. Whether discussing tax policies or military strategies, both sides stood firm, transforming every decision into a battlefield of their power struggle. The new king found himself caught in the middle of this fierce contention, at times swayed by Cersei's rhetoric, at others influenced by the Tyrell family's proposals. The future of King's Landing appeared shrouded in a veil of uncertainty, engulfed in the tumult of competing factions, swirling like a tumultuous undercurrent. The conflict between Cersei and the Tyrell family has reached a fever pitch, leaving the court in a state of trepidation, as if the entire city teeters on the brink of a volcanic eruption. Just when it seemed that the situation would spiral utterly out of control, Duke Tywin Lannister, with his customary authority and iron-fisted resolve, asserted his dominance over King's Landing. His presence acted as a stabilizing force, momentarily curbing the chaos. The instant Duke Tywin entered the council chamber, the previously tumultuous hall fell into a profound silence. His gaze, cold and penetrating, surveyed each individual present, seemingly capable of piercing through their clandestine machinations. Upon the arrival of her father, Cersei's eyes flickered with a mixture of reverence and dependence, while the members of the Tyrell family knitted their brows in quiet apprehension. "Have you all had your fill of discord?" Duke Tywin's voice resonated, deep and commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority. With the new king ascending to the throne amidst national turmoil, rather than contemplating how to support the monarchy and stabilize the realm, you engage in relentless strife for your own selfish interests. His words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of those with ulterior motives, compelling them to lower their heads in shame. Addressing Cersei, Duke Tywin's gaze bore a reproachful intensity. "Cersei, as a member of the royal family, you must prioritize the greater good and refrain from impulsive actions that only serve to escalate conflict." Cersei bit her lip. Though reluctant, she nodded in acquiescence. Turning to the head of the Tyrell family, Duke Tywin articulated with sharp clarity, "My lord of House Tyrell, we all serve the crown and ought to unite in our efforts rather than undermine one another." While the Tyrell patriarch harbored discontent, he could not deny the validity of Duke Tywin's assertions and thus conceded to set aside their disputes. Under Duke Tywin's intimidation and mediation, Cersei and the Tyrell family momentarily ceased their public hostilities, and the tense atmosphere in the council began to ease. King's Landing, amidst its turbulent existence, found a measure of calm due to Duke Tywin's firm governance, although all were acutely aware that this tranquility was but a fleeting lull before the storm, with the struggle for power still surging beneath the surface. With Duke Tywin's intervention, King's Landing briefly emerged from the vortex of political strife, and the matter of the new king's marriage to the young Rose, Margaery Tyrell, was once again thrust into the spotlight. This union, from its inception, represented not merely the joining of two individuals, but rather a pivotal link in the consolidation of the Lannister and Tyrell alliance, crucial for balancing power. Upon the announcement, the atmosphere in King's Landing became charged with complexity. Discussions erupted in the streets, filled with both anticipation for the grand wedding and speculation about the underlying power transactions. Within the royal palace, craftsmen labored tirelessly day and night, preparing opulent decorations and exquisite items for the wedding. Seamstresses deftly crafted the wedding garments for the new king and the young Rose, infusing every stitch with a sense of gravitas befitting this political marriage. Although Cersei outwardly expressed support for the impending nuptials, her heart was heavy with anxiety and resentment. She understood all too well that Margaery's arrival would further entrench the Tyrell family's position within the court, further constricting her own sphere of influence. Yet, beneath the imposing presence of Duke Tywin, she could only bury her discontent deep within, forcing a smile as she participated in the preparations for the wedding. In stark contrast, the Tyrell family was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere as they busily arranged for the nuptials of the young Rose. The female members of the family surrounded the young Rose, imparting courtly etiquette and the art of social navigation, hoping she would establish her footing within the royal palace and secure greater advantages for the family. The young Rose herself, with a glimmer of aspiration in her eyes, was acutely aware of the mission bestowed upon her by her family. Determined to carve a magnificent chapter for House Tyrell within the royal court through her wit and charm, she embraced her destiny. The new king, meanwhile, found himself propelled forward by the machinations of various factions regarding this marriage. On one hand, he looked forward to joining hands with the beautiful and astute young Rose. On the other, he felt bewildered by the intricate web of power dynamics surrounding him. However, under the orchestrations of Duke Tywin and the Tyrell family, he had no choice but to acquiesce to the prevailing tide, awaiting the arrival of the wedding day, which would mark a pivotal point in the shifting power structure of King's Landing. Chapter 62. The War of Vengeance. During the days leading up to the new King's wedding, the streets of King's Landing were imbued with an atmosphere both festive and tense. The populace busied themselves adorning the city in preparation for the grand ceremony when news spread like wildfire throughout the city. Prince Oberyn Martell of House Martell would be attending the wedding. Renowned across Westeros for his flamboyant spirit, cunning intellect, and relentless pursuit of vengeance, Prince Oberyn, with his iconic mane of red curls resembling flames, epitomized his passionate yet perilous nature. His arrival instantly injected an air of uncertainty into an already highly anticipated wedding. Upon hearing this news, Cersei's alarm bells rang loudly. She understood all too well the animosity Prince Oberyn harbored towards House Lannister, stemming from a blood feud years prior. Now, with his entrance into King's Landing, it was difficult not to question his true intentions. Cersei urgently summoned her trusted confidants to strategize on how to address Prince Oberyn's arrival, reinforcing security measures within the palace. Every entrance and exit was guarded by elite soldiers, vigilantly monitoring Oberyn's every move. The Tyrell family was equally attentive to Oberyn's arrival. On one hand, they worried that his presence might disrupt the smooth proceedings of the wedding, jeopardizing the alliance with the royal family. On the other, they contemplated whether they could exploit the enmity between Oberyn and House Lannister to their advantage. The young Rose, Marjorie, whispered amidst the company of her female kin, "This prince's arrival may render the wedding less tranquil. We must remain vigilant." For the new king, Oberyn's presence evoked both excitement and trepidation. He yearned to showcase his authority and dominion before this legendary prince, while simultaneously fearing what startling actions Oberyn might take during the ceremony. The moment Prince Oberyn entered King's Landing, he captured the attention of all. Mounted on a robust black steed and adorned in splendid attire embroidered with the sun and spear emblem of House Martell, he commanded the gaze of the crowd. A smirk of cynical amusement lingered at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the heavily guarded soldiers flanking the street, a silent mockery simmering within. His ostensible purpose for attending was to celebrate the nuptials of the new king, yet concealed beneath this facade lay his clandestine ambitions, ready to unleash a tempest of his own design at the heart of power. Beneath the festive veneer of the royal wedding, the heart of Prince Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, burned with the fierce flames of vengeance. Years prior, his sister, Princess Elia, had met a tragic demise at the hands of the Mountain, Gregor Clegane. That bloody scene had etched an indelible wound upon his soul. Upon entering King's Landing, Oberyn harbored a singular goal: to slay the Mountain and avenge his sister's untimely death. Yet, upon his arrival, he refrained from immediate action. Instead, he deftly maneuvered among the various factions, attending a multitude of banquets and social gatherings. His face perpetually adorned with a nonchalant smile, engaging in light-hearted banter with the nobility, thereby obscuring his true intentions. However, beneath this seemingly carefree facade, every movement he made was meticulously calculated. He sought intelligence on the Mountain's whereabouts, familiarizing himself with his daily habits and the nature of his guards, all the while crafting an intricate plan for revenge. One day, amidst a noble banquet, Oberyn serendipitously learned that the Mountain would also be in attendance at the new king's wedding. This revelation sent a tremor of excitement and anxiety through him. He recognized it as a prime opportunity for retribution. Returning to his lodgings, he spent the night in restless contemplation, devising strategies to approach the Mountain during the ceremony and deliver a fatal blow. He selected his sharpest dagger, concealing it beneath his opulent attire, ensuring he could strike swiftly when the moment demanded. On the day of the wedding, King's Landing erupted in jubilance. The palace was bedecked in festive decorations, and guests donned their finest garments to congratulate the new king. Oberyn blended into the crowd, his gaze ever watchful for the Mountain's figure. The instant the Mountain appeared, a barely perceptible glint of murderous intent flickered in Oberyn's eyes. He gradually approached the Mountain, deliberately initiating conversation, aiming to provoke him. The mountain regarded the lithe, sharp-eyed red viper before him with disdain, yet was stirred by Oberyn's taunting words. As their verbal duel intensified, curious glances from surrounding guests fell upon them. Seizing the moment, Oberyn suddenly drew his dagger, lunging at the mountain. Despite his imposing stature, the mountain reacted with remarkable speed, evading the lethal strike. In an instant, a fierce clash erupted, chaos engulfing the palace as the wedding festivities were utterly disrupted. With agility born of determination and a resolute thirst for vengeance, Oberyn engaged the mountain in a life-and-death struggle. His singular focus fixated on one thought. Today would be the mountain's demise, and he would honor his sister's spirit with the blood of her killer. The palace descended into turmoil. Guests at the wedding scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. Guards swiftly converged, attempting to separate the battling Oberyn and Gregor Clegane. Armed with polearms, they shouted commands, striving to restore order amidst the sudden melee. "Stand down," the mountain bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the very air around them to tremble. His colossal form resembled an immovable mountain, wielding a massive sword that shimmered ominously, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The eyes of the mountain burned with a furious flame, fixated on Oberyn, clearly unwilling to relent easily. Oberyn, however, was undeterred, nimbly weaving through the encirclement of guards. A scornful smile gracing his lips. "Do you wish to impede us? No one shall obstruct this duel today." His fiery red hair danced wildly with each movement, and the dagger in his grasp glinted coldly under the sun. Both men resolutely refused to cease their conflict in the face of the guards' obstruction. The hatred within Oberyn surged like a tidal wave, years of pent-up rage erupting at this moment. He yearned to avenge his sister's unjust fate with the blood of the mountain. The mountain, provoked by Oberyn's taunts and confident in his formidable strength, would not easily forgive one who dared to challenge him. "This is a duel between knights," Oberyn proclaimed loudly, his voice echoing through the palace. "Only one shall leave unscathed. Today he must die?" His words brimmed with determination, his gaze reflecting a resolve to face death unflinchingly. The mountain snorted disdainfully, raising his sword and assuming an aggressive stance. "So be it. Let me show you the consequences of your provocation." The guards exchanged glances, having never witnessed such a fierce confrontation, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Oberyn and the mountain charged at each other once more, and thus began a life-and-death duel, enveloping the entire palace in a tense and lethal atmosphere. No one knew how this confrontation would culminate, only that one among them would undoubtedly fall in this bloodied arena. Amidst this chaotic palace, Duke Tywin stood upon a dais, his expression stern as he surveyed the escalating clash below. Observing the standoff between Oberyn and the mountain, a subtle glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes, secretly hoping the conflict would unfold as he envisioned. Tywin understood the intent of Oberyn, the Red Viper, all too well, from the moment he stepped into King's Landing. Tywin knew the flames of vengeance harbored by House Martell would be difficult to extinguish. Oberyn's animosity towards House Lannister hung like a sharpened blade, poised to descend at any moment. At this juncture, witnessing the tension between the mountain and Oberyn, Duke Tywin contemplated that if the mountain were to slay Oberyn in this duel, it would undoubtedly eliminate a significant threat to the Lannisters. "Let them fight," Tywin murmured to his trusted confidant, his voice low and icy. "The mountain's strength will surely resolve this dilemma." His gaze remained fixed on the mountain, as though imparting a belief in inevitable victory. The mountain, towering and formidable, was a figure that inspired dread on the battlefield, and Tywin was convinced that his prowess would prevail in this contest. He also recognized that should this duel spiral out of control, it could incite fierce retribution from House Martell, potentially disturbing the delicate balance between House Lannister and various factions. Yet at this moment, he preferred to place his faith in the mountain's might, viewing it as an opportune moment to neutralize the threat posed by Oberyn. He squinted slightly, observing Oberyn's agile yet somewhat slender figure, and a cold scoff escaped his lips. No matter how cunning a serpent may be, it is but prey awaiting slaughter in the face of overwhelming power. As the mountain and Oberyn charged towards each other once more, Duke Tywin stood silently, awaiting the outcome of this duel. His face betrayed no emotion, yet within him, tension coiled tightly, secretly hoping that the mountain would fulfill his desire and eliminate Oberyn, thereby eradicating this latent threat. In the midst of this heart-stopping duel, the mountain gradually realized that his conventional methods of attack were futile against the nimble Oberyn. Each mighty swing he executed was deftly evaded by Oberyn, while new wounds continued to accumulate upon his own form. Blood gushed from multiple lacerations, soaking his heavy armor, and his stamina waned with each passing moment. Nevertheless, the mountain refused to submit. A resolute expression emerged upon his steel-like visage. He ceased attempting to land precise strikes on Oberyn and instead feigned vulnerabilities, luring Oberyn closer. Seeing the mountain's rhythm of attack falter, Oberyn's eyes sparkled with excitement. Convinced of his imminent victory, he seized the opportunity presented by the mountain's exposed chest, lunging forward with the swiftness of a cheetah, his dagger aimed directly at the mountain's heart. Just as the dagger was about to make contact, the mountain summoned his strength, blocking the lethal blow with his left arm. The sharp blade pierced deep into his arm, blood spraying forth. Yet, the mountain seemed impervious to pain, seizing the fleeting moment of Oberyn's brief vulnerability. He extended his powerful right arm, grasping Oberyn with a grip akin to iron. Oberyn struggled desperately, but could not escape the mountain's unyielding embrace. "Did you think you could win?" The mountain's voice was deep and hoarse, laced with fury and intent to kill. Ignoring his own grievous injuries, he tightened his grip around Oberyn's neck, lifting him off the ground. Oberyn's legs flailed helplessly in the air, his hands clawing at the mountain's grip. Yet he could not budge him in the slightest, despite Oberyn's unparalleled skill and agility in this moment. Confronted with the mountain's close-range opportunity purchased at the cost of his own wounds and the absolute dominance of strength, he was ultimately powerless. The mountain's hands constricted further, and Oberyn's complexion shifted from red to purple, his breathing increasingly labored. Ultimately, with a dull rasp, Oberyn's body weakened in the mountain's grasp, the light of life slowly fading from his eyes. The mountain cast Oberyn's lifeless form to the ground with a heavy thud. He swayed his massive body, dropping to one knee as blood continued to seep from his wounds, staining the earth around him. This brutal duel concluded with the mountain's Pyrrhic victory, Oberyn's demise marking the end, and its aftermath would undoubtedly stir new storms across King's Landing and the entirety of Westeros. As this globally scrutinized duel drew to a close, the royal palace in King's Landing seemed shrouded in a veil of deathly silence. The onlookers had been so certain that with Oberyn's ghostly agility and transcendent swordsmanship, he would exact vengeance upon the mountain, restoring justice for Princess Elia. At the onset of the duel, Oberyn's performance was nothing short of breathtaking. He danced around the mountain like a flickering flame, his dagger striking with the precision of a viper, leaving crimson trails upon the formidable armor of his opponent. The mountain, akin to a clumsy tower, possessed immense strength, yet perpetually failed to ensnare Oberyn's elusive form, its attacks repeatedly missing their mark while accumulating wounds. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixated on every movement of Oberyn, their hearts rallying in fervent support for him. They were convinced that the scales of victory had irrevocably tipped in Oberyn's favor, and that the mountain's defeat was merely a matter of time. However, at that moment, the wheel of fate spun unexpectedly. Cornered and desperate, the mountain made a reckless gamble, opting to exchange wounds for wounds. Ignoring the dagger aimed at him, he absorbed the lethal strike with his flesh and bone, and when Oberyn's offensive momentarily faltered, he seized his final surge of strength and astonishing power to grasp Oberyn firmly. The sudden turn of events left the spectators in shock before they could react. The mountain had seized Oberyn by the throat, lifting him high. Oberyn struggled in vain against the overwhelming might of the mountain. As the grip tightened, the light of life began to fade from Oberyn, his hands ultimately falling limply to his sides. This dramatic conclusion rendered all present speechless. The anticipated cheers transformed instantaneously into terrified screams and incredulous whispers. It was unfathomable that the seemingly invincible Oberyn would succumb in such a manner. This duel, which was destined to be a tale of justice triumphing over evil, concluded in a brutal and unforeseen fashion, leaving an indelible scar upon the power dynamics of King's Landing and the entirety of Westeros, as the seeds of subsequent turmoil appeared to have been sown in that very moment. Chapter 63. The Resistance of the North. The other within the depths of the soul, amidst the maelstrom of power, Theon, having witnessed the capture of Robb and the execution of father and son, fled in desperation to the Iron Islands. The turbulent seas and rugged shores of the Iron Islands, once his homeland, now became his sanctuary in search of refuge and strength. Upon returning to the Iron Islands, Theon sought out his sister, Yara. Upon seeing her disheveled brother, Yara's eyes flickered with a complex expression, a blend of compassion and the frustration of unfulfilled potential. Theon recounted his misfortunes, igniting within him a fervor for vengeance and the reclamation of power. After deliberation, the siblings resolved to lead the Ironborn in a surprise assault on the north, targeting a significant port. Yara, respected among the Ironborn, rallied a fierce group of warriors at her call. They boarded sturdy longships, cutting through the waves as they set sail for the north. Each Ironborn was filled with zeal, eager to plunder wealth and prove their bravery in battle. As the fleet of Ironborn emerged at the north's port, the garrison within was caught entirely off guard. Theon and Yara led the charge, surging towards the harbor like tigers descending from the mountain. The Ironborn, brandishing their weapons, charged into the enemy ranks, engaging in fierce combat with the Northern Guard. In the heat of battle, Theon cast aside his previous disarray, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light, as if he sought to unleash all his humiliation and rage upon his foes. After a tumultuous struggle, the Ironborn, leveraging their valor and the element of surprise, successfully seized the northern port. The harbor erupted into flames, the cries of battle gradually subsiding as the Ironborn celebrated their triumph. Standing atop the elevated platform of the port, Theon gazed at the captured harbor, his heart filled with a mix of vengeful exhilaration and profound uncertainty about the future. He understood that this was merely a strategic move in the relentless game of power, and that further challenges and dangers awaited him. In this brutal contest, the betrayal of House Bolton resonated like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instigating a seismic shift across the realm of Westeros, particularly in the north. The Boltons' long-standing ambition for dominion over the north had festered in the shadows. Ultimately, during the infamous Red Wedding at the Twins, Robb Stark and numerous members of House Stark were mercilessly slaughtered. This treacherous massacre severed years of camaraderie with House Stark and left the north, and indeed the entire realm, in shock. Tywin Lannister, the cunning master of political maneuvering, astutely recognized the opportunity presented by this upheaval. To solidify House Lannister's influence in the north and reward the Boltons for their treachery, he unhesitatingly granted the north to House Bolton, elevating Roose Bolton to the esteemed position of Warden of the North in an attempt to bring the north under his control. The resistance of the north. The Stark family had ruled the north for centuries, renowned for their justice and mercy, deeply rooted in the hearts of the northern people. Many families, such as House Manderly and House Karstark, had fought alongside the Starks for generations, their profound loyalty and camaraderie woven into their very bloodlines. Now, confronted with the ascension of the treacherous Boltons, they felt a visceral loathing and fury, utterly unable to accept such a regime. The brutal rule of House Bolton. The Boltons were notorious for their cruelty and ruthlessness, employing exceedingly harsh and tyrannical methods of governance. In the north, they plundered the possessions of the common folk and executed dissenters at will, plunging the northern populace into misery. Such barbarity only intensified the growing resentment among the northern people towards House Bolton, as the spirit of rebellion simmered beneath the surface, like magma accumulating within the earth. The underlying currents of power struggles. The sudden rise of House Bolton disrupted the delicate balance of power in the north. The interests of other families were gravely threatened, prompting those who once held a measure of status and influence to rally against the Boltons. They either covertly conspired or openly resisted, complicating House Bolton's efforts to maintain control in the north. These factors intertwined like an intricate web, ensnaring House Bolton in a tightening grip. In the north, a looming crisis of governance presents relentless challenges at every turn. The situation has spiraled into an unprecedented complexity and turmoil, with the future shrouded in uncertainty and unpredictability. After what seemed like an interminable slumber in darkness, Bran's consciousness slowly began to awaken. His eyelids fluttered, gradually revealing his eyes, still glazed with remnants of dreams and the unknown. Winterfell is in peril, Bran exclaimed, abruptly sitting up, his voice hoarse and urgent from awakening. His gaze was filled with fear and alertness, as if he had witnessed a horrifying vision. Without the luxury of further explanation, Bran swiftly concentrated his thoughts, harnessing his enigmatic powers of control. "Ho!" he called softly, his voice, though gentle, carried an undeniable authority. The previously placid Ho seemed to receive an unspoken command, his body jolting as his demeanor transformed into one of resolute determination. He strode purposefully to Bran's side, crouching down to allow Bran to secure himself upon his broad back. At that moment, Rickon was still enveloped in surprise at his brother's sudden revival, struggling to fully comprehend the situation. "Rickon, hurry," Bran urged anxiously. Despite his confusion, Rickon, driven by unwavering trust in his brother, followed Idho without hesitation. With Bran on his back, Idho raced through the intricate corridors of Winterfell. Soldiers and servants alike were rendered speechless by this sudden spectacle. Before they could grasp the unfolding events, Idho had already whisked Bran and Rickon far away. Behind them, distant sounds of chaotic shouts and clashing weapons echoed ominously, affirming the danger Bran had sensed. Guided by instinct and Bran's direction, Adho surged toward a hidden exit of Winterfell, their figures vanishing swiftly into the dim passage, uncertain of the fate that awaited them ahead. In truth, at the very moment of Bran's awakening, his soul had already been thoroughly possessed by the three-eyed raven. To the untrained eye, he still bore Bran's visage. Yet the light that flickered in his eyes was no longer that of the innocent and curious boy, but rather a profound and mysterious depth, echoing the experiences of the three-eyed raven. Winterfell is in peril. This proclamation from Bran, seemingly a warning of impending crisis, was in fact an instruction issued by the three-eyed raven for some unknown purpose. Adho, manipulated by this arcane force, executed the command with mechanical precision and unwavering resolve, oblivious to the astonished gazes around him. Rickon, wholly unaware, followed closely behind, perceiving this as his brother's directive, unaware that the entity guiding them was not the true Bran. As they raced through Winterfell's corridors, the enigmatic atmosphere brought forth by the three-eyed raven intensified. Everything around them appeared to be mere pawns in a grand chess game orchestrated by the raven, while Bran's body served merely as a vessel for manipulating the unfolding events. The unknown fate they were racing towards had long been woven into the raven's clandestine plans, pursued relentlessly by the Bolton family like ravenous wolves. Bran and his companions could only desperately navigate their way through the chaos. They traversed the wild mountains of the north, skillfully avoiding the main roads and opting for the concealed and arduous paths. The pursuing soldiers of House Bolton were ever present, the sound of their horses' hooves echoing nearby, instilling a constant sense of vigilance in them. Whenever a noise arose, Odair would carry Bran on his back, swiftly seeking refuge alongside Rickon in dense thickets or shadowy caves, holding their breath until the sounds of the pursuers faded away. Enduring long journeys, hunger gnawing at their bellies, and heightened tension weighing on their spirits. Each of them felt utterly exhausted. Yet, the primal instinct for survival and the yearning for freedom propelled them onward. After an indeterminate number of days and nights, when the imposing northern wall finally came into view, their hearts brimmed with tears of relief. Bran gazed at the towering fortifications, filled with gratitude for having survived, knowing that upon reaching the wall, they would find temporary safety and that the hunt by House Bolton would come to a halt. Chapter 64. Intrigue and Marriage Alliances. The study was enveloped in silence as Tywin sat at his expansive desk, a multitude of letters from the north sprawled before him. Supporting his head with one hand, he rhythmically tapped the surface of the desk with the other, meticulously reading each word, occasionally sighing. Although House Bolton had taken control of the north, the deep-rooted loyalty of its people to House Stark had ensnared them in chaos. Resolving this messy situation became an urgent dilemma for him. A glint of cunning flickered in Tywin's eyes as he mused. Sansa, this pawn, may indeed prove to be of great utility. He stroked his chin, quickly conjuring a plan to exploit Sansa's influence over House Stark to pacify the restless factions in the north. Bring me my orders, Tywin called out. Ensure that Miss Sansa's living conditions are improved, and from now on, we shall treat her with a modicum of courtesy and respect. The servant complied, and as Tywin gazed out the window, a barely perceptible, cold smile crept across his lips, as if he could already envision the situation in the north gradually coming under his control. Within her confines, Sansa gazed at the four corners of the sky outside her window, her heart heavy with sorrow. Ever since the brutal deaths of her father and brother, she felt trapped in a waking nightmare, living in constant fear. Tywin paced the corridors of the palace, his thoughts revolving around Sansa. That little wolf cub might become the key to balancing the power in the north, he murmured to himself. Before long, he arrived outside Sansa's quarters, his voice icy yet laced with a veneer of insincerity. Miss Sansa, I have heard that your spirits have been low of late. The Lannister family is known for its generosity and would never neglect you. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to speak. Sansa huddled within her room, unsure of Tywin's intentions, her heart racing with trepidation. Meanwhile, Tywin wore an inscrutable smile as he turned to leave, calculating how to use Sansa as bait to quell the turmoil in the north. Determined to have Tyrion marry Sansa, Tywin believed this union would yield numerous benefits, both soothing the north and ensuring that Sansa would be entirely at the service of House Lannister. He ordered meticulous preparations for the wedding while simultaneously revealing this decision to the court, provoking a flurry of discussions among the nobles. Some praised Tywin's shrewdness, while others lamented Sansa's fate. Tyrion found himself troubled by the sudden turn of events regarding the marriage, seeking out Tywin in an attempt to dissuade his father. Father, Sansa is filled with hatred. This marriage will not bring happiness. Tywin's countenance darkened as he spoke sharply. Happiness? The honor and interests of our family are of utmost importance. You need only to obey. Sansa, confronted by the probing maidservants within the palace, remained silent, her eyes betraying a blend of fear for the future and a hint of defiance. Yet, caught in this maelstrom of power, she found herself at a loss as to how to break free. Tywin's gaze lingered on Sansa's matrimonial arrangements when a letter from the wall shattered the momentary tranquility. He tore open the envelope, and, upon seeing the words White Walkers, his hand trembled violently. The North was already destabilized under the rule of House Bolton, and now, with the White Walkers returning to sow discord, what could be done? He understood the threat posed by the White Walkers was far graver than imagined. Without prompt action, the entirety of Westeros would plunge into chaos. Tywin swiftly summoned the core members of the family and informed them of the letter's contents. The revelation stirred a cacophony of unrest among the gathered. "We must support the wall," Tywin asserted in a deep voice. "But we cannot allow the Lannisters to bear the losses alone. Send envoys to other houses to discuss a united front against this menace." He urgently called upon his most trusted advisor, his tone both hasty and composed. "Select the most capable spies and dispatch them to the wall immediately. They must ascertain the scale of the White Walkers, their patterns of movement, and the Night Watch's response. Remember, this matter is of utmost secrecy, should it be leaked. Heads will roll." The advisor departed hastily, and Tywin returned to his desk, fervently penning letters to the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. His words were earnest, yet carried an underlying threat, invoking the name of the Iron Throne and demanding their presence in King's Landing for an emergency council. Days later, the atmosphere in the council chamber was heavy with tension. The lords, some seated and others standing, whispered among themselves, their discussions rife with uncertainty. Tywin sat at the head of the table, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk as he awaited silence. When the room quieted, he slammed his hand upon the table and proclaimed loudly, "Lords, the White Walkers have re-emerged at the wall, and this threat concerns not just the North, if left unchecked. The lands of all present here, indeed all of Westeros, will be plunged into despair." A southern lord hesitated before speaking. "Lord Tywin, the White Walkers are but a legend. Can this news be verified? Moreover, the North is far removed from us. Would it not be reckless to march our armies?" Before he could finish, Tywin's gaze hardened, cutting him off coldly. "Humph, doubt the veracity of this news? Wait until the icy army of the White Walkers breaches your gates, and then you shall believe." A northern lord rose, his face flushed with indignation. "We, the people of the North, are fighting and dying at the wall, and you hesitate. I shall return to aid them." Tywin raised his hand to calm him, speaking gravely. "Support for the North is imperative, but it must be considered with care. We need to consolidate our efforts." Understanding the urgency of the situation, Tywin did not dare delay. He immediately summoned Tyrion to his study, and upon his son's entrance, he stated plainly, "Tyrion, your marriage to Sansa must be arranged without delay. Preparations should commence tomorrow, and the wedding shall take place in 3 days." Tyrion's eyes widened in astonishment. "Father, this is far too hasty. How can this be done? What of Sansa?" Tywin slammed his hand on the table, causing the ink and quills to jump, and thundered, "What time is there for such concerns? The White Walkers wreak havoc along the wall, and we must swiftly secure our rear. With the marriage concluded, I can reallocate forces to advance northward in support. Do not dally, simply comply." Though Tyrion's heart brimmed with helplessness and indignation, he understood that his father's resolve was unalterable. He could only suppress his emotions and bow in acquiescence, replying, "Yes, father." After exiting the study, Tyrion wandered alone in the corridor, contemplating his imminent union with Sansa, a marriage that served merely as a pawn in his father's game. His heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Meanwhile, Tywin was meticulously orchestrating the assembly of troops and the procurement of supplies. He summoned his military commanders and delineated his strategy. Select the finest soldiers to form an advance unit, which would depart for the wall immediately following Tyrion's wedding. The subsequent forces were also urged to expedite their preparations, ensuring ample provisions and weaponry, for logistics must not hinder their advance. The commanders took their leave, and the camp buzzed with activity as soldiers rushed to relay the orders, organizing their gear and polishing their arms. On Sansa's side, upon learning that she was to wed Tyrion in 3 days, she was instantly engulfed by terror and helplessness. She paced her chamber, tears brimming in her eyes. This marriage had come upon her too abruptly. She was acutely aware that she was merely a sacrificial piece in the Lannister family's power play. Yet now, confined within the palace, she felt isolated and defenseless, left with no escape but to silently pray for a turn of fortune in this tumultuous situation. Tywin nodded slightly, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze. His son Loras, who held a unique position within the family, commanded the Dragonblood Legion, the family's premier fighting force. Initially, Tywin had hoped to leverage this strength to bolster support for the North, but it now seemed prudent to postpone that endeavor. He instructed his subordinate to keep a close watch on Loras, commanding that any sign of his reemergence be reported immediately, his tone imbued with an unmistakable authority. In Tywin's mind, although Loras acted with secrecy, his power was undeniable. Should he join the fray at a crucial moment, he could indeed alter the course of events. Once his subordinate departed, Tywin fell into contemplation. He reminisced about Loras's upbringing, noting that his son had exhibited extraordinary talent and intelligence from a young age. With an obsession for uncovering mysterious powers, the Dragonblood Legion was a manifestation of his research, comprising soldiers who were not only valiant and skilled, but also seemed to emanate an aura of enigma that instilled fear in others. What precisely was he investigating in that hidden chamber? Tywin mused, his brow furrowed. He understood that Loras's pursuits were anything but ordinary and might bear significant implications for the family's future. However, the crisis in the North was imminent, leaving him no time for further inquiry. His resolve to focus on the threat posed by the White Walkers solidified within him. Tywin rose and exited the room, making his way toward the military encampment to inspect the preparations, ensuring that as soon as Tyrion's wedding concluded, the army could swiftly mobilize and charge toward the wall to confront the White Walkers, safeguarding the peace of Westeros. Tyrion's wedding feast was merely a formality. The guests had not yet fully indulged in the sumptuous fare and fine wine when, at Tywin's signal, they were hastily dismissed. The scene was one of utter disarray. With cups and plates strewn about, Tyrion gazed at Sansa, whose sorrowful countenance reflected his own feelings of helplessness and indignation. This marriage had, from its inception, served as a mere instrument of his father's political machinations. He and Sansa were but pawns on the chessboard of power. Tywin had little interest in the aftermath of the wedding feast, having already devoted all his energy to preparations for the expedition to the north. On the following morning, the sound of horns shattered the dawn, as Tywin led an imposing army forth, banners fluttering and armor gleaming, streaming out of the northern gate of King's Landing. The soldiers marched in unison, their spirits high, yet they were on the brink of confronting the legendary horrors of the White Walkers, an unknown dread looming over each heart like a shadow. Meanwhile, Cersei was left to govern King's Landing in Tywin's absence. Aware of the uncertain fate that awaited her father in the north, she sensed the undercurrents of tension within the city. Various factions were stirring, each vying to seize the greatest advantage amidst the chaotic whirlpool of power. Keep a close watch on everyone, especially those treacherous nobles. Cersei instructed her trusted aide in a hushed tone, a glint of ruthlessness in her eyes. Under her control, the power struggles within King's Landing intensified. While far off in the north, Tywin's forces trudged forward, preparing for an impending battle against the White Walkers. The Grand Army marched resolutely toward the north. Along the way, the military banners fluttered fiercely, armor glinting with a cold light under the sun, and the rising dust obscured the sky, resembling a torrent forged of steel. Lords from various regions heeded Tywin's call, rallying their troops to converge, swelling the ranks to an estimated multitude of over 100,000. During the march, Tywin sat upright on his steed, his posture regal and his gaze piercing, ever vigilant of the army's progress. Couriers darted to and fro, relaying commands to ensure the coordination and order of each division. At every resting point, Tywin summoned his commanders to deliberate on military matters, meticulously planning the next steps of their route and strategies for combat. "Gentlemen," Tywin said, his expression stern as he surveyed the group, "we march to the north to confront the White Walkers. This is a battle of life and death. The White Walkers are ruthless and wield unfathomable powers. We must not underestimate them. Yet as warriors of Westeros, it is our duty to protect this land. Retreat is not an option." The commanders nodded in agreement, their eyes betraying resolve and determination. As the army advanced, the chill in the air grew increasingly palpable as they neared the north, the soldiers' breaths visible as clouds of mist. News reached them that the situation in the north had become dire, with the White Walkers mounting a fierce offensive and the Night's Watch suffering heavy casualties. Upon hearing this, Tywin's brow furrowed, and he promptly commanded an increase in their pace. "Hasten your steps. Our brothers in the north are fighting valiantly. We cannot allow their sacrifices to be in vain." As time passed, the army finally approached the vicinity of Winterfell. The banner of House Bolton flapped in the cold wind, and Roose Bolton, atop a towering black warhorse, draped in a heavy fur cloak, bore a look of both deference and urgency as he spotted Tywin's forces advancing like a tide of darkness. He hastily spurred his horse, leading a group of loyal followers forward to greet Lord Tywin. "My Lord Tywin," Fry exclaimed as he reined in his horse before Tywin. "The Bolton family has awaited your arrival for quite some time. The North is suffering, and we are fortunate to have you personally leading the army. This time, we shall surely drive the White Walkers back to their lair." Tywin, perched atop his steed, surveyed Fry from his lofty position, his expression inscrutable, and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Rise, Bolton. What is the current situation in the North?" Fry stood up and replied respectfully, "My lord, the White Walkers are launching a fierce assault. Numerous alerts have been raised along the wall. Though the Night's Watch fights valiantly, they are suffering heavy casualties. I have assembled the finest warriors of my family, ready to march to the wall at your command." He hesitated momentarily, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. "But what is it?" Tywin's gaze, sharp as a blade, bore into Fry. Fry swallowed hard and cautiously continued, "My lord, many families in the North still harbor grievances against the Bolton family. They are more inclined towards House Stark. With such a formidable enemy at our doorstep, I fear internal discord may disrupt our efforts." Tywin scoffed, "A bunch of foolish loyalists. Once we have dealt with the White Walkers, I shall address this matter myself. For now, you need only manage your men and follow orders." "Yes, my lord." Fry responded promptly. Tywin turned his attention to the throng of soldiers behind him and commanded loudly, "Let the entire army take a brief respite to replenish supplies. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall advance towards the wall." The soldiers responded in unison, their voices echoing across the plains. That night, a roaring campfire illuminated the encampment as soldiers seized the opportunity to rest, gathering strength for the impending battle. Within Tywin's tent, candlelight flickered as he and his commanders sat together, meticulously studying the terrain surrounding the wall and the potential routes of the White Walkers' attack. A life-and-death confrontation with the White Walkers was imminent. Chapter 65. The beacon fires at the wall. Jon Snow stood atop the wall, the biting wind cutting against his face. He gazed northward, where gusts of frigid air bore down, carrying shards of ice. Tightening his tattered cloak, he asked in a somber tone, "Where are the forces of the Seven Kingdoms?" Beside him, a Night's Watch brother huddled against the cold, his teeth chattering as he replied, "I've heard they have reached the north and are currently meeting with the Bolton family. They should arrive at the wall shortly." Jon nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a blend of worry and hope. He longed for their swift arrival. The White Walkers' assaults had intensified in recent days, inflicting severe losses on his brothers. "We can barely hold on," he murmured to himself, his fists clenching unconsciously. In the dimly lit hall of the Black Castle, thick with an air of tension and antiquity, Bran was finally reunited with Jon amidst a throng of onlookers. Torches flickered, casting shadows on the walls that danced across the weary and tense faces of the gathered crowd. Turning around, Jon's gaze immediately fixed upon Bran. Initially, disbelief and surprise illuminated his features, but beneath that lay a profound concern. "Bran," Jon called softly, his voice trembling slightly. He hurried forward and crouched before Bran, intently studying this brother who seemed somewhat unfamiliar now. Seated in a wheelchair, Bran's eyes were steady and profound, as if he had endured countless trials. "Jon, it has been far too long." His voice was calm, yet it concealed a complex array of emotions that only Jon Snow could comprehend. Jon extended his hand, gently resting it on Bran's shoulder. "What brings you here?" "It is far too perilous." Bran shook his head slightly, his gaze resolute as he looked at Jon. "I had to come, Jon. I possess knowledge about the White Walkers. Some of it might aid us." Before Jon could respond, the hall's door was suddenly flung open. A biting cold wind accompanied by swirling snow swept in. The gathered individuals instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons as a woman clad in a crimson robe entered with a deliberate pace. She moved with an ethereal grace, exuding an enigmatic authority, her red cloak billowing dramatically in the wind. "I am Melisandre, the emissary of the Lord of Light." Her voice resonated as if emanating from the flames, imbued with a captivating power. All eyes turned towards her, filled with a blend of wariness and suspicion. Melisandre surveyed the room, her gaze finally settling on Jon, a slight smile gracing her lips. "I sense that this place shall be pivotal in determining the fate of Westeros. And you, Jon Snow, bear a grave responsibility." As the Lannister forces aggressively besieged Dragonstone, chaos reigned, with the sounds of battle reverberating through the air. Amidst the turmoil, Melisandre heard the mysterious and cryptic guidance of the Lord of Light within her heart. She understood that her mission lay not within the bloodshed of Dragonstone, and so, under the cover of night and chaos, she quietly departed from the war-torn isle. Melisandre journeyed northward, traversing vast expanses of wilderness and rugged mountains. The biting wind felt like a knife against her skin, and the path was treacherous, Yet the call of the Lord of Light served as a beacon, guiding her steps. At last, she arrived in the north. Upon entering the north, the cold intensified, and the icy landscape compelled her to wrap her red cloak tightly around herself. She inquired along the way and eventually reached the wall. At that moment, the wall was under relentless assault by the White Walkers. The howls of whites intertwining with the cries of the Night's Watch. Melisandre stepped into Castle Black and immediately spotted Jon and Bran, approaching them directly. She spoke amidst the vigilant gazes of the onlookers. I have come following the guidance of the Lord of Light. This land is on the brink of being consumed by darkness, and you are the beacon of hope for salvation. The flames of the Lord of Light have revealed to me that we must unite to conquer the unending cold and fear. Jon regarded Melisandre with a scrutinizing gaze. This mysterious woman was like a shroud of mist, eluding his understanding. She claimed to be the emissary of the Lord of Light. Yet Jon knew little of this so-called power, leaving him uncertain of whether to trust her. Nevertheless, in this dire moment, an unusual intuition surged within him. Though reason urged caution, this instinct continually compelled him. Perhaps this woman could indeed assist them in repelling the White Walkers during this critical juncture. At that moment, Bran also looked at Jon, as if perceiving the turmoil within him, and softly remarked, "Jon, I sense a power within her. Perhaps one that could alter the course of our struggle. The existence of the Lord of Light is not mere folly. Perhaps we should grant her an opportunity." Jon Snow took a deep breath, slowly nodding as his gaze fell once more upon Melisandre. "Since you claim to be guided by the Lord of Light, then prove it to us. Show us that you can turn the tide of this battle. Otherwise, I shall not easily place my trust in you." Melisandre smiled faintly, a spark of confidence gleaming in her eyes. "I shall reveal to you the power of the Lord of Light, Jon Snow. It will blaze like a fierce fire, dispelling the darkness that shrouds the north." With that, she moved her hands gracefully, murmuring incantations as a flickering crimson flame began to ignite in her palms. The flame danced within the icy confines of Castle Black, emanating warmth and an air of mystery. Just then, a subordinate rushed into the hall, dropping to one knee. Breathless as he addressed Jon, "My lord, trouble brews. The White Walkers have breached the wall, and this time they come with greater ferocity and in greater numbers. The Night's Watch brothers cannot hold them much longer." Jon's expression shifted abruptly, leaving no time for further contemplation of Melisandre. He sprang to his feet, drawing his sword with urgency and commanding, "Everyone, follow me. We cannot allow the White Walkers to breach the wall." The others responded in kind, seizing their weapons and hastening after Jon towards the defensive points along the wall. Melisandre followed closely, her flame growing ever more vibrant. Upon reaching the ramparts, they beheld the White Walkers surging forth like a tide of darkness, shrieking with piercing cries as they wielded weapons that shimmered with an eerie blue light. Surrounded by countless whites, the whites clawed relentlessly at the ramparts, their twisted forms battering against the defenses. The wind howled, echoing like the cries of the damned across the wall. Smoke billowed from the signal fires, curling like a sinuous black dragon beneath the leaden sky, conveying a message of dire straits to the distant lands. The Night's Watchmen appeared gaunt, their faces etched with fatigue and hardship. Yet their resolute eyes remained fixed upon the north, revealing a spirit unyielding in the face of adversity. For days, the White Walkers had surged like an unrelenting tide against the wall, this ancient and towering bastion wavering under the weight of terror. Jon stood firm upon the ramparts, his sword still imbued with the chilling essence of the last encounter with the White Walkers, a shiver coursing through him as the cold seeped from his palm. His eyes burned with intensity as he scanned the wall, seeking any weaknesses in their defenses. At that moment, a young brother of the Night's Watch stumbled forward, his hands trembling violently in fear, his voice quivering with desperation. "My lord, how can we possibly defeat these White Walkers? How much longer can we hold out?" Jon whirled around, his strong hand landing heavily on the young man's shoulder as he bellowed, "Do not panic. Behind us lies the entirety of Westeros, the homes and kin of countless people. As long as we draw breath, we shall hold steadfast." Meanwhile, at another section of the wall, the veteran Ser Davos shouted hoarsely, directing others to move stones. "Quickly, move with purpose. These monsters will not wait for us." As he roared, the veins in his neck bulged, struggling to lift a massive stone. Days of relentless battle had taken a heavy toll on the Night's Watch, yet not a single man faltered. They gritted their teeth, defending the wall with their flesh and blood. In the distance, the silhouettes of the others re-emerged on the horizon, densely clustered like ominous storm clouds. This time, their numbers far surpassed those of the past. Their piercing wails sliced through the air, a sound that seemed to carry the frigid chill of millennia. capable of freezing the very soul. Jon Snow's expression hardened like iron. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain, and shouted with fervor, "Prepare for battle, brothers. This time, we shall make these monsters aware that every stone of the wall is soaked with the blood of the Night's Watch, and it is not something they can easily breach." At the foot of the wall, the others rapidly assembled, clad in icy armor. They glimmered with a chilling light under the dim atmosphere, their weapons exuding a deadly coldness, as if whispering prophecies of death. The leader of the others stood exceptionally tall, surrounded by a palpable aura of frost that swirled like mist. It slowly raised its ice sword, pointing it toward the wall, unleashing a thunderous roar. In an instant, the army of the others surged forth like a tidal wave unleashed, shaking the very ground beneath them. Countless whites followed, surging toward the wall like a relentless tide of darkness. Their forms were contorted, movements stiff yet imbued with a desperate madness, their mouths emitting bone-chilling howls. The Night's Watch immediately rang the alarm, the sharp peal echoing through the biting wind, reminiscent of a somber battle hymn. Jon Snow stood atop the battlements, gazing at the overwhelming tide of whites, a surge of icy dread coursing through him. Yet his resolve grew ever more steadfast, like the North Star in the frigid night. He raised his arm and cried out, "Brothers, hold the line. Fire arrows, and suppress them with all your might." In an instant, the Night's Watch drew their bows, unleashing a volley of arrows like a swarm of locusts upon the climbing whites. However, these whites seemed impervious to pain, even when struck. They merely paused briefly before continuing their ascent. In the blink of an eye, some whites had already scaled the midsection of the wall, stretching their emaciated arms to grip the crevices and struggle upward. "Throw spears. Pour oil," Jon commanded loudly upon witnessing the dire situation. Sturdy spears were hurled down from the battlements like javelins, piercing the bodies of the whites and sending them plummeting to the ground, scattering shards of ice. Scalding black oil soon followed, cascading down upon the horde, and then torches were thrown, igniting a fierce blaze that engulfed a large swath of whites. The air became saturated with the nauseating stench of charred flesh, mingling with the acrid scent of smoke, creating an asphyxiating atmosphere. Yet, the sheer number of whites was overwhelming, continuously pouring forth from behind, seemingly endless. Before long, whites had already climbed the wall, engaging the Night's Watch in close combat. These whites possessed immense strength, their movements bizarre, and each attack carried a chilling aura. The Night's Watch fought valiantly, their weapons swinging in a relentless flurry, yet many continued to fall, blood quickly congealing upon the icy stones. Jon found himself surrounded by a throng of whites, wielding his sword that glimmered with a cold light, each swing bringing forth a spray of blood as the whites fell beside him. Yet, more whites surged forward like an unrelenting tide, pressing on without hesitation. Jon Snow's breath quickened, his arms growing increasingly heavy, yet his gaze remained resolute, fueled by a singular conviction: retreat was not an option. The battle intensified. The cacophony of battle cries, clashing weapons, and the grotesque howls of the whites intertwining to compose a harrowing symphony of war. Amidst the frigid landscape, Jon and the Night's Watch fought valiantly, standing firm for survival, for hope, and for the entirety of Westeros behind them. Chapter 66. Tywin to the rescue. The magic unleashed, the White Walkers loomed behind the tide of whites, enveloped in an eerie, captivating azure glow, reminiscent of a malevolent lighthouse from the abyss. They chanted incantations, their hands weaving through the air in a sinister dance, unleashing spells imbued with the essence of unrelenting cold, shooting forth like arrows towards the towering wall. Wherever the chilling blue light touched, solid ice formed at a visible speed, the ancient fortifications groaning in agony under the assault of this frigid power. Akin to an aged elder teetering on the brink of collapse against the biting wind, Jon found himself ensnared by a horde of whites, fiercely slashing with his sword, each swing conjuring a rain of crimson amidst the undead. Yet, these creatures seemed impervious to pain, relentlessly pressing forward. Simultaneously, he had to remain vigilant against the magical onslaught of the White Walkers. Suddenly, a bolt of blue light streaked past his shoulder like lightning, the residual force instantly shattering a nearby Night's Watchman's shield into fragments. The unfortunate soldier, unable to evade, was cut across the cheek and arm by the sharp ice shards, collapsing to the ground in a cacophony of pain. He could not allow them to continue their assault on the wall. Panic surged within Jon, sweat beading on his forehead. Yet his legs were tightly grasped by the whites, rendering him immobile as he watched the White Walker's magic strike the wall time and again. At that moment, the magical defensive runes, glowing with mysterious light atop the wall, flickered under the relentless barrage of the White Walker's formidable magic, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. On the verge of extinguishment, these runes, ancient masterpieces of magic forged millennia ago, had repelled countless evils, yet now, against the terrifying forces of the White Walkers, they appeared to be reaching their limits. With every dimming of the rune's light, the wall's defenses weakened, and a stifling air of tension and despair enveloped the atmosphere. Under the unyielding storm of the White Walker's magical assaults, at last, a segment of the wall could bear the burden no longer, collapsing with a deafening roar. Clouds of dust erupted, stones scattering, as the Whites emitted bone-chilling howls, surging through the breach like a flood unleashed. The Night's Watch found themselves in an even more perilous predicament, their defensive line shattered, soldiers fleeing in disarray amidst the cacophony of cries. Jon gazed at the fallen wall, despair welling within him, yet his eyes burned with an indomitable fire. He understood that to falter now would plunge all of Westeros into irrevocable ruin. Summoning every ounce of strength, he shouted, "Brothers, seal the breach. We fight them to the last. For our homeland, for our loved ones, we shall not retreat." After a fierce shout, he forcefully kicked away the corpse demon that clung to his legs, brandishing the long sword, stained with blood, like an enraged lion, charging towards the densest cluster of the undead. In the midst of the swirling flames of battle and the falling snow, his figure appeared so diminutive, yet remarkably resolute. Jon Snow's arms ached from the prolonged wielding of the sword. Each block against the corpse demons felt as though he were lifting 1,000-pound weight, his movements gradually slowing. His breaths came in quick, heavy bursts, the white mist dissipating instantly in the frigid air. His face splattered with the black blood of the undead and the crimson of his fallen comrades, mingling with sweat as it trickled down. His armor bore multiple damages, the biting cold seeping in, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Around him, the Night's Watch brothers suffered grievous losses. Many lay on the ground, their fates uncertain, while the remaining few were utterly exhausted, on the brink of collapse. Yet, the corpse demons continued to surge forth like an unrelenting tide, seemingly endless in their assault. Jon felt his strength waning, his vision blurring, as despair washed over him. Just as he teetered on the edge of hopelessness, a distant, deep, and resonant horn sounded. Reinforcements from the Seven Kingdoms had arrived. A Night's Watchman exclaimed, his eyes wide with joy, the exhilaration of survival evident in his voice. Jon froze momentarily. Then a surge of fervor ignited within him, his once dimmed gaze rekindling with the light of hope. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the last of his strength. Wielding the sword with renewed vigor, forcefully repelling a lunging corpse demon. "Brothers, hold on. Our reinforcements are here. Just a little longer, and victory is within reach." His voice resounded across the battlefield, as powerful as a tolling bell, imbued with strength. Upon hearing his words, the weary Night's Watchmen felt rejuvenated. Their spirits bolstered as they gritted their teeth, rallying their strength, their weapons once again slicing through the air with vigor. They supported one another, providing cover as they stood back to back against the onslaught of the undead, their eyes locked onto the horizon, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their saviors. Tywin sat tall upon his majestic steed, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the cacophony of battle before him. The icy wind howled, the banners flapped fiercely. With a commanding voice, he ordered the army behind him to surge forward like a tidal wave, charging towards the horde of Whites at the breach in the wall. The thunder of hooves echoed, shaking the very earth. The heavy cavalry led the charge, clad in formidable armor, brandishing long spears that glimmered coldly, resembling blades poised to pierce the ranks of the Whites. Wherever they advanced, Whites and corpse demons were sent flying, their dark blood splattering and leaving eerie trails upon the snow. Following closely, the infantry formed tightly knit ranks, shields locked together, creating an impregnable line that advanced steadily towards the breach. The soldiers shouted in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens, their long swords and battle axes swinging fiercely as they engaged in fierce close combat with the Whites. Under Tywin's command, the archers quickly took their positions, unleashing a hail of arrows upon the Whites, providing cover for their charging comrades. As Jon Snow and the Night's Watch beheld the arrival of reinforcements, their spirits soared anew. Ignoring their fatigue, they rallied together, coordinating their efforts with the forces of Tywin. Wielding his blood-stained sword, Jon bellowed, "Brothers, the reinforcements have arrived. Let us drive these monsters back." The Night's Watch shouted in unison, summoning every ounce of strength for a final counterattack against the Whites. Tywin, astride his steed, navigated the battlefield with calm precision, commanding the unfolding chaos. His keen gaze missed no detail. constantly adjusting troop deployments as the army gradually established a firm foothold at the breach in the wall, staunchly blocking the advance of the White Walkers and Whites. The ground was littered with the fallen, blood staining the snow as the battle reached a fever pitch. Human weaponry seemed feeble in the face of the relentless tide of Whites. Each swing felt like a struggle against an intangible nightmare. Blades sank into the decaying flesh of the Whites as though ensnared in thick mire, eliciting only the faintest flicker of resistance. The relentless monsters, undeterred and chillingly resolute, surged forward in waves, their hollow eyes glinting with an ominous light, heralding the inexorable approach of death. Pikes pierced the bodies of the Whites, only to be shaken free with ease, the shafts trembling as if sharing in the soldiers' dread of the ceaseless wave of mortality. Terror and despair etched the faces of the soldiers, sweat mingled with blood, trickling down their grime-covered cheeks and freezing upon contact with the frigid snow. Their breaths came in ragged gasps, each inhalation laced with the tremors of fear for the unknown. In this dire moment, with their defenses on the brink of collapse and the shadow of death looming like a suffocating cloud, despair threatened to engulf humanity. Just as hope teetered on the edge of oblivion, a brilliant figure, as radiant as fire, streaked through the battlefield like a comet cleaving the darkness. It was the Red Priestess, Melisandre, whose presence exuded an aura of mysterious power, seemingly at odds with the icy desolation and rampant death surrounding her. With a grave and solemn countenance, Melisandre appeared as an envoy from ancient legends. Her crimson lips parted, uttering incantations that resonated with a deep, enigmatic cadence, echoing the primal chaos of the universe's inception. It was as if her voice carried the ethereal whisper of distant constellations, imbued with boundless mystique. Yet it also bore the weight of dread and authority, emerging from the abyss of hell itself. As her chant intensified, a blinding radiance erupted from her being, akin to the fiery core of the sun, or the molten lava surging from the earth's depths, sweeping away the oppressive darkness and bone-chilling cold with overwhelming force. With swift, intricate movements of her hands, she seemed to weave an invisible tapestry of fate. Arcane energy flowed like vibrant threads from her palms, spreading across the battlefield, awakening the dormant weapons in the soldier's grasp as if summoned by unseen titanic hands. Once dim and devoid of luster, the sword, soaked in despair, suddenly ignited with a fierce blaze. The flames hungrily licked the blade, emitting a crackling sound, as if joyously proclaiming its rebirth. The heavy battle axe erupted in a momentary flash of searing fire, distorting the surrounding air as if one had entered a twisted realm. Even the most ordinary spear, its tip ablaze with vibrant flames, danced as though imbued with lively essence, swaying in the cold wind and exuding a palpable threat. A young soldier, previously trembling with fear, now gazed at the sword in his hand, aflame with the fire of hope, his eyes filled with astonishment and delight. Without a moment for contemplation, he instinctively let out a fierce roar. Wielding the fiery sword with the courage of desperation, he struck fiercely at the advancing undead, akin to ravenous wolves. This time, the situation was starkly different. Wherever the sword passed, the bodies of the undead ignited like dry kindling, instantly consumed by the merciless flames. Their anguished cries pierced the air, sharp and terrifying, echoing like the call of an owl at night, before dissipating into a foul black smoke that vanished in the frigid atmosphere. Witnessing this spectacle, the fear within the surrounding soldiers was swiftly replaced by a fervent fighting spirit, their morale soaring. They gripped their enchanted weapons, radiating heat, and their eyes rekindled with the light of hope. With fervent shouts, the soldiers charged forth like a fearless band of warriors, launching a vigorous counterattack against the horde of undead. On the battlefield, the cacophony of battle cries was deafening, as if striving to pierce the oppressive sky. The clangor of clashing weapons rang out crisp and dense, weaving a poignant war song. The shrieks of the undead were chilling and terrifying, reminiscent of curses from the depths of hell. Amidst the icy expanse, the flames that blazed uncontrollably became humanity's sole beacon of hope in this deadly struggle, flickering defiantly in the darkness, illuminating every warrior's yearning for survival and victory. Chapter 67. The chill of battle and the arrival of the Night King with the infusion of magical power from the crimson-robed witch. The weapons ablaze in the soldiers' hands unleashed tremendous might upon the battlefield. Under the catalysis of this formidable magic, the tide of battle quietly turned. The soldiers' shouts pierced through the biting cold wind, soaring into the heavens, each cry imbued with fearless courage and unwavering conviction. They moved in perfect unison, akin to a well-trained pack of wolves, responding to one another as they launched wave after wave of relentless assaults against the undead horde. The pikemen formed an indomitable phalanx, their steps synchronized, advancing like a torrent forged of steel. The long spears in their grip glimmered with a deadly chill in the fire's glow, each thrust accurately dispatching any undead that dared approach. The decaying bodies of the undead were easily scattered by the spear attacks, akin to fragile straw, as black blood splattered forth, leaving shocking stains upon the icy ground. The swordsmen, like agile dancers of flame, wielded their burning swords, weaving through the throng of undead, striking with precision and grace. Their movements were agile and fierce, each swing of the sword igniting a blazing inferno. Wherever the flames reached, the wretched corpses were set ablaze, emitting piercing screams as they were consumed in agonizing struggles, turning to ash. The battlefield was thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh and the pungent odor of gunpowder, rendering the air nearly suffocating. Nevertheless, the swordsmen pressed on, valiantly battling amidst the throngs of the undead. Through their collective efforts, the seemingly unstoppable onslaught of the corpses began to wane. Once surging like a tidal wave, they now found themselves ensnared in unprecedented chaos and retreat under the humans' fierce counterattack. The undead collided and trampled one another, their previously orderly ranks now fragmented. On the battlefield, the bodies of the fallen piled high, resembling a grim mound. Black blood flowed freely across the snow, pooling into eerie and terrifying puddles, bearing witness to the brutality of this conflict. At the breach in the Great Wall, Tywin's army fought shoulder to shoulder with the Night's Watch, their collaboration unwavering. With flesh and bone, fortified by indomitable will, they constructed an impregnable defense. Soldiers stood side by side, shields locked together, forming a barricade impenetrable to the undead. Their gazes were resolute and unwavering, unflinchingly welcoming each corpse that dared to surge through the breach. The biting wind cut across their faces like a blade, the flickering flames of battle reflecting in their eyes, while the falling snow crystallized upon their armor. Yet they remained oblivious, undeterred by fatigue and pain, steadfast amidst the icy tempest and chaos of war. Each repulsion of the undead's assault was accompanied by the clash of weapons and the roars of soldiers. Every drop of blood shed testified to their courage and resilience. At last, through their relentless efforts, the breach in the Great Wall was successfully sealed. The once precarious defense, on the brink of collapse, had now solidified into an unyielding bastion. Humanity, amid this brutal struggle against the White Walkers and the undead, finally glimpsed a turning point. The scales of victory began to tilt slowly in favor of humankind, and the dawn of hope pierced through the heavy gloom, illuminating this war-torn land. On the battlefield, the clash raged on, bolstered by the red-robed sorceress's magic, allowing the human soldiers to reclaim a measure of ground, their spirits soaring. However, an unforeseen calamity struck. A chilling, earth-shattering roar erupted from the rear of the White Walker army, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit breaking free from the depths of the abyss, carrying with it millennia of resentment and an endless chill that cut through the cacophony of battle cries and clashing steel. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent, a collective shiver coursing through all, hair standing on end. Simultaneously, the sky seemed to be torn open by an invisible hand, unleashing a torrent of frigid mist. This mist, dense as dark ink, surged forth like primordial beasts, clawing and thrashing wildly, wreaking havoc in every direction. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire battlefield, swallowing the daylight, plunging the surroundings into chaos, leaving soldiers struggling to discern the blurred outlines of their comrades. A chilling cold descends, accompanied by a shroud of frost-laden mist. The temperature plummets, as if we have been thrust back to a primordial era of unrelenting frost. The soldier's breath crystallizes instantaneously into sharp shards of ice, stinging their cheeks. The heavy armor they wear becomes encrusted with a delicate yet lethal layer of frost. Grasping their weapons, their hands numb and unfeeling, each swing appears agonizingly sluggish and rigid. Even the flames ignited by the sorcery of the red-robed, which flicker weakly in this soul-freezing cold, at any moment poised to be engulfed by the encroaching darkness. An unspoken dread looms over all, as they sense a more terrifying tempest is imminent amidst this icy haze, heralded by the chilling approach of its master, the Night King, who instills fear across the entirety of Westeros. In this grave and oppressive silence, a spectral blue light gradually emerges from the depths of the frost-laden mist, growing in intensity to disperse some of the surrounding chill, revealing the imposing and austere figure of the Night King, clad in ice armor that radiates a cold luminescence. Each scale seems to harbor boundless frigid power. His ice-blue eyes are hollow and profound, as if capable of piercing through the very essence of one's soul. In his grasp gleams an etherealized sword, serpentine in form, akin to a slumbering ice dragon awakening. With a gentle sweep, the blade slices through the air, emitting a sharp wail that surpasses the clamor of any weapon clashing upon the battlefield, as if it could rend the fabric of space itself. With this motion, an invisible force emanates from him, radiating outward. Wherever it touches, the mist crystallizes into jagged ice spikes that plummet, striking the soldier's armor with a resonant yet lethal clang. The whites, as if summoned by some formidable power, transform from chaotic disarray into a synchronized advance, surging toward the human soldiers with a swiftness and strength that seems amplified. Their eyes glimmer with an eerie blue light, their howls echoing like the cries from the abyss of hell, instilling a profound terror. Jon Snow, witnessing this, feels an urgency akin to wildfire. He understands that the Night King's presence signifies the onset of the most brutal phase of battle. Suppressing the numbness in his hands, he brandishes his sword and calls out fervently, "Brothers, do not falter. We have held our ground until now. We must not waver at this moment. For Westeros. For our homeland." Upon hearing Jon's rallying cry, a surge of fervor ignites within the soldiers, and although their bodies are besieged by the cold and their movements sluggish, they tighten their grips on their weapons, bracing themselves for this daunting challenge. The red-robed witch, Melisandre, too, senses the Night King's formidable and malevolent power. Her countenance darkens as she murmurs incantations anew, her hands dancing swiftly to channel more magic. She knows that this moment signifies the ultimate confrontation between humanity and the whites. She must exert her utmost effort, lest the entire world succumb to infinite darkness. Yet, the Night King's power is overwhelming, his frigid aura steadily eroding Melisandre's magic, causing her incantations to tremble. In this critical moment, Bran sat within the confines of the tent, eyes firmly shut, concentrating intently. He harnessed the power of his three-eyed raven, striving to discern the Night King's vulnerabilities. His consciousness traversed the realms of reality and illusion, revealing glimpses of the Night King's past, uncovering the secrets of his origin, and faintly detecting a potential opportunity to vanquish him. Abruptly, Bran opened his eyes and called out to the battlefield, "Jon." The Night King's strength emanates from his heart of ice. Only by shattering that can we truly defeat him. Delving deeper with the power of the three-eyed raven, Bran discovered that the Night King's might had surged, akin to rampant weeds in growth. Once already formidable to an almost insurmountable degree, the malevolent force surrounding him roared with increasing ferocity, resembling a dark ocean ready to engulf all existence. Bran's complexion paled instantly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, for he understood that his own strength was insufficient to contend with the Night King. Meanwhile, the battlefield echoed with the sounds of battle as the soldiers, under Jon's leadership, engaged in a desperate struggle against the whites and White Walkers. Their figures flickered in and out of the cold mist and icy shards. Despite their exhaustion, they resolutely resisted. The Red Priestess, Melisandre, stood aloft, her hands waving fervently, channeling her magic into the soldiers' weapons, striving to augment their chances of victory. Bran recognized that the only hope of eliminating the Night King lay with these valiant humans fighting amidst the carnage. Focusing intently, he endeavored to establish a mental connection with Jon. At last, Jon heard Bran's voice resonate within his mind. "Jon, the Night King's power far exceeds our imagination. We must unite our efforts. Draw his attention, and I will seek the moment to reveal his flaw." Jon, feeling a surge of resolve at Bran's words, gripped his sword tightly and proclaimed, "Brothers, our moment has arrived. Follow my lead, attack with all your might, and fight for the future of Westeros." The soldiers rallied in unison, their spirits ignited. Disregarding the cold and their fatigue, they charged fiercely toward the Night King and his army. With their spears raised like a forest and blades flashing in the frigid air, humanity engaged in a heroic confrontation against the forces of darkness, fighting for survival and hope. Jon led the charge, surging forth like a tidal wave towards the Night King. His sword swung valiantly through the cold mist, imbued with fervent battle spirit, each strike repelling a cluster of whites. The soldiers closely followed, forming a wedge formation in an attempt to breach the White Walkers' defenses, pushing ever closer to the Night King. However, the Night King merely cast a scornful glance at the approaching humans before wielding his ice sword. In an instant, a wave of icy blue energy emanated from him, sending soldiers hurtling away as if they were kites severed from their strings. Their armor shattered from the frost, their bodies instantly encrusted with ice shards. Crashing to the ground with anguished groans, Some even perished on the spot. Jon too staggered back from the force of the impact, yet he steadied himself, his determination unwavering. At that moment, Bran's voice resonated once more within his mind. I can disrupt him for a fleeting instant. The Night King's icy heart lies at the very center of his chest, serving as both the core of his power and his singular vulnerability. However, the defenses surrounding him are formidable. You must proceed with caution. Jon Snow inhaled deeply, searching for the opportune moment to strike. He observed that several towering wights flanked the Night King, resembling loyal sentinels, shielding him with a steadfastness that was unyielding. Each time Jon endeavored to approach, he was repelled by the wights' potent magical assaults. The Red Priestess Melisandre, witnessing this, intensified her magical output, with her hands clasped together and incantations spilling forth from her lips. A colossal pillar of fire descended from the heavens, hurtling towards the Night King. He lifted his gaze, a flicker of disdain crossing his features, and with a subtle sweep of his ice sword, the fire was arrested midair, transforming into countless shards of ice that scattered around him. Seizing the moment when the Night King was occupied with the fire, Jon charged forth once more. With every ounce of his strength, he broke through several lines of wights, finally positioning himself nearer to the Night King. He leapt high into the air, his long sword poised with a determination akin to desperation. At that exact moment, Bran concentrated all his mental faculties, veins standing out on his forehead, beads of cold sweat cascading down, and unleashed a mental storm with the full force of the three-eyed raven. An invisible yet potent psychic shockwave surged forth like a tumultuous tsunami, aiming to disrupt the Night King's mind and expose an opening. The Night King sensed the mental assault, slowly raising his gaze, a chilling glimmer flickering within his ice-blue eyes. Undeterred, he summoned a layer of ethereal blue shield around himself, inscribed with runes that pulsed with a mysterious and formidable power. When the psychic storm collided with this shield, it was as if it had struck an impenetrable barrier of steel, instantly rebounding back. Bran let out a muffled groan, his body trembling violently as if struck by a heavy blow. His consciousness faltered under the backlash, and the scene before him blurred into obscurity. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort, knowing that this contest could not be relinquished easily. Jon thrust his sword towards the Night King's chest, but the Night King, unperturbed, effortlessly sidestepped this lethal strike. With a swift motion, he countered with his ice sword, and Jon hastily raised his blade to defend himself. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom, and Jon felt an overwhelming force surge through him, his arm going numb as his sword nearly slipped from his grasp. The Night King followed up with a powerful kick to Jon's chest, sending him flying backward to crash heavily onto the ground, raising a cascade of ice and snow. The surrounding soldiers rushed forward, striving to shield Jon from further harm. Yet, the Night King merely waved his ice sword casually, unleashing a frigid gust that repelled the advancing soldiers. On the battlefield, the anguished cries of humanity echoed, blood staining the cold, white expanse, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Suddenly, the Night King's hand, once freely wielding his ice sword, froze mid-motion, the chilling aura enveloping him stagnating as well. He slowly raised his head, his ice-blue gaze traversing the battlefield, fixating on the south. There, a blinding light ascended into the sky, as if to tear apart the oppressive firmament and illuminate the entire world. A flicker of confusion, intertwined with a hint of wariness, glimmered in the Night King's eyes. The sudden surge of formidable energy compelled him, the sovereign of endless darkness and death, to lapse into contemplation. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly pondered the origin of this energy and the potential threats it might pose. On the battlefield, seizing the moment while the Night King was momentarily distracted, Jon Snow hastily rallied his troops. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he called out, "Brothers, hold steady. This may be our turning point." The soldiers steadied themselves, gripping their weapons tightly, vigilantly eyeing the Night King while casting glances towards the mysterious light in the south. The Red Priestess Melisandre also sensed this strange energy. A flicker of realization sparked within her, and a look of delight crossed her face. This could be the power of the Light King, she murmured, swiftly gesturing with her hands and reciting incantations in an attempt to harness this enigmatic force to amplify her own magic. Bran, too, felt the changes emanating from the south. Focusing his mind, he sought to unveil the secrets of this energy through the power of the three-eyed raven. His consciousness traversed the void, gradually clarifying the source of the light. It was him. His nemesis had transformed once more. After a moment of silence, the Night King appeared to make a decision. He abruptly turned, raising his ice sword with a deafening roar, as if to dispel the unexpected turn of events. With his roar, The whites and whites surged once more towards the human army, igniting a new round of brutal slaughter beneath the illumination of the mysterious radiance. Chapter 69. Breaking through the 10th level. The power of the sanctuary within the deep and concealed chamber of Castle Black. Lors clutched the hard-won dragon crystal core tightly, enveloped in a hazy aura. Since entering the chamber, he had severed all ties with the outside world, dedicating himself to absorbing the energy contained within the core. Initially, the process of drawing in energy proceeded smoothly, flowing into his body like a gentle stream. However, when Lors attempted to merge the fiery energy of the dragon crystal with the life energy of the Yuliang wood, he encountered tremendous resistance. The fiery energy was turbulent and fierce, akin to an enraged beast, wildly thrashing about, resisting any fusion with the life energy. Conversely, the life energy was gentle yet resilient, maintaining its own order. The two energies repelled each other within him, causing him intense agony, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow, his complexion oscillating between red and pale. Despite countless failed attempts, Lors did not yield. He shut his eyes tightly, his mind racing as the knowledge from his past life flashed before him like a revolving lantern. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, yin and yang, the cycle of reciprocity. He immediately directed the power within his body, guiding the two energies to rotate in accordance with the principles of Tai Chi and the I Ching. Initially, the fiery energy and the life energy clashed, but with Lors's relentless effort, signs of fusion began to emerge. The tempestuous flames were soothed by the gentle life energy, while the life energy, under the scorching flames, radiated with newfound vitality. Gradually, the two energies intertwined, ultimately merging as one, coursing through Lors's meridians, fully absorbed by him. In the chamber, a brilliant light surged forth, emanating an unprecedented aura of strength from Lors. Upon completing the fusion of energy, Lors was enveloped in an extraordinary radiance, a unique wave of energy born from the confluence of flames and the essence of life. His body trembled slightly, not from fatigue, but rather from the powerful force surging within him. Slowly, Lors closed his eyes, immersing his entire consciousness within, attuning himself to every meridian, every sinew. Resonating with this newfound strength, he could distinctly sense that his soul had been tempered and elevated, granting him an unprecedented acuity in perceiving the world around him. A gentle breeze caressed the corners of the chamber, and even a speck of dust that danced in the air could not escape his awareness. As he grew more adept at wielding this power, the energy within him began to circulate rhythmically, akin to the flowing rivers of stars, creating a formidable gravitational pull that summoned the surrounding elements into a frenzied convergence. The air in the chamber crackled with the violent collision of elements, reminiscent of an extravagant fireworks display. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Lors, soaring skyward. He had successfully breached that threshold, ascending to the 10th tier sacred domain. At that moment, standing within the chamber, he resembled a deity descended upon the mortal realm, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. He slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with confidence and resolve, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he softly declared, "The new journey has only just begun." Transitioning from the 9th to the 10th tier was not merely a simple accumulation of power. It represented a profound elevation that touched the very essence of the soul and life itself. At the pinnacle of the 9th tier, although the strong stood at the forefront of the world, their powers remained somewhat dispersed, constrained by their corporeal forms and the limitations of their environment. Upon successfully entering the 10th tier sacred domain, the most significant hallmark was the ability to unlock a realm uniquely one's own. This realm resembled a miniature world constructed around oneself, where one reigned supreme, wielding near absolute control. For instance, when Lors successfully broke through and first unfurled his realm, the surrounding space twisted and reshaped as if molded by an invisible hand. The previously dim chamber was illuminated by a gentle radiance, within which flames and the essence of life intertwined and spiraled. Those who entered this domain would feel a warm and vibrant energy enveloping them. The flames transformed from mere searing heat into a force imbued with healing and hope. With a delicate gesture, Lors summoned the elements within his realm, animating them like spirited sprites. He could manifest flames into a shield, defending against all assaults, or channel the essence of life to mend all that was broken. In this domain, his perception expanded infinitely. Even the flutter of a mosquito passing by was clearly discernible to him. This fundamental elevation endowed the 10th tier powerhouses with an otherworldly capability, elevating them to a true pinnacle of existence within the world. Having successfully ascended to the 10th tier sacred domain, Laos exuded a powerful and enigmatic aura. He gently closed his eyes once more, sending forth his mental energy, delicate yet potent, like threads woven into the very fabric of the continent of Luo. Initially, that spiritual force emerged like tender shoots breaking through the earth in spring, cautiously yet vibrantly spreading forth. With the impetus of Laos's will, this force rapidly burgeoned, surging forth like a tumultuous tide, racing in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Laos's spirit reached the battlefield of the north, where the cacophony of humans clashing with the others and whites reverberated through the icy expanse. He beheld Jon Snow wielding his bloodied sword, leading soldiers in a desperate stand. He observed the Red Priestess Melisandre exerting her utmost to channel her magic, infusing the soldiers' weapons with the essence of flame, and he glimpsed the Night King, a figure both chilling and formidable, unleashing an aura of frost and death across the battlefield. Yet, Laos's spiritual force did not relent. It continued to extend, traversing mountains, rivers, oceans, and deserts from the western continent towards the east. Along its path, it swept past bustling city-states where people thronged the markets, engaged in the relentless hustle of life. It passed through enigmatic forests where ancient trees whispered in the wind, guarding secrets unknown, and it navigated treacherous canyons where roaring rivers at the valley's depths recounted the tales of time. As the spiritual force expanded, Laos's understanding of this world deepened. He felt as if he had become an observer of existence, witnessing the joys and sorrows, the rise and fall of fortunes. His spirit surged like a tide across the continent of Lo, and upon reaching the farthest eastern reaches, it abruptly collided with an invisible yet formidable wall of spiritual energy. In that instant, an overwhelmingly powerful force surged forth, clashing violently with his perception. Laos was instantly alerted, sensing that this power emanated from at least a 10th-tier powerhouse, immense and imposing, akin to a towering mountain, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. However, as Laos delved deeper into this perception, he found the situation peculiar. Though this power was formidable, it seemed to lack something essential, devoid of the completeness and clarity characteristic of a true 10th-tier entity. No, it appeared that this being had yet to fully embrace the complete essence of the 10th tier. A myriad of doubts arose within Laos, prompting him to probe further. Indeed, deep within this spiritual energy, he detected remnants of a once great 10th-tier presence. Laos could not help but speculate that this powerhouse may have once stood at the pinnacle of the 10th tier, surveying all existence. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had suffered a calamitous downfall, enduring grievous wounds that had relegated them to the mere heights of the 9th tier. Nevertheless, even so, their 9th-tier strength could still command storms in this far eastern land. Curiosity and wariness filled Laos's heart. For such a mysterious figure concealed here would undoubtedly exert unpredictable influence upon the continent of Lo. He silently resolved that when the time was right, he would unearth the secrets surrounding this enigmatic powerhouse. Chapter 70. The Fall of the Night King. Laos radiated a gentle and mysterious light, hovering steadily above the battlefield of the north. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and though the clamor of battle had diminished, the tense atmosphere still enveloped everyone like an impenetrable net. Beneath the tumultuous skies, the individuals present, whether the bloodied soldiers fighting valiantly, the commanding generals strategizing their moves, or the enigmatic red-robed sorceress, could not help but pause in their actions. They raised their gazes, curiosity igniting their eyes as they beheld the sudden emergence of this formidable figure. Jon Snow, his brow slightly furrowed, was enveloped in a haze of bewilderment and inquiry. Never before had he encountered such a powerful and mysterious presence. The extraordinary aura radiating from Ross stirred both intrigue and an unspoken anticipation within him. As he pondered the warrior's intentions and whether he might become the pivotal force to alter the tide of battle, Melisandre, the red-robed sorceress, regarded Ross with a piercing gaze, her keen intuition whispering to her that he was no ordinary individual. She was intrigued by the extent of his power and whether it bore any connection to the will of the Lord of Light, contemplating if he could usher in a new turning point in this arduous conflict. The ordinary soldiers, faces alight with awe and curiosity, struggled for survival on this brutal battlefield, never having witnessed such an imposing figure seemingly descended from the heavens. They exchanged hushed whispers, speculating on Ross's identity, their eyes reflecting both reverence and a profound curiosity for the unknown. Conversely, the White Walkers and Whites appeared to sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from Ross. Their previously frenzied movement slowed, their hollow eyes casting wary glances at the powerful newcomer, as if instinctively alert to the threat he posed. The Night King, noticing Ross's arrival, lifted his gaze, a rare somberness flickering within his icy blue eyes. The formidable aura exuding from Ross loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, constricting his breath. With a slight smirk, Ross regarded the Night King, recognizing the vast chasm of power that separated them, despite the terror he had unleashed across the continent. In an attempt to seize the initiative, the Night King swung his icy sword, unleashing a torrent of frigid energy that surged towards Ross. Yet, Ross remained unperturbed. Raising his right hand, palm forward. In an instant, an invisible force erupted, clashing with the icy assault. Upon contact, the frigid energy evaporated like thin ice under the scorching sun, dissipating into delicate wisps of vapor. The Night King, taken aback, felt a chill of dread, yet continued to command his whites and white walkers to mount a more ferocious onslaught. Ross, calm and composed, radiated a brilliant light as his domain unfurled. Within this realm, he was the sovereign. With a mere thought, the elemental forces within surged wildly, flames coiled like a dragon, charging towards the whites and white walkers. Wherever the flames touched, whites were reduced to ashes, and anguished cries erupted from the white walkers. The Night King felt the sheer strength of Ross's domain, yet stubbornly resisted, attempting to muster his power for a final stand. Shaking his head, Ross stepped forward. Arriving before the Night King, summoning every ounce of his might, struck with his icy sword, only to have Ross effortlessly grasp the blade. In his hands, the sword crumbled like a fragile twig. The Night King gazed at Ross in terror, who merely uttered, "Your time has come to an end." With a swift motion of his hand, the Night King was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground and shattering into a pool of ice. At the moment of his defeat, it seemed as though an invisible shackle had been violently shattered. On the battlefield, the once ferocious and rampaging whites and corpses, as if stripped of their very souls, suddenly halted and then toppled over lifelessly. The towering, frigid forms of the whites fell heavily onto the blood-soaked snow, scattering shards of ice. Their eyes, which had once glimmered with an eerie blue light, now dulled to darkness, and the chilling aura they emitted swiftly dissipated. The corpses, resembling broken puppets, lay twisted and lifeless upon the ground. The grotesque visages, once distorted by malevolent forces, now bore a semblance of the serene stillness of death. The battlefield, which had just moments ago echoed with the cacophony of war, fell eerily silent as the whites and corpses collapsed, leaving only the occasional groans of the wounded and the howling of the cold wind. Jon Snow and the soldiers stood in astonishment, scarcely believing the spectacle before them. This long and brutal conflict had finally reached a pivotal moment. The Red Priestess Melisandre's eyes glimmered with satisfaction as she murmured, seemingly in gratitude for the blessing of the Lord of Light. Lois hovered in the air, observing the scene with a calm expression. He understood that the Night King, as the master of the whites and corpses, had severed their evil connection upon his demise. Though the crisis in the north had been momentarily averted, he was acutely aware that this might merely be a fleeting calm before a far greater storm. On the battlefield, after the Night King's defeat, his ice crown, symbol of his dark dominion, clattered to the ground, scattering fragments of ice. With a sweeping glance, Lois reached out, and the crown ascended as if grasped by an invisible hand, settling steadily into his palm. He examined the Night King's crown, crystalline and translucent, yet radiating a bone-chilling aura, with an ethereal blue light swirling within, as if it harbored boundless dark magic. A faint smile graced Lois's lips. He felt an inner joy at this remarkable treasure. He could sense that this crown was no ordinary artifact, but rather contained formidable power. Chapter 71, resounding across the 7 kingdoms in the northern battlefield. With the Night King's demise, the whites and corpses fell like a cascade of dominoes, yet the harrowing atmosphere of carnage lingered. Tywin's forces suffered grievous losses in this desperate struggle against the dark forces. Broken swords and shattered spears lay scattered, intertwining with the pure white snow and crimson blood, creating a harrowing tableau. Many soldiers, grievously wounded, lay in agony awaiting rescue, while others had already succumbed to death, their rigid bodies frozen in the postures of battle. Tywin appeared gaunt, his eyes reflecting exhaustion and sorrow as he summoned his strength to direct the surviving soldiers in clearing the battlefield. The soldiers, faces heavy with grief, trudged solemnly amongst the corpses. In pairs, they lifted the lifeless bodies, arranging them with care and preparation for a proper burial. Some could not contain their tears, mourning the loss of comrades and the futility of war. Jon Snow joined the grim procession of transporting the deceased, his movements mechanical and numb, his heart heavy with sorrow for the lives that had slipped away. The Red Priestess Melisandre stood nearby, murmuring incantations, praying for these lost souls. Her magical strength had been nearly exhausted in the battle, and in this moment, she could only express her respect for the departed in this manner. At the edge of the battlefield, Lars observed the scene in silence. He understood well that this victory had come at a harrowing cost, and that the future might bring even greater unknown perils to this land. Clenching his fists in resolve, he vowed to dedicate his strength to the protection of this realm. His icy gaze fixed upon Bran, who was, in truth, a pawn of the three-eyed raven. Do you wish to live or perish? Lars's voice resonated with an otherworldly chill, as if it had emerged from the depths of the abyss. The three-eyed raven, controlling Bran's form, tilted its head slightly, its eyes shimmering with a complex interplay of confidence in its formidable power and trepidation regarding Lars's unknown strength. After a brief silence, it remained silent, instead emanating an unusual aura, as if probing the boundaries of Lars's resolve. Observing this, Lars snorted disdainfully, raising his right hand. A radiant light surging from his palm as his mental energy manifested like tangible tendrils, swiftly reaching out towards the three-eyed raven. In an instant, the tendrils coiled around Bran's form, pressing into the depths of his consciousness. The three-eyed raven was taken aback, attempting to break free, only to discover that this mental force was unyieldingly resilient. Before it could muster a full resistance, Lars's mental imprint sliced into its awareness like a keen blade. Where the imprint touched, it crackled like a searing brand against thin ice. A harrowing, inhuman scream escaped Bran's lips as the three-eyed raven's essence writhed in agony under the imprint's encroachment. Lars intensified his grip, coldly stating, "This mark can lead to your instant mental annihilation. It would be wise to comply." As the imprint delved deeper, the three-eyed raven sensed the peril of life and death, causing the body it controlled to tremble violently. Ultimately, it yielded reluctantly, the fierce glint in its eyes fading to reveal only reluctance and dread. Lars withdrew his mental power. Casting a cold gaze upon the three-eyed raven, a clash of minds had concluded with the raven's submission. On the northern battlefield, the lingering stench of blood had yet to dissipate. Amidst the ruins, Tywin and Lars began to regroup their forces. Though weary, Tywin's gaze remained sharp as he orchestrated the assembly of soldiers with methodical precision. His voice, hoarse from prolonged shouting, rang out, "Captains, account for your men. Tend to the wounded, organize your equipment, and prepare for the return journey." The soldiers sprang into action, efficiently executing commands amidst the biting cold. The anguished groans of injured comrades echoed through the ranks. Seeing this, Lars felt a stirring in his heart and resolved to employ his abilities to aid them. He swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful wave of mental energy that expanded outward, sensing the life vibrations of every nearby plant. With his intent guiding them, the surrounding flora trembled as if summoned by an enigmatic force. Soon, radiant and gentle essences of life began to exude from the roots and veins of the plants, coalescing in the air into shimmering streams that surged towards the wounded soldiers. As soon as these life essences made contact with the soldiers' wounds, they swiftly merged into their bodies like ethereal sprites. The once gruesome injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace, shattered bones reknit and regained their former strength. While the soldiers' pallid complexions gradually returned to a healthy hue, their expressions of fatigue and anguish replaced by astonishment and delight. "Ah, my wound has healed," exclaimed a soldier, grievously injured in the leg, as he attempted to rise, moving the legs that had only moments ago been immobile, his eyes filled with disbelief. The other soldiers, too, began to feel the transformation within their bodies, and cheers erupted throughout the ranks. Observing this miraculous scene, Tywin cast a look of admiration and gratitude towards Roas. "Roas, your power is indeed astounding. With this, these soldiers can swiftly recover and serve the kingdom once more." Roas nodded slightly, responding, "The immediate priority is to ensure everyone returns safely to King's Landing to address the forthcoming challenges." With Roas's assistance, the injured soldiers were restored to their former selves in an instant, invigorating the morale of the army and hastening their march towards King's Landing. Roas, employing his formidable strength, aided in the consolidation of the troops. He hovered in midair, his mental energy rippling outward, perceiving every corner to ensure no soldier was overlooked. His presence instilled a sense of reverence among the soldiers, while simultaneously enhancing their feelings of security. Once all was prepared, the Grand Army set forth towards King's Landing. Throughout the journey, order prevailed within the ranks. Tywin and Roas rode side by side, occasionally exchanging remarks regarding the victories and losses of the Northwest battle, as well as their anxieties concerning future developments. Along the march, the remnants of snow crunched beneath the hooves of the horses, though the soldiers bore weary expressions. The thought of returning to King's Landing sparked a flicker of hope within them. As the procession advanced, the pristine white snow of the north receded into the distance, while the towering walls of King's Landing came into clearer view, buoying the anticipation of the crowd. Roas's valiant actions on the battlefield of the north were akin to a brilliant flash of lightning piercing the darkness, illuminating every inch of the Seven Kingdoms. His heroic deeds in vanquishing the Night King surged forth like a mighty tide, swiftly spreading through the streets and alleys, palaces and marketplaces of the realm. In King's Landing, the populace buzzed with conversations about Roas's miraculous abilities. In taverns, patrons indulged in ale, animatedly recounting the fierce clash between Roas and the Night King, their vivid narrations painting a picture as if they had witnessed the events firsthand. Storytellers wove Roas's saga into captivating tales, presenting them daily in bustling venues, drawing crowds that encircled them, entranced by the narrative. In the north, those soldiers who had fought alongside Roas spoke of him with reverence and gratitude. They shared with their families and neighbors how he single-handedly turned the tide of battle, how his mysterious powers healed grievously wounded comrades. These authentic experiences elevated Roas's stature in the hearts of the Northerners, rendering him a symbol of heroism in the guardianship of their homeland. The nobles and common folk of the Riverlands, Stormlands, Riverbend, Vale, and Dorne also relished in the legend of Roas, captivated by his extraordinary tale. Amidst the opulence of a grand banquet, the nobles engaged in hushed discussions regarding the formidable influence of loss on the power dynamics of the Seven Kingdoms, pondering ways to forge alliances with this newly ascended force. Meanwhile, the common folk, toiling in the fields and gathering at market stalls, recounted tales of loss, viewing him as a beacon of hope against malevolence. Minstrels strummed their harps, serenading the praises of loss, traveling from one castle to another, from village to village. His name resonated like a clarion call, echoing through every corner of the Seven Kingdoms, inspiring courage in the hearts of the populace to confront the trials of life, while instilling dread in the hearts of the nefarious, who dared not act recklessly. The legend of loss had indelibly etched itself into the hearts of the people, becoming a hallmark of an era. Chapter 72. The open and covert struggles between Cersei and the Tyrell family beneath the towering shadow of the Red Keep in King's Landing. The scales of power oscillated violently with the confrontation between Cersei and the Tyrell family, their discord akin to a raging inferno, intensifying with each passing moment. Cersei sat resolutely upon the Iron Throne, her eyes glinting with ferocity and resolve. Her path to power was fraught with thorns, as the Tyrells emerged as a formidable obstacle to her consolidation of rule, capitalizing on the bountiful riches and vast military forces nurtured by the fertile lands of the Reach. The Tyrell family continually expanded their influence within the halls of King's Landing. Their ambitions surged like the tide, gradually encroaching upon the dominion Cersei believed was rightfully hers. The representative of the Tyrells, the astute and calculating Lady Olenna Tyrell, was no foe to be trifled with. Though advanced in years, her wisdom and strategic acumen remained undiminished. Lady Olenna was acutely aware of Cersei's suspicions and ambitions, and adeptly wielded her family's resources and influence to weave a complex web of alliances within the court. She strategically positioned her confidants in pivotal roles, seeking to undermine Cersei's foundation of power from within. During a council meeting, Cersei proposed an increase in taxes to bolster military funding, aiming to tighten her grip on the kingdom. However, Lady Olenna seized the moment to challenge her, incisively arguing that such a measure would exacerbate the burdens on the common folk, likely inciting public dissent and undermining the kingdom's stability. Behind her, the courtiers of the Tyrell family nodded in agreement, plunging Cersei's proposal into a stalemate. Cersei glared in fury, harboring resentment towards the Tyrells for their blatant opposition, viewing this as a direct affront to her authority. Concurrently, in the shadows of King's Landing, an information war raged fiercely between the two factions. Cersei's network of spies vigilantly monitored every move of the Tyrells, seeking to unearth incriminating evidence to bring them down. The Tyrells, equally resolute, dispatched their own agents to gather compromising information on Cersei, intending to deliver a decisive blow at a critical juncture. At a banquet within the Red Keep, while the clinking of goblets and peals of laughter filled the air, an undercurrent of tension thrummed beneath the surface. Cersei and Lady Olenna exchanged pleasantries, their words laced with hidden meanings. Cersei subtly warned the Tyrells against overstepping the boundaries set by House Lannister, while Lady Olenna responded with a smile, hinting that the Tyrell family's roots in the Reach were deep and not easily shaken. As the evening drew to a close, both women harbored ulterior motives. further intensifying the brewing conflict. Like two ferocious beasts, they bared their teeth at each other, unwilling to concede an inch. At that moment, Tywin led his triumphant army into King's Landing, the scene akin to a tempest that abruptly shattered the tense atmosphere. Tywin, the stalwart leader of House Lannister, was renowned for his iron-fisted rule and astute foresight. Perched atop his magnificent steed, his steely gaze swept over the familiar city, as if he could perceive every lurking peril within its confines. His return was akin to a stabilizing force, providing Cersei with a modicum of relief and compelling the Tyrell family to reassess the prevailing circumstances. Upon entering the city, Tywin did not hasten to address familial matters, but directly proceeded to the small council chamber. Clad in battle armor dusted with the grime of the north, he strode purposefully into the hall. Cersei and the representatives of House Tyrell had long awaited his arrival, the atmosphere so tense it seemed one could wring water from it. With a piercing gaze, Tywin took his seat at the head of the table, surveying the assembly before speaking slowly. Now that the north is at least somewhat pacified, and the kingdom remains unstable, we should not turn against one another. His voice was low yet exuded an authoritative weight, as if an invisible force pressed down upon the attendees, stifling their breaths. Though Cersei was reluctant, she was acutely aware of her father's formidable presence and thus suppressed her fury for the time being. With a slight bow of her head, a flicker of restraint crossed her eyes. "Father, I shall defer to your judgment." From the Tyrell side, Lady Olenna raised her gaze, locking eyes with Tywin for a brief moment. Weighing the pros and cons, she too chose to compromise. With graceful poise, she inclined her body in a respectful gesture, stating, "Your words ring true, Lord Tywin. The stability of the realm is of paramount importance." Following this, Tywin swiftly initiated negotiations, utilizing his exceptional political acumen to redefine the interests of all parties involved. He promised the Tyrells certain privileges in trade matters, while subtly implying that Cersei would need to make concessions in some decisions. Under Tywin's firm mediation, the power struggle, on the verge of spiraling out of control, temporarily abated, and King's Landing welcomed a fleeting calm after the tension. Chapter 73. Resplendence in Tywin's spacious and lavishly adorned office. The flickering candlelight cast shadows upon the walls adorned with family crests and weapons. Seated behind a hefty oak desk, Tywin was engrossed in reviewing a mountain of documents when Loras entered and took a seat across from him. Loras appeared composed, yet his eyes radiated a resolute determination as he looked at Tywin and slowly spoke. "I intend to unify the Seven Kingdoms and then launch an eastern campaign, with the goal of uniting the entire continent." Upon hearing these words, Tywin's feather quill came to a sudden halt, ink splattering onto the documents. His eyes widened momentarily in surprise, but that astonishment was swiftly kindled into fervent excitement. Tywin's heart raced, as if he envisioned an unprecedented glory for House Lannister. He sat up straighter, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, his voice trembling with exhilaration. "This shall mark the glorious beginning of House Lannister. Our family has long pursued power and honor. Should we assist you in realizing such a grand vision, the Lannisters will undoubtedly etch their name in history, becoming a singular legend in this world." Tywin appeared to glimpse the future, envisioning the banners of House Lannister fluttering in every corner of the world, their name lauded by multitudes. Eagerly, he conferred with Rhaegar about specific plans, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if those grand aspirations were already within reach. Tywin recognized Rhaegar's extraordinary prowess, akin to a divine being descending to alter the tides of war. In his heart, Rhaegar was the key to achieving the unparalleled glory of House Lannister. Now that Rhaegar expressed his grand ambition to unify the Seven Kingdoms and embark on further conquests, Tywin resolved without hesitation to lend his utmost support. Upon returning to his estate, Tywin promptly summoned the core members and advisors of House Lannister. The atmosphere in the chamber grew grave. With a piercing gaze, he surveyed the assembly and declared in a solemn tone, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at a pivotal moment that could alter the fate of our family. Lord Rhaegar seeks to unify the Seven Kingdoms and conquer the world. We must rally our full support, making Westeros the cornerstone of our imperial ambitions." Though the magnitude of this goal left the assembly in awe, Tywin's unwavering determination inspired compliance among them. Subsequently, Tywin, resembling a master strategist, meticulously orchestrated his plans. He reallocated the family's wealth, investing substantial resources to augment military capabilities. The forges of Lannisport blazed day and night, producing an array of exquisite weaponry. Shipyards hastened the construction of warships, the massive keels gradually taking shape within the docks. Concurrently, Tywin actively recruited soldiers, leveraging the esteemed reputation and generous rewards of House Lannister to attract numerous spirited youths into military service. He personally selected experienced commanders and subjected the new recruits to rigorous training, meticulously refining their tactical skills and adherence to discipline. In the realm of politics, Tywin wielded his cunning and strategic acumen. He fortified alliances with friendly families, weaving a vast support network bound by mutual interests. Meanwhile, he dealt with potential opposition through intimidation or enticement, ensuring they dared not act recklessly. Tywin also adeptly manipulated public opinion, extolling Rhaegar's greatness and righteousness, persuading the populace that this campaign would usher in peace and prosperity, thereby winning the hearts of the people. With unwavering resolve, Tywin set in motion the colossal war machine of Westeros, wholly dedicated to aiding Rhaegar, anticipating that House Lannister would shine the brightest in this grand endeavor. Rhaegar acutely sensed that his ascension in power was akin to triggering a hidden countdown, the sands of time slipping away silently. He understood that the doors to the battlefield of dimensional conquest were about to open, and the time remaining for him to unify this continent was swiftly diminishing. In this pressing circumstance, the scheming of Rhaegar and Tywin grew increasingly urgent. Tywin, with his exceptional organizational prowess, streamlined the allocation of Westeros' war resources to enhance efficiency. Meanwhile, Rhaegar felt a surge of mystical energy coursing through him, propelling him like a streak of light toward the shadowy lands of the eastern continent. His countenance was stern, his thoughts consumed by the mysterious psychic force he had sensed upon his ascension, a presence that lodged in his throat, compelling him to eliminate this threat and restore peace to the realm. As he was about to step into the dense darkness of the shadowy lands, a voice unexpectedly erupted in his mind. "You have finally arrived." Laose's body trembled, abruptly halting his movements. His spiritual energy surged as if confronted by a formidable adversary, and his mental focus sharpened, warily scanning his surroundings. "I am Hui Yao, once the sovereign of light upon this land." The voice resounded once more, imbued with a sense of weariness and age. "A millennium ago, when invaders from a foreign realm assailed, I fought valiantly, expending all my strength in battle, only to preserve this land through mutual destruction. Now, I exist solely as a wisp of spirit. A few days prior, I sensed your approach and anticipated your arrival." Laose hovered cautiously in midair, his gaze darting through the darkness, striving to locate the source of the voice. His eyes brimmed with vigilance. He dared not show any sign of complacency towards this sudden, enigmatic presence. Beyond the boundless currents of time and space, a figure enveloped in the aura of annihilation tore through dimensions, brazenly descending upon this tranquil world. This was a being from another plane, a lower deity wielding 3 laws, emanating an oppressive aura that instilled fear. Although he had yet to cultivate his own divine realm, the accumulated depth and formidable power of the laws rendered Hui Yao, who had recently ascended to the status of a lower deity and was only beginning to grasp the rules of this world, acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm between them. His eyes gleamed with greed and brutality, unabashedly coveting this realm, thus commencing a war of protection against plunder. As the battle commenced, Hui Yao, utilizing the world's innate suppression of outsiders, managed to engage in a fierce contest. The heavens and earth shifted ominously, the forces of the laws collided and distorted, each clash triggering violent spatial tremors. Mountains crumbled, rivers reversed, and all existence writhed in agony under the weight of this cataclysmic power. However, as time wore on, the world's suppressive force waned, and Hui Yao began to falter, his divine power dimmed, and the flame of life flickered in the winds. At the brink of life and death, Hui Yao resolutely ignited the power of his laws. In an instant, his strength surged exponentially, radiating brilliance as he engaged in a final, desperate struggle against the being from the other plane. Ultimately, with a deafening roar, the light engulfed all, and their forms dissipated amidst the ferocity of battle. Hui Yao had sustained himself until now through the divine eye of salvation. Laosi furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on the flickering spirit of Hui Yao, absorbing the narrative with a rising tide of skepticism. To him, the tales of gods and foreign invaders might hold a kernel of truth. Yet, he remained wary of this seemingly benevolent act. He pondered inwardly, as a fledgling practitioner. Why would such a paramount mission be entrusted to him by the Sovereign of Light? Hui Yao seemed to sense Laose's doubts. His spiritual form flickered subtly, his voice growing increasingly frail. "I understand your skepticism, yet time is fleeting, and I am on the verge of complete dissolution. I wish to impart the last vestiges of my strength to warn you. Be ever cautious of the beings from other realms. Their greed and power surpass imagination, and this land may once again face utter calamity at any moment. As he spoke, Hui Yao summoned his final strength. And a crystal radiating a gentle light gradually emerged. It was the Eye of Salvation. I have little left to offer. Only this Eye of Salvation remains. For these years, it has been my sole means of survival in the form of spiritual energy. Laos's gaze was captivated by the Eye of Salvation. Within that seemingly ordinary crystal lay a mysterious and potent surge of power. After a brief hesitation, he reached out and took it into his hand. Its warmth enveloped him, and an extraordinary energy coursed through his body. In his mind, countless images flashed by, yet they eluded capture. Among those visions were ancient battlefields, enigmatic ruins, and countless beings struggling in the depths of darkness. Utilize it wisely. It may save your life in a critical moment and could become the key to combating the formidable beings from other realms. Hui Yao's voice grew increasingly faint, his spiritual form becoming ever more translucent. All I can do is this. As his words faded, Hui Yao's essence dissipated in the darkness like a candle flickering in the wind. Laos clutched the Eye of Salvation tightly, gazing at the spot where Hui Yao had vanished, his heart a tumult of emotions. Taking a deep breath, he carefully stowed the eye away, and his spiritual energy surged once more as he resolutely soared into the depths of the Shadow Realm. Chapter 74. Ascension to Godhood. As Laos ventured deeper into the Shadow Realm, he was immediately met by a tempestuous and chaotic force that assailed him. As if he were being sliced by countless sharp currents of air, he summoned his spiritual energy to resist it, furrowing his brow as he meticulously sensed the violent clash of the laws of power in this place. This must be the site where Hui Yao fell alongside that otherworldly powerhouse. Laos mused, his eyes filled with astonishment. After millennia, the residual power of the laws remained so intense. He extended his hand, attempting to grasp the drifting strands of law power, only to feel a tingling pain surge through his palm. These forces were like untamed wild horses, impossible to subdue. Perhaps I could absorb the law power here to rapidly elevate my realm. Laos felt a flicker of anticipation, yet he understood the immense risks involved. The Shadow Realm was fraught with peril. Recklessly absorbing these violent forces could lead to a catastrophic backlash, shattering his very soul. Nonetheless, recalling Hui Yao's exhortation and the impending crisis facing this continent, Laos gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed. He sought a relatively concealed valley, seated himself cross-legged, and began to channel his internal spiritual energy, cautiously drawing a thread of law power into his being. The moment that power entered, it surged like a wildfire, wreaking havoc within him. Laos felt as though his meridians might burst from the strain, the pain unbearable. He shut his eyes tightly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. And with indomitable will, he endeavored to guide this force within him, striving to integrate it into his spiritual energy system. Here, the forces of light and darkness were extraordinarily potent. This might be a remnant of the fierce confrontation between Hui Yao and the otherworldly being, or perhaps a unique characteristic of this land, ceaselessly birthing these two forces. They intertwined and collided, forming a bizarre, yet formidable field of power. If Laos could master it, his strength would undoubtedly grow immensely. Laosi found himself ensnared within the vortex of power in the realm of shadows, his spiritual energy swirling frantically as he exerted every ounce of strength to untangle the intricate pathways of power within him. He had long since mastered the forces of life and flame, both coursing through him like two majestic dragons, intertwined yet distinct. The force of life was gentle and nurturing, reminiscent of a spring breeze that breathed vitality into all it touched. With each cycle of energy, he could distinctly perceive the vibrant pulse of life that thrived in the world, from the tiniest blades of grass to the mightiest of beings, the rhythm of existence becoming ever clearer within his awareness. In stark contrast, the force of flame was wild and searing, imbued with the essence of destruction, as the roaring fire seemed to harbor boundless energy capable of turning all things to ash. Currently, should either of these forces ascend to the power of the laws, he would directly elevate to the rank of an 11th tier lower deity, wielding the true authority to govern this realm. This prospect was both a tremendous temptation and a formidable challenge. Laosi understood well that the ascent to the power of laws was no trivial matter. It demanded a profound comprehension and insight into the nature of power. A single misstep could lead to the collapse of all his efforts. He persistently endeavored to merge the life force with the power of the Shadow Realm, seeking that elusive breakthrough. Yet, each time he felt he was on the precipice of grasping the laws, the barrier remained unyielding. The flame force posed a similar challenge. Despite pushing the flames to their utmost, a daunting chasm still lay between him and the power of laws. As he gazed upon the swirling energies of light and darkness around him, A spark of inspiration ignited within his mind. The potency of this place was so rich that perhaps an alternative path could be carved. Resolutely, he retrieved the eye of the old god, left behind after the brilliance dissipated, feeling its warmth in his grasp. With a tranquil heart, he began to perceive the surging light force within it, pure and robust, standing in stark contrast to the chaotic energies outside. He realized that if he could harness this light force from the eye of the old god and merge it with his own powers, it might enable him to ascend directly to a complete law. However, this was no simple endeavor. The power of laws was enigmatic and perilous. A reckless attempt could result in a backlash of force. Yet, Lao Si had no alternative. Time was of the essence. To confront the impending return of the otherworldly powers and safeguard this continent, he had to take the plunge. He inhaled deeply, mobilizing his spiritual energy, and cautiously guided the light force from the eye of the old god into his being. In an instant, that light force surged forth like a wild stallion, rampaging through his meridians, the scorching energy inflicting excruciating pain upon him, as if every inch of his skin were ablaze. Clenching his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, he relied on his indomitable will to tame this force, striving to bring it under his command and achieve a seamless integration with his own power system. Advancing towards the coveted power of laws, Lao Si's endeavor opened the gateway to a transformation of power. As the light force from the eye of the old god continued to flood in, the embryonic form of the light laws within him rapidly took shape. The previously indistinct patterns of the laws began to clarify, radiating a resplendent glow that dispelled the dark aura enveloping him. He could vividly sense that each new strand of integrated power was filling in the gaps of the laws, rendering them increasingly steadfast. As the power of the law of light continued to evolve, Lao's strength experienced exponential growth, his perception of this realm reaching unprecedented heights. As if he could see through the essence of all things, the surrounding forces of light and darkness, no longer chaotic and violent in his eyes, transformed into reservoirs of energy, rich with countless mysteries, awaiting his further exploration and mastery. Immersed in the joy and focus that accompanied the rapid refinement of the law of light, Laos was enveloped in a dazzling radiance. Suddenly, an unfamiliar and sinister force, akin to a sharp dagger, lunged forth from the eye of the old god, piercing directly into his mind. Laos felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, a wave of excruciating pain surging through him, causing his consciousness to blur instantly. Is this the radiance? A surge of alarm coursed through Laos as he grasped the reality of the situation. It became clear that radiance had indeed left a hidden hand. His ambition, which lingered after perishing alongside the formidable beings from another realm, was laid bare in that moment. The physical form of radiance had long been reduced to ashes in that brutal battle, yet now he yearned to reclaim a powerful corporeal vessel, and Laos, a rapidly ascending practitioner of notable strength, naturally became his prime target. Radiance was acutely aware that with the meager remnants of his power, he stood no chance against Laos in a direct confrontation. Thus, he meticulously devised this trap. He anticipated that Laos would absorb the power of the eye of the old god, intending to launch a sudden assault at the moment Laos was fully engrossed in the fusion of power, when his spirit was at its most vulnerable. Seeking to seize control of his body, within the depths of Laos's spiritual sea, the ethereal form of radiance emerged, akin to a ferocious beast, clawing and gnashing, attempting to utterly devour Laos's consciousness. Laos resisted with all his might, his awareness forming a solid defensive line as he engaged in a fierce clash with radiance. "You shall not prevail," Laos bellowed, his spiritual energy surging wildly, striving to expel the invading force. However, radiance's onslaught was relentless, as if it could obliterate him at any moment. From the instant he had acquired the eye of the old god, Laos had maintained an unwavering vigilance. He understood the inscrutable nature of the human heart, especially in the case of radiance, who had endured countless trials over millennia and harbored deep-seated obsessions. How could such a being easily entrust the power that determined the fate of the world to another? As he prepared to absorb the power of the eye of the old god, he discreetly took precautions, quietly establishing layers of spiritual defense. First, he channeled his spiritual energy, constructing a protective barrier akin to a fortress around himself, isolating his consciousness from the external world, leaving only a minuscule spiritual conduit to establish a connection with the eye of the old god. Next, he delved into the depths of his soul, awakening the dormant powers within, coalescing them into a formidable current of will, ready to confront any impending crisis. When the light of the eye of the old god surged forth like a tidal wave, Laos appeared fully immersed in the fusion of power. guiding that pure energy to refine his law of light. Yet, his mind was sharply focused, ever attuned to every subtle shift within the eye of the old god. Just as expected, as the law of light was on the brink of completion, a foreign and malevolent force shot forth from the eye like a venomous needle, piercing directly into his mind. A cold sneer flickered across Ross's heart. The moment had finally arrived. He instantly activated the soul defense mechanism he had long prepared, the protective layer of spiritual energy thickening several-fold, securely repelling the invading force. Simultaneously, the torrent of will within the depths of his soul surged forth like a roaring dragon, charging towards the radiant entity of Huiyao. Huiyao, your despicable schemes shall not prevail today. Ross's roar reverberated through the ocean of his consciousness, his awareness transforming into a sharp blade, engaging in a breathtaking life-and-death struggle with Huiyao. The spirit of Huiyao, attempting to usurp control, rampaged like a frenzied beast trapped in a cage, yet it could not breach the impenetrable defenses Ross had meticulously erected. Ross's will manifested as a series of lethal blades, each strike imbued with the momentum to annihilate, accurately targeting Huiyao's vital points. How could this be? Huiyao screamed in terror, his voice rife with disbelief and despair. He could not fathom that his carefully orchestrated conspiracy had been so effortlessly discerned and countered by Ross. Under the overwhelming onslaught of Ross, Huiyao's spirit began to falter, its radiance dimming and its power swiftly dissipating. Ross showed no mercy, relentlessly pursuing victory, his consciousness surging like a tidal wave, completely engulfing Huiyao. With a piercing scream, Huiyao's spirit was successfully devoured by Ross. In that instant, a myriad of images flickered through Ross's mind like a revolving lantern, depicting Huiyao's long and intricate life, from his glorious ascension as the Lord of Light, to the brutal battles against formidable beings from other realms, and finally to the dark corners of his soul, twisted by obsession. Ross shut his eyes tightly, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead as he endeavored to assimilate the torrent of memories flooding in. He witnessed every detail of the earth-shattering battle that occurred millennia ago, grasping the terrifying greed of the foreign powers. He also observed Huiyao's unyielding and frenzied struggle in his final moments, a testament to the obsession that drove him to turn against his own kind, attempting to extend his existence through usurpation. So it was. Ross slowly opened his eyes, a complex expression flashing across them. Now, he not only inherited Huiyao's power, but also bore the weight of that heavy history and the mission to protect the world. Immersed in the fierce clash within his soul, Ross relentlessly absorbed Huiyao's spiritual power. Each fragment of power integrated into him ignited a searing flame within his mental realm, bringing forth excruciating pain. Yet, Ross gritted his teeth, clinging to his indomitable will, allowing that force to wreak havoc and merge within him. As Huiyao's spiritual power was completely absorbed, Ross's body felt as though it were pierced by a radiant light, emanating a dazzling brilliance. At that moment, the light laws, still in the process of refinement, seemed to be infused with immense energy, instantly undergoing a transformation. The runes of the light laws flickered and danced in his consciousness, weaving into a mysterious and powerful network, each rune containing boundless brilliance and the essence of hope. In that fleeting instant, Ross felt an extraordinary connection established with the source of light in this realm. He could distinctly perceive the warmth of each ray of sunlight and the flow of every beam of light. With a wave of his hand, the pure power of light surged forth like a tidal wave, dispersing the darkness in its wake, as if all things were imbued with newfound vitality. Laos took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him. Before his ascension, the strength he commanded could be likened to a mighty river, though it flowed with vigor. It was undeniably constrained, adhering to a specific trajectory and operating within a defined framework. Now, having successfully ascended to the rank of a Tier 11 lower deity, the power of the laws within him had undergone a complete metamorphosis. It was as if he had leaped from the grandeur of a river to the boundless, tumultuous expanse of the ocean. This oceanic power of the laws was vast and unfathomable, harboring endless energy and mysteries. Each surge of power carried with it a momentum capable of effortlessly crushing any obstacle in its path. This qualitative transformation of strength allowed Laos to genuinely feel that he had reached a new pinnacle, possessing the might to alter the very fabric of reality. I am now a deity. I spread my arms wide, and the pure power of light burst forth, instantly banishing the last vestige of darkness from the shadowed realm. I understood that I was no longer the practitioner struggling at the fringes of power, but rather the guardian of order in this realm. Chapter 75. The fusion of worlds. The power enveloping Laos surged like a relentless tide. At this moment, having ascended to the status of a lower deity. He stood at an entirely new dimension of power, with the most pressing goal in his heart being to cultivate his own divine realm. His gaze swept across the vast expanse of the world, filled with joy and certainty. This realm, having endured the ravages of time, had yet to give birth to a divine abode. Undoubtedly, this was a splendid opportunity granted by fate, serving as a solid foundation upon which he could construct his divine kingdom. Laos took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness diving like a nimble fish into the profound ocean of his soul. In that mysterious spiritual domain, he wielded his will as a brush and his surging divine power as ink, meticulously sketching the outline of his divine kingdom. Vivid images of majestic landscapes unfolded in his mind: rolling mountains, rushing rivers, vast plains, and islands scattered like stars. These elements gradually converged and merged in his imagination, forming a world brimming with vitality and vigor. As his thoughts flowed, an immense stream of divine power continuously surged from within him, coalescing in the void of time and space. He carefully wove each line of the laws, like the foundational stones of his divine kingdom, with every line embodying the order and rules of the world. He focused intently on sensing the subtle movements of each thread of power, constantly adjusting the structure and layout of his kingdom, ensuring that its nascent form grew ever more stable and radiant. Laos was acutely aware that birthing a divine kingdom was a journey fraught with challenges and hardships. A moment's carelessness could lead to the collapse of all his efforts. Yet he did not waver, steadily advancing the process of his kingdom's creation with a tenacious spirit and precise control over his power. His heart brimmed with anticipation and hope for the future. He believed that upon this unique foundation of the world, he could cultivate a singular, resplendent divine realm, ultimately becoming the true sovereign of this land. Laos radiated an awe-inspiring brilliance, a manifestation of the perfect fusion of the power of the laws and his own will. He slowly extended his hands, palms aglow with dazzling light, establishing a mysterious connection with the world's will. In an instant, a torrent of ancient and formidable power surged forth, akin to crashing waves, attempting to engulf him. Yet Laos did not waver. He harnessed the divine energy within him, using his unwavering will as a shield to withstand this overwhelming force. His consciousness sliced through the world's will with the precision of a sharp blade, seeking the opportunity for integration. As the merging deepened, scenes of ancient grandeur unfolded in his mind. The transformations of mountains and rivers, the succession of species, the rise and fall of civilizations. These were the memories of this world's long epochs. Unperturbed by the complexity of this information, he focused intently on discovering the aspects of the world's will that resonated with his own. At last, he found that crucial connection, akin to discovering the key to a hidden treasury. Without hesitation, Laos infused his will and power into it, embarking on the arduous process of assimilation. With each fragment of fusion, he sensed the world's acknowledgement of him increasing and his command over the world becoming ever more intuitive. The once independent will of the world gradually coalesced with his own, becoming an integral part of his divine realm. Throughout this process, Laos continuously refined his own will, ensuring it harmonized seamlessly with the world's rules. He cast aside distractions, embedding the ideals of guardianship and creation deeply within the new will of the world. Finally, as the last vestige of the world's will was assimilated, Laos triumphed. This world had begun to transform into his divine domain. Every inch of land, every living being resonated with his intent, and he became the true ruler of this realm. The act of devouring and merging with the world should have been a perilous and audacious endeavor. However, Laos possessed an unparalleled advantage, being a native of this realm. He shared an intricate, unbreakable bond with the land, which served as his most steadfast support. Reflecting on the otherworldly deity, he recalled its arrival, exuding a chilling aura of destruction, with an unmistakable purpose: to seize this world for itself. Laos surmised that the deity hailed from a realm with even more potent divine beings. In that world, where strength reigned supreme, only by assimilating their mother world could one give birth to a deity. These newly birthed deities, driven by ambition and power, often found themselves discontented with their circumstances, compelled to embark on a path of devouring and merging with other worlds. Alternatively, they might cultivate their own small worlds over the ages through their inherent strength. In contrast, while Laos's journey was also fraught with thorns, his intimate familiarity with this realm and the world's instinctive acceptance of him became the keys to his success. During the process of integration, although the will of the world is formidable and intricate, every time Laos faces adversity, A gentle force emanates from the depths of the world, urging him to forge ahead, as if this realm silently supports its child. Laos is acutely aware of this trust and dependency, which reinforces his resolve to safeguard this world and nurture it into a unique divine kingdom. Hui Yao, undeniably, is an unfortunate existence. He had just begun to grasp the world with great difficulty, filled with aspirations for future developments, only to be confronted by the nightmarish arrival of formidable outsiders, shattering all his beautiful illusions. In the normal cosmic order, a world endowed with divine attributes is akin to bearing a special mark, symbolizing strength, typically deterring outsiders from coveting it. After all, seizing another's world is no trivial endeavor. It harbors immense risks. Take Hui Yao, for instance. Although he had only recently ascended to the rank of a lower deity, and his strength was merely nascent among his peers, the power he unleashed upon initially merging with the world's force was beyond imagination. Faced with a powerful lower deity from an alternate plane, infused with the strength of 3 laws, he managed to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. This astonishing battle, though culminating in tragedy, vividly demonstrated the formidable enhancement of the world's power and the exorbitant price one must pay for attempting to seize a world. From this brutal conflict, it is evident that without absolute strength, if outsiders rashly attempt to plunder, they may very well plunge into an irretrievable abyss. Rather than taking reckless risks, it is far wiser to cultivate oneself steadily and enhance one's own power. After all, only by becoming sufficiently formidable can one truly possess a voice in this ruthless universe, fulfilling one's ambitions and aspirations. Chapter 76. The power of faith. A radiant glow enveloped Laos, resembling a celestial blade that cleaved through the chaos. In an instant, space appeared to be violently torn apart by invisible hands, only to swiftly mend itself moments later. Before he knew it, he had returned from the realm of mysterious power fusion to the continent of Westeros. Familiar sights surged forth like a tidal wave. On the vast and boundless land, castles stood scattered, casting heavy and profound shadows under the gentle caress of sunlight. In the distance, mountains rose in layered majesty, akin to the sturdy spine of the earth, while rivers wound gracefully through, resembling the vibrant lifeblood of the land, flowing quietly and silently recounting the vicissitudes of time. The air was thick with the intricate essence unique to Westeros, a blend of the earthy, rich fragrance of soil intertwined with the faint scent of war's remnants, together composing a somber symphony steeped in history. He gazed down, observing the people below, each engrossed in the mundane tasks of life. In the fields, farmers bent over, perspiring profusely, their hoes rising and falling, turning the brown earth as they sowed the seeds of hope for a better life. In the town streets, pedestrians hurried by. Expressions varied, some bustling for their livelihoods, others preoccupied with trivial worries, all blissfully unaware of his arrival. Rouse was overwhelmed with emotion. For this vast continent resembled a grand tome of history, filled with countless pages chronicling strife and glory, intrigue and betrayal, life and parting. Now, he found himself poised at a new pinnacle, perhaps destined to become a pivotal figure in rewriting the narrative of this storied land. Ushering in a future markedly different from its tumultuous past, he descended gracefully onto a tranquil meadow, where the soft grass swayed gently beneath his feet, as if paying humble homage to this formidable uninvited guest. As soon as Rouse touched down, an uncanny sensation enveloped him. It was as though an ethereal whisper, barely perceptible, traversed the vast expanse of time and space from a distant horizon, softly murmuring from the depths of his soul, urgently beckoning him. This voice was imbued with an earnestness and yearning, akin to an invisible yet powerful hand grasping his heartstrings. Rouse felt a shiver run through him and instinctively followed this mysterious pull back to its source. He closed his eyes, extending his mental energy like delicate, resilient spider silk, penetrating the layers of spatial barriers until he reached the essence of that force. When his consciousness brushed against the core of this power, the figure of a crimson-clad sorceress materialized before him with startling clarity. She knelt devoutly amidst the ruins of an ancient temple, adorned in a robe as vivid as fire. Surrounding her were remnants of stone and fractured walls, silently narrating tales of past grandeur and present desolation. Yet, upon the altar before her, a flame flickered defiantly in the wind, its dancing flames embodying her unwavering faith, shining resiliently amid adversity. Her hands were clasped tightly, knuckles whitening with the pressure. Her eyes shut, her face a canvas of devotion and urgency, as she fervently whispered prayers to the Lord of Light. As Rouse observed the sorceress in her earnest supplication, he suddenly sensed an extraordinary wave of energy. Delicate strands of luminous force emanated from her, gradually converging upon him. This power was gentle and warm, imbued with an ineffable sincerity and fervor, as if it bore the entirety of her hopes and convictions. Each thread was suffused with her unreserved trust and reliance on the Lord of Light. This, he realized, was the essence of faith. Rouse felt a profound clarity wash over him, marveling at the revelation. Although he had previously acknowledged the existence of faith's power, he had never before experienced it so vividly or profoundly. Now, this stream of energy flowed into his being, igniting lights within the depths of his soul that had long remained untouched, illuminating the obscure corners of his heart and granting him a deeper understanding of this mysterious force. He sensed that this faith was not merely a transmission of pure energy. It encapsulated the entirety of the sorceress's spiritual essence. Each strand of power formed an invisible yet sturdy bridge, intricately linking her spirit to his, establishing a wondrous connection that transcended the constraints of time and material existence. Rouse understood that this faith was invaluable. It was the key to unlocking a grand journey and the inexhaustible wellspring of immense power. A thought flickered within Roll's mind, transcending the boundless confines of space to reach the consciousness of the crimson-clad sorceress. In an instant, she felt a powerful yet gentle presence resonate within her mind, reverberating like a great bell while simultaneously offering the soothing caress of a spring breeze. Her entire being trembled as her previously anxious demeanor transformed into profound reverence. Slowly and deeply, she bowed her head, adopting a posture of humility that seemed to touch the very dust of the earth, softly uttering, "I pay homage to my lord." In her heart, the entity that had descended into her thoughts was undoubtedly the luminous deity she had long revered and prayed to day and night. Though she had never laid eyes upon him, the overwhelming and mysterious force, imbued with both majesty and compassion, instilled in her an unshakable faith. At this moment, she eagerly anticipated the guidance of her lord, yearning for the strength and wisdom to extricate herself from her current plight. For an extended period, the Crimson Sorceress had unwaveringly devoted herself to the Lord of Light. In countless long nights, she had knelt alone amid the remnants of the temple, pouring her heart out to the deity, offering sincere prayers. Those words carried her hopes, confusions, and steadfast beliefs, echoing through the desolate ruins. Yet they seemed to vanish into the void, unanswered. However, this time, as she fervently prayed once more, filled with anxiety and hope, a miracle truly descended. Roll's thought pierced through the dark abyss like a radiant beam of light, reaching her consciousness. In that moment, the sorceress's body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. Overwhelmed by an ecstatic joy at being suddenly favored by divinity, a profound sense of relief and gratitude that her years of devotion had finally borne fruit. She tightly shut her eyes, her hands clasped fervently at her chest, knuckles whitening as she sought to convey her gratitude and reverence through this gesture. Silently, she recited her thanks to the Lord of Light for finally hearing her pleas. This was the first time she had received a response in her long journey of faith, reinforcing her belief that her perseverance and devotion were not in vain. Hope surged within her like a roaring flame, as she eagerly anticipated the divine guidance that would illuminate her path forward. As the Crimson Sorceress reveled in the shock and gratitude of her connection with the Lord of Light, the surrounding space suddenly rippled with an extraordinary energy, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, creating undulating waves of brilliance. In a flash of light, Rolls appeared before her. He radiated a gentle and sacred glow, one that, while not blinding, emanated a powerful serenity capable of dispelling all fear and darkness, instilling awe and yearning in the hearts of those who beheld him. His visage was calm and peaceful, with deep eyes that seemed to harbor boundless wisdom and compassion, quietly observing the Crimson Sorceress before him. As she slowly raised her gaze and met Roll's eyes, she was struck by a profound shock, her pupils constricting in astonishment and disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the resplendent figure before her, the Lord of Light, was none other than the familiar Rhaos of the Lannister family. Her thoughts swiftly drifted back to the battlefield of the north, where she had witnessed Rhaos wielding formidable power, decisively turning the tide of war. Yet now, the force emanating from Rhaos was starkly different from that moment in combat. The power he possessed on the battlefield, though immense, was tinged with the brutality and bloodshed of conflict, whereas now, the aura surrounding Rhaos was imbued with pure light, soft and sacred, as if it could cleanse the world of all darkness and impurity, evoking a sense of reverence akin to standing before a deity of creation. This pristine power stirred within the Red Witch a tumultuous wave of awe. She increasingly believed that Rhaos was no ordinary being. but rather the embodiment of the Lord of Light, descended to save humanity and guide all souls toward the shores of illumination. Rayos gently grasped the threads of faith that lingered in the air, and an indescribable sensation washed over him. Giving birth to a bold notion, he aspired to spread his radiance throughout the world. Indeed, this ephemeral essence of faith, viewed individually, seemed insufficient to warrant his attention. However, Rayos's vision extended far beyond the immediate. He understood that once the power of faith transcended multiple realms, converging like rivers into the sea, the resulting force would be unimaginably potent. Picture, if you will, countless beings across dimensions venerating him as their faith. The overwhelming tide of belief would not only exponentially amplify his strength, but also grant him an irreplaceable position within the multiverse. This power could facilitate his journey toward establishing a divine realm, enabling him to navigate its tumultuous seas. It would also fortify his ability to protect the cherished world around him from any malevolent forces seeking to invade, transforming him into the guardian and sovereign of this universe. Rayos's gaze grew ever more resolute, akin to the brightest star in the cold night sky, as he firmly committed to embarking on this grand and magnificent journey, ensuring his brilliance illuminated every corner and that the light dispelled all shadows. His eyes blazed like a burning torch, and the vision of his ambitions became ever clearer. He resolved to elevate divine authority above royal power, reshaping the order of the world. In his vision, royal power was merely a representation of secular authority, which throughout the annals of history had sparked countless wars and disputes, leading to endless suffering and pain. Conversely, divine authority should serve as the supreme force guiding sentient beings and governing destiny, founded upon justice, compassion, and wisdom, leading all things toward light and harmony, ensuring peace and tranquility prevail in the world. To realize this ambition, he intended to establish his own ecclesiastical court. This would be a sacred and highly authoritative organization, dedicated to spreading his doctrine and gathering the force of faith. Members of the court would hail from all walks of life and regions, clad in unified holy robes, their vibrant colors reminiscent of the rising sun, symbolizing hope and illumination. With a fervent heart, they propagate his ideals, sowing seeds of illumination in every inch of land, allowing the power of faith to penetrate deep within the hearts of the people. Laos envisions a hierarchy within the Holy See, comprising various levels of clergy, from grassroots missionaries to archbishops wielding significant authority, each fulfilling their distinct roles within this framework. The missionaries will dart across the lands like spirited birds, delving into the populace, imparting his teachings to every corner of society, employing accessible language and vivid narratives to convey the essence of faith and the warmth of enlightenment. Meanwhile, the archbishops will hold steadfast at the heart of the Holy See, like resolute titans, assisting him in decision-making and ensuring that the operations of the church align seamlessly with his will, safeguarding the purity and sanctity of faith with wisdom and gravitas, ensuring that the doctrine of light remains untarnished. As the Holy See establishes and flourishes, his divine authority will root itself deeply in every parcel of land, compelling even royal power to bow in submission. In that epoch, the entire world shall step into a new era under the resplendent light of his divine rule. An era brimming with brilliance, harmony, and hope, where people, guided by faith, will cast aside strife and malevolence, collectively advancing toward a radiant future, filling the world with love and peace. Chapter 77. The Apostle and the Mission. Laos stood before the Red Witch, his radiance gradually consolidating. Yet the intensity of his presence grew ever stronger. His gaze was profound and resolute, as if capable of piercing through the fabric of time and space. Gazing into every nook of the future, the Red Witch remained prostrate on the ground, her heart brimming with reverence and anticipation. She understood that the being before her would irrevocably alter the fate of the continent of Westeros. "Arise," Laos spoke, his voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. "I have sensed your devotion. From this moment forth, you shall become my first apostle, entrusted with the sacred duty of spreading the path of light." The Red Witch slowly rose, her eyes shimmering with tears of excitement. She bowed deeply, her voice trembling yet resolute. "My lord, I am willing to dedicate everything to you, to scatter your brilliance across every inch of land." Laos nodded slightly, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. In his mind, a grand vision had already unfurled. The establishment of the Holy See was merely the initial step. He aspired for the radiance of divine authority to envelop all of Westeros, even transcending this realm to influence broader worlds. "The establishment of the Holy See requires time and resources," Laos murmured, as if conversing with himself. yet simultaneously conveying his intent to the Red Witch. We must seek those who harbor faith, those willing to devote themselves to the path of light. They shall become the cornerstone of the Holy See, aiding me in realizing this grand vision. The Red Witch nodded in agreement, her mind already devising strategies to recruit followers and disseminate doctrines. She was acutely aware that this would be a long and arduous journey, yet she felt no trepidation. For she believed that as long as she followed Laos, light would inevitably triumph over darkness. Laos continued, the doctrines of the Holy See will center on light and hope, proclaiming peace, justice, and redemption. We must ensure that every believer comprehends that faith is not merely a refuge for the soul, but also a transformative power that alters destinies. Through faith, they can acquire strength, attain redemption, and even secure eternal life. The Red Priestess felt a surge of excitement, as if she could already envision the glorious future. She inquired, "My lord, how shall we commence?" Laos smiled slightly, raising his hand with a graceful gesture, and a radiant light flashed, revealing a map in the air. The map marked the significant cities and castles of the continent of Westeros. He pointed to the map and declared, "We shall begin in King's Landing. It is the epicenter of power in a desert of faith. There, we shall establish the first Temple of Light, serving as the headquarters of our clergy. Subsequently, we will gradually expand to other regions until the entire continent basks in the radiance of enlightenment." The Red Priestess meticulously took notes, her mind already formulating strategies for action in King's Landing. She understood that the nobility of the city would not readily embrace a new faith. Yet she believed that as long as Laos's brilliance illuminated the path, any obstacles would be obliterated. Laos continued, in addition to disseminating our doctrine, we must construct a comprehensive ecclesiastical system. The clergy will be divided into 3 primary tiers: missionaries, bishops, and archbishops. Missionaries will be responsible for spreading the teachings. Bishops will oversee regional ecclesiastical affairs, and archbishops will answer directly to me, managing the core matters of the church. The Red Priestess nodded in agreement, already contemplating the selection and training of these clergy members. She knew this would be a monumental undertaking, yet she felt no trepidation. For she was confident that as long as she followed Laos, anything was possible. Laos's gaze turned once more to the horizon, as if he could already glimpse the future splendor. He murmured, when the power of the church becomes sufficiently formidable, divine authority will surpass regal power. At that time, Westeros will usher in a new era, one dominated by light and faith. The Red Priestess, her heart racing with anticipation, felt she could already see the magnificent future unfolding. She bowed deeply, her voice resolute and devout. "My lord, I am willing to dedicate everything to you, spreading your brilliance across every inch of land." Laos smiled gently, raising his hand once more, and a beam of light enveloped the Red Priestess, casting a soft glow upon her. She felt a warm force surge within her, as if she had been elevated to a higher state of being. Slowly, she raised her hand, where a faint yet radiant light flickered, embodying the power of a new magic of illumination. Melisandre understood profoundly that from this moment forward, she had been irrevocably transformed, and this infusion of mysterious power would undoubtedly lead her into an exhilarating journey of magic, filled with unknown challenges and destinies yet to be unraveled. "Go forth." Laos's voice resonated in her ears, imbued with his blessing. "Fulfill your mission." The Red Priestess bowed deeply once more before turning to depart. Her steps were resolute and powerful, her heart brimming with an unprecedented strength and confidence. She knew that from this moment, her life would no longer be ordinary. She would become the harbinger of the path of light, spreading Laos's brilliance throughout the world. Laos watched her depart, his heart filled with anticipation and resolve. He recognized that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet he felt no fear, for he believed that as long as the power of faith remained potent, any impediments would be shattered. He gazed upward at the sky, as if engaging in a dialogue with the entire universe. His eyes held a profound and unwavering determination, as if he had already glimpsed the grandeur of the future. He understood that from this moment forth, the fate of Westeros would be irrevocably transformed, and he would become the architect of this change. The path of light would undoubtedly illuminate the entire world. Laosi spoke softly, his voice imbued with conviction and confidence. As his words resonated, a deep echo seemed to reverberate through the heavens, as if the world itself were responding to his vow. With a faint smile, Laosi turned and departed, his figure gradually fading into the brilliance. The future of Westeros would be altered by his hand. In an instant, Laosi materialized before Tyrion, who was then secluding himself in a shadowy corner, drowning his sorrows in drink. The sudden brilliance caused Tyrion to squint instinctively, and upon realizing that the visitor was Lao Si, he felt a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. "Brother," Tyrion began, yet found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate the Lao Si before him. The figure he recognized now emanated an ethereal sanctity, as if no longer of this earthly realm. Lao Si inclined his head slightly, his gaze imbued with a hint of compassion and expectation as he regarded his brother, who had always been belittled by their family. "Tyrion, I have ascended as the Lord of Light, and I bear a mission to entrust to you." Tyrion's heart quickened. Although perplexed by this abrupt transformation, his keen intellect swiftly engaged. "Oh, the Lord of Light. That sounds quite imposing. What is it you wish me to do, brother?" He maintained a facade of nonchalance, yet curiosity swirled within him regarding Lao Si's ensuing words. Lao Si extended his hand, gently resting it upon Tyrion's shoulder, a warm and gentle force flowing into him, dispelling some of his inebriation. "I intend to establish the Church of Light to propagate my beliefs. You possess remarkable intelligence. Though small in stature, your wisdom surpasses that of the common man. I hope you will advocate my doctrines among the masses, enlightening them to the power of light." Tyrion hesitated, then scoffed lightly. "Brother, you truly overrate me. In this world, most judge by appearances. What credibility does a malformed creature like myself have to persuade others? How could I possibly promote your so-called doctrine of light?" Lao Si smiled and shook his head. "Tyrion, it is precisely because you have endured suffering and perceive the harshness of life that you can empathize with the plight of others. Your ability to sway hearts with your intellect and words is your strength. When people hear that one so often scorned has found hope in the light, they will undoubtedly trust in the tenets you espouse." Tyrion fell into contemplation, weighing his thoughts internally. After a long pause, he lifted his gaze, a glimmer of resolve flickering in his eyes. "Very well, brother, I accept your proposition. However, should this so-called path of light prove to be mere illusion, I shall not accompany you further." Lao Si nodded with appreciation. "Rest assured, Tyrion, by following the light, you will behold a world anew." Lao Si raised his hand, gently resting it upon Tyrion's head. In an instant, an overwhelming and pure divine power surged forth, akin to a torrent breaching its dam, flowing down Lao Si's arm and inundating Tyrion's being. Tyrion felt as if countless forces were simultaneously tugging at him. Initially, a sharp pain coursed through him, as if every sinew and bone were on the verge of being torn asunder. This was swiftly followed by a searing warmth that spread throughout his body, racing through his limbs and bones in an attempt to reconstruct his physique and meridians. As the divine power continued to flood in, Tyrion's body began a remarkable metamorphosis. His formerly diminutive and stooped figure resonated with a series of crisp cracking sounds from his bones, reminiscent of ancient war drums heralding the dawn of a new life. His muscles gradually tightened and swelled, infusing his form with renewed vitality, each muscle brimming with immense strength. The wrinkles on Tyrion's face slowly smoothed out. His skin became supple and elastic, radiating a healthy glow. His hair underwent a remarkable transformation as well. The once sparse and disheveled strands grew rapidly, thickening and gradually transforming into a resplendent golden hue, shimmering captivatingly under the sun's rays. Tyrion's height continued to increase, his spine straightened, and his demeanor shifted from one of timidity and resentment to that of confidence and fortitude. When the transmission of divine power concluded, Tyrion gently shook his head and extended his limbs, reveling in the profound changes within his body. He looked down at his robust hands, flexed his agile form, and felt a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips, his eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. At that moment, standing before the polished mirror, he beheld the tall, handsome golden-haired man reflected within, and a myriad of emotions welled up in his heart. "Is this the essence of the Lannister lineage?" Tyrion murmured softly, recalling the striking members of his family, including his formidable father Tywin and his stunning sister Cersei. Once, he had endured relentless mockery for his deformity, regarded by his kin as a source of shame. Yet now, this iconic golden mane and towering stature allowed him to reclaim the pride of being a Lannister. Since he became aware, this heavy burden of guilt had shackled Lao Si's soul like an invisible chain. He often pondered whether his sudden emergence had disrupted the delicate balance within the womb. In that warm yet confined little world, he felt akin to a greedy marauder, ravenously absorbing nutrients, entirely oblivious to the calamity it would bring to the sibling he shared that gestation with, Tyrion. In his childhood, Lao Si frequently tossed and turned in the depths of night, haunted by images of Tyrion stumbling as he learned to walk, and the scenes of rejection and ridicule he faced due to his stature and appearance while playing with other children. Those memories were like sharp blades, relentlessly cutting into Lao Si's heart. He yearned for the power to turn back time, to return to that moment in the womb, willing to restrain himself, even if only to grant Tyrion the chance for a normal starting point in life. As the years passed, this weight of guilt only intensified, growing heavier in Lausey's heart. Whenever he witnessed Tyrion's relentless struggle to survive in this cruel world, battling against the injustices of fate, a profound sense of guilt and compassion filled Lausey's heart. He felt an inescapable responsibility for Tyrion's plight, a thought akin to thorns rooted deep within his soul, perpetually pricking at him, leaving him with an indescribable complexity of emotions whenever he faced Tyrion. Chapter 78. Complete integration of worlds. Laus slowly raised his hand, and the crown that had fallen when the White Walker perished began to levitate in his palm. An ethereal chill enveloped the crown, each wisp of cold mist seemingly concealing the secrets of an icy expanse, embodying the purest essence of water's power, mysterious and formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, Laus swiftly formed intricate seals with his hands, reciting incantations that directed the immense energy contained within the crown towards Tyrion with precision and swiftness. In an instant, the chilling aura surrounding the crown appeared to be drawn by an invisible hand, transforming into a stream of ghostly blue light that surged into Tyrion's body like a bolt of lightning. Tyrion felt an overwhelming force ravaging through him, initially akin to countless ice blades piercing his veins, the agony nearly rendering him unconscious. Soon after, a powerful surge of vitality and strength coursed through his limbs and veins, striving to reshape his very being. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he endured the pain, acutely aware of the monumental impact of this energy. As this force continued to pour into him, Tyrion's realm began to ascend at an unprecedented pace. At the 6th tier, his bones emitted a series of crisp cracks, as if breaking free from the shackles of destiny. His physique became more robust, muscles tightening, with his original strength exponentially amplified under the baptism of this energy. Upon reaching the 7th tier, a radiant glow enveloped Tyrion, a faint ice-blue halo manifesting, a symbol of the fusion between the power of water and his essence. His senses became extraordinarily acute, every subtle sound and shift in the atmosphere distinctly perceptible. He could even hear the movement of water molecules in the air. Upon ascending to the 8th tier, the brilliance of his exterior intensified, intertwined with a hint of thunder, a harbinger of his power-shattering limits. His thoughts became clearer than ever, and his mastery over the surrounding environment reached astonishing heights, each thought capable of invoking the water elements nearby. The release of energy at the 9th tier caused the surrounding space to tremble violently, as if unable to withstand such formidable power. Every glance from Tyrion seemed to harbor profound significance, his strength surpassing that of the vast majority, rendering him a figure of awe upon this continent. As his power reached the 10th tier, the surging energy gradually subsided. Tyrion slowly opened his eyes, their depths shimmering with an otherworldly glow, reminiscent of a profound ocean. In that moment, he had attained a new pinnacle of strength, his aura transformed dramatically, radiating confidence and authority. As if he had become one of the sovereigns of this realm, Tyrion felt a surge of power within him, igniting a sense of grandeur in his heart. With unwavering determination, he gazed at Laus. "Brother, I am deeply grateful for the strength you have bestowed upon me. I shall not fail your expectations. To conquer the continent and spread the faith, this monumental endeavor, I, Tyrion, shall pursue with utmost dedication." Laus placed a reassuring hand on Tyrion's shoulder, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Tyrion, you have always possessed extraordinary wisdom. Now, with this newfound strength, you are certain to bear a heavy burden alongside me. The political landscape across the continents is intricate, with diverse beliefs. You must assess the situation astutely, wield your intellect and power, so that all may come to revere the Lord of Light." Tyrion nodded slightly, his mind already formulating strategies. "I will commence my efforts in regions rife with conflict, where the populace yearns for peace, using the doctrine of light to offer them hope and protection. Simultaneously, I shall leverage this newfound power to intimidate those who dare to resist." Laus smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Tyrion, I shall enlist the aid of the Red Witch. Her experience in spreading faith is invaluable. Together, you two will surely achieve remarkable results." Tyrion's lips curled into a confident smile. With the Red Witch's assistance, success is inevitable. "Brother, await the good news." It won't be long before the continents recognized the Lord of Light's renown. With that, Tyrion turned and, with resolute strides, embarked on his journey to spread the faith and conquer the continent. After ensuring that all matters were in order, Laos resolutely decided to initiate a transformative journey that would shake the very foundations of the world. He aspired to merge the entire realm into himself, crafting a unique microcosm. He arrived at a mysterious place surrounded by ancient ruins, where silence reigned, and even the passage of time seemed to slow. A radiant glow emanated from Laos, infused with boundless power and enigmatic symbols, as if he were conversing with the cosmos. Slowly, he levitated into the air, swiftly forming intricate hand seals while reciting archaic, esoteric incantations that echoed through the space. In an instant, it felt as though an unseen force began to tug at the entire world. Mountains, rivers, forests, oceans, and the very essence of every living being began to converge towards Laos. He could distinctly sense the seething magma deep within the earth, the pulse of the world. He could hear the mysterious whispers from the ocean's depths, the world's soft murmurs. He extended his will like countless resilient threads, reaching into every corner of existence, striving to bring it all under his dominion. As the fusion deepened, the power of the world resonated intensely with his soul. However, this process was not without its challenges. Ancient and formidable forces within the world sensed Laos's intentions and rose in defiance. These forces manifested in various forms: massive storms, surging tsunamis, and erupting volcanoes, launching fierce assaults upon him. Yet, Laos did not waver. With unwavering resolve as his shield and the immense power of the world as his sword, he engaged in a desperate battle against these rebellious forces. Each impact sent tremors through his soul, yet his conviction only grew stronger. He continuously adjusted the rhythm and method of the fusion, skillfully averting crisis after crisis. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the forces of resistance gradually dissipated. Roll successfully achieved a profound integration with the world. He slowly opened his eyes, their brilliance akin to the radiant light of creation. In that moment, he was intimately connected with this world. With each breath, he could sense the rhythm of existence, and he became, in the truest sense, the sovereign of this realm. As a brand new microcosm began to gestate within him. Chapter 79. The framework of the Holy See. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Tyrion sat across from the Scarlet Witch, their table strewn with parchment scrolls, igniting a fervent discussion regarding the structure of the Church of Light. Clerical arrangement. Pope. As the supreme leader of the Church of Light, the Pope wields authority over the interpretation of doctrine, the presiding of rituals, and major decision-making, directly appointed by the Lord of Light. This position is held by the most devout and wise individual within the Church, whose decisions play a pivotal role in guiding the Church's direction. Archbishop. Overseeing various dioceses. Adorned in resplendent crimson robes, the Archbishop bears the responsibility of disseminating doctrine, managing church assets, and guiding the spiritual practices of the faithful. They regularly report to the Pope and serve as the Church's core representative in localities. College of Cardinals. Comprised of seasoned archbishops, this body acts as the Pope's advisory council, participating in high-level decisions of the Church, providing counsel on critical matters such as doctrinal interpretation and personnel appointments. Bishop. Responsible for church affairs within cities or regions. The bishop serves as a bridge between the higher echelons and the grassroots, presiding over daily rituals, addressing the concerns of the faithful, supervising church operations, and selecting talent. Priest. Directly serving the faithful, the priest officiates masses, weddings, and other ceremonies, listens to confessions, and propagates doctrine, serving as a vital link between the church and its adherents. Monks and nuns. Engaged in contemplative practice within monasteries, they embody the doctrine through prayer and labor, providing spiritual support to the Church, while also participating in charitable endeavors to cultivate a relatable image of the Church. Military forces. Order of the Holy Knights, composed of devout and skilled knights, clad in heavy armor inscribed with sacred runes and wielding weapons adorned with radiant gems. They excel in close combat, tasked with combating heretics and dark forces, forming the backbone of the Church's martial prowess. Order of Light Mages. These mages are adept in the arcane arts of light, donning robes inscribed with runes and wielding staves, capable of casting healing and offensive spells, providing formidable magical support during battles while dedicating their time to the study of magic, ensuring the Church's technical fortitude. Avengers. As a clandestine assassination unit, they are garbed in dark attire and equipped with concealed weapons imbued with the power of light, skilled in stealth, tasked with eliminating key figures posing threats to the Church. Their actions are shrouded in secrecy, striking with lethal precision. Temple Guardians. Protectors of the Church's core areas. Clad in silver armor and wielding long spears and shields, they maintain strict discipline, utilizing robust defense and teamwork to repel external threats. ensuring the church's safety. Missionary Escort Brigade, accompanying missionaries on their journeys, clad in lightweight leather armor and armed with daggers and light shields, they are responsible for safeguarding the missionary's safety, ensuring the unhindered spread of doctrine. Under the meticulous schemes of Tyrion and the Red Priestess, a comprehensive reorganization and sanctification of the existing military forces has taken place. The Ironblood Legion, once renowned for its ironclad discipline and formidable defense, has been officially renamed the Temple Guardians. They retain their heavy armor, which has been re-engraved with sacred runes symbolizing light, shimmering subtly under the sun. Their long spears and shields have been specially enhanced, with gems representing the protective will of the Holy See embedded at the center of their shields. These guardians are characterized by their strict discipline, their duties having transformed from mere military defense to the dedicated protection of the Holy See's temple and other significant locations, offering an impenetrable defense and unwavering loyalty against any adversaries that dare to encroach upon the sanctity of the Holy See. The Roaring Legion, once feared for its valiant charges and thunderous roars that struck terror into the hearts of enemies, has now metamorphosed into the Order of Divine Judgment. The knights have donned resplendent white armor adorned with golden trim and embroidered with the emblem of the lighted cross, embodying their sacred mission to act in the name of the light. Their weapons have been imbued with divine power, and when they wield their swords, it appears as though the very force of light surges forth. These knights are regarded as the enforcers of the Holy See's justice, tasked with vanquishing heretics and battling dark forces, employing thunderous methods to uphold the purity and dignity of the Light's doctrine. The Shadow Troops, once cloaked in darkness and striking fear with their ghostly movements, have been officially renamed the Punishers under the reforms initiated by Tyrion and the Red Priestess. The Punishers continue to wear their black garb, blending seamlessly into the shadows, their presence almost undetectable. Their weapons are no longer mere daggers, but rather enhanced with the power of light, emitting a chilling gleam as they strike, accompanied by the surge of sacred energy. Their missions have shifted from ordinary assassinations to the elimination of key figures that pose a threat to the Holy See. They serve as the razor-sharp blade of the Holy See, executing precise strikes from the darkness, vanquishing foes silently and effectively, thereby safeguarding the authority and sanctity of the Holy See. Following the fervent preparations and reforms orchestrated by Tyrion and the Red Priestess, the structure of the Holy See has gradually crystallized, with each force assuming its designated role. Tyrion, leveraging his intellect, strategic acumen, and mastery of power, has temporarily taken on the mantle of the leader of the Order of Divine Judgment. He is acutely aware of the weight of this position, which not only requires him to elevate the knight's capabilities, but also to combat heretics in the name of light and defend the dignity and doctrine of the Holy See. Meanwhile, the Red Priestess, due to her profound understanding of the light's teachings, exceptional missionary abilities, and steadfast faith, has ascended to the position of Archbishop. Clad in a resplendent red robe symbolizing her authority and adorned with the bishop's crown, her gaze reflects wisdom and devotion. As Archbishop, she will oversee the affairs of a significant diocese dedicated to spreading the teachings of light, nurturing believers, and ensuring that more souls bask in the radiance of the Lord of Light. This series of appointments undoubtedly marks a solid first step in the grand vision of expanding faith orchestrated by the Holy See. The Knights of the Faith, led by Tyrion, will serve as the backbone of the Church's military might, safeguarding the dissemination of faith. The Scarlet Witch, as the Archbishop, will play a pivotal role in the propagation of doctrine and the development of followers. They act as the teacher's right and left hands, expanding their influence in various realms, making significant strides towards the goal of spreading the light of doctrine across the continent. Chapter 80. Scheming in Dorne. Tywin returned triumphantly from the northern battlefield to the resounding cheers of the populace in King's Landing. However, his countenance bore no trace of relaxation due to victory. Upon entering the city, he immediately set about reorganizing his troops. He restructured the army, distributing the elite warriors honed on the northern front across various legions to enhance overall combat effectiveness. The supply officers were busily occupied, meticulously inventorying and replenishing weapons and provisions as per Tywin's orders, ensuring that every weapon was razor-sharp and every sack of grain was full. In the blacksmith's forge, fires blazed day and night, producing new armor and arrows. In the stables, grooms tended to the war horses, grooming their manes and fitting them with shoes, ensuring these instruments of war were ready for battle at any moment. In the council chamber, Tywin was equally decisive. He imposed severe punishments on those nobles who sought to exploit his absence for personal gain, serving as a warning to others and reinforcing the unassailable authority of House Lannister. Simultaneously, he promoted a cadre of loyal and capable officials to key positions, solidifying his rule and ensuring swift communication and execution of orders. Having addressed the affairs of the city, Tywin's gaze turned southward towards Dorne. At that moment, a confidential letter arrived, detailing various movements within Dorne. The Dornish forces were frequently mobilizing at the borders, their training regimens noticeably intensified, and they were clandestinely engaging with factions discontented with House Lannister. Upon reading the letter, Tywin's expression darkened, and he slammed it onto the table, exclaiming with anger, "Do these rebellious Dornish truly believe that House Lannister, having just emerged from the northern conflict, is incapable of addressing them? How dare they act with such audacity, openly challenging our family's authority?" He promptly summoned Jaime, Kevin, and other core family members to the council chamber to deliberate on a strategy. "Gentlemen, Dorne is now stirring, and their intentions are treacherous. We cannot stand idly by while they grow in strength, posing a threat to the Lannister dominion. I have decided to mobilize our forces immediately to quell Dorne." Tywin's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the assembly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Jaime furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns. "Father, our army has just returned from the north, and the soldiers are utterly exhausted. A campaign in Dorne, with its arduous terrain and formidable defenses, could lead us into a protracted struggle." Seated at the head of the table, Tywin rhythmically tapped his fingers on the armrest, his eyes deep and composed. He nodded slightly, responding gravely, "Jaime, your concerns are valid, and I am well aware of the state of our troops. However, if we do not curb Dorne's restless ambitions promptly, it will undoubtedly become a significant problem in the future." The assembly exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for a solution. At this juncture, a glint of cunning flashed in Tywin's eyes as he slowly proposed, "I have a stratagem. We shall feign sending troops northward, publicly claiming we are assisting House Bolton in quelling the remnants of rebellion in the north. The forces from Dorne will undoubtedly keep a vigilant watch on our movements. Upon witnessing our troops making a renewed advance northward, they will likely perceive an opportunity to strike and may not be able to restrain themselves from deploying their forces. At the very moment they commit their full strength, our elite troops, strategically concealed, will launch a swift counterattack, penetrating deep into the heart of Dorne." Hearing this, Jaime's eyes momentarily glimmered with realization, yet he could not suppress his skepticism. "Father, while this strategy is indeed clever, the current situation in the north is tenuous at best. The Bolton family may not cooperate with our ruse, and with our army's retreating march being extensive, how can we ensure that our plans remain undisclosed and that we catch them off guard?" Tywin scoffed lightly and replied, "The Bolton family is currently precariously positioned in the north. They require the support of our Lannister family to solidify their status. With a modicum of pressure and the promise of certain benefits, they will undoubtedly acquiesce. As for information leakage, our intelligence network is far from inept. We shall preemptively seal off any news and designate trustworthy individuals to convey our orders, ensuring the utmost secrecy of our operations. Moreover, our elite troops can maneuver via covert paths, evading Dorne's surveillance. By the time they realize our intentions, we will already be at their gates." Kevin Lannister nodded in agreement, adding, "Should this plan succeed, it will not only thwart Dorne's ambitions in one fell swoop, but also leave them significantly weakened, rendering them incapable of posing a threat to us for the foreseeable future. Additionally, it will afford our soldiers a much-needed respite, yielding multiple advantages." The assembly within the hall murmured amongst themselves, weighing the merits and drawbacks of the plan. Ultimately, under Tywin's unwavering insistence and thorough analysis, a consensus was reached. A clandestine scheme against Dorne was quietly set in motion, awaiting the moment they would unwittingly step into this meticulously crafted trap. With Tywin's strategy finalized, the Lannister family swiftly mobilized. Jaime, leading a substantial army, marched resolutely northward, the banners fluttering in the wind, the soldiers maintaining perfect formation, raising clouds of dust as they appeared ready to fully support the Bolton family in quelling the rebellion in the north. Simultaneously, Tywin discreetly selected a cadre of seasoned warriors, entrusting them to a trusted commander who concealed them in the hills surrounding King's Landing. These soldiers trained relentlessly day and night, ever prepared to execute the deadly counterattack. Tywin personally met in secret with Ramsay Bolton, the patriarch of the Bolton family, and after a mix of intimidation and enticement, the Bolton family readily agreed to collaborate in this grand charade, publicly declaring that the North's rebellion had reignited and urgently required the assistance of the Lannister family. Meanwhile, in Dorne, Princess Elia Martell's personal guard captain, Quentyn Martell, learned of the Lannister army's renewed advance northward, igniting a fierce blaze of vengeance in his heart. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Lannisters, mourning the tragic fate of Princess Elia for years. Now he felt that the moment for retribution had finally arrived. The Lannisters, having wreaked havoc in the north, were now marching toward their doom, leaving King's Landing vulnerable. He would ensure justice for the princess. Quentyn sharpened his curved blade while addressing the Dornish warriors under his command. Soon, Quentyn gathered the most valiant troops from Dorne and led them forth like a surging tide toward the north. The Dornish soldiers, brimming with morale, marched swiftly through the sweltering desert, stirring clouds of dust in their wake. They traversed narrow mountain valleys and forded rushing rivers, advancing relentlessly towards King's Landing, while the terrified villagers along the way fled into the depths of the mountains. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, the elite Lannister forces, upon receiving Tywin's orders, surged forth like a deadly blade unsheathed, swiftly targeting the rear of the Dornish army. They stealthily navigated a little-known mountain path, skillfully evading the Dornish scouts. Just as the Dornish forces focused their efforts on besieging King's Landing, a thunderous battle cry erupted from behind them. The Dornish soldiers, taken by surprise, turned around to witness the Lannister banners flickering through the swirling dust, their gleaming weapons reflecting a chilling intent under the blazing sun. Quentyn's countenance paled. He had never anticipated that the Lannister clan would devise such a meticulous trap. Yet, embodying the bravery and resilience of the Dornish spirit, he remained undaunted and bellowed, "Steady yourselves. We Dornish warriors fear not these Southerners." With that, Quentyn brandished his curved blade and charged headlong into the Lannister ranks. The battlefield erupted into a maelstrom of chaos, with cries of battle and the clash of weapons resonating through the air. With his exceptional skill and fearless valor, Quentyn maneuvered through the enemy lines, leaving fallen Lannister soldiers in his wake. However, the encirclement by the Lannister troops grew ever tighter, and the Dornish forces found themselves cornered. In the thick of battle, Quentyn seized an opportunity and charged towards the Lannister commander, intent on capturing the leader to cripple the enemy. Yet, just as he was about to succeed, an arrow shot from a hidden Lannister archer struck his thigh. Pain surged through him, causing him to falter, nearly dropping his blade. Seizing the moment, several Lannister soldiers surged forward, surrounding him completely. Despite his fierce resistance, Quentyn sustained multiple injuries and, ultimately exhausted, was captured. Upon receiving news of the victory from the front lines, Tywin's face broke into a satisfied smile. He rode a grand steed, slowly approaching the battlefield. Observing the remnants of the Dornish forces, he coldly remarked, "To dare provoke the Lannister family is to invite such a fate." In the aftermath of this battle, the Dornish were gravely weakened, unable to challenge the Lannister clan in the near future. Conversely, the Lannisters further solidified their dominion over Westeros, and Tywin's renown grew ever more fearsome, becoming a symbol of power and cunning across the continent. With Quentyn Sand captured, the Dornish army was left leaderless, collapsing in disarray. On the battlefield, Dornish soldiers discarded their armor and fled in panic, while Lannister troops pursued them relentlessly, the cries of battle fading, leaving only the acrid scent of smoke and blood in the air. Tywin remained seated in his tent, his expression betraying little joy upon hearing the battle reports. For him, victory in war was merely a foreseen outcome. He commanded that Quentyn Sand be brought before him, although gravely wounded and supported by 2 soldiers. Quentyn's eyes still radiated the stubbornness and indomitable spirit of the Dornish. Tywin surveyed the captive before him and spoke slowly, "Young man, the people of Dorne have always been restless, repeatedly challenging my Lannister family. What do you have to say today?" Quentyn spat defiantly and cursed, "Lannisters, you wretched villains. Your hands are stained with the blood of my Dornish kin. Even in defeat today, I shall never yield." Tywin let out a cold laugh. "Bravado will not save Dorne. Your army lies in tatters. Should I march forth, it would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist to lay waste to Dorne. Do you wish to witness your people suffer and your homes reduced to rubble?" Quentyn trembled at the thought, his heart filled with reluctance. Yet the image of the devastation that awaited his people silenced him. Noticing a shift in his demeanor, Tywin continued, "I offer you a chance. If Dorne submits completely to the Lannister family, providing tribute annually and obeying my commands, I shall spare your people and ensure their safety. Should you persist in resistance, the consequences are clear." Quentyn gritted his teeth, wrestling with his inner turmoil. After a long pause, he lifted his gaze, filled with resignation and righteous anger. "How can I trust you?" Tywin rose and approached him, his gaze unwavering. "I, Tywin Lannister, am a man of my word. If I were to break my promise, the 7 gods themselves would forsake me." Quentyn understood he had no other choice. For the sake of his people, he had to swallow his pride. He lowered his head and, in a hoarse voice, acquiesced. Very well, I accept your terms. But should you dare to betray us, though Dorne may be weak, we shall fight to our last breath. Satisfied, Tywin nodded and commanded that Quentyn's wounds be tended to, instructing him to return to Dorne immediately to convey the surrender. Upon his return, Quentyn informed the Dornish nobles of the battlefield's grim defeat and Tywin's conditions. The news sparked chaos. Some were furious and clamored for continued resistance, while others, stricken with fear, advocated for peace. After a vigorous debate, considering Dorne's dire situation, the nobles ultimately reached a consensus to submit to the Lannister family. Dorne sent envoys bearing precious tributes to King's Landing, presenting Tywin with tokens of fealty. In the Grand Hall of the Red Keep, Tywin sat upon the Iron Throne, receiving the Dornish emissaries' homage. The envoys respectfully offered the tributes and the letter of surrender. Tywin glanced over them, a faint smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "From this day forth, Dorne shall be a loyal vassal of House Lannister. Should there be any treachery, severe punishment shall follow." Thus, Dorne completely submitted to the Lannister family. Its once proud spirit finally subdued under Tywin's iron will. The political landscape of Westeros underwent a significant transformation. The power of House Lannister soared, their dominion expanded, and Tywin's name became a figure of dread across the continent. Chapter 81. Tywin's surprise faith harvesting in a study illuminated by the flickering glow of candles. Tywin Lannister was immersed in a mountain of affairs, his brow furrowed and expression focused. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Tywin instinctively looked up. His quill momentarily suspended in midair, his entire being seemingly frozen in place, as his expression shifted from displeasure to utter astonishment. In strode Tyrion, his demeanor transformed beyond recognition. Once a diminutive and hunched figure, he now stood tall and poised, each step measured and resolute, his broad shoulders and robust chest radiating masculinity. His visage was utterly revitalized. Where once lay a face marred by imperfections and tinged with absurdity, now emerged sharp features, a prominent nose, and lips that were both firm and alluring. His deep blue eyes sparkled with confidence, and his previously sparse, disheveled hair now cascaded thick and lustrous across his forehead. Tywin opened his mouth, yet for a moment, no words emerged. His gaze flitted over Tyrion, as if seeking remnants of the once ridiculed dwarf in the striking man before him. Tyrion's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes, as he softly remarked, "Father, I suppose you did not anticipate our reunion to unfold in this manner." His voice, rich and resonant, bore none of the harshness and self-deprecation of the past. Finally, Tywin regained his voice, laboriously asking, "What has happened to you?" Tyrion stepped forward, halting before his father, a flicker of pride in his eyes. "This transformation is thanks to my brother, Loras, and his divine prowess. He has not only altered my appearance, but has also restored my stature." Upon hearing Loras's divine abilities, a complex emotion flickered in Tywin's gaze. He had always known of the enigmatic power Loras possessed. Yet witnessing Tyrion's metamorphosis from a figure of ridicule into the striking man before him stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. "Loras possesses such capability," Tywin murmured, a blend of awe for Loras's divine gifts and an underlying concern regarding the shifting dynamics of their family's power evident in his tone. Seemingly reading Tywin's thoughts, Tyrion squinted slightly and continued, "Father, I am no longer the Tyrion who was once bullied and deemed a disgrace by our family. I possess strength now, along with new convictions." His words carried an undeniable resolve, as if heralding the return of a formidable Tyrion, poised to usher in an unprecedented transformation within House Lannister. With unwavering determination, Tyrion locked eyes with Tywin, his tone resolute. "Father, I require your support to assist my brother in unifying the faith across the Seven Kingdoms." He leaned forward slightly, his hands instinctively clenching, as if envisioning the grand tableau of a realm united in worship of a singular deity. At this proclamation, Tywin, still reeling from Tyrion's astounding transformation, suddenly stiffened, leaning back into his chair, his brow furrowed, scrutinizing his son with piercing intensity. "Do you comprehend the gravity of what you are saying?" Tywin's voice was deep and austere, resonating in the stillness of the study. Each word echoing with the weight of the Seven Kingdoms' convoluted faith, a legacy woven through centuries that could not simply be unified by mere proclamation. Tyrion, undeterred by Tywin's imposing presence, stepped forward eagerly and asserted, "Father, the current circumstances differ greatly from the past. My brother's divine powers have manifested, presenting us with an unparalleled opportunity. The Seven Kingdoms have long been mired in power struggles, and the common folk suffer greatly. They yearn for a formidable and unified faith to offer them hope and solace. We can leverage my brother's miraculous deeds to fervently promote disbelief within the Lannister territories, using our family's influence to gradually win the populace's acceptance. Tywin stroked his chin, contemplating the implications of this proposal. Matters of faith are intricate and far-reaching. Any misstep could incite widespread outrage and provoke a coalition of opposing forces. Moreover, the Church's entrenched influence in the Seven Kingdoms is profound. They will not relinquish their power and status easily. Precisely for this reason, we must take the initiative, Tyrion replied, his eyes alight with fervor as he grew increasingly animated. We can begin by aligning the doctrine with the daily lives and values of the Seven Kingdoms populace, ensuring they perceive this not as an imposed faith, but rather as a force capable of genuinely enhancing their lives. As for the Church, we need not rush into direct confrontation. Instead, we can adopt a strategy of appeasement and division. By winning over discontented clergy with promises of rewards and status, we can undermine the Church's opposition from within. Tywin's gaze lingered on Tyrion, contemplating the feasibility of his words. This endeavor requires substantial resources and meticulous planning. How confident are you? Tywin inquired slowly, his tone still laced with skepticism, yet undeniably softened. Tyrion straightened with renewed confidence, responding, "Father, I shall devote myself entirely to this cause. It is not solely for my brother, but for the Lannister family. Once the faith of the Seven Kingdoms is unified, our family's prestige will reach unprecedented heights, solidifying the foundations of the Iron Throne." In that moment, the atmosphere in the study grew tense, as Tyrion's words rippled through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, heralding the quiet unveiling of a significant scheme concerning the trajectory of faith in the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 82. The Ascendance of the God of Light in the labyrinthine streets of King's Landing. A tempest of faith was gathering with astonishing speed, wreaking havoc. The city, once firmly under the sway of the faith of the Seven, was now plunged into chaos by a royal decree. King Tommen, influenced by Cersei's formidable and ambitious presence, had resolutely turned his back on the centuries-old faith of the Seven, plunging headlong into the enigmatic embrace of the Lord of Light. This transformation detonated like a massive bomb at the heart of King's Landing, causing the entire city to tremble. The once revered and bustling temples of the Seven were now deserted, their clergy wearing expressions of deep concern, while the faithful wandered like lost lambs, ensnared in profound confusion and panic. Tommen's astonishing transformation was not without reason. Cersei, increasingly ensnared in the vortex of power, yearned desperately to harness a more potent and enigmatic force to solidify her precarious rule alongside her son. Upon hearing the legendary and mysterious doctrines of the Lord of Light, along with the astonishing miracles recounted by his fervent followers, she immediately recognized this as the pivotal element to reverse the tide and ensure the Lannister family's enduring dominance at the pinnacle of power. Under Tywin's instructions and Cersei's relentless encouragement and manipulation, Tommen began to unabashedly proclaim his devout faith in the Lord of Light, even going so far as to deploy the vast resources of the crown to support the extensive missionary efforts of the Lord's devotees throughout the city. The followers of the Lord of Light, clad in robes as pure as freshly fallen snow, surged into every corner of King's Landing like a powerful and cleansing tide. Among them were a particularly notable group of priests imbued with the light's divine power, adorned with intricate white hoods and golden sun emblems that shimmered with a gentle radiance. These symbols represented the unparalleled glory of the Lord of Light. Their eyes radiated tranquility and compassion, exuding an extraordinary aura in their every gesture. They traversed the city's streets and alleys, bringing hope and warmth wherever they went. In the most dilapidated slums, where poverty and disease reigned, the priests paused. They softly chanted mysterious prayers, raising their hands with palms upward, from which a gentle golden light began to flow, seemingly imbued with the power to heal all ailments. An elderly woman named Martha, long afflicted by a debilitating illness and rendered nearly immobile by her frailty, had lost all hope in life due to her impoverished circumstances. Upon learning of her plight, the priests hurried to her dilapidated dwelling. Surrounding Martha's bedside, they closed their eyes and began to pray earnestly. As their prayers resonated, the golden light intensified, gradually enveloping her frail body. Within this radiance, the priests produced meticulously prepared herbs that, nourished by the light's essence, seemed to pulsate with newfound vitality. They brewed the herbs into a healing potion, carefully administering it to Martha, under the dual influence of the light and the herbal remedy. Color gradually returned to Martha's previously pallid face, and her furrowed brow began to unfurl. With tears of gratitude, she mustered all her strength to grasp the priest's hand tightly. her voice trembling yet sincere as she declared, "I believed I was destined to die alone in this pain and poverty, but you, the power of the Lord of Light, have saved me. Your God must be a true deity, a savior for us, the destitute." In addition to healing the sick, the priests actively engaged in other charitable endeavors for the impoverished populace. They set up large pots in the streets, cooking steaming porridge to distribute to those who were scantily clothed and starving. Children lined up, their eyes gleaming with hope and astonishment, joyfully receiving the life-sustaining bowls of warm porridge. In a compassionate display of benevolence, the clergy extend the radiant power of light to assist the homeless, constructing rudimentary shelters that shield them from the elements, while distributing warm blankets and clothing to provide them with a flicker of warmth amidst the chill of a harsh world. As the influence of the Lord of Light spreads through King's Landing like wildfire, the plight of the followers of the Seven grows increasingly dire, beset by relentless challenges. Under the manipulation of Cersei, King Tommen enacts a series of draconian and merciless decrees, imposing comprehensive restrictions on the practices of the faith of the Seven. The precious assets of the Seven's temples are ruthlessly confiscated, and once revered clergy are exiled, with many suffering brutal persecution. The once stately and sanctified churches of the Seven now stand desolate, their grandeur diminished, some even forcibly converted into temples for the Lord of Light. The anger and resentment of the Seven's followers burn like an unquenchable flame, prompting secret gatherings where they quietly deliberate strategies for resistance. Among them, a faction of radical devotees, their eyes alight with fury, boldly proclaim their intention to rise against the king's oppression, vowing to reclaim their ancestral rights to faith at any cost. Meanwhile, the adherents of the Lord of Light, especially those endowed with divine power, remain unyielding in their conviction that their deity is the one true God, believing their endeavors are solely for the purpose of spreading light and saving humanity. The tension between the two factions escalates, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit, ready to snap. On the streets of King's Landing, one frequently witnesses the two groups poised for confrontation, the air thick with a palpable tension reminiscent of gunpowder. The eyes of the populace brim with deep-seated hostility and vigilance, where the slightest movement could ignite a spark of conflict. A large-scale confrontation, born of faith, looms ominously, threatening to engulf the entirety of King's Landing in unending flames of war, like the sword of Damocles hanging precariously over the city, ready to descend and consume it whole. In this tumultuous land of King's Landing, the storm of faith has already turned the city upside down, and the arrival of the Holy Judgment Knights has utterly destabilized the situation, presenting an overwhelmingly one-sided dynamic. The Holy Judgment Knights, a mysterious armed force clad in gleaming silver armor, pledge their allegiance to the Lord of Light, with the mission of spreading doctrine and purging dissent. Each member of the order is highly skilled and disciplined, their presence akin to a torrent of steel that instantly alters the landscape of the religious conflict in King's Landing. At the helm of the knights stands a legendary figure named Roland. Towering and robust, he resembles a majestic mountain, his silver hair glistening in the sunlight, and his resolute visage sculpted by time like marble. The depths of his eyes blaze with fervent devotion to the Lord of Light. Armed with a long sword that radiates a sacred glow, inscribed with enigmatic runes, it is said to be a divine artifact bestowed upon him by the Lord of Light, capable of severing all darkness. As the Holy Judgment Knights step into King's Landing, they swiftly join forces with the followers of the Lord of Light in their righteous struggle. The knights rode upon their majestic steeds, galloping through the streets of the city, their hooves echoing like thunder, reminiscent of the war drums of the Lord of Light. Wherever they traversed, the followers of the Seven Gods found themselves defenseless. In a fierce confrontation, a group of devotees attempted to reclaim a church transformed into a temple of the Lord of Light. Armed with rudimentary weapons and fueled by fervent anger and despair, they charged towards the sanctuary. However, the holy judicators were already poised for battle. At Roland's command, the knights surged forth like tigers descending from their mountain lair upon the followers of the Seven. Their swords glimmered with a cold light under the sun, each swing infused with tremendous force, effortlessly shattering the resistance of the Seven's adherents. The terrified devotees realized they confronted not mere mortals, but the divine arbiters sent forth by the Lord of Light. Meanwhile, the priests, endowed with the power of light, provided support from the rear, chanting prayers. They infused the knights' weapons and armor with radiant energy, significantly amplifying their might. With the aid of the priests, the holy judicators became an unstoppable force. A young follower of the Seven, named Adrian, watched helplessly as his comrades fell one by one under the onslaught of the holy judicators, his heart brimming with fear and despair. He attempted to raise his wooden staff in defiance, only to be effortlessly struck aside by a knight. Adrian tumbled to the ground, gazing into the knight's icy gaze, where he perceived the shadow of death looming over him. At that moment, Roland approached, looking down upon Adrian with disdain, coldly proclaiming, "Abandon your antiquated faith. The Lord of Light is the sole path to salvation." As the relentless assault of the holy judicators continued, the resistance of the Seven's followers gradually waned. Streets and alleys of King's Landing were adorned with the fluttering banners of the Lord of Light. The once sacred temples of the Seven were nearly all converted into sanctuaries for the Lord of Light. The followers of the Seven were either coerced into converting or fled in terror from King's Landing. King Tommen and Cersei observed this scene with undisguised delight, believing that with the might of the holy judicators and the Lord of Light, their rule would become more solidified. However, they remained oblivious to the burgeoning power of the holy judicators, which was becoming increasingly unmanageable. The populace of King's Landing, though outwardly submissive to the faith of the Lord of Light, harbored deep-seated fears and confusion regarding this sudden transformation. The city, seemingly restored to tranquility under the radiance of the Lord of Light, was, in reality, a cauldron of unrest. Chapter 83. The hidden concerns of faith's power. The streets and alleys of King's Landing were now filled with fervent adherents propagating the doctrines of the Lord of Light. Clad in pristine white robes, they traversed every corner of the city, passionately recounting the greatness and benevolence of the Lord of Light to passers-by. Groups of devotees congregated, some standing in the bustling marketplace, while others occupied street corners, holding scrolls adorned with the likeness of the Lord of Light, reciting fervently, "O Lord of Light, with your boundless brilliance, dispel the darkness of the world. With a heart of compassion, shelter the suffering of all beings. Those who believe in our Lord shall find redemption." Their voices rose and fell in harmonious cadence, echoing like a symphony of faith through the skies of the city. Moreover, towering statues of the Lord of Light have sprung up across the city of Junlin, reminiscent of bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These statues, meticulously sculpted from pure white marble, are lifelike, with the solemn and majestic visage of the Lord of Light overlooking the city. Adorned with golden patterns, they radiate a dazzling brilliance under the sun, as if divine power truly emanates from them. Among them, the largest statue stands proudly in the central square of the city. This statue, soaring to several tens of zhang in height, is mounted on a sturdy granite base, intricately carved with reliefs depicting the miracles of the Lord of Light. With arms outstretched, the statue seems to embrace the city, offering protection to all. Surrounding the base, devout worshippers gather throughout the day, some kneeling in prayer, while others clasp their hands in silent wishes, their eyes filled with awe and faith in the Lord of Light. In front of a newly renovated temple dedicated to the Lord of Light, a young believer named Lila excitedly introduces the doctrine to a passerby. "Behold that statue. It is the embodiment of the Lord of Light. Since the gospel of the Lord has arrived, our lives have been imbued with hope. Once, we struggled in darkness, tormented by poverty and disease, but now, the priests heal the sick with the power of light and assist the destitute. This is indeed the grace of the Lord of Light." However, not all individuals welcome this sudden shift in faith with open arms. Some elderly traditionalists, witnessing the familiar visage of their city transformed beyond recognition, are filled with a sense of loss and helplessness. They long for the serene life under the faith of the seven gods, harboring a subtle unease towards the newly emerged statues and fervent followers. Yet, under the intimidation of the holy judgment knights, they can only bury these sentiments deep within their hearts. As Laos fully merges with the primordial realm, an overwhelming surge of faith cascades towards him like an endless torrent. Empowered by this immense force, Laos radiates a resplendent glow, transforming into a deity of radiant light, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. With a thought, he realizes that he can not only absorb the power of faith, but also possesses the remarkable ability to channel it back to his followers. With a gentle closing of his eyes, he concentrates, his consciousness weaving like an invisible thread, instantly spreading to every inch of the lands of the Seven Kingdoms, establishing a mystical connection with the hearts of every believer. Inside the grand cathedral of the Lord of Light in Junlin, worshippers are fervently kneeling in prayer. Suddenly, a warm and powerful force surges into their bodies, gently enveloping their souls, akin to the caress of the spring sun upon the heart. The believers open their eyes in astonishment and ecstasy, feeling the presence of Laos, as if the divine has descended among them, igniting their faith with an even fiercer flame. A young worshipper trembles with excitement, exclaiming loudly, "Praise Laos! We feel your power." In the icy village of the northern plains, the cold wind howls and snowflakes dance through the air. In the central clearing of the village, believers gather together to perform a simple ritual. At that moment, the power of faith surged like a warm current, penetrating the frigid air and infusing the bodies of every devoted follower. Those who had trembled in the cold suddenly felt an overwhelming warmth and strength enveloping them. An elderly man, tears brimming in his eyes, bowed reverently to the heavens, exclaiming, "Lord Rouse, you have never forgotten us, your people, who dwell in this harsh land." In the riverside town of Hudgian, the marketplace bustled with activity. Some believers silently prayed in the small church by the street. In an instant, the power of faith coursed through their veins, invigorating them. A woman, once frail and ailing, suddenly felt her body grow light, as if the afflictions that had burdened her for years had lifted considerably. Astonished, she covered her mouth in disbelief, then joined the surrounding faithful in jubilant celebration, expressing gratitude for Rouse's blessings. As Rouse continuously imparted the power of faith to his followers, the devotees across the Seven Kingdoms grew increasingly fervent and devout. Their belief in Rouse reached unprecedented heights, and this very power of faith reciprocated, creating a robust cycle that elevated Rouse's influence in the primordial world to unparalleled heights. The entire Seven Kingdoms, bound by this wondrous connection of faith, gradually progressed toward a new order, poised for a grand transformation. Rouse found himself immersed in the vortex of faith's power, initially awestruck by the sense of control this formidable force bestowed upon him. However, as time passed, he keenly discerned its nuances. Though the power of faith surged like a raging tide, granting him the ability to effect monumental change, it was not solely his own. Interwoven within were the complex emotional energies of countless followers. Upon deeper reflection, he sensed a blend of emotions within that power, the fear and despair of believers facing adversity. Akin to the deep-rooted dread experienced during the harsh winters of the North, this emotion cast a shadow over the power of faith. Conversely, there was the ecstatic gratitude of those who received protection, reminiscent of the overwhelming reverence and appreciation expressed by the populace following the cessation of a plague in King's Landing, infusing the power of faith with fervor and passion. Additionally, there was the anger and hatred born from extremist beliefs. As fervent followers of the Light Lord directed their wrath toward heretics, embedding a latent ferocity within the power of faith. These tangled emotional energies, like impurities, while amplifying the might of faith, rendered it increasingly unwieldy. Rouse understood that relying on such power was akin to constructing a tower upon shifting sands, imposing in appearance, yet fraught with peril. He began to contemplate how to purify this force, to extricate the emotional impurities and transform it into a truly pure and wholly controllable power, thereby solidifying his position in the primordial world and safeguarding against the potential backlash of this intricate power of faith. Chapter 84. The Scheme of Conquest Across the Land. Enslaving dragons in the spacious and lavishly appointed study of Kagan City, candle flames flickered, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. Rouse sat opposite Tywin, the atmosphere thick with tension yet tinged with a hint of excitement. Tywin, the head of House Lannister, clad in a heavy robe adorned with golden embroidery that signified his family's nobility, bore the marks of time upon his face. Yet, his eyes remained sharp as an eagle's, intensely focused on the map before him, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he contemplated the situation. Rouse emanated an aura of mystery, his very existence seemingly transcending the mundane. As the son of Tywin, he possessed a strength and wisdom that ordinary mortals could scarcely aspire to. Father, the Seven Kingdoms now lie under our control, gradually settling into a state of stability, while the bountiful eastern continent radiates an alluring glow. It is a realm rich in resources and wealth. Should we incorporate it into our domain, our family's glory will reach unprecedented heights. Rouse spoke with unwavering conviction, his gaze fixed upon the map of the east. Tywin furrowed his brow slightly, lifting his eyes from the map to regard his son. To mobilize forces toward the eastern continent is no trivial endeavor. The journey is long, and the logistics daunting, not to mention the unknown powers and complex situations we would face upon landing. A single misstep could lead us to irreversible ruin. A confident smile graced Rouse's lips. Father, I have anticipated this. I intend to establish a teleportation array between the two continents. With my mastery of the arcane forces, I am certain that this array will be successfully constructed. Our army will then be able to traverse the ocean in an instant, descending upon the eastern continent like divine warriors, catching them unawares. A flicker of surprise crossed Tywin's eyes, quickly replaced by contemplation. He recognized his son's capabilities. If a teleportation array could indeed be realized, their chances of victory in this war would significantly increase. Yet, while this array might resolve the issue of troop deployment, the resources and effort required for its construction were staggering, and ensuring its stability and safety was paramount. Any error could result in catastrophic consequences. Laos nodded, his expression serious. Father, the responsibility of constructing the teleportation array rests upon my shoulders. I will devote all my strength to ensure its successful completion and stable operation. As for you, Father, your unparalleled expertise in military strategy and troop management will be essential. It is time for you to assemble a formidable force, adequately preparing for this cross-continental campaign. Tywin rose, placing his hands behind his back as he paced the study. After a moment, he halted, his gaze resolute. Very well, since you possess such confidence, we shall take this leap of faith. The glory of House Lannister shall surely shine upon the eastern continent. With their discussion concluded, Laos approached the window of the study, gesturing with his hands while murmuring an incantation. As he moved, an extraordinary light began to manifest in the sky outside, the outline of a massive magical array becoming discernible. This was the embryonic form of the teleportation array connecting the two continents, embodying the ambitions and hopes of father and son, poised to embark on an epic journey. Tywin turned and strode purposefully toward the castle's barracks, preparing to summon the commanders and issue orders for mobilization. The entire city of Casterly Rock quickly became abuzz with activity due to this significant decision. Sparks flew from the blacksmith's forge, soldiers intensified their training, and a war that would span continents was slowly unfolding. Once Laos successfully established the teleportation array linking the two continents, he was enveloped by a mysterious and potent force. Closing his eyes, he harnessed the extraordinary perception granted by his fusion with the primordial world, instantly sensing the presence of Daenerys and her 3 dragons in Slaver's Bay. With a mere thought, he transformed into a streak of light, traversing the vast distance in the blink of an eye, abruptly appearing before Daenerys and her dragons. At that moment, Daenerys was in the dragon's lair, affectionately interacting with her beloved dragons. The largest among them, Drogon, loomed like a mountain, his scales shimmering with a golden hue in the dim light. He gently nudged Daenerys' hand, emitting a deep, rumbling purr. Rhaegal and Viserion flanked him, occasionally flapping their wings, stirring up a powerful gust of wind. Immersed in this warmth, Daenerys remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. As Laos appeared, an overwhelming and suffocating aura enveloped the scene. Daenerys' eyes widened in astonishment as she instinctively drew a dagger from her waist, positioning herself protectively in front of her dragons, demanding, "Who are you? Why have you intruded here?" A cold smile crept across Laos's lips as he offered no reply, his hands moving rapidly as he recited incantations. In an instant, a blinding light erupted around him, mysterious and eerie runes flickering within the radiance, coalescing into an invisible yet resilient net that surged toward Daenerys and her 3 dragons. Drogon was the first to react, sensing the intense threat. He let out a deafening roar, unleashing a torrent of flames from his maw. A fierce wave of fire aimed directly at Laos. Yet, Laos remained unfazed. The net of runes penetrated the flames effortlessly, ensnaring Drogon completely. The great beast struggled, twisting his massive form and flapping his wings desperately, but his strength was as futile as a cow sinking in the sea, continuously absorbed by the net of runes. Simultaneously, Rhaegal and Viserion became ensnared as well, emitting agonized cries as their previously agile bodies slowed, the fierce gleam in their eyes replaced by fear and confusion. Daenerys, in horror, watched this unfold, recklessly wielding her dagger as she charged towards Laos, desperate to protect her dragons. However, as she took a step forward, an invisible force violently hurled her back, crashing her to the ground. Struggling to rise, tears streamed down her face as she cried out in despair, "No, you cannot control them." Yet, her pleas seemed utterly powerless against Laos's formidable magic. As his spell intensified, the brilliance of the runes grew ever more dazzling. Before long, Drogon's once mighty gaze dimmed completely, bowing his proud head and slowly prostrating himself at Laos's feet. Rhaegal and Viserion followed suit, obediently submitting to Laos's will. Laos approached Daenerys, looking down at her with indifference, stating coldly, "Now, you and your dragons belong to me." Daenerys collapsed to the ground, her eyes hollow as she gazed at her enslaved dragons, her heart heavy with sorrow, yet powerless to resist. The once mighty queen had been reduced to a captive at Laos's feet, her dragons transformed into his most formidable weapons. With the successful enslavement of Daenerys and her 3 dragons, Laos's ambition swelled. He understood that the power of dragons was the key to conquering the world, and 3 dragons were far from sufficient. Thus, Laos once again harnessed the mysterious perception granted by his deep fusion with the primordial realm, extending his exploratory tendrils into the enigmatic Shadowlands. The Shadowlands, a domain shrouded in darkness and legend, was said to be rife with ancient and unknown powers, where the laws of time and space twisted beyond comprehension. Laos ventured alone into this forbidden realm, emanating a powerful protective radiance that starkly contrasted with the inky darkness surrounding him. With each step he took, whispers emanated from the shadows, temptations and warnings from ancient malevolent forces. Yet, Laos remained undeterred, resolutely seeking the traces of the dragon eggs. Deep within the realm of shadows, he sensed a faint yet familiar oscillation, the unique life essence of the dragon eggs. Quickening his pace, he stumbled upon a breathtaking sight within a cavern encircled by black rocks. There, a collection of massive dragon eggs lay arranged in perfect order, their surfaces adorned with peculiar patterns, emitting a subtle glow, as if in slumber, awaiting awakening. Overwhelmed with uncontainable joy, Laos approached the dragon eggs, gently extending his hand to touch one. In that instant, a wondrous connection formed between him and the egg. Laos realized that these dragon eggs harbored immense potential. Once hatched, they would become an invincible force in his quest for world domination. To safely transport these eggs, he conjured formidable spells, erecting layers of protective barriers around the cavern to prevent any other factions from discovering and seizing them. Subsequently, he meticulously gathered the dragon eggs, utilizing teleportation magic to transfer them securely to his clandestine lair in Westeros. Upon returning to his sanctuary and gazing at the towering mound of dragon eggs, a fervent light sparkled in Laos's eyes. He understood that these eggs would be pivotal in reshaping the world's dynamics. He set about preparing the ritual for hatching the dragon eggs, summoning the most elite sorcerers, concocting rare magical elixirs, and arranging intricate magical circles. Laos anticipated that, in the near future, these eggs would crack open, soaring through the skies with his ambitions and desires, causing the entire world to tremble beneath his draconic might. Chapter 85. Conquest and dissemination. In the ensuing years, the continent of Westeros, under the collaborative efforts of Laos and Tywin, operated like a tightly wound war machine. Unleashing astonishing power, Laos, wielding his astonishing mystical abilities, continuously provided critical support for Tywin's campaign. In the initial grand battle against the eastern continent, facing the formidable infantry formations of the enemy, Tywin furrowed his brow, yet remained composed. He glanced at Laos, who, with hands dancing and incantations flowing, was enveloped in a peculiar glow. Wherever the light touched, Tywin's soldiers felt invigorated. Their once cumbersome armor seemed to lighten, and their weapons appeared to possess a newfound sentience. As the battle commenced, Tywin issued his command, and the soldiers charged towards the enemy like tigers descending from the mountains. Laos stood resolute at the rear of the battlefield, his gaze piercing. He cast spells, summoning fierce winds that rustled the enemy's banners, disrupting their visibility and command. Simultaneously, he could accurately perceive the enemy's vulnerabilities, transmitting intelligence to Tywin through a mysterious mental connection. Tywin adeptly adjusted tactics, guiding his forces to maneuver through the enemy lines, swiftly tearing apart their defenses. In the Southern Continent's campaign, the enemy forces fortified themselves within the formidable mountain stronghold, a bastion both easily defended and arduous to assault. Tywin's troops, beleaguered by the protracted siege, found their morale waning. Observing this, Laos personally advanced to the front lines. Standing at the base of the towering fortress, he gazed upward, swiftly forming intricate hand seals. In an instant, the earth began to tremble, and colossal stone spikes erupted from the ground, resembling a multitude of razor-sharp blades, aimed directly at the fortress walls. The enemy, gripped by terror and still reeling from this sudden upheaval, were unprepared for Laos's subsequent conjuration of roaring flames, which cascaded up the stone spikes, igniting the stronghold in an inferno. Seizing the opportunity, Tywin commanded his army to charge forth, decisively breaching the enemy's defenses. As time progressed, under Laos's auspices, Tywin's renown spread across the continents. Wherever they ventured, the enemy fled in disarray. One by one, the lands succumbed to Tywin's iron will and Laos's arcane prowess, gradually unifying a once fractured world under their dominion. This legendary duo became the stuff of myth, evoking awe in countless hearts. With Tywin's relentless conquests, a cascade of repercussions ensued. His illustrious victories significantly enhanced his standing, while the governance strategies and methodologies he employed, perhaps a unique blend of statecraft and military oversight, began to take root in the newly acquired territories. This not only fortified the order within the occupied regions, but also laid a groundwork for future endeavors. Tyrion, the paragon of intellect within the Lannister family, played a pivotal role at the epicenter of power. He astutely recognized that mere military might would not suffice for enduring peace. Thus, after conferring with the enigmatic and influential Red Priestess, he resolutely decided to halt some overly aggressive military actions and redirect focus towards the propagation of faith. The Red Priestess, armed with profound insights into the worship of the Lightbringer and formidable proselytizing abilities, embarked on a grand journey across the continents to disseminate this belief. Wherever she went, she captivated the populace with her impassioned oratory, elucidating the tenets of the Lightbringer. The Lightbringer, the very source of illumination in the world, would dispel darkness and guide them toward eternal blessings. In this tumultuous era, yearning for tranquility amidst the chaos of war, only by embracing the Lightbringer could one attain genuine salvation. Her voice, fervent and resonant, drew the attention of countless souls. In the bustling city square, the Red Priestess ignited a colossal sacred flame, which blazed brilliantly against the night sky, radiating warmth and resplendence. Standing beside the holy fire, she showcased the miracles of the Lightbringer to the assembled crowd, who knelt in prayer, their eyes shimmering with visions of a luminous future. Tyrion, employing his political acumen, artfully intertwined the worship of the Lightbringer with the local cultural traditions, alleviating any public resistance. He elucidated to the nobles and leaders across the lands that devotion to the Lightbringer would not only provide spiritual guidance, but also secure greater benefits and protection within Tywin's regime. Thus, propelled by Tyrion and the Red Priestess, the faith in the Lord of Light spread across the lands like a gentle spring breeze, swiftly permeating various continents. The populace, once fraught with anxiety due to the ravages of war, found solace and hope within this newfound belief. The propagation of this faith further solidified Tywin's dominion over the newly conquered territories, quietly sowing the seeds for the emergence of a vast empire bound by faith. During this fervent period of promoting the faith, Laos remained undeterred, focusing on a profoundly significant initiative, the cultivation of dragon riders. Laos understood that although dragons possessed the cataclysmic power to obliterate, it required exceptional riders to harness their full potential. He meticulously selected individuals of outstanding aptitude from various regions, those with remarkable courage, unyielding in the face of peril, or possessing formidable mental fortitude capable of establishing a psychic connection with dragons. Once the candidates were chosen, the training process proved to be arduous and demanding. Laos established a training base in a secluded valley, surrounded by magical barriers to ensure the confidentiality and safety of the training. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight graced the valley, the trainees commenced their physical conditioning. They bore heavy stones upon their backs, sprinting along rugged mountain paths to build endurance and strength. The might of the dragon was formidable. Without a robust physique, a rider could never hope to master it. At noon, the focus shifted to the study of draconic knowledge and the theoretical underpinnings of magic. The trainees gathered around, attentively listening as Laos elucidated the behaviors, language, and magical techniques required to command dragons. He imparted to them the wisdom that understanding dragons was the first step towards mastering them, and that mastery of magic was crucial for standing shoulder to shoulder with these majestic beasts. As night enveloped the valley in silence, the true test began. The trainees were tasked with entering the dragon's lair alone, attempting to communicate with the dragons. Fierce by nature, the dragons posed a grave threat, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Initially, most returned unsuccessful, bearing scratches from claws or burns from dragon fire. Yet, Laos encouraged them, asserting that setbacks were merely stepping stones to growth. Each failure brought them closer to success. As time passed, several trainees began to distinguish themselves. Eric, once an ordinary farm boy, leveraged his indomitable will and passion for dragons to become one of the first to forge a bond with these magnificent creatures. When he first mounted a dragon, it initially resisted, but with the gentle reassurance he had learned, the dragon eventually spread its wings, soaring through the sky with him. In that moment, Eric's eyes sparkled with exhilaration and pride. Under Laos's devoted guidance, an increasing number of dragon riders emerged, becoming formidable allies to both Laos and Tywin's reign. As the people of the continents gazed skyward, they beheld the soaring dragon riders with awe, adding a touch of mystery and power to this ever-changing era. Chapter 86. The birth of angels. In the midst of his relentless dedication to cultivating dragon riders, Laos, during a moment of meditative reflection, unexpectedly discovered a new inspiration regarding the application of faith's power. For long, He had recognized the might of faith, yet he had not delved into its deeper potential. This serendipitous revelation illuminated the shadows of his understanding, unveiling the more intricate uses of faith in nurturing celestial beings of light. Lao Tzu realized that the devout faith of his followers not only bestowed upon him a source of energy, but also had the power to forge a new and more formidable existence. He immediately set about preparing this grand undertaking. To commence, he selected the most fervent, pure-hearted individuals endowed with profound spiritual strength from various regions. These chosen souls, filled with boundless enthusiasm for Lao Tzu and the faith in light, willingly embarked on this unknown journey of transformation. Within a mysterious subterranean palace, Lao Tzu constructed an immense and intricate magical array. This array, composed of radiant runes, constantly shifted and pulsated, emanating an aura of enigmatic and formidable power. He placed the selected followers at the center of the magical circle and began to channel the power of faith into them like a torrential flood. The force of faith flowed in like a magnificent river of light, enveloping the devotees within its embrace. Initially, they merely felt a warm and potent energy cocooning their bodies. But soon the radiance began to reshape both their physical forms and souls. Their bones became more resilient, gleaming with an ivory luster. Their skin radiated a sacred glow, as if capable of dispelling all darkness from the world. And from their backs sprouted a pair of magnificent wings of light, gently fluttering to scatter golden luminescence. However, this process was fraught with challenges. The overwhelming power of faith posed a tremendous trial for both the spirit and body of the followers. Some found themselves unable to withstand this force, writhing in agony within the brilliance, on the verge of collapse. Witnessing this, Lao Tzu entered the magical array himself, utilizing his immense strength to stabilize the fluctuations of faith and imparting messages of comfort and encouragement to the devotees. Hold on, for you are undergoing a magnificent transformation, destined to become messengers of light, bringing hope to the world. After a long and arduous process, the first batch of celestial beings of light was finally born. They stood tall, their countenances solemn, radiating a divine aura. The angels of light knelt on one knee before Lao Tzu, pledging their allegiance. In the name of light, we shall heed your call, fighting to spread illumination and dispel darkness. Lao Tzu gazed upon these angels with a heart full of solace and anticipation. He understood that these beings would become his trump card, playing a pivotal role in his future endeavors, whether in consolidating his dominion or confronting unforeseen challenges, thereby laying a more robust foundation for the luminous reign he sought. Lao Tzu recognized that to maximize the efficacy of these angels of light and transform them into an unshakable source of strength, his unwavering faith in the God of light was of paramount importance. This was not only a prerequisite for nurturing the angels, but also the core principle that would permeate the entire cultivation process and subsequent actions. In selecting those who might become angels of light, Lao Tzu placed great emphasis on discerning the purity of their faith. He dispatched numerous loyal followers to scour every corner of the continents, seeking those whose faith in the God of light remained steadfast and unblemished. These potential candidates had to prioritize their devotion to Lao Tzu above all else, regardless of threats, temptations, or life and death decisions. Once selected, the candidates are ushered to the enigmatic sanctum of cultivation. Before stepping into the magical array of nurturing, Lao Tzu engages them in conversation, gazing into their eyes as if to penetrate their very souls, reaffirming the purity of their faith. You are about to embark on an extraordinary path, to become embodiments of light, celestial messengers of radiance. However, this demands that your belief in me be etched into the depths of your souls as the cornerstone of your existence. At no moment may there be even the slightest wavering. Lao Tzu's voice resonates with unwavering authority, echoing through the vast hall. Throughout the cultivation process, the trial of faith is relentless. The formidable force of belief crashes upon the candidates like a surging tide, testing not only their endurance, but deeply scrutinizing the steadfastness of their conviction. Whenever a candidate reveals a hint of doubt under immense pressure, Lao Tzu intervenes with divine power. His voice reverberating in their hearts with both majesty and compassion. Hold steadfast to your faith. Only through absolute devotion can you be reborn from the flames, becoming messengers of light. Those who successfully withstand the trial and transform into celestial beings infuse every fiber of their souls with unwavering belief in Lao Tzu. They embrace the dissemination of Lao Tzu's luminous doctrines as their supreme mission, their radiant figures visible across continents, in bustling cities or remote villages alike. They proclaim the greatness of the God of light, showcasing the sanctity and strength of the celestial beings, inspiring awe and devotion in many hearts. In confrontations with foes, the celestial beings, emboldened by their unwavering faith in Laos, stand fearless. Even when faced with formidable adversaries, they firmly believe that the God of Light will bestow upon them strength and protection for victory. This unwavering faith not only maximizes the power of the celestial beings, but also delivers a devastating blow to the morale of their enemies. To Laos, these celestial beings are akin to the divine sparks of light he has scattered across the world, fueled by absolute belief, igniting a brilliant and fervent flame that illuminates every inch of his dominion, compelling all beings to revere in the radiance of the God of Light. Under Laos's meticulous guidance, each celestial being emerges as if forged from the furnace of light, radiating a dazzling, sacred brilliance, embodying at least a seventh-tier prowess. This immense power renders them pivotal in any battlefield, capable of altering the tide of fate. The celestial beings stand tall and vigorous, emanating a gentle yet formidable glow. Their wings unfurl, stretching several yards long, with each feather seemingly composed of the purest essence of light, shimmering with an ethereal sheen. The weapons they wield, whether spears crackling with lightning or colossal swords ablaze with holy flames, exude an aura of formidable strength. As they soar through the heavens, they resemble meteors streaking across the sky, leaving trails of resplendent light in their wake. On the battlefield, the celestial beings move with the swiftness of lightning, seamlessly weaving through enemy ranks in an instant. They brandish their weapons, unleashing a formidable power capable of shattering any obstacle in their path. The strength bestowed upon them by their seventh-tier prowess not only granted them exceptional offensive capabilities, but also astonishing defensive prowess and extraordinary magical resistance. Undeterred by the surging tide of adversaries, the radiant angels charged into the fray with unwavering resolve, their weapons glimmering with a resplendent light. Wherever the spear pointed, foes fell like stalks of straw sliced by a keen blade. As the great swords were wielded, powerful sword auras surged forth like a searing torrent, instantly breaching the enemy's defenses. They could also summon potent light magic, as columns of sacred light descended from the heavens, enveloping their enemies and purifying all darkness and malevolence. These luminous angels undoubtedly became the sharp blades and spears in the conquest of various realms for Laos. Regardless of the daunting challenges they faced or the formidable foes they encountered, they would charge forth without hesitation, forging a radiant path to victory for Laos. In the imminent journey of interdimensional conquest, the angels would undoubtedly inscribe glorious legends with their immense strength and unwavering loyalty to Laos, causing the entire multiverse to tremble beneath their brilliance. Chapter 87. The Conspiracy of Otherworldly Conquest at the heart of the continent of Westeros. A towering magical spire pierced the clouds, emanating an eerie blue glow. Laos sat at the helm of the council chamber atop the spire, where the panoramic view afforded a glimpse into the bustling splendor of King's Landing. Within the chamber, a massive magical crystal chandelier cast a soft yet bright light, illuminating the assembly of dignitaries seated below. Tywin Lannister, clad in a luxurious black brocade robe adorned with golden lion embroidery at the collar, furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the expansive parchment map laid before him. The red-robed sorceress Melisandre, shrouded in her crimson attire, let her fiery red hair cascade freely, her eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light, as if she could pierce through the mists of the future. Meanwhile, Tyrion Lannister sat nearby, twirling a goblet in his hand, his gaze cunning as he occasionally offered unique insights. Several high-ranking mages, draped in robes, emanated powerful magical auras as they engaged in hushed discussions regarding arcane matters. Laos gently caressed the armrest of his chair, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he spoke with measured calm. Esteemed colleagues, after years of meticulous preparation and development, we have firmly established ourselves in this realm, and our strength has grown exponentially. Now, I turn my sights toward the vast expanse of otherworldly battlefields. Those unknown realms are infused with boundless resources and opportunities. If we can seize them, our power will undergo a qualitative leap. Tywin raised his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, and remarked, while the allure of interdimensional conquest is undeniable, it is fraught with peril. We know nothing of those worlds. To advance recklessly may invite calamity. The red-robed sorceress tilted her head slightly, her voice resonating as if born from flames. The fire of the King of Light has illuminated some of our path. Within that chaotic otherworld lies formidable power, if harnessed. It shall undoubtedly aid your majesty in achieving unparalleled supremacy. Yet, as Lord Tywin has rightly cautioned, exercising prudence is of paramount importance. Tyrion swirled his goblet, the liquid within rippling gracefully. In my estimation, we must first ascertain what lies beyond. Are they formidable magical beings or enigmatic civilizations? To know ourselves and our adversaries is the key to invincibility in battle. Leois nodded slightly. For now, we shall dispatch an advance force as a foothold. Tyrion, take charge of selecting our elite troops and prepare them for the expedition. Melisandre, with your faith in the Lord of Light, bless our endeavor while remaining vigilant for any mysterious forces from the other realms that may interfere. Tyrion, your diligence will be required in logistics and diplomacy. The assembly acknowledged their commands, and soon thereafter, a fervent debate ensued in the council chamber regarding the specifics of the incursion into the otherworld, marching routes, combat strategies, and resource allocation. Leois listened intently, occasionally interjecting his insights, his gaze revealing determination and anticipation. He understood that this conflict with the otherworld would be a pivotal moment in reshaping the balance of power, and he was poised to lead his companions into uncharted territories, forging a path of glory that belonged to them. In the towering spire of the magical tower, the group fervently deliberated over their plans for the otherworldly conquest, unaware that Leois had already begun to weave intricate strategies through an external trading system, quietly orchestrating profound machinations in alternate dimensions. He recognized that this was the crucial key to unlocking the gates of conquest into those realms. Through the trading system, Leois first established contact with enigmatic entities privy to information about alternate dimensions, in exchange for precious magical crystals and rare artifact blueprints. He acquired critical intelligence on several of these realms, encompassing their geographical landscapes, power distributions, and unique energy systems. For instance, he learned of a realm known as the Spirit Realm, teeming with ethereal energy and inhabited by a race endowed with formidable mental prowess. Their civilization was highly advanced, adept at employing spiritual energy to construct various defensive and offensive structures. Leois understood that this scheme, facilitated through the trading system, was akin to weaving an immense net in the darkness. Each component was vital, and any misstep could lead to utter failure. Yet, armed with remarkable audacity and wisdom, he steadily advanced his plans, anticipating the day he would astonish everyone with a momentous revelation. Chapter 88. New beginnings within the opulent yet treacherous palace of King's Landing. Sansa Stark, the noble daughter of the North, found her fate intricately entwined with that of Tyrion. At that time, Sansa was confined within the walls of King's Landing, akin to a bird ensnared in a gilded cage, stripped of her freedom and hope for the future. The machinations of Cersei and the cruelty of Joffrey enveloped her existence in terror and despair. Tyrion, the unconventional member of House Lannister, although equally ensnared in the web of power struggles, possessed a heart untainted by societal prejudice. Their marriage began as a reluctant maneuver in the political chess game. Initially, Sansa viewed Tyrion with unfamiliarity and resistance, yet as they spent time together, she gradually unearthed his kindness and intellect. Though small of stature, Tyrion possessed extraordinary wit and a rare gentleness. In the oppressive atmosphere of King's Landing, he endeavored to protect Sansa, shielding her from the storms of life. In countless moments of torment from Cersei and humiliation from Joffrey, Tyrion stepped forward, becoming a beacon of warmth for Sansa in this frigid royal city. One day, Sansa was astonished to discover a remarkable transformation in Tyrion. He had regained his normal stature, no longer the subject of derision as a dwarf. His once diminutive and twisted form had taken on a tall and imposing presence, his features shedding the burdens of past anguish and insecurity, revealing a handsome and resolute visage. Gradually, Sansa found herself captivated by Tyrion. Amidst the relentless power struggles, they supported one another, and their affection burgeoned quietly. As time passed, Sansa joyfully realized she was expecting Tyrion's child. This news, akin to a beacon of light in the darkness, infused their arduous existence in King's Landing with newfound hope. With each passing day, Sansa's belly swelled, and Tyrion became increasingly vigilant in safeguarding her. He understood that in the perilous realm of King's Landing, the safety of Sansa and their child was perpetually under threat. He utilized his intellect and connections to forge a relatively stable environment for them. At last, the day filled with promise arrived. In the palace of King's Landing, Sansa endured pain and struggle, giving birth to the fruit of their love. When the infant's first cry resonated, the room was enveloped in joy. Tyrion gazed at the frail yet blissful Sansa, then at the delicate life swaddled before him, his heart brimming with emotion and responsibility. In a world distorted by power, the love and new life of Sansa and Tyrion shone like a ray of dawn in the darkness. allowing them to find warmth and strength amidst the quagmire of political machinations, planting the seeds of hope for their future. Far in the north of Westeros, the chilling winds of winter howled, seemingly recounting the rise and fall of House Bolton, once a formidable force in the north. The Boltons carved out their domain with cruelty and cunning amidst the icy landscape. However, their methods clashed with the sacred tenets upheld by the faith, ultimately inviting their own destruction. The faith, a powerful and enigmatic religious authority on the continent, regarded its laws as inviolable, encompassing morality, ethics, and order. The Boltons, however, followed their own path, employing brutal tactics against their adversaries, even resorting to flaying as a means of intimidation. Such sanguinary violence starkly contravened the doctrines of compassion and mercy enshrined in the faith's canon. The Boltons' expansion and dominion in the north disregarded the faith's reverence for life and its advocacy for peace. They plundered lands with impunity and oppressed the common folk, leaving the north in despair. At last, the faith could no longer remain passive in the face of the Boltons' transgressions. After deliberation and judgment, the faith resolved to enact punishment upon House Bolton. They assembled holy knights and ascetics from across the land, forming a disciplined crusade, marching resolutely toward the north. The holy knights donned armor that shimmered with divine radiance, wielding long swords that symbolized justice, while the ascetics chanted prayers, emanating an aura of mysterious power. As the crusading forces advanced into the north, the Bolton family, despite their valiant resistance, appeared insignificant before the holy army of the church. A fierce battle erupted across the icy plains, where the clamor of battle mingled with fervent prayers. The holy knights of the church fought with unparalleled bravery, their blades gleaming with sacred light, and wherever they struck, Bolton soldiers fell in droves. Meanwhile, the ascetics unleashed powerful divine magic, purging the darkness and malevolence brought forth by the Boltons. Under the relentless assault of holy power, the Bolton stronghold trembled on the brink of collapse, and family members fled in disarray, unable to escape the church's wrath. Ultimately, the bastion of the Bolton family was dismantled piece by piece, with core members either perishing beneath the sword or being captured. The once mighty Boltons were thus reduced to ashes in the inferno of the church's wrath. The common folk of the north bore witness to this devastation. After their fear subsided, a profound respect and gratitude for the church blossomed within their hearts. This calamity, wrought by the violation of the church's edicts, served as a cautionary tale across the continent of Westeros, reminding all who dwelled there that the church's authority was not to be challenged, and the sanctity of its laws must be upheld. The obliteration of the Bolton family rippled through Westeros like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. This upheaval swiftly spread to the Iron Islands, renowned for their fierce Ironborn and tradition of maritime plunder. The Ironborn held fast to the iron rule that might prevailed over toil, subsisting through pillage and bloodshed. Their code of conduct starkly contrasted with the peace and benevolence espoused by the church. Following the annihilation of the Bolton family, the church's gaze sharply turned towards the Iron Islands. The unrestrained plundering by the Ironborn rendered coastal regions desolate, with countless villages ravaged and innocents slaughtered. Such atrocities compelled the church to deem the Iron Islands a blatant affront to the order of the continent, necessitating severe retribution. Under the pretext of spreading doctrine and restoring order, the church once again mustered its forces. This time, in addition to the holy knights and ascetics, skilled sailors and a formidable naval fleet were summoned. They converged from various parts of the continent, advancing towards the Iron Islands with a menacing presence, like storm clouds gathering overhead. Although the Ironborn were famed for their combat prowess, they felt unprecedented pressure in the face of the church's well-prepared offensive. The leaders of the Iron Islands hastily organized their defenses, gathering their ships in the harbor, attempting to leverage their familiarity with the waters and their indomitable fighting spirit to withstand the church's assault. As naval battles erupted, the sea roared with cannon fire, and smoke filled the air. The church's fleet was meticulously arranged, their tactics precise. The holy knights wielded weapons radiating divine light, engaging the Ironborn in close combat. Ascetics positioned themselves atop the vessels, casting powerful spells as columns of sacred light descended from the heavens, crashing onto the Ironborn ships and sending massive sprays of water into the air. Though the Ironborn fought desperately, the church's divine strength proved overwhelming. As ship after ship sank beneath the waves, leaving countless wreckage and bodies adrift. As the conflict progressed, the defenses of the Iron Islands gradually crumbled. The church's forces landed upon the Iron Islands, engaging the islanders in fierce urban warfare. The Ironborn, fiercely defending their homeland, found themselves relentlessly confronted by the righteous knights of the church, who mercilessly eradicated every vestige of resistance. Ultimately, the chieftains of the Iron Islands succumbed in despair, and the Ironborn surrendered en masse. The once mighty Iron Islands proclaimed their downfall under the formidable onslaught of the church. The populace was compelled to embrace the doctrines of the church, forsaking their life of plunder. This conflict once again underscored the church's unwavering resolve and power to uphold the code and reshape the order of the continent. Amidst the tumultuous events of Westeros, Lore's schemes within the magical tower progressed methodically. Harnessing a unique application of the power of faith, he cultivated formidable celestial beings, while simultaneously leveraging various factions to set his sights on interdimensional conquests. At this juncture, the transformed three-eyed raven quietly entered Lore's field of vision. Upon learning of the raven's astounding transformation within the wizard's tower, Lore developed a keen interest in its unique abilities, which fused foresight with potent magic. He recognized that the raven's capabilities might prove crucial in the impending interdimensional expedition and his plans for dominion over the continent. Thus, Lore dispatched envoys to invite the three-eyed raven to his magical tower. Upon entering the grand edifice, the raven was immediately enveloped by the pervasive aura of potent magic and stringent order. Lore stood atop the tower, surveying this unexpected guest with a gaze filled with scrutiny and anticipation. "Welcome, three-eyed raven. I have heard of your transformation within the wizard's tower. Your abilities are truly remarkable." Lore's voice echoed through the expansive hall. The three-eyed raven inclined its head slightly, meeting Lore's gaze with calm resolve. "I am aware of your various actions upon the continent. What is it that you desire in summoning me?" A confident smile graced Lore's lips as he replied, "I am preparing for a monumental journey across dimensions, requiring the support of powerful allies. With your abilities, should you choose to stand beside me, we shall achieve greatness. The fates of Westeros and the multiverse itself shall be altered through our endeavors." The three-eyed raven fell into a brief contemplation, glimpsing through its green vision a series of indistinct future scenes, including battle-scarred interdimensional war zones and the monumental transformations that would arise from this venture. It understood that this would be a choice that could affect the destinies of countless beings. "I am open to collaboration, but I possess my own principles. I shall not heed commands blindly. All actions must prioritize the preservation of peace and justice upon the continent," the raven declared with unwavering conviction. Lore nodded in acknowledgement. "I comprehend your stance. In this journey, our objectives are fundamentally aligned. We both aspire to establish a more powerful and orderly world." Thus, the three-eyed raven joined Lore's ranks. In the days that followed, it utilized its green vision to provide pivotal intelligence for Lore's interdimensional conquest plans, aiding him in anticipating dangers and opportunities. Meanwhile, Lore furnished the three-eyed raven with additional resources and magical support, enhancing its abilities further. Their collaboration, akin to two formidable forces converging, heralds an impending tempest that promises to shake the very foundations of the multiverse over the skies of Westeros. Within the enigmatic confines of the wizard's tower, Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, finds herself amidst an unprecedented transformation. Her mentor, wielding the formidable power of faith, seeks to reshape her entirely, with the ambition of molding her into a true dragon rider. This scion of House Targaryen, despite possessing the blood of dragons and 3 magnificent beasts, has yet to forge a flawless symbiotic bond with them. Recognizing the immense potential that lies dormant within her, her mentor is determined to guide her through this metamorphosis using the power of belief. As Daenerys successfully undergoes her transformation into a dragon rider, Rouse, within his grand magical tower, meticulously devises an even grander scheme. Standing before an expansive magical map, illuminated by the radiant lights of various realms, he contemplates the blueprint of his aspirations. He understands that Daenerys' ascension to Dragon Rider is a pivotal asset that will bolster his ambitions. Upon learning of her successful transformation, Rouse promptly extends an invitation for her to visit his tower. As Daenerys steps into the magical tower, the soaring dome, shimmering runes, and the palpable aura of potent magic envelop her, affirming the extraordinary nature of Rouse's dominion. "Daenerys, congratulations on becoming a true dragon rider. Your strength will play a crucial role in our impending grand endeavor," Rouse proclaims, his gaze intense and unwavering. Daenerys raises her chin slightly, pride and scrutiny dancing in her eyes. "You seem to have gone to great lengths. Surely your intentions are extraordinary. Speak, what is it that you require of me?" With a smile curving his lips, Rouse gestures towards a distant point on the magical map. In that unknown alternate dimension lies a power capable of altering the very fabric of the universe. I intend to conquer it. But I require your prowess as a dragon rider to lead the charge. You shall guide your dragons, breach the defenses of the alternate realm, and pave the way for our great army. Daenerys feels a stirring within her. Rouse's description unveils an opportunity for her to realize her true ambitions and achieve monumental feats. Yet, she is acutely aware that such a path is fraught with peril. Under Rouse's orchestration, Daenerys, the newly minted dragon rider, is poised to embark on a journey into the unknown dimension, her fate intricately intertwined with Rouse's grand ambitions. As an adventure that will reverberate through the multiverse slowly unfolds. Chapter 89. The Vanguard in the Unfathomable Expanse of the Multiverse. Rouse is resolute in initiating a grand expedition across dimensions. They meticulously prepare, assembling multiple elite Vanguard teams. Each member has been meticulously selected from a plethora of formidable beings, possessing strengths ranging from levels 5 to 6, each endowed with unique skills and extraordinary courage and wisdom. To reach the uncharted alternate dimension, Rouse's clan activates a random teleportation array. The array emanates an otherworldly glow, its runes flickering as if whispering the secrets of the cosmos. The Vanguard team members, with solemn expressions, harboring a mix of anxiety and anticipation, step into the teleportation array. In an instant, a brilliant light envelopes them entirely, and they vanish without a trace. When they reopened their eyes, the sight before them elicited a collective gasp of astonishment. They found themselves in a desolate world, where the sky was cast in an eerie shade of crimson, and the ground was riddled with enormous fissures, from which searing lava occasionally erupted. The air was thick with a pungent odor, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows, watching their every move. Captain Eric quickly regained his composure, gesturing for his team to remain vigilant and spread out in a fan formation to begin their exploration. The team members, in perfect synchrony, tightened their grips on their weapons, ever ready to confront the unknown perils ahead. As they cautiously advanced, a horde of grotesque creatures suddenly erupted from the earth. Towering over them at more than twice the height of a man, these beasts were covered in black scales, their jaws adorned with razor-sharp fangs, releasing chilling roars that echoed ominously. Upon witnessing this, Eric shouted, "Prepare for battle." The team members swiftly assumed their combat stances. Some unleashed powerful magical attacks, while others charged forward with their blades drawn. In an instant, flashes of magic and the sparks from clashing weapons illuminated the desolate expanse, the sounds of battle resonating across the barren land. However, the creatures multiplied, and the team gradually found themselves overwhelmed. Amidst the fierce struggle against the monsters, Eric's heart raced with urgency as he fought to repel their assaults while rapidly devising a strategy in his mind. He understood that their immediate priority was to escape this predicament in order to further investigate whether this alternate dimension was worth conquering and plundering. Seizing the opportune moment, Eric cast a formidable ice spell, erecting a wall of ice around his comrades, temporarily halting the onslaught of the monsters. Breathing heavily, he proclaimed, "Listen up, this cannot continue. We must find a safe place to deliberate our next course of action." The team members nodded in agreement, retreating behind the ice barrier while continuing to fend off their attackers. After a harrowing struggle, they finally emerged before a dilapidated castle. Though in ruins, the thick walls and sturdy gate offered a semblance of refuge. Leading his team inside, Eric established defensive enchantments and began discussing the situation of this alternate realm. This dimension appears barren, yet it harbors immense energy and resources that, if harnessed, could greatly benefit our Lord's expansion, suggested a team member skilled in detection magic. However, the dangers here are beyond imagination. Those monsters and the harsh environment present formidable challenges that we must confront, another team member added, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Eric replied, "Regardless, we must conduct a thorough investigation. We will start by assessing the feasibility of constructing a teleportation array to establish a stable communication channel." Thus, the team divided into several groups to commence their urgent inquiries. One group was tasked with exploring the castle, seeking clues about this alternate dimension from its ruins. Another employed magical tools to detect and analyze the surrounding magical energies in preparation for the construction of the teleportation array. During their exploration, the team stumbled upon an ancient diary belonging to a former native sorcerer. The diary chronicles the former prosperity of this alternate realm and the sudden calamity that befell it. The source of the disaster was a formidable dark sorcerer who conducted malevolent magical experiments within this dimension, causing the dark forces to spiral out of control and unleash devastation. Concurrently, the team responsible for magical energy detection made significant discoveries. They uncovered a colossal core of magical energy at the heart of this desolate world, which served as the wellspring of all magical power in the alternate dimension. If they could harness this energy core, not only could they resolve the energy issues associated with constructing a teleportation array, but they could also utilize its power to transform and develop the realm. However, as they ventured closer to the energy core, they encountered even more powerful monsters and insidious dark magic traps. These creatures possessed not only formidable offensive capabilities, but also the ability to wield dark magic, launching psychological assaults on the team members. During a fierce confrontation, one member inadvertently triggered a dark magic trap and was instantly enveloped in shadowy energy. Observing this, Eric rushed forward, wielding his immense magical prowess to confront the encroaching darkness. After a grueling struggle, he ultimately rescued his comrade. Despite the numerous challenges they faced, the team refused to yield. They continually adjusted their strategies, seeking ways to combat the monsters and the dark magic. In a fortuitous moment, they discovered that although the natural magic of this dimension had been ravaged, faint traces of nature's power still lingered in certain areas. Inspired by this revelation, Eric conceived the idea of harnessing these natural forces to counteract the effects of dark magic. Thus, he led his team in gathering the remnants of natural power to concoct a special magical elixir. This potion not only fortified them against the encroachments of dark magic, but also diminished the strength of the monsters. With the aid of the magical elixir, the team's investigative efforts progressed more smoothly. They gradually mapped the terrain of the energy core area and the distribution of the monsters, formulating a detailed plan for constructing the teleportation array. Yet, just as they prepared to execute their plan, a mysterious force that had long lurked in the shadows suddenly revealed itself. This enigmatic faction dispatched a cadre of powerful sorcerers to launch a fierce assault on the vanguard team. These sorcerers, masters of dark magic, were formidable adversaries, plunging the vanguard into yet another grim battle. Under the relentless onslaught of the mysterious sorcerers, the vanguard's situation grew increasingly precarious. The black mist of dark magic surged toward them like a torrential tide, threatening to shatter their magical shields. Eric, consumed by urgency, unleashed a barrage of powerful magical counterattacks. Yet the enemy pressed on ceaselessly, rendering his luminous spells feeble against the surrounding darkness. Just as despair loomed over the team, a melodious and mysterious chant echoed from the distance. In an instant, countless green rays streaked across the sky like meteors, hurtling toward the sorcerers of the mysterious force. Wherever the light touched, the dark magic was instantly dispelled, and the sorcerers cried out in agony as they fell to the ground. Eric and his companions were taken aback as they gazed upon the source of the radiant light, where a group of ethereal elves, their ears tapering to delicate points, gracefully emerged from the forest. Armed with longbows that emanated the essence of nature, their attire seamlessly blended with the surrounding environment, as if they were intrinsic parts of the natural world itself. The leading elf approached, his gaze warm as he addressed Eric and his companions, travelers from afar. "We have sensed the stirring of dark forces and have come to offer our assistance." Eric expressed his heartfelt gratitude, filled with admiration and curiosity for these mystical beings. The elves informed the advance team that they were the last remnants of their kind in this land. Despite their civilization suffering grievous wounds, they steadfastly upheld their faith in nature and their duty to protect it. Upon learning of the team's intention to construct a dimensional teleportation array, the elves eagerly offered their aid. They possessed knowledge of many secrets pertaining to this alternate realm, particularly concerning the distribution and utilization of magical energies. Guided by the elves, the advance team arrived at an ancient relic hidden within a valley. This site was rich in the essence of natural magic, and the elves proclaimed that constructing the teleportation array here would garner the blessings of nature, significantly enhancing the chances of success. The team immediately immersed themselves in their arduous task. Those skilled in magical runes began to inscribe intricate and enigmatic symbols upon the ground, their faint glimmers resonating with the surrounding natural magic. Meanwhile, the elves encircled the array, invoking nature's magic to infuse it with pure energy. However, the process of constructing the teleportation array was fraught with challenges. Dark forces seemed to sense their intentions, repeatedly sending forth monsters to disrupt their efforts. Each time a creature attacked, the advance team and the elves united in their defense. Eric fought alongside the elven warriors, the brilliance of magic and arrows intertwining as they repelled the onslaught of foes time and again. After days and nights of relentless toil, the teleportation array finally took shape. Yet, at the critical moment of activation, an unsettling disturbance in energy emerged. Eric and his team, in a state of anxious urgency, meticulously examined each rune and magical node. But the source of the problem eluded them. Just as despair began to envelop them, an elven elder stepped forward. With eyes closed and hands clasped, he began to chant softly. As his incantation resonated, the natural energies around them surged violently, converging upon the array. The previously chaotic energy gradually stabilized under the harmonizing influence of nature's power. "We have succeeded," Eric exclaimed with exhilaration as the array blazed with brilliance. A portal to the realm of the lores slowly unfurling before them. The members of the advance team and the elves embraced one another, celebrating this hard-won victory. Eric, stepping onto the teleportation array with his comrades, promised the elves, "We shall return to aid you in purifying this alternate realm and banishing the dark forces." As the light flickered, the figures of the advance team vanished into the array. Chapter 90. A bold concept. As the teleportation array flickered, Eric's team successfully returned to the continent of Westeros, where Lors greeted them with astonishment, his eyes brimming with relief and anticipation. "You have finally returned." Laosi advanced with urgency, his voice laced with anticipation as he dispatched several teams to return with a vanguard. "Quickly, recount the circumstances of the alternate dimension." Eric, fatigued, removed his helmet, sweat soaking his brow, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. "My lord, that alternate realm is rife with desolation, yet it harbors energies and resources beyond imagination." He paused, reminiscing about the perilous encounters in the alternate realm. "However, the dangers are equally terrifying. Dark forces ravage the land, and ferocious beasts abound." The teammates gathered around, each contributing to the account. "Those monsters were formidable. We battled fiercely for our escape," one team member recounted with trepidation. "Moreover, we received assistance from the local elven tribe." Another added, "Their mastery of nature magic is astonishing. Without them, we could not have constructed the teleportation array." Upon hearing this, Laosi fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy silence, he spoke slowly. "This presents both an opportunity and a challenge. Should we succeed in seizing and plundering the resources of that dimension, our clan shall grow immensely stronger." With a decisive wave of his hand, he issued commands without hesitation, and a legion composed of angels swiftly assembled. These celestial beings radiated a sacred and resplendent light, their wings gently fluttering, stirring a soft breeze. Each angel possessed extraordinary prowess, with the weakest among them reaching the 7th tier, while many exceptional ones had ascended into the formidable 8th tier. In the blink of an eye, the angelic battalion arrived in the barren alternate realm via the teleportation array. The dark crimson sky starkly contrasted with their divine luminescence, and a pungent odor permeated the air, unable to obscure the formidable aura they emanated. "Spread out, seek out enemies and resources," commanded the lead archangel, and the angels immediately fanned out in a sweeping formation, their keen senses extending outward. Soon, they discovered a horde of rampaging monsters. The creatures, sensing the threat posed by the angels, roared and charged with bared fangs and claws. The 7th-tier angels engaged first, wielding weapons that glimmered with sacred light. Each swing unleashed powerful energy waves that repelled the beasts. Meanwhile, the 8th-tier angels circled above, casting potent area spells, beams of light raining down upon the monsters. Under the might of this assault, the creatures fell, emitting anguished cries. Under Laosi's urgent command, a large contingent of mages rapidly traversed the teleportation array. Their expressions were grave, acutely aware of the weighty responsibility of this mission. These mages, typically engrossed in the study and cultivation of magic, now had to apply their entire knowledge to forge a secure and stable path for Laosi's arrival. They swiftly reached the site of the teleportation array, dispersing to encircle it and form an expansive magical formation. Each mage closed their eyes, murmuring incantations, their hands weaving intricate runes. These runes glimmered with an otherworldly light, gradually merging into the teleportation array, striving to untangle the chaotic spatial energies surrounding it. As time progressed, the energy fluctuations around the teleportation array began to stabilize. However, the sorcerers remained vigilant, acutely aware that the formidable and nearly terrifying power of Rouse could render their previous efforts futile with a single misstep. To ensure absolute certainty, they continually amplified their magical output, fortifying every node of the spatial passageway. At last, through their tireless endeavors day and night, the teleportation array was successfully reinforced. The previously distorted space became smooth and stable, capable of withstanding the impact of Rouse's immense strength. Standing before the teleportation array, Rouse exuded an imposing and majestic presence, his aura instilling awe in those who beheld him. He nodded slightly, acknowledging the sorcerer's dedication. As Rouse slowly stepped into the array, the entire world seemed to tremble in response. A powerful surge of magic radiated from him, distorting the air around him. Yet, due to the stabilization of the teleportation array, these forces did not damage the spatial passageway. After a dazzling burst of light, Rouse successfully arrived in the alternate dimension. Upon touching down in this new realm, an indescribable sense of oppression washed over him like a tidal wave. He keenly sensed that this dimension exerted a significant suppression of his powers. The formidable magic that he could effortlessly wield in his own realm now felt sluggish within him, as though constrained by invisible shackles. Frowning, he cautioned himself inwardly. Gazing around, he observed the desolate landscape interwoven with surging dark energies, seemingly resisting his arrival. Taking a deep breath, Rouse attempted to forcefully summon his magic. However, he was met with a violent backlash, a dull pain radiating from his chest. The consciousness of this realm was suppressing his abilities to a mere 6 or 7 levels of their normal capacity. The peculiar nature of the rules here dictated that he must exercise utmost caution in the future, Rouse murmured to himself, his tone laced with gravity. He understood that, under such a power suppression, the forthcoming battles would prove far more arduous than he had anticipated. His arrival triggered a vehement reaction from the dark forces. The creatures that had been lurking in the shadows stirred restlessly, the aura of dark magic intensifying. With a piercing gaze, Rouse surveyed his surroundings. And with a gentle wave of his staff, he unleashed a powerful magical wave that instantly dispersed the surrounding dark mists. At this moment, the elven tribe had already taken their positions nearby, bracing themselves. Upon witnessing Rouse's successful arrival, a surge of confidence filled their hearts. After joining forces with the elves, Rouse promptly began discussing their next course of action. Following a brief deliberation, both parties swiftly devised a battle plan, leveraging their mastery of nature magic. The elves took the initiative to lay layers of magical traps around the castle. They harnessed the surrounding natural forces, causing sharp thorns to sprout from the earth, filling the air with paralyzing pollen, and infusing the rivers with magical energy capable of weakening the dark powers. Meanwhile, Rouse led his sorcerers in an assault on the castle's dark magical barrier. They formed a line, hands waving, chanting ancient and mysterious incantations. Streams of radiant magical light shot forth from their fingertips, akin to meteors colliding forcefully against the dark barrier. In a moment, the clash of magical radiance and dark forces erupted with a deafening roar, causing the very world to tremble amidst this fierce confrontation. The dark forces, naturally unwilling to remain passive, unleashed a multitude of sinister creatures from the castle. These monstrosities varied in form. Some resembled colossal serpents, slithering across the ground, while others appeared as winged demons, swirling and howling in the air. With claws bared, they lunged toward Rose and the allied forces of the elven race. Observing the chaos, Rose immediately commanded the magicians to alter their formation, erecting a formidable magical barrier. They conjured powerful shields to safeguard the group, simultaneously unleashing aggressive spells, icicles, fireballs, and bolts of lightning hurled toward the advancing beasts. Although many creatures fell to the magical onslaught, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, relentless in their advance as if summoned from an inexhaustible abyss. The elven warriors, undeterred, wielded their longbows, knocking arrows imbued with the essence of nature, striking true against the fiends. Each arrow released a vibrant green glow, slowing the creatures' movements or causing them to dissipate entirely upon impact. Amidst the fierce combat, Rose discerned the presence of a central command within the dark forces, as the creature's movements seemed orchestrated by an unseen hand. Focusing intently, he sought to locate this nexus of control. At last, he spotted a black crystal emanating an eerie light atop the castle. This was the very core of the dark power. Without delay, Rose relayed this discovery to his comrades, dispatching a squad of angels to breach the monster's defenses and ascend toward the castle's pinnacle to shatter the crystal. Meanwhile, Rose and the elven forces intensified their assaults, creating opportunities for their allies. Through their collective effort, the Eric team successfully navigated the myriad obstacles and reached the castle's summit. Confronted by a formidable dark guardian of the crystal, they did not falter, engaging in a desperate battle. Ultimately, at great cost, the angelic forces plunged their blades into the black crystal. With a resounding crash, the crystal shattered, and the dark power receded like a retreating tide. As the darkness ebbed, Rose remained vigilant, acutely aware of the necessity to uncover the origins of this calamity. He confined several remaining dark sorcerers, employing a potent soul-searching spell to delve into their consciousness. As the magic penetrated deeper, shocking images materialized in Ro's mind. Indeed, these dark sorcerers hailed from other planes, driven by a malevolent force to this realm, intent on fulfilling a dreadful mission of harvesting souls. Through nefarious rituals, they infused the collected souls into the desolate materials of this world, thus birthing grotesque, aggressively hostile monsters. These entities, devoid of emotion, operated as relentless killing machines, devouring all life under the sorcerer's command, leading to an ever-growing multitude of souls from the alternate plane, thereby augmenting their power. In this moment of revelation, a bold and audacious thought flashed through the minds of the dark sorcerers, contemplating the method of harvesting souls to create monsters. Roth's gaze was profound, lost in contemplation of his own thoughts. If the dark sorcerer could conjure monsters by harvesting souls, then he too could replicate this, envisioning a grand and audacious plan to create a legion of angels devoted to him. He was acutely aware that the power of souls and faith harbored boundless potential. If successful, he would command an inexhaustible army of angels to lay siege upon the world. Chapter 91. Fusion of Worlds. System Upgrade. Roth gazed at the sky, still imbued with the essence of rebirth, his eyes shimmering with a blend of excitement and anticipation. He murmured to himself, "The appetizers have been served. Now it is time for the main course." With a knowing gesture, he licked his lips, resembling a beast fixated on a sumptuous prey. His magical energy surged like a tumultuous tide. He ascended slowly into the heavens. With each elevation, his aura grew increasingly formidable. Upon reaching midair, he closed his eyes, his consciousness delicately threading into his source world. In an instant, a majestic and familiar force flowed forth with his awareness. As the essence of the source world began to leak out, the will of this realm stirred like an enraged behemoth, instantly awakening and manifesting as an intangible yet oppressive weight that bore down upon Roth. His body trembled slightly under this pressure, his garments rustling in the wind. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, and he unhesitatingly exerted all his strength to resist this world's will. He unleashed every powerful spell at his disposal, engaging in a desperate struggle against the suffocating force. For a moment, the sky was ablaze with brilliance, the radiance of magic clashing with the invisible might of the world's will, erupting in a thunderous cacophony. The earth below quaked in response, fissures spreading and magma surging forth. Roth gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, fully aware that this was a battle he could not afford to lose. He continuously summoned the power of his source world to retaliate against the will of the alternate dimension. Finally, after a grueling confrontation, Roth triumphed over this opposing will through sheer tenacity and formidable strength. The oppressive force receded like a receding tide, and Roth exhaled a long sigh of relief. Subsequently, his source world, akin to a ravenous beast awakening, slowly began to open its maw toward the alternate dimension. The land, mountains, rivers, and even the dark energies pervading the air of the alternate realm began to be inexorably drawn into Roth's source world. As the consumption progressed, the alternate dimension diminished in size, while Roth's source world expanded at a visibly rapid pace. The two realms began to intertwine, with the unique energies and rules of the alternate dimension gradually merging into Roth's source world, enriching and empowering it further. As the act of devouring neared its conclusion, Roth's source world successfully engulfed the alternate realm entirely. At that moment, his source world had expanded to double its original size, its power becoming increasingly formidable. Simultaneously, a remarkable scene unfolded. The continent of Westeros, where Roth resided, began to slowly fuse with the recently consumed alternate world. People from both lands sensed the anomaly and looked up in astonishment at the sky. In the sky, the once distinct boundary separating two realms gradually faded, and amidst the flickering light, it appeared as though the heavens of both worlds were merging. As this amalgamation progressed, the earth began to transform. The original topography of mountains and rivers was reshaped, with new peaks rising and waterways altering their courses. The elements from both realms intertwined, creating a scene both wondrous and magnificent. Ultimately, the fusion was complete, doubling the expanse of the entire world. With the convergence of Westeros and the alternate dimension, the world underwent a profound metamorphosis, most notably marked by a significant surge in the activity of magical elements. What had once been a relatively stable presence of magical essence in both realms now seemed invigorated, as if infused with a surge of life, becoming extraordinarily vibrant. The air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of magical luminescence, akin to countless tiny stars dancing. They collided and merged, generating marvelous magical fluctuations. The new world brimmed with vitality and the unknown, as beings and cultures from different realms began to interact and clash, heralding a new chapter that slowly unfolded across this expanded domain. As the two worlds merged, a tremendous force of cosmic power surged into Laos like a torrent. This formidable energy not only reshaped his physical form, but also elevated his understanding of the laws to unprecedented heights. Laos could distinctly perceive that the life and fire laws he had diligently studied were transformed under the baptism of this world power. The once obscure fragments of these laws now seamlessly fell into place, coalescing into a coherent whole. In his understanding of the life law, he felt as if he were immersed in a vibrant primordial forest where every vein of a leaf, every bloom of a flower, and every heartbeat of a creature contained the mysteries of life. He comprehended the entire cycle of existence from birth to decay, realizing that the cycle of life and its continuation was not merely a simple loop, but a delicate balance and transformation. Now, with but a thought, he could bestow vitality upon inanimate objects or heal grievously wounded lives. The insight into the fire law, on the other hand, was akin to plunging into the core of the universe's most blazing star. Fire was no longer merely a manifestation of combustion. It became an elemental force endowed with immense destructive and creative power. He could manipulate the form and temperature of flames at will, from the gentle flicker of a candle to the apocalyptic inferno capable of incinerating all. Fire not only had the capacity to annihilate, but also to nurture new life from destruction. A newfound understanding that elevated his mastery of the fire law to a transcendent level. Simultaneously, as he achieved harmony with the life and fire laws, Laos was delighted to discover that his previous explorations of the spatial law had also made significant strides under this merging force. His perception of space grew increasingly acute, allowing him to effortlessly tear through the barriers of space and carve out his own independent domain, even enabling instantaneous traversal across vast distances. The culmination of these three laws marked Laos's ascendance into the realm of lesser deities. His aura deepened and became more enigmatic, as if he had fused with the entirety of the world. The surrounding magical elements danced and twirled joyfully around him, akin to loyal subjects. When Laos opened his eyes, two radiant beams of light emanated from his gaze, and he sensed the immense power he now wielded, along with the great responsibility that accompanied it. Yet, his ambition was far from satiated. Upon attaining the status of a lesser deity, his aspirations soared towards the more distant multiverse, where countless unknown laws awaited his exploration and formidable foes beckoned for his conquest. At that moment, he stood atop this vast world of fusion, resembling a newly fledged eagle poised to soar into higher skies. He was acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, but with the consummate power of the three perfected laws as a lesser god, he possessed ample confidence to face whatever lay ahead. As Laos reveled in the exhilaration of his newfound strength, a sudden, crystalline alert resonated in his mind, its tone ethereal and enigmatic. System upgrade detected, dimensional fusion in progress. Adapting to new rules. A chill ran through him. This transaction system had shadowed him since he embarked on his adventurous journey, though it had proven useful at critical junctures. He had never anticipated that the fusion of dimensions could trigger a system upgrade. Amidst the flickering light, an illusory attribute panel materialized before Laos. Unlike the simplistic interface of the past, this upgraded panel was intricate and resplendent, with numerous entries related to the power of laws clearly delineated. Host, Laos Lannister power level, lesser god, possessing perfected laws of life, fire, and light. Life law mastery. Perfected, capable of controlling all forms of life, bestowing vitality or ending existence, and comprehending the mysteries of life cycle. Fire law mastery. Perfected, able to freely manipulate the form and temperature of flames, embodying both destruction and creation. Space law mastery. Advanced, able to temporarily tear through space for short-distance teleportation, with strong perception and control over space. Yet not yet perfected. Light law mastery. Perfected, capable of condensing and scattering pure light at will for purification and healing, transforming it into sharp weapons for attack, and utilizing refraction and reflection for various wondrous effects. Current dimension, unnamed, formed by the fusion of Westeros and an alternate world. The internal ecology, civilization, and laws are in a fierce collision and integration phase. The terrain is chaotic, with vast environmental discrepancies across different regions, where the forces of magic and technology frequently clash. Dimensional world rank, inferior dimension, current fusion progress at a mere 20. A considerable gap remains to reach the 100 fusion degree required for advancement to a medium dimension. The world's stability is poor, with frequent law loopholes, and many resources remain ineffectively developed. Transaction authority, able to trade with certain lesser god-level entities within the multiverse. Unlocks the trading channel for rare law fragments, providing a chance to acquire unmastered powers of law. Initiates a special item customization service, allowing the expenditure of specific resources to tailor artifacts that align with one's own laws. Taskbar, main quest. Explore the multiverse and conquer at least 3 realms governed by unique laws to solidify one's strength and elevate divine status. Reward, a rare tome of law comprehension and blueprints for artifacts aligned with 4 distinct laws. Side quest, stabilize the magical elements within the current fused world and eliminate negative impacts caused by elemental activity. Reward, special materials for stabilizing magical elements, which can enhance comprehension of the laws. Laws gazed at the newly unveiled attribute panel, his eyes brimming with astonishment and anticipation. The upgrade of the trading system undoubtedly bestowed upon him formidable wings for his journey through the multiverse. The unlocked trading channel for rare law fragments illuminated a path toward further ascension in power. The bespoke item customization service could forge artifacts harmonious with his own laws, significantly amplifying his combat prowess. The main quest, though daunting as a towering mountain, invigorated laws with fervor and ambition, enticed by the bountiful rewards. The side quest was intricately linked to the current world's predicaments. Its completion promised not only resolution of looming threats, but also practical rewards. Laws understood that this was a rare opportunity bestowed by the system, as well as a stern trial of his capabilities. On the vast and boundless stage of the multiverse, he would courageously stride towards greater heights, propelled by the enhancement of the trading system. Chapter 92. The birth of the divine artifact kingdom. Laws found himself amidst the ethereal ambience of the customized workshop, surrounded by rare materials glowing with peculiar luminescence. In his quest to create this inaugural artifact kingdom, he poured forth every ounce of effort, depleting countless resources. He had ventured deep into the searing heart of the earth, braving numerous dangers to secure the core of the earth flame, emanating with immense thermal energy, the very foundation of the kingdom's formidable power. He traversed the vast expanse of the cosmos, discovering star-fallen mystic iron among the remnants of ancient, shattered planets. This iron possessed unparalleled hardness and resonated with the mysterious forces of the universe, endowing the kingdom with unique essence and stability. At the center of the workshop, a colossal magic circle shimmered with brilliance. Laws, with unwavering focus, danced his hands while intoning ancient and obscure incantations. He methodically cast the collected earth flame core, star-fallen mystic iron, and precious life essence crystals infused with the power of life laws into the magic circle. As the incantations progressed, the radiance of the magic circle intensified, and the materials began to merge and transform under the influence of extreme heat and mysterious forces. Time became an indistinct concept as an artifact emanating resplendent light gradually took form. The kingdom resembled a suspended miniature palace, its walls crafted from star-fallen mystic iron, glimmering with starlit brilliance, intricately engraved with runes, each imbued with formidable magical power. At the pinnacle of the palace, the earth flame core was embedded, akin to a blazing heart, ceaselessly radiating potent energy, distorting the air surrounding the kingdom. The grand entrance, adorned with life essence crystals, emanated a gentle green glow, bestowing upon the kingdom the powers of healing and protection. Laws gently caressed the kingdom, his eyes filled with satisfaction and pride. This magnificent artifact, a customized creation that consumes immense resources, known as the Kingdom of Heaven, presents an awe-inspiring spectacle, a grand floating palace constructed from a mysterious metal that emanates a soft golden glow. The walls of the palace are adorned with an array of peculiar gemstones that flicker incessantly, tracing enigmatic runes and patterns. At each corner of the palace stands a towering spire, crowned with colossal crystals that radiate vibrant light, seemingly harboring boundless power. At the pinnacle of the palace flutters a vast banner, emblazoned with ancient symbols representing strength and mystery. Within the Kingdom of Heaven lies a complex energy conversion system capable of absorbing magical elements from the surrounding environment and transforming them into formidable thrust. The array of runes at the base generates a powerful anti-gravity field, interacting with the laws of space to enable stable flight. Simultaneously, the kingdom can freely adjust its flight direction and speed according to Lao's will. During its aerial journey, the kingdom can unleash a formidable energy shield to fend off external assaults. When confronted with formidable adversaries, it can instantaneously accelerate, swiftly retreating from the battlefield. Furthermore, the kingdom possesses the ability to perform spatial jumps, allowing Laos to traverse vast distances and arrive at his destination in an instant. While in flight, it can emit unique energy fluctuations that disrupt the enemy's perception, rendering them unable to track its movements. Upon successfully crafting the artifact, the Kingdom of Heaven shimmered with radiant brilliance, gradually expanding at an astonishing pace. Its outline became increasingly defined, the originally intricate palace structure extending into an even more magnificent spectacle. The base of the kingdom radiated a bright and gentle luminescence, akin to golden flames igniting, propelling it skyward. As it ascended, its glow intensified, gradually illuminating the entire continent. Before long, the kingdom hovered steadily above the land, resembling a new sun. Its intense light bathing every inch of the continent, from bustling towns to remote villages, in its warm embrace. Wherever the light reached, the chaotic magical elements born from the merging of planes began to stabilize. The storms and whirlpools resulting from elemental conflicts gradually subsided under the radiance of the kingdom. People across the continent emerged from their homes, gazing up at this new sun in the sky, their eyes filled with awe and wonder. Standing atop a high mountain, Laos beheld the floating kingdom, his heart brimming with emotions. He understood that this was not merely an artifact, but a pivotal step towards transforming this world and embarking on a higher journey. The kingdom would shine like a true sun, bestowing new vitality and hope upon this land that had endured countless trials. As the kingdom hovered above the continent, its mysterious and potent power continued to manifest. With a mere thought, Laos activated the spatial laws embedded within the kingdom. In an instant, the internal space of the kingdom rippled outward, expanding and extending infinitely. Within this aerial marvel, a vast and boundless world gradually took shape. The pristine clouds blanketed the ground like an exquisite carpet, upon which stood countless grand and towering edifices. These structures boasted a myriad of architectural styles. Some resembled the imposing spires of Gothic castles, exuding an air of solemnity, while others mirrored the delicate elegance of Eastern pavilions, all constructed from a unique material that radiated a soft, ethereal glow. Subsequently, Rouse summoned his legion of angels alongside the dragon knights. The angels, with wings as white as snow, fluttered gracefully, enveloped in a halo of sanctity, and soared into the celestial realm. The dragon knights followed closely, mounted on colossal dragons whose scales shimmered with a metallic sheen. Upon their entrance into the heavenly domain, they were awestruck by the vast and wondrous expanse before them. The angelic legion established their encampment on a floating isle, which they transformed into a sanctuary for training and respite. Surrounded by swirling mists and imbued with an ethereal essence, the island featured a towering temple of light at its center, serving as a hallowed ground for the angels' fervent prayers and enhancement of their powers. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knights opted for a sprawling mountain range within the heavens as their abode. This range housed numerous vast caverns, perfectly suited for the colossal dragons to dwell. The Dragon Knights erected formidable fortresses amidst the mountains, complete with training grounds, armories, and watchtowers. Daily, they trained their dragons, honing their riding and combat skills, ever ready to respond to Rouse's call. The spatial laws of the celestial realm not only provided ample living quarters, but also ingeniously constructed a convenient transportation network. Glimmering portals dotted the landscape, allowing the angelic legion and dragon knights to swiftly traverse the various corners of paradise. In this enchanting domain, they collectively safeguarded the heavenly kingdom while eagerly awaiting the opportunity to embark on new adventures alongside Rouse. Seated upon his throne of pure gold, encrusted with myriad dazzling gemstones that shimmered in harmony with the radiance of the celestial realm, Rouse surveyed the boundless expanse of the earth below through a nearly imperceptible barrier. Below him, mountains and rivers intertwiningly sprawled across the land, where forests and deserts were interspersed. In the cities, spired buildings rose in an orderly fashion, with bustling streets alive with the flow of carriages and throngs of pedestrians. Despite the distance, Rouse, endowed with extraordinary perception by the divine artifact, discerned every intricate detail. He observed farmers toiling in the fields, their faces alight with the joy of harvest, merchants haggling in the marketplace, tirelessly laboring for their livelihood, and soldiers patrolling the ramparts, vigilantly gazing into the distance. However, Rouse also noted that the effects of the planar convergence had not entirely dissipated. In some remote areas, magical elements remained in disarray, occasionally giving rise to peculiar phenomena. At the fringes of the land, dark mists lingered, subtly threatening the tranquility that had been so painstakingly restored. Yet, his gaze bore no trace of worry. Instead, it radiated determination and confidence. He understood deeply that, As the guardian of this land, he bore a significant responsibility. The strength of the celestial realm, along with the loyalty of the angelic legion and dragon knights, constituted the unwavering support for his guardianship of this cherished earth. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling Lao's hair as he slightly raised his chin, resolutely deciding to harness his own strength to lead this land towards a more glorious future, allowing it to shine with its unique brilliance upon the stage of the multiverse. Chapter 93. Faith and War. Lao sat upon the golden throne of the celestial realm, tightly grasping a mysterious crystal. Within the crystal, countless souls flickered like ethereal lights, swirling as if trapped in an invisible cage, emitting silent struggles and lamentations. He gazed intently at the crystal, his eyes reflecting determination and anticipation. To strengthen the angelic legion, he conceived a bold plan. Rising, crystal in hand, Laos ventured toward a sacred site within the heavenly realm, the Fountain of Faith. This spring radiated a gentle glow, its waters flowing dreamily, each drop containing immense and pure power of faith. Slowly, Laos immersed the crystal into the Fountain of Faith, and in that instant, the waters surged with brilliance. The souls within the crystal seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, breaking free from their confinement and merging into the waters. The Fountain of Faith began to churn violently, its light intensifying, causing the entire celestial realm to tremble. As the souls intertwined with the Fountain of Faith, new angels gradually came into being. Those with purer souls birthed towering angels, their wings as white as snow and broad with strength, radiating a powerful divine glow. Conversely, those with slightly less purity produced comparatively smaller angels, their wings appearing somewhat dim. The newly born angels surrounded Laos, enveloped in a soft halo, fluttering their pristine wings and gracefully clustering around him. Their eyes sparkled with pure and fervent light as they gazed up at Laos, emitting crystal clear and ethereal calls, akin to celestial music resonating throughout every inch of the heavenly domain, imbued with reverence and loyalty towards their creator. Laos regarded these nascent powers with a satisfied smile, aware that this new angelic legion would serve as a formidable bulwark to safeguard this land, collectively facing unknown crises and challenges. Standing atop the clouds of the celestial realm, his gaze sternly surveyed the continent, fully cognizant that amidst the tumultuous and unpredictable dynamics of the multiverse, faith and war were the inevitable paths to his ascent. War, resembling a brutal tempest, swept across the land. Whenever he led the angelic legion and dragon knights into battle, it became a grand harvest of souls. On the battlefield, blades flashed and magic illuminated the air, life proving as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. As the battle drew to a close, the departed souls were drawn by a special force, becoming part of the crystal in his hand, reserving energy for the birth of even more powerful angels. Faith, akin to fertile soil, served as the essential nourishment for nurturing strength. He dispatched angels across the continent to perform miracles, healing the wounded and dispelling darkness, allowing the populace to witness the power of the celestial realm firsthand. With each miracle, the awe and devotion within the hearts of the people ignited, prompting them to worship fervently, continuously channeling the purest power of faith towards the heavenly domain. The power of faith is woven into every inch of the celestial kingdom's bricks and runes, rendering the artifacts ever more formidable, whilst bathing the angels and knights within in this divine essence, steadily enhancing their strength. Time passes swiftly, fleeting like a shadow. 5 years have slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this brief yet miraculous span, Laos, with the steadfast guardianship of his legion of angels and dragon knights, has wrought countless glories across this land. He has guided his companions in the gradual remolding of a world plunged into chaos due to the merging of realms. The tumultuous magical elements have been meticulously aligned, the marauding dark creatures have been systematically eradicated, and the shattered landscapes have begun to regain their former vitality under the touch of wondrous powers. Under Lao's leadership, this continent has been infused with unprecedented vigor. In the cities, the populace thrives in peace and prosperity, bustling trade flourishes, and laughter echoes through every street. In the fields, crops flourish, and the joy of harvest radiates from every farmer's face. Within the forests, animals frolic freely, coexisting harmoniously with nature. Today, this land has achieved a complete and stable fusion, transforming into a realm brimming with hope and light. Gazing upon this revitalized terrain, Laos is filled with profound emotion and pride, solemnly naming this continent the Land of Light, signifying that henceforth, light shall eternally illuminate this ground, banishing darkness and chaos from its embrace. Standing atop the celestial kingdom, Laos exudes an aura of sanctity and majesty. Grasping tightly the staff imbued with boundless power, the gem atop it sparkles with a mysterious radiance, mirroring the depth of his gaze. He gently raises his arm, and the staff descends with a deliberate grace. In that instant, a resplendent beam of life bursts forth from the staff's apex, cascading across the entire land of light like a surging tide. Wherever this life force travels, barren lands swiftly awaken to vitality. Withered trees sprout tender green shoots, transforming in an instant into a lush canopy. Arid soil becomes fertile and soft as vibrant blossoms compete to bloom, exuding enchanting fragrances. Rivers surge and flow, their waters shimmering as fish dart joyfully within. In the skies, flocks of birds soar freely, their melodious calls resonating through the expanse of heaven and earth. In every corner of the continent, human society flourishes under the nurturing light of life. The cries of newborns resound in a harmonious chorus, each new life embodying boundless hope. In the villages, industrious inhabitants toil diligently, and homes proliferate like mushrooms after rain. In the cities, skilled artisans craft magnificent edifices that rise majestically. This life force not only awakens the slumbering earth, but symbolizes humanity as rapid propagation upon this land. It heralds a new beginning, an era teeming with vitality and prosperity. As the curtains slowly draw back on the land of light, upon their arrival at the land of light, the elf and dwarf races from another world approached with caution and unease, confronted by their unfamiliar surroundings. The elven race, endowed with extraordinary perception, has constructed a harmonious cluster of tree houses within the lush forests, while the dwarves have delved deeply into the undulating mountains, unearthing vast and intricate subterranean abodes. As time has progressed, the interactions among the races have become increasingly frequent. The elves, with their elegant magic and exceptional archery skills, have aided humanity in repelling beastly incursions. Safeguarding towns, the dwarves, with their masterful forging techniques, have crafted sharp weapons and sturdy armor for humankind. Through countless battles fought side by side and the collaborative efforts in building, suspicion has gradually dissipated and trust has deepened. Today, the elven and dwarven races have completely integrated into this land. They preserve their ancestral cultures on the radiant continent while eagerly embracing new ways of life, working hand in hand with humans and other races, imbuing this continent with a harmonious atmosphere of diverse coexistence. You have successfully stabilized the magical elements of the current integrated world, eradicating the negative impacts caused by elemental volatility. System notification. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Subsequently, you have received a special material for stabilizing magical elements, which emanates a peculiar glow, as if containing the mysterious power to soothe the magical elements. Simultaneously, an ethereal object that enhances the comprehension of spatial laws has appeared in your hands. Its unique form subtly resonates with the principles of space, seemingly awaiting your exploration of its mysteries to aid you in furthering your understanding of spatial laws. Chapter 94. The Mirror of Shadows. The celestial kingdom shines radiantly, and a ripple passes through the barrier as Tyrion steps within. His flowing golden hair dances in the breeze, and his handsome features bear traces of a journey. As the brother of Rouse, Tyrion is no stranger to the celestial kingdom, yet he is still awed by the increasingly grand spectacle before him. He strides quickly towards Rouse, his eyes filled with warmth and reverence. "Brother, I have returned." Tyrion stands respectfully before Rouse, methodically reporting, "Brother, the changes upon the earth have been monumental over the past few years. The former 7 kingdoms have been entirely renamed the Empire of Light, now under the decisive governance of our father. His resolute measures have led to the Empire's orderly administration." At this point, a hint of pride graces Tyrion's face. "Moreover, during these 5 years, I have not been idle. I have blessed the Lannister family with 3 children, thus contributing to our lineage. Furthermore, the holy judicators have tirelessly spread the faith of light across the continent. Now, the doctrine of light has deeply penetrated the hearts of the people, and everywhere one can witness their devout belief in you. Your faith has become the guiding light in the hearts of the masses." Hearing this, Rouse's eyes brim with satisfaction as he raises his hand to pat Tyrion's shoulder. "Well done, you are among the contributors to the rise of this radiant continent. With a solid foundation of faith and a robust empire, this land is bound to flourish further. This continent has now been completely integrated. I command you to lead my first legion, commencing a new war of annihilation," Rouse declares solemnly, his gaze piercing as it meets Tyrion's. After years of development, the army of 1,000,000 angels possesses strength far beyond the past. Lao raised his hand, gesturing towards the celestial kingdom suspended in the sky. Through the swirling mists, the silhouettes of legions could be faintly discerned, with the first legion standing as the elite among the elite, possessing the power to annihilate worlds. Yet, one must not underestimate the challenge ahead. Lau's expression was solemn, his gaze profound, as he continued, in recent years, we have dispatched countless vanguard teams into the uncharted realms of the multiverse. Now, we have explored several planes ripe for conquest. Within those realms, dark forces ravaged the land, and malevolent creatures roamed freely. He turned to Tyrion, his eyes reflecting both trust and earnest expectation. The First Legion bears a sacred mission. You must lead them with the might of thunder, penetrating those planes. Purify the darkness and spread the light to every corner. Tyrion stood tall, chest out, his eyes filled with resolve and determination. I shall not fail in my duty. The First Legion will be like a razor-sharp blade, tearing through the defenses of the dark realms, allowing light to blossom there. In the shadow mirror, shrouded in eternal darkness, a priest imbued with a flicker of holy light knelt reverently upon the cold stone slab, eyes tightly shut and hands clasped, fervently praying to the deity within his heart. His weathered face bore the marks of exhaustion and hope, unwavering in his belief that the divine could rescue this world teetering on the brink of despair. Suddenly, a strange tearing sound echoed through the previously silent sky, and a mysterious portal emanating a radiant glow slowly materialized. From within the portal, a colossal, majestic dragon emerged with great difficulty. Its scales shimmered with an extraordinary luster, standing out vividly against the backdrop of darkness. Upon the dragon's broad back sat a fully armored woman, Daenerys. She exuded an innate regal aura, her posture erect and gaze resolute. Behind the mother of dragons, a vast army of angels followed in a magnificent procession. These angels radiated pure, dazzling holy light, illuminating the darkened world slightly. Their wings flapped gently, producing a melodious sound, as if heralding a symphony of hope. Meanwhile, several mages stood at the portal's edge, hands weaving intricate patterns as they chanted ancient incantations, continuously infusing the portal with magical energy to ensure its stability, allowing more souls to traverse this gateway into the land besieged by darkness. Suddenly, a figure swiftly darted through the luminescent portal. Upon closer inspection, it was Tyrion, wearing his familiar mischievous and daring expression. He quickly surveyed the foul and eerie surroundings, instinctively stroking his chin before striding towards the mages sustaining the portal. Listen, increase the magical output, Tyrion shouted, his signature sharp voice ringing out. Pour all your strength into this damn portal. We need stronger warriors to pass through here. Now is not the time to conserve magic, do you understand? As he spoke, his arms waved animatedly, his expression a blend of urgency and determination, as if proclaiming to this dark world that they were about to unleash a transformative power. Chapter 95. The Clash of Light and Darkness. Tyrion briskly traversed the streets steeped in a miasma of decay, surrounded by crumbling walls and dilapidation. With only the dilapidated church standing defiantly in the gloom, his agile form swiftly slipped inside the church. Within, an ancient atmosphere lingered, the flickering candlelight on the walls wavering precariously, as if on the verge of extinguishing. Tyrion made his way directly to the priest, who was still engrossed in prayer. Immersed in fervent supplication, the priest was startled as Tyrion spoke softly. His voice, though low, resonated clearly within the silence of the church. I am Tyrion, the commander of the First Legion under the Lord of Light. The priest turned abruptly, surprise and confusion etched across his face as he regarded the extraordinary presence before him. Tyrion inclined his head slightly and continued, I sense that you have been praying to the Lord of Light. Today, the Lord has responded, sending us forth. This land shrouded in darkness is about to be purified. His gaze was resolute and fervent, as if infused with the supreme will of the Lord of Light, piercing through the dense darkness. Upon concluding his words, Tyrion clenched his fist, the veins in his arms pronounced, and declared emphatically, We shall eradicate all darkness, allowing the light to once again illuminate this land. Let every corner tainted by darkness return to the embrace of the Lord of Light. His proclamation reverberated throughout the church like the tolling of a great bell, stirring an echo that seemed to invigorate even the faintest candlelight. As if responding to the impending battle of light, Daenerys stood resolutely upon the broad back of her dragon, enveloped in a sacred and formidable aura. Throughout her journey, the power of faith flowed into her like a gentle stream, continuously reshaping her sinews and soul, endowing her with an extraordinary strength of the ninth tier. At this moment, her gaze was piercing, fixed upon the land shrouded in darkness ahead, resolute in her determination to serve as the vanguard, paving a path of light for her army. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, the dragon unfurled its vast wings, darting into the dark depths like a bolt of black lightning. Daenerys, agile and poised, wielded a gleaming blade that shimmered with cold light. Each swing summoned a fierce gust of wind, toppling the dark creatures that dared to obstruct her path, whether cleaved by her blade or reduced to ashes by the dragon's fiery breath. In her wake, the angelic squad followed closely, their pristine wings shimmering with a holy brilliance amidst the darkness. These angels possessed unwavering resolve, their weapons radiating dazzling light, weaving through the dark creatures with fluid grace. Each strike precise and lethal, systematically vanquishing the shadows. Remarkably, each angel bore a crystalline soul gem, seemingly alive, pulsating with a gentle glow as they fought, swiftly harvesting the souls of the vanquished dark beings. With each soul absorbed, the radiance of the crystal intensified, as if accumulating a more formidable power for the impending clash between light and darkness. The entire battlefield was enveloped in this extraordinary and sacred luminescence. As Daenerys and her angelic cohort unleashed their fury upon the dark creatures with the ferocity of a tempest, the alarm bells of the Shadow City rang out abruptly. The high-ranking members of the Shadow Church wore grim expressions, sensing an unprecedented crisis encroaching upon them. The leading dark priest swiftly wielded his staff, reciting incantations as black runes surged forth from its tip, rapidly extending beyond the city limits. Wherever the runes touched, the ground began to distort, and countless corrupted vines erupted from the earth, attempting to impede Daenerys and her allies' advance. Observing this, a resolute glint flickered in Daenerys' eyes as she gently patted her dragon's head. The beast understood, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon fire. Under the intense heat, the vines ignited instantaneously, transforming into a sea of flames. However, the Shadow Church's retaliation did not wane. A cadre of fallen knights, mounted upon gigantic nightmare beasts with blood-red eyes, charged forth from the city, their spears shimmering ominously as they surged towards Daenerys and her angelic squad. Simultaneously, deep within the Evernight Forest, the concealed shadow elves sensed the disturbance in the outside world. Acutely attuned to the changes of this land, they understood that this sudden conflict would irrevocably alter the landscape. Under their leader's summons, the shadow elves rapidly assembled, drawing their bows with arrows laced in deadly poison, stealthily approaching the battlefield, poised to deliver a lethal blow at a critical moment. Meanwhile, within the blood-red monastery, the fallen monks encircled a black ancient well emanating a strange aura, conducting a mysterious ritual. They sought to awaken the formidable malevolent force slumbering deep within the well through this ancient rite, in hopes of countering the encroaching forces of light. As the ritual progressed, black smoke billowed from the well, gradually coalescing into grotesque phantoms that emitted bone-chilling roars. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Tyrion stood alongside the priest atop the church tower, closely monitoring the unfolding conflict, his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, Daenerys had already engaged in close combat with the fallen knights, her blade clashing against their spears, sending sparks flying. The dragon, leveraging its massive size, continually rammed into the enemy, toppling the nightmare beasts. The angelic squad, undeterred, adeptly shifted formations in the air, searing the fallen knights with the power of holy light. Yet as the battle raged on, Daenerys gradually discerned that these fallen knights appeared to be imbued with some malevolent force, their attacks growing increasingly ferocious and their defenses more resilient. Tyrion and the priest stood side by side atop the church tower, gazing down upon the chaotic battlefield, acutely aware that to prevail in this fierce confrontation between light and darkness, one must possess an intimate understanding of the world's circumstances. He withdrew his gaze from the swirling smoke and the flickering flames of battle, turning to the priest beside him, his expression grave as he inquired, "Priest, I need to comprehend the intricacies of the various factions in this land. Time is of the essence. Every detail could determine our fate." The priest sighed softly, his eyes filled with concern and reminiscence, and spoke slowly. "This world shrouded in darkness is rife with complex factions. The most powerful and notorious among them is undoubtedly the Shadow Church. They revere the fallen god of shadows, firmly believing that darkness is the ultimate destiny of the world. The dark priests within the church are masters of shadow magic, capable of manipulating shadows and summoning the undead, employing methods of extreme cruelty. Those fanatics are thoroughly brainwashed, willing to sacrifice everything to plunge the world into eternal darkness. There are also the corrupted knights, once guardians of justice, who have succumbed to the insidious influence of dark powers, now serving as minions of the Shadow Church. riding cursed nightmare steeds, spreading fear and death. Tyrion nodded slightly, his brow furrowed as he rapidly conjured the terrifying visage of the Shadow Church in his mind. Pressing further, what of the other factions? Is there truly no power capable of resisting the Shadow Church? The priest cast his gaze toward the distant city-states and villages encircled by high walls, continuing, once there existed the light resistance. Comprising the remnants of paladins, priests, and brave commoners, they were united in their desire to fend off the encroaching darkness. They clung to ancient relics and the waning power of holy light, struggling to safeguard the last vestiges of hope. However, as time passed, the forces of darkness grew increasingly formidable, while their strength waned, now barely maintaining their presence in hidden strongholds, desperately holding on. Moreover, there are the wilderness wanderers. The priest added, a small band of hunters, thieves, and wandering mages, striving to survive in this perilous wilderness. They remain wary of all factions, trusting only in themselves, resorting to any means necessary for survival. Though they fight their own battles, they represent a force that cannot be overlooked, occasionally altering local circumstances in unforeseen ways. Lastly, there are the Dark Lords. The priest's voice grew somber and heavy, like the Lich King, shadow dragons, and fallen nobility, who govern various regions of this realm. These powerful entities are in constant conflict with one another, yet they tacitly collaborate to suppress human resistance. They wield unimaginable dark powers, standing as the most terrifying entities in this land. Upon hearing this, Tyrion fell into a momentary contemplation. After a brief pause, he fixed his gaze resolutely upon the battlefield, already beginning to strategize how to leverage the characteristics of these factions to devise the most advantageous battle plan, paving the way for the triumph of light. After absorbing the priest's detailed exposition of the factions, Tyrion surveyed the battlefield with keen eyes, swiftly weighing the pros and cons, before turning to the priest with a solemn and decisive countenance, stating, "Priest, the current situation is urgent. We must rally every possible force that can unite. I command you to act immediately, to gather the remaining paladins in this area and all ordinary folk who resist the darkness." He paused slightly, his gaze firmly locked onto the priest's eyes, continuing, "Though these individuals may be scattered in their strength, their yearning for light and abhorrence of darkness has never waned. You are familiar with this land and understand their circumstances. It is most fitting for you to represent us. They may indeed be a formidable force that we cannot overlook in our endeavor." A flicker of hesitation crossed the priest's eyes as he stammered, "My lord, the matter of this union is far from simple. The holy knights are mostly concealed in various places, making them difficult to trace. While the common folk have long suffered under the oppressive weight of darkness, instilling unity amongst them will likely require time and effort." Tyrion placed a reassuring hand on the priest's shoulder, offering him strength and encouragement. "I comprehend the challenges at hand, yet we have no alternative. You may leverage your esteemed reputation among the populace, as well as any potential connections with the Holy Knights. Start by reaching out to the nearby villages, rallying those brave souls, and gradually seek out the whereabouts of the knights. With every additional alliance we forge, the hope of triumphing over darkness increases. Remember, the Lord of Light shall be with you. You will undoubtedly fulfill this mission." The priest took a deep breath, a renewed determination igniting in his eyes as he nodded resolutely. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall not fail in my duty. Even if I must endure countless trials and tribulations, I will gather these forces of resistance." With that, the priest turned and descended the tower with firm strides, vanishing into the dimness beyond the church, a realm brimming with hope and uncertainty. Chapter 96. Fierce combat on the battlefield. The resistance from the dark forces was exceedingly tenacious. The fallen knights, mounted on nightmare steeds, charged wildly towards the angelic army, their lances swirling as black ethereal light flickered, attempting to rend the wings of the angels that radiated with holy luminance. The dark priests of the Shadow Church stood in the rear, their hands weaving around their staffs as they chanted eerie incantations. Waves of black energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide, distorting the air around them and spreading a nauseating stench of decay. Those corrupted beings, such as shadow wolves and ghouls, were driven by the forces of darkness, recklessly lunging at their foes, their howls intertwining into a symphony of despair. However, from the space portal that emanated mysterious light, the angelic army flowed forth like a relentless torrent. The newly arrived angels swiftly joined the fray, their presence instantly altering the previously intense battle. The angels skillfully maneuvered through the air, coordinating seamlessly with one another. Their weapons shimmered with pure holy light, with each strike They dispelled darkness and seared the bodies of the dark creatures. An angel wielding a golden longsword, agile in form, traced an elegant arc in the air, charging directly at a fallen knight. The sword, radiating dazzling brilliance, descended upon the knight, who hastily raised his lance in defense, but was jolted by the overwhelming power of holy light, causing his arm to go numb, nearly toppling him from his nightmare steed. In swift succession, two more angels flanked from the side, their warhammer and staff launching simultaneous attacks. The warhammer struck the armor of the fallen knight with a resounding thud, while the staff released a healing light, mending the wounds of their comrade in front. As an increasing number of angels join the fray, the battlefield's dynamics become increasingly clear. The dark creatures begin to show signs of panic, and the once solid defensive lines are now riddled with fissures. The dark priests of the Shadow Church, witnessing this turmoil, were expressions of urgency. They intensify their output of dark magic in a desperate attempt to turn the tide, but all efforts are in vain. The scales of victory slowly begin to tilt toward the light, and the radiant holy light gradually illuminates this land long shrouded in darkness, heralding the imminent triumph of light over darkness and bestowing new hope upon the world. High-ranking members of the Shadow Church stand atop the towering Shadow Tower in the City of Shadows, their gazes cold and calculating as they observe the battlefield. Upon discovering the ceaseless influx of angels through a spatial portal, their expressions darken considerably. The chief priest grits his teeth and declares, "We cannot allow these celestial beings to continue their entry. We must shatter that portal." The dark mages beside him nod in agreement, their eyes glinting with madness. Thus, the leadership of the Shadow Church springs into swift action. The dark mages concentrate their magical energy, and under the chief priest's guidance, they begin to chant ancient and malevolent incantations. Black mist swirls around their bodies, within which flicker eerie runes. These runes gradually converge, racing toward the spatial portal. Wherever the runes travel, the air seems to tear apart, emitting a piercing sound, and the space surrounding the portal begins to tremble violently, causing the once stable light to flicker erratically. Meanwhile, Tyrell closely monitors the developments on the battlefield. His keen senses detect the Shadow Church's intentions, and alarm bells ring within him. They must not be allowed to succeed. Tyrell mutters fiercely. Drawing upon his formidable magical prowess, he instantly casts a teleportation spell, his form resembling a brilliant shooting star as he appears above the high-ranking members of the Shadow Church in the blink of an eye. Today, Tyrell is no longer the diminutive figure he once was. Through his long journeys and rigorous training, mystical forces have reshaped his physique, granting him a tall and imposing stature, radiating an aura of awe. "You dark minions shall not disrupt the portal." Tyrell's voice booms like thunder, resonating across the skies. In his grip, he wields a long sword that emanates a ghostly glow, its blade inscribed with mysterious runes, an artifact he has sought through countless trials, imbued with the power to annihilate worlds. The high-ranking members of the Shadow Church are momentarily stunned by Tyrell's sudden appearance, but they quickly regain their fierce demeanor. A sinister smirk crosses the chief priest's face as he sneers. "Humph, who is this reckless fool daring to obstruct us? Such folly is a path to destruction." With that, he vigorously swings his staff, unleashing a thick column of black energy, swirling with malevolence, surging toward Tyrell like a raging tide. Tyrell's gaze sharpens, undaunted. He dodges this lethal strike with the swiftness of lightning and lunges downward, akin to a tiger descending upon its prey, charging toward the dark mages below. A fierce battle erupts in an instant. In the midst of the dark mages, Tyrion moved as if in a realm untouched by others. With his longsword dancing in his grasp, glimmering with a cold light, each slash emitted a fierce sword aura, effectively repelling his adversaries. The dark mages, undeterred, unleashed their formidable skills, hurling black flames, toxic mists, and sharp spikes towards Tyrion like a tempest. With nimble movements, he evaded their assaults, though magical strikes grazed him, leaving trails of crimson on his skin, yet the determination and fighting spirit in his eyes burned ever brighter. Sensing the tide of battle turning, the high priest personally engaged in the fray. His staff erupted with a more potent dark energy, distorting the surrounding space as if the very air had been compressed into a tangible form. Tyrion felt an unprecedented pressure, yet the tenacity and resilience that ran through his veins ignited within him. Utilizing his agile physique, exceptional intellect, and formidable magical prowess, he entered into a breathtaking duel with the high priest. The battlefield escalated into a fervent clash, each side refusing to yield. Every strike and defense hinged on life and death, with the outcome of this confrontation poised to determine the fate of the spatial passage and the world itself. Like a bolt of lightning, Tyrion surged forward, his sword weaving blooms of light to strike at the high priest's throat. The high priest parried with his staff, producing a thunderous clang reminiscent of a resounding bell, sparks flying from the metal collision. The force of the impact numbed the high priestess' arm. Yet he seized the moment to swing his staff, the skull atop it unleashing a torrent of black miasma that engulfed Tyrion. Though visibility was obscured by the noxious vapors, Tyrion remained unperturbed. His sword spun rapidly, forming an impenetrable curtain of steel that forced the encroaching dark mages to retreat. Chanting incantations, a gentle golden glow enveloped him, and the power of holy light surged forth, dispersing the dark miasma like the sun breaking through clouds. Infuriated, the high priest raised his staff high, reciting ancient spells. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, coalescing into a massive black hand that blotted out the sun as it descended upon Tyrion. Wherever the hand passed, the air was violently drawn away, producing a sharp whistle. Unfazed, Tyrion felt a surge of magical energy coursing through him. The brilliance of his sword intensified. With a mighty shout, he leapt into the air like a golden meteor, aiming directly at the palm of the magical hand. With a deafening roar, the hand crumbled upon being pierced by his sword, shattering into countless ebony shards that scattered widely, leaving enormous craters in the walls of the Shadow Tower. Harnessing the momentum, Tyrion executed a graceful flip in midair, landing firmly atop the tower's pinnacle, surveying his foes from above. Seizing this opportunity, the dark mages unleashed their most potent dark spells. Black lightning, corrosive green beams, and fetid black flames surged toward Tyrion from all directions. A glint of icy resolve flashed in his eyes as he swung his sword in a circular arc, releasing a powerful wave of sword energy that clashed against the dark magic. An explosion of sound erupted, brilliant light flickering as the summit of the Shadow Tower seemed engulfed in a cataclysmic storm. Tyrion seized upon a flaw, his form gliding like a wraith through the chasms of dark magic, instantly arriving before a shadowy sorcerer. The mage's eyes widened in terror, caught unawares, as Tyrion's sword struck with the swiftness of a serpent, piercing his chest with deadly precision. With a fierce yank, Tyrion withdrew his blade, sending the lifeless body of the sorcerer careening towards other foes, while he pivoted with grace, repelling a would-be ambush from the high priest with a flurry of sharp sword strikes. Enraged and humiliated, the high priest charged recklessly at Tyrion, the skull atop his staff pulsating with a sinister red glow, voraciously consuming the surrounding dark energies. The entire Shadow Tower trembled under the weight of this formidable power. The high priest's aura surged violently, and suddenly, an endless abyss of darkness materialized behind him, filled with anguished wails and countless twisted shadows reaching out. A manifestation of his dark domain, the abyss of shadows. This realm expanded rapidly, corroding the very fabric of space, transforming the ground into viscous black magma that exuded a nauseating stench. Fully aware of the terror that this domain could unleash, Tyrion stood unflinching. Throughout the long years, the power of faith had quietly reshaped his body and spirit, bestowing upon him the ability to command two potent realms. In that moment, a radiant glow enveloped him, and a pair of magnificent wings, forged from holy light, unfurled behind him. As they fluttered gently, they cast a sacred luminescence, and simultaneously, his domain of light erupted forth. It was a realm of dazzling brilliance, where golden clouds drifted and sacred bells resonated, rendering all darkness powerless beneath its radiance. Then, with a steely gaze, Tyrion felt the temperature plummet as his domain of ice awakened. From his core, crystalline ice spread rapidly, causing the air to freeze into shards that cascaded down like snow. In the realm of ice, sharp icicles stood tall, glinting with cold light, creating a veritable purgatory of frost. The collision of these two domains was akin to a cataclysmic celestial impact, unleashing a force capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. The energies of light and darkness, heat and cold, wove together in a frenzied tapestry, tearing and roaring in a cacophony of thunderous sound. Ice shards clashed with the black magma. Golden brilliance battled against shadowy depths, and in the tumult of their confrontation, the dark sorcerers were hurled away by the overwhelming backlash, tumbling like kites severed from their strings. The pinnacle of the Shadow Tower began to crumble under this titanic force, stones raining down like a torrential downpour. Tyrion and the High Priest engaged fiercely at the heart of this chaotic battlefield, their silhouettes flickering amidst the interplay of light and darkness. Drawing upon the might of the Dark Domain, the High Priest's assault grew increasingly frenzied. Each swing of his staff unleashed a wave of black death. Tyrion, meanwhile, deftly alternated between the powers of light and ice, the sanctity of the light domain purifying the darkness, while the chilling grip of the ice domain froze the high priest's movements, sharpening his strikes to a lethal edge, each blow infused with cataclysmic force. The battle had reached its zenith, both combatants exerting every ounce of strength in pursuit of ultimate victory. Chapter 97. The Dawn of Light. In a fierce clash between Tyrion and the high priest within the realm, the battle reached a stalemate. Just as the tide of war seemed to stagnate, a peculiar wave of energy rippled through the battlefield. A flicker of eerie green light flashed by, and the enigmatic figure of the three-eyed crow traversed the spatial passage, arriving at this location. Surrounded by mysterious runes, its eyes sparkled with the wisdom of omniscience, emanating an ancient and formidable aura. The three-eyed crow circled in the air, emitting a crystalline call that resonated with boundless magical power, instantly piercing through the din of battle. As the call echoed, a subtle distortion enveloped the surrounding time and space. With a flap of its wings, iridescent feathers fell like shimmering embers, whereupon the dark magic's potency began to wane. Regions once shrouded in shadow gradually revealed bizarre visions, fragments of bygone eras intertwined with potential futures. These apparitions disrupted the minds of the Shadow Church's followers, causing a momentary lapse in their focus. Witnessing this, Tyrion's eyes glimmered with hope, for he understood that the arrival of the three-eyed crow would surely alter the course of the battle. Seizing the moment when the high priest and the dark sorcerers were distracted, he summoned the powers of the domains of light and ice with fervor. Golden radiance intertwined with crystalline frost, surging toward the high priest with overwhelming force. The high priest, jolted from his brief stupor, sensed the impending doom, his visage betraying sheer terror. Summoning every ounce of strength, he amplified the power of the dark domain to its zenith, as black magma and twisted shadows surged chaotically, striving to thwart Tyrion's assault. Yet, under the dual influence of Tyrion and the three-eyed crow, his resistance appeared futile. The sword in Tyrion's grasp, empowered by the confluence of both domains, radiated a brilliance so intense it was nearly blinding. With a resounding battle cry, he surged forth like a bolt of golden lightning, exuding an indomitable momentum aimed at the high priest. The high priest wielded his staff, conjuring barrier after barrier of dark energy, but they were effortlessly shattered by Tyrion. As Tyrion approached, his sword, imbued with unwavering resolve, plunged mercilessly toward the high priest. Desperately, the high priest swung his staff in a futile attempt to block. Yet the blade, infused with the essence of light and frigid power, effortlessly severed the staff before piercing through his chest without obstruction. The high priest's eyes widened in disbelief. As if unable to accept his fate, he opened his mouth to utter something, only to sputter forth a stream of black blood. Moments later, his body began to disintegrate, transforming into countless shards of darkness that dissipated into the wind. With the demise of the high priest, his dark domain collapsed instantaneously, and the shadowy aura from the pinnacle of the Shadow Tower swiftly vanished, allowing light to reclaim the space. The surrounding dark sorcerers, witnessing this turn of events, were engulfed in terror, scattering like frightened birds. Tyrion retracted the domain's power, exhaling a long sigh of relief, and lifted his gaze toward the three-eyed crow. His eyes filled with gratitude. This arduous battle had finally reached a pivotal turning point, and it seemed they were one step closer to utterly vanquishing the forces of darkness. At the moment Tyrion's longsword pierced the chest of the high priest, time seemed to stand still. The high priest's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock, as his body disintegrated into countless black shards, dissipating in the wind. The dark domain he had devoted his life to constructing crumbled like a fleeting dream. This sudden turn of events struck every dark sorcerer like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. Those who had been stubbornly resisting were instantly transformed into frightened prey, their eyes reflecting a spreading terror, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. They exchanged panicked glances, casting aside their staffs and fleeing in all directions, utterly disorganized. The dark creatures on the battlefield seemed to sense this wave of despair. The once coordinated attack formations fell into disarray. The shadow wolves tucked their tails and whined as they sought refuge in the dark corners, while the ghouls emitted chilling cries, disregarding their comrades as they scattered in panic. In stark contrast, the army of angels surged forth like a mighty tide, launching a more ferocious assault. Their pure white wings unfurled beneath the dim sky, radiating a sacred and dazzling light, as if they were harbingers of illumination destined to sweep away the darkness. Those angels wielding sharp blades moved with grace, weaving through the air effortlessly. Each swing of their weapons released a brilliant holy light, causing dark creatures to fall wherever they passed. Some angels cast healing spells, showering gentle light upon their injured comrades, allowing them to swiftly regain their strength and rejoin the fray. One angel, armed with a golden warhammer, locked onto a fleeing dark sorcerer. He ascended high into the sky and then dove down like a meteor, his hammer descending with the force of thunder. The dark sorcerer turned in terror, attempting to conjure a magical shield in defense, but that fragile barrier shattered instantly under the angel's might, the hammer crushing him into a pulpy mass. At the edge of the battlefield, a group of angels surrounded a band of ghouls attempting to escape. The ghouls clawed and snarled, emitting a foul stench, yet the angels remained undaunted. They demonstrated impeccable teamwork, some illuminating the ghouls' movements with holy light, while others seized the opportunity to strike at their vital points with precision. Before long, the ghouls lay strewn upon the ground, reduced to piles of decaying remnants exuding a putrid odor. Under the relentless assault of the angels, the number of dark creatures on the battlefield dwindled, the scales of victory tipping decisively towards the side of light. This land, long shrouded in darkness, seemed finally poised to welcome the dawn of a new era. The angels, radiating divine brilliance, resembled majestic war deities, methodically harvesting the souls of the dark beings. The soul crystals adorning their chests acted as insatiable black holes, voraciously absorbing the ethereal energies that lingered in the air. Initially emitting a soft glow, these crystals grew ever brighter as souls were continuously infused, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, as if countless stars were flickering and colliding within. The souls of the defeated powerful dark sorcerers, rich with immense and intricate magical power, triggered even more intense reactions when drawn into the crystals. The crystal radiated a brilliant light, almost blinding, as mysterious runes flickered and vanished within its luminous depths. While the souls of ordinary dark creatures were absorbed, enhancing the crystal's glow, it paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring impact of a powerful soul. Chapter 98. The final confrontation of light and darkness. The fallen knights surged forth from the ruins of the Shadow City like apparitions, their nightmare steeds exhaling plumes of dense black smoke, leaving charred marks upon the ground. Their armor seemed cursed by darkness, each inch adorned with twisted runes that emanated a ghostly luminescence, whispering ancient and malevolent secrets. Their eyes blazed with a ghostly green flame, a manifestation of madness devoured by darkness, while their long spears shimmered ominously, their sharp points appearing capable of cleaving through space itself. At the forefront stood a fallen knight, resembling a dark deity, brandishing a massive sword as black as night, its blade entwined with ominous, writhing shadows that seemed alive. Each swing of the sword stirred the air, producing a deep, mournful sound. With a thunderous roar, the fallen knights surged forth like a torrent of darkness, charging towards the flanks of the army of light, their presence suffusing the air with an ominous aura, as if to engulf the light entirely. The angelic squad responded with remarkable swiftness, their pure white wings tracing elegant yet fierce arcs through the air, akin to divine blossoms unfurling on the battlefield. They clashed with the fallen knights, and in an instant, the forces of holy light and dark energy collided violently, erupting in a cacophony of thunderous roars, reminiscent of the wrath of the heavens. One angel wielded a war hammer gleaming with pure golden light, striking with relentless fervor towards a fallen knight. The knight, caught unawares, was struck by the hammer, launching him from his nightmare steed like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the battlefield was ever shifting. In that fleeting moment of the angel's triumph, another fallen knight seized the opportunity, his spear striking like a venomous serpent, its tip glimmering coldly as it aimed for the angel's wings. The angel sensed the impending danger and desperately sidestepped, yet the spear grazed the edge of his wing, plucking feathers from his plumage, the intensity of the battle rendering the air nearly suffocating. On the periphery of the battlefield, shadows shifted like an invisible web, quietly undulating. The shadow elves emerged, akin to phantoms concealed in darkness, their forms lithe and blending seamlessly with the night. Each arrow they loosed was coated in a lethal poison, glowing with an eerie green light, as if heralding the threat of death to the world, with a sharp whistle piercing the silence. Akin to a deathly symphony resonating in the dark, countless arrows rained down upon the rear of the army of light, propelled by a howling wind, unstoppable in their descent. One angel, wholly focused on confronting the enemy ahead, remained oblivious to the imminent peril behind. A poisoned arrow struck true, piercing his shoulder. He gasped, his face paling instantly as the toxin swiftly coursed through his veins, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably before he collapsed heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. Tyrion keenly perceived the looming threat of the Shadow Elves, his gaze piercing, and swiftly reacted with a commanding voice. Angel Squad. Divide your strength to address the threat from behind. Obeying the command, the angels unfurled their wings, soaring into the sky like a flock of majestic eagles. They arranged themselves into a tight formation, radiating with the power of holy light, forming an impregnable golden barrier. Arrows struck the barrier, only to be deflected with a resounding chime. Simultaneously, Daenerys, riding her dragon, descended like a meteor streaking across the heavens. The dragon opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that transformed the Shadow Elves' refuge into a blazing inferno. The Shadow Elves emitted anguished cries amidst the flames, compelled to retreat in despair. Nevertheless, their ambush had inflicted significant losses upon the forces of light, leaving many warriors wounded and their morale shaken. In the sinister depths of the Crimson Cathedral, fallen monks moved like puppets ensnared by darkness, circling a pitch-black ancient well, their steps slow and deliberate. They muttered incantations, softly chanting ancient and malevolent spells, each word resonating like a sinister echo from the abyss of hell, chilling to the bone. Black smoke billowed forth from the well, thick as ink, within which grotesque faces and twisted limbs could be discerned, as if countless tormented souls were struggling and howling from their infernal confinement. As the ritual progressed, the air thickened, a formidable and malevolent force beginning to awaken, akin to a slumbering demon on the brink of being roused. The priest, acutely aware of the urgency, led a strike team composed of paladins and brave civilians toward the Crimson Cathedral. Their footsteps were cautious yet resolute, each movement deliberate to avoid alerting the enemy. The priest raised his staff of holy light, silently invoking a prayer, as the power of the light coalesced at the tip of his staff, forming a warm and radiant sphere that illuminated the cathedral's eerie corridors. Shadows flickered along the walls, as if countless eyes were watching from the darkness. The strike team engaged fiercely with the dark creatures guarding the cathedral. The beasts, clawing and roaring, lunged at the team. The paladins wielded their weapons, battling the dark entities in close quarters, their armor gleaming with the reflection of holy light, each strike imbued with sacred power. Though the civilians wielded rudimentary weapons, their steadfast conviction propelled them closely behind the paladins, fighting valiantly with sticks and hoes. The corridors of the cathedral were engulfed in a cacophony of battle cries and the clash of weapons, each step forward fraught with peril and challenge. At the opposite end of the battlefield, the priest persevered alone, diligently fulfilling his mission. He navigated through desolate villages and treacherous wilderness, his figure appearing fragile and solitary in the dim light. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, as if the darkness could not erode the light within his heart. In a concealed cave, the priest finally discovered a handful of surviving paladins. They were ragged and clad in tattered armor, their bodies marred by wounds. Yet the indomitable flame of resolve continued to blaze within their eyes. The priest approached them and softly spoke, "I am sent by Tyrion to seek you. The Lord of Light has not forsaken us. Hope still resides within our hearts." With these words, the priest raised his staff of holy light, channeling its warm radiance into the bodies of the paladins. The holy light flowed like a gentle stream, cascading over their wounds, which began to heal at a visible pace. The paladins, inspired by the priest's power, struggled to rise, resolutely declaring, "We shall fight for the light, unwavering unto death." Next, the priest arrived in a village shrouded in darkness. The silence was palpable, the houses dilapidated, and an air of dread pervaded the streets. The villagers cowered within their homes, their eyes filled with despair and fear, their faith in the light nearly extinguished. Standing in the center of the village, the priest raised his staff of holy light high and proclaimed, "The Lord of Light has not abandoned us. As long as we stand united, the darkness shall be dispelled." At his call, the staff radiated a brilliant light, akin to a blazing sun, instantly banishing the surrounding shadows. The warm glow bathed the villagers' faces, igniting a flicker of hope within their eyes. One by one, they emerged from their homes, grasping their rudimentary weapons, and followed the priest into the fray. Through the priest's relentless efforts, an increasing number of paladins and townsfolk joined the ranks of the army of light. Tyrion stood upon a rise, surveying the swelling ranks below, his heart brimming with hope. His figure, illuminated by the sun, appeared imposing and majestic, his sword glinting with a chilling light. He raised his sword high, his voice resonating with conviction across the battlefield. "Warriors of the Lord of Light, the darkness has reached its end. Today, we shall wield our weapons to bring eternal dawn to this land." Under his command, The army of light surged forth like a mighty awakened lion, launching a full-scale counterattack. Angelic squads circled above, their wings shimmering with a sacred light in the sun, akin to a constellation of radiant stars. The power of holy light poured down upon the enemy like a torrential rain, causing the creatures of darkness to emit anguished cries, disintegrating in the light's embrace. The paladins formed a solid phalanx, their steps synchronized, shields interlocked, resembling a moving fortress of steel, advancing steadily. Each paladin bore an unwavering expression, their eyes revealing a fervent desire for victory and a steadfast faith in the light. Though the townsfolk wielded rudimentary weapons, they followed closely behind the paladins and angels, their fervor filling the gaps in the line. Their cries united, forming a formidable force, as if to tear the darkness asunder. With the enigmatic assistance of the three-eyed raven, the tide of battle underwent a remarkable reversal. The raven circled overhead, its eyes gleaming with mysterious light, seemingly able to perceive all. With each caw, it seemed to wield a mystical power that disrupted the actions of the dark forces. The charge of the fallen knights was staunchly repelled by the solid formation of the paladins, their long spears striking against shields with a muffled thud, preventing any further advance. The ambush by the shadow elves was deftly countered by the angelic squad, who, like moths drawn to a flame, found their arrows deflected by the angel's sacred light barrier. The dark ritual at the Crimson Abbey was successfully thwarted by the efforts of the assault team, led by the priests. As the dark ceremony was interrupted, the black smoke billowing from the ancient well gradually dissipated, and the malevolent forces weakened in tandem. The counterattack of the dark forces was utterly crushed, their defenses crumbling, and fear was etched upon the faces of their soldiers. Meanwhile, the army of light surged with renewed vigor, pursuing their advantage relentlessly. Their steps grew more resolute, their attacks more ferocious, akin to an unstoppable tide, making their way toward the heart of the Shadow City. As the dark forces retreated in disarray, the ominous clouds in the sky seemed to sense the power of light, beginning to disperse. A beam of golden sunlight pierced through the thick layers of cloud, striking the earth like a sword. Sunlight bathed the warriors of the army of light, illuminating their sweat-soaked and dust-covered faces. They gazed upward, their eyes brimming with joy and hope. In that moment, they envisioned the dawn of victory, foreseeing the rebirth of this land long shrouded in darkness. Tyrion stood at the center of the battlefield, feeling the warmth of the sun, overwhelmed with emotion. He murmured, "The radiance of the Lord of Light has finally returned to this land." As his words fell, a chorus of cheers erupted on the battlefield. The warriors of the army of light raising their weapons toward the sky, celebrating this hard-won victory. They understood that though the battle had been arduous, they had brought hope to this land, and that light would ultimately triumph over darkness, heralding a new dawn. Chapter 99. Descent and Devour in the Prolonged and Brutal Struggle. The angels, with their sacred power and indomitable will, eradicated the dark forces one by one, restoring clarity to a world once cloaked in shadow. As the last vestiges of darkness vanished, the battlefield fell into a momentary silence. The angels raised their heads in unison, their gazes fixed upon the softly glowing teleportation portal. Awe and reverence shimmered in their eyes, their pristine wings quivering slightly as they collectively called out, "Let my Lord descend." Their voices resonated harmoniously, imbued with boundless respect, echoing throughout the vast expanse. The might of Rouse was overwhelming, enveloping him in a force that ordinary spatial portals could scarcely withstand. When he resolved to descend upon this realm, the surrounding space rippled as if unable to bear the weight, emitting faint cracking sounds. Rouse furrowed his brows, divine power surging around him, as he thrust his hands forward, as if to forge a new world. With a resounding crash, the spatial portal was forcefully torn open, brilliance emanating from within as his figure gradually materialized. At the moment Rouse stepped into the void, descending upon this realm, the entire world seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand. The will of the world's essence bore down like a tumultuous tide, imbued with undeniable majesty and immense power. Under the weight of this oppressive will, Ross felt his body sink as if burdened by countless mountains. Yet, he harbored no fear. A radiant light emanated from him as he summoned the formidable power of his own world, resembling a blazing sun, fiercely clashing with the world's will that sought to suppress him. In that moment, the energies of heaven and earth surged, light danced chaotically, and a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. However, despite Ross's extraordinary prowess, the overwhelming suppression from the world's will inevitably compressed his strength. He gazed upward at the resplendent light suspended in the sky, a representation of this dimension's will, and with a slight parting of his lips, His voice resonated with profound depth. The feast begins. As he spoke, divine energy surged around him, weaving mysterious runes, and his figure, enveloped in an overwhelming aura, shot upward like a radiant beam piercing the heavens, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers, leaving behind a faint ripple in the fabric of space. As if narrating the shock of the preceding moment, Ross's aura suddenly escalated. His already profound gaze now shimmered with the brilliance of countless stars. He swiftly formed intricate seals with his hands, muttering incantations, as mysterious runes flowed rapidly from his fingertips, gradually unveiling his source world in a dazzling light. The source world was vast and boundless, its internal landscapes of mountains and rivers, sun and moon, and stars arranged in harmonious order, emanating an ancient and mystical aura. Under Ross's command, the source world awakened like a primordial giant beast, opening its gaping maw to surge forth and engulf the will of this world. In an instant, the heavens and earth underwent a dramatic transformation. Winds howled, and the world-s will seem to sense the imminent threat, erupting with an even more radiant light in a desperate attempt to escape this engulfing force. Where the two collided, terrifying energy ripples erupted, akin to a series of nuclear explosions in the void, causing the entire dimension to tremble violently under the impact of such formidable power. Clearly, this world was unwilling to surrender. The world-s will unleashed unprecedented strength, weaving countless strands of rule power into an indestructible protective net, striving to obstruct the source world's veracity. The earth trembled violently, mountains shattered, rivers surged backward, and the sky crackled with thunder, while a terrifying energy storm raged. Yet, Ross's source world, akin to an ancient demon god, exuded boundless dominance and might. It continuously unleashed its devouring power, like an overwhelming black vortex, gradually shattering the world will's resistance. The protective net began to warp and fracture under this might, as the rule powers were dismantled one by one. As the last vestiges of the world-s will were drawn into the source world, this thrilling confrontation reached its conclusion. Ross's source world successfully assimilated and fused with this realm, its internal rules and powers beginning to reconstitute and elevate, rendering the original laws of heaven and earth more refined. While the cycles of sun, moon, and stars became increasingly orderly, as if nurturing an even greater strength, Ross slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the rhythmic fusion of the source world and the newly integrated realm. He could distinctly perceive the interplay of two divergent forces of rules, each testing and melding with the other, with each collision stirring ripples deep within his consciousness. When he opened his eyes once more, an unusual gleam flickered within them. With a mere gesture, the power of the laws within the source world flowed in accordance with his will. A gentle wave of his hand altered the course of mountains and rivers, the once ceaseless torrents now quickening under his command, their foaming crests shimmering with mysterious runes, which harbored newfound power, spreading throughout the realm. After the successful amalgamation of the source world with the will of this realm, the intertwining and elevation of world rules ushered in a monumental transformation. The first to feel this shift was the continent of light, as if an invisible yet formidable force had seized it, causing it to expand outward by a third in a mere instant. The lofty peaks at the continent's edges appeared to be pushed forth by colossal hands, extending ever further into the distance. Ancient mountains rose dramatically during this expansion, new summits piercing the heavens, their slopes adorned with enigmatic luminescent patterns, traces of the reformed power of the rules. Meanwhile, the vast plains unfurled toward infinity, nurturing extraordinary spiritual flora within their fertile soil. These plants radiated a gentle glow, their veins coursing with abundant energy, growing and spreading at an astonishing pace, soon enveloping the newly emerged land. The former coastline also expanded considerably. As surging waves battered the newly exposed reefs, the sea's hue deepening to a more profound azure, its mysterious essence becoming ever more potent. In the depths of the ocean, colossal sea creatures sensed this transformation, emitting deep roars that reverberated through the waters, filled with an overwhelming resonance. As the two worlds began to merge, it resembled the intertwining of two distinctly powerful melodies, resonating in harmony. In the source world of Laos, mountains quaked and rivers surged, as if celebrating the acceptance of newfound power. The newly integrated world rules danced like spirited notes, intertwining and resonating with the original laws. The ancient power of the stars, in this fusion, became more refined, with the brilliant celestial bodies tracing ever more orderly orbits, their radiance more dazzling than before. The energy coursing through the Earth's veins, colliding and merging with this new power, fortified the very foundation of the world, enriching the energy flowing within the Earth's core. The beings of the continent of light, whether wise races or the fauna of the skies and lands, were all astonished by this sudden change. People emerged from their abodes, gazing skyward at the ever-shifting sun, moon, and stars, their hearts filled with awe and trepidation. They understood that all these transformations stemmed from the immensely powerful Laos. Simultaneously, angels encircled Laos, their eyes brimming with reverence and adoration. Their pristine wings fluttered softly, infusing the air with a sacred essence that merged into the world power reshaped by Laos. Beyond this newly merged realm, countless hidden eyes lurking in the shadows observed with keen interest. An unknown, formidable force sensed the ripples brought forth by this fusion of power and began to stir restlessly. Their leader, a being exuding an enigmatic aura, chuckled coldly. Interesting, this newly birthed power may well become the linchpin of our plans. Go. Keep a close watch and seize the opportunity to act. Chapter 100. Ascension to the 15th tier upon the majestic and sacred throne in the heavenly realm. Laos was enveloped in a rich golden radiance, within which countless mysterious runes flickered, seemingly narrating the universe's most ancient secrets. His eyes were tightly shut, his brow slightly furrowed, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, revealing the intense strain he was under. At this moment, his consciousness was entirely immersed in the refinement of the newly fused world. His mental energy, akin to countless invisible threads, penetrated every corner of the newly integrated realm, intricately entwined with the forces of its rules. Each line of law, every node of energy, was meticulously sensed and organized by him. Laos's original world resembled a colossal furnace, ablaze with formidable power, gradually melting the new, fused world. He guided the two sets of world rules to intertwine, occasionally confronted by powerful surges of energy battering against his consciousness, as if the newly integrated world resisted. Yet, Laos gritted his teeth, relying on his indomitable will and immense strength to repel these assaults time and again. Through his relentless efforts, the two sets of world rules began to converge, like two initially unrelated jigsaw pieces slowly forming a complete picture under his careful assembly. New rules continually emerged while old ones were refined, rendering the entire world increasingly harmonious and potent during the process of refinement. His strength surged like a beacon ignited, growing at a visibly rapid pace. Each act of organizing and merging the world's rules added bricks to the foundation of his power. Radiance flickered around him, a manifestation of the power of law materialized. Initially, the light was faint, but as the refinement deepened, it became increasingly resplendent, blinding to behold. The forces that had once been suppressed by the will of the world were now rapidly reviving, resonating with the newly integrated power, forming a ceaseless vortex of energy within him. Laos's muscles tensed, and his bones emitted sharp cracking sounds, a testament to his body adapting to the burgeoning strength. His aura intensified, each breath reminiscent of inhaling the very essence of the universe, causing the surrounding space to subtly distort. Deep within his consciousness, his understanding of the world expanded continuously. Once vague concepts crystallized into clarity, he could effortlessly perceive every corner of the world and the flow of each energy strand. This formidable perceptual acuity enabled him to make the most accurate judgments in the face of diverse situations. On the throne of the heavenly realm, Laos was wholly absorbed in the grand endeavor of refining the fused world. His mental energy melded deeply with the two sets of world rules, and each successful harmonization felt like adding bricks to the edifice of his power. As the fusion progressed, Laos's strength soared exponentially, the radiance of the law's power becoming increasingly dazzling, while the forces once suppressed revived in resonance with the new energy, creating an unceasing vortex of power within him. His body continuously adapted to the overwhelming force, muscles taut and bones resonating, with each breath inciting a subtle distortion in the fabric of space. As his understanding of the world expanded, his consciousness became exceedingly acute, enabling him to perceive even the slightest fluctuations in his surroundings. Ultimately, following an intense clash and fusion of power, Ross shattered the chains that bound him. He first ascended to the 14th tier, yet did not rest in complacency. He relentlessly channeled his strength, striving for an even higher realm. Soon, that formidable force of breakthrough erupted once more, and amidst the flickering brilliance and the resonance of the laws, Ross successfully transcended to the 15th tier, mid-tier deity. An unprecedented aura of strength instantly enveloping the entire celestial realm, heralding the birth of a new powerhouse. Host, Ross Lannister power level, mid-tier deity, 15th tier. Possessing the complete laws of life, fire, light, destruction, and order, mastery of the law of life. Complete, capable of manipulating all forms of life, bestowing vitality or terminating existence. Comprehending the mysteries of life cycle, able to wield life force across dimensions. And resurrecting formidable beings. Mastery of the law of fire. Complete, freely controlling the forms and temperatures of flames, embodying both destructive and creative powers. Capable of using fire as a medium to create small alternate dimensions. Mastery of the law of space. Moderately accomplished, able to establish stable small spaces. Create spatial passages for rapid movement over short distances, possessing sharp perception of spatial fluctuations. And utilizing spatial power for basic defense and attack. Mastery of the law of light. Complete, capable of freely condensing and scattering pure light for purification and healing. Transforming it into sharp weapons for attack, and achieving various wondrous effects through refraction and reflection. Able to connect different dimensions via light. Mastery of the law of destruction. Complete, able to unleash an indomitable force of destruction, instantly disintegrating all matter and energy. Whether it be solid fortresses, formidable shields, or colossal life forms, reducing them to ash, with precise control over the scope and intensity of destruction. Its power capable of eroding divine-level defenses. Mastery of the law of order. Complete, able to reshape order in chaotic areas, stabilize space and laws, quell conflicts of laws. Optimize the functioning of the world, ensuring that all things adhere to the rules. And capable of repairing law loopholes at the mid-tier deity level. Current dimension, fusion dimension, formed by the convergence of the land of light and the realm of darkness, where the forces of light and dark clash fiercely, creating an exceedingly complex ecological environment. The sacred sites of the land of light intertwine with the enigmatic regions of the realm of darkness, resulting in intense cultural collisions and transformative anomalies within the magical system. Dimension world tier, inferior dimension, current fusion progress stands at 30. Considerably distant from the 100 fusion degree required to advance to a medium-tier dimension. The stability of the world has improved, yet remains poor. With frequent law loopholes and numerous resources yet to be effectively developed, trading rights, capable of engaging in transactions with select mid-tier deities within the multiverse. Unlock the rare fragments of the law, granting access to a trading channel with the potential to acquire unmastered powers of the laws. Initiate a bespoke item customization service, allowing for the creation of artifacts tailored to one's own laws through the expenditure of specific resources. Quest log. Main quest. Explore the multiverse and conquer at least 3 realms, each possessing unique laws to solidify one's strength and elevate one's divine status. Rewards. A rare tome of law comprehension and design schematics for artifacts aligned with 4 laws. Progress. 2334. A wave of intense unease washed over Laos, as if some unseen force was urgently alerting him, urging him to awaken. Time was of the essence. He had to merge with this world without delay. Only by doing so could he fully arm himself to confront the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Laos gazed at the artifact in his hand, emanating a profound blue light, its surface inscribed with flowing runes that hinted at mysterious spatial fluctuations. Since breaking through to the 15th tier of mid-tier divinity, his mastery of spatial laws had become formidable, yet there remained vast potential for growth. The artifact was cool to the touch, and Laos could distinctly sense the immense spatial power contained within, akin to a dormant treasury of space awaiting his discovery. Taking a deep breath, he settled into a cross-legged position, enveloping the artifact in an invisible veil of his spatial laws. As his thoughts shifted, his spatial power delicately infiltrated the artifact's core like fine threads. In an instant, the artifact erupted with an even more intense radiance, waves of spatial ripples emanating from it, distorting the surrounding space as if shaped by an unseen hand. Immersed in this fusion of power, Laos felt the spatial energy within the artifact collide and meld with his own laws. Each collision stirred turbulent waves in his consciousness, driving him deeper into the artifact's essence in search of the unknown source of power. Throughout this process, he continuously adjusted the frequency of his laws, striving for perfect resonance with the spatial force within the artifact. He pondered quietly, uncertain of the heights this integration might propel his spatial power to, whether it would transcend his current moderate proficiency and lead him to a higher level of mastery or result in an unexpected transformation. Chapter 101. Empire and Mysterious Forces. In the 10th year of the glorious empire, under the exceptional leadership of Tywin Lannister, the empire rose like the dawn sun, its national strength flourishing. Tywin, with his unparalleled political acumen and iron-fisted governance, firmly established the empire's foundation, ensuring a prosperous and stable situation as unyielding as rock. However, as the forces of the world intertwined and surged, new powers emerged like mushrooms after rain, presenting challenges that crashed upon the empire like a tumultuous tide, shrouding its future in a fog of uncertainty while glimmering with the faint light of opportunity. The Elven clan, deep within the ancient and expansive forests of the Eastern Empire. The nature-worshipping Elven race established their kingdom. Inextricably linked with nature, they excelled in the art of potent natural magic. The Elven race has long adhered to a policy of minimal interference in human affairs. However, their formidable magical prowess and absolute dominion over the natural order render their existence one that the Empire cannot afford to underestimate. Throughout the Empire's expansion, the Elven Kingdom stands as an insurmountable green barrier, compelling the Empire to approach their relations with utmost caution. Beneath the undulating mountains in the western regions of the Empire, the industrious dwarves have forged their underground kingdom, fervently devoted to mining and forging. Renowned for their unparalleled craftsmanship and astonishingly abundant mineral resources, the dwarves have gained considerable fame. Their weapons and armor are highly coveted in the imperial markets, often in short supply. While the dwarves maintain a trade relationship with the Empire, exchanging goods, they steadfastly adopt a conservative stance towards external affairs. Particularly vigilant in the face of the Empire's expansion, they remain on guard, fiercely protecting their realm. In the northern seas of the Radiant Empire, a new continent has abruptly emerged before the eyes of the world. This land, with its intricate topography, is characterized by crisscrossing mountains and rivers, and its climate fluctuates dramatically, alternating between scorching sun and raging storms. Numerous small kingdoms, varying in size, populate this continent. Some are mere specks of land, consisting solely of a few castles and surrounding villages. Others are more substantial, boasting vast farmlands and thriving towns. Each kingdom exhibits distinct attributes. Some are fortified by steep mountains, their citizens known for their martial prowess, while others thrive by wide rivers, developing trade through bustling waterways. These small kingdoms, akin to stars scattered across the vast northern continent, each narrate unique tales of rise and fall. The continent resembles a mysterious treasure trove, brimming with unknown perils and enticing opportunities. It is home to a diverse array of races, each governing itself, resulting in a complex political landscape where various factions maintain a delicate balance of power. The new land is rich in resources. Rare magical ores shimmer with an enigmatic glow in the mountains, while unique flora and fauna tantalize many. Such treasures attract the gaze of the Empire and other factions alike. However, the environment is exceedingly treacherous, imbued with unknown magical forces, akin to a colossal beast lurking in the shadows, ready to consume any adventurer who dares to enter. Many brave souls, driven by dreams, have ventured into this land, yet often vanish without a trace, leaving behind a tapestry of legends and enigmas. With the rise of new powers and the convergence of world forces, the Radiant Church has keenly seized upon the opportunity for growth, swiftly initiating actions to propagate its beliefs both in the new continent and within the Empire's borders. The Church's missionaries labor tirelessly, penetrating every corner of the Empire. From bustling cities to remote villages, their presence evident everywhere. With fervor, they proclaim the tenets of the God of Light. Their infectious rhetoric and unwavering conviction drawing numerous followers into their fold. The Radiant Holy See not only focuses on the dissemination of faith, but also actively establishes churches and monasteries in the New World, akin to vines that take root deeply in unfamiliar soil, gradually permeating the political and social fabric of this new land. As time progresses, the influence of the Holy See burgeons, even beginning to meddle in the internal affairs of the Empire, attempting to wield its power through faith to dominate more territories and create an order centered around the Holy See on this land. In the face of this emerging power and the advent of the New World, Tywin Lannister exhibits remarkable leadership acumen, adopting a cautious yet decisive approach. On one hand, he vigorously promotes trade cooperation with the elves and dwarves, seeking to strengthen ties with these new entities through economic incentives, thereby fostering favorable conditions for the Empire's development through peaceful means. On the other hand, he meticulously selects and assembles exploration teams, dispatching them to the New World to gain a comprehensive understanding of this uncharted territory, including resource distribution, geographical conditions, and potential dangers, providing a solid foundation for the Empire's future actions. Tywin remains acutely vigilant regarding the movements of the Radiant Holy See. He is keenly aware that the escalating influence of the Holy See poses a significant threat to the Empire's authority. Consequently, within the Empire, he swiftly implements a series of measures to tighten control over the Holy See, striving to curtail its excessive expansion of power. In the New World, he employs equally astute strategies, actively supporting other religious factions to counterbalance the influence of the radiant Holy See, aiming to maintain a delicate equilibrium in the realm of faith and ensure that the Empire's governance remains insulated from undue religious interference. Even though the Lord of Light and his enigmatic son remain shrouded in layers of mystery, making them elusive to the world, they cannot hinder Tywin's strategic maneuvers to preserve the Empire's dominion. As the forces of the world continue to intertwine, the Radiant Empire faces unprecedented challenges. The rise of new powers disrupts the existing balance. The emergence of the New World introduces unknown variables, and the expansion of the Radiant Holy See constitutes a latent threat to the Empire's governance. These interwoven factors render the Empire's future rife with uncertainty, akin to a vessel navigating through fog, beset by numerous reefs and storms. However, within this crisis lies boundless opportunity. If the abundant resources of the New World can be harnessed for the Empire's benefit, they will significantly bolster its strength. The magic of the elves and the forging techniques of the dwarves, if integrated with the Empire's development, will also provide new momentum for its growth. Whether Tywin Lannister, this exceptional leader, can adeptly navigate the complexities of this ever-shifting landscape, leveraging his wisdom and strategy to meet various challenges and seize opportunities, thereby maintaining the Empire's prosperity and stability, will be pivotal in determining the future fate of the Radiant Empire. Amidst this tumultuous situation, a mysterious force from other realms subtly infiltrates the Radiant Empire. This force operates covertly, its origins and intentions shrouded in secrecy. Initially, they operate in the peripheries of the Empire, clandestinely colluding with factions discontented with imperial rule. These enigmatic outsiders possess extraordinary magic and formidable weapons that elicit both fear and curiosity in those who encounter them. By a stroke of chance, Tywin Lannister obtained vague intelligence regarding this mysterious force. He immediately recognized that this posed a threat far more severe than any challenge he had previously faced, as this force appeared unbound by the established rules and power dynamics of the realm. Concurrently, this enigmatic power began to instigate a series of bizarre events throughout the Empire. Remote villages inexplicably vanished, leaving behind only desolation. Significant figures within cities met with strange deaths, leaving no trace of evidence, and fluctuations in magic manifested erratically, disrupting the previously stable magical order. The Holy Church of Light also sensed this anomalous power. They were deeply concerned about its potential impact on their faith's propagation and power expansion, while simultaneously feeling an overwhelming dread towards this unknown force. The elves and dwarves too perceived the looming threat, fortifying their relatively autonomous territories in fear that this mysterious power would shatter their long-standing tranquility. Meanwhile, in the northern New World, the delicate balance among the small kingdoms was disrupted by this sudden threat. Some small kingdoms sought to ally with this mysterious force for self-preservation, while others sent out distress signals to the Empire of Light, hoping for assistance. Tywin Lannister understood that if he could not swiftly unveil the true intentions of this mysterious force and thwart its advances, both the Empire of Light and the entire continent would plunge into an abyss from which there would be no return. He urgently convened the Empire's think tank, along with the most powerful sorcerers and knights, preparing to confront this unprecedented monumental challenge. Chapter End. Chapter 102. The terrifying powerhouses in the vast and boundless multiverse. A mysterious and unfathomable force, akin to a dark current surging silently from the depths of chaos, descended upon the continent of light without warning. This force seemed to exist beyond the conventional rules and order of magic, like an uninvited guest traversing dimensions, exuding an indescribable aura of danger, akin to an energy bomb poised to detonate, causing the entire continent to tremble. The force of chaos, reminiscent of the most corrosive acid known to man, was utterly destructive wherever it spread. It eroded the minds of living beings in a chilling manner, dragging once rational entities step by step into the abyss of chaos, transforming them into frenzied puppets devoid of self-awareness, driven solely by the urge to slaughter. These beings, now under the control of chaos, displayed vacant eyes and erratic movements, becoming harbingers of disaster that roamed the world. Furthermore, the devastation wrought by the force of chaos upon the environment was nothing short of cataclysmic. Areas engulfed by this power saw fertile lands drained of their vital essence, swiftly turning barren and desolate. Once lush and vibrant forests under the erosion of chaos, withered, their branches drooping and trunks decaying, transforming into a realm of eerie silence. Even more terrifying is the fact that the power of chaos seems to possess the ability to distort time and space. Wherever it treads, the flow of time becomes erratic. The very fabric of space collapses, and the once orderly rules of the realm of light are gradually dismantled and shattered by this malevolent force. This mysterious power may also be entwined with the dark essence emanating from the shadow world. The shadows lurk like phantoms hidden in the night, silently traversing every corner of the realm of light. In an almost imperceptible manner, they insidiously erode the souls of the people, devouring light and hope, leaving in their wake an abyss of despair and fear, as if a seed of darkness has been sown in the hearts of all. The shadowy force bestows upon its wielders the extraordinary ability to manipulate dark elements, and these dark magics resemble demons summoned from the abyss of hell, carrying an unnerving lethality. The areas tainted by the shadow power appear shrouded in an eternal veil of darkness, where even the sacred and radiant light of the Church of Light seems pale and impotent, unable to pierce through the thick, inky gloom. It is also conceivable that the source of this enigmatic power originates from the mysterious and uncharted realm of the void. The power of the void is fraught with elusive variables. It resembles a blade capable of tearing through space, shattering its inherent constraints and achieving miraculous effects of instantaneous movement and spatial distortion. With the arrival of the void's power, the spatial structure of the realm of light becomes precariously fragile, as gaping rifts spread like a spider's web, threatening to engulf the entire continent into the endless void. Even more dreadfully, the power of the void can summon bizarre and extraordinary beings from its depths. These creatures, whether colossal like mountains or agile like phantoms, possess formidable strength and unique abilities, with each strike capable of causing tremors that could shake the very earth, plunging the realm of light into immeasurable chaos and terror, akin to an apocalyptic disaster. In response to the relentless onslaught of this mysterious force, the Church of Light swiftly mobilizes, decisively dispatching its most elite Holy Judgment Knights to embark on this journey filled with unknowns and challenges. Clad in armor that radiates divine light and wielding weapons imbued with a sacred aura, each knight bears a resolute gaze and an unwavering spirit, entrusted with the sacred mission of safeguarding the realm of light and upholding justice and order. However, reality proves to be far more brutal than imagined. This mysterious power manifests an unimaginable might, the erosion of chaos, the infiltration of shadows, and the distortion of the void stand as insurmountable mountains in the path of the Holy Judgment Knights. Despite their steadfast faith and exceptional combat skills, they find themselves overwhelmed in the struggle against this enigmatic force, ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. The Holy Judgment Knights, renowned as the most elite force in the realm of light, adorned in resplendent armor that gleams with divine radiance and wielding sanctified weapons, have valiantly defended light and justice in countless battles with indomitable courage and extraordinary prowess. However, when this enigmatic force surged forth with relentless vigor, everything transformed utterly. In the face of the encroaching chaos, the Holy Knights, though valiantly resisting, found themselves besieged by a tide of dark power that infiltrated every crevice. Many knights, unbeknownst to them, had their minds twisted, gradually losing their previous calmness and synergy in battle, succumbing instead to madness and disarray. The shadowy force seeped in like a wraith, gradually devouring the light, and the knights found themselves ensnared in a quagmire of despair, their sacred powers diminished under the shroud of darkness, their attacks repeatedly weakened and thwarted. The spatial distortions wrought by the void's influence further exacerbated their plight, as the familiar rhythm of battle was thoroughly disrupted, causing their strikes to veer off course and their forms to lose balance amidst the chaotic dimensions. In this fierce and brutal clash, despite the Holy Knights' utmost efforts, they could not withstand the formidable onslaught of this mysterious force. On the battlefield, the holy light waned, shattered armor lay strewn about, and wounded knights sprawled helplessly, unable to continue the fight. The once invincible glory of the Order faced a devastating defeat before the enigmatic power, which not only struck a heavy blow to the Holy Knights, but also plunged the entire realm of light into deeper fear and confusion. People began to fret over what force could possibly halt this mysterious power's relentless rampage and save the continent from ruin. The Scarlet Witch Melisandre, long adept at navigating the myriad of unpredictable circumstances through her acute perception of the mysterious forces, found her heart stirred by tumultuous waves as this dark tide approached. The chaotic energy, like an invisible hand, mercilessly tore at the fabric of order, distorting the minds of all living beings within its reach, reducing them to frenzied puppets. The shadowy force, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the darkness, silently infiltrated, devouring light and hope without a trace. The void power resembled a colossal beast shattering the barriers of reality, distorting space and disrupting time. Melisandre was acutely aware that the magic and power she currently wielded were but a mere grain of sand in the vast ocean of this mysterious force, devoid of any possibility of resistance. Even her typically composed gaze was now filled with worry and urgency. In this critical moment, she hesitated not for an instant. Swiftly igniting the mysterious flame that symbolized devotion and prayer, ascending in tendrils of blue smoke, as if conveying her urgent plea to the celestial realm. Kneeling with hands clasped, she fervently recited her invocation to the Lord of Light, Rose. She understood that only Rose's supreme, omnipotent divine power could dispel the shadows cast by this malevolent force, rescuing the world from the abyss of darkness and chaos, and restoring the tranquility and harmony of days gone by. As Melisandre's fervent prayers echoed, the brilliance of the celestial realm seemed to momentarily pause before a resplendent golden beam of light, akin to the spear of a deity piercing through the heavens, descended before her. Amidst the radiance, an angelic figure, tall and exuding a divine aura, gradually materialized. The angelic visage, austere yet imbued with an undeniable authority, resonated with a voice akin to thunder, conveying the will of the Lord of Light. Rouse, our master has discerned the tumult of the world. The light of redemption shall imminently descend. Concurrently, in the heart of the tumultuous forces, the earth began to tremble violently, as golden runes erupted from the depths. Akin to golden thorns, wildly proliferating in an attempt to bind the forces of chaos, shadow, and void. The mysterious power seemed to sense a threat, escalating into a more frenzied state. The chaotic energy coalesced into a massive black vortex, voraciously engulfing everything in its vicinity. The shadowy force surged like a dark tide, relentlessly battering the defenses constructed by the golden runes. The void energy unleashed countless spatial rifts, from which emerged bizarre and formidable void creatures, ravenously lunging towards the golden sigils. At this critical juncture, the heavenly legion under the Lord of Light, Rouse, descended with grandeur. The angels unfurled their wings, radiant with divine light, their celestial weapons gleaming brilliantly as they charged towards the mysterious forces. Among them, the Archangel Michael led the charge, wielding a flaming sword that blazed with intense fire. Wherever he struck, the shadowy power dissipated instantly, transformed into wisps of black smoke. Meanwhile, another archangel, Raphael, invoked his healing powers, casting a golden light upon the land tainted by the mysterious forces, reviving withered flora and gradually restoring the distorted space to tranquility. These two archangels were born from the souls of formidable beings fallen from the realm of shadows. Once, in that shadowy domain, two powerful entities reigned supreme, honing their extraordinary abilities through relentless battles and trials, only to tragically fall victim to the capriciousness of fate. Their souls did not vanish into the void. Rather, by a stroke of fortune, they were ensnared by the celestial powers of heaven. The supreme rules and forces of heaven, akin to an extraordinary blacksmith, reshaped their souls in an unimaginable manner. Thus, these two erstwhile titans from the shadow realm were reborn as archangels. Archangel Michael emanated a sacred and fervent aura, his past experiences in the shadow realm imparting him with indomitable courage and resolute combat spirit. The flaming sword he wielded seemed to encapsulate all his past power and grievances. The blazing fire not only seared the bodies of his foes, but also purified all darkness and malevolence. In contrast, Archangel Raphael exuded gentleness and compassion in every gesture. Yet who could have imagined he was once a formidable figure in the realm of shadows? His healing prowess flowed like a gentle spring, capable of soothing all suffering in the world. This healing ability stemmed from his profound understanding of the essence of life cultivated in the shadow realm. After enduring the cycles of life and death, he chose to safeguard the world's peace and beauty in a different manner. Observing this, Melisandre swiftly joined the fray. With her hands weaving and ancient incantations flowing from her lips, she summoned blades of light and shadow, striking at the void creatures. With her aid, the assault of the heavenly legion intensified. However, the mysterious forces were indeed formidable, and both sides found themselves in a stalemate. In the boundless multiverse, a chilling aura of malevolence silently permeates the atmosphere. A mysterious being from an alternate dimension, harboring nefarious ambitions, has set its avaricious gaze upon the realm of the Light Continent. This enigmatic entity is enveloped in an eerie energy, thick as ink, seemingly intent on devouring everything in its vicinity. Standing at the precipice of the dimension, it mutters incantations, its hands weaving through the air as it casts exceedingly strange spells. With each movement, anomalies begin to manifest within the spatial fabric of the light continent. The once stable structure contorts as if being manipulated by an invisible giant hand, revealing delicate fissures that gradually emerge. Initially as fine as a strand of hair, these cracks spread with astonishing speed, expanding and emitting a disquieting hissing sound, as though the very space were groaning in agony. From within these crevices, strange glimmers flicker, sending waves of oppressive energy that instill a profound sense of dread in all beings of the light continent. The sky darkens ominously, the formerly gentle sunlight obscured by this mysterious force, while the ground trembles violently, as if lamenting the impending disaster. In every corner of the light continent, people cease their activities, gazing anxiously at the heavens. The sorcerers, sensing the abnormal fluctuations of space, attempt to harness their magical prowess to stabilize it. Yet their efforts seem but trifling against the overwhelming might of this enigmatic force. Warriors grip their weapons tightly, filled with trepidation, yet resolute in their readiness to defend their homeland. Meanwhile, the figure of the mysterious being becomes increasingly indistinct, its form appearing to meld with the energies of the fissures, hastening the process of spatial rupture. Once the fabric of space is irrevocably torn, it will unleash the malevolent forces of its dimension upon the light continent like a surging tide, bringing cataclysmic ruin to this tranquil land. In that very moment, a melodious yet potent chime resonates through the heavens. The Lord of Light, Lors, has arrived. With each step, the world trembles in response. Lors raises a hand, unleashing a torrent of radiant power imbued with order, shattering the chaotic vortex and evaporating the tide of shadows, reducing the void-dwelling entities to mere ashes beneath the weight of this force. The mysterious power swiftly crumbles in the face of Lor's absolute might, dissipating into nothingness. As the ominous force vanishes, tranquility returns to the earth, sunlight once again gracing this beleaguered land. The populace erupts in jubilant praise, kneeling in gratitude for the salvation bestowed by Lors, the Lord of Light. Melisandre gazes at the receding figure of Lors in the sky, her heart swelling with reverence. She understands that this victory not only rescues the present, but also fortifies the faith in the Lord of Light for generations to come. She vows to persist in her tireless efforts to spread light and justice in this world fraught with uncertainty and challenge. The mysterious being from the alternate dimension looms as a formidable demon, rising from the depths of darkness. The terrifying aura that emanated from him resembled a surging tide of darkness, tumultuously roiling, and, wherever it swept, the very fabric of space appeared as fragile as thin parchment, effortlessly tearing open ghastly gashes. The rules of reality trembled precariously before him. Perhaps it was a modicum of trepidation towards me that compelled him to retreat. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Rolls adeptly completed a profound fusion with the power of the cosmos. Upon this fusion, he radiated a resplendent brilliance, imbued with boundless vitality and the essence of order, instantly dispelling the ominous shadows cast by the enigmatic powerhouse. He may have harbored a slight apprehension towards me that prompted his withdrawal. The continent of light narrowly evaded calamity on the brink of life and death. In Chapter 103, Forging Strength Through War, Rolls scrutinizes his capabilities alongside the lurking threats within the multiverse, increasingly convinced that his potential for growth remains vast. This confrontation with a formidable being from an alternate dimension revealed the opponent's uncanny manipulation of space, akin to casually molding a pliant dough. That exquisite mastery over spatial dynamics underscored the stark disparity between their strength and his own, even with an enhanced proficiency in the laws of space. Faced with a truly powerful entity, his spatial defenses might still prove as frail as gossamer, easily pierced by their relentless onslaught. The space he had forged could easily be perceived as a fleeting trick by the eyes of a true master. Moreover, within the multiverse, countless unknown realms await exploration, inevitably concealing myriad potent factions and mysterious beings. Each dimension possesses its unique rules and powers, and those hidden in the dark depths may be eyeing the resources and opportunities of other realms with ravenous intent. Rolls understands that once embroiled in conflicts of a higher echelon, his current strength renders him but a mere speck in the vast cosmic tide, at risk of being devoured by merciless forces. At present, the progress of the fusion with the dimension remains sluggish, with numerous loopholes in the laws yet to be mended, presenting a considerable challenge. The instability of these laws not only constrains his ability to wield his own powers, but could also become a chink in his armor at critical moments of confrontation. To establish a foothold in this universe and safeguard his dimension, his existing strength is far from sufficient. He must relentlessly delve into the profound mysteries of spatial laws, integrating them with other principles he has mastered to forge more potent offensive and defensive capabilities. Simultaneously, he must leverage the resources and opportunities of the multiverse to further elevate his strength, thereby securing a place for himself amidst the brutal competition of the cosmos. Safeguarding all that he holds dear. Examine personal attributes: host, Lannister power level, intermediate deity, rank 15, possessing the complete laws of life, fire, light, destruction, and order, mastery of life law, complete, able to manipulate all forms of life, bestow vitality or bring about demise, perceive the mysteries of the cycle of life, wield the power of life across dimensions, and resurrect formidable beings, mastery of fire law, complete, exert absolute control over the form and temperature of flames, embodying both destructive and creative powers, capable of using fire as a medium to open small dimensional spaces, mastery of space law, preliminary understanding, capable of creating large and stable spaces, embedding intricate spatial restrictions. Teleportation range significantly enhanced, with precise adjustments to direction and position during transit, can condense powerful spatial blades for attack, and construct a comprehensive spatial defense system to withstand various forms of assault. Mastery of light law, complete, able to freely condense and scatter pure light for purification and healing, can transform into sharp weapons for attack, and utilize the refraction and reflection of light to achieve various miraculous effects. Creating bridges of light to connect different dimensions, mastery of destruction law, complete, can unleash an indomitable force of destruction, instantly disintegrating all matter and energy. Whether it be formidable fortresses, powerful shields, or colossal life forms, they are reduced to ashes before its might. Can precisely control the range and intensity of destruction. Capable of eroding divine-level defenses, mastery of order law, complete, able to reshape order in chaotic regions, stabilize space and laws, quell conflicts among laws, optimize the operation of the world, ensuring all things adhere to established rules, and capable of repairing law loopholes at the intermediate deity level, current dimension, converged dimension, a fusion of the realm of light and the realm of darkness, where the powers of light and dark clash fiercely, creating an exceptionally complex ecological environment. The sacred regions of the realm of light interweave with the enigmatic areas of the realm of darkness, leading to intense cultural collisions and mutations in the magical system. Dimensional world rank, inferior dimension, current fusion progress stands at 30, significantly lacking the 100 fusion degree required for advancement to an intermediate dimension. While stability has improved, it remains poor, with frequent law loopholes and many resources yet to be effectively developed and utilized. Trading privileges, able to trade with certain intermediate deity-level existences within the multiverse. Unlocks rare law fragment trading channels, with a chance to acquire unmastered law powers. Initiates special item customization services, allowing for the creation of artifacts that align with personal laws through specific resource consumption. Quest log, main quest, explore the multiverse. Conquer at least 3 dimensions with unique laws to solidify personal power and elevate divine status. Rewards, rare law comprehension manuals, and design blueprints for artifacts corresponding to 4 laws. Completion progress, 23 special ability, divine pressure, exudes an intermediate deity-level pressure, capable of intimidating lower-tier beings, rendering their movements sluggish and disrupting their minds, thus gaining a psychological advantage in combat. Fusion of laws technique. This ability allows one to merge the diverse powers of the laws they command, unleashing attacks or defensive skills of greater potency and extraordinary effects. For instance, by fusing the laws of life and light, one can manifest a vast domain of healing and purification. Rao stands high above the fusion plane, emanating an awe-inspiring aura of a mid-tier deity. His gaze, penetrating like a beacon, surveys the land forged from the arduous amalgamation of the realm of light and the abyss, his heart brimming with a thirst for power. Although he commands the complete laws of life, fire, light, destruction, and order, and has made preliminary advancements in the law of space, he is acutely aware that his strength remains insufficient against the myriad crises lurking within the multiverse. In his perception, distant alternate dimensions conceal numerous formidable beings, their presence akin to a surging undercurrent, poised to breach the barriers of the plane and bring about catastrophic calamity. The fusion plane he guards is currently progressing slowly, riddled with internal law loopholes, resembling a precarious edifice on the verge of collapse. To truly protect this land, it is imperative to enhance his strength and elevate the plane's status without delay. After much contemplation, Rouse resolved to reignite the plane war. He understood that while war is brutal, it is also a potent means to acquire resources, merge laws, and augment strength. With his perfect mastery over the law of life, he could heal the wounds of his soldiers, enabling them to swiftly return to the battlefield. The fusion of the laws of fire and destruction could unleash cataclysmic attacks that would swiftly alter the tide of battle, while the laws of light and order could be employed to purify areas tainted by malevolent forces, stabilizing the order of newly conquered planes. To prepare for this war, Rouse began to mobilize actively within the fusion plane. He summoned his most elite warriors and powerful mages, articulating the necessity of the plane war. Inspired by his call, many rallied to his side, determined to embark on this journey fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Simultaneously, Rouse leveraged his trading privileges to engage with certain mid-tier divine beings across the multiverse, exchanging for precious war supplies and intelligence, thereby ensuring comprehensive preparation for the impending conflict. Chapter 104. The Spirit Illusion Plane. War resumes. In his intelligence gathering and analysis of the multiverse, Rouse set his sights on a realm known as the Spirit Illusion Plane. This plane is imbued with peculiar spiritual energy, where its inhabitants wield this essence for combat and sustenance. The unique laws governing spiritual energy here are vastly different from and complementary to those that Rouse has mastered. Should he conquer the Spirit Illusion Plane, he would not only acquire a wealth of spiritual resources, but also delve into the study of spiritual laws, thereby enhancing his own strength. The Spirit Illusion Plane is a realm rich in fantastical hues and mysterious powers, starkly contrasting with Rouse's fusion plane. The sky above is a dreamlike tableau, a kaleidoscope of extraordinary colors intertwining and shifting, resembling a flowing canvas. Enormous spiritual energy crystals hover in the firmament, each uniquely shaped, some akin to resplendent stars, others reminiscent of towering mountains, radiating a gentle yet vibrant glow, illuminating the entire plane and providing this world with enigmatic energy. On the ground, ethereal plants flourish wildly, their forms beyond imagination. Some resemble gigantic blossoms in full bloom, their petals shimmering with a subtle glow of spiritual energy, gently swaying and exuding a healing aura. Others take the shape of serpentine, twisted vines, adorned with sharp, spiritual thorns that spring into action at the approach of intruders. These ethereal plants take root in soil rich with spiritual energy, intricately connected to the energy cycle of the entire realm. Spiritual energy is the core force of the illusory realm, omnipresent and remarkably dynamic. It possesses various attributes, including healing, offense, defense, and confusion. Here, spiritual energy is as essential to life as air and water, whether it be the indigenous inhabitants, the flourishing plants, or even certain natural phenomena. All are deeply intertwined with this energy. The fluctuations of spiritual energy can influence weather patterns. In a tranquil state, the realm basks in sunlight and gentle breezes, while violent fluctuations may provoke ethereal storms and lightning. The indigenous people of the illusory realm are typically tall and graceful, their eyes sparkling with the luminescence of spiritual energy. From a young age, they learn to harness this energy, which permeates every aspect of their lives. Whether in the construction of homes, cultivation of crops, or in the realms of combat and defense, spiritual energy plays a pivotal role. Their societal structure is hierarchically organized based on the mastery of spiritual energy and their proficiency in its manipulation. Those who possess advanced skills and can deftly wield complex techniques hold esteemed positions of power, responsible for leading their kin, safeguarding their homeland, and delving into the profound mysteries of spiritual energy. Beneath a colossal peak, the core of spiritual energy lies hidden, serving as the confluence of all energy within the realm. Akin to a pulsating heart, continuously supplying the realm with spiritual vitality. This core not only harbors vast reserves of spiritual energy, but also maintains the stability of the governing principles of energy within the realm. These principles, unique to the illusory realm, starkly contrast with the laws of life, fire, light, destruction, and order that are mastered by Ross. The principles of spiritual energy emphasize the fluid transformation of energy, its interchanges, and the resonance with mental will. For instance, through potent mental resolve, one can direct spiritual energy for precise attacks or defenses, even momentarily distorting the laws of energy to achieve extraordinary effects. This distinctive framework presents both a challenge and a valuable opportunity for Ross to enhance his own power and explore the mysteries of diverse laws. As the army steps into the illusory realm, a rich and peculiar spiritual energy envelopes them. The sky above is adorned with dreamlike hues, and massive crystals of spiritual energy hover in the air, emanating a gentle glow. On the ground, ethereal plants grow freely, each unique in form, some blooming like flowers, others twisting like vines, every specimen brimming with potent spiritual energy. However, the indigenous inhabitants of the illusory realm have detected the invasion of outsiders and swiftly mobilized their defensive forces. The indigenous inhabitants possess elongated physiques, their eyes sparkling with vivacious brilliance. They wield spiritual energy at will, converting it into shields, blades, or energy waves for ranged attacks. Tyrion, a valiant warrior endowed with extraordinary courage and formidable strength, leads a cadre of archangels, akin to a razor-sharp dagger piercing the defenses of the spirit realm. Taking on the mantle of the vanguard, an aura of fervent battle intent radiates from Tyrion, resembling a blazing star, illuminating all in his presence. The weapon in his grasp, gleaming with an unusual luminescence, cleaves through the air with each swing, emitting a piercing whistle as if to rend the very fabric of space. The archangels by his side display their unique divine abilities. Michael wields a sword of flames, the searing fire engulfing its blade. The tongues of fire swirling wildly across the battlefield of the spirit realm, igniting everything it touches, reducing it to swirling ashes. Raphael, reciting incantations, emanates a gentle healing light from his hands, mending the wounds of his injured comrades while conjuring sacred radiance, illuminating the darkness of the spirit realm. They charge into the ranks of the spirit realm's denizens, momentarily throwing them into disarray, but soon they regain their composure and resolutely resist. The indigenous warriors manipulate spiritual energy, swiftly erecting formidable defensive barriers that pulse with a mysterious and perilous glow. Some dance their hands in rapid motions, forming blades of spiritual energy that dart like meteors towards Tyrion and his companions. Others chant ancient spells, unleashing waves of spiritual energy that summon a tempest. A storm laden with sharp shards of spiritual energy, resembling countless blades hurtling toward the attackers. Unfazed by the dense onslaught, Tyrion moves like lightning, deftly navigating through the spiritual blades with remarkable agility and combat prowess. He leaps high into the air, his weapon tracing a resplendent arc, cleaving a spiritual shield in twain with a powerful strike, sending a shockwave of energy rippling through the surroundings. He swiftly kicks aside an incoming shard of spiritual energy and pivots to engage another group of foes. The archangels also unleash their powers. Michael clashes his flaming sword against the spiritual energy, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light. Each encounter reverberates with intense energy shockwaves, akin to colliding stars. With a mighty roar, he raises the fiery blade high, channeling his full strength to cleave through the spiritual tempest, partially engulfing it in flames, sending a scorching wave that hurls nearby adversaries away. Raphael traverses the battlefield, where his healing light mends the wounds of his comrades, instantly boosting their morale. Simultaneously, he sends forth beams of sacred light, striking enemies and causing their dark spiritual energy to dissipate, leaving them to writhe in agony. As the battle reaches a fever pitch, a formidable figure from the spirit realm finally emerges. A towering spirit envoy, enveloped in a dense aura of spiritual energy, strides purposefully onto the battlefield. His gaze was piercing, and in his hand, he wielded a staff embedded with a colossal crystal of ethereal energy, its runes shimmering and exuding a formidable aura. The illusionist murmured incantations, causing the crystal atop the staff to radiate with brilliant light, instantly invoking an even more ferocious tide of spiritual energy. The surging ethereal force crashed forth like tumultuous waves, rending the earth as it passed, leaving behind vast chasms, while the surrounding energy flora was uprooted and swept into the maelstrom. Witnessing this, Tyrion exchanged a knowing glance with the archangels, swiftly recalibrating their strategy. No longer fighting individually, they began to coordinate their efforts closely. Tyrion charged into the tide of energy, channeling all his strength as the brilliance of his blade surged, attempting to breach the tide's defenses with sheer might. Meanwhile, Michael ascended into the sky, unleashing the full potency of his fiery sword to withstand the onslaught of the ethereal tide, providing cover for Tyrion. Raphael, positioned behind them, exerted his healing powers to ensure the safety of their comrades, while simultaneously seeking vulnerabilities in the illusionist's defenses. The battlefield resonated with the cacophony of battle cries and the clash of energies, an overwhelming din. Tyrion, the archangels, and the forces of the illusionist engaged in a relentless exchange, neither side yielding an inch. Each strike bore immense power, while every defense was imbued with cunning and skill. Both factions poured their utmost into the fray, the intensity of the conflict reaching unprecedented heights. As if the very fabric of the ethereal realm trembled in the wake of their clash. The battlefield resembled a merciless meat grinder, ruthlessly harvesting lives. Among the combatants, numerous formidable mages adept in manipulating ethereal energy fell to Michael's fiery sword, their bodies consumed by flames in an instant, leaving behind only shattered staffs strewn upon the ground. Likewise, the ranks of the Rouse faction witnessed the downfall of many capable warriors and sorcerers under the relentless assault of the illusionist forces. A powerful mage, skilled in elemental magic, was engulfed by the tide of ethereal energy unleashed by the illusionist while attempting to breach an energy shield, his body violently torn apart. His anguished cries drowned by the tumult of battle. Though Archangel Raphael exerted his healing powers with all his might, the sheer scale of the devastation rendered him somewhat powerless. His healing light could only tenuously sustain the gravely wounded, failing to prevent the departure of those struck by fatal blows. The ground was painted crimson with blood, mingling with shattered ethereal crystals and broken weapons, creating a harrowing tableau. Yet, the struggle persisted, both sides blinded by fury, willing to sacrifice everything for victory, pouring their final reserves of strength into this blood-soaked and deadly arena. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, the battlefield resembling a cruel meat grinder mercilessly claiming lives. A deep roar suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Three immense figures sliced through the sky, racing towards the conflict. It was Daenerys and her dragon rider legion. Daenerys, astride the largest dragon, stood poised and resolute, her gaze betraying unwavering determination and courage. Her long hair danced wildly in the wind, and the dragon-scale armor she wore shimmered with an ethereal glow. As the distance closed, the formidable Zhuging opened its colossal jaws and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon flame, akin to a blazing deluge that instantaneously engulfed a defensive position within the spirit realm. The intense heat caused the surrounding energy shields to melt away in an instant, while energy crystals shattered in rapid succession, and many of the realm's indigenous inhabitants were caught in the fiery wave, emitting harrowing cries. The other dragon riders, undeterred, mounted their respective dragons to join the fray. The colossal dragons either exhaled frigid breath, freezing vast swathes of energy storms, or seized the powerful beings of the spirit realm with their immense claws, hurling them mercilessly into the distance. In an instant, the battlefield's dynamics shifted once more. Observing this, the spirit realm's sorcerer changed countenance, urgency etched upon his face. He swiftly wielded his staff, channeling more energy in a desperate attempt to counter this sudden surge of power. With a forceful strike of his staff against the ground, massive pillars of energy surged upward, thrusting towards the dragons. Daenerys deftly maneuvered Zhuging to evade the onslaught of the pillars, simultaneously directing the dragon riders to disperse and launch attacks from various angles. Tyrion and the archangels seized this opportunity to mount a fierce charge once more. Taking advantage of the dragon's distraction of the enemy, Tyrion darted toward the sorcerer like a specter, his blade glimmering ominously with lethal frost. Meanwhile, Michael coordinated with Raphael, one wielding a fiery sword to restrain the surrounding foes, while the other sought an opportunity to unleash a sacred strike upon the sorcerer. The cacophony of battle echoed, a symphony of battle cries, dragon roars, and the clash of energies. Blood flowed incessantly, staining the earth as shattered energy crystals, broken weapons, and the fallen warriors of both sides littered the ground. Many formidable beings perished in this fierce confrontation, each life extinguished accompanied by the collision and dissipation of immense power. Yet, neither the forces of Laosi nor the spirit realm showed any signs of retreat, as this brutal conflict continued unabated, seemingly endless. Realizing the dire situation, the strong from the spirit realm were overtaken by a resolute determination. An elderly figure, hunched yet exuding a terrifying wave of energy, one of the realm's apex powers, gleamed with a hint of madness in his eyes. He understood that if extreme measures were not taken at this moment, the spirit realm would surely face annihilation. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his entire reservoir of energy, his robe billowing without wind, and the radiance of his energy intensified, overshadowing the surrounding chaos of battle. Muttering incantations, he began to chant an ancient and obscure spell. As the words flowed forth, his form gradually became transparent, An energy surged from within him like a tidal wave, converging towards Daenerys and Zhuge. Daenerys, acutely sensing the imminent danger, attempted to maneuver Zhuge away. But that energy seemed to possess a formidable locking force, entwining them tightly. No, Daenerys cried out in terror, yet she could not halt the elder's actions. The elder's body transformed into a brilliant beam of energy, shooting straight toward Zhuge and Daenerys. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, illuminating the entire battlefield. As the overwhelming energy shockwave radiated outward from the explosion's epicenter, surrounding dragons, dragon riders, and warriors from the ethereal realm were hurled into the air by this formidable force. As the radiance dissipated, a massive wound appeared on Zhuge's body, gushing forth with blood as he roared in agony. Daenerys, too, bore grave injuries, her armor shattered, hair disheveled, and a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. The elder from the ethereal realm had vanished without a trace, sacrificing his life to deliver a heavy blow to Daenerys and the Dragon Rider Legion, exemplifying the unwavering resolve of the mighty from his realm. The battle raged on, intensifying in its brutality, transforming the battlefield into a hell's cape interwoven with despair and hope. Chapter 105. The death of Tyrion. The fury within Daenerys ignited like an endless inferno, raging fiercely, as if that searing wrath sought to engulf all existence and reduce it to ashes, overwhelming the world with its monumental force. Driven by this extreme anger, the latent power within her erupted like a long-dormant supervolcano, magma surging forth with boundless energy, shattering all restraints. In an instant, her strength broke through its shackles. Ascending to the 10th tier, once radiant and striking, she now emanated an ethereal, yet formidable aura, a unique manifestation of her newfound prowess. Her gaze burned with a hatred so intense it seemed almost tangible, each glance capable of incinerating her foes. Without a moment's hesitation, she darted towards her enemies with the swiftness of lightning, the air around her tearing apart in twisted ripples. Simultaneously, the sky blazed with brilliance as an army of angels surged forth like an unstoppable tide from the fissures in the heavens, continuously pouring into the ethereal realm. Each angel bore magnificent wings radiating a divine light, so bright it seemed capable of dispelling all darkness. They were enveloped in a powerful force, its waves crashing like tumultuous seas, one after another. As they descended upon the ethereal realm, the ground trembled beneath the impact of their immense power. Under the overwhelming assault of the angelic host, the situation in the ethereal realm grew increasingly precarious. The once impregnable defenses began to show signs of faltering under the relentless onslaught. The previously well-coordinated guardians of the ethereal realm now found their synergy disrupted by the forceful surge of the angels. Defensive strongholds across the realm succumbed one by one to the angels' formidable magic and fierce attacks, the decline of the ethereal realm becoming ever more pronounced. In this moment of peril, a mysterious figure clad in black robes quietly emerged at the core of the ethereal realm. Grasping an ancient staff adorned with a gem that radiated an eerie and profound light, contrasting starkly with the angel's resplendent divine glow, he surveyed the battlefield with a cold, steely gaze. Chanting incantations, black runes began to drift from his staff, swiftly integrating into the crumbling defense system of the ethereal realm. Wherever the runes touched, the once shattered walls began to mend slowly, and the crumbling fortress regained its stability. The mysterious figure intoned softly, "People of the spirit realm, do not panic. I am the ancient bloodline that safeguards the spirit realm, and today I shall turn the tide." His voice echoed above the battlefield, infusing the despairing inhabitants of the spirit realm with renewed vigor. At that moment, the commander of the angelic army sensed the unusual phenomenon in the spirit realm. Soaring high into the sky, he commanded loudly, "Increase the offensive. Do not allow this strange power a moment's respite." The angels responded, intensifying their assault as sacred arrows of light rained down upon the defenses of the spirit realm. Observing this, the mysterious figure grasped his staff tightly, channeling all his strength into the runes. In an instant, the defensive barrier of the spirit realm blazed with brilliance, repelling wave after wave of angelic attacks. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, the battlefield resonating with energy as light intertwined. Daenerys gritted her teeth, gathering her strength once more, prepared to launch a new charge. She sought to annihilate the enemy amidst the chaos of war, to quell the resentment in her heart. Tyrion sped towards the location of the robed figure with astonishing swiftness. Dressed in black armor adorned with rubies, his steely gaze remained fixed ahead as the fierce winds billowed his cloak. Behind him surged a cadre of formidable archangels, their pristine wings unfurling like moving clouds, radiating a divine and blinding light that illuminated the dim battlefield. These archangels were enveloped in powerful energy waves, wielding long spears that gleamed with golden brilliance. The runes swirling at their tips seemed to harbor the strength to rend the heavens. They flapped their wings in unison, producing a thunderous sound akin to tumultuous waves crashing against rocky shores. In the blink of an eye, Tyrion and the archangels soared above the robed figure. Tyrion abruptly pulled the reins, causing his griffin to emit a deafening roar, halting abruptly in the air. Simultaneously, he raised the glowing magical sword high and shouted, "Charge! Crush this obstacle before us." The archangels echoed his command, diving towards the robed figure like arrows released from a bow. Their long spears sparkled with a cold light, aimed directly at the robed one. Sensing the immense pressure from above, the robed figure slowly raised his head, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Gripping his staff tightly, he murmured incantations, and the black runes surrounding him thickened instantaneously, coalescing into a swirling mass of darkness that enveloped his form. Tyrion initiated the attack, diving from the sky with his magical sword trailing a shadowy afterimage, aiming a vicious strike at the robed figure's crown. Unperturbed, the robed figure positioned his staff defensively overhead, and a black shield materialized instantly. Clang! The magical sword struck the shield, producing a resounding crash and scattering sparks. The force of the impact cracked the ground beneath the robed figure. At that moment, the archangels arrived as well. Their long spears lunged towards the robed figure's shield, as golden light collided with the black barrier, erupting in a dazzling display of brilliance. Amidst the radiant glow, ripples of energy continuously spread outward, upheaving the ground and stirring clouds of dust. The dark-cloaked warrior emitted a muffled groan, evidently bearing immense pressure from this assault. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he hastened his incantation, and with a flash, the black shield expanded violently, propelling both Tyrion and the archangels several meters backward. Tyrion steadied himself, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. He brandished his enchanted sword once more, rallying the archangels to mount a renewed offensive against the dark-cloaked figure, who stood resolutely. The atmosphere of the battlefield growing increasingly tense, heralding the imminent onset of a fiercer confrontation. With flames of fury ablaze in his gaze, Tyrion surged toward the dark-cloaked warrior, his magical energy coursing wildly around him as he murmured incantations. In an instant, a realm imbued with malevolence unfurled around him. The sky dimmed ominously, and the earth seemed shrouded in a miasma of decay, with black tendrils emerging from the ground, attempting to ensnare anything that drew near. Witnessing this, the archangels invoked their sacred domains in response. In an instant, radiant light soared skyward, clashing with Tyrion's malevolent realm. Within the sacred domain, sunlight flooded the surroundings, golden brilliance cascading like a waterfall, purifying all darkness and evil in its vicinity. Empowered by the sanctity of their domain, the archangels grew even stronger. Their lances sparkled with resplendent light, the runes upon their tips seemingly animated, pulsating with vibrant energy. The dark-cloaked warrior sensed the formidable pressure emanating from both domains, but remained undaunted. Taking a deep breath, he thrust his staff into the ground with force. And in that moment, black ripples of energy swiftly radiated outward, forming his unique realm of darkness. In this domain, space appeared distorted, all light devoured. With darkness swirling as if alive, the three realms collided, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. The black tendrils from the malevolent domain intertwined with the golden radiance of the sacred realm, clashing and hissing as if two forces were eroding one another. Meanwhile, the dark realm surged like an undercurrent, weaving through the two, seeking an opening. In that instant, the battlefield flickered with light, energy surged forth, and powerful waves of energy upheaved the surrounding terrain, hurling boulders into the air only for them to crash down heavily. Empowered by the malevolent realm, Tyrion's speed and strength surged remarkably. Mounted upon his griffin, he became a streak of black lightning, charging once more toward the dark-cloaked warrior. As he swung his enchanted sword, it unleashed arcs of dark energy, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. The dark-cloaked warrior, unperturbed at the center of his realm, deftly wielded his staff, conjuring black runes that floated forth to form defensive barriers, repelling Tyrion's relentless assault. United in the sacred domain, the archangels chanted in unison, their lances converging into a golden torrent that surged toward the dark-cloaked warrior. Wherever this golden flood passed, the dark forces of the realm were instantaneously purified, leaving only a dazzling radiance in its wake. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, The enigmatic figure in the black robe swiftly formed intricate hand seals, channeling the dark forces within the shadowy realm to coalesce into a colossal black shield, effectively thwarting the onslaught of the archangels. The collision of realms plunged the battlefield into utter disarray as the residual energy surged, wreaking havoc upon everything in proximity. Distant mountains crumbled, rivers were severed, and towering waves surged skyward. Amidst the intertwining domains, Tyrion, the archangels, and the dark-robed figure realized the gravity of their predicament, the situation devoid of any possible reprieve. A resolute glint filled the figure's eyes, a steely determination surged within, and he resolved to conclude this battle in the most harrowing manner imaginable. In an instant, his magical energy surged violently, the domain that once encircled him igniting like the fires of an impending apocalypse, churning and expanding before erupting in a frenzied and decisive self-detonation. In that moment, it appeared as though an invisible giant hand had violently shaken the very fabric of existence. The terrifying energy unleashed from the mysterious figure resembled a supernova, collapsing and then exploding, forming an ever-expanding vortex of power. The surrounding space twisted and shattered under this force, like a fractured mirror. Dark rifts in the fabric of reality spread wildly, threatening to consume all within their reach. As Tyrion sensed the peril, his expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to flee but found himself ensnared by the violent surge of energy. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the figure hurtling towards him. Enveloped in a cataclysmic aura, the looming dread of the approaching energy made his body tremble involuntarily. The figure's visage became somewhat obscured amidst the energy's tumult. Yet the unwavering resolve in his gaze remained steadfast. He roared, his voice piercing through the cacophony of energy. "Today, we shall journey together to the underworld." In this dire moment, Tyrion brandished his enchanted sword in a desperate bid to resist, yet the overwhelming tide of energy swiftly engulfed him and his weapon alike. A deafening explosion resonated, and the world seemed to come to a standstill in the wake of the blast. A formidable energy storm surged outward from the nexus of the mysterious figure and Tyrion, sweeping in all directions. Everything in its path was obliterated, mountains were flattened. The earth was torn asunder, deep chasms opened up, rivers dried in an instant, and even the clouds above vanished without a trace under the onslaught of this power. As the swirling dust and energy waves gradually dissipated, the battlefield was left scarred, revealing a vast, unfathomable crater. Both the mysterious figure and Tyrion had vanished without a trace, leaving only this ravaged expanse to silently narrate the harrowing confrontation that had just transpired. The repercussions of this battle rippled through existence, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Chapter 106. Rebirth. The sky of the realm was rent asunder by a peculiar radiance. Shards of law shimmering like twinkling stars, drifting slowly through the void. Laos stood upon this conquered land, enveloped by an awe-inspiring aura of power. His gaze was fixed intently upon the humanoid silhouette sculpted from pure energy before him, where a profound metamorphosis concerning life, death, and the elevation of power was underway. Under Laos's meticulous guidance, Tyrion's soul gradually began to meld with the reformed corporeal form. Every subtle rhythm of the soul seemed to resonate in response to the call of Laos. Within Laos's heart, tension and anticipation intertwined. Tyrion, the brother who had once fought alongside him, sharing the trials of life and death, had his soul shattered and his corporeal form extinguished in the brutal conflict. Fortunately, Laos had descended just in time. Now, he devoted all his strength, harnessing the world power acquired through conquering realms, solely to reconstruct Tyrion's body. The inevitability of death in war loomed large, yet he hoped to safeguard his loved ones. "It is nearly complete," Laos whispered, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. His gaze was fixed intently on the gradually solidifying figure, as if fearing to miss a single moment. When the final thread of the soul seamlessly integrated into the flesh, Tyrion's body trembled violently, and his eyes slowly opened. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from Tyrion, exuding the unique pressure of an 11th-tier powerhouse. Laos's eyes instantly welled with tears, an indescribable joy surging within him as he stepped forward and embraced Tyrion tightly. "Welcome back to life, my brother." Feeling the surging power within him and Laos's fervent embrace, Tyrion was overwhelmed with shock and gratitude. "Laos, this feels like a dream. I never imagined I could be reborn, let alone become so powerful." Laos released Tyrion, placing his hands on his shoulders, his eyes shimmering with tears and smiles. "We have faced countless trials of life and death together. How could I ever abandon you? Now that you have returned, our strength shall ascend to new heights." What in this universe could possibly stand in our way? With Tyrion's rebirth, they began to solidify their dominion over this realm, which boasted a unique ecology and civilization, rich in boundless resources and knowledge. Laos understood that these elements would be crucial in their ascent to higher echelons. In the core area of the realm, a magnificent palace rose majestically. Crafted from the rarest ores and energy crystals of the realm, the palace radiated a mysterious and majestic glow. Laos sat at the highest point of the palace, surveying the entirety of the realm, contemplating future plans. Tyrion, this realm is abundant and diverse in resources. Yet we must allocate them judiciously to transform them into a catalyst for our enhancement in power. Laos spoke with steadiness and conviction. Tyrion nodded in agreement. I have already arranged for personnel to inventory and categorize the resources. The magical civilization and technological systems here are unique, and they may offer breakthroughs for our cultivation and equipment development. However, their path to dominion was fraught with thorns. Within the realm, remnants of resistance forces lay in wait like cornered beasts, unwilling to be conquered, quietly gathering in the shadows. These factions were well-versed in the local environment and adept at employing various covert and cunning methods to stir waves of destruction. Laos's expression turned cold, a flicker of ruthlessness passing through his gaze. In his view, those who refused to submit could only meet with complete eradication and annihilation. He resolved to transform these rebels into a part of his expanding army. The shadow of slaughter once again envelopes this land, heralding the onset of a tempestuous storm steeped in bloodshed. Laos stands amidst the void, surrounded by an enigmatic and formidable surge of power, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the realm of illusion. Having endured the trials of multiple world fusions, he has become adept at consuming diminutive planes such as illusion. With a subtle lift of his hand and incantations upon his lips, a profound vortex gradually materializes in the palm of his hand, within which stars flicker faintly. This is the portal to his primordial world. As Laos continues to channel his power, the vortex expands rapidly, as if intent on devouring the entirety of the cosmos. At the moment the entrance to the primordial world fully opens, an overwhelming pressure cascades towards the realm of illusion like an unstoppable tide. The celestial energies within the realm are immediately thrown into chaos. Mountains tremble, and countless beings quiver beneath this formidable force. Laos's will pierces through the heart of illusion like a razor-sharp blade. His consciousness traverses the realm freely, and wherever he goes, all forces that dare to obstruct him are ruthlessly crushed. The world's will of illusion perceives an unprecedented threat and rises in defiance, striving to consolidate all its strength to repel Laos's invasion. However, in the face of Laos's overwhelming might, the world's will appears diminutive and fragile. Laos's will looms like an immovable mountain, pressing relentlessly upon the world's will of illusion. Accompanied by a mournful wail, the world's will gradually dissipates, utterly erased by Laos. As the world's will vanishes, the very fabric of rules within illusion begins to realign with Laos's primordial world. Mountains and rivers, flora and fauna, even the destinies of every living being are rewritten in this singular moment. Laos gazes upon this transformation with satisfaction. He knows that yet another diminutive plane is poised to become part of his primordial world, and through this, his power shall grow even more formidable. Open the attributes panel. Host, Tywin Lannister. Power level, mid-tier deity, 16th rank, possessing the complete laws of life, fire, light, destruction, order, and spirit. Mastery of life law, complete, capable of manipulating all forms of life, bestowing vitality or ending existence, comprehending the mysteries of the cycle of life, able to wield the power of life across dimensions and resurrect formidable entities. Mastery of fire law, complete, freely controlling the form and temperature of flames, embodying both destructive and creative forces, able to use fire as a medium to open small alternate spaces. Mastery of space law, moderately accomplished, able to establish stable small spaces, create spatial passages for rapid movement over short distances, possessing keen sensitivity to spatial fluctuations, and utilizing spatial power for basic defense and attack. Mastery of light law, complete, capable of condensing and scattering pure light at will, used for purification and healing, can also transform into sharp weapons for attack, and achieve various wondrous effects through the refraction and reflection of light, capable of connecting different dimensions through light. Mastery of destruction law, complete, able to unleash an unstoppable force of annihilation, instantly disintegrating all matter and energy, regardless of the strength of fortifications, powerful shields, or colossal life forms. All turn to dust before it. can precisely control the scope and intensity of destruction, with the destructive power capable of eroding divine defenses. Mastery of order law, complete, able to reshape the order of chaotic regions, stabilize space and laws, quell conflicts of laws, optimize the functioning of the world, ensuring that all things operate according to established rules, capable of repairing mid-tier divine law loopholes. Mastery of spirit law, complete, able to delve into the consciousness of others, read and alter memories, create mental illusions, plunging enemies into endless fear and chaos, can also enhance one's own mental strength, forming an unassailable mental shield against all psychic attacks. Furthermore, with formidable mental prowess, can remotely control the actions of others, even exerting mental influence over the surrounding environment, altering perceptions. Current dimension, fusion dimension, formed by the amalgamation of the radiant continent and the ethereal realm, where the powers of light and illusion intertwine and collide. The sacred architecture of the radiant continent interlaces with the mysterious, fantastical relics of the ethereal realm, where magic and spirit energy resonate, giving rise to entirely new mystical phenomena, where diverse races and civilizations converge, coexisting in contradiction and communication. Dimension world rank, inferior dimension, current fusion progress at 50, showing improved stability compared to before. With a reduced frequency of law loopholes, yet still possessing considerable room for advancement towards the 100 fusion required for ascension to a mid-tier dimension. Many latent resources await further exploration and utilization. Trading authority, capable of engaging in transactions with certain mid-tier divine beings across the multiverse. Unlocks rare law fragment trading channels, providing the opportunity to acquire unmastered law powers. Initiates a special item customization service, allowing the consumption of specific resources to create artifacts that resonate with one's own laws. Taskbar, main quest name, restructuring the Order of Realms quest description. Although the fusion of realms has made some progress, internal conflicts of laws occur frequently, severely hindering advancement. You must employ the laws of order to delve into the core areas of these conflicts, reshape the order of the fused realms, resolve the contradictions among the laws, and ensure the stable operation of the world's laws. Quest rewards, advanced law fusion technique, which can enhance the efficiency and success rate of fusing different laws. A crystal of law containing a vast amount of pure law power, which, when used, can directly elevate the mastery of certain laws. Side quest name, purification of the cursed land quest description. In a corner of the fused realm lies a region shrouded by an ancient curse, the power of which continues to spread, threatening the surrounding areas. You are to wield the laws of light, spirit, in order to venture into the cursed land. Seek the source of the curse, purify the cursed energy, rescue the trapped beings, and halt the curse's expansion. Quest rewards, curse immunity badge, granting the bearer complete immunity to various curses, staff of purifying light, imbued with potent purifying energy, significantly enhancing the purifying effects of the light law, playing a crucial role in future confrontations with darkness and evil forces. Quest difficulty, moderate. Chapter 107. The Cursed Land new tasks are being generated, and you have been assigned both a main quest and a side quest. Main quest name, restructuring the Order of Realms quest description. Although the fusion of realms has made some progress, internal conflicts of laws occur frequently, severely hindering advancement. You must employ the laws of order to delve into the core areas of these conflicts, reshape the order of the fused realms, resolve the contradictions among the laws, and ensure the stable operation of the world's laws. Quest rewards, advanced law fusion technique, which can enhance the efficiency and success rate of fusing different laws. A crystal of law containing a vast amount of pure law power, which, when used, can directly elevate the mastery of certain laws. Quest difficulty, challenging. Side quest name, purification of the cursed land quest description. In a corner of the fused realm lies a region shrouded by an ancient curse, the power of which continues to spread, threatening the surrounding areas. You are to wield the laws of light, spirit, in order to venture into the cursed land. Seek the source of the curse, purify the cursed energy, rescue the trapped beings, and halt the curse's expansion. Quest rewards, curse immunity badge, granting the bearer complete immunity to various curses, staff of purifying light, imbued with potent purifying energy, significantly enhancing the purifying effects of the light law, playing a crucial role in future confrontations with darkness and evil forces. Quest difficulty, moderate. Gazing upon the main quest, Rolls stood at a lofty height within the fused realm, the power of the laws swirling around him, yet his brow was furrowed in concern. He was acutely aware that his recent rapid ascension came with not only an enhancement in strength, but also numerous latent perils. Reflecting on his journey, he realized that others might spend centuries in pursuit of further comprehension of the laws, striving for advancement. Yet, relying on his plunder across various planes, he swiftly ascended, exploiting the rare resources and fragments of laws he acquired. Initially, he reveled in the exhilaration of his burgeoning power, savoring the thrill of wielding formidable laws. With a mere flick of his hand, the law of life could rejuvenate the barren earth. With a wave, the law of destruction could reduce a towering mountain to rubble. However, he soon realized that this power was akin to a double-edged sword. As his strength surged, the laws of the fused planes began to spiral into chaos. The sky intermittently crackled with lightning, a manifestation of the clash between the laws of light and destruction. On the ground, rivers inexplicably dried up only to surge suddenly, signaling an imbalance in the law of order. He sensed a growing aversion from the world's consciousness, as if it were resisting this foreign power. A sense of unease gnawed at Laos. He understood that the instability brought about by his rapid ascension could lead to his downfall at any moment. As the ancient adage goes, the killer will also be killed. In his plundering of other planes, he had likely amassed countless enemies. Those powerful entities lurking in the shadows may be biding their time, waiting for the moment his instability would reveal a vulnerability, ready to strike a fatal blow. He must swiftly devise a solution to the instability of the laws, or risk plummeting into an irretrievable abyss. He gazed up at the tumultuous clouds, his brow furrowed. Murmuring softly, "It seems I must temper my pace." Each successful plunder was akin to stoking the flames of his power, resulting in an explosive growth within a short span. He relished the thrill of his continuous breakthroughs, immersing himself in the satisfaction of mastering formidable laws. He needed to seize this moment to reevaluate his relationship with the laws, striving to achieve genuine harmony between his power and the order of the world's laws. Only in this way could he navigate the perilous multiverse with greater distance and stability. Laos, with a grave expression, summoned Tyrion to his side. "Tyrion, my recent rapid ascension has led to turmoil within the world's laws. I must focus my efforts on resolving these issues. You need to solidify your own realm." Tyrion nodded slightly, determination evident in his eyes. "Rest assured, Laos. I shall adhere to your instructions and ensure this matter is handled well." Laos continued, "You must not only stabilize your own realm, but also urge our other subordinates to take this matter seriously. This is no trifling issue. It concerns the safety of our entire force." After delegating responsibilities to Tyrion, Laos convened all his subordinates. His gaze swept over the assembly, and he spoke in a somber tone. "Recently, we have been engaged in battles and plundered resources, resulting in rapid power growth. However, this has also left us with numerous hidden dangers. Effective immediately, everyone must rest and consolidate their realms. At this critical juncture, no one is allowed to falter." The assembly acknowledged his command. Once the arrangements for his subordinates were made, Laos fell into deep contemplation. He was acutely aware that the hidden dangers within the original world were akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to detonate at any moment. The instability of the laws was merely a superficial symptom. The deeper issue lay in the fact that his rapid ascension had shattered the balance of power within the original world, inviting myriad unknown crises. Rouse instantaneously arrived at the cursed realm. Drawing a deep breath, the power of the spiritual laws enveloped him like agile threads, swiftly weaving into an invisible yet resilient protective barrier, cocooning his form. This barrier not only shielded him from the encroaching curse of the outside world, but also clarified his mind. He then closed his eyes, allowing his mental energy to surge forth like a tumultuous tide, racing towards the area shrouded in darkness. As his consciousness delved deeper, the contours of the cursed land gradually crystallized in his mind. It was an expansive and foreboding domain, where the intensity of the curse at the center resembled the eye of a storm, most ferocious, diminishing as one moved outward. In every corner, he glimpsed beings ensnared by the curse, their souls writhing in agony, emitting faint cries for help. Simultaneously, Rouse swiftly formed hand seals, gathering the power of light in his palms, coalescing into a lantern that radiated a soft, pure glow. This light immediately dispelled the dark mists ahead, illuminating a clear path for him to traverse. As he stepped into the cursed land, a miasma of decay and malevolence assaulted him, attempting to breach his mental defenses. Unfazed, Rouse invoked the laws of order, channeling an invisible force akin to a colossal hand that organized the chaotic energies surrounding him, effectively thwarting the rampant spread of the curse. He advanced steadily, each step invoking the purifying force of the light, causing the weaker cursed energies along his path to dissipate like snow under the sun's embrace. Throughout his journey, Rouse remained vigilant, his mental laws acting as an invisible net, sensing every movement around him. Suddenly, he discerned a massive cursed trap hidden beneath the ground ahead. Should it be triggered, the consequences would be dire. He nimbly leaped, evading the trap, and pressed onward into the core of the curse. At last, before an ancient ruin, Rouse uncovered clues related to the source of the curse. The ground was inscribed with runes emanating a strange aura, while the surrounding stone pillars bore enigmatic carvings, seemingly chronicling a forgotten dark history. Just as he meticulously examined these runes, a powerful surge of cursed energy surged towards him like a tumultuous black wave. Remaining composed, Rouse swiftly gestured, conjuring the laws of order into a vast cage that ensnared the cursed energy. Then, the light from his lantern blazed forth. The pure power of light piercing the cursed mass like a keen blade, gradually purifying it. As he delved deeper, Rouse encountered a throng of beings ensnared by the curse. Their eyes were vacant, faces distorted, and they frantically launched attacks against him. A pang of sorrow struck Rouse's heart as he promptly invoked the laws of the mind, transforming into a gentle force of solace that slowly infiltrated the depths of their consciousness. Under the influence of this mental law, their movements began to slow, the madness gradually receding from their eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Rouse alleviated some of the curse's grip on them, gleaning from their fragmented utterances the general direction of the curse's source. After a challenging search, Rouse finally located the origin of the curse. A colossal black vortex loomed, incessantly expelling a malevolent force, warping the surrounding space into a grotesque semblance. Without hesitation, Rouse conjured a stable energy field using the principles of order, encircling the source of the curse to thwart its further spread. Subsequently, he concentrated all his might derived from the principles of light. The lantern in his grasp radiated resplendently, akin to a miniature sun, unleashing a potent purifying light that surged toward the heart of the curse. Simultaneously, Rouse adeptly employed the principles of the mind, cautiously delving into the core of the curse's origin. There, he encountered a malevolent consciousness, the very entity perpetuating and intensifying the curse. Without a moment's hesitation, Rouse engaged in a fierce confrontation with this consciousness, utilizing the power of the mind in an attempt to dismantle the curse's core mechanism from an existential perspective. After a breathtaking struggle, the malicious consciousness began to dissipate under the force of Rouse's formidable mental onslaught. The source of the curse was successfully purified, and Rouse hastened to the location of the afflicted beings. Employing the principles of light and mind, he gently lifted the remnants of the curse from them, akin to a spring breeze caressing the earth. Under the illumination of his radiance, those beings gradually regained their awareness and bodily functions, their eyes rekindling with vitality and hope. Finally, Rouse once more invoked the principles of order to meticulously reorganize the energy of the entire cursed land. He ensured that every trace of the curse was utterly eradicated, leaving no possibility for resurgence. As a precaution, he established a formidable protective barrier at the periphery of the cursed domain, composed of light, mind, and order. Thus, the arduous task of purifying the cursed land reached a triumphant conclusion. Rouse exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing upon the tranquil land restored to its former glory, his heart brimming with contentment. As the last protective barrier was set, a gentle beam of light descended from above, enveloping him within its embrace. An alert chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task of purifying the cursed land. You have earned a reward." Emerging from the luminescence, a badge emanating a mysterious sheen gradually materialized, the curse immunity badge. Rouse extended his hand to receive it, and upon grasping the badge, a wondrous power fused into his being, as if cloaking his soul in an indomitable shield. Shortly thereafter, a staff radiating a sacred light appeared, the staff of purifying light, resplendent and crystalline, adorned with intricate runes, each imbued with formidable purifying energy. As Rouse held the staff, he instantly felt a closer connection to the principles of light, the power of illumination coursing through him with newfound fluidity. He carefully stowed the badge away, wielding the staff of purifying light, and boldly advanced into the depths of the converging realms. Chapter 108. The restructuring of realm order. Roose Lannister stood high above the confluence of realms, surveying a world ravaged by the tumult of conflicting laws. Tempests raged across the land, bearing with them searing flames that reduced forests to ashes. The oceans heaved with towering waves, only to be instantaneously frozen into ice. A violent clash between the elemental forces of water and fire. In the distance, The mountains rose abruptly without warning, only to collapse in the next moment, the space twisting like a shattered mirror, revealing unfathomable dark fissures, an ominous consequence of the disruption of spatial laws. This cannot continue, Laos murmured softly, as the power of the mental laws emanated from him like invisible tendrils, spreading in all directions. He closed his eyes tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, each mental filament striving to capture the fluctuations of the laws permeating every corner of the converging planes. As his perception deepened, a three-dimensional map of the planes gradually materialized in his mind, with areas of severe law conflict marked distinctly as nodes radiating an eerie glow. Laos began to analyze these conflict zones meticulously. In a valley shrouded in darkness, the laws of life and destruction clashed violently. The flora within the valley desperately thrived under the nurturing of the life law, yet swiftly withered under the onslaught of the destruction law. He surmised that this was a struggle for survival space and energy between the two laws. Meanwhile, in an expansive desert, the laws of fire and water perpetually collided, with the fire law attempting to evaporate every drop of moisture, while the water law fought relentlessly to coalesce vapor into colossal storms. The conflict here stemmed from the inherent opposition of their natures. After a thorough investigation and assessment, Laos identified a dozen of the most critical law conflict zones, deciding to tackle first the area with the most severe spatial distortion to stabilize the fundamental space. Upon arrival in this region, he observed the space boiling like a cauldron, black fissures threatening to engulf everything around them. Taking a deep breath, Laos swiftly formed hand seals, gathering the power of spatial laws in his palms. He softly intoned an incantation, and the spatial force within his hands transformed into an intangible net, cast toward the distorted space. When the net made contact with the warped dimensions, it emitted a piercing shriek, as if engaged in a fierce struggle with the chaotic force. Gritting his teeth, Laos intensified the output of the spatial laws. Gradually, the tumultuous rolling of the space began to subside, and the fissures slowly started to heal. To prevent the conflict from spilling over again, Laos created several small stable spaces within this region. These spaces resembled suspended crystal orbs, exuding a gentle radiance. He directed some of the chaotic energy from the conflict zone into these small spaces, akin to caging a rampaging beast. Throughout this process, Laos remained vigilant. Even a slight deviation in the control of the spatial laws could trigger a more severe collapse. Once this step was completed, Laos proceeded to the most crucial phase of guiding the law of order. He arrived at a plane where the clash between fire and water laws was most intense. Witnessing the unyielding struggle of torrents and fierce flames intertwining, creating a chaotic energy field. Standing at the center of this energy maelstrom, the power of order radiated from him like a resplendent sun, shining with dazzling brilliance. He gestured with his hands, chanting incantations as the power of order spread outward like golden threads. Upon contact with the energies of fire and water, the previously chaotic and disorderly energies began to exhibit subtle transformations. The elemental forces of fire no longer burn blindly, and the waters no longer rush recklessly. Rather, they appear to be guided by the principles of order, seeking a harmonious coexistence. Laos intensifies the output of the principles of order, establishing a novel framework of regulatory laws upon this plane. He orchestrates the interplay between the fire and water principles within this framework, creating a unique cycle of energy. The intense heat of the fire principle causes water to evaporate swiftly, transforming it into vapor, which, while ascending, cools and condenses back into droplets, nurturing the earth, which in turn provides the combustible materials for the fire principle. In this process, Laos adeptly applies other principles as well. He invokes the principle of life, sowing seeds of vitality in this land newly restored to order. In an instant, tender green grasses break through the soil, and vibrant flowers bloom in competition, infusing this scarred land with vitality and vigor. He further employs the fire principle to bestow warmth upon the burgeoning life, accelerating the growth and propagation of plants. The principle of light is utilized to purify the air of lingering impurities, rendering the entire environment fresh and pleasant. However, not all conflicts of principles can be resolved so smoothly. In a forest shrouded in darkness, the clash between the principles of destruction and life proves exceptionally stubborn. The force of destruction surges like a black tide, incessantly eroding the life within the forest. Trees wither, animals perish, and a palpable aura of despair envelopes the woods. Laos understands that mere guidance of order and the support of other principles are far from sufficient. He must wield the principle of destruction to counteract the very force of annihilation. Taking a deep breath, he channels the power of destruction within himself, carefully introducing it into the forest. He meticulously controls the intensity and scope of the destruction, allowing it to precisely eradicate those lives irrevocably consumed by darkness, thereby clearing space for new life to emerge. Throughout this endeavor, Laos bears immense pressure. On one hand, he must ensure that his principle of destruction does not spiral out of control, lest the forest be utterly obliterated. On the other, he simultaneously applies the principle of life, swiftly sowing seeds of new existence upon the ruins of destruction, rekindling the power of life. After considerable effort, a delicate balance is finally achieved between the principles of destruction and life within the forest. The woods are once again vibrant, new trees flourish, and animals return to this land. As each area of conflicting principles is successfully resolved, the merged realm gradually regains its tranquility. Yet Laos knows this is merely the beginning. He must establish a long-lasting monitoring mechanism to ensure the enduring stability of the realm's order. He once again employs the principle of mind, constructing a vast surveillance network throughout the merged realm. This network consists of countless strands of mental filaments, each connecting to a corner of the realm. Through this network, Laos can perceive any fluctuations of principle within the realm in real time. Periodically, he personally patrols along these mental strands. He meticulously examined each area where conflicts of laws had previously arisen, ensuring no new issues emerged. Upon detecting any anomalies in the fluctuations of the laws, he would promptly rush to the site, employing his mastery of the laws for adjustments and repairs. During one of his inspections, Laos noticed signs of disorder in a once stable plane. He immediately proceeded to the location, discovering that a malfunctioning small magical array nearby had caused an imbalance in the elemental laws. Utilizing the laws of order and light, Laos swiftly repaired the magical array, restoring equilibrium to the elemental laws. After prolonged efforts, the fused dimension finally embraced genuine peace and stability. The once rampant conflicts of laws had faded into the past, replaced by a harmonious and orderly world. Laos stood high above, surveying the rejuvenated land, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He understood that this was merely a new starting point in his lengthy journey through the multiverse, and in the future, he would need to augment his power of laws to further refine and elevate the world. Laos had ultimately completed the formidable task of reshaping the order of the dimension. As the last vestiges of chaotic laws were successfully restored, the entire fused dimension awakened as if from a protracted nightmare. The sky, once murky due to the conflicts of laws, gradually transformed into a brilliant azure, with soft white clouds floating like cotton candy. On the ground, rivers ceased to flood, flowing gently along the channels of order, nourishing the revitalized lands on both banks. The forests, previously ravaged by destructive laws, now thrived in lush greenery. With robust trees growing tall, birds joyfully singing in the branches, and various animals frolicking through the woods. The once collapsed mountains, under the joint influence of the laws of life and order, regained their stability, adorned with thick vegetation, while waterfalls cascaded from their summits, splashing crystalline droplets. Gazing upon this scene, Laos felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His body, weary from prolonged exertion of high-intensity laws, bore testament to his efforts. Yet his gaze remained resolute and bright. At that moment, a mysterious beam of light descended from above, enveloping him. A system notification resonated clearly in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of reshaping the order of the dimension. As the light dissipated, two items emanating powerful energy appeared in his hands. The first was a high-level secret technique for the fusion of laws, an ancient tome adorned with enigmatic runes, each seemingly embodying the mysteries of the universe. As Laos gently opened it, an ancient and formidable power of laws surged forth, and he realized that this technique would significantly enhance his efficiency and success rate in fusing different laws, laying a solid foundation for his future strength. The second item was a crystal of law infused with an abundance of pure law power, resembling a radiant star, emitting a spectrum of colors. As Laos held it in his hand, he instantly felt a tremendous and pristine force of law flood into his being. His mastery over the laws of life was notably strengthened, and it seemed as though the limits of his vitality expanded into a new dimension. With these two invaluable rewards, Laos brimmed with confidence for the adventures that lay ahead. He carefully safeguarded the advanced law fusion secret arts and the crystallized laws, inhaling a breath of fresh air before turning and soaring into the distance. Chapter 109, the final chapter of Tywin in the annals of the Radiant Empire's history. Casterly Rock stands as an indelible monument, witnessing the rise and fall of the Lannister family. At this moment, However, the atmosphere within the castle was exceptionally grave, as if the very air had become stagnant with sorrow and solemnity. The legendary figure, Tywin Lannister I, lay upon a luxurious yet frigid sickbed, the flame of his life flickering like a candle in the wind, unsteady and wavering. In the winter of the 30th year of the Radiant Era, the biting northern winds howled across the continent of Westeros, saturating every stone of Casterly rock with the chill. Within Tywin's chamber, despite the roaring fire, the pervasive aura of death lingered palpably. Laos, now the Lord of Light, radiated a soft and sacred glow as he stood silently before Tywin's sickbed, accompanied by Jaime and Tyrion. Father, Laos's voice resonated like a distant echo from the heavens, ethereal yet filled with strength. Under your iron-fisted leadership, the Lannister family has forged an unparalleled glory across the vast lands of the Radiant Empire. Now, your earthly mission is complete. It is time for you to accompany me to the Eternal Kingdom. There, a broader battlefield awaits your wisdom and courage, where your military prowess shall continue to shine in the glorious wars of the afterlife. As for the Lannister family, we shall be sheltered in that exalted realm, and you need not concern yourself with the trivial disputes of the mortal world. Tywin slowly opened his eyes. Though his once keen gaze was now clouded by illness, it still emanated the innate resilience and pride of the Lannister lineage. He stared at Jaime, and memories of the past surged within him like a tide. Jaime had always harbored a fervent desire for war and glory, his bravery on the battlefield evoking awe in all. Yet Tywin understood well that leading a vast family and governing a complex empire could not be achieved solely through martial prowess. Laos, Tywin's voice was hoarse and deep, each word seemingly drawn from the depths of his soul, laden with the weight of time. My days are numbered. But before I depart, the Lannister family must have a capable helmsman to entrust with its duties. You have transcended the earthly realm, becoming the emissary of the Lord of Light. The glory of the afterlife awaits you. Yet, this mortal throne requires one who can uphold the family's honor amidst the intrigues and conflicts. Laos nodded slightly, the sacred light around him seeming to sway gently in response to the solemn atmosphere. He comprehended his father's intent. Father, I understand. I shall pray for the Lannister family in the Eternal Kingdom, and you may also watch over them, ensuring their path in the mortal world is smooth and peaceful. Tywin nodded subtly, his gaze shifting toward the dim, gray sky outside the window. In these days, he often found himself in a daze, glimpsing the divine apparition of the Lord of Light, whose soft and radiant glow seemed to guide him toward an everlasting repose. He was acutely aware that his time was drawing near, and it was momentous to bestow the scepter, a symbol of unparalleled power, upon the one capable of bearing the family's future hopes. In Tywin's heart resided a grand and unwavering vision. He aspired for the Lannister family to stand resolute upon the lands of the Bright Empire, becoming an unassailable cornerstone of the realm. This mission, laden with the family's honor and dreams, he chose to entrust to Jareth, the eldest son of Tyrion and Sansa. Tyrion, once regarded by Tywin as the family's disgraceful dwarf, had blossomed into a beacon of astonishing wisdom through the crucible of fate. Sansa, the red-haired woman from the north, matured into a sagacious and resilient individual, imbued with devotion to her homeland after enduring trials and tribulations. The union of Tyrion and Sansa not only brought forth the support and strength of the North to House Lannister, but also intertwined the bloodlines of the two families, nurturing a new hope. Jareth, from a tender age, exhibited extraordinary talents and demeanor. He was astute, possessed a profound interest in politics and military affairs, and displayed keen insight. Tywin, observing him grow day by day, gradually became convinced that this child was the star of hope for the Lannister family, the one destined to lead them towards continued glory. Summon Jareth, Tywin instructed Jaime, his voice frail yet imbued with undeniable authority. It was time for him to shoulder the weighty responsibilities of the family and take up the scepter that symbolized power and honor. Without hesitation, Tyrion respectfully bowed to his father, then turned and walked out of the chamber with measured and dignified steps. The sacred light behind him gradually faded, as if merging with every stone of the ancient castle. Before long, Jareth hastened in, clad in a resplendent yet dignified robe. His golden curls shimmered in the candlelight, and his youthful, handsome visage bore a hint of anxiety and excitement, yet was predominantly filled with an unwavering aspiration for the future. "Grandfather, you summoned me?" His voice was bright and resonant, brimming with youthful vigor. Tywin gazed at his grandson with affection and hope. "Jareth, come to my side," he beckoned gently. Raising his hand slightly, Jareth quickly approached the bedside and knelt before him. "Child, do you understand? From this moment forth, the fate of House Lannister rests in your hands. Tywin said slowly, each word seemingly drawn from the depths of his being, yet infused with strength and conviction. Throughout my life, I have striven valiantly for the family's glory amid a world fraught with intrigue and conflict, enduring countless wars and hardships. Now, I bequeath to you the position of king, hoping you will uphold the family's honor and traditions, guiding House Lannister towards an even more resplendent future. Jareth raised his gaze, his eyes alight with fervor and determination. Grandfather, I vow to you, I shall not let you down. I will dedicate my life to safeguarding the honor of House Lannister, ensuring that our banner flies high across every inch of the bright empire. His voice was resolute and powerful, echoing within the stillness of the chamber. Tywin smiled with a hint of satisfaction and reassurance. Remember, as the king of House Lannister, you must possess the wisdom to navigate the complexities of various situations and the resolute determination to defend the dignity and honor of our family. In this world rife with intrigue and betrayal, you must remain ever vigilant, placing your trust solely in your family and the interests of our house, for they are your most steadfast support. I understand, grandfather, Geralt replied earnestly, embedding each of his grandfather's words deeply within his heart. Tywin's gaze grew serious as he grasped Geralt's hand tightly, as if to impart all the wisdom and strength he had accumulated throughout his life. Although the empire appeared prosperous on the surface, its internal conflicts and strife surged like hidden currents. You must constantly monitor the state of the empire, remain cautious of those with ulterior motives, and uphold the peace and stability of our realm. In your dealings with other families, wield both kindness and authority, striking a balance, neither too lenient to shame our house, nor too harsh to incite unnecessary conflict. Geralt listened intently, absorbing every lesson from his grandfather with unwavering concentration. He understood that from this moment forth, his life would undergo a monumental transformation. He was no longer the carefree youth, but a bearer of the future and hope of House Lannister and the Empire of Light. At that moment, Tywin suddenly experienced a surge of intense pain, his complexion turning ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Hear me roar, Lannister," he murmured, his voice faint yet imbued with a sense of release and tranquility. Geralt and Jaime rushed to his side, their eyes filled with urgency and sorrow. "Grandfather, hold on," Geralt cried, his voice thick with emotion. Tywin waved his hand, signaling them not to panic. His vision gradually blurred, yet his heart remained profoundly calm. He knew that his mission had reached its conclusion. The remaining path would be for his descendants to traverse. "Geralt, the coronation must be grand," Tywin uttered with his last vestige of strength, then gently closed his eyes, his hands slipping from the bedside, departing forever from the world he had fought for throughout his life. "Grandfather," Geralt cried out in anguish, his voice infused with endless sorrow and reluctance. Jaime lowered his head silently, as the sacred light seemed to dim in the wake of such profound grief. The entire chamber was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere of mourning, as if time itself had come to a halt with Tywin's passing. The news spread like wildfire through Casterly Rock, plunging House Lannister into profound sorrow. People mourned Tywin's departure, this great king who had inscribed the illustrious history of House Lannister with his life. His name would forever be etched in the annals of the Empire of Light, becoming a legend revered and recounted by generations to come. In the days that followed, Casterly Rock became a hive of activity, with hearts heavy with grief and respect. Preparations for Tywin's funeral and Geralt's coronation were made with utmost care. The castle is adorned with festive decorations, yet a pervasive atmosphere of sorrow lingers. The populace, clad in somber black attire, bears an expression of anticipation and hope for the new king. On the day of the funeral, nobles from across the realm of Westeros gathered to pay their respects. The coffin, escorted by mourners, slowly departed from Casterly Rock, making its way toward the family burial site. Along the route, people stood in silent tribute, honoring the memory of this great monarch. Tywin's remains were interred in a magnificent and solemn tomb, with a gravestone inscribed with his name and illustrious deeds, symbolizing his immortal status within the Lannister family and the Empire of Light. Following the funeral, the coronation ceremony for Geralt commenced. On this day, the square of Casterly Rock was teeming with throngs of citizens, all gathered in jubilant anticipation of the new king's ascension. Dressed in a resplendent royal robe and crowned with the emblem of supreme authority, Geralt ascended the platform amidst the adoration of the crowd. The priest recited ancient and solemn incantations, bestowing upon Geralt the scepter that represented the power of kingship. "Geralt Lannister, henceforth you shall be the king of the Empire of Light. May the Lord of Light grant you wisdom and strength to lead the empire toward prosperity." The priest's voice was grave and sacred, resonating throughout the square. Geralt grasped the scepter, raised it high, and and acknowledged the crowd below. I, Geralt Lannister, hereby swear to uphold the honor of the Lannister name, to protect every inch of the Empire of Light, to safeguard my people, and to ensure that the glory of House Lannister forever shines. His voice was resolute and powerful, filled with confidence and determination, echoing across the square, undying in its fervor. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, their exuberance resembling a surging tide, expressing their support and expectations for the new king. They believed that under Geralt's leadership, the Lannister family and the Empire of Light would embark on a brighter future. The legendary life of Tywin Lannister would become an eternal tale, inspiring generations of Lannisters to strive relentlessly for the family's glory. In a distant paradise, perhaps Tywin's spirit smiled upon this scene. His departure, though it took with it the brilliance of an era, also heralded the dawn of a new age. The Lannister family, a great lineage that left an indelible mark on the history of the Empire of Light, would continue to inscribe their legendary narrative under the guidance of their new king, boldly advancing toward an even more glorious future. The towers of Casterly Rock were shrouded in gloom, the atmosphere stifling and heavy. Jaime stood before the window, gazing out at the leaden sky, motionless. Rhaos, radiating a gentle and sacred light, quietly approached his side. Jaime, Rhaos' voice, ethereal and tinged with concern, echoed as if from a distant horizon. Are you still unwilling to accompany me to the heavens? All that is here has become the past, and the glory of paradise awaits you. Jaime slowly turned, weariness etched upon his face, yet determination lingered in his gaze. Rhaos, ever since Tommen was stripped of his throne by our father, Cersei has been consumed by hatred. Her heart is filled solely with animosity toward him. He furrowed his brow slightly, worry evident in his eyes. I cannot leave her like this. She has no one to rely on at this moment. Over the years, we have endured so much together. I cannot abandon her during her most painful and helpless times. Lors sighed gently, his light flickering subtly. The attachments of the mortal realm are always difficult to sever, yet you shall possess a greater mission in the heavenly realm, where the battlefield calls for your strength. James smiled wryly and shook his head. I understand the glory of the celestial kingdom, but before that, I must fulfill my responsibilities here on earth. Protecting Cersei is my paramount duty at this moment. Once I help her through this turmoil, I shall journey to the heavens and fight alongside you. Lors remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, James. But do not forget, the gates of the celestial kingdom are always open for you. I shall await your arrival there. Chapter 110. The new dawn of the celestial kingdom. Within the enigmatic celestial kingdom, the pool of faith resembled a resplendent jewel, emanating a soft and sacred radiance. It is the hallowed ground for the elevation and purification of souls. At this moment, the spirit of Tywin Lannister floated serenely within, surrounded by the intertwining forces of faith, which danced like ethereal threads, narrating the tumultuous yet intricate saga of his life on earth. Lors stood at the edge of the pool of faith, his expression grave and focused. His hands moved gently, each gesture imbued with an ineffable rhythm, radiating a pure and formidable power, akin to a crystalline spring. Gradually merging with Tywin's spirit, Lors understood that to liberate Tywin from the shackles of the mortal realm and integrate him into the purity of the celestial kingdom, he must strip away the negative emotions intertwined with the forces of faith. These negative emotions resembled swirling black mists, tightly enveloping Tywin's soul. They were the seeds of suspicion and cruelty born from his Machiavellian struggles for power, along with the resentment and suffering that arose from love and hate. Throughout his years on the continent of Westeros, Tywin, in pursuit of the Lannister family's glory, employed ruthless methods. His iron-fisted rule instilled fear in his enemies, but also sowed countless seeds of hatred within his heart. The complex emotional entanglements with his children, particularly his prejudice and disdain for Tyrion, became the wellspring of these negative emotions, which continued to hinder the elevation of his soul even after death. Lors's power shone like warm sunlight, penetrating the layers of darkness. With his efforts, the black mist gradually dissipated, with each fragment stripped away. The light emanating from Tywin's soul grew increasingly radiant. During this process, memories from the depths of Tywin's spirit surged forth like a tide. He beheld his youthful ambitions to expand his family's dominion, the struggles and choices he faced in the whirlpool of power, and the anguished faces of those he had wronged. These memories, once shackles upon his soul, transformed under Lors's purification into opportunities for reflection and growth. At last, through Lors's relentless efforts, the negative emotions were entirely eradicated. Tywin's soul began a remarkable transformation, his outline gradually becoming ethereal, as if liberated from all earthly burdens. From his back, wings as white as snow slowly unfurled, each feather shimmering with a divine luster. His visage radiated a serene glow, and the once piercing gaze, sharp as an eagle's, transformed into a gentle and profound expression. In that moment, he had undeniably ascended to the status of a true archangel. Just then, the figure of Lors was enveloped in a dazzling light, rendering him almost impossible to behold. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing through the sacred space. Tywin, you have endured the tribulations of the mortal realm. Now, you are pure and elevated. I hereby appoint you as archangel, to govern the heavenly kingdom and safeguard this hallowed ground. Tywin knelt on one knee, his heart brimming with reverence and gratitude. He understood that this was an unparalleled honor, accompanied by a weighty responsibility. Once consumed by the pursuit of power and glory in the earthly realm, he had now discovered a higher calling in the celestial domain. He lifted his gaze and resolutely declared, I shall exert every effort to uphold your trust. As archangel, Tywin began to familiarize himself with the intricacies of the heavenly kingdom. He traversed various sacred domains, engaging with other angels, and grasping the rules and order of the celestial realm. Once Lors was satisfied with Tywin's preparations, he reached out to Tyrion, urging him to fortify his domain. When ready, Lors would assist him in seizing a native world, significantly enhancing his power. Lors remarked, the native world harbors immense energy and the force of law. Should we successfully plunder and integrate it, Tyrion's strength will undergo a qualitative leap. Upon hearing this, Tyrion felt a measure of comfort. He recognized that with Lors' assistance, he would undoubtedly seize monumental opportunities. I shall rely on you, Lors. Lors smiled gently, responding, this is also for the future of the heavenly kingdom. Your wisdom and potential, when combined with formidable strength, will provide us with significant support. However, prior to that, I must enter a deep meditation to enhance my own power in preparation for the arduous task of plunder. To seize a native world is no trivial endeavor. One must contend with formidable guardians and navigate the complexities of temporal laws, for a single misstep could lead to failure. With that, Lors' figure gradually faded, leaving behind a sacred radiance. Tyrion gazed in the direction of Lors' departure, silently offering a prayer. He understood that in the days to come, both the heavenly realm and the earthly world would face new challenges and opportunities. From that day forth, Tyrion dedicated himself to rigorous training. He immersed himself in the study of various spells and martial techniques, consistently pushing beyond his limits. Powerful energy waves emanated from his training chamber, drawing the attention of those nearby. Yet, Tyrion remained undeterred, fixated solely on his singular goal, to swiftly stabilize his domain and prepare for the impending challenges. Simultaneously, Tywin was not idle in the heavenly kingdom. He began to manage the celestial realm, establishing new rules in order to ensure smoother operations. Collaborating with other archangels, he deliberated on strategies to address potential crises. Through his efforts, each domain of the heavenly kingdom was revitalized with newfound vigor and vitality. As days passed, Tyrion's domain steadily ascended in power. His gaze grew increasingly resolute, and his aura became ever more formidable. Meanwhile, within the heavenly realm, Lors had yet to focus on enhancing his own strength after completing his system tasks. Open the System Properties panel. Host, Tywin Lannister's strength level. Intermediate deity, 16th rank. Possessing 6 perfected laws of life, fire, light, destruction, order, and spirit. Mastery of the law of life. Perfected, capable of manipulating all forms of life. Bestowing vitality or ending existence. Comprehending the mysteries of the cycle of life. Able to wield life force across dimensions. And resurrecting formidable entities. Mastery of the law of fire. Perfected, freely controlling the form and temperature of flames, embodying both destructive and creative powers. Able to utilize fire as a medium to create small alternate dimensions. Mastery of the law of space. Initial understanding. Able to establish stable small spaces. Create spatial passages for rapid movement over short distances, possessing acute sensitivity to spatial fluctuations. And utilizing spatial power for basic defense and offense. Mastery of the law of light. Perfected, capable of condensing and scattering pure light at will for purification and healing. Transforming into sharp weapons for attack, and achieving various wondrous effects through refraction and reflection of light. Capable of using light as a bridge to connect different dimensions. Mastery of the law of destruction. Perfected, able to unleash an unstoppable force of annihilation. Disintegrating all matter and energy instantly, turning even the strongest fortifications, powerful shields, or colossal life forms into dust, precisely controlling the range and intensity of destruction. And eroding divine defenses, mastery of the law of order. Perfected, capable of reshaping order in chaotic regions, stabilizing space and laws, pacifying conflicts of laws, optimizing world operations, ensuring all things in the world operate according to rules, and repairing loopholes in laws at the intermediate deity level. Mastery of the law of spirit. Perfected, able to infiltrate the consciousness of others, read and alter memories, create mental illusions, plunging enemies into endless fear and chaos, while also enhancing one's own mental strength to form an unyielding mental shield against all psychic attacks. Furthermore, with formidable mental power, one can remotely control the actions of others and impose mental influences on the surrounding environment, altering perceptions of reality. Current dimension, merged dimension, light continent, dimension world realm, inferior dimension, current merging progress stands at 50, showing enhanced stability compared to before, with a reduced frequency of law loopholes. However, there is still considerable room for improvement to reach the 100 fusion degree required for advancement to an intermediate dimension, with many potential resources awaiting further exploration and utilization. Trading permissions, able to trade with certain intermediate deities within the multiverse, unlocking the trading channel for rare law fragments, with a chance to acquire untapped law powers, initiating custom services for special items, allowing the crafting of artifacts tailored to one's own laws through the consumption of specific resources. Task list, main quest, new task, elevate dimension realm to intermediate dimension. Task description. The fusion progress of the merged dimension has reached 50. Yet there remains a significant gap to achieve the 100 fusion degree necessary for advancement to an intermediate dimension. You must further advance the fusion and stability of dimensions, resolve conflicts of laws, unearth potential resources, and elevate the energy levels and stability of the dimensions, ultimately raising the dimensional realm to a medium level. Task rewards include dimensional core upgrade, an enhancement in dimensional energy levels, and a significant increase in the strength of laws. Title of Dimensional Guardian. Acquire the title of Dimensional Guardian, enabling the invocation of greater dimensional power. Medium dimension resources. Unlock additional unique resources and structures exclusive to medium dimensions. Task difficulty, extremely high. A crystal imbued with a vast amount of pure law power rests in your hand. Utilizing the law crystal enhances law mastery by selecting the law to be improved. Available laws: life, fire, light, destruction, order, spirit, fully mastered. Space, slightly advanced. Recommended choice, as the laws of life, fire, light, destruction, order, and spirit are fully mastered. The space law stands as the optimal selection, currently at a slightly advanced level, which can be significantly elevated with the use of the law crystal. Laos discovers that the limit of laws is not the perfected level. He realizes that the perfect laws he has long revered are merely the foundation of a higher-tiered law system. He begins to reassess his understanding of laws. Those he once believed he had mastered perfectly now appear exceedingly limited in light of this new revelation. Using the law crystal, he cradles the crystal in his palm, concentrating his mind to feel the pure law power contained within. Through mental focus, he guides the law power into his body, concentrating on the comprehension and enhancement of space law. The energy of the law crystal will gradually merge with your law core, strengthening your understanding and control over space law. Enhancement effects. Mastery of space law increases. Current status. Initial insight. Able to establish stable small spaces, create spatial passages for rapid movement over short distances. Keen perception of spatial fluctuations, and utilize spatial power for basic defense and attacks. After enhancement, achieve entry-level mastery or perfection. The specific degree of enhancement depends on the energy intensity of the law crystal. Entry level, capable of opening medium spaces, significantly enhancing the stability and distance of spatial passages, and utilize spatial power for more complex defenses and attacks. Mastery, able to establish large spaces, maximizing the stability and distance of spatial passages, employing spatial power for high-intensity defenses and attacks, and even briefly distorting space to disrupt enemies' movements. Perfection, able to freely open, fold, and distort space, instantly tearing through spatial barriers and traversing the corners of the multiverse. At last, he elevates the space law to perfection, and his own power ascends to that of a high deity. Chapter 111, World Plunder, the Conquest Among the Stars. Laos reappears before Tyrion, his figure manifesting like a phantom in the hall. Upon seeing Laos, Tyrion hastily rises to pay his respects. "Are you ready, Tyrion?" Laos inquires. Tyrion inhaled deeply and nodded resolutely, declaring, "I am ready." Lors smiled faintly, extending his hand, from which a radiant light emanated, enveloping Tyrion in its glow. In an instant, their figures vanished from their original location, soaring into the distant depths of the cosmos. In a secluded corner of the universe, a mysterious world of destiny radiated a unique luminescence. This realm was imbued with abundant energy and formidable laws of power, a coveted sanctuary for countless practitioners. Yet, it was also guarded by formidable forces. Any who dared to plunder it would face immense peril. Lors and Tyrion floated in the void of the universe, gazing upon a world of destiny that shimmered with a gentle blue light. This world was shrouded in a mysterious energy shield, within which the laws of power surged subtly, marking the territory of a low-tier deity, an objective for their undertaking. Lors exuded the powerful aura of a high-tier deity, his gaze unwavering and sharp as he addressed Tyrion. Tyrion, this venture is fraught with danger. Although the deity of this world is of a lower tier, do not underestimate it. Stay close to me. Once I breach the defenses, you shall absorb the world's power with all your might. Tyrion nodded slightly, a mix of anxiety and exhilaration coursing through him. He understood that if he could successfully seize this world of destiny, his strength would undergo a transformative leap. I understand, Lors, I am prepared. Without further ado, Lors swiftly formed hand seals, channeling powerful laws of energy into his grasp. He first invoked the laws of space, conjuring a colossal rift between his hands, which flickered with strange light and expanded relentlessly. As the rift widened, the surrounding space began to twist, emitting a crackling sound as if under immense pressure. Now, Lors commanded, forcefully thrusting the spatial rift towards the energy shield of the world of destiny. Upon contact, a deafening roar erupted, and ripples cascaded across the shield, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone. However, the shield did not yield easily. The low-tier deity became aware of the incursion and reacted immediately. From the world of destiny, powerful beams of energy shot forth, each imbued with a sense of annihilation, aimed directly at Lors and Tyrion. Seeing this, Lors swiftly invoked the laws of light, conjuring a vast luminous shield before him. The shield radiated dazzling brilliance, repelling all incoming energy beams. As the beams collided with the shield, they erupted into countless sparks, illuminating the entire void. Tyrion, prepare yourself, Lors shouted amidst the chaos, blocking the onslaught. He again summoned the power of the laws, this time infusing the rift with the essence of destruction. The rift became saturated with destructive energy, surging once more towards the energy shield. Under the influence of the destruction laws, the energy shield finally began to crack. As the fissures widened, with a resounding snap, the shield shattered entirely. Lors and Tyrion successfully entered the world of destiny. Upon entering, Lors immediately sensed a constriction in his power. The laws here diverge from those he is accustomed to, presenting a certain impediment to his powers. However, as a superior deity with profound foundations, he is confident in his ability to vanquish a lesser god. Meanwhile, Tyrion cautiously observes the surroundings from behind Laos. This native world is teeming with peculiar creatures and enigmatic structures, the air thick with potent energy. Be cautious, Laos suddenly exclaimed. A throng of warriors clad in black armor surged from all directions, wielding sharp weapons and emanating a palpable bloodlust. These warriors serve as guardians of the domain of the lesser god. While their strength pales in comparison to Laos, their sheer numbers cannot be underestimated. Without hesitation, Laos invoked the laws of order, establishing a formidable domain around them. Within this sphere, the enemy's movement slowed, and their attacks lost their original potency. In a flash, Laos darted into the throng of adversaries like a bolt of lightning. A long sword, forged from the essence of the laws, manifested in his grasp, and with each swing, a torrential rain of blood was unleashed. Not to be outdone, Tyrion employed his intellect to seek out the enemy's vulnerabilities. He cast his spells in harmony with Laos's assaults, delivering strikes against their foes. Under the onslaught of their combined efforts, the enemy's defenses began to crumble. Yet, just as they believed victory was imminent, a formidable figure materialized before them. A towering man, exuding the aura of a lesser god, stood as the deity of this native world. You two intruders dare to trespass upon my domain. This day marks your end. The lesser god bellowed, brandishing a colossal staff adorned with mysterious runes. Laos scoffed. You think you can impede me? With that, he unleashed the power of the laws once more, merging fire, light, and life into a singular assault directed at the lesser god. The lesser god retaliated fiercely, wielding his staff to conjure a myriad of potent spells. In an instant, the battlefield was awash with brilliant lights and surging energies, the air punctuated by the sound of explosions. During the fray, Laos discerned that the lesser god possessed a unique understanding and application of the laws governing this native world, amplifying his assaults through the energies of the realm. Nevertheless, Laos, as a superior deity, commanded a more comprehensive and formidable mastery of the laws. He invoked the laws of the mind, attempting to penetrate the consciousness of the lesser god. His mental force surged forth like a tumultuous tide, and the lesser god immediately felt overwhelming pressure. Struggling against Laos's psychic incursion, he began to reveal cracks in his defenses. Seizing the moment of distraction, Laos capitalized on the opportunity, unleashing the essence of destruction to its fullest extent. A powerful beam of annihilation erupted from his hand, striking the lesser god directly. The lesser god cried out in agony as the beam of destruction struck him, fissures appearing across his form. His power began to wane rapidly, and fear flickered in his eyes. "Tyrion, now is the time," Laos shouted. Tyrion immediately comprehended his intent. He swiftly approached the core of his destined world, fervently drawing upon its power. As Tyrion absorbed this essence, the world around him began to transform dramatically. Dark fissures appeared in the sky, the ground trembled, and bizarre creatures scurried in disarray. The low-ranking deity, witnessing this chaos, was engulfed by despair. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he charged at Tyrion in a desperate attempt to thwart him. However, Laos would not allow his efforts to succeed. He invoked the laws of order once more, ensnaring the low-ranking deity in place. "Did you think you could still impede me?" Laos remarked coldly. With a swift motion of his sword, he dealt a fatal blow to the low-ranking deity. As the deity fell, the resistance of the destined world shattered completely. Tyrion successfully plundered the world's power, and his body began to undergo remarkable transformations. His aura grew increasingly potent, and his strength surged. At last, Tyrion completed the conquest of his destined world. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement illuminating them. "Laos, I have succeeded," he exclaimed, exhilaration evident in his voice. Laos smiled and nodded approvingly. "Very well, Tyrion. Your strength has vastly increased, but the road ahead remains long. You must continue to strive." Tyrion gazed at Laos with gratitude. "Without your assistance, I would have never achieved this. I shall diligently cultivate, striving not to disappoint your expectations." The essence of this destined world merged with Tyrion's being, their figures vanishing into the vast cosmos. This act of plunder not only augmented Tyrion's power, but also amplified their renown throughout the universe. Chapter 112. Enlightenment. Under the shadow of the strong. After completing the plunder of the destined world, Laos and Tyrion embarked on a remarkable journey through the boundless cosmos. They traversed various planets and realms, witnessing countless wondrous sights and unique civilizations. Standing at the edge of a vast interstellar cloud, the surrounding cosmic dust shimmered under the starlight. Resembling a flowing cosmic tapestry, Tyrion's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. With his newfound strength, his desire to explore the universe intensified. "Laos, this universe is truly filled with endless mysteries. Every corner reveals breathtaking vistas," Tyrion marveled, his voice tinged with unmistakable exhilaration. Laos smiled faintly, his gaze penetrating the distance, reflecting a deep reverence and familiarity with the cosmos. "Indeed, Tyrion, the vastness of this universe far exceeds our imagination. What we have witnessed is but the tip of the iceberg." However, their tranquil journey was soon disrupted. Upon reaching the edge of a mysterious star system, an immensely powerful wave of energy surged forth, crashing upon them like tumultuous ocean waves, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. "What is this force?" Tyrion inquired anxiously, his complexion paling. Laos's expression turned grave as he focused on the source of the energy fluctuations, a vigilant gleam flickering in his eyes. "It seems we have encountered significant trouble. This is a battle among the exalted celestial powers, with participants of both sides being no less than high-ranking deities." Laos and Tyrion cautiously approached, gazing from a distance at the awe-inspiring battlefield. Against a backdrop of pitch-black cosmos, countless formidable figures engaged in fierce combat. Each of their assaults was accompanied by dazzling brilliance and terrifying bursts of energy, powerful waves of force spreading unchecked, shattering planets as if they were fragile glass, reducing them to cosmic dust. One faction donned resplendent golden armor, their weapons and spells radiating a divine luminescence, as if they were messengers of light. In contrast, the opposing side was shrouded in a veil of darkness, their attacks imbued with an eerie and malevolent aura, warping and tearing the very fabric of space wherever they struck. A high-ranking deity clad in golden armor brandished a spear, its tip coalescing with the potent force of the laws of light. unleashing a brilliant beam that instantaneously vaporized a colossal planet. Meanwhile, the deity enveloped in black mist spread his arms wide, summoning forth a realm of darkness that consumed everything around, including the remnants of the obliterated planets. Is this the power of the high-ranking deities? Terrifying indeed, Tyrion remarked, his voice laced with fear. Laos's expression was grave. He understood all too well the perilousness of their current situation. We must exercise utmost caution, for even the slightest fluctuation of energy that touches us could obliterate us entirely. During the fray, a high-ranking deity in golden armor seemed to sense the presence of Laos and Tyrion. His gaze, as swift as lightning, pierced through to them, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. You two insignificant beings dare to intrude upon our battle? Prepare to perish. With that, he swung his spear, launching a beam of energy infused with the laws of light directly at Laos and Tyrion. The speed of the beam was astonishing, traversing the vast distance in the blink of an eye, arriving before them in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Laos promptly invoked the laws of space, conjuring a spatial vortex before them in an attempt to redirect the incoming attack. However, the high-ranking deity's assault was too formidable. The vortex only slightly altered the beam's trajectory, failing to negate it entirely. The beam grazed past their bodies, and the powerful shockwave sent them hurtling away. Tyrion coughed up blood, his body gravely injured. Laos, what are we to do? Laos's countenance was equally grim. He recognized that with their current strength, they could not possibly contend with a high-ranking deity. We must retreat and find a safe haven. With that, Laos once again wielded the laws of space, swiftly whisking Tyrion away from the battlefield. They traversed the cosmos for an extended duration, only halting once they were certain they were not being pursued by enemies. On a remote planet, Laos tended to Tyrion's wounds. He harnessed the laws of life, infusing pure life energy into Tyrion's body, mending his injuries. Tyrion, this experience has illuminated the fact that our strength remains woefully inadequate. In this universe, power reigns supreme. We must continually elevate ourselves if we are to survive in this ruthless cosmos. Tyrion nodded, his eyes brimming with determination. My lord, I comprehend. I shall endeavor to cultivate my strength with greater diligence, ensuring I no longer become a burden to you. Lord Ross gazed at Tyrion, a smile of reassurance gracing his features. You are no burden, Tyrion. We are companions, traversing this vast universe together. From this moment forth, we shall seek a sanctuary to engage in secluded cultivation. Thus, Ross and Tyrion embarked on a quest through the cosmos in search of an appropriate haven for their intensive training. They journeyed across countless star systems and realms until they discovered a mysterious planet, safeguarded by formidable laws of power. This celestial body was imbued with rich energy, and its surrounding space was remarkably stable, rendering it an ideal location for their practice. On this enigmatic planet, Ross and Tyrion commenced their arduous training. Ross delved deeper into the laws he had mastered, striving to achieve a more harmonious fusion, thereby enhancing his prowess. Meanwhile, Tyrion diligently absorbed the power acquired from plundering his original world, continually solidifying and elevating his realm. Throughout their training, Tyrion faced numerous challenges and obstacles. His body often reacted with resistance to the immense energy he was absorbing, causing him considerable anguish. Yet, he never faltered. Through sheer willpower and unwavering faith, he repeatedly transcended his limits. Ross stood by, offering guidance and support, employing his wisdom and experience to assist Tyrion in overcoming the hurdles he encountered during his cultivation. With Ross's assistance, Tyrion gradually enhanced his capabilities, becoming increasingly adept at understanding and utilizing the laws. After an extended period of seclusion, both Ross and Tyrion experienced significant advancements in their strength. Ross's mastery of law integration became second nature, as he had firmly established his position as a high-tier deity. Tyrion, too, successfully assimilated the power of the world he had seized, reaching a new pinnacle in his realm. Upon concluding their retreat and stepping out of their training grounds, they were acutely aware of their newfound strength. Tyrion clenched his fists, confidence radiating from his gaze. Ross, I feel invigorated. This time, we shall not find ourselves in such dire straits. Ross nodded with a smile. Indeed, Tyrion, our power has grown, yet there are still mightier forces in this universe. We must remain vigilant and continue to enhance ourselves. Thus, Ross and Tyrion continued their journey, cognizant that innumerable challenges and opportunities awaited them ahead. Chapter complete. Chapter 113. The Divine Transaction Feast. Lord Lannister and Tyrion stood before a magnificent temple, gazing up at its soaring spires touching the clouds. The walls of the temple were adorned with countless shimmering gemstones, each emanating a potent essence of law, as if recounting the grandeur and depth of this dimension. Ross, is this truly the capital of Starkors? Tyrion inquired softly, awe evident in his eyes. Ross nodded, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd surrounding them. The divine aura here is so dense that it nearly suffocates. Every being that passes exudes a formidable pressure, at least the presence of a high-ranking deity. Indeed, this is the capital of the medium-plane Starkor, ruled by a 26th-tier, mid-level deity. Laos explained softly that this place is not only a gathering of gods, but also one of the largest trading centers in the cosmos. Tywin swallowed nervously. Can we truly find what we seek here? Laos smiled gently, patting Tywin on the shoulder. Do not worry. Although we may be impoverished, we still have a chance. Let us explore. Broadening our horizons is beneficial. As the two entered the temple, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. The interior of the temple is an expansive space, with countless floating platforms arranged in an intricate manner, each adorned with a dazzling array of treasures. Deities moved gracefully among them, engaging in hushed conversations, occasionally pausing to scrutinize a particular artifact. The array of items here is truly mesmerizing, Tywin murmured, his gaze drawn to a crystal radiating a potent essence of life's laws. Laos nodded, yet his attention was captured by a platform not far away. There lay a crystal the size of a fist, its surface shimmering with a faint starlight, as if it contained boundless power of laws within. Is that the Starkor? Laos whispered, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Tywin followed his gaze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is that truly the Starkor? I have heard that even a low-tier Starkor could incite a frenzy among high-ranking deities. Laos nodded, leading Tywin closer to the platform. Standing there was a high-ranking deity clad in a black robe, his gaze cold and haughty, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. How is this low-tier Starkor to be traded? Laos inquired cautiously. The black-robed deity cast a glance at him, replying coolly, 100,000 law crystals, or an equivalent artifact. Law crystals are an exceedingly precious resource in the universe, imbued with pure law power, which can be directly absorbed and utilized by deities to enhance their mastery of laws or to mend damages to their laws. Their formation is intricately tied to the operation of cosmic laws. Below are the primary sources and methods of acquiring law crystals. 1. Natural convergence. The most common source of law crystals arises from the natural convergence of law power within the universe. When the laws of a plane or celestial body reach a certain state of equilibrium, the law power gradually condenses, forming crystals. This natural process is exceedingly slow, often requiring tens of thousands of years or even longer. 2. Destruction of planes or celestial bodies. When a plane or celestial body is destroyed, the internal law power collapses rapidly and condenses, forming a multitude of law crystals. These crystals are typically referred to as destruction crystals, containing a more volatile law power that necessitates purification before use. 3. Divine refinement. Some powerful deities possess the ability to condense wandering law energy into law crystals through their own law power. This refining process demands an exceptionally high level of law mastery and a substantial reserve of energy. The 4 laws of node mining within the cosmos. There exist certain extraordinary nodes of law, which serve as convergence points for the forces of law, naturally generating law crystals. Deities may extract these crystals by mining such nodes. A sense of heaviness washed over Laos, for law crystals represented the most scarce resource at their disposal, while divine artifacts were beyond their reach. He let out a bitter smile and shook his head. I'm afraid we lack such resources at the moment. The high-ranking figure in the black robe scoffed disdainfully and ceased to acknowledge them. After departing the platform, Tywin quietly inquired, Laos, are we truly that impoverished? Laos sighed and nodded. Indeed, Tywin. In comparison to these venerable deities who have accumulated experience over countless years, we are woefully destitute. Tywin fell silent for a moment before suddenly suggesting, shall we also plunder some lower planes to procure Starkors? Laos shook his head, his tone tinged with resignation. The condensation of Starkors requires considerable time and bears a minuscule probability. Even if we were to ravage numerous lower planes, there is no guarantee that we would obtain a single Starkor. Moreover, such actions would attract attention from other deities and could even incite the wrath of supreme gods. Tywin furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat disheartened. What then shall we do? After a moment of contemplation, Laos replied slowly, for now, let us listen attentively and broaden our knowledge. Perhaps we may uncover alternative opportunities. Plundering is not out of the question, it merely requires caution. The two continued to wander through the temple, eavesdropping on the conversations of the surrounding deities. Shortly, they stumbled upon an area designated for divine transactions, where deities engaged in various dealings using star cores as currency. One mid-grade star core for a divine artifact imbued with the essence of time. Who wishes to trade? A high-ranking deity clad in golden armor proclaimed loudly. Two low-grade star cores for a crystal containing the essence of life. Interested parties, come forth, echoed another deity amidst the crowd. Laos and Tyrion stood by, silently absorbing the exchanges. They realized that the worth of star cores far exceeded their expectations. A single low-grade star core could procure a wealth of resources, while mid-grade star cores were exceedingly rare, with few willing to part with them lightly. Could we exchange our powers of law for star cores? Tyrion suddenly queried. Laos shook his head, softly elucidating. Though our powers of law are formidable, they pale in comparison to star cores. Furthermore, the deities here place greater value on the pure essence of law contained within the star cores rather than the refined forms of our own laws. Tyrion sighed, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. Although they could not partake in the transactions, Laos and Tyrion did not relent. They continued to roam the temple, listening intently to the discussions of the deities, striving to glean further information. I have heard that a supreme god recently discovered a high-grade star core in a certain lower plane, igniting fierce competition among countless deities, one deity murmured. A high-grade star core? It is said to be a legendary entity. A single advanced stellar core is rumored to enable a mid-tier deity to transcend to a higher realm. Another divine being expressed astonishment. Laos and Tyrion exchanged glances, their eyes filled with awe. They had never heard of the existence of advanced stellar cores, nor could they have fathomed their immense value. Lord Laos, might we also seek the advanced stellar core? Tyrion inquired softly. Laos offered a wry smile and shook his head. The probability of condensing an advanced stellar core is significantly lower than that of a low-tier core, and its emergence typically incites fierce contention among countless deities. Given our current strength, we are utterly incapable of participating. Tyrion fell into silence for a moment, appearing somewhat disheartened. After departing from the temple, Laos and Tyrion stood on the streets of the city of stellar cores, gazing up at the resplendent night sky. Laos inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Tyrion, though we are impoverished now, it does not signify that we shall remain so forever. Tyrion nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Laos, we shall grow stronger, and one day, we too shall possess our own stellar core. Laos smiled gently and patted Tyrion on the shoulder. Precisely, Tyrion. Our foremost task now is to continue enhancing our strength and seek out more opportunities. Their journey through the city of stellar cores unveiled to Laos and Tyrion the vastness and brutality of the divine realm. They were acutely aware that their current abilities were far from sufficient, yet they did not allow this to dishearten them. On the contrary, they were resolute in their goal to grow stronger, to acquire their own stellar core, and to become formidable beings within this universe. Chapter 114. The Pact of the Hunt. Laos and Tyrion continued to wander through the bustling marketplace where the divine exchange was located. Surrounded by an array of exquisite treasures and powerful deities traversing about, all manifesting the mystery and prosperity of this mid-tier plane. The air was infused with the intertwining essence of various laws, mingling with the luminous aura emanating from the peculiar items at the stalls, creating a dreamlike tableau. Laos, everything here is simply incredible, Tyrion exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he lingered over artifacts radiating potent energy and tomes imbued with ancient laws. Laos nodded slightly, yet his demeanor remained vigilant. He understood that in this world where power reigned supreme, any lapse in caution could lead to dire consequences. As they prepared to leave the marketplace in search of a tranquil spot to examine the newly acquired crystal, a melodious voice called out from behind them. Hey, you two. Laos and Tyrion turned simultaneously to see a graceful woman standing a short distance away, exuding an aura of high-ranking divinity akin to Laos's own. Her long, cascading violet hair floated gently in the invisible waves of energy, and her eyes sparkled with enigmatic brilliance. Are you looking for us? Laos asked, slightly furrowing his brow, his mind growing wary. In this unfamiliar realm, strangers who initiated conversation often bore undisclosed intentions. The corners of the woman's mouth curled into a mysterious smile as she slowly approached them. I am Selena. It appears you have a keen interest in star cores, she remarked. At the mention of star cores, a flicker of intrigue crossed Laos's eyes. The value of star cores in the cultivation of deities is immeasurable, for they contain pure laws of power, serving as an exceptional resource for enhancing strength. However, he quickly suppressed the turmoil within, maintaining his vigilance. And what of it? Selena seemed to perceive Laos's wariness, letting out a light laugh. There's no need to be so tense. I harbor no ill intentions. Moreover, given your current wealth, I find myself rather uninterested. Her gaze swept over Laos and Tyrion, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Laos narrowed his eyes slightly, growing ever more perplexed. Then what do you want from us? Selena leaned in closer, lowering her voice. I have a proposition, though I wonder if you might be interested. I have discovered a seasoned high-ranking deity who has recently acquired a substantial amount of star cores. However, his strength is formidable, and I lack the certainty to confront him alone, which is why I noticed the two of you fresh faces. Would you care to join me in this endeavor? Laos's heart raced. Hunting a high-ranking deity was no trivial matter, and a misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Yet, the allure of the star cores was overwhelming, causing his resolve to waver. Tyrion, standing nearby, also discerned the gravity of the situation. He tugged at Laos's sleeve, whispering, "My lord Laos, this is far too dangerous." After a moment of contemplation, Laos looked up at Selena. "On what basis do you think we would agree? This is a hunt for a high-ranking deity, and the risks are substantial." Selena smiled confidently. "I have observed you both. Although you may appear impoverished, your strength is not to be underestimated. Furthermore, I have a companion. With the three of us working together, our chances of success are considerably high. As for the spoils, I propose a division of 4 parts for myself and 3 parts each for you two. What do you say?" The proposed distribution was tempting, and the scales of Laos's judgment began to tip in favor of Selena's offer. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. "What about your companion? Can we trust him?" "Rest assured. He is my longtime partner, strong enough to be at the level of a high-ranking deity, and entirely reliable," Selena assured, patting her chest. After pondering for a while, Laos finally nodded. "Very well, I accept your proposal. However, we must devise a detailed plan before we proceed." A glimmer of triumph flashed in Selena's eyes. "No problem. We will strike after he exits the trading market. His source world possesses formidable defensive laws, and should he manage to retreat, hunting him down will become exceedingly difficult. Therefore, I will seal the space, while you both launch your full assault." Laos glanced at Tyrion, a twinge of concern for his safety surfacing in his mind. Tyrion seemed to grasp Laos's thoughts, resolutely stating, "Laos, I do not wish to be a burden to you." Laos placed a reassuring hand on Tyrion's shoulder. "You shall not be a burden. However, this undertaking is perilously dangerous. I will first withdraw you into my source world, and once the matter is resolved, I shall release you." Although reluctant, Tyrion understood that his abilities might not contribute significantly to this hunt and could, in fact, become a burden for Rouse. He nodded in agreement. "Very well, my lord Rouse, please exercise caution." Rouse unleashed his formidable power of the laws, drawing Tyrion back into his primordial realm, where he would find refuge and relative safety. With all preparations in place, they began to await the appearance of their target. In a concealed corner outside the trading market, Selena and her companion, a tall and stern-faced man, met with Rouse. "This is my ally, Cassius," Selena introduced. Cassius inclined his head slightly, saying little, yet his gaze emanated a fierce intensity, revealing him as a seasoned warrior who had endured countless life-and-death battles. The three stood in silence, time slipping away, as a palpable tension filled the air. At last, they spotted their target, a somewhat portly, seasoned high-ranking deity, who emerged from the trading market with an air of smug satisfaction, clutching a storage pouch that presumably contained the stellar core he had just acquired. "That's him. Prepare to strike," Selena whispered. Rouse inhaled deeply, the power of the laws swirling around him as fire, light, and order intertwined, forming a formidable aura. Cassius tightened his grip on his weapon, a battle axe radiating a black luminescence, its blade inscribed with mysterious runes, seemingly imbued with boundless power. As the target reached the designated ambush spot, Selena struck first. She swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations, and a potent force of spatial law erupted from her hands, instantaneously sealing off the surrounding space. The veteran high-ranking deity sensed the anomaly, his expression shifting dramatically as he attempted to employ spatial teleportation to escape, only to find the space utterly locked down. "Who are you? How dare you assault me?" the high-ranking deity roared, summoning a formidable defensive law that enveloped him in a transparent shield. "Enough prattle. Surrender the stellar core, and I shall spare your life," Selena retorted with a cold smile, conjuring a blade of spatial law that she thrust towards the high-ranking deity. With a disdainful snort, the high-ranking deity produced a staff, its apex adorned with a colossal gem that radiated brilliant light. He swung the staff, sending forth a powerful beam of energy towards Selena. She swiftly sidestepped, the beam narrowly missing her as it struck a nearby boulder, reducing it to dust in an instant. Seeing this, Rouse immediately joined the fray, wielding the power of light to manifest numerous sharp light blades directed at the high-ranking deity. The blades emitted a sizzle as they struck the defensive shield, causing ripples to cascade across its surface. Cassius, not to be outdone, charged forward with his battle axe, each swing unleashing a tempest of destructive force. The high-ranking deity continuously cast spells to defend himself, yet under the relentless assault of the trio, he began to falter. "You despicable wretches, I shall not let you escape." The venerable high-ranking deity roared in fury, suddenly unleashing a forbidden spell. The power of the laws surrounding his body surged wildly, coalescing into a colossal vortex of energy. "This is bad. He is going all out." Celaena's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily amplified the spatial barriers to prevent the venerable high-ranking deity from fleeing. Laos and Cassius also sensed the immense pressure, not daring to show any signs of laxity as they exerted their full strength in the manipulation of the laws, striving to breach the defenses of the venerable high-ranking deity. The energy vortex continued to expand, with fissures appearing in the surrounding space, powerful waves of energy radiating outward. Nearby, some weaker deities, feeling this terrifying force, fled the scene in haste. Amidst the fierce battle, Laos observed that although the venerable high-ranking deity's defenses were formidable, they had begun to show signs of weakness under the relentless onslaught from the three of them. Seizing a moment, he invoked the law of order, infusing its power into the energy vortex in an attempt to disrupt the venerable high-ranking deity's spell. The venerable high-ranking deity sensed the interference of the law of order, causing a brief pause in his incantation. Cassius took this opportunity to launch a decisive strike. He leaped high, his battle axe imbued with boundless might, aiming for the top of the venerable high-ranking deity's head. The venerable high-ranking deity quickly summoned his remaining strength to defend, but Cassius's attack was overwhelmingly powerful, shattering his defensive shield in an instant. The battle axe struck the venerable high-ranking deity, producing a dull thud. With a cry of anguish, the venerable high-ranking deity slowly collapsed. Laos and Celaena immediately rushed forward, seizing the spatial pouch from him. Upon opening it, they discovered it brimming with gleaming star cores, radiating an enticing glow. In an instant, they extracted his source world. "We did it!" Celaena exclaimed with excitement. Laos gazed at the spatial pouch in his hand, yet his heart was devoid of joy. Although this hunt had been successful, the process had been perilous, and he understood all too well that in this world where strength reigns supreme, every venture could exact a toll on one's life. "We should depart from here to avoid further complications," Laos suggested. The three swiftly vacated the scene, retreating to a secluded location. According to their prior agreement, Celaena took 4 layers of star cores, while Laos and Cassius each took 3. "It has been a pleasant collaboration. May we have the opportunity to work together again in the future," Celaena remarked with a smile as she stowed away the star cores. Laos nodded slightly. "Let us hope so." With that, he summoned the power of the laws to release Tyrion from his source world. Tyrion gazed at the star cores in Laos's hand, astonishment evident in his eyes. "Laos, did you succeed?" Laos smiled faintly. "Indeed, we have succeeded. These are our spoils. And now we must make good use of these star cores to enhance our strength." In this mysterious intermediate realm, Laos and Tyrion, armed with newfound treasures, continued on their journey of cultivation. They were acutely aware that greater challenges and opportunities awaited them ahead, and this hunting experience was merely a microcosm of their growth in this world of the powerful. Chapter 115. The Metamorphosis of the Stellar Core, Ascendancy in Power, and a New Journey after successfully vanquishing a seasoned high-ranking deity and acquiring the Stellar Core. Laws and Tyrion did not linger in that perilous yet opportunity-laden intermediate realm. They were acutely aware that in a world where strength reigns supreme, wealth and treasures must be transmuted into personal power to serve as the most steadfast assurance. Thus, they sought a hidden and secure sanctuary, preparing for a period of seclusion to cultivate their skills, transforming the alluringly radiant stellar cores into a formidable catalyst for their breakthroughs. This sanctuary was an ancient relic situated at the fringes of the plain, safeguarded by potent natural laws. Towering stone columns stood erect, inscribed with archaic and enigmatic runes that seemed to recount tales of past grandeur and tribulation. The interior of the relic was tranquil and profound, suffused with an ancient and serene aura that naturally drew one in, allowing them to forget the tumult of the outside world. Tyrion, the environment here is perfect for our seclusion. In the days to come, we must devote ourselves entirely to our cultivation, absorbing the full power of these stellar cores. Laws declared, his gaze radiating determination and anticipation as he tightly clutched the storage pouch containing the stellar cores, embodiments of their hopes and future. Tyrion nodded emphatically, his heart equally brimming with a fervent desire for enhancement. Lord Laws, I shall not squander this opportunity. The two discovered a most secluded chamber within the relic. Its walls constructed from a peculiar stone that emitted a gentle luminescence, seemingly capable of isolating them from all external disturbances. Laws meticulously arranged layers of defensive arrays to ensure their seclusion would remain undisturbed by outside influences. Once all preparations were complete, Laws and Tyrion settled on opposite sides of the chamber, embarking on their arduous and protracted journey of cultivation. Laws was the first to retrieve a stellar core, its soft blue glow radiating, and the inherent power of the Laws within danced like vibrant sprites. He took a deep breath, carefully placing the stellar core in the palm of his hand, channeling the power of the Laws within him, delicately guiding the energy from the core into his being. In an instant, a surge of potent and pure energy flooded into Law's body. He felt every meridian within him rejoicing, as if parched earth had welcomed a long-awaited rain. The power of the Laws within the stellar core intertwined and clashed with the Laws he had mastered, continuously refining and amplifying his strength. Immersed in this extraordinary sensation, Laws delved deep into the essence of the Laws, exploring the mysteries yet to be fully comprehended. However, the process of absorbing the stellar core was not devoid of obstacles. As the energy from the core poured in relentlessly, Law's body began to endure immense pressure. A faint golden luminescence enveloped his skin, a manifestation of his own Law power resisting the onslaught of energy. His meridians throbbed painfully under the relentless energy flow, as if they might rupture at any moment. Yet, with gritted teeth and unwavering resolve, Laws persevered. He continuously adjusted his state, striving to achieve a perfect equilibrium between the energy of the stellar core and his own physical form. On the opposite side of the chamber, Tyrion was equally engaged in the arduous task of absorbing the power of the stellar core. His strength was relatively feeble, rendering the process of absorbing the star core exceedingly arduous. Yet, he did not waver in the slightest, following the methods imparted to him by Ross. He meticulously guided the energy within the star core step by step. Initially, he felt an overwhelming force surging towards him like a torrential tide, nearly unbearable. However, he took a deep breath, focused his mind, and gradually channeled this power into the meridians of his body. As he continued to absorb the energy, Tyrion's physique began to undergo a transformation. His aura grew increasingly formidable, causing the surrounding space to subtly distort due to the fluctuations of his power. A faint halo emerged upon his skin, symbolizing the elevation of his strength. His gaze became more resolute, as if he could glimpse the might of his future. Time passed silently, and after an indeterminate duration, Ross finally completed the absorption of the first star core. He slowly opened his eyes, which glimmered with a piercing light. As if capable of perceiving all truths, he sensed a qualitative leap in his power. The force of the Laws within him surged, becoming more robust and potent. He rose to his feet and gently waved his arm, unleashing a tremendous force that instantly rent the air around him, creating fissures. Is this the power of a half-step lower deity? Ross murmured to himself, his heart brimming with joy and pride. He understood that he had taken another step closer to a higher realm. However, to transcend this threshold would require an immense accumulation of resources. Host, Ross Lannister power level, half-step lower deity, level 20, possessing the complete laws of life, fire, light, destruction, order, spirit, space, time, and chaos. Mastery of the law of life. Perfection, able to manipulate all forms of life, not only granting vitality or ending existence, but also reshaping life forms and reversing the aging process. He possesses insights into the mysteries of life cycles, capable of wielding life force across multiple higher planes to resurrect fallen supreme beings within the multiverse. Mastery of the law of fire. Perfection, exerting complete control over the forms and temperatures of flames, which can be adjusted beyond the cosmic limits of heat. It embodies both destructive and creative powers, enabling the creation of vast alternate spaces through fire, and even merging these spaces with the primary material plane to forge new ecological environments. Mastery of the law of space. Perfection, capable of effortlessly opening, folding, and distorting space, instantly tearing through spatial barriers to traverse various corners of the multiverse, while freely altering the flow of time during transit. He can create vast and stable independent spatial domains for storage, establishing secret bases, and can even convert spatial domains into offensive weapons that compress space to deliver lethal strikes against foes. Additionally, he can condense the power of space into sharp blades to sever all matter and energy or solidify it into an indomitable spatial shield to withstand any assault. Even the spatial laws can be harnessed to reverse the flow of time, allowing one to retrace the past and glimpse the faint traces of the future. Mastery of the light laws, complete, capable of freely condensing and scattering pure light for the purposes of purification and healing. While also transforming it into a sharp weapon for attack, it can achieve various miraculous effects through the refraction and reflection of light, serving as a bridge to connect different dimensions, and even transcending the limitations between dimensions to merge the powers of disparate realms into one. Mastery of the destruction laws, complete, able to unleash an indomitable force of annihilation that instantaneously disintegrates all matter and energy, whether it be a formidable fortress, a powerful shield, or a colossal life form. All are reduced to nothingness before it. This power can be precisely controlled in terms of range and intensity, capable of eroding divine-level defenses, and can amalgamate with other laws to create entirely new forms of destruction. Mastery of the order laws, complete, able to reshape the order of chaotic regions, stabilizing space and laws, quelling conflicts among laws, optimizing the functioning of the world, and ensuring that all things adhere to established rules. It can mend high-tier divine law loopholes and utilize the order laws to create new cosmic regulations. Mastery of the mental laws, complete, capable of penetrating others' consciousness, reading and altering memories, and inducing mental illusions that ensnare enemies in endless fear and chaos. It can also strengthen one's own mental fortitude, forming an indestructible mental shield against all psychic assaults. Furthermore, with formidable mental power, one can remotely manipulate the actions of others and even exert mental influence over the surrounding environment, altering perceptions. One can manifest mental power into tangible forms, creating psychic entities to fight on one's behalf. Mastery of the time laws, complete, able to freely control the flow of time, rendering it static, accelerating it, or reversing it. Not only can one alter the time surrounding oneself, but also influence the temporal fabric within a certain range, even manipulating time across multiple planes. One can accurately retrace to specific historical junctures to obtain information from the past, as well as peer into the indistinct trajectories of the future, thereby laying plans in advance. Furthermore, one can blend the time laws with other laws to create fields of temporal stasis, freezing enemies' actions in an instant, or bestow acceleration effects upon oneself and allies, allowing them to move with the swiftness of lightning in battle. Mastery of the chaos laws, complete, commanding the primordial chaotic forces of the universe. This power embodies both infinite possibilities and destructive potential. One can materialize chaotic energy, forming various peculiar chaotic beings to fight on one's behalf. These entities possess unique abilities capable of breaking the confines of traditional laws. Additionally, one can utilize chaotic energy to establish realms of chaos, wherein all laws become ensnared in disorder, rendering the enemy's attacks and defenses devoid of their original order. Moreover, the power of chaos can be infused into other laws, resulting in unpredictable transformations that create entirely new effects. It possesses the potential to reshape the very fabric of the universe, altering the essence of existence itself. Location: fusion plane, light continent, plane world realm. Inferior plane: current fusion progress stands at 50, demonstrating enhanced stability compared to previous states. The frequency of law loopholes has diminished, yet there remains considerable room for improvement to achieve the required 100 fusion degree for advancement to a medium plane. Numerous latent resources await further exploration and utilization. Trading rights: transactions can be conducted with most high-ranking divine entities across the multiverse. Unlocking the trading channel for ultra-rare law fragments presents a significant opportunity to acquire unmastered higher-order law powers. A premier custom service for exceptional items is available, allowing the crafting of super artifacts tailored to one's own laws by consuming specific high-tier resources, along with the ability to imbue these artifacts with unique law attributes. Main quest task: elevate the plane's realm to a medium plane. Task description: the fusion progress of the fusion plane has reached 50. However, a substantial gap remains before achieving the required 100 fusion degree for advancement to a medium plane. You are tasked with furthering the fusion and stabilization of the plane, resolving law conflicts, uncovering latent resources, and enhancing the energy level and stability of the plane, ultimately elevating its realm to that of a medium plane. Task rewards: plane core upgrade. Enhances the energy level of the plane and significantly strengthens law potency. Title of Plane Guardian. Bestows the title of Plane Guardian, granting the ability to wield greater planar power. Medium plane resources. Unlocks a wider array of unique resources and structures inherent to medium planes. Task difficulty: extremely high at that moment. Tyrion completed his training. He slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Rouse, his expression brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Rouse, I have succeeded. I have ascended to the 14th tier of the intermediate deity. Rouse looked at Tyrion, a proud smile gracing his face. Excellent, Tyrion. Your efforts have not been in vain. He stepped forward and patted Tyrion on the shoulder. Our strength has indeed grown, yet it remains insufficient. In this universe, mightier beings await our challenge. Tyrion nodded vigorously, his heart filled with aspirations and anticipation for the future. Rouse, I shall continue to strive for improvement. In the days that followed, Rouse and Tyrion remained immersed in their training. They consistently absorbed the power of the star cores, repeatedly pushing their limits. As time passed, their strength grew increasingly formidable, and their comprehension of the laws deepened. At last, after an extended period of secluded cultivation, Rouse and Tyrion fully absorbed all the star cores. Rouse's power solidified at the 20th tier, on the brink of becoming a lower main god, with his law powers reaching a new pinnacle, enabling him to skillfully wield various laws and conjure formidable spells and skills. Tyrion has been diligently striving to elevate his prowess to the pinnacle of a mid-tier deity at the 14th level, with only a step remaining to reach an even higher realm. As the two emerged from their secluded chamber, they were greeted by the refreshing air and radiant sunlight of the outside world. Their faces were illuminated with smiles of confidence and determination, as if they were fully prepared to confront any challenge that lay ahead. Where shall we venture next, Laos? Tyrion inquired, his gaze fixed on Laos, brimming with anticipation. Laos lifted his eyes to the sky, contemplating the path that lay before them. Let us continue to explore this realm. There remain numerous unknown secrets awaiting our discovery, and we shall require greater resources to enhance our strength. Tyrion nodded in agreement, aware that their adventurous journey was far from over. In this world teeming with mystery and peril, they would press onward, continually challenging themselves in pursuit of loftier realms. During their departure from the ancient ruins, Laos and Tyrion inadvertently stumbled upon information regarding the recently slain high-ranking deity. It was revealed that this deity had previously sold a relic of ancient origin in the trading market, a powerful artifact of mysterious provenance that had captured the attention of many divine beings. It was during this time that Selena had discovered his wealth, leading her to orchestrate the assassination. How unfortunate, Laos mused, realizing that the high-ranking deity's demise was indeed a consequence of this artifact. He furrowed his brow, fully aware that in this realm, wealth and treasures often came with substantial risks. Lord Laos, we must exercise caution in our future endeavors, Tyrion advised. Laos nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, while strength is paramount, in this world where the strong prevail, we must remain ever vigilant and act with prudence. Chapter 116. The Path of Divinity. Choices and new alliances. Standing atop the lofty peak of the fused realm, Laos felt the mountain winds tugging at his thoughts. Yet they could not disperse the fervent desire and profound confusion within him regarding his ascension to the status of a supreme deity. In this vast and boundless multiverse, where powerful beings abound, entering the realm of the supreme deity signified joining the ranks of the elite, wielding the terrifying power to govern the rise and fall of countless worlds. Laos understood that, with his current status as a 20th level high-ranking deity, mastering 9 complete laws, he was indeed remarkable. However, compared to a supreme deity, there lay an insurmountable chasm. Among those he knew, the enigmatic and formidable Selena might well be the key to unraveling the complexities of this ascension. Eagerly, he activated a special soul communication array, which emanated a soft blue glow, forming an invisible link that connected his soul to Selena's. Before long, her slightly languid yet confident voice resonated through the array. Ah, Laos. What can I do for you? Selena, I wish to seek your guidance on ascending to the status of a supreme deity. I sense you possess insight into the intricacies of this process, Laos declared candidly, leaving no room for ambiguity. After a brief silence on the other end, Selena's light laughter followed. It appears you have reached this stage as well. Very well, let us find a place to meet. The designated location is a mysterious garden suspended in the void, fiercely protected by formidable spatial laws, serving as one of Selena's secret strongholds. The moment Laos stepped through the spatial portal into the garden, he was utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. Vibrantly colored, extraordinary flowers unfurled exuberantly in the unique environment of weightlessness, each emanating its own distinct resonance of laws, some exuding healing powers, while others concealed formidable offensive energies. The entire garden seemed like a miniature universe of laws. Welcome to my little realm. Selena's voice wafted through the air from behind him. Turning around, Laos beheld Selena approaching with graceful steps. At that moment, she radiated an aura distinctly different from before, one imbued with a deeper, more powerful wave of energy, evidently. She had successfully advanced to a semi-divine state. Congratulations, Selena. It appears you have taken a crucial step forward, Lao sincerely commended. A smile graced Selena's lips, a glimmer of pride flickering in her eyes. Indeed, but this is merely the beginning. You wish to learn about the ascension to the divine level, did you not? Allow me to enlighten you. The two took their seats across from each other in an ancient stone pavilion within the garden, surrounded by the delicate fragrance of flowers. As time seemed to slow its pace, Selena gently sipped a beverage brewed from a special essence and began to speak. Under normal circumstances, a deity who comprehends 9 laws must merge these laws into a divine essence to challenge the divine rank. However, this is no simple task. It requires a tremendous investment of time and energy, a rigorous trial of patience and perseverance. Laos nodded slightly, deep in contemplation. The 9 perfected laws he had mastered each contained boundless mysteries, and the challenge of merging them flawlessly was indeed formidable. However, there exists another approach, Selena continued, her eyes gleaming with fervor. This method relies on an abundance of resources. With sufficient star cores and law crystals, one can ascend rapidly. These treasures harbor immense power of laws, providing an unending source of energy for the fusion of laws. Laos felt a stir in his heart, recalling the thrilling experience of hunting high-ranking deities with Selena to obtain star cores. The formidable power of laws contained within those star cores had undeniably elevated his strength significantly. Nevertheless, there are intricacies to consider. Selena's expression grew serious. Some divine descendants hail from illustrious families, where their elders assist them in assimilating more laws. Consequently, the divine essence they forge is exceptionally potent, with some even able to engage in battles beyond their rank. A wave of complex emotions surged within Laos. Lacking the backing of a powerful family, he could only rely on his own efforts. To gain an advantage in the fusion of divine essences, he would need to exert several times the effort. However, it is essential to note that more laws do not necessarily equate to better outcomes. Selena warned with a hint of caution in her voice. While 9 laws serve as a foundation and, in principle, the greater the number, the greater the potential of the divine essence, the difficulty of condensing that essence will increase exponentially. Some individuals have succumbed to the overwhelming burden of attempting to amalgamate too many laws, ultimately leading to their obliteration. Laos found himself ensnared in profound contemplation. This was undoubtedly a formidable choice, to opt for rapid advancement, swiftly acquiring the formidable powers and exalted status of a supreme deity, or to proceed with caution, steadily amassing a solid foundation of strength before challenging the realm of the supreme god. I have heard that your home planet is of supreme deity caliber. You should be able to obtain considerable assistance, correct? Laos inquired. Serena offered a wry smile and shook her head. Though my home planet is powerful, its numerous descendants hardly spare a thought for me. Nevertheless, I possess some crucial insights regarding the ascension to the status of a supreme deity. Laos's curiosity about Serena's background deepened, yet he recognized that this was not the opportune moment for inquiries. Rising to his feet, he bowed solemnly to Serena. Thank you, Serena. The information you have provided is of paramount importance to me. Serena waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Such information may be regarded as a secret by newcomers. Yet it is mere common knowledge to those deities guided by their predecessors. Furthermore, I too intend to integrate several more laws to bolster my strength. A glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. By the way, I wish to continue our collaboration, as we both urgently require resources. Laos regarded Serena, weighing the pros and cons. Although partnering with her bore risks, it also presented immense opportunities. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. We may continue our collaboration, but we must proceed with caution, avoiding the reckless gambit of our last endeavor. Serena's lips curled into a confident smile. Rest assured, I am well aware of the stakes. I will reach out to you when a suitable target arises. With that, they parted ways. Laos traversed the spatial conduit back to the realm of fusion, his mind still ruminating on Serena's words. Upon returning to the sanctuary of cultivation at the heart of this realm, Laos seated himself within the expansive magical array. Surrounded by the precious treasures he had painstakingly amassed over the years, including several lower-tier stellar cores and law crystals, he picked up a stellar core, quietly absorbing the formidable power of the laws contained within. This core was a spoils from his previous hunting expedition with Serena, meticulously preserved for this moment. It might very well serve as a pivotal aid in his quest for ascension to the realm of the supreme god, to advance rapidly or to accumulate strength. Laos murmured softly, He understood that this decision would ultimately shape the trajectory of his future. Should he choose rapid advancement, he would swiftly gain the powers of a supreme deity, attaining a higher status and influence within the multiverse. Yet, such a choice could render his divine essence unstable, potentially leading him to dire straits in future confrontations. Conversely, if he opted for the accumulation of strength, he would need to invest considerable time and effort in integrating laws and seeking additional resources. This path would undoubtedly be long and arduous, yet upon success, his divine essence would become unassailable, endowing him with terrifying strength that surpassed that of ordinary supreme deities. Laos gradually closed his eyes, beginning to reflect upon the tumultuous journey he had traversed. From an inconspicuous, ordinary practitioner to now wielding 9 perfected laws as a high-ranking deity, he had endured countless life-and-death battles and arduous trials. Each breakthrough had been accompanied by tests of survival. He was acutely aware that the enhancement of strength encompassed not merely the augmentation of power, but also the refinement of one's mindset. During his days of seclusion in the chamber, Rolls began to experiment with the fusion of laws. He first selected the law of life and the law of destruction, 2 seemingly antithetical principles that, under his guidance, gradually drew closer together. The law of life radiated a gentle green luminescence, symbolizing vitality and hope. Conversely, the law of destruction manifested in a profound black hue, imbued with boundless destructive force. As the 2 laws made contact, a surge of potent energy erupted instantaneously. The array within the chamber illuminated with beams of light. Striving to withstand the onslaught of this ferocious energy, Rolls clenched his teeth, concentrating all his mental faculties to manipulate the power of the laws, endeavoring to unify them. However, these 2 laws resembled incompatible extremes, repelling one another, making fusion exceedingly difficult. Was he to surrender thus? A fierce unwillingness surged within him. He recalled Celaena's words and thought of the descendants of deities with formidable divine attributes. He reminded himself that retreat was not an option. In that moment, he suddenly remembered the advanced fusion secret art rewarded by the system. He hastily retrieved the tome of this secret art and began to study it meticulously. This manuscript elaborated on the principles and techniques of law fusion, offering various special methods and steps for the amalgamation of laws. Taking a deep breath, Rolls followed the manuscript's guidance, channeling the law of spirit to delve into the essence of both the law of life and the law of destruction. He sought to discover the equilibrium between them, aiming to find harmony amidst their opposition. Under the astute guidance of the law of spirit, the repulsion between the law of life and the law of destruction gradually diminished, allowing them to begin intertwining, forming a novel, enigmatic, and formidable force. This power encapsulated the vibrant essence of life while harboring the terrifying potential for destruction, as if epitomizing the perfect union of the cosmos's birth and demise. Rolls genuinely sensed the might of this force. He knew he had successfully taken the first step towards the fusion of laws. This manuscript proved to be more complex than he had anticipated. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The path to merging all 9 laws into a divine attribute was long and arduous. Immersed in his cultivation, Rolls continuously endeavored to fuse various laws, each success drawing him closer to the realm of the supreme deity. Amidst his practice, he also began to strategize future collaborations with Celaena. He understood that Celaena was an ambitious woman, and collaboration with her necessitated constant vigilance. Simultaneously, he required her strength and resources to aid him in achieving his aspirations. Rolls resolved to meticulously devise comprehensive plans for their future collaborations, ensuring that every action was secure and reliable. He intended to leverage Celaena's wisdom and experience to seek additional resources while simultaneously safeguarding himself from being outmaneuvered or exploited. As time progressed, Rolls made remarkable breakthroughs on the path of law fusion. He had successfully merged 5 laws, and the nascent form of his divine attribute gradually came to light. Throughout this journey, he distinctly felt his power surging forward at an accelerated pace. However, just as Laos believed that everything was progressing steadily in a favorable direction, he received an urgent message from Celaena. She informed him of a mysterious treasury, abundant with a vast collection of star cores and law crystals, yet shrouded in an immensely powerful protective force, requiring Laos's utmost assistance to gain entry. A tightness gripped Laos's heart as he understood that this would pose an unprecedented and formidable challenge. Yet, he also recognized it as an extraordinary opportunity that might never arise again, should they succeed in seizing the resources within the treasury. His journey toward the realm of the supreme deity would be significantly accelerated. After careful contemplation, Laos resolutely decided to collaborate once more with Celaena. He quickly gathered his equipment and, employing the laws of space, sped toward the location designated by Selena. In the vastness of the void, his figure resembled a brilliant meteor, streaking through the dark cosmos. Upon arriving at the destination, Laos found Selena already waiting there. Beside her loomed a colossal black vortex, emanating powerful energy fluctuations. Evidently, this was the entrance to the treasury. "You have finally arrived," Selena exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. "The protective force of this treasury is unimaginably formidable. We must exercise utmost caution." Laos nodded, meticulously observing the black vortex as he sought a method of entry. At the vortex's edge, he discovered a series of mysterious runes, radiating an ancient and potent aura, seemingly the key to the protective force. "I believe we can start with these runes," Laos proposed, pointing to the symbols. "I will employ the laws of the mind to decipher them while you assist me." Selena nodded in agreement, and in an instant, a blade forged from the laws of space materialized in her hand, her vigilance attuned to the surrounding movements. Closing his eyes, Laos invoked the laws of the mind, delving deep into the runes. Within the runes lay an intricate labyrinth of laws, riddled with various lethal traps and constraints. Cautiously, Laos navigated through the maze, utilizing his profound understanding of the laws and the techniques of high-level law fusion to successfully dismantle trap after trap. However, just as he was nearing the core of the runes, a powerful attack surged toward him like a bolt of lightning. This assault, composed of pure law power, moved with such speed that it was nearly impossible to evade. Laos swiftly employed the laws of space, constructing an impenetrable shield before him. The attack struck the shield with a thunderous impact, causing cracks to appear almost instantly. Laos felt an overwhelming pressure, fully aware that the protective force of this treasury was far more potent than he had anticipated. "Selena, come quickly," he shouted. Selena rushed to his side, wielding her blade as she fiercely struck at the source of the attack. With Selena's unwavering assistance, Laos finally extricated himself from the assault and successfully deciphered the runes. The black vortex gradually opened, revealing the entrance to the treasury. Laos and Selena exchanged a glance, then cautiously stepped into the treasury. In the treasure vault, an abundance of shimmering star cores and crystalline stones of law lay piled high, radiating an enchanting and irresistible glow. "At last, I have found it," exclaimed Selena, her excitement palpable as she rushed toward the star cores and law stones, fervently collecting them. Not to be outdone, Ross harnessed the power of spatial laws to swiftly draw the surrounding treasures into his spatial ring. However, as they busily gathered their bounty, a horde of guardian beasts suddenly surged forth from the vault. These formidable creatures, birthed from the potent forces of law, possessed terrifying strength. They lunged at Ross and Selena with menacing ferocity, igniting an exhilarating and intense battle. Ross and Selena promptly halted their actions, bracing themselves to confront the ferocious onslaught of the guardian beasts. Ross unleashed the law of destruction, conjuring dark beams of annihilation that rained down upon the beasts with relentless fury. Meanwhile, Selena adeptly redirected the beasts' attacks away, all the while seeking an opportunity for a decisive counterstrike. Amidst the fierce conflict, Ross and Selena gradually found themselves in dire straits. The sheer number of guardian beasts, coupled with their overwhelming power, began to overwhelm them. "This cannot continue," Ross shouted. "We must devise a means of escape." Selena nodded in agreement, suddenly invoking a mysterious spell. A colossal vortex of space materialized around her, emanating a powerful gravitational pull that ensnared all the guardian beasts within. "Hurry," Selena urged. Ross swiftly comprehended her intent. He activated the spatial laws, whisking Selena and their amassed treasures away from the vault in a rapid escape. Upon returning to safety, both Ross and Selena exhaled deeply, relief washing over them. They gazed at the treasures in their hands, their hearts brimming with joy. These valuables would serve as crucial assets in their pursuit of ascendance to the realm of the supreme deity. This collaboration was a resounding success, Ross remarked with a smile. "I hope we may have such opportunities in the future." Selena returned a gentle smile. "Certainly, as long as there are mutual benefits, collaboration is always possible. However, we must not take such risks next time." The two exchanged knowing smiles before returning to their respective realms of cultivation. Ross understood that his journey was still long. Yet with these resources and his alliance with Selena, he felt a renewed confidence in the future. In this multiverse where strength reigned supreme, he would steadfastly pursue his dreams, resolutely advancing toward the realm of the supreme deity. Chapter 117, World Devouring. Expansion of the origin and advancement of power with the precious resources acquired from the vault. Ross returned to the core region of the fused plane. However, He did not immediately immerse himself in the refinement of these resources or the integration of laws, for his mind was occupied with a matter of utmost importance: to expand his natal world to 100%, complete the system task, and reap substantial rewards. He understood well that the origin world is the foundation of divinity, the wellspring of law's power. A formidable origin world would not only provide him with an unceasing flow of law energy, but also serve as the cornerstone of his existence in the multiverse. The broader and more stable the primordial world, the more formidable the power of the laws it can command, granting it greater confidence in the face of various challenges. It appears that before fully merging the power of the laws, this task must first be accomplished. Laos murmured softly to himself, his gaze revealing a steadfast determination. After a brief respite, he resolutely embarked on his journey to the remote star domain. With the formidable power of spatial laws at his disposal, Laos traversed the cosmos like a fleeting ray of light. His figure swept past countless planets and galaxies, the twinkling stars mere ephemeral visitors in his eyes. Following an extended flight, he finally arrived at a desolate star region, where the stars were sparse, the light dim, and an aura of mystery and antiquity permeated the air. This is the place. Laos halted beside a colossal gas giant, his perception expanding like an invisible net, instantly searching for the essence of the surrounding worlds. Soon, he detected a diminutive planetary realm, akin to a newborn infant, yet to birth its own deity, its power exceedingly feeble. "Let us commence with you." A slight smile of confidence graced Laos's lips. He slowly extended his hands, gathering a formidable force of devouring energy within his palms. This power stemmed from the laws of destruction and chaos that he wielded, their union giving rise to a unique devouring force capable of assimilating the power of other worlds. Pointing this devouring force at the planetary realm, he observed as the surrounding space began to distort, a powerful suction gradually drawing the entire realm nearer. The mountains, rivers, and creatures within the realm trembled under this influence, seemingly struggling in fear. "No, stop!" Faint waves of consciousness emanated from the realm, a cry from the will of the world. Yet Laos remained unmoved. In this universe where strength reigns supreme, one must continually grow more powerful to survive. As the realm drew closer, Laos sensed a formidable resistance, a defense mechanism of the realm itself, attempting to thwart its destined consumption. With a cold snort, he intensified his devouring power. The light of destruction flickered in his eyes, while the force of chaos roared like a great beast, violently tearing at the realm's defenses. At last, the defenses of the realm were utterly shattered. Laos's devouring power surged in like a tumultuous tide, beginning to consume everything within the realm. Mountains crumbled, rivers evaporated, and the souls of living beings dissipated under this overwhelming force. The law power of the realm was systematically stripped away, merging into his primordial world. During the devouring process, Laos's primordial world began to transform. The mountains grew more majestic, the rivers wider, and the law power more abundant. He could distinctly feel the bond with his primordial world tightening, the power of the laws at his command continuously strengthening. However, when the devouring concluded and Laos eagerly checked the upgrade progress of his primordial world, he discovered it had only risen to 55. Frowning slightly, he realized that consuming a planetary realm was far from sufficient. He needed to seek out more targets. It seems that greater toil lies ahead. Laos remained undeterred, once again expanding his perception to continue his search within this celestial domain. In the ensuing days, he traversed the various planetary realms like an indefatigable hunter. He soon pinpointed a verdant planet teeming with peculiar flora, each plant imbued with a distinctive life energy. Their roots delved deep into the planet's core, intricately entwined with its fundamental laws. Employing his tried-and-true method, Rouse unleashed his devouring power. As he absorbed the life energies of these extraordinary plants, they were incorporated into his destined world, revitalizing it and elevating its progress to 62. Yet, Rouse was not content with this achievement. He pressed onward in his quest. At the edge of a nebula, he discovered a planet composed of liquid metal, its surface shimmering with an enigmatic metallic luster. The internal laws governing this sphere were uniquely structured, markedly different from those of the realms he had previously consumed. Without hesitation, Rouse launched an assault. And after a fierce struggle, he successfully devoured this metallic realm. Following the integration of this distinctive system of laws, his destined world expanded to 70. However, Rouse's actions did not go unnoticed. Deep within this starry expanse, a clandestine organization had been covertly observing him. Comprised of formidable deities, this organization safeguarded the equilibrium of the region, forbidding any disruption of its order. Someone is consuming worlds. One deity exclaimed in ire. Identify who dares to act so brazenly on our territory, commanded the organization's leader coldly. They swiftly pinpointed Rouse's location, and a cadre of deities immediately soared toward him. Exuding a formidable aura, their weapons glinting ominously, as Rouse was employing his devouring powers on a realm inhabited by a highly advanced civilization. He was suddenly assailed by a powerful wave of hostility. Alarmed, he ceased his absorption, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Who goes there? Rouse called out. No sooner had the words left his lips than a group of deities materialized before him. Leading them was a towering deity radiating the aura of a peaked divine being, wielding a massive battle axe inscribed with arcane runes. Are you the one who devours worlds? The imposing deity inquired coldly. Rouse felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He recognized he was in peril, yet he revealed no sign of fear, standing tall as he replied, "It is I, and what of it? You have disrupted the balance of this celestial domain and must face retribution," proclaimed the mighty deity, swinging his battle axe toward Rouse. The axe, imbued with tremendous force, tore through the fabric of space, creating a vast rift in its wake. Rouse swiftly invoked the laws of space, conjuring a robust shield before him. With a resounding crash, the axe struck the shield, causing it to tremble violently, fissures appearing upon its surface. Rouse felt a powerful shockwave surge through him, forcing his body to stagger back several paces. "Humph, you possess some skill," he remarked. The towering deity let out a cold snort and once again swung his battle axe. This time, his assault was even more ferocious, the runes upon the axe shimmering with a radiant light, as if imbued with boundless power. Rouse was acutely aware that he could not remain passive. He unleashed the laws of destruction, summoning beams of annihilation that shot forth towards his adversaries. Simultaneously, he employed the laws of mind to disrupt the enemy's movements. Amidst the fierce combat, Rouse discerned that these deities were exceptionally formidable, particularly the leading one, whose strength was nearing that of a semi-divine entity. If this continued, he could very well find himself in peril. It seemed he needed to devise a strategy. Rouse pondered inwardly. Suddenly, he recalled the chaotic laws he had mastered. The power of chaos was both mysterious and potent. Perhaps it could be employed to alter the tide of battle. Focusing intently, Rouse summoned the force of the chaotic laws. A swirling mass of chaos materialized in his hand, radiating an aura that instilled dread. "Go," Rouse bellowed, hurling the chaotic essence towards his foes. The chaotic energy expanded instantaneously, enveloping the divine beings within its grasp. Within this maelstrom of chaos, the deities felt their strength wane, their bodies growing heavy. Their consciousness began to blur, as if they were descending into an abyss of endless disorder. "What is this power?" the towering deity cried in terror. Seizing the opportunity, Rouse launched his attack. He unleashed the full force of his laws, delivering a fatal strike against his enemies. Powerful assaults rained down upon the deities, their defenses gradually crumbling under Rouse's onslaught. "No!" The towering deity emitted a desperate wail, his form dissipating under Rouse's assault. One by one, the other deities fell, and tranquility once again enveloped the starry expanse. Rouse exhaled a sigh of relief. While victorious in this battle, it had also sounded a clarion call for him. In this vast universe, many potent entities remained, and he must tread with greater caution. After this confrontation, Rouse resolved to temporarily depart from this star field. He traversed the cosmos, ultimately discovering within an ancient nebula a unique celestial cluster comprised of multiple small planetary realms intricately interconnected. These planetary realms were interdependent, forming a complex and exquisite cycle of laws. Rouse recognized this as an exceptional opportunity and immediately employed his devouring power. This time, the process of consumption proved exceptionally arduous, as the cyclical laws among these planetary realms continuously resisted his attempts. Gritting his teeth, Rouse exerted his full strength, propelling the laws of destruction and chaos to gradually dismantle their defenses. As the devouring progressed, Rouse felt as though he were ensnared in an unending tug-of-war. Yet, through sheer will and masterful manipulation of the laws, he began to gain the upper hand. One by one, the laws of the planetary realms were successfully stripped away and assimilated into his primordial world. At long last, after enduring a protracted and grueling struggle, Rouse triumphed in consuming the entire celestial cluster. As the final vestiges of the power of the laws infused into his destined realm, he felt an unprecedented surge of potency. Eagerly, he examined the progress of his realm, only to witness the figure finally leap to 100. In that instant, a marvelous force began to surge within the fused planes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the completion of the task. You have received the following rewards. The crisp sound of the system's notification resonated abruptly within Rouse's mind, igniting a fervor in his heart. Core upgrade of the plane. The core region of the fused realm appeared to be revitalized with a newfound vigor. The previously dim energy of the plane was instantly ignited, its layers ascending to new heights. The once ordinary lines of law transformed into robust and radiant forms, intertwining and entwining to create a denser and more powerful web of laws. This significantly enhanced the strength of the entire plane's laws. Previously unstable spatial nodes became as solid as rock, and the stability of the plane reached unprecedented levels. Title of Plane Guardian. With the completion of the task, a title shimmering with golden light slowly manifested in the depths of Rouse's consciousness. Plane Guardian. The moment this title descended, Rouse felt a tighter and more profound connection established with the entirety of the fused realm. He sensed the heartbeat of the plane and perceived its joys and sorrows. Now, with merely a thought, he could summon greater power from the realm. The once hidden mysterious forces now stood ready as loyal sentinels, awaiting his command. Medium plane resources. Accompanying the bestowal of rewards, it seemed as though a doorway to a new world opened before Rouse. His mind flooded with an abundance of information regarding the unique resources and structures of the medium plane. These enigmatic resources radiated an alluring glow, each containing distinct energy and characteristics. The structures were imbued with an air of mystery. Some could accelerate comprehension of the laws, while others could amplify divine power, each boasting astonishing and miraculous effects. Having accomplished all this, Rouse was finally able to immerse himself wholeheartedly in the cultivation of law fusion. He understood that the path to breaking through to the realm of the true God was still long, yet he was fully prepared. He believed that with his own diligence and these precious rewards, he would undoubtedly succeed in transcending to become a genuine true God. Chapter 118. Trials and Breakthroughs. Rouse was absorbed in secluded cultivation deep within the fused realm, enveloped by a rich aura of law power. The laws of life, fire, light, destruction, order, spirit, space, time, and chaos spiraled around him like 9 agile dragons, intertwining and constructing a mysterious and formidable domain of laws. His consciousness delved into the essence of the laws, seeking to uncover the deeper mysteries of their fusion, steadily progressing towards the realm of the true God. However, the tranquility of his secluded life did not endure for long. The alluring yet slightly urgent voice of Selena echoed in his consciousness through the soul communication array. Rouse. Another plump target has appeared. The resources in his possession are sufficient for us to advance closer to the realm of the true God. We must not miss this opportunity. In the depths of his mind, Rouse experienced a moment of hesitation. He was acutely aware that the fusion of laws was at a crucial juncture. Any distraction could yield unpredictable consequences. Yet, the bountiful resources that Cersei depicted were irresistibly alluring. After all, on the path to challenging the supreme deity, resources equated to power and were the key to breakthroughs. What is the target this time? Rouse inquired cautiously. A newly ascended high-ranking deity has recently acquired treasures from ancient relics. Though formidable, we can assuredly conquer him together. Cersei's voice brimmed with confidence and greed. Rouse pondered for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. Very well, but we must devise a meticulous plan. There must be no room for error. The inaugural plundering operation commenced amidst a mysterious nebula. Their target was a colossal interstellar vessel, its surface aglow with peculiar runes, evidently fortified by a potent defensive array. Rouse and Cersei concealed themselves in the obscurity of the nebula, their presence perfectly masked by the overwhelming power of the laws. I will disrupt his defensive array with the laws. You seize the opportunity to launch your attack, Rouse murmured. Cersei nodded, conjuring a blade formed from the fabric of spatial laws, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Rouse swiftly formed hand seals, employing the laws of order in an attempt to unravel the vessel's defensive array. As he moved, the runes on the ship's surface flickered erratically, indicating a slight weakening of the array. Now, Cersei exclaimed, racing toward the ship like a bolt of black lightning. The blade in her hand, imbued with formidable spatial cutting power, effortlessly breached the vessel's exterior. Inside, the high-ranking deity appeared utterly unprepared for the assault, his eyes widening in horror as he beheld the sudden appearance of the duo. He hastily summoned his powers for defense. However, Rouse and Cersei exhibited remarkable synergy, one on the offensive and the other in support, swiftly overcoming his defenses and pillaging the treasures from his grasp. This haul is quite satisfactory. These resources will sustain my fusion of laws for some time, Rouse mused, gazing at the glittering artifacts in his possession, secretly elated. Nevertheless, not every endeavor unfolded so seamlessly. During their second foray, they encountered a particularly cunning adversary. This high-ranking deity seemed to sense impending danger and had laid numerous traps in advance. As Laos and Serena stepped onto his territory, they were instantly enveloped by a myriad of law-based assaults. "This is bad. We've fallen into a trap." Laos's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly invoked spatial laws to shield both himself and Serena. Amidst the fierce combat, they discerned that this high-ranking deity's prowess far exceeded their expectations. His mastery of the laws was exceptionally refined, with each strike precisely targeting their vulnerabilities. "It seems we have encountered a formidable foe. We must retreat," Laos declared decisively. Utilizing their formidable powers of law, they struggled to break free from the enemy's encirclement and fled the scene in disarray. This time he was merely fortunate. Next time, he shall pay the price," Serena exclaimed, her face etched with frustration. After enduring 2 harrowing plunders, Laos resolved to retreat temporarily to his secluded sanctuary, seeking to assimilate the hard-won resources he had acquired. He immersed himself once more in the cultivation of the fusion of laws, meticulously refining the treasures obtained from the raids, transforming them into the impetus for his mastery of law integration. At this juncture, he recalled the advanced law fusion secret art that had previously been rewarded by the system, a tome chronicling an array of intricate techniques and unique methods for the amalgamation of myriad laws. Eagerly, Laos opened the sacred text and began to reorganize the steps of law fusion as instructed within its pages. Indeed, the secret art proved to be miraculous, guiding Laos's mental prowess deep into the very core of each law, uncovering the subtle connections that lay hidden between them. In his previous attempts at law fusion, although he could perceive the repulsion and conflict among the laws, he struggled to find a harmonious resolution. However, with the assistance of the advanced law fusion secret art, he discovered that specific mental fluctuations could gradually align the frequencies of the disparate laws. Laos endeavored to merge the law of life with the law of destruction. Following the methods outlined in the secret art, he first constructed a fusion model framed by the law of order, then gently introduced the life force of the law of life alongside the obliterating power of the law of destruction. During the fusion process, the 2 laws clashed violently, generating a formidable energy storm that threatened to rupture the model he had crafted. Yet, Laos remained unflustered, adhering to the guidance of the secret art. He used the law of spirit to soothe the 2 laws, adjusting their frequencies and directions. As time progressed, the law of life and the law of destruction began to intertwine, forming an entirely new and peculiar power that encompassed both vitality and the essence of annihilation. This burgeoning force subtly transformed the nascent form of Laos's divine essence, rendering it more resilient and potent. Moreover, with the enhancement of the advanced law fusion secret art, Laos's fusion speed outpaced his previous endeavors by several folds. What once required vast amounts of time and effort to accomplish now proceeded efficiently and smoothly under the art's guidance. However, Selena did not relinquish her ambition to continue plundering. She reached out to Laos once more, proclaiming that this was undoubtedly an opportune moment. Their target was a solitary deity rumored to possess resources that could propel them directly beyond the realm of the primary deities. Laos's previously steadfast resolve wavered once again. He was acutely aware of the perils that accompanied continued participation in plundering, yet the allure of power beckoned him back onto the path of adventure. This time, their objective lay within a mysterious ancient ruin. As Laos and Selena cautiously stepped into the ruins, they were enveloped by an eerie atmosphere. "Be wary. It seems there are traps here," Laos cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding space distorted suddenly, and a multitude of powerful law forces surged towards them from all directions. Concurrently, a familiar figure materialized before them, the high-ranking deity who had previously brought them considerable strife, accompanied by several equally formidable deities. "You have finally arrived. Let us see how you escape this time," the high-ranking deity sneered. A heavy sense of foreboding settled over Laos and Selena. They understood that they had now fallen into a dire predicament, yet they did not surrender. Instead, their inner resolve was ignited. "Let us fight," Selena cried out, leading the charge. Lors summoned the full extent of his law power, engaging the adversary in a fierce struggle for survival. Amidst the tumultuous battle, both sustained numerous injuries. Yet they steadfastly refused to retreat. "We can no longer remain in this predicament. We must devise a means of escape." Lors pondered strategies while fending off the enemy's onslaught. Suddenly, inspiration struck him as he invoked the law of chaos. The power of chaos swiftly enveloped the battlefield, shrouding it in disorder. With the enemy's attacks thrown into disarray by the chaotic force, Lors seized the moment. "Now let us go." Grasping Celaena's hand, he utilized the law of space to tear open a rift, enabling their escape from the perilous realm. Back in their secluded sanctuary, Lors felt a lingering trepidation. Both he and Celaena recognized that relying solely on their own strength amidst the intricate and volatile circumstances and formidable foes was excessively perilous and unstable. After a thorough discussion, they resolved to seek assistance. Lors recalled a high-ranking deity he had encountered during his travels, Eric, mastering the unique laws of wind and thunder. Eric's combat style was both agile and devastatingly powerful. Through a special communication crystal, Lors reached out to him, elucidating their dire situation. "It sounds perilous, yet it also signifies tremendous opportunity. I am willing to join." Eric's voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Meanwhile, Celaena contacted an old acquaintance, the high-ranking deity Cassius, with whom she had previously collaborated. Cassius was a master of gravitational manipulation, having repeatedly aided their team in navigating perilous situations with his formidable gravitational prowess. "How could I possibly miss out on this? I shall prepare and be there shortly," Cassius responded succinctly yet emphatically. With the addition of Eric and Cassius, the quartet of marauders embarked on their next venture. Their initial target was a lower deity who possessed precious fragments of law. This lower deity resided on a mysterious island surrounded by a formidable defensive array. As their operation commenced, Eric led the way, invoking the law of wind to summon a tempest that threatened the stability of the island's defenses. Cassius then employed the law of gravity to impede the defensive forces' movements. Seizing the opportunity, Lors and Celaena unleashed their own formidable law powers, swiftly breaching the remaining defenses and successfully securing the law fragment. This operation unfolded remarkably smoothly, allowing them to savor the fruits of teamwork. However, they did not allow this success to inflate their egos. In the days that followed, they continued to seek suitable targets, persistently acquiring resources through their raids while honing their collaborative efforts in battle. As time passed, Lors devoted himself wholly to the cultivation of law fusion. With the aid of advanced fusion techniques, his integration speed accelerated significantly, transforming the once arduous process of law fusion into a much smoother endeavor. He relentlessly compressed and fused 9 laws, each attempt accompanied by immense pain and peril. Yet, through his indomitable will and profound understanding of the laws, he gradually discovered the secret to their convergence. Over time, the 9 laws, under his diligent efforts, began to meld into a cohesive whole. At the moment when the last vestige of the law's power harmoniously fused, Laos felt a qualitative leap in his strength. The embryonic form of his divine essence became more stable, and the surrounding realm of laws expanded in both magnitude and potency. However, Laos was not content with this achievement. He was acutely aware that in this universe, where strength reigned supreme, only through continuous self-transcendence could one secure an invulnerable position. Thus, he resolved to further immerse himself in the laws, striving towards a higher realm. During an intelligence-gathering mission, they learned that a high-ranking deity had acquired a plethora of ancient artifacts and rare law resources within an ancient palace. The 4 decided to take action once more. Their sights set directly on that venerable structure. As they stepped into the palace, an ancient and formidable aura enveloped them. The interior was suffused with the luminous glow of mysterious runes, as if concealing innumerable secrets. "Everyone be cautious. This place may not be as simple as it appears," Laos warned with vigilance. At that moment, a formidable group of guardians surged forth from within the palace, all meticulously trained subordinates of the high-ranking deity, whose strength was formidable indeed. Simultaneously, the grand doors of the palace began to close slowly, trapping them inside. "We've fallen into another trap," Celaena exclaimed in fury. In an instant, battle erupted. Eirik unleashed the laws of wind and thunder, sending bolts of lightning and fierce gales towards their foes. Cassius maximized the gravitational laws, rendering the enemy's movements arduous. Laos and Celaena did not falter either. They unleashed their respective powerful law energies, engaging in fierce combat with their adversaries. Nevertheless, the sheer number of enemies and their unexpectedly immense power gradually led them into a predicament. In the heat of battle, one enemy seized the opportune moment to launch a lethal attack, targeting Eirik directly. Observing this, Cassius immediately harnessed the gravitational laws in a bid to disrupt the enemy's trajectory. However, the assault was too swift for Eirik to evade. "Eirik!" Luna cried out in terror. Eirik's body slowly collapsed, his life force rapidly dissipating. Anger and sorrow filled Laos, Celaena, and the others, yet they understood that this was not the time for lamentation. For Eirik's vengeance, Laos bellowed. unleashing the chaotic laws that enveloped the surrounding enemies in turmoil. Under the influence of chaos, their movement slowed, and their power diminished significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Cersei employed the laws of space to redirect the enemy's attacks, simultaneously seeking their vulnerabilities to deliver a decisive blow. Cassius manipulated gravity to assist his companions in breaking free from the encirclement. After a grueling struggle, they finally overcame the enemy's blockade and successfully escaped the palace. However, this endeavor exacted a grievous toll, as Irik's sacrifice starkly illuminated the brutality of their path of plunder. Upon returning to a place of safety, Laos and the others fell into a profound silence. They held a simple yet solemn funeral for Erik, after which they began to reflect on the gains and losses of their endeavor. Erik's sacrifice must not be in vain. We must become stronger, declared Laos with unwavering resolve. From that moment on, Laos devoted himself even more diligently to the cultivation of the law of fusion. He utilized all the resources acquired from their plundering to enhance his own strength, while also contemplating how to avoid falling into such dire straits again. During the process of merging the law of fate, Laos encountered one challenge after another. A significant conflict arose between the law of fate and the 9 existing laws he possessed. Each fusion held the potential to shatter his divine essence. However, through his profound understanding of the laws and his adept application of the law of spirit, he gradually discovered methods to resolve these conflicts. He delved into the core of the law of fate using the law of spirit, seeking to uncover its mysteries. Within the spiritual realm, he beheld countless shimmering threads of fate, intertwining and entangling to form a vast and intricate network of destiny. Carefully, Laos selected one of these threads and drew it into his divine essence. In an instant, a powerful force surged against his divine essence, causing cracks to appear on its surface. I cannot give up. Laos gritted his teeth and summoned the law of order with all his might to mend the fissures in his divine essence. Simultaneously, he employed the law of chaos to merge the law of fate with his 9 existing laws. After a lengthy and arduous effort, Laos finally succeeded in integrating the law of fate into his divine essence. At the moment when the law of fate harmoniously fused with the 9 laws, Laos felt as though he had gained mastery over the fate of the entire universe. His divine essence became extraordinarily potent, and the surrounding realm of laws underwent a profound transformation. At that moment, Laos was no longer the deity who once scurried about in search of resources. His power had ascended to a new pinnacle, merely a step away from the domain of the Master God. Yet, he understood that this step would be the most arduous, one he must inevitably take. Following the fusion of the law of fate, Laos did not halt his forward momentum. He began to explore how to wield this formidable power of the laws to create his own unique system of laws. He combined the law of life with the law of destruction, fashioning a formidable force capable of bestowing life while also annihilating all. He merged the law of space with the law of time, achieving the ability to traverse freely through time and space. As he continued to explore and integrate the laws, Laos's strength grew ever more formidable. Yet, he was acutely aware that his power was still insufficient. Within the depths of the unknown cosmos, more challenges and opportunities awaited him. Chapter 119. The Quest for the Law of Causality System. Panel name: Laos Lannister. Divine Essence Realm. Peak High God. On the verge of a breakthrough to half-step Master God. Law Fusion Progress. Law of Life. Fusion Degree 85. Capable of manipulating life energy, healing wounds, birthing all things, and temporarily bestowing extraordinary vitality and recovery abilities to himself or allies during combat. The Law of Fire. Fusion Level 80. Possesses the ability to master the forms, temperature, and power of flames, unleashing various manifestations of fiery assaults, ranging from searing infernos to the enigmatic soul fire, incinerating both the corporeal and spiritual essence of foes. The Law of Light. Fusion Level 75. Capable of condensing the power of light to create dazzling beams that strike adversaries, dispelling darkness and purifying malevolent forces, while simultaneously offering healing and augmenting the strength of allies. The Law of Destruction. Fusion Level 88. Endowed with formidable destructive capabilities, able to decompose and annihilate all matter and energy, serving as one of the most potent offensive measures in combat, causing tumult in the surrounding space upon activation. The Law of Order. Fusion Level 90. Proficient in organizing and commanding the laws of the surrounding realm, disrupting the application of laws by enemies, and creating domains of order during battle that impose restrictions on the actions and attacks of foes. The Law of the Mind. Fusion Level 82. Capable of reading the thoughts and memories of others, executing mental assaults, interfering with and controlling them, while also possessing the ability to resist mental invasions to a certain extent. The law of space, fusion level 86, able to manipulate the folding, distortion, and tearing of space, facilitating instantaneous movement and spatial cuts, while creating spatial traps in combat to ensnare enemies within alternate dimensions. The law of time, fusion level 78, capable of momentarily accelerating or decelerating the flow of time for oneself or the surrounding environment, as well as reversing time to mend injuries and restore vitality, allowing for the elongation of enemy attacks at critical moments, thus enabling effortless evasion. The law of chaos, fusion level 92, exhibiting immense inclusivity and assimilation capabilities, capable of integrating the powers of other laws into chaos, rendering it even more unfathomable, while devouring enemy attacks and converting them into one's own strength during combat. The law of fate, fusion level 70, capable of glimpsing the threads of destiny to a certain degree, influencing probabilities and creating serendipitous occurrences to aid oneself or disrupt foes, while also being able to forcibly alter one's fate at critical junctures, discovering a glimmer of hope in seemingly fatal situations. Skills, law fusion technique, chaotic light of destruction, merging the laws of chaos, destruction, and light. It releases a chaotic beam imbued with both annihilation and purification powers, delivering a devastating blow to enemies while simultaneously purging their law powers, rendering them incapable of normal law application for a duration. Blade of temporal distortion, combining the laws of space and time. It materializes a blade capable of warping the fabric of time and space. Its strikes inflict physical damage while ensnaring enemies in a state of temporal disarray, severely disrupting both their physical form and consciousness. Domain of Life's Guardian. Centered around the law of life, it constructs a protective domain wherein the life energy of allies is rapidly restored, and damage taken is significantly reduced, while simultaneously weakening the attacks of enemies through the power of the law of life. The Dice of Destiny. Harnessing the power of the laws of fate, one casts an ethereal die of destiny, determining the course of either foe or self based on its role. This may plunge enemies into a cascade of misfortunes or bestow formidable enhancements upon oneself. Special items. Arcane Fusion Technique. A mysterious tome, chronicling the exquisite techniques and unique methods of law fusion, significantly accelerating the speed and success rate of such amalgamations. It aids Laos in uncovering the hidden connections between the laws, playing a pivotal role in the fusion process. Crystal of Fate, an enigmatic treasure, containing a fragment of the power of fate. Through the Crystal of Fate, one can gain a clearer glimpse into the trajectory of destiny, providing precise guidance for one's actions. At crucial moments, it can effectively alter the course of fate, transforming peril into safety. Homeworld, world scale, a medium-sized realm. Vast in expanse, comprising multiple continents and boundless oceans. Its internal space is stable, capable of accommodating a multitude of life forms. Law structure. The foundational framework of the world is interwoven from 10 fused laws, allowing the beings within to naturally perceive and utilize the power of these laws. The world is replete with wondrous natural phenomena, such as springs imbued with life force and mysterious valleys that trigger temporal fluctuations. World Guardian. As the sovereign of this homeworld, Laos can connect his consciousness with the realm. When the world is threatened, he can swiftly sense the danger and summon the forces of the world for defensive countermeasures. The homeworld also possesses unique defensive mechanisms, such as barriers formed from chaotic energy, capable of resisting external incursions of law. Latest quest. Quest name. The Pursuit of Causality quest description. Clues to the law of causality have been unearthed within the remnants of ancient ruins, said to be concealed in a mysterious location guarded by formidable seals. The key to unlocking these seals is an ancient fate stone, fragmented into 3 pieces scattered across perilous regions of the chaotic galaxy. The Shadow Abyss, shrouded in dark energy, the Temporal Vortex, rife with temporal turbulence, and the territory of the divine beasts, fiercely protected by powerful mythical creatures. One must locate these 3 fragments and piece them together to unlock the passage to the mysterious realm, acquiring the law of causality to integrate it into one's divine essence, thereby enhancing one's power. Quest rewards. Upon successful integration of the law of causality, one's divine realm may aspire to transcend to the threshold of a demigod, earning the title of Sovereign of Causality. This grants the ability to manipulate the forces of causality, inflicting causative curses upon adversaries in battle, causing them to suffer the repercussions of their own actions. Additionally, one will receive an artifact imbued with the power of causality, the Causality Balance, which can measure the interplay of cause and effect, assisting Laos in mastering the law of causality. Quest progress. The search for the fragments of the Fate Stone has not yet commenced. Laos sits in meditation at the core of his homeworld, the force of the laws swirling around him as if tangible. The 10 fused laws have refined his divine essence to the pinnacle of a high deity, standing on the precipice of transcending to the realm of a demigod. With my current prowess, a breakthrough is effortlessly attainable. However, to traverse further and more steadily upon the path of the primordial deity, the integration of additional laws is paramount. Laos murmured softly, his eyes brimming with an unwavering desire for power. At that moment, a clear notification from the system echoed in his mind. Detection of the host's utmost pursuit of power, issuing a special task for the quest of the law of causality. Laos's heart stirred as he attentively absorbed the details of the mission. Upon learning that he must gather the 3 fragments of the Fate Tablets to unlock the passage to the mysterious realm of the law of causality, he clenched his fists, feeling the surge of law power within him. This was both a challenge and an opportunity. Laos muttered to himself, and then, through the soul transmission array, he relayed the matter to Selena. The law of causality? It sounds replete with mystery and uncertainty. I shall accompany you. Selena's response was fervent, brimming with eager excitement. With the support of a companion, Laos felt a surge of confidence. They promptly commenced gathering intelligence regarding the 3 perilous regions within the chaotic galaxy. Their inquiries revealed that the Shadow Abyss was shrouded in dark energy, capable of not only eroding the flesh, but also disrupting the normal flow of laws. The time-space vortex was a maelstrom of endless temporal turbulence, where one could easily become lost within an infinite temporal tunnel. While the domain of the divine beasts was fiercely guarded by a formidable creature surpassing even high-ranking deities, who vigilantly safeguarded a portion of the Fate Tablets. The road ahead was fraught with dangers, yet retreat was not an option. Laos spoke to Selena, asserting that with their respective powers of law in concert, they would surely locate the Fate Tablets. The two arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Abyss, where a dense wave of dark energy surged forth, threatening to engulf them. Be cautious. This dark energy is profoundly sinister, Laos warned, channeling the law of light to conjure a brilliant shield of illumination, warding off the encroaching darkness. Selena harnessed the law of spirit, attempting to probe the depths of the abyss. Within lurked numerous dark entities, their power not to be underestimated. Laos nodded slightly, gathering the law of order in his hands, and stated resolutely, I shall pave the way, you follow closely. Together, they cautiously stepped into the Shadow Abyss. And as they entered, a horde of grotesque dark creatures lunged at them with menacing ferocity. Some resembled massive bats, while others appeared as twisted humanoids, their eyes glinting with malevolent light. Without hesitation, Laos unleashed the law of destruction, launching bolts of annihilating force like cannonballs towards the dark beings. Under the impact of this destructive power, some of the creatures were instantly reduced to ash. However, an even greater number of dark entities surged from all directions, seemingly endless in their onslaught. This cannot continue, Selena cried out. I will use the law of spirit to control them, seize the opportunity to attack. Focusing her mind, Selena extended her formidable spiritual power like invisible tendrils, successfully ensnaring a portion of the dark creatures. Laos seized the moment, unleashing their respective powers of law in a fierce assault against the dark beings. Amidst the chaos, Laos keenly sensed that their movements were being subtly manipulated by some unseen force. He maneuvered the laws of destiny, attempting to discern the causal connections within. I understood that these dark creatures were manipulated by the heart of darkness lurking in the abyss. If we could shatter the heart of darkness, they would crumble to dust. Loudly, Laos proclaimed. The two immediately charged toward the heart of darkness, valiantly repelling the frenzied assaults of the dark beings along their path. At last, they reached the heart's location. Suspended within a vast, black cavern, the heart emanated a disquieting energy of darkness. Laos invoked the principles of chaos, enveloping the heart in turmoil, seeking to diminish its power. Meanwhile, Selena employed the laws of the mind to disrupt the heart's operation. Under their combined onslaught, the heart of darkness eventually shattered with a thunderous crack. As it fragmented, all dark creatures instantaneously dissolved into nothingness. We have succeeded, Selena exclaimed with exhilaration. Laos nodded slightly, and then they set forth to find the first fragment of the Stone of Destiny. They meticulously searched the shadowy abyss, ultimately uncovering the first portion of the stone in a concealed corner. The stone radiated a mysterious glow, inscribed with ancient and arcane runes. This is a fragment of the Stone of Destiny. We are one step closer to the laws of causality, Laos said, carefully stowing the stone away. After departing from the shadowy abyss and resting briefly, they ventured towards the vortex of time and space. Upon arrival, the sky was filled with a multitude of swirling vortices, spinning rapidly and exerting a formidable pull. "This place is exceedingly perilous," Selena remarked with a furrowed brow. Laos summoned the laws of space in an effort to stabilize the surrounding area, preventing them from being swept into the temporal whirlpools. "We must proceed with utmost caution in search of the second fragment of the stone." Navigating through the vortex, they advanced with vigilance, every step fraught with danger. Suddenly, a colossal vortex surged towards them with alarming speed. Laos swiftly employed the laws of time to decelerate its motion, and together with Selena, they repelled the threat. Through their ongoing exploration, they stumbled upon some enigmatic relics hidden within the time-space whirlpools. These relics appeared to conceal vital clues regarding the Stone of Destiny. "Let us venture inside to uncover the truth," Laos suggested. Upon entering the relics, they found themselves amidst a myriad of mechanisms and traps. Utilizing their respective powers, they cautiously disarmed each contraption. Deep within the relics, they finally discovered the second fragment of the Stone of Destiny. Like the first, this piece radiated an enigmatic luminosity. "Wonderful! We have located both fragments," Selena exclaimed with glee. Laos nodded, acknowledging that only the final fragment remained, located within the domain of the divine beast. "That creature possesses extraordinary strength. We must prepare thoroughly." The two departed from the vortex of time and space, dedicating themselves fully to the challenge that lay ahead. Day and night, they trained relentlessly, augmenting their abilities while meticulously crafting a detailed battle plan. At last, they arrived at the realm of the divine beast. A colossal divine beast materialized before them, emanating a formidable aura, its eyes glimmering with vigilance and authority. "It is indeed it. We must exercise utmost caution," whispered Ross. The divine beast unleashed a deafening roar, launching itself toward them with ferocity. Ross invoked the principles of destruction, initiating an assault on the beast, while Selena wielded the principles of the mind to disrupt its thoughts. The beast, demonstrating its formidable power, effortlessly withstood their onslaught and retaliated with fierce counterattacks, plunging Ross and his companions into a dire struggle. "This cannot continue. We must uncover its weakness," Ross shouted, channeling the principles of fate. He endeavored to glimpse the threads of the beast's destiny, seeking its fatal flaw. At last, he discerned that its vulnerability lay in its heart. "I have found its weakness. Strike at its heart," Ross declared loudly. The two swiftly altered their strategy, concentrating their might on the beast's heart. Under the force of their combined assault, the beast's defenses began to falter. Just then, it emitted a furious roar, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power that struck Selena before she could evade, leaving her gravely wounded. Ross, consumed by urgency, fended off the beast's attacks while employing the principles of life to heal Selena. Chapter 120. The refinement of divinity. Ross tightly cradled the injured and unconscious Selena, using the principles of space to tear open a rift and escape the beast's territory in disarray. Upon returning to their secret stronghold, he anxiously channeled abundant life energy into Selena's body. Under Ross's relentless care, Selena's injuries gradually healed, and she finally stirred back to consciousness. "Selena, at last, you have awakened," Ross exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy illuminating his features, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It is my fault. I failed to protect you." Selena, summoning a faint smile despite her weakness, reassured him, "Do not blame yourself. The fact that we are both alive is a blessing." In the ensuing days, Selena focused on her recovery while Ross remained by her side, diligently studying the two fate tablets. He discovered that the runes inscribed upon the tablets resonated with certain ancient records from the divine beast's territory, leading him to surmise that a third tablet likely lay hidden deep within the beast's domain. Once Selena had fully regained her strength, Ross shared his findings with her. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes as she declared, "Let us venture forth together. This time, we shall surely succeed." The pair re-entered the territory of the divine beast, the oppressive atmosphere causing their breaths to hitch. They advanced cautiously, skillfully avoiding the patrol routes previously traversed by the beast. As they delved deeper into the territory, the environment began to exhibit an eerie transformation, the once familiar path becoming labyrinthine, while inexplicable roars echoed ominously around them. Suddenly, a massive guardian beast sprang forth from the shadows, its body engulfed in black flames, its gaze brimming with aggression. Ross swiftly unleashed the principles of destruction, directing a beam of annihilation toward the guardian beast, which nimbly evaded, retaliating with a column of black flame. Selena invoked the principles of the mind to disrupt the movements of the guardian beast, while Ross seized the opportunity to employ the principles of chaos, ensnaring the pillars of flame within the maelstrom and directing them towards the guardian beast. Utilizing the principles of space, he teleported behind it, delivering a decisive blow. After vanquishing the guardian beast, they pressed onward, ultimately arriving at the entrance of an ancient cavern, which emanated a mysterious luminescence that resonated profoundly with the Destiny Stone tablet in their possession. Upon entering the cave, they beheld the third Destiny Stone tablet suspended in midair, encircled by a ring of enigmatic runes. Just as they were about to reach for the tablet, the slumbering divine beast was stirred, surging towards them like a bolt of black lightning. The beast roared, its formidable sonic waves causing the surrounding space to tremble. Ross immediately employed the principles of order to stabilize the area, while Selena utilized the principles of the mind to disrupt the creature's thoughts. Ross interfered with the beast's trajectory using the principles of destiny, but the beast's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, leaving them feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Yet, one conviction burned brightly in their hearts: to seize the tablet and uncover the principles of causality. They coordinated their efforts, maximizing the power of their respective principles, fending off the beast's onslaught while inching closer to the Destiny Stone tablet. After a fierce struggle, Ross finally seized the moment to snatch the third Destiny Stone tablet. And together with Selena, they exerted all their strength to employ the principles of space and escape the beast's territory. Guided by the clues from the tablet, they arrived in a mysterious dimensional realm, suffused with potent energies of causality, where every ripple seemed to conceal boundless mysteries. Ross positioned the three Destiny Stone tablets in designated spots, and an overwhelming resonance erupted between them, culminating in a blinding beam of light that soared into the heavens, leading them to the essence of the principles of causality. This essence manifested as a pulsating sphere of radiant, multicolored energy, continuously shifting forms and emanating a powerful and enigmatic force. Taking a deep breath, Ross cautiously approached, preparing to merge with the principles of causality. The moment his divine essence made contact, an immense repulsive force surged forth, threatening to shatter his divine being. Gritting his teeth, Ross exerted every ounce of willpower to activate the high-tier fusion secret art, constructing a bridge of fusion grounded in the principles of chaos, guiding the energy of causality to gradually integrate with his divine essence. During this process, Ross glimpsed countless interwoven scenes of causality as fragments of the past, present, and future flickered before his eyes. His consciousness felt as if it were being swept into an endless torrent of causality, where a moment's inattention could lead to losing oneself. "Hold on, Ross," Selena urged, her anxious voice providing him strength despite her inability to assist. Fueled by his indomitable will, Ross struggled forward within the currents of causality, gradually mastering the operational dynamics of the principles. As the principles of causality fused with his other powers, his divine essence underwent a profound transformation, radiating a formidable aura. He successfully broke through to the threshold of a true god, yet he refrained from pursuing further ascension, sensing that he could still achieve deeper integration. Laosi took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. The law of causality had successfully integrated into his power system, and an immense force surged within him. He could clearly sense that by following the natural course of events, he could effortlessly break through to become a supreme deity, forging his own divine essence. Yet, there was no trace of hesitation in Laosi's gaze. He forcibly suppressed the imminent surge of power. His ambitions reached far beyond this. "I must possess a strength formidable enough to crystallize the most powerful divine essence in existence, allowing me to stand at the pinnacle even within the realm of supreme deities," he murmured, his voice resolute. Selena watched Laosi from the side, her eyes filled with admiration and confusion. "You already have the opportunity to break through." "Why?" Laosi turned to her, his expression steadfast yet gentle. "The realm of supreme deities is merely a starting point. There are many more powerful laws awaiting my integration. Only with sufficient strength can I forge an invincible divine essence." In the days that followed, Laosi and Selena began to seek out clues to other laws. They traversed through mysterious ruins and ancient battlefields, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for hidden laws. On one occasion, they discovered clues about the law of reincarnation in a forsaken land steeped in ancient taboos. Legend spoke of this law as the master of life and death, a force both formidable and enigmatic. After enduring numerous hardships, Laosi and Selena finally located the source of the law of reincarnation. The area was thick with the potent energy of reincarnation, each ripple imbued with a sense of profound history and mystery. As Lao Si approached the source of the law of reincarnation, he felt an overwhelming force attempting to draw his soul into an endless cycle of rebirth. He activated the law of chaos, forming a barrier to resist the pull of the reincarnation energy. Meanwhile, Selena employed the law of mentality beside him, safeguarding Lao Si from the interference of the reincarnation force on his consciousness. During the fusion with the law of reincarnation, Lao Si glimpsed countless fragments of life cycles. Witnessing the interwoven tapestry of past and present, the cycles of causality overwhelming his mind. Yet, through sheer willpower, he delved into the core of the law of reincarnation, seeking the path for its integration with other laws. As the law of reincarnation gradually merged with his existing laws, Lao Si experienced a qualitative leap in strength, feeling himself inch closer to crystallizing his divine essence. However, he remained unsatisfied. They pressed on in their journey, and, during an exploration of a temporal vortex, uncovered traces of the law of origin. This law pertained to the genesis of all things, the very source of all power, and its potential was beyond imagination. The pursuit of the law of origin was fraught with peril. They had to navigate through layers of tumultuous time and space, evading the onslaught of temporal storms. As they neared the source of the law of origin, the fabric of time and space began to warp, reality melding with illusion. And a moment's carelessness could lead them astray into the infinite void. Lao Si wielded the laws of time and space to stabilize the surrounding continuum, cautiously approaching the law of origin. The moment he made contact with this primordial law, a powerful surge of primal energy struck his body and soul. He operated the advanced laws of fusion secret techniques, guided by the principle of causality, attempting to integrate the laws of origin into his own power system. The process of merging the laws of origin proved to be more arduous than that of the laws of reincarnation, as the power of the laws of origin was overwhelmingly potent and pure, leading to violent conflicts with other laws. Under this conflicting force, Laos endured immense suffering, every inch of his skin feeling as though it would be torn apart. "Hold on, Laos," Serena cried anxiously, continually employing mental laws to soothe Laos's restless soul. Gritting his teeth, Laos exerted all his strength to operate the laws of order, balancing the conflicts between the laws while guiding the laws of origin to harmonize with the others. After a long and arduous endeavor, the laws of origin finally began to merge with the other laws, making Laos's power increasingly terrifying, as if he harbored the primordial force of an entire universe within him. At this moment, Laos had already integrated the laws of life, fire, light, destruction, order, spirit, space, time, chaos, and fate, 10 laws in total. Subsequently, he fused the laws of causality, reincarnation, and origin, culminating in a total of 13 fused laws. These laws intertwined and collaborated, endowing Laos with an extraordinarily powerful and complex power system. The law of life granted him healing and birthing abilities, while the law of destruction served as a formidable means of attack. The law of causality allowed him to control the causal relationships of events to a certain extent, and each fusion of laws resulted in a qualitative leap in his strength. Although he had yet to break through to become a supreme deity or to refine a complete divine persona, his power already surpassed that of ordinary high-ranking deities. The fusion of multiple formidable laws in his power system laid an incredibly solid foundation for the future refinement of his divine persona. Chapter 121. The Ascension of the World Within the World of Laos's Origin. A grand transformation was quietly unfolding. For a long time, this world resembled a giant slowly growing in slumber with the passage of time. It had finally reached a pivotal moment of ascension from a low-tier world to a mid-tier world. When the opportunity for ascension arrived, it was as if the heavens and earth had struck up a stirring symphony of fate. The previously stable elemental laws were violently stirred by an invisible hand, and in an instant, the fiery tempest of the fire element burst forth, raging flames burning freely in the void, as if intent on igniting the entire world. The water element transformed into surging, tumultuous waves, crashing against the barriers of space in relentless succession. The earth element continuously gathered and reformed, mountains rising abruptly from the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The wind element howled past like a sharp blade, slicing through all obstacles. Meanwhile, the mysterious and obscure runes of the laws, hidden deep within the world, began to flicker wildly, releasing unprecedented brilliance. They intertwined and collided, producing a deafening roar, as if heralding the arrival of a new era. The inhabitants of this world were swept into a wondrous journey of transformation by the torrent of destiny. Under the intense stimulation of the elemental laws, each individual felt as if a flame of hope had been ignited within them. Those who had previously struggled and stagnated on their paths of cultivation now sensed their spiritual energy surging forth like a flood breaking through a dam, roaring with unstoppable vigor. Under the relentless surge of this formidable power, their meridians continuously expanded and strengthened, capable of accommodating a greater influx of spiritual energy. Many individuals, in an instant, grasped the cultivation dilemmas that had long plagued them, as their bottlenecks crumbled as easily as if fashioned from paper. In that fleeting moment, the entire world shone with brilliance, and powerful energies surged forth in a symphony of exultation and awe, the voices of the crowd intertwining and resonating throughout the cosmos. Tyrion, a renowned figure within this realm, ascended magnificently amidst this wave of elevation, becoming the most resplendent presence. He already stood at the pinnacle beneath the divine, a mere step away from the supreme realm. At this juncture, the enhancement of the world's laws acted as a timely rain, presenting him with the critical opportunity for breakthrough. Under the gaze of countless eyes, a dazzling radiance enveloped Tyrion, his form expanding and contracting as though engaging in an intricate dance with the laws of nature. His aura grew increasingly potent and terrifying, warping and distorting the surrounding space under the weight of his presence. Finally, with a resounding roar, Tyrion successfully ascended, attaining the exalted status of a high deity. His eyes sparkled with the brilliance of wisdom and strength as he surveyed the world, appearing as the sovereign of this realm. Concurrently, the angelic legion, guardians of the world, underwent a profound transformation amidst this global ascent. Previously, the incomplete force of the world's laws had imposed certain limitations on the angel's strength. Yet now, as the laws refined and elevated, they seemed infused with a newfound vitality. Each angel felt an accelerated surge of power within, their wings behind them transforming into purer, broader appendages, adorned with shimmering runes that hinted at boundless might. Their gazes reflected determination and confidence, as their already formidable divine arts multiplied in potency under the bolstering of the laws. In a blink, the angelic legion ascended to divine status, their figures illuminating the skies like brilliant stars, adding a striking vista to this newly birthed mid-tier world. The myriad changes within the primordial realm were perceptible to Ross. His consciousness, akin to an eternal beacon, floated serenely. His connection to this world transcended the ordinary bond between deities and mortals, becoming an indispensable part of the intricate web governing the world's operations. As the world began its ascent to a mid-tier realm, the intense fluctuations of the elemental laws struck deep into the essence of Ross's perception, akin to a surging tsunami. He could perceive with clarity that the flames of the law of fire were becoming increasingly pure, each flicker seemingly encapsulating the dual forces of destruction and rebirth. In their combustion, they continuously purified themselves, releasing waves of energy more potent than before. The torrents of the law of water flowed not merely as ordinary liquid, but rather as a manifestation of the world's vitality and transformation, with ripples conveying a mysterious rhythm, as if narrating the primordial secrets of the universe. The substantial power of the law of earth was persistently settling and condensing, with every inch of the ground undergoing a simultaneous micro and macro reconstruction. The rising mountains and the expanding land, every detail magnified infinitely in Lao's perception. The law of wind, akin to an invisible blade, sliced through the confines of space, with each howling gust. It carried away remnants of the old world while ushering in a glimmer of dawn from the new realm. Lao's very existence was intimately intertwined with these laws. Each time he assimilated a law's power, it was as if he had sown a unique seed in the foundation of the world. As time elapsed, this seed took root and sprouted, reciprocally influencing the fundamental laws of existence. The previously tenuous and imperfect lines of law gradually grew robust and solid under Lao's fusion, each law resembling a meticulously crafted masterpiece, becoming more comprehensive and concrete. The ramifications of this transformation were profound. The world's operation became more stable, and the interactions among various elements harmonized. The occasional breaches in the laws that once appeared were now quietly mended in this process of self-perfection. Take the application of magical elements as an example. Prior to Lao's fusion of laws, when sorcerers cast spells, they occasionally experienced uncontrollable surges of magic due to the existence of unstable nodes within the elemental laws that magic depended upon. However, with Lao's ongoing integration of the laws and the refinement of the world's fundamental principles, sorcerers were delighted to discover that the execution of magic became smoother, and the control of magical power more precise. The magical forces at their disposal were not only more potent, but also lasted longer. heralding a leap forward in the entire world's magical civilization. This positive feedback from the world, akin to an inexhaustible source of energy, significantly intensified Laos's desire to further immerse himself in the laws. Deep within his consciousness, he held a lucid understanding. Each fusion of laws was not merely an enhancement of his own strength, but also an empowerment of the entire world. He resembled a master craftsman, meticulously sculpting a unique work of art, and this masterpiece was the primordial world of Laos that he so diligently protected. Yet, amidst this endeavor, Laos faced a tremendous temptation to immediately ascend to the status of a supreme deity. As the world's laws continued to refine, his own strength surged rapidly, and the sensation of nearing the pinnacle of divine existence felt like an invisible hand persistently tugging at his will. In the realm of cultivation, the supreme deity's level epitomized an almost invincible being, endowed with powers and wisdom beyond imagination. Upon breaking through, he would possess the ability to reshape the heavens and rewrite destiny. In Laos's perception, the opportunity for such a breakthrough had quietly arrived. He could sense his consciousness resonating with a grander, more profound force. If he were willing to relinquish his self-imposed constraints in that moment, the likelihood of breaking through the barrier of the principal divine realm would be exceedingly high. This temptation was akin to a sweet forbidden fruit, exuding an irresistible allure. However, deep within, Ross's reason stood firm as an unyielding rock, resisting this formidable temptation. He understood that a hasty breakthrough at this moment, while it might grant him immense power, could plunge the world into a state of imbalance. The ascension of the world is a gradual process, much like constructing a magnificent edifice, where each layer requires a solid foundation. Should he attempt to transcend to the principal divine realm before the world had fully adapted to the new laws, the connection between himself and the world might become unstable due to the vast disparity in power. Such instability could trigger a cascade of reactions, potentially culminating in the failure of the world's ascension, rendering all prior efforts futile. Ross calmed himself and began to meticulously analyze the current state of the world's laws. He delved deeply into the essence of each law, resembling a diligent scholar conducting an exhaustive study. He discovered that, although the world had made remarkable strides towards ascending to the median realm, subtle conflicts still existed among certain laws. For instance, while the laws of life and death maintained a semblance of balance on a macro scale, their energies occasionally exhibited turbulence on a micro level. This turbulence, though seemingly trivial, could, if left unaddressed, lead to chaos within the entire life cycle of the world over time. Deciding to temporarily set aside the notion of breaking through to the principal divine realm, Ross devoted all his energy to resolving the conflicts among the laws. He began to attempt to guide the energies of the two laws, seeking a more harmonious coexistence through their mutual integration. Utilizing his formidable mental prowess, he constructed a microcosmic experimental arena for the laws. In this arena, he simulated various extreme scenarios to observe the reactions of the laws of life and death. After countless trials and adjustments, he finally discovered a method that allowed the laws of life and death to achieve a complementary balance based on mutual respect. Having resolved the conflict between the laws of life and death, Ross did not pause in his endeavors. He continued to delve into every corner of the world, searching for other potential lore-related issues. He identified a subtle misalignment between the laws of space and time at the world's fringes. This misalignment resulted in the emergence of spatial rifts, causing the flow of time in those regions to become abnormally sluggish. Ross recognized that if this situation were not rectified, it would not only jeopardize the safety of the inhabitants in the border areas, but could also instigate instability in the world's space-time structure. To address this dilemma, Ross dedicated a considerable amount of time and effort. He undertook an in-depth study of the essence of the laws of space and time, striving to find a method to recalibrate the two. Through profound communication with the primordial consciousness of the world, he drew inspiration from ancient wisdom regarding the laws of time and space. After a prolonged and arduous endeavor, Laos ultimately discovered a solution. Harnessing his mastery over these laws, he devised a corrective mechanism for the laws of time and space. This mechanism functioned akin to a finely tuned clock, capable of automatically adjusting the rhythms of spatial and temporal laws, thereby realigning both back onto their rightful paths. With Laos's resolution of various issues pertaining to these laws, the foundational principles of the world became increasingly refined. The entire realm exhibited an unprecedented splendor. The civilization of magic ascended to new heights, as sorcerers conjured ever more powerful and intricate spells and magical formations. The realm of technology also experienced tremendous advancement under the enhancement of these laws. yielding a plethora of groundbreaking inventions that rendered life more convenient and efficient. In the sphere of cultural arts, the harmonious resonance of the world's laws granted artists an abundance of inspiration, leading to the creation of countless heart-stirring masterpieces. Laos gazed upon the world's continuous development and progress, his heart swelling with satisfaction. He understood that he had resisted the allure of transcending to the rank of the supreme deity, opting instead for a more arduous yet ultimately beneficial path for the world. Although he stood merely a step away from the realm of the supreme deity, he felt no urgency. He believed that once the world achieved complete stability and the laws attained a state of perfect equilibrium, his breakthrough would come to fruition effortlessly. At that time, he would emerge in a form that was both more formidable and stable. Chapter 122. The evolutionary direction of the primordial world suspended within the chaotic void. Laos was enveloped in a radiant tapestry of law and power, yet his thoughts grew ever more profound. For a long time, he had been captivated by the pursuit of those rare and unique laws, deeming their intrinsic strength as the key to world domination. However, at this moment, the transformation of the primordial world struck him like a heavy hammer, awakening him with startling clarity. He observed the world, vibrant yet subtly discordant under the impact of the elemental laws, resembling a vividly colored painting marred by compositional imbalance. Laos realized that laws were not inherently superior due to their rarity, much like constructing a grand edifice. Relying solely on ornate embellishments without a solid foundation would ultimately lead to collapse amidst the storms. Only by fortifying the foundational laws of a world could it be perfectly constructed from its roots, allowing it to truly radiate brilliance. The natural laws, which underpin the growth and functioning of all things in the world, now shone like a brilliant star within Laos's cognitive universe. He understood deeply that natural law flowed like the lifeblood of the world, coursing through every inch of land, every expanse of ocean, and every stretch of sky. It governed the orderly succession of the seasons, nurturing spring's blossoms to fruition in the fervor of summer, while autumn's golden hues amassed strength in winter's tranquility. It dictated the transformations of wind, rain, and lightning, with timely rains nourishing the earth and thunder cleansing the impurities of existence. It also sculpted the majesty of mountains and lakes, towering ranges shielding against the ravaging gales, and tranquil lakes nurturing the miracles of life. Laos resolved to immerse himself within the natural laws, a decision akin to casting a massive stone into a placid lake, stirring ripples across its surface. He began to cautiously draw his consciousness closer to the core of natural laws, much like an intrepid explorer venturing into an enigmatic jungle. The moment his awareness brushed against the essence of these laws, a magnificent yet gentle force enveloped him. He beheld the process by which trees emerged from a single seed, nurtured by sunlight and rain, flourishing through the trials of tempestuous weather until they culminated in towering giants. He felt the indomitable spirit of rivers originating from mountain peaks, surging forth, overcoming myriad obstacles, and flowing toward the sea. He grasped the intricate logic behind the shifting winds and clouds, where natural forces engage in a delicate balance and harmonious cooperation. Throughout this process of integration, Laos encountered numerous challenges. The power of natural laws was overwhelmingly vast and complex, akin to an intricate labyrinth where a moment's carelessness could lead to disorientation. At times, the ferocious energy of the fire element clashed with the gentle nurturing force of life inherent in natural laws, threatening to disrupt the fragile equilibrium. At other moments, subjective biases from the mental laws skewed Laos's understanding of the objective principles governing nature. Yet, Laos did not falter. With unwavering determination and an ardent pursuit of perfection, he continuously adjusted his own elemental force. He guided the power of fire to flourish within the framework of natural laws, nurturing all living things in the form of warm sunlight rather than wreaking havoc. He tempered the subjective assumptions of the mental laws, allowing his consciousness to reflect the objective truths of natural laws like a pristine mirror. As the integration deepened, remarkable transformations began to manifest in Laos's body. Patterns reminiscent of tree bark emerged upon his skin, symbolizing his connection to the earth. His eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars and lakes, encapsulating the profound mysteries of the universe and nature. His hair flowed like tendrils dancing in the wind, radiating the vitality of life. Each breath he took seemed to stir the currents of the world. Each heartbeat resonated in synchrony with the pulse of the earth. The entire primal world also underwent a monumental transformation due to Laos's fusion with the natural laws. The previously chaotic elemental forces found a perfect equilibrium through their harmonization with natural laws. The fire element no longer acted recklessly, but instead safeguarded life with its warm flames. The water element gently irrigated the land, nurturing all beings. The earth element grew more stable, providing a solid foundation for the myriad creations of the world. The wind element softly caressed the land, bringing vitality and hope. The ecological system of the world became increasingly harmonious, with diverse creatures thriving and flourishing under the protection of natural laws. Species once teetering on the brink of extinction experienced a revival, their numbers steadily increasing in the wake of Lao's integration with the natural laws. Lao understood that his convictions were correct, as he felt a profound unity with the world around him. He recognized that this was merely a small step toward the world's perfection, with many foundational laws yet to be explored and integrated. At this moment, he brimmed with confidence, for he had embarked on a path that would lead the primal world toward true perfection. After successfully merging with the natural laws, Lao increasingly grasped the significance of perfecting the foundational laws of the world. His gaze gradually settled upon the law of procreation, a principle akin to the source of the river of life, governing the ceaseless transmission of existence across the realms. When Lao chose to immerse himself in the law of procreation, the entire primordial world seemed to tremble in response. He once again submerged his consciousness into the profound currents of the world, seeking the core mysteries of this law. Initially, he sensed a remarkably faint yet resilient rhythm, a testament to life's relentless struggle for continuity. As his awareness delved deeper, this rhythm intensified, akin to the fervent beat of war drums, resonating throughout the heavens and earth, composing the symphony of life's inheritance. At the moment Lao's consciousness encountered the law of procreation, he was enveloped by a powerful yet delicate force. He beheld the intricate and orderly process of cellular division within the microscopic realm, each division akin to a meticulously choreographed dance, embodying the essence of life's legacy. In the macroscopic world, he witnessed the tenacity and dedication exhibited by various beings in their quest to propagate their offspring. From the courtship dance of insects in the spring to the mass migrations of fish in the deep sea for spawning, each instance underscored the formidable power of the law of procreation. During the process of integration, Lao faced numerous challenges. A subtle conflict arose between the law of procreation and the laws he had previously assimilated. For instance, the destructive force of the law of destruction stood in stark contrast to the life-affirming essence sought by the law of procreation. As Lao endeavored to harmonize these two forces, it felt akin to a tug of war, with each force pulling against the other, placing immense pressure upon his consciousness. Nevertheless, with unwavering resolve and a relentless pursuit of perfection in the world, Lao began to make profound adjustments to his own powers of law. He guided the force of destruction to play a unique role within the context of life's proliferation, such as eliminating the decaying matter that obstructed the birth of new life, thus clearing a pristine space for fresh existence to flourish. As the integration deepened, Lao's body began to undergo remarkable transformations. Strange patterns gradually emerged upon his skin, resembling ancient totems that chronicled the mysteries of life's procreation. In his eyes, there was a newfound reverence and nurturing spirit towards life. The entire primordial world, too, flourished with vitality as a result of Lao's fusion with the law of procreation. In the desolate desert, once lifeless land began to undergo miraculous transformations. Drought-resistant plant seeds, inspired by the power of Lao's law of procreation, broke through the soil en masse. Their roots swiftly anchored themselves into the earth, drawing upon scant moisture and nutrients, thriving in their newfound existence. Within mere days, oases began to emerge within the desert, and various small creatures commenced to propagate and thrive in this new habitat. Once endangered species, under Lao's diligent efforts, experienced a resurgence. A rare bird, previously on the brink of extinction, now saw its nest filled with newly hatched chicks, thanks to the influence of the law of procreation. These chicks, under the protection of Lao's power, enjoyed a significantly enhanced survival rate. In the society of sentient beings, the law of procreation also brought forth positive influences. The birth rates among various races began to rise steadily, with newborns emerging healthy and vigorous. Parents were pleasantly surprised to discover that their children, in the course of their growth, seemed to possess an innate sensitivity and capacity for learning about the world. This phenomenon arises from the law of propagation, which, while transmitting life, also conveys a portion of the ancestors' wisdom and experience to the next generation in a mysterious manner. In schools, children exhibit a noticeably accelerated pace in acquiring new knowledge. Their minds are more vibrant, and their creativity is significantly ignited. This has ushered the realms of technology and culture into a new pinnacle of development, with an array of novel inventions and remarkable artistic creations emerging. Standing high above the world, Laos gazed down upon these changes, his heart brimming with satisfaction. He sensed that this rapid progression was nearing his limits. Chapter 123, Merging Hope. Forging divinity in the vast, enigmatic depths of the universe, Laos stood like a towering giant at the very heart of existence. Surrounding him, the forces of 15 powerful laws intertwined like ethereal ribbons, emanating an exhilarating aura. Having traversed countless trials, Laos, armed with extraordinary will and wisdom, had successfully harnessed the laws of life, fire, light, destruction, order, spirit, space, time, chaos, fate, causality, reincarnation, origin, nature, and propagation. Yet, although these laws converged within him, they remained like unrefined jade, each radiating its distinct brilliance, but failing to coalesce into a singular, ultimate force. It was only when Laos's gaze fell upon the mysterious and seldom acknowledged law of hope that everything began to change. The law of hope resembled the softest yet most resilient thread in the cosmos. Though seemingly intangible and weak, it harbored the potential to transform everything. In the eyes of countless formidable beings, it offered no direct, formidable support in battle, overshadowed by those laws capable of unleashing cataclysmic power in an instant. However, Laos keenly discerned that the law of hope was the key to unlocking the complete integration of the 15 laws, serving as the essential harmonizing agent for the creation of a perfect divinity. As Laos resolved to merge with the law of hope, an invisible tremor seemed to ripple through the entire world. He gently closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in the profound depths of the universe's collective awareness. In search of the essence of the law of hope, this vast sea of consciousness was deep and mysterious, filled with the murmurs and whispers of various laws. Laos's awareness navigated through this ocean like a small boat, cutting through the waves. Initially, the law of hope appeared as a faint and elusive glimmer at the edge of this consciousness sea, whenever Laos attempted to approach. It danced away like a wisp of smoke, seemingly testing his resolve and determination. Yet, Laos did not waver. Drawing upon the rich experiences and formidable mental strength accumulated from merging the previous 15 laws, he continuously adjusted his approach. He maximized the power of the law of spirit, illuminating the hidden path of the law of hope as if igniting a beacon in the darkness. At last, in the deepest recesses of the consciousness sea, Laos made contact with the very core of the law of hope. At that moment, a warm and vibrant force enveloped his consciousness, embodying an infinite yearning for the future, a power capable of reigniting the spirit of life in the most desperate of circumstances. However, the process of fusion proved to be far more arduous than anticipated. A vast chasm of disparity existed between the law of hope and the other 15 laws. The vitality of the law of life clashed with the relentless ferocity of the law of destruction, while the profound mystery of the law of time added to the complexity. Each law possessed its own unique attributes and operational methods, colliding and rubbing against one another within Laos, vying for dominance. As the newcomer, the law of hope faced the daunting challenge of establishing its foothold amidst this fierce conflict, while also striving to serve as a harmonizing agent. Fostering coexistence among the 15 laws, a task far from simple. At the onset of fusion, a fierce conflict erupted between the law of destruction and the law of life. The power of the law of destruction surged like a black tide, seeking to devour all, while the law of life valiantly resisted with its flourishing green radiance. The two forces engaged in a breathtaking duel within Laos, transforming his body into a battlefield that bore immense pressure. Cracks began to appear on his skin, blood seeping through and staining his garments. Yet, Laos gritted his teeth, concentrating his spirit, and channeled the power of the law of hope into the fray. The law of hope flowed like a clear spring, gradually coursing between the laws of destruction and life, soothing the ferocity of the former with its warmth while invigorating the latter, prompting both to gradually calm and attempt acceptance of one another. Soon after, complications arose between the laws of space and time. The law of space sought to distort the surrounding realm, while the law of time aimed to disrupt the flow of time itself. Their clash resulted in violent fluctuations in the fabric of space-time around Laos, threatening imminent collapse. A profound sense of crisis enveloped him. He understood that if this issue remained unresolved, not only would the fusion fail, but he himself might be consumed by the turbulent currents of time and space. Thus, he once again infused the power of the law of hope into the situation. Acting as a wise mediator, The law of hope conveyed to the laws of space and time that only through cooperation could they forge a more perfect order. Under its influence, the laws of space and time began to adjust their powers, gradually establishing a remarkable equilibrium where spatial distortion and temporal flow harmonized, creating a stable environment for the fusion of the other laws. During the fusion process, the law of chaos presented formidable challenges. Its power, chaotic and violent, sought to dismantle all existing order, dragging everything into disarray. When it encountered the law of order, a cataclysmic confrontation ensued, shaking the very foundations of reality. The law of order endeavored to uphold the world's rules and structure, while the law of chaos relentlessly assailed these very principles. Their forces collided, generating countless energy storms that ravaged within Laos. His consciousness teetered on the brink in the midst of this tempest, as he felt as if he were at the dawn of the universe, where all existed in primordial chaos. Yet, bolstered by unwavering resolve, he once more summoned the power of the law of hope. The law of hope shines like a beacon in the darkness, illuminating a chaotic world. It reveals to the law of chaos that disorder is not the sole destination. At the right moment, it must intertwine with order to forge a more vibrant realm. Under the harmonious influence of the law of hope, the laws of chaos and order gradually discover a delicate balance, their powers intertwining to create a unique state where order and chaos coexist. As the fusion deepens, Rouse undergoes astonishing transformations in both body and consciousness. His form begins to emanate an unprecedented radiance, infused with the colors of 15 distinct laws, vivid yet harmoniously unified. His consciousness expands to an extraordinary strength, as if he can perceive the universe's deepest mysteries. Within him, the forces of the 15 laws, under the harmonious guidance of the law of hope, gradually coalesce into a perfect cycle. The law of life bestows vitality and vigor upon the other laws, while the law of destruction clears the obsolete and decayed when necessary. The law of time governs the flux and transformation of energies, and the law of space provides a vast stage for the laws to operate. Each law finds its place within this cycle, fulfilling a unique role. At this moment, the energy magnetic field of the entire universe experiences a profound upheaval due to Rouse's fusion process. The once stable flow of energy surges tumultuously. The brilliance of the stars flickers erratically, and the gravitational field of black holes exhibits unusual fluctuations. Powerful beings across the universe, whether deities hidden in ancient galaxies or dominators reigning in the interstellar expanse, sense this potent and mysterious wave of energy. They raise their gazes towards Rouse's direction, their eyes filled with astonishment and reverence, aware that a new formidable existence is on the verge of emergence. After enduring a long and arduous fusion process, Rouse finally arrives at the crucial moment. He concentrates all his mental energy, pushing the powers of the law of hope and the 15 laws to their zenith. Within him, an indescribably potent force is gestating, encompassing the origins and future of the universe, the birth and destruction of life, and the mysteries of time and space. With a deafening roar, Rouse successfully merges the 15 laws with the law of hope, forging his own divine essence. The divine essence hovers within Rouse, radiating a resplendent glow. The surface of this essence intertwines the runes of the 15 laws with the brilliance of the law of hope, forming a complex yet perfect pattern. This pattern resembles a microcosm of the universe, containing endless mysteries and power. Rouse feels an intimate connection with the entire cosmos, as if he has become the sovereign of the universe, capable of governing the operations of all laws and determining the fate of all things. Rouse slowly opens his eyes, revealing a wisdom and majesty that transcends the ordinary. He gently raises his hand, and a formidable force surges forth, instantly calming the tumultuous shifts in the cosmic energy magnetic field. The stars regain their stable luminosity, and the gravitational field of black holes returns to normalcy. His existence inspires awe throughout the entire universe. From this moment forth, Laos transcended the realm of an ordinary powerhouse, evolving into a deity infused with the essence of 15 laws, alongside the law of hope, and becoming an object of reverence and admiration for countless beings. In Chapter 124, Transformation of the Origin, System Upgrade, Lao's ascension unfolded as a breathtaking spectacle that reverberated through the cosmos. An energy tempest surged around him, embodying a force that surpassed mortal comprehension. The enigmatic rules of the origin world within him were stirred by his elevation, as if manipulated by invisible titanic hands, rearranging and transcending their very nature. Unusual runes shimmered with resplendent light, swirling in reverence around this newly ascended supreme deity. These runes represented not only the manifestation of the laws, but also served as a mysterious link connecting the origin world to higher dimensions. As Lao's ascension progressed, the origin world itself began an unprecedented metamorphosis. The boundaries of this world were gradually pushed open by an irresistible force, expanding in mere moments to several times its original size. The once constricted mountains and rivers now possessed vast expanses for growth. Towering peaks erupted from the earth, as if the land rejoiced, reaching for new heights in the sky. The boundless oceans churned violently, the water expanding dramatically, creating surging waves, each crest brimming with boundless energy. Simultaneously, the native inhabitants of the origin world felt a powerful force surging within them. This force resembled the fresh sprouts breaking through the soil in spring, teeming with vitality and vigor, relentlessly challenging their cultivation bottlenecks. In an instant, the entire origin world was enveloped in a dazzling brilliance. A radiant glow released by the natives as they broke through their limits. Whether secluded in deep mountains or residing in bustling towns, all were empowered by this mysterious force, achieving remarkable leaps in their abilities. A middle-aged man, who had made a living as a blacksmith in a small town, had diligently practiced basic techniques but had always struggled to surpass his limitations. However, at the very moment of Lao's ascension, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through him. His previously stagnant cultivation realm was cleaved open as if by a sharp sword, enabling him to break through to a higher level. His physique became sturdier, his muscles teeming with formidable strength, and his gaze radiated an unprecedented confidence and resolve. He set down his hammer and gazed towards the direction of the divine light in the sky, filled with gratitude and awe for Laos. In an ancient monastery, a group of devoted practitioners, having dedicated years to their craft, also experienced the joy of breakthrough. They had immersed themselves in diligent practice, aspiring for elevated realms. At this moment, they emerged from their meditations, their auras growing increasingly potent. Among them, an elder practitioner, tears of excitement shimmering in his eyes, reflected, "We have toiled for decades, overcoming countless trials, yet have struggled to reach the higher realms. Today, by the grace of the Lord of Light's ascension, we are fortunate enough to break through. What a tremendous opportunity." The voice of Lors resonated throughout the entire origin world, imbued with both authority and compassion. "Today, I have transcended to become the supreme deity. This is a fortuitous moment for the origin world and a blessing for all of you. My achievements are inextricably linked to the support and dedication of each citizen." His words fell like a gentle spring rain, nurturing the hearts of all, allowing them to feel the profound affection he held for the land and its people. As Lor's voice echoed, the indigenous inhabitants of the origin world responded en masse, gathering spontaneously to kneel reverently toward the heavens where Lor stood. Awe and joy illuminated their faces as they fervently proclaimed, "Hail to the Lord of Light." Their voices coalesced into a powerful chorus, reverberating throughout the world. In the presence of this immense faith, a golden aura enveloped Lors, manifesting the very essence of belief. This faith surged into his being like an unceasing stream, further augmenting his strength. Lors understood that this faith was not only the wellspring of his power, but also a symbol of the profound connection he shared with the people of the origin world. He silently vowed to safeguard this land, ensuring that the origin world flourished under his protection, basking in enduring peace. In a bustling metropolis within the origin world, the populace poured into the streets to partake in grand celebrations. The thoroughfares were festooned with vibrant decorations, and colorful banners fluttered in the breeze, adorned with the sacred visage of Lors. Dressed in their finest attire, the people sang and danced, their laughter echoing through every corner of the city. Children darted through the crowd, clutching exquisite small gifts, their faces beaming with innocent joy. Elderly individuals sat on benches along the streets, observing the lively scene with eyes filled with contentment and delight. At the heart of the city, a monumental statue of Lors stood tall and majestic. In the statue, Lors donned an opulent robe, his gaze both resolute and gentle, wielding a sword that shimmered with radiant light as if guarding the land. At that moment, thousands had gathered in the square, encircling the statue in earnest prayer. A young mother cradled her child and approached the statue, softly whispering, "Child, remember this Lord of Light. It is he who has bestowed upon us happiness and tranquility." The child nodded, a flicker of curiosity sparkling in their eyes. In the remote regions of the origin world, tribes living in harsh conditions also felt the weight of this monumental moment. Though their living conditions were modest, their faith in Lors remained unwavering. The tribal leader guided his people in a traditional ritual, igniting a roaring bonfire in a clearing. They encircled the flames, performing a mysterious dance while reciting ancient incantations, expressing their sincerest reverence and blessings to Lors. As time progressed, the origin world underwent profound transformations under the influence of Lor's ascension as the supreme deity. Not only were the dimensions and laws of the world elevated, but the lives of its inhabitants also became increasingly enriched. As the practitioners continuously enhanced their prowess in a bid to safeguard this land, they immersed themselves in various forms of cultivation and combat. Meanwhile, the ordinary folk diligently labor in a peaceful environment, savoring the joys and tranquility of life. After ascending to the rank of a supreme deity, Laos did not succumb to arrogance or complacency. He was acutely aware of the weightier responsibilities now resting upon his shoulders. Thus, he began to wield his divine powers to undertake a comprehensive transformation and optimization of the primordial world. He deftly guided the operation of the world's laws, enriching the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, thereby significantly accelerating the cultivation speed of the practitioners. Furthermore, he personally intervened to resolve persistent dilemmas plaguing the primordial world, such as the frequent occurrence of natural disasters and the emergence of malevolent forces. The moment Laos successfully ascended to the status of supreme deity, the entire primordial world trembled, and the forces of the laws surged wildly through the realms. Concurrently, the system that had supported his growth underwent a profound metamorphosis. In an instant, a crisp prompt resonated in Laos's mind: detection of host ascension to supreme deity, system upgrade commencing. This upgrade would align with the host's current strength and the new dynamics of the primordial world, simplifying and optimizing various functions. No sooner had the words left the prompt than Laos felt his consciousness drawn into a fantastical space, where countless streams of data and codes swirled like snowflakes, intertwining and reconfiguring to weave a brand new structure. Upon the return of his consciousness, Laos swiftly opened the system panel, which had transformed from a convoluted interface into a sleek, intuitive design. Host: Laos Lannister power level, level 21 lower supreme deity, possessing life, fire, light, destruction, order, spirit, space, time, chaos, fate, causality, reincarnation, origin, nature, procreation. Hope: 16 laws within the divine core, primordial world, intermediate plane, 320 million square kilometers, task board, unique ongoing task, continuously seek and integrate new laws. For each law successfully integrated, the primordial world will expand accordingly. This process not only broadens the realm of the primordial world, but also allows it to accommodate more beings, enriching its essence and deepening the resonance between Laos and the world, thereby comprehensively enhancing his mastery over existing laws. Rewards: for each new law integrated, the host will receive a deep analysis tome of that law, a mysterious crystal that amplifies the power of the law, and special items that enhance the precision of control over the primordial world. Gazing at the new attributes panel, Laos was filled with surprise and anticipation. The objective of the unique ongoing task was immensely appealing. As the primordial world expanded, he could use this opportunity to forge a more formidable foundation, and the generous rewards would provide robust support for his subsequent journey into the exploration of laws. In the vast, boundless, and enigmatic multiverse, energy tides surged relentlessly like tumultuous waves, each fluctuation brimming with endless possibilities and variables. This grand universe serves as a stage for countless beings and a battleground for the strong, where time and space intertwine like vibrant threads, weaving innumerable legends and tales. Selena, the enchanting goddess, exudes an extraordinary grace, enveloped in an ethereal glow reminiscent of the most brilliant stars piercing through the cosmic veil, finally tracing the elusive presence of Laos. Her hair dances wildly in the gentle caress of the tidal energies, her eyes sparkling with unwavering determination, embodying her relentless pursuit of destiny. At this pivotal moment of divine essence convergence, she perceives the nascent form of her divine spark slowly gestating deep within her soul, each pulsation resonating like a prelude to a magnificent fate. This wondrous and potent sensation fills her with both exhilaration and trepidation. The path to divine ascension is fraught with uncertainty and peril, where a single misstep could lead to ruin. In this enigmatic universe, Laos has also carved a name for himself, his mastery of the arcane laws regarded by many deities as the mystical key to higher realms. His abode lies concealed within a peculiar spatial fold, surrounded by ancient and mysterious runes that flicker with a subtle luminescence, seemingly guarding this space against external intrusion. Upon entering this realm, Selena is met with a powerful and distinctive aura, Laos's essence, one forged through the trials of time and the crucible of countless battles. Laos gazes at the familiar yet foreign visage of Selena, and a complex ripple stirs within him. He recognizes the face of a companion once shared in daring exploits and adversities, yet is struck by the formidable and enigmatic energy emanating from her, heralding her imminent ascension. When Selena expresses a desire to learn the arcane laws, a flicker of hesitation crosses Laos's gaze. This enigmatic practice, while appearing to be merely a set of mystical techniques, harbors peril in a universe dominated by the law of the jungle, rife with conflict. Once imparted, who can assure that it won't trigger a cascade of uncontrollable chaos? It may well attract the covetous eyes of various factions, leading to endless calamities. Laos, having acquired this arcane knowledge through system rewards, has witnessed the gruesome bloodshed ignited by the pursuit of coveted techniques. Those formidable powers, driven by an insatiable desire for mastery, would annihilate all that obstructs their path, leaving devastation in their wake. He understands that the leak of this knowledge would plunge him into irretrievable ruin. Weighing his thoughts repeatedly, with furrowed brows, the internal struggle is vividly etched upon his countenance. Ultimately, reason triumphs over emotion, and he reluctantly relinquishes the idea of imparting the secret arts to Selena. Selena, the peril inherent in this arcane practice is too great. I cannot place you in such danger. Laos's voice emerges low and hoarse, laden with a profound sense of resignation. Though a tinge of disappointment flickers within her at Laos's reluctance, Selena does not press the matter. Having grown up in a family of high-ranking deities, she is acutely aware of the universe's harsh realities and inevitable trials. Collecting her thoughts, she speaks solemnly. Laos, I have another request to make during my visit. By the command of my divine father, I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the northern cosmos as a lord under his dominion. Laos, upon hearing this, slightly raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. He had not anticipated that Selena would present such an invitation. It caught him entirely off guard. Within this universe, it is quite commonplace for deities, upon ascending to the status of high god, to be invited to govern a realm. However, Laos had lived a relatively reclusive life, seldom involving himself in the affairs of such powers. Selena continued, My father is a high god of considerable stature in the northern cosmos, presiding over an expansive territory rich in resources. It is an unwritten rule in our universe that deities who ascend to high god status are typically invited to govern a domain, and I, being one of my father's many offspring and aware of your past acquaintance, have been entrusted with this task. Laos fell into contemplation, acutely aware of the immense influence wielded by high gods within this cosmos. To become a lord under his banner would yield unparalleled honor and abundant resources. Yet it would also entail entanglement in the intricate disputes among high gods. Such deities frequently engage in fierce conflicts, vying for resources and territorial expansion, often resulting in devastating wars. These wars can unleash turmoil across the universe, leading to the obliteration of countless lives. Laos recalled witnessing, during a previous cosmic war, the instantaneous destruction of a once thriving star system by overwhelming divine power, as innumerable lives were extinguished in that moment, leaving the cosmos to echo with its anguished lament. Raising his gaze to Selena, Laos inquired earnestly, What is the extent of your father's power in the northern cosmos? What is the current state of affairs there? Selena, sensing his curiosity, felt a surge of joy and promptly elaborated, My father commands a vast pantheon in the northern cosmos, with formidable allies at his side. His realm boasts rich spiritual minds, precious divine herbs, and a multitude of exceptionally gifted divine beings. However, the northern cosmos is currently fraught with unrest, as several neighboring high gods covet my father's territory, frequently leading to minor skirmishes. Listening intently, Laos weighed the advantages and disadvantages in his mind. Should he acquiesce to Selena's proposal, he would step onto a new stage, confronting unprecedented challenges. He would gain his own realm, affording him the opportunity to fully express his talents and ambitions while utilizing the northern cosmos's abundant resources to elevate his power further. Moreover, with his own strength and wisdom, he might assist Selena's father in fortifying his domain and gaining an upper hand in this fierce competition. Yet, the attendant risks were not to be dismissed. Becoming embroiled in the wars among high gods could place his life in jeopardy. The brutality of war is unfathomable, and even the mightiest of high gods can fall in battle. Conversely, to refuse could provoke the ire of a high god, a consequence that bears grave implications in this universe. Such a high god might dispatch powerful minions to pursue him relentlessly, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Furthermore, his camaraderie with Selena could be severely strained by such a refusal, a development Laos wished to avoid at all costs. In this prolonged silence, the cosmic tides of energy surged relentlessly, as if urging Ross to make a decision. Within him, a tempest of thoughts raged, intertwining and colliding in a chaotic dance. He incessantly questioned himself, pondering the path he should embark upon. Observing Ross lost in contemplation, Selena felt an equal measure of anxiety. She understood the gravity of this decision for him, hence refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to await his resolution in silent anticipation. Her heart brimmed with hope that Ross would embrace this invitation, enabling them to once again stand united against the challenges that lay ahead. Time slipped by unnoticed, stretching on like an eternity. At last, Ross slowly lifted his head, a glimmer of determination reflecting in his gaze. He turned to Selena and said, "Selena, I need some time to deliberate. This matter concerns not only my fate, but also the future of many." Selena nodded in understanding, recognizing the weight of Ross's caution. "Very well, Ross. I shall wait here for you. Whatever decision you arrive at, I shall respect it." In the days that followed, Ross remained ensconced in his dwelling. Lost in thought, he paced the room, a myriad of images flooding his mind. He reflected on his days of seclusion, though serene. They often left him feeling isolated and adrift. He yearned for a grander stage, one that would allow his abilities to flourish and fulfill the ideals that resided within his heart. Perhaps the northern cosmos could serve as such a stage. Yet, he was also apprehensive that stepping into that intricate world might cost him the tranquility he currently possessed, drawing him into an abyss of conflict and peril. As he pondered, Ross began to recall the secrets of the fusion of Law's technique he had mastered. He contemplated whether it was feasible to refine this technique, enhancing its potency while mitigating the risk of detection. He endeavored to simulate various potential strategies in his mind, yet each time, he encountered a distinct quandary. The profundity of the fusion of laws was indeed daunting. Discovering a method of improvement in such a short span was no small feat meanwhile. Selena practiced diligently in an open space outside her abode. Although she was fervently eager to learn of Ross's decision, she recognized that such monumental matters could not be rushed. During this interval, she focused on solidifying her impending divine essence, amplifying her strength. An increasingly potent aura emanated from her, and the nascent form of her divine essence gradually became more pronounced. In this peculiar realm, time seemed to lose its significance. Ross was unaware of how long he had been deliberating when he finally reached a conclusion. He stepped out of his dwelling, gazing at Selena, who was engrossed in her training, and declared, "Selena, I have made my decision." Selena ceased her practice, rising with eyes filled with anticipation. Ross took a deep breath and stated, "I shall accompany you to the northern cosmos. However, I have one condition." "What condition?" Selena inquired eagerly. "I aspire to possess a measure of autonomy once I assume the mantle of lordship, managing the territory in accordance with my own principles. So long as I do not contravene your father's wishes, I refuse to be a mere puppet lord. I intend to safeguard this land and its inhabitants in my own unique manner." The determination and confidence radiated from Laos's gaze. Upon hearing this, Selena's face blossomed into a joyful smile. "No problem, Laos. I am convinced my father will acquiesce to your conditions. He is an enlightened deity who understands the significance of talent." Laos nodded, feeling a mix of trepidation and anticipation within him. He was acutely aware that he was on the brink of embarking on a wholly new journey. Chapter 126. Stepping into the chaotic abyss in the vast and enigmatic expanse of the universe, the laws of space wove through the ether like invisible threads, intricately intertwined. Laos and Selena stood side by side, enveloped in a soft, ethereal glow. This luminescence was a manifestation of their manipulation of the spatial laws, with tendrils of energy pulsating around them like playful sprites dancing in the air. Dressed in a sleek black ensemble that seemed to absorb light, Laos's attire clung to his athletic form, accentuating his composed and capable demeanor. His sharp, arched brows and striking features conveyed an air of resoluteness. The depth of his eyes shone with determination and courage, while his thin lips were pressed firmly together, betraying his inner resolve. His dark hair was neatly tied back, with a few wisps fluttering in the breeze, adding an element of untamed charm. At this moment, he was wholly focused on Selena's precision in locking onto the spatial coordinates, preparing for their imminent teleportation. Selena, radiant as the stars, donned a flowing gown of deep violet gossamer, seemingly woven from the mysterious mists of the cosmos. The fabric billowed gently, accentuating her enchanting silhouette as if she were a vision from a dream. Her cascading silver hair shimmered with an alluring luster under the ambient light, while her deep green eyes resembled the mystical depths of an ancient forest's serene pools. glimmering with intelligence and vitality. With delicate fingers, she gracefully summoned the power of the spatial laws, guiding it like an invisible hand to swiftly coalesce, arrange, and construct a passageway leading to her father's domain. Laos, are you ready? We shall now venture into my father's chaotic abyss. Celaena's voice rang clear and melodious, echoing through the void. Laos nodded slightly, a flicker of eagerness in his gaze. Indeed, you have shared much about the chaotic abyss along our journey. My curiosity is piqued. In an instant, the light emanating from Celaena intensified as the spatial passageway was unveiled, a profound darkness radiating from within, as if it sought to consume the surrounding light. Without hesitation, Laos and Celaena stepped into the void. Within the passageway, the concepts of time and space seemed to warp, as waves of deep black and dark purple light surged, overwhelming their senses. As a flicker of light enveloped them, the two emerged steadily beneath an extraordinary celestial tapestry. What lay before them was a spectacle both magnificent and eerily surreal. Countless stars converge, forming an expansive and boundless cluster, yet their hues are not the familiar bright tones. Instead, they exhibit peculiar shades of deep blue and dark purple, resembling a mysterious and perilous ocean of celestial bodies. Between these stars, enigmatic and potent streams of energy flow like serpentine dragons, intertwining and weaving an inscrutable web that tightly binds the entire star domain. These energy currents emanate a chilling aura, as if capable of freezing all that they touch. At the heart of this celestial expanse, an immense star radiates an eerie glow, its light not a warm illumination but a cold intimidation that seems to penetrate the very soul. Surrounding this star, several planets of diverse forms orbit with grace. Some planets are cloaked in twisted black mountains, their shapes reminiscent of monstrous beasts, poised to pounce. Others are enveloped in oceans of viscous, inky liquid, roiling and exuding a pungent scent, both mysterious and threatening. This is my father's chaotic realm, a territory renowned throughout the universe for its formidable power. Celaena's voice carried a note of pride, a deep acknowledgement of her family's legacy. Laos could not help but marvel at such a unique and potent star domain. Truly a rarity. As they spoke, a cadre of interstellar sentinels, radiating formidable energy, materialized before them, clad in specially designed armor of dark gray. Etched with mysterious runes that flickered with ghostly light, these guardians resonated with the energy waves surrounding them. They wielded long spears, their tips glimmering with a cold light, and their eyes betrayed a vigilant authority. Who approaches? To tread upon the chaotic realm. Do you possess a passage token? The foremost sentinel boomed, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Celaena stepped forward, her demeanor composed. I am Celaena, here to present a distinguished guest to my father. Clear the way. Upon hearing Celaena's name, the sentinels momentarily paused, their expressions shifting to surprise and reverence. The leading sentinel hastily knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Ah, it is Lady Celaena. We beg your pardon for any offense. Please, enter, we shall escort you." With that, the sentinels swiftly parted, creating a passage. Celaena and Laos exchanged a glance and proceeded onward. Throughout their journey, Laos observed that the surrounding space seemed to conceal countless energy nodes, intricately interconnected to form a vast and complex defensive network. Should any external threat arise, this network could activate instantaneously, unleashing formidable force. Before long, they arrived at a colossal planet, the main celestial body of Celaena's father, the Shadow Holy Star. Rising majestically from the planet's surface was a grand and magnificent city. The architectural style within this city was unique, imbued with an air of the strange and the mysterious. Towering spires twisted into bizarre shapes, while immense palaces exuded a stifling aura. In the expansive plazas, shadows flitted about, all enveloped in a mysterious ambience. At the heart of the city stood the most magnificent palace, a monument of grandeur and majesty. The palace is constructed entirely from a black stone that emanates a ghostly luminescence, its surface adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient curses, chronicling countless secrets. Atop the palace, a colossal gemstone is embedded, radiating a profound glow akin to a black hole, seemingly capable of drawing everything into its depths, illuminating the surrounding area while simultaneously rendering it more foreboding. Celaena and Ross approached the palace directly. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, its surface engraved with complex runes and designs that appeared to harbor endless malevolent power, pulsating with formidable energy. Celaena extended her hand, gently pressing against one of the runes on the door. In an instant, the rune blazed with brilliance, causing the entire door to tremble. With a low rumbling sound, the door gradually opened, and a powerful, sinister aura rushed forth. Miss Selena, you have finally returned. The master has been awaiting your arrival. A venerable and respectful voice emanated from within the palace. An elderly man, clad in ornate black attire, emerged with swift steps, his gaunt face reflecting deep concern for Selena. Mob, where is my father now? Selena inquired with a smile. Mob replied, the master is in the hall of the underworld, and he has specifically instructed that you be brought in immediately upon your arrival. With that, Mob led the way, guiding Selena and Ross deeper into the palace. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, the walls were adorned with eerie murals depicting various terrifying scenes and the bloody exploits of Selena's ancestral lineage. Ross walked alongside, attentively admiring the murals, gaining a profound understanding of the history and heritage of Selena's family. At last, they arrived before a colossal door, towering several meters high. Crafted from a mysterious black metal, its surface engraved with intricate runes and designs that flickered with an ethereal light, as if recounting ancient curses. Mob stepped forward and gently pressed a button on the door. The door slowly creaked open, and an overwhelming and malevolent aura surged forth. Miss Selena, Mr. Ross, please enter. Mob inclined slightly, gesturing for them to proceed. Selena took a deep breath and stepped inside first, with Ross following closely behind. Within lay a vast temple, its ceiling soaring high as if connecting to the dark recesses of the universe. Surrounding the temple were towering stone columns, similarly etched with runes and designs. At the very center of the temple, a grand circular magical array emitted a profound glow, and within it sat a figure in a meditative posture. This was none other than Selena's father, Erebos, the sovereign of the chaotic abyss. Erebos was adorned in a long black robe intricately embroidered with dark red runes and designs, pulsating with an aura of malevolence that flickered with each breath he took. His countenance was stern and imposing, with black hair coiled serpent-like at the back of his head. His eyes closed, radiating a chilling presence that instilled fear. As the two entered, Erebos slowly opened his eyes, a crimson glimmer flashing within them, akin to two blazing hellfires that instantaneously illuminated the entire temple. His gaze fell upon Selena, and a hint of a gratified smile graced his lips. Selena, you have returned. Subsequently, Erebos turned his attention to Laos, surveying him from head to toe before speaking slowly. Laos, you have journeyed far. I have long heard of your divine essence, melded with 16 laws, distinguishing you among your peers. I have summoned you today due to your boundless potential, with the intention of inviting you to become a lord of my chaos abyss. A tremor coursed through Laos' heart, although he had anticipated this. Hearing Erebos articulate it stirred an undeniable excitement within him. Steadying his emotions, he respectfully replied, I am deeply honored by your esteemed recognition, senior. However, as a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with the affairs of the chaos abyss and fear I may not be equal to the task. Erebos smiled faintly. Though his expression bore an elusive quality, this is of no concern. Selena will assist you in familiarizing yourself with the matters of the domain. With your talent, given time, you shall govern your territory with unwavering strength, contributing to the foundations of the chaos abyss. Selena nodded encouragingly from beside him. Laos, my father's vision is unparalleled, rest assured. With my support, you will quickly acclimate. Erebos continued, though the chaos abyss is remote, it is rich in resources and teeming with powerful beings. Here, you will encounter unique cultivation resources and methods that will significantly benefit your integration of the laws and enhance your strength. After a moment of contemplation, Laos knelt on one knee. I am grateful for your profound favor, and I pledge to serve the chaos abyss diligently and honorably. Erebos nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall commence preparations. Once I arrange the transfer of your territory, you will assume your position without delay. Upon exiting the temple, Mober arranged accommodations for Laos. The residence was situated in a secluded corner of the palace. While the atmosphere exuded an eerie quality, it was well appointed. Mr. Laos, please rest here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon the attendants, Mober said with a smile. Laos expressed his gratitude to Mober and entered the room. Although it was not lavishly decorated, it emanated an air of mystery, featuring a spacious bed with bedding that exuded a faint, peculiar fragrance. On one side of the room, a massive window offered a view of an enigmatic garden outside, where black plants twisted and grew, emanating an ethereal glow. Approaching the window, Laos gazed at the surreal scenery, his mind brimming with aspirations and plans for the future. His arrival in the chaos abyss, to become a lord of this realm, was both an opportunity and a challenge. He silently vowed to make the most of the resources available, to enhance his strength, and to establish a firm foothold in this new territory, living up to Erebos' expectations. In the days that followed, accompanied by Selena, Laos began to familiarize himself with the customs and power structures of the Chaos Abyss. He learned that this star domain was populated by many formidable beings. Besides Erebos, the powerful emperor of the realm, there were numerous high-ranking and mid-ranking deities overseeing various regions. Each area possessed its own unique cultivation methods and resources, broadening Laos's horizons considerably. Simultaneously, he began to familiarize himself with the affairs of the territory he was about to inherit. From the intricate layout of defensive structures to the allocation of resources, each aspect was both complex and critical. Selena patiently elucidated these matters for him, sharing her insights and experiences, often engaging in deep discussions that extended late into the night. As he grew increasingly acquainted with the territory's affairs, beneath the calm facade, turbulent currents were brewing. On the borders of the chaotic abyss, certain factions had sensed the stirrings of the new lord's ascension and were quietly scheming. A tempest surrounding the territory seemed to be silently brewing. In the subsequent days, Ross devoted himself wholeheartedly to the governance of his newfound domain. He traversed every corner of the territory daily, meticulously inspecting the defensive fortifications and engaging in profound strategic discussions with his commanders, while simultaneously delving into the unique cultivation resources of the territory, all in an effort to enhance the overall strength of his realm. Selena remained by his side, leveraging her profound knowledge of the chaotic abyss to address Ross's queries, their collaboration growing increasingly harmonious. Meanwhile, Selena immersed herself in intense cultivation. She had inherited the formidable bloodline of her father, Erebus, possessing immense potential. Yet she encountered a bottleneck in the fusion of principles. Drawing from his own experiences of harmonizing 16 principles, Ross shared his insights with Selena, guiding her to comprehend the power of these principles from a novel perspective. In a secluded valley deep within the territory, Selena sat cross-legged atop a massive black rock, enveloped in a rich, dark purple radiance. Her eyes were tightly shut, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her expression a mix of anguish and concentration. The surrounding space shimmered with the intensity of her powerful fluctuations of principle, appearing as if it might shatter at any moment. Ross stood not far away, his gaze fixed upon Selena, brimming with concern and anticipation. He understood the significance of Selena's impending breakthrough. As time slowly passed, Selena's breath grew increasingly erratic, the force of the principles within her surging tumultuously, striving to break free from their constraints. Suddenly, she let out a low cry, her radiance multiplying several-fold. The chaotic force of principles gradually stabilizing, intertwining and merging to form a new and more potent wave of power. She had succeeded. A flicker of joy illuminated Ross's eyes as he hastily approached Selena. Slowly, Selena opened her eyes, filled with excitement and joy. Thanks to you, Ross. Without your shared insights, I might still be in confusion. In that moment, Selena's strength ascended to a new realm. The number of principles fused with her divine essence increasing, her aura becoming ever more potent and enigmatic, rendering her a formidable force not to be underestimated in the chaotic abyss. However, while the internal affairs of the chaotic abyss flourished in peace, external changes were quietly unfolding. In the neighboring region of the Crimson Sky Blazing Star Domain, its lord, Beelzebub, upon hearing of the new lord's swift transformation of the chaotic abyss, felt a surge of jealousy and unease. Beelzebub, a Dominion-level emperor, was known for his greedy and brutal nature. His domain was renowned for its powerful fire principles, with his armies rampaging through surrounding territories, frequently encroaching upon others. Beelzebub's audacity to provoke the chaotic abyss was not without calculation. He had unexpectedly acquired the ancient artifact, the heart of the flame demon. This artifact, shrouded in mystery, was said to contain the terrifying power of the primordial flame demon, capable of exponentially amplifying the user's strength in a brief span. Secondly, he learned through the spies he had placed in the chaotic abyss that Erebus, in pursuit of ascension to a higher realm, had entered an extremely critical period of deep meditation, rendering him unable to divert his attention to worldly matters in the short term. In Beelzebub's view, this presented an exceptional opportunity to expand his influence and suppress the chaotic abyss. Rather than hastily entering the fray himself, Beelzebub opted to employ cunning strategies. He discreetly reached out to several discontented factions surrounding the chaotic abyss, using abundant resources and enticing benefits as bait to incite them to create turmoil at the borders of the chaotic abyss. In no time, conflicts erupted along the borders, with skirmishes becoming frequent. Let these minor factions wear down the strength of the chaotic abyss. When they are utterly exhausted, I shall strike and reap the rewards. Beelzebub thought, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he sat in his opulent palace. Upon learning of the disturbances at the borders, Laos and Selena immediately set about addressing the situation. They fortified border defenses and organized military patrols while dispatching intelligence personnel to investigate the machinations behind these conflicts. Following thorough reconnaissance, the intelligence agents discerned that an invisible hand seemed to be orchestrating the movements of these minor factions. Laos and Selena quickly realized that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. It seems we have encountered formidable adversaries. There must be a powerful force pulling the strings behind these factions, Laos remarked, his brow furrowed, an expression grave. A flicker of anger flashed in Selena's eyes. Whoever dares to disrupt the peace of the chaotic abyss shall face our wrath. Just as they were preparing to delve deeper into the investigation, Beelzebub unleashed a new scheme. Harnessing the power of the chaotic flame dragon seal, he conjured formidable illusions, spreading rumors across the star systems surrounding the chaotic abyss, claiming that Erebus had succumbed to madness and perished during his meditation, plunging the chaotic abyss into impending chaos. This rumor spread swiftly, inciting panic and uncertainty among certain factions within the chaotic abyss. Beelzebub's tactics are ruthless. He not only creates external troubles, but also seeks to undermine us from within. Laos gritted his teeth in frustration. In the face of internal strife and external threats, Laos and Selena resolved to stabilize their internal situation first. They convened an emergency meeting of various factions within the chaotic abyss, where Selena, displaying her formidable strength and unwavering confidence, reassured everyone about Erebus's meditation status, calming their fears. Simultaneously, Laos proposed a series of strategies to counter external threats, including enhancing military training and optimizing defensive layouts. Once internal stability was achieved, Laos and Selena devoted themselves to thoroughly investigating Beelzebub's schemes. Now that we know who our true enemy is, we have a plan of action, Laos declared, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination. Beelzebub, await your reckoning. You shall pay dearly for your transgressions. Chapter 128. The Rise of the Chaotic Border. Laos stood at the border of the chaotic abyss, his gaze deep and piercing, penetrating the swirling mist as he fixated intently on the perilous juncture that concealed lurking dangers. Behind him, Selena approached with a graceful demeanor, having successfully transcended her previous limitations. She now emanated an aura of formidable and enigmatic power, her emerald eyes reflecting a keen concern for the unfolding situation. Laws. Recent intelligence indicates that the factions seduced by Beelzebub are gathering, seemingly poised to launch a new offensive. Her voice, though melodious, bore an undertone of gravity. Law's lips curled into a confident smile, a subtle arc of assurance. Just as well, I have been anticipating their arrival. This time, they shall not return. He contemplated in silence, aware that while these minor factions were individually weak, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. If he could absorb their source worlds, employing the arcane techniques he had mastered, he could accelerate the fusion of Laws and greatly enhance his own power. In the days that followed, Laws meticulously orchestrated his plans. He led his troops to construct a series of concealed, yet intricate defensive fortifications along the border. To the untrained eye, they appeared casual and unremarkable, but they were riddled with clever traps. Hidden pitfalls lay in wait at every crucial juncture, while formidable magical arrays were artfully concealed beneath the ground, primed to activate the moment the enemy stepped onto the territory. Simultaneously, he deployed elite reconnaissance teams to closely monitor the movements of the minor factions. At last, on a night shrouded in darkness and howling winds, the armies of these factions surged forth like a tide. They brandished bizarre weapons, shouting chaotic slogans, charging aggressively toward the border of the chaotic abyss. Leading the charge were several mid-tier deities, their faces alight with greed and fervor, driven by Beelzebub's promises of bountiful rewards at the edge of the abyss. Fools, utterly oblivious to the doom that awaits them, Laws scoffed, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. He quietly channeled the power of the Laws within him, activating the prearranged magical arrays. In an instant, the earth trembled, and black spikes erupted violently from below, impaling the front ranks of the enemy. Simultaneously, tendrils of dark purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking precisely at the heart of the enemy forces, followed by a cacophony of explosions and anguished cries. The minor factions' army descended into chaos, utterly unprepared for such a fierce ambush. Amidst their disarray, Laws darted forward like a black meteor, plunging into their ranks. He unleashed a unique martial technique, a fusion of various laws, each punch infused with tremendous power, sending foes sprawling in every direction. With each strike, enemies fell, and their source worlds flickered forth like sparks from their shattered forms. Seizing the moment, Laws executed his arcane arts, a powerful suction emanating from his palms, rapidly drawing the source worlds into himself. With eyes tightly shut, he worked feverishly to accelerate the fusion of Laws amidst the fierce battle. With each source world absorbed, he felt the power of the Laws within him swell, his divine essence becoming increasingly solidified. Selena, equally resolute, wielded her staff, unleashing waves of potent dark purple energy that reduced enemies to ashes wherever they struck. In perfect harmony, she and Laws coordinated their efforts, one on the offensive, the other supporting, pushing the minor factions' forces into retreat. As the battle raged on, Laws absorbed an increasing number of primordial worlds, his aura growing ever more tempestuous, as if on the verge of transcending a certain limit. At that moment, several mid-tier deities on the opposing side seemed to perceive Laws' intentions. Exchanging resolute glances, they abandoned most of their soldiers and charged towards him. "We cannot allow him to continue absorbing, otherwise, we shall all perish," one of the mid-tier deities shouted. They unleashed their most formidable attacks, flames, frost, and lightning, among other elemental forces, intertwining to form a torrent of devastating energy that surged towards Laws. Feeling the immense pressure, Laws did not flinch. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the Laws he had just absorbed, coalescing them into a robust shield. The energy torrent collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the battlefield. The force of the impact staggered Laws back a few steps, yet his shield remained as steadfast as a mountain. Seizing the moment amidst the enemy's assault, Laws suddenly retaliated, executing a forbidden martial technique. The Laws within him erupted in an instant, forming a colossal black vortex that engulfed the mid-tier deities entirely. Within the vortex, the mid-tier deities struggled in terror, yet their power seemed trivial before Laws' unleashed Laws. Soon, their bodies were obliterated by the vortex, and Laws absorbed their primordial worlds completely. With the essence of these mid-tier deities within him, Laws finally encountered the opportunity for a breakthrough. He felt the Laws within him surging like a flood breaking free from its dam, the previously slow merging of Laws accelerating rapidly. Immediately, he seated himself cross-legged, channeling his secret techniques to hasten the fusion of the Laws. Seeing this, Selena swiftly approached Laws, forming a protective barrier around him. She unleashed a powerful energy shield, keeping all surrounding foes at bay to ensure Laws could focus on his breakthrough. Amidst the fierce battle, Laws entered a profound state of cultivation. His consciousness immersed in chaos, the various Laws spun wildly around his divine essence, colliding and merging. As time passed, Laws' aura intensified. A formidable energy field began to manifest around him, warping the very space itself. Finally, with a deafening roar, Laws achieved his breakthrough. His power soared from that of an ordinary high-tier deity to the true realm of a high-tier deity. The number of Laws fused within his divine essence increased once more, and he could distinctly feel his mastery over the Laws reaching an entirely new pinnacle. With his newfound strength, Laws slowly opened his eyes, their brilliance shimmering like stars. Rising to his feet, he gently waved his arm, and the overwhelming force of his Laws surged forth, instantaneously reducing the remaining enemies to mere dust. "Selena, we have succeeded," Laws declared, his voice tinged with unmistakable exhilaration. Selena gazed at the transformed Laws, her eyes brimming with joy and admiration. "Congratulations, Laws. You are now even more powerful." After this battle, Ross not only successfully repelled the incursion of the minor faction, but also significantly enhanced his own strength. He understood that this was merely the initial step in opposing Baalzeb. Subsequently, he intended to exhibit his formidable fangs to Baalzeb, fighting for the peace and tranquility of the chaotic abyss. Upon clearing the battlefield, Ross and Selena began to assess their gains. They discovered that this confrontation not only eradicated numerous foes, but also yielded a wealth of precious cultivation resources and weaponry. These resources would greatly aid in augmenting the overall strength of the chaotic abyss. "These resources can be utilized to bolster our border defenses and military establishment," Ross remarked. Selena nodded in agreement. "Indeed, and we must remain vigilant against Baalzeb's next move. He will undoubtedly not relent." Thereafter, Ross and Selena meticulously documented the details of the battle and the captured resources, dispatching a messenger to the core region of the chaotic abyss to report the situation to other factions and to allocate the resources judiciously. Simultaneously, they began to further reinforce and upgrade the border fortifications to guard against any future assaults from the enemy. In the days that followed, Ross did not cease his cultivation. He was acutely aware that in this universe where the strong reigned supreme, Only through the continuous enhancement of his abilities could he secure an invincible position in future battles. He delved deeper into the powers of the laws he had integrated, exploring potent martial techniques and magic. Concurrently, he shared his combat experiences and insights with his subordinates, aiding them in their own growth. Selena, too, diligently solidified her newly attained realm. She and Ross exchanged cultivation insights, progressing together on the path of refinement. Through their combined efforts, the borders of the chaotic abyss gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility, yet beneath this calm lay the brewing of a more tempestuous storm. Upon learning of the complete annihilation of the minor faction he had dispatched, Balzeb was consumed with rage. He had never anticipated that a newly arrived lord could possess such prowess, not only repelling his forces, but also augmenting his strength during the fray. What a formidable Ross! What a splendid chaotic abyss! I shall ensure that you pay a grievous price for your actions today. Balzeb seethed through clenched teeth. He began to re-strategize, amassing greater forces to prepare for a more ferocious assault on the chaotic abyss. Simultaneously, he sought additional allies, striving to gain the upper hand in this war against the chaotic abyss. On the other side, Ross and Selena remained vigilant, closely monitoring Balzeb's movements. They were acutely aware that a greater challenge loomed on the horizon. In the ensuing days, a palpable tension pervaded the borders of the chaotic abyss. Both sides were quietly gathering strength, and a more intense conflict appeared imminent. Chapter 129. The counterattack of the chaotic abyss. Ross stood within the core assembly hall of the chaotic abyss. The walls adorned with luminescent gemstones that cast an air of mystery and solemnity throughout the chamber. Beside a colossal stone table, several lords of the chaotic abyss gathered, exuding formidable auras and unique presences. With unwavering resolve, Lao surveyed the assembly and spoke with a resonant and inspiring voice. Esteemed colleagues, Balzeb harbors nefarious ambitions, seeking to engulf our chaotic abyss. If we do not act swiftly, we shall all find ourselves as his captives. The Fire Rock Lord, a towering figure enveloped in black flames, furrowed his brow with concern and remarked, Lord Laos, we are all aware of Balzeb's threat. Yet as the Emperor of the Star Domain, his power is unparalleled, and his vast army looms near. What chance do we truly have in a direct confrontation? Calmly, Lao smiled with a hint of confidence, replying, I completely understand your concerns, Fire Rock Lord. However, we are not without our advantages. Though Lord Erebos is currently in seclusion, the chaotic abyss possesses profound resources, and each of you is a formidable force in your own right. Moreover, I have discovered that Balzeb is leading his army without his personal presence, presenting us with an extraordinary opportunity. The Ice Wave Lord, clad in a white robe and bearing a stern countenance, fixed his sharp gaze upon Laos and inquired, even so, we must not underestimate Balzeb's forces. What strategies does Lord Laos propose for overcoming them? A glimmer of brilliance shone in Lao's eyes as he gestured gracefully in the air, conjuring a vast star map that materialized before them. The intricate distribution of the chaotic abyss's boundaries and surrounding celestial phenomena was vividly displayed, with countless stars twinkling amidst a labyrinth of interstellar pathways. Pointing to a cluster of stars on the map, he declared, Behold this location, known as the Abyssal Star Cluster, where gravitational disturbances and dark matter flow create a complex terrain, making it an ideal ambush site. I have already established a powerful magical array within the cluster. Should we lure Balzeb's army into it, we shall ensnare them effortlessly. The Shadow Lord, small of stature with a cunning glint in his eye, expressed his doubts, asking, But how do we ensure they willingly walk into the trap of the Abyssal Star Cluster? This requires our collective effort, Laos responded with unwavering determination. Gazing intently at his peers, I will first feign retreat to entice the enemy into pursuit. During this time, I urge each of you to lead your elite forces, seizing the opportune moment to launch a flank assault, disrupting their formation and gradually guiding them into the Abyssal Star Cluster. Once they enter, we can harness the power of the magical array to annihilate them in one fell swoop. The Fire Rock Lord stroked his chin thoughtfully and after a moment, replied, Though the plan is clever, it carries considerable risk. If we fail to draw the enemy into the cluster in time, our scheme could be unveiled, leading us into peril. Laos nodded solemnly, acknowledging, You speak wisely, Fire Rock Lord. Thus, I pledge that should this venture successfully repel Balzeb's forces, I shall offer 1/3 of the rare cultivation resources from my domain to share with you all. Furthermore, for the ensuing year, my team of craftsmen will provide their services free of charge to enhance your defensive structures. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted into fervent discussion. The promise of abundant resources and upgraded fortifications held immense allure for the lords present. The Lord of Ice Wave took the lead, his tone resolute. I, the Lord of Ice Wave, shall heed the command of Lord Ross and unite to confront Balzeb. The Lord of Shadows promptly echoed his sentiment. My Shadow Realm will join as well. Inspired by these two leaders, other lords expressed their willingness to partake in this endeavor. They engaged in a profound discussion regarding the details of the operation, delineating their respective duties, the timing of the action, and the means of interstellar communication. Days later, Balzeb's formidable army surged forth like a relentless tide of darkness towards the chaotic abyss. Leading the charge were his two fierce generals, the Flame Demon General and the Poison Dragon General. The Flame Demon General was enveloped in blazing flames, his every movement igniting the air, warping the very fabric of space with searing heat. The Poison Dragon General exuded a nauseating miasma, unleashing toxic fog that corroded all who dared to approach. Both possessed power surpassing that of high-ranking deities, their presence imposing. Upon receiving the news, Ross immediately led his legion to the border to confront the enemy. The two forces met on an expansive interstellar wasteland, and in an instant, the air was filled with battle cries and the luminous flashes of magic. Ross commanded his legion to feign defeat, retreating while maintaining a tight formation, appearing chaotic yet strategically cohesive. The Flame Demon General, witnessing this, erupted into a piercing laughter. This new lord of the chaotic abyss is nothing but a farce. Pursue them, leave no one behind. With that, he led his forces in relentless pursuit. During the chase, the Lord of Fire Rock and the Lord of Ice Wave executed their plan, leading their elite forces to flank the enemy. The Lord of Fire Rock unleashed a formidable fire spell, colossal flames soaring skyward and instantly engulfing swathes of the enemy. The Lord of Ice Wave wielded ice magic, freezing the ground beneath the enemy's feet, as countless ice spikes erupted from the earth, disrupting the enemy's formation. Furious, the Flame Demon General and the Poison Dragon General diverted a portion of their troops to fend off the flank attack, while they continued to chase Ross. As Ross adeptly commanded his legion's retreat, he subtly guided the enemy towards the abyssal star cluster, utilizing the unique terrain of the cosmos. Upon the enemy's entry into the abyssal star cluster, Ross felt a surge of triumph and decisively signaled. Instantly, the concealed magical array within the star cluster was activated, enveloping the entire area in a profound black veil. The dark matter flowing within the cluster, influenced by the magical array, transformed into massive black serpents, ensnaring the enemy and rendering them immobile. Not good. We've fallen into a trap. The Flame Demon General's countenance shifted drastically as he urgently commanded his forces to break free, yet the black veil proved impervious. Their full frontal assaults merely created ripples upon its surface. Seeing the enemy ensnared, Ross swiftly turned his legion around and, alongside the armies of the other lords, launched a fierce counterattack. He unleashed formidable martial techniques that harmonized multiple laws, each strike radiating immense force, sending surrounding foes reeling. The other lords showcased their own prowess, with the flames of the Lord of Fire Rock, the frost of the Lord of Ice Wave, and the dark powers of the Lord of Shadows intertwining to create a deadly net within the star cluster. Fully aware of the dire situation, the Flame Demon General and the Poison Dragon General unleashed their most potent techniques, striving to carve a path through the chaos. The Flame Demon General was enveloped in a surging inferno, manifesting as a colossal vortex of flames that consumed all approaching assaults. Meanwhile, the Poison Dragon General unleashed a vast cloud of toxic gas, shrouding an extensive area within the star cluster in a miasma of poison. Observing the unfolding chaos, Laos let out a cold snort, declaring, "Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple." He summoned the power of the laws within him, materializing a massive black sword of light, its blade adorned with flickering runes that exuded an aura of cataclysmic destruction. Grasping the luminous sword, he charged towards the Flame Demon General, each swing imbued with formidable law energy, clashing fiercely against the fiery vortex, resulting in thunderous detonations. While Laos engaged in a fierce duel with the Flame Demon General, other lords were embroiled in a desperate struggle against the Poison Dragon General and the enemy soldiers. The battlefield was a cacophony of magical brilliance, the clashing of weapons, and the intertwined cries of battle and anguish. After an intense confrontation, the enemy soldiers found themselves in dire straits, suffering heavy casualties. The Flame Demon General and the Poison Dragon General, sensing the tide had turned against them, were consumed by despair. Exchanging a glance, they resolved to muster every ounce of strength for a final stand. The Flame Demon General invoked a forbidden spell, pushing his power to its utmost limit, recklessly charging towards Laos. while the poison dragon general coalesced all his toxic gas into a gigantic sphere, hurling it towards the army of the chaotic abyss. Feeling the lethal intent of the flame demon general's strike, Laos did not dare to be complacent. He released the full extent of his law power, forming an impenetrable shield before him. The impact of the flame demon general's assault struck the shield with tremendous force, causing Laos to stagger, yet the shield remained steadfast. Simultaneously, the other lords sprang into action to counter the poison dragon general's toxic sphere. The Fire Rock Lord conjured a massive firewall, attempting to block the sphere from advancing. The Ice Wave Lord manipulated frost to freeze the air surrounding the sphere, slowing its velocity. Through their combined efforts, the toxic sphere ultimately detonated not far from the army, releasing a potent cloud of poison. Yet the collective magic of the lords successfully mitigated the widespread damage. As the final strike proved futile, the resolve of the Flame Demon General and the Poison Dragon General crumbled entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Laos and the other lords launched a decisive assault, vanquishing the two generals, who collapsed to the ground, their breaths extinguished. With the demise of the two commanding figures, Balzeb's army lost all capacity for resistance. The forces of the chaotic abyss pursued relentlessly, annihilating the remaining enemy troops. After the battle concluded, Laos and the other lords stood upon the battlefield, gazing at the land strewn with debris, their hearts heavy with reflection. This arduous conflict had tested their limits, yet they had triumphed over Balzeb's formidable army, safeguarding the dignity of the chaotic abyss. The resounding victory was owed entirely to the unity and cooperation among the lords. "I shall uphold my promise," Laos proclaimed, "and deliver the resources and craftsmen to each of you. You are too modest, Lord Laos. Without your meticulous strategy, we could scarcely have achieved such a glorious result," remarked the Ice Wave Lord. The other lords nodded in agreement, their admiration for Laos deepening following this battle. He had not only exhibited extraordinary strength, but also displayed exceptional leadership and wisdom, guiding them to victory. After this battle, the prestige of the chaotic abyss surged, and surrounding forces no longer dared to provoke it lightly. Through this victory, Ross firmly established his foothold within the chaotic abyss, becoming a highly esteemed lord. However, Ross was acutely aware that Baalzebub would not relent easily. This defeat would only incite him to seek vengeance with greater fervor. Nevertheless, Ross remained undaunted. He would continue to enhance his strength and stand shoulder to shoulder with the other lords of the chaotic abyss, collectively safeguarding this mysterious and formidable star domain, ready to face even more severe challenges in the future. Chapter 130. The storm approaches within the resplendent and opulent palace of the red sky burning heaven star domain. Suffused with searing heat, Baalzebub seethed with fury. He struck out with a fist, instantly shattering a table crafted from rare star cores. Flames erupted wildly around him, casting a more terrifying glow throughout the palace. A bunch of worthless fools. To fall into an ambush yet again, the entire army annihilated. His roar reverberated through the palace, causing the surrounding guards to tremble in fear, kneeling down, scarcely daring to breathe. This consecutive defeat had ignited Baalzebub's rage, simmering like molten lava, on the verge of eruption. Yet, upon regaining his composure, a flicker of barely perceptible delight flashed in his eyes. "Humph, in our two encounters, that old coot Erebos has been utterly silent. It seems the intel was accurate. He must be in a critical period of seclusion," Baalzebub murmured to himself, a sinister smile creeping across his face. This was an unprecedented opportunity. If he could seize the chaotic abyss in one fell swoop, his power would multiply exponentially, establishing him as the preeminent overlord of this universe. Baalzebub understood that conquering the chaotic abyss solely with his own strength would not be an easy feat thus. He resolved to forge alliances with the neighboring domain lords. He extended invitations to several powerful lords, laced with enticing promises of shared spoils, assuring them that if they joined forces to attack the chaotic abyss, they would divide its abundant resources and vast territories afterward. However, most lords, wary of Erebos' formidable reputation, dared not take risks, even in his seclusion. Only one lord, named Morlock, was swayed by Baalzebub's vivid portrayal of the prospects and decided to heed his call. Morlock ruled the putrid underworld river star domain, where nauseating black mists hung heavy, and the underworld river flowed with a stench of decay. Morlock himself possessed strength at the level of a star domain emperor, adept at wielding the powers of decay and curses, commanding an army that was unpredictable and insidious. "Morlock, it is splendid that you could come. With your partnership, the chaotic abyss shall surely fall into our grasp," Baalzebub exclaimed, greeting Morlock with a beaming smile and fervent enthusiasm. Morlock nodded slightly, his pallid face betraying no emotion. In a hoarse voice, he replied, Beelzebub, I do not wish to have made this journey in vain. You must ensure that this endeavor is foolproof. The benefits I seek cannot be diminished. Rest assured, the resources of the chaotic abyss are abundant. Any share you receive will far surpass what you possess in your putrid underworld Riverstar domain. Beelzebub declared, thumping his chest in assurance. This time, I will personally lead the army, ensuring that those in the chaotic abyss understand our might. Soon, Balzeph and Morlock began to assemble their armies. The soldiers under Balzeph's command were robust and vigorous, their bodies engulfed in searing flames, while their weapons gleamed with a radiant heat. In contrast, Morlock's forces emanated a sinister aura, their skin a deep shade of blue-black, and their weapons entwined with a decaying power, as if capable of eroding all in their path. The two armies marched towards the chaotic abyss, their imposing presence overshadowing the light of the stars, casting a pall over the cosmos. Meanwhile, in the chaotic abyss, Lord Rouse and the other lords were not idle. Aware that Balzeph would not relent, they diligently bolstered their defenses and enhanced the strength of their armies. Drawing from the primal world he had absorbed in previous battles, Rouse grew increasingly powerful, mastering the laws with greater finesse. He devoted day and night to exploring how to integrate the newly fused powers of the laws into combat, devising numerous formidable techniques. Selena also worked tirelessly to solidify her newfound strength, exchanging insights with Rouse, her own power steadily ascending. The other lords returned to their territories, rallying their elite forces, intensifying training, and fortifying their defenses. One day, a soldier responsible for reconnaissance hurried in with alarming news. Lord Rouse, dire tidings. Balzeph himself leads a great army and has allied with Morlock from the corrupted Riverstar domain, advancing towards our chaotic abyss. Upon hearing this, Rouse's expression turned grave. He promptly summoned the lords for an urgent meeting in the core council chamber of the chaotic abyss. Esteemed lords, Balzeph approaches with a fierce intent, personally leading the charge and bringing allies. It appears we are in for a formidable battle, Rouse declared solemnly. Lord Fyrock furrowed his brow and clenched his fists. Why should we fear him? We defeated his subordinates last time. We can repel him again. However, Lord Icewave calmly countered, the situation is different this time. Both Balzeph and Morlock are formidable beings at the Star Domain Emperor level, and their armies are exceedingly powerful. We must proceed with caution. The assembly nodded in agreement. Commencing discussions on their countermeasures, Rouse studied the star map, contemplating before stating, the coalition of Balzeph and Morlock will likely traverse this route. He indicated a specific interstellar passage on the map, a shortcut into the chaotic abyss. In their haste to conclude matters swiftly, they will probably opt for this path. We can set multiple traps here and leverage the terrain to deplete their forces. Lord Shadow's eyes brightened. A splendid idea. I can lead my Shadow Legion to ambush them from the concealed flanks of the passage, striking just as they fall into our trap, catching them off guard. Lord Icewave continued, I will employ ice magic to freeze the ground within the passage, hindering their advance, and setting up ice spike traps to catch them unawares. Not to be outdone, Lord Fyrock asserted, I shall conjure a fiery barrier in the passage to further impede their progress. Once they are ensnared, I will unleash a fierce assault. Rouse listened attentively to the plans of the various lords, nodding silently in agreement. He added, I shall lead my main forces to confront the enemy head-on at the end of the passage. The lords will coordinate from the flanks and rear to encircle them. Simultaneously, we must prepare backup forces in advance to guard against any breaches in our lines. Once the discussions concluded, everyone returned to their territories, diligently preparing for battle. They set up numerous magical formations and traps along the interstellar passage, with soldiers patrolling day and night, ready for any eventuality. The entire chaotic nether realm was enveloped in a tense pre-battle atmosphere, as all understood that a monumental conflict, one that would determine the fate of the chaotic nether realm, was imminent. On the coalition's side, Balzeb and Morlock led their forces, advancing swiftly along the interstellar passage. Balzeb, seated in a chariot drawn by fire demons, exuded an air of authority, his gaze fixed ahead, brimming with greed and ambition. The chaotic nether realm will soon be mine. Erebos, I look forward to witnessing your expression when I conquer your lands. Morlock, trailing beside him, cast a chilling glance towards the chaotic nether realm, coldly remarking, I hope this time we can reap sufficient rewards. Otherwise, you, Balzeb, will have much to answer for. Fear not, Morlock. Once we seize the chaotic nether realm, your share will be guaranteed, Balzeb replied confidently. As the coalition drew closer to the borders of the chaotic nether realm, the stage was set for an intense battle. The fate of the chaotic nether realm hung in the balance. Whether Rouse and the lords could once more work miracles and repel the formidable coalition remained uncertain. Chapter 131. The chaotic reversal at the borders of the chaotic nether realm. The interstellar passage was ablaze with the fires of war. The clamor of battle cries intertwining with the explosions of magic. Rouse, leading the coalition of the chaotic nether realm, engaged in a desperate struggle against the armies of Baalzeb and Morlock. Rouse unleashed his full prowess, executing powerful martial techniques that amalgamated various laws, each punch conjuring a tempest of energy that swept through the enemy ranks. However, facing two domain emperors, Rouse's forces gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Baalzeb was engulfed in searing crimson flames, the temperature so intense that the very fabric of space warped in his presence. Wielding the infernal battle axe, each swing unleashed cataclysmic force, causing the soldiers of the chaotic nether realm to fall like ashes before his might. Meanwhile, Morlock commanded the power of the Stygian River, a noxious mist and foul waters spreading forth, causing the bodies of soldiers to decay rapidly, their anguished cries piercing the air. Witnessing his comrades fall around him, Rouse was consumed by sorrow and urgency. He shouted fervently to bolster morale as he charged towards Baalzeb, determined to engage this formidable foe. "Baalzeb, today shall be your final resting place," Rouse roared, his black luminous sword radiating a fierce light as he struck at Baalzeb. Baalzeb scoffed, effortlessly blocking Rouse's attack with his battle axe, the immense force reverberating through Rouse's arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the sword. "You believe you can obstruct me? You are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot," Beelzebub mocked, then launched a more ferocious assault, flames surging like a tumultuous tide towards Ross. Under the fierce onslaught of the two emperors, the defenses of the chaotic nether realm began to crumble, with soldiers suffering heavy casualties and retreating in disarray. Ross understood in his heart that if this continued, the chaotic nether realm would surely face annihilation. However, all of this was, in fact, part of Erebus's scheme. Months prior, Erebus had sensed Beelzebub's ambitions swelling, and to eradicate this threat entirely, he devised a cunning plan. He intentionally spread rumors of his own seclusion, creating an illusion of a leaderless chaotic nether realm, while simultaneously instructing Ross to engage in continuous skirmishes with Beelzebub's forces at the border, luring Beelzebub into a trap. He knew well that Beelzebub, greedy and arrogant, would not be able to resist personally leading an army to attack. The unexpected arrival of Morlock only enhanced Erebus's belief that this was an excellent opportunity to eliminate two formidable foes in one stroke. At this critical juncture, a breath of power so potent it was nearly suffocating emanated from deep within the chaotic nether realm. A dark figure streaked across the sky like lightning, instantly appearing at the center of the battlefield. It was none other than Erebus, the sovereign of the chaotic nether realm, cloaked in a flowing black robe. His silver hair danced in the wind, and his deep-set eyes glimmered with a cold light, as if they could perceive all truths. At this moment, he radiated a mysterious and formidable power, the myriad forces of his divine essence intertwining to form a formidable energy field that caused the very space around him to quiver. Erebus's icy gaze swept across the battlefield, taking in the dire state of the chaotic nether realm, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Yet he understood that this was all part of the plan. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his attack. Extending his right hand, he gathered a black energy sphere in his palm, infused with the essence of various laws, exuding an aura of destruction. Erebus hurled the energy sphere towards Beelzebub and Morlock. Feeling the overwhelming threat, both Beelzebub and Morlock's expressions shifted dramatically. Beelzebub quickly activated the artifact, Heart of the Flame Demon, enveloping himself in a blazing shield. Morlock attempted to employ the power of the corrupted river to defend himself, but his strength was already somewhat lacking, and without an artifact to protect him, he could not mount an effective defense in time. Boom! The energy sphere exploded before them, its tremendous force akin to the eruption of a supernova, flattening everything in its vicinity. Morlock was struck directly by the energy shockwave, his body hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, spewing black blood. His vitality waning perilously, his power plummeted to less than 20%, leaving him in a state of extreme weakness. Though Beelzebub was safeguarded by the Heart of the Flame Demon and did not suffer fatal injury, he was still reeling from the immense shockwave. He gazed in astonishment at Erebus, disbelief etched across his features. "So you have been concealing your strength all along. You have indeed fused the powers of myriad laws." Erebus regarded Beelzebub coldly, his voice echoing as though from the depths of the abyss. "Beelzebub, you have long coveted my chaotic nether realm. Today marks your demise." Do you believe that my seclusion renders you invincible within the chaotic abyss? It is merely a ruse to ensnare you. With that, Erebos flickered and materialized before Balzeph, conjuring a long sword forged from the very essence of the laws, thrusting it towards Balzeph. The latter, unwilling to underestimate his opponent, wielded the flame demon battle axe with all his might to parry the assault. The clash of axe and sword erupted with a deafening roar, sending powerful waves of energy radiating outward, carving deep trenches into the ground around them. Erebos, empowered by the formidable force of the laws, gradually gained the upper hand, each strike imposing tremendous pressure upon Balzeph. As the tide of battle spiraled out of control, fear began to seep into Balzeph's heart. He understood that facing Erebos, who amalgamated 100 laws, left him with no hope of victory. Thus, he discreetly activated the flame demon heart's evasion ability, preparing to flee. Meanwhile, Morlock, grievously injured, could only watch helplessly as the battlefield deteriorated. His body swayed precariously, the power of the corrupted underworld waning, rendering him incapable of mounting any effective defense, let alone escape. Erebos, with keen perception, sensed Balzeph's intent, his gaze piercing, fixating on Balzeph's form, ready to pursue with fervor. At that moment, Morlock, on the brink of death, summoned a surge of strength from an unknown source and hurled his decaying staff towards Erebos. This act was not a gesture of aid for Balzeph's escape, but rather an instinctive act of defiance, a desperate bid for survival. Erebos scoffed, casually sweeping his left hand, conjuring a black barrier that effortlessly absorbed Morlock's dying strike. A swift motion extinguished Morlock, the sovereign of his domain, in an instant. Yet, his attention remained steadfastly fixed on Balzeph, and with a deft step, he transformed into a shadowy streak, pursuing Balzeph's retreating form. At this moment, Laos and the soldiers of the chaotic abyss witnessed Erebos' formidable prowess, rekindling their fighting spirit. They rallied, launching a fierce counterattack against the remaining enemy forces. Under Laos's leadership, the coalition of the chaotic abyss surged forth like a tiger descending the mountain, driving the enemy into disarray. The once mighty soldiers of the opposing force, bereft of their two emperors' command, faltered and scattered in panic. Observing the battlefield, Laos was filled with profound reflections. He, too, had been thoroughly deceived by Erebos' scheme, yet witnessing the unfolding events deepened his admiration for Erebos' stratagem. He led his troops in relentless pursuit, driving the enemy completely beyond the borders of the chaotic abyss. Although Erebos did not annihilate Balzeph during the chase, he inflicted significant wounds. In his flight, Balzeph, despite his injuries, detonated the artifact flame demon heart to escape. He was compelled to seek refuge in a concealed location to tend to his wounds. Following this fierce confrontation, while the chaotic abyss suffered considerable losses, it successfully repelled the invaders. Upon his return, Erebos was met with the reverence and acclaim of the multitude. Laosi and the various lords gathered before him. Lord Erebus, had it not been for your timely arrival, we would have faced dire consequences, Laosi respectfully remarked. Erebus surveyed the assembly, his gaze imbued with a sense of gratification. You have all endured much. Our victory over the enemy is a testament to our collective efforts. This experience compels us to fortify the defenses of the chaotic abyss and enhance our strength to thwart any future incursions. Subsequently, Erebus set about the reconstruction of the chaotic abyss, wielding his formidable power of law to aid the wounded soldiers in their recovery and to restore the damaged fortifications. Laosi and the other lords actively collaborated, organizing manpower and resources to effect a comprehensive reorganization and advancement of the chaotic abyss. In the days that followed, Erebus readied his forces for an offensive, recognizing the opportune moment to annex 2-star domains while one emperor lay dead and the other gravely injured. Chapter 132. The Fate of the Underworld River in the vast, boundless, and mysteriously profound depths of the cosmos. Morlock, the once terrifying emperor who loomed like a dark deity, had fallen. The news of his demise spread through the starry realms with the ferocity of a supernova, stirring tumultuous waves wherever it reached. In the distant, foul underworld river star domain, shrouded in thick darkness and a stench of decay, the remaining lords convened within an ancient and eerie palace. The walls of the palace were constructed from a peculiar black stone, seemingly coursing with dark red liquid that emanated a nauseating odor. Enormous candelabras flickered with flames that exuded a ghostly green glow, casting ethereal shadows throughout the palace. Is it true that Emperor Morlock is dead? Inquired a stooped figure draped in a black robe, his voice trembling with fear, echoing through the hall. It is indeed certain. Reports from all quarters affirm this, replied a tall, muscular lord, a long scar marring his face, twisting slightly in anger. For a moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the palace, broken only by the occasional crackle of the ghostly flames. These lords, who had once thrived under the shadow of Emperor Morlock, now found themselves adrift in confusion and dread at the loss of their steadfast leader. What shall we do now? Another lord spoke, his voice tinged with despair. At that moment, a guard rushed in, kneeling on one knee and exclaiming loudly, "My lords, dire news. Laosi leads an army straight towards our underworld Riverstar domain. The vanguard is less than 3 days away." This revelation struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, inciting a tempest of panic. The lords rose in disarray, some bewildered, others seething with rage, while a few wore expressions of deep contemplation. "Let us fight back. Though our underworld Riverstar domain has lost its emperor, we shall not be slaughtered without resistance." The lord with a scarred face bellowed in fury, drawing forth a long blade from his waist, its surface gleaming with a chilling glimmer. "Compete? How can we? The mighty Emperor Morlock has perished. What do we possess to contest them?" A shorter lord retorted, his eyes sparkling with cunning. "In my view, surrendering might preserve our lives and lands." "Surrender? You dare utter such cowardly words?" The scarred lord glared at the diminutive lord, his blade pointed menacingly at him. "Have you forgotten the deeds we have committed? Will they show us mercy? Then what do you propose? Should we truly march to our deaths?" The shorter lord, unflinching, met the scarred lord's gaze. "Now that Morlock is dead, our fate is dire. Perhaps surrender offers a flicker of hope." As the lords continued their heated debate, one who had remained silent finally spoke. "Gentlemen, let us not quarrel. I propose we divide our forces. Some should choose to surrender, demonstrating our sincerity to Laos, while others prepare to gather their belongings and make ready for an escape. This way, regardless of the outcome, we shall retain a route of retreat." This suggestion garnered the approval of most lords, for when faced with the specter of life and death, none wished to relinquish their existence lightly. Thus, the lords swiftly set to action. Some commenced preparations for surrender, dispatching envoys to Laos's encampment with precious treasures and letters of submission, while others began to gather their wealth and trusted aides, readying themselves to flee from this impending battlefield. At that moment, Laos was leading his grand army, traversing the boundless cosmic void via a spatial conduit. He stood at the forefront, enveloped in a shroud of enigmatic spatial power, with a multitude of soldiers behind him, their figures appearing solemn against the backdrop of the universe's darkness. Laos, tall and imposing, donned a suit of black armor adorned with mysterious runes, exuding an aura of frigid intensity. His chiseled features radiated an innate authority and decisiveness. He slightly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the fluctuations of the surrounding space, skillfully guiding his army towards the corrupted Nether Riverstar domain. "My lord, we are nearing the boundary of the corrupted Nether Riverstar domain," an aide conveyed through a mental link. Laos nodded subtly, a glint of cold light flickering in his gaze. He responded with a mental wave, "Relay orders. The entire army must remain vigilant, prepared for battle at any moment. Should the remaining lords wisely choose to surrender, their lives may be spared, but should they resist, they shall face annihilation." The mental command spread like invisible tendrils throughout the army, prompting the soldiers to adjust their stances, gripping their weapons tightly as the energy fluctuations around them began to coalesce. When Laos's forces reached the boundary of the corrupted Nether Riverstar domain, they beheld the approaching contingent of surrendering lords. At the forefront stood a corpulent lord, his face beaming with a smile, presenting a beautifully crafted box that contained a massive energy core, his offering to Laos as a gesture of goodwill. "General Laos, your esteemed reputation has preceded you, and we have come to surrender, offering our services in your command," the corpulent lord declared, his voice amplified through a specialized device, resonating throughout the cosmos. Laos regarded the rotund figure before him with a hint of disdain. "Ah, you fickle turncoats, now that the tide has turned against you, you seek to capitulate. However, since you offer your surrender willingly, I shall not make things difficult for you. Yet, should I discover any treachery in your hearts, do not blame me for the cruelty of my subordinates. Yes, we shall remain utterly loyal, harboring no ulterior motives," the corpulent lord hastily nodded, his body swaying lightly in the microgravity of space. Thus, without the loss of a single soldier, Laos successfully annexed a portion of the tainted Nether Riverstar domain and its influence. Nevertheless, he did not lower his guard. He understood that some lords were unwilling to surrender quietly, likely plotting their escape or a counterattack in secret. In the ensuing days, Laos led his army deeper into the tainted Nether Riverstar domain. Wherever his forces ventured, planets with feeble resistance swiftly capitulated, while those lords attempting to flee were swiftly pursued and captured by Laos's troops. At last, Laos's army reached the core of the tainted Nether River Star domain, the last bastion of resistance. A colossal fortress loomed upon a desolate planet, surrounded by an array of defensive weaponry, its energy shields flickering ominously. General, ahead lies their final stronghold. Their defenses are formidable. How shall we proceed with the assault? The adjutant inquired via a mental link. Laos furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding through a wave of mental energy. First, dispatch reconnaissance units, employing spatial concealment to ascertain their defensive layout and firepower distribution. Then, concentrate our main forces and utilize spatial piercing techniques to strike at the core of their energy shields. Once the shields are breached, we shall launch a full-scale assault. Understood, the adjutant affirmed, hastening to execute the orders. Soon, the reconnaissance units, aided by the power of spatial concealment, stealthily approached the fortress and relayed detailed intelligence back to Laos. With this newfound information, he devised a comprehensive battle plan. At his command, a fierce confrontation commenced. In an instant, figures from Laos's army vanished from sight, only to reappear around the fortress's energy shields. They coalesced spatial energy into sharp, piercing weapons, thrusting fiercely toward the shield's core. Inside the fortress, the lords were on edge, personally directing the defensive weaponry to counter Laos's forces. The two sides exchanged fire, igniting the cosmos with brilliant explosions and thunderous detonations. Energy beams collided with spatial forces, creating dazzling yet perilous ripples. Hold firm. We must endure. If we can withstand just a little longer, reinforcements will arrive, one lord shouted, attempting to rally morale. Yet, their hopes were soon dashed. After an intense assault, Laos's forces finally succeeded in breaching the energy shield of the fortress. With the protective barrier shattered, the stronghold was immediately exposed to enemy fire. Advance the entire army. Seize this fortress, Laos commanded upon witnessing the shield's collapse. The soldiers transformed into streaks of light, harnessing the power of spatial laws, and instantaneously appeared at critical positions within the fortress. A fierce close-quarters battle erupted inside, with cries of combat and the thunderous roar of energy weapons intertwining, plunging the entire fortress into chaos. Laos personally led an elite unit, employing spatial jumping techniques to materialize in the core area of the fortress. Armed with a black war blade, its blade entwined with potent spatial energy, he moved through the enemy ranks as if in a realm free of opposition, leaving destruction in his wake. After a series of fierce confrontations, Laos's army successfully captured the fortress, rounding up the stubborn lords who had dared to resist. You foolish individuals who dared to oppose have now met this fate by your own making, Laos remarked coldly as he surveyed the captured lords before him. Do as you wish. We had no intention of surviving once we chose to resist, one lord retorted through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Ignoring the defiance, Laos turned to his aide and instructed, take these individuals away for processing. Relay the command for the entire army to continue searching. Ensure that no remnants of resistance remain in the corrupted Nether River sector. Yes, the aide responded before departing. With the fortress conquered, the remnants of power in the corrupted Nether River sector were largely eradicated. Laos had successfully completed this military operation, and his reputation grew even more formidable across the cosmos. The corrupted Nether River sector was poised to embark on a new chapter under a fresh order. In the days that followed, Laos initiated the reformation of the corrupted Nether River sector's governance. He dispatched officials to various planets to establish new ruling institutions. He also conducted a thorough reckoning against those who had resisted, confiscating their assets to bolster the sector's economy and military. The lords who surrendered managed to preserve their lives, but lost the majority of their power and wealth. They were left to navigate their existence cautiously under Laos's rule, awaiting their fate. As time passed, the corrupted Nether River sector gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility. While restoring order, Laos reported back to Erebos, who regarded him as a talented and capable young leader, possibly someone who could be wholly integrated into his ranks. Erebos thought of Selena and, after stabilizing the Nether River sector, turned his attention to the Weaving Flame Radiance sector. Chapter 133, The Radiance Crisis in the Vast and Shadowy Depths of the Boundless Universe. The Weaving Flame Radiance sector blazed like a roaring inferno, emanating a scorching and distinctive light that illuminated the surrounding void. Yet at this moment, the sector was shrouded in gloom, as if an invisible hand had grasped its throat, suffocating the very essence of life. Alzeb, once a formidable and powerful figure in the Weaving Flame's radiant star domain, now lay weakly within a clandestine palace constructed from peculiar crystals. Inside the palace, the gentle crystal light flickered futilely, attempting to dispel the darkness and despair, yet it failed to reach the depths of Balzeb's inner fears. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his breath was faint. The last act of detonating a divine artifact had inflicted upon him a catastrophic wound. Physically, charred injuries emanated an ominous aura, seemingly cursed and resistant to healing. On a spiritual level, glaring fissures marred his soul, each tremor accompanied by excruciating pain that made sweat pour down his brow. Suddenly, Balzeb was seized by a violent cough, crimson blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the crystal floor, where it was swiftly absorbed, leaving behind a striking dark red stain. "My lord, how are you?" A young attendant rushed in, his face etched with worry and concern. Balzeb wearily gestured for silence, closing his eyes as he endeavored to summon the scant energy remaining within him to mend his battered body and soul. However, each attempt felt like tearing open old wounds, the agony causing his body to tremble slightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. At that moment, a sudden and intense mental wave surged into his consciousness. Balzeb's eyes flew open, instantaneously reflecting terror and despair. What? The corrupt Nether River Star domain has been completely conquered by Erebus? His voice quivered with disbelief. Indeed, my lord. We have just received an urgent mental transmission. Erebus, wielding his terrifying mastery over the laws of space, has swept through with unstoppable force. And the resistance in the corrupt Nether River Star domain was utterly insufficient. The attendant responded tremulously, a hint of fear lacing his tone. Balzeb's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. He understood all too well that Erebus's next target would undoubtedly be the Weaving Flames Radiant Star domain. Given his current condition, he could scarcely hope to defend himself, let alone mount any resistance. Even at the height of his power, facing the deeply concealed Erebus would have offered him no chance of victory. "I must recover swiftly. Time is of the essence," Balzeb murmured, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. With reckless abandon, he began to channel the energy within him, striving to break free from the shackles of his injuries and hasten his recovery. Energy surged violently around his body, light flickering erratically, fiercely contending against his internal torment, each cycle of energy accompanied by painful groans. Meanwhile, within the core of the corrupt Nether River Star domain, shrouded in darkness, Erebus floated in the void, surrounded by a distortion of spatial power, resembling a dark deity. He surveyed the conquered star domain, a cold and greedy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Weaving Flames Radiant Star domain, your turn will come soon." Erebus's voice resonated, deep and frigid, as if emanating from an endless abyss. He gently raised his hand, a mysterious sphere radiating a ghostly light materializing in his palm. The surface of the sphere shimmered with ever-changing spatial patterns, reflecting the visage of the Weaving Flames Radiant Star domain. Erebus gazed intently at the orb, his eyes shimmering with an unwavering determination. "Belphegor, do you truly believe that detonating the artifact will enable you to escape my grasp?" "Such naivety," he remarked with a cold smile, as the forces of space around him surged with increased intensity. With a mere thought, Erebus vanished from his location, only to reappear before a cadre of formidable warriors, his most trusted subordinates, each proficient in the laws of space. "Prepare to depart. Our objective is the Ji Yin Yaoguang Star domain. Remember, utilize the spatial passage for direct insertion into the core area." Catching them unawares, Erebus's voice brooked no dissent. The warriors accepted their orders, the power of space enveloping them as they transformed into streaks of light, swiftly soaring towards the Ji Yin Yaoguang Star domain. They traversed the rifts of space, leaving ripples in the fabric of reality, as if it were being torn asunder. In the Ji Yin Yaoguang Star domain, after several days and nights of arduous struggle, Belphegor's injuries finally showed signs of improvement. Though still weak, he managed to rise with great effort, pacing through the palace, propelled by an indomitable will. "My lord, Erebus and his elite have set forth and are expected to arrive in our star domain in 2 days. According to intelligence reports, they are traveling solely by the laws of space, at an astonishing speed," an informant hurriedly reported to Belphegor, his expression fraught with concern. Belphegor's countenance darkened further. He understood the urgency of the situation and the necessity of devising a strategy swiftly. "Summon all commanders and advisors to the council chamber for an emergency meeting," he commanded in a grave tone. Before long, the core leadership of the Ji Yin Yaoguang Star domain convened in the spacious yet oppressive council chamber. The atmosphere was tense, thick enough to ignite the very air. "Esteemed colleagues, Erebus is poised to strike. How shall we respond?" Belphegor broke the silence, his voice hoarse yet imbued with determination. For a moment, the room fell into a profound silence. Everyone understood that, with their current strength, the odds against Erebus were nearly insurmountable. "My lord, let us seek aid from other star domains," one commander hesitantly suggested. Other star domains. They are preoccupied with their own troubles. How could they risk coming to our aid?" Another commander immediately retorted, his tone laced with resignation and despair. "Shall we simply await our doom?" Another commander rose in anger, his eyes brimming with defiance. Just as the debate escalated, a venerable advisor with silver hair spoke slowly. "My lord, I have a plan that might alleviate our immediate crisis." "Oh, pray tell," Belphegor urged, his gaze fixed intently on the advisor. "Erebus excels in the laws of space. Thus, we shall counterbalance him with the same. The Jiyin Yaoguang star domain possesses several unique spatial nodes. We can utilize these to set spatial traps. Furthermore, we shall select a team of elite warriors well-versed in the laws of space to form a strike force. As they enter our star domain, we will disrupt their manipulation of spatial laws, throwing their offensive rhythm into disarray." The advisor articulated the plan with clarity and precision. Belphegor pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. "Though this plan is fraught with peril, we have no alternative at this juncture." Thus, it was resolved. Immediate action was imperative to be prepared before the arrival of Erebos. The formidable beings of the Weaving Flame Radiant Star domain swiftly took to their tasks. Mastery over the laws of space drew the mightiest together at special spatial nodes, where, harnessing their own powers and combining ancient runes with arcane arts, they constructed intricate and perilous spatial traps. Once triggered, these traps would contort and rend the fabric of space, casting adversaries into an abyss from which there was no return. Simultaneously, a stealthy strike team, composed of the most elite wielders of spatial laws, embarked on their covert mission. Concealing their forms and utilizing the natural spatial fluctuations within the star domain, they lay in ambush in the direction from which Erebos and his entourage were soon to arrive. 2 days hence, Erebos and his company arrived at the periphery of the Weaving Flame Radiant Star domain as anticipated. The moment they stepped forth, they keenly sensed the unusual spatial disturbances. "Caution, there are traps," Erebos declared sharply, issuing a warning. Yet, it was too late. The hidden spatial traps were triggered instantaneously, unleashing torrents of distorted spatial currents, like ferocious serpents, upon Erebos and his companions. With a disdainful snort, Erebos summoned the power of space around him, forming an indomitable shield that repelled the spatial maelstrom. However, his subordinates were not so fortunate. Several were engulfed by the chaotic currents in an instant, their cries stifled before they could escape. "Balzeb, do you think such trifles can hinder me?" Erebos roared in fury, his voice reverberating through the space. At that moment, the strike team seized the opportunity, surging forth from all directions. They wielded the concentrated power of space as lethal blades and arrows, launching their assault against Erebos and his group. With a grim expression, Erebos waved his hand, prompting his allies to engage. A breathtaking battle ensued amidst the distorted space, where the forces of spatial power collided, erupting in dazzling light and horrifying energy fluctuations. Each clash warped the surrounding space, causing tremors as if the very fabric of reality might collapse at any moment. Balzeb observed the unfolding chaos closely. Witnessing the strike team successfully disrupt Erebos' rhythm kindled a flicker of hope within him, prompting him to command the other formidable beings in the star domain to join the fray. However, Erebos, possessing extraordinary strength, quickly regained his footing. Drawing upon his profound understanding of spatial laws, he began his counterattack. In an instant, he appeared at the heart of the strike team, wielding his spatial blade, whereupon blood splattered as members of the strike team fell one after another. "This is dire. The strike team can scarcely endure," an intelligence officer reported anxiously to Balzeb. Balzeb's expression darkened. He understood all too well that the annihilation of the strike team would mean total defeat in this battle. "Everyone, at all costs, support the strike team." He gritted his teeth and issued his final, desperate command. The warriors of the Weaving Flame Radiant Star domain, eyes ablaze with fervor, charged recklessly into the battlefield. They engaged in a life-and-death struggle against Erebos' forces, the clamor of battle cries intermingling with the thunderous roars of energy, resonating throughout the entire star domain. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides suffering grievous losses. Though the minions of Erebus endured heavy casualties, the formidable warriors of the Weaving Flame's Radiant Star domain were gradually reaching their limits. Just as Balzebub began to feel despair, a mysterious and powerful spatial fluctuation emanated from the depths of the cosmos. This potent and enigmatic wave instantly captivated everyone's attention. Erebus and Baal-zebub simultaneously ceased their actions, astonished as they gazed towards the source of the disturbance. Before them, a brilliant light tore through the fabric of space, revealing a mysterious figure radiating resplendent brilliance. Surrounding this figure, the runes of spatial laws flickered and danced, as if whispering the secrets of the universe. Your conflict must come to an end. The voice of the mysterious figure boomed like a resounding bell, echoing throughout the star domain, imbued with authority and an irresistible force. Erebus and Baal-zebub exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and wariness. Who are you? Why do you intervene in our affairs? Erebus coldly inquired, gathering the spatial power around him in an attempt to gauge the strength of the enigmatic figure. The figure offered no reply, merely raising a hand slowly. In an instant, an unimaginable surge of spatial power erupted forth, enveloping Erebus, Baal-zebub, and their subordinates. Before this force, they were like mere ants, rendered immobile, their resistance utterly futile. Your ambitions and desires have brought too much calamity to this universe. From this moment forth, all shall cease, the mysterious figure declared once more. No sooner had the words left its lips than it swung its hand with great force, and the overwhelming spatial power exploded. In a flash of light, Erebus and his contingent, along with the warriors of the Weaving Flames' radiant star domain, vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed in this cosmos. As the brilliant figure gradually dissipated in the light, only a profound silence remained in the Weaving Flames' radiant star domain. The mysterious entity, which had appeared and disappeared with such intrigue, left Erebus deeply wary. Chapter 134. Concealment and Cultivation. Lao Si floated in a secret corner of the vast universe, enveloped in a veil of ethereal chaotic energy. This energy intertwined with the natural forces of the cosmos, allowing him to blend seamlessly with the universe, his presence cleverly concealed. Before him lay a dazzling nebula composed of stellar nuclei, each varying in form, some as grand as towering stars, others as minute as twinkling points of light, each radiating captivating and formidable energy waves, their internal energies surging like tumultuous currents. These treasures were spoils he had acquired alongside various lords from the Weaving Flames' radiant star domain, vital capital for his ascent to greater realms. My lord, according to your directives, the stellar nuclei have been categorized by energy attributes and purity. A mental wave quietly entered Lao Si's mind, transmitted by his most trusted aide. The aide was nearby, similarly shrouded in energy to ward off the unknown dangers of the cosmos. Lao Si nodded slightly, responding through his mental faculties. Excellent. Send 1/3 of the top-tier stellar nuclei to the origin world. Inform Tyrion to adhere strictly to my instructions, and to solidify the laws further before attempting any breakthroughs. His voice resonated on a spiritual plane, imbued with an undeniable authority. Tyrion, a prodigious force within the ranks of Laos, now found himself at a pivotal juncture in his ascension to the realm of the supreme gods. Should he succeed in this endeavor, his strength would experience a qualitative leap, rendering him an invaluable ally to Laos as they navigated the vast expanse of the universe. Yet, Laos was acutely aware that the path to ascension was fraught with thorns, particularly during the critical phase of crystallizing the laws. Even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic failure or, worse yet, jeopardize his very existence. Having concluded the allocation of the stellar cores, Laos flickered and, utilizing the intricate principles of spatial law, instantaneously traversed to a more concealed fold of the universe. Here, the space was distorted and energy was tumultuous, serving as a natural sanctuary for cultivation. Even formidable domain lords would find it challenging to detect the anomalies present if they did not meticulously investigate. Laos gradually closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged and suspended in the void, as he began to summon the profound energy within him, preparing to surge toward the coveted realm. The arcane secret he practiced was an unparalleled treasure acquired through serendipity. This unique technique enabled him to grasp and assimilate various laws with extraordinary speed, facilitating rapid enhancement of his power. Previously, through this secret, he had successfully integrated 9 laws, ascending to the esteemed rank of a 29th tier high god. Now, he was on the verge of launching an assault on the fabled domain of the Holy Realm. Immersed in a profound comprehension of the laws, he felt the surrounding forces of law flowing to him like agile fish. He carefully guided these forces, merging them with his own energy system. With each thread of law he assimilated, he sensed his power swelling exponentially, a sensation that ignited his fervor. Nevertheless, his heart remained extraordinarily calm, fully aware that during this critical moment of breakthrough, Even the slightest distraction could lead to ruin. As the final strand of law energy fused within him, Laos felt an unprecedented power coursing through him. He had succeeded, transcending the constraints of the 29th tier high god and stepping into the realm of the stellar emperor. However, he displayed no signs of exhilaration or boastfulness. Instead, he swiftly activated his mysterious technique to conceal his formidable aura, maintaining the facade of a 29th tier high god. In his heart, the stellar emperor Laos whispered to himself, his gaze flickering with complex emotions, satisfaction and anticipation for his newfound strength, mingled with vigilance and concern over the lurking dangers. Achieving the status of an emperor meant he would join the ranks of the universe's elite, wielding unparalleled power to shape destinies and command life and death. Yet, it also inevitably invited the scrutiny and covetousness of countless formidable beings. The seasoned Holy Realm powers, long dominant in the cosmos, would not easily tolerate the rise of a new contender threatening their status and interests. And Erebus, that unfathomable and ruthless entity, once aware of his rapid ascent, could unleash unforeseen turmoil. I must conceal my strength, accumulating power in secrecy, and await the opportune moment. With this resolute determination, Laos fortified his resolve. He was acutely aware that in this merciless universe, where the strong prey upon the weak, overt brilliance often becomes a target for hostility. It is only through a discreet demeanor and the cultivation of inner strength that one can navigate the tumultuous currents of existence and achieve one's aspirations. Thus, Laos devoted himself wholeheartedly to the fortification of his realm through rigorous training. He relentlessly sought to comprehend the power of the laws within him, striving for a deeper resonance with his essence, while also endeavoring to unearth the new abilities bestowed by the realm of the Star Emperor. He discovered that upon entering the Emperor's domain, his mastery over the laws became increasingly adept, allowing him to faintly grasp the profound mysteries that lay beneath their surface. During his training, Laos continually reflected upon and refined his enigmatic techniques. He realized that as his realm ascended, it imposed greater demands on his mental acuity and physical endurance. To better harness the efficacy of his techniques, he began to experiment with introducing unique energy conversion nodes into their operational pathways, alleviating the immense pressure generated during the fusion of laws while simultaneously enhancing energy efficiency. Meanwhile, in the primordial world, Tyrion was diligently undertaking preparations for his advancement. Adhering to Laos's directives, day and night, he immersed himself in the comprehension of various laws, surrounded by the finest star cores dispatched from the outer realms. The energy emanating from these cores flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing him and aiding in the understanding and mastery of the law's intricacies. Before Tyrion, several ethereal strands of law power hovered, intertwining and colliding, producing a faint humming sound. His gaze was focused and resolute, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, with each breath accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations. He understood that his path to ascension was not only pivotal to his own destiny, but was also intricately linked to Laos's grand design. Thus, he could not afford the slightest lapse in diligence, dedicating himself fully to the pursuit of the god level. In the external world, Laos's subordinates, under his meticulous orchestration, carried out their tasks with unwavering precision. Some were tasked with intelligence gathering, closely monitoring the movements of various forces within the cosmos. Others established strongholds on secluded planets, stockpiling resources in preparation for future developments. The entire faction operated like a finely tuned machine, quietly amassing power under Laos's command. As days passed, Laos continued to make breakthroughs in solidifying his realm. His command over emperor-level power grew increasingly adept, yet his exterior remained unchanged, still exuding the aura of a 29th-tier high-ranking deity, rendering his true strength nearly imperceptible. Laos floated amidst the enigmatic folds of the universe, enveloped by a shroud of chaotic energy reminiscent of the primordial essence from the dawn of creation, merging with his own presence, concealed within the vastness of the cosmos. Undetected by the external world, his eyes were tightly shut, his countenance serene yet unable to disguise the tumultuous waves of power that coursed through him. In his perception, the law power of the universe danced like ethereal spirits, converging upon him. At this moment, Laos was deeply immersed in the profound integration of the laws. The enigmatic techniques he cultivated resembled a key that unlocked the mysteries of the universe, enabling him to grasp and assimilate various principles at an extraordinary pace. As the forces of these principles were drawn in, gradually merging with his own energy system, his power surged like an erupting volcano. Each integration of a principle was accompanied by a fierce surge of energy, as if it threatened to tear his body apart. Yet, Through unwavering determination and an ardent pursuit of formidable strength, he persevered. With each successful fusion, he felt his power expanding continuously, while his understanding of the world deepened. As Laos advanced in strength, his primordial world underwent a profound transformation. With each breakthrough, the boundaries of this world were inexorably pulled outward by an invisible hand, gradually expanding. Once a confined realm, it now stretched into vast expanses, with mountains, rivers, forests, and lakes gradually taking shape within this domain. The earth grew more substantial, and the sky more expansive. The forces of principles within the primordial world also solidified. Those once elusive and fluctuating threads of principles had now become robust and resilient, serving as the very pillars that supported the operation of the entire world. Various principles interwove and melded, forming a complex yet orderly network of laws. Within this network, the laws of life nurtured flourishing plants and vibrant animals. Elemental laws infused the mountains with potent energy, and rivers flowed ceaselessly. Spatial laws imbued every corner of the world with an air of mystery, while temporal laws ensured the world developed in an orderly fashion, with everything adhering to established rules. As Laos's strength continued to rise, the primordial world gradually ascended towards a more advanced realm. The previously singular world laws began to diversify, giving rise to a plethora of wondrous phenomena. The creatures of this world began to attain higher wisdom, embarking on quests to unveil the secrets of existence and creating their own civilizations. At the heart of this world, a magnificent city arose, showcasing an array of architectural styles teeming with artistic flair. The inhabitants thrived in this realm, brimming with hope, pursuing their dreams. During his moments of cultivation, Laos would immerse his consciousness in the primordial world, observing its myriad transformations with a sense of fulfillment. He understood that this primordial world was his foundation and a crucial guarantee for his future dominance over the universe. He began to leave his mark upon this world, creating unique cultivation methods that allowed its inhabitants to enhance their strength through training. He also established mysterious relics within the realm, imbued with potent energy and precious treasures, awaiting those destined to explore them. In the external realm, Laos's reputation gradually spread. Although he had concealed his true strength, his actions within the weaving flame-radiant star domain attracted the attention of various factions. Some began to investigate him, seeking to unravel the depths of his power. However, Laos was well prepared. Through various means, he ensured that those probing into his abilities would find themselves at a complete loss. He understood that, until his strength reached absolute dominance, he must not recklessly reveal his capabilities. In the boundless void, in a concealed sanctuary, Loth sat quietly, emanating an aura of mystery and power. His eyes remained tightly shut, yet his consciousness surged like a tide, delving deep into the essence of his origin world. At this moment, the essence world was no longer as it once was. Above the vast sky, monotonous hues had transformed into a swirling display of captivating light, akin to ethereal sprites dancing between heaven and earth. On the ground, mountains and rivers appeared more magnificent, each inch of land seemingly imbued with boundless vitality. In this vibrant realm, countless angels underwent astonishing transformations. Their originally pristine wings began to shimmer with golden patterns, marking their advancement. These patterns resembled ancient runes, inscribing the mysteries of the universe. As the golden markings spread, the angels' auras grew increasingly potent, their gazes revealing an intelligence and majesty that transcended the mundane. Loth slightly opened his eyes, a flicker of satisfaction illuminating them. He was acutely aware that the ascension of these angels was the fruit of his relentless toil across countless days and nights. With his formidable power, he injected new energy into this world, guiding the angels to surpass their inherent limits. Post-ascension, the angels, under Loth's guidance, began to govern their respective domains. They flapped their wings, gleaming with golden light, patrolling their territories. Under their protection, the beings within their realms thrived in peace, as wondrous flora flourished, blooming with vibrant blossoms. Amidst a mountain range composed of crystal, an angel named Elise stood atop a peak. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her golden eyes radiated steadfastness and gentleness. Gazing down upon her domain, she was filled with a profound sense of purpose. Under her leadership, the creatures of her territory learned to harness a mysterious power, one capable of healing wounds and repelling adversaries. In a vast forest, the angel Raphael engaged in conversation with a group of tiny sprites. His voice resonated like celestial music as he patiently instructed the sprites in the art of wielding nature's forces. With his assistance, their magic grew significantly stronger. They could manipulate trees to construct their homes and summon gentle breezes to invigorate the forest. Observing all of this, Loth recognized that this was merely the first step toward a higher plane of existence. His gaze turned toward the horizon, where the infinite void concealed countless unknowns and challenges. He understood that only by continuously enhancing his own strength and that of the essence world could he establish his foothold in this vast cosmos. Thus, Loth closed his eyes once more, embarking on a new round of cultivation, his aura deepening as if merging with the universe itself. In the dark recesses of the cosmos, the palace of Erebus loomed like an ancient and enigmatic fortress, exuding an aura of chilling dread. The walls of the palace were constructed from a peculiar black stone, adorned with twisted runes that seemed to whisper endless ancient secrets. Erebus sat majestically upon his colossal throne, his form shrouded in darkness, save for a pair of crimson eyes that glimmered with a chilling light, akin to two ghostly flames in the abyss. Laos, I have summoned you today to discuss a matter of great significance. Erebus's voice resonated low and gravelly, as if echoing from the depths of the underworld. Laos stood silently in the center of the palace, clad in a flowing black robe, his posture upright and his gaze emanating steadiness and resolve. Following his successful conquest of the corrupted Styx star domain, his power had surged immensely, rendering his already formidable presence even more unfathomable. Yet, in the face of Erebus, he maintained the requisite respect, inclining slightly as he spoke. My lord, please proceed. Laos shall listen attentively. A subtle smirk graced Erebus's lips, barely perceptible, as he continued, Selena. She is exceptionally gifted and has now ascended to the level of a major deity. I intend to betroth her to you. What are your thoughts on this? Laos was momentarily taken aback. Though he shared a close bond with Selena, having faced life and death together, Erebus's direct proposal caught him off guard. He understood well that this was not merely a simple marriage alliance, but rather concealed a deeper scheme. It is indeed an honor to receive such favor from you, my lord. However, matters of marriage require careful consideration. Laos responded diplomatically, refraining from an immediate agreement. A flicker of displeasure passed through Erebus's eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He continued, Laos, you must comprehend that this is not merely a union of hearts, but a consolidation of our strengths. With your enhanced power, should you and Selena become one, who in this universe could rival us? Laos pondered for a moment, acutely aware of Erebus's ambitions. Since the annexation of the corrupted Styx star domain, Erebus had acquired vast resources and his power had escalated rapidly, causing his ambitions to swell correspondingly. And he, undoubtedly, was a crucial ally in the realization of those ambitions. My lord, I understand your intent. However, this matter pertains to a lifetime. I kindly request some time to deliberate. Laos maintained his stance, needing time to weigh the pros and cons. Erebus nodded slightly and remarked, Very well, I shall grant you 3 days to contemplate. I expect to hear your decision thereafter. Laos took his leave from the palace, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Upon returning to his abode, he sat alone in the courtyard, gazing at the twinkling stars above and descending into deep contemplation. At that moment, Selena quietly arrived at Laos's courtyard. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, her beautiful visage adorned with a hint of shyness and anticipation. Lord Laos, Selena whispered softly. Startled, Laos turned to see her and, after a brief pause, rose to greet her with a bow. Miss Selena, what brings you here? Her cheeks flushed. Selena replied softly, I merely wish to inquire about your thoughts regarding the marriage proposal put forth by my father. As Laos gazed at Selena, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Selena is indeed a captivating beauty, endowed with formidable strength. Forming a union with her would undoubtedly bolster my own capabilities. However, I am acutely aware that beneath this allure lies the ambition of Erebus. Should I acquiesce, I may very well become a mere instrument in his hands, ensnared in a web of endless conflict. Miss Selena, this matter has come upon me rather suddenly. I require more time to contemplate, Laos stated candidly. A flicker of disappointment passed through Selena's eyes, yet she quickly masked it with a forced smile. I understand. Matters of marriage indeed warrant careful consideration. Nonetheless, I hope you will reflect earnestly on this. At this juncture, Selena's cheeks flushed deeper, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Laos felt a stirring within his heart as he beheld Selena's bashful demeanor, yet reason cautioned him against making a decision solely based on emotion. Miss Selena, I have grasped your sentiments. I shall deliberate with utmost seriousness, Laos replied. Selena nodded slightly before turning to depart the courtyard. Laos watched her retreating figure, his heart weighed down by inner turmoil. Over the ensuing 2 days, Laos pondered this dilemma. On one hand, the prospect of uniting with Selena would solidify his standing within Erebus's faction, granting him access to greater resources and support to enhance his own strength. On the other hand, he was acutely aware that Erebus's ambitions would usher in unending warfare and bloodshed. He had no desire to become a pawn in someone else's game. During these 2 days, Erebus kept a close watch on Laos's movements, confident that Laos would ultimately consent to the marriage, for the terms he had offered were tantalizingly appealing. At last, the 3-day deadline arrived. Laos returned to Erebus's palace. "Laos, what have you decided?" Erebus's voice echoed through the grand halls. Taking a deep breath, Laos replied slowly, "My lord, I am grateful for your kindness. I consent to marry Miss Selena." Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Erebus's face. "Excellent. Thus, we shall be family. From this day forth, you must devote yourself to training, preparing for our grand endeavors." Laos inclined his head respectfully, stating, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall exert every effort." However, unbeknownst to Erebus, Laos harbored his own intentions. Although he had agreed to the marriage, it did not imply that he would be entirely subservient to Erebus's will. He intended to harness Erebus's power to augment his own strength, while secretly seeking opportunities to extricate himself from Erebus's grasp. In the days that followed, Laos and Selena commenced preparations for their wedding. The entire domain of Erebus was steeped in a celebratory atmosphere. Yet beneath this veneer of festivity, a torrent of undercurrents surged. On the day of the wedding, the palace was adorned with vibrant decorations, and numerous powerful figures gathered to offer their congratulations. Laos, clad in resplendent attire, stood at the palace entrance to greet the guests, while Selena, accompanied by her maidens, meticulously adorned herself for the occasion. As the wedding ceremony commenced in earnest, Erebus sat upon his throne, a self-satisfied smile gracing his visage. He beheld Laos and Selena completing their vows amidst the blessings of the gathered crowd, inwardly contemplating how his schemes had taken another step forward. Yet, at the zenith of the ceremony, a messenger burst into the palace, his pallor betraying urgency as he exclaimed, "My lord, trouble brews. We have detected a formidable force amassing at the borders, seemingly intent on assaulting us." Erebus's countenance darkened at the news. "What? Is there audacity enough for someone to provoke us at this moment? Dispatch someone immediately to ascertain the situation." A flicker of realization sparked within Laos. He recognized this may be a pivotal opportunity to alter the tide. He turned to Erebus and declared, "My lord, with an enemy approaching, we cannot remain passive. I am willing to lead a contingent of troops to confront them at the border." Erebus scrutinized Laos, a glimmer of skepticism crossing his gaze, yet he soon acquiesced, saying, "Very well, since you possess such resolve, you shall lead the forces. Remember, strike the enemy with unrelenting ferocity." Laos accepted his orders and swiftly assembled an elite army, setting forth towards the border. Along the journey, he pondered deeply. He understood that this adversary might not be trivial, likely a foe of Erebus seeking retribution during this momentous occasion. Nevertheless, it represented a chance for him to liberate himself from Erebus's influence. Upon reaching the border, Laos and his troops recognized the formidable nature of the enemy's strength. The opposing forces were well organized, emanating an aura of power. Rather than attack recklessly, Laos first dispatched scouts to gather comprehensive intelligence on the enemy's disposition. After thorough reconnaissance, Laos learned that this adversarial army was led by a powerful entity known as the Dark Knight Demon. His prowess rivaled that of Erebus, likely drawn by the latter's expanding influence, seeking to partake in the spoils while simultaneously curbing his advancement. Chapter 136. Stalemate in that borderland shrouded by interwoven dark magic. The situation was taut as a drawn bowstring, poised to ignite, yet precariously maintaining its balance. Erebus's Dark Legion stood in stark opposition to the might of the Dark Knight Demon, the tension permeating the encampments almost palpable. Any misstep could precipitate a cataclysmic conflict. Erebus sat within his tent, constructed from colossal black stones, enveloped by a dense aura of dark magic. Only his eyes glimmered with a cold, spectral light, fixed intently upon the strategic map before him. The markers representing both factions interlocked in a deadly dance. Each movement seemed to foreshadow a gruesome slaughter. Does this Dark Knight Demon truly believe I fear him? To covet a share of my dominion is nothing but a fool's errand. Erebus's voice was deep and hoarse, echoing as if from the depths of the abyss, laden with chilling menace and ruthlessness. A lord beside him inclined slightly, his demeanor cautious as he remarked, "My lord, the Dark Knight Demon is not to be underestimated. He commands numerous formidable allies, and his approach appears to carry substantial backing. Though we harbor no fear of him, a rash declaration of war could yield unpredictable consequences. and the ensuing losses would undoubtedly be immense. Erebos let out a cold snort, his wand striking the ground with a heavy thud that resonated ominously. What do you propose we do, then? Shall we simply allow him to flaunt his arrogance beneath our very noses? The Lord raised his gaze slightly, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. My lord, it would be prudent to remain still for the time being, fortifying our defenses while dispatching elite scouts to delve into the true nature and strategic intentions of the Dark Knight demon. Only by knowing ourselves and our enemy can we emerge unscathed from 100 battles. Furthermore, we could secretly reach out to other factions with grievances against the Dark Knight demon, forming an alliance to deliver a decisive blow when the time is right. Erebos pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. Very well, let it be so. Issue orders to heighten our vigilance. Without my command, no one shall engage in battle. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Dark Knight demon's tent, the atmosphere was equally tense. Towering in stature, the Dark Knight demon exuded a palpable aura of darkness, akin to a formidable black mountain. Erebos, that cunning fox, manages to remain so composed. Does he believe he can wear me down? He slammed his fist upon the table, the force of his magic shattering it to splinters. One of his demonic generals stepped forward, stating, My lord, Erebos is formidable, and his territory is rich in resources. Should we find ourselves locked in a protracted battle, it would be to our detriment. We ought to take the initiative and seek out vulnerabilities in his defenses to break through decisively. The Dark Knight demon frowned deeply, contemplating before responding. We must not act impulsively. Erebos is cunning and his defenses are likely impenetrable. A rash attack would only result in needless casualties. Let us increase our patrols to thwart any surprise assaults, while simultaneously seeking opportunities to sow discord within his ranks. Lao Si, situated within Erebos' camp, remained vigilant to the unfolding situation. He understood that his own strength was insufficient to sway the outcome of this contest, and should he recklessly reveal himself, he might find himself ensnared in a predicament from which there would be no escape. Consequently, he opted for a facade of diligence, ostensibly executing the defensive tasks assigned by Erebos while discreetly conserving his strength and observing the maneuvers of both parties. Each day, Lao Si led his soldiers along the border patrols, appearing dutiful and responsible. Yet during these patrols, he deliberately avoided direct confrontations with the forces of the Dark Knight demon. Should he encounter the demon's patrols, he adeptly maneuvered his soldiers to evade conflict, and if engagement became unavoidable, he ensured to keep it brief, avoiding prolonged skirmishes. On one occasion, Lao Si's patrol team unexpectedly crossed paths with an elite squad of the Dark Knight demon. Tensions surged as both sides drew their weapons, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Internally, Lao Si lamented his predicament, yet outwardly he maintained a calm demeanor, swiftly assessing the surrounding terrain for an escape route. Just as conflict seemed imminent, an idea struck him. He raised his voice, declaring, Hold. We are merely on a routine patrol today and harbor no intent for battle. Should you insist on engaging us, it may incite a large-scale conflict detrimental to both parties. The captain of the Dark Knight demon's squad was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Rost's sudden declaration. He scrutinized Rost closely, inwardly weighing his options. Observing the captain's hesitation, Rost continued. We are all aware that behind this conflict lies a contest between two powerful figures. Why should we, mere pawns, sacrifice our lives for their ambitions? It would be wiser to withdraw and return to our respective duties. After a moment of contemplation, the captain conceded that Rost's argument held merit. With a scoff, he responded, At least you know your place. We shall let you off today, but should we cross paths again, our conversation will not be so amicable. With that, he led his squad away. Watching their retreating figures, Rost silently exhaled in relief. He understood that such maneuvering would not prove effective indefinitely. Yet as long as he could delay for a day, he gained a precious opportunity to gather strength and await the right moment. During this period of stalemate, Rost not only adopted a conservative military strategy, but also discreetly reached out to various factions in search of a breakthrough. He engaged in private discussions with some generals from the Erebos faction to grasp their thoughts and positions, while simultaneously establishing clandestine connections with individuals from the Dark Knight demon camp to uncover their true intentions. Rost recognized that beneath the surface of this seemingly straightforward territorial dispute lay intricate entanglements of interests and power struggles. Thus, he had to tread carefully through this complex landscape, seeking a path of his own. Otherwise, he risked being forever lost in the ceaseless turmoil, becoming a mere casualty in this game of power. Chapter 137. The summons within the palace of Erebos, steeped in an aura of profound darkness, an oppressive atmosphere hung heavily in the air. Erebos, the illustrious emperor, Fixated intently on the shimmering summons in his grasp, a storm brewing upon his brow, his magical energy swirling uncontrollably, distorting the air around him. What is the meaning of this? Erebos' voice resonated, low and frigid, imbued with an unyielding chill that echoed throughout the vast hall. The Order of Reality dares to summon me at this critical juncture? The situation with the Dark Knight demon remains ambiguous, and myriad matters demand my attention. How can I possibly extricate myself? One of his subordinates cautiously stepped forward, bowing respectfully. My lord, reliable intelligence indicates that the crisis in the eastern cosmos is imminent. With the border defenses on the brink of collapse, this summons concerns all Emperor-level powers in the northern domain, aimed at uniting our foremost forces to counter an unknown adversary. This underscores the gravity of the situation. We may find it difficult to refuse. Erebos snorted disdainfully, the summons crinkling in his tight grip, producing a faint rustling sound. Difficult to refuse? Humph. I, Erebos, have traversed the cosmos for years without ever being coerced in such a manner. Yet, the power behind this order cannot be underestimated. A flicker of hesitation and struggle crossed his gaze, as he weighed the delicate balance between his own interests and the greater cosmic order. Meanwhile, in another location within the northern cosmos, the Dark Knight demon received a similar summons. He abruptly plunged the enchanted sword in his grasp into the ground, unleashing a torrent of formidable magic that tore through the surrounding space, creating dark fissures. What is this? He exclaimed. At the pivotal moment when I am on the brink of vanquishing Erebos, I am to wade through this murky water in the Eastern universe? His commanders exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. After a prolonged silence, a bold demon general ventured, My lord, this may be an opportunity. If we achieve great merit in the Eastern universe, upon our return, both resources and prestige will reach new heights. When the time comes to confront Erebos again, our chances will be greatly enhanced. The Dark Knight demon lord pondered for a moment, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Humph, so be it for now. However, I shall not permit Erebos to have an easy time. After much deliberation, Erebos finally made his decision. He summoned Loss, his expression grave, and said, Loss. The situation has changed drastically. I must heed the call of the Order of the Dimensions and venture to the Eastern universe. During my absence, you must maintain stability here and keep a close watch on the Dark Knight Demon Lord's movements. Do not allow him any advantage. Loss knelt on one knee, responding solemnly. Rest assured, my lord, I shall do everything in my power to safeguard our territory. However, the Eastern universe is fraught with dangers. I implore you to exercise caution on your journey. Erebos nodded slightly, his form flickering before vanishing from sight, racing towards the boundary of the Eastern universe. Upon his arrival at the Eastern universe's border, he found it teeming with powerful beings from the parallel universes. Xingqian, the leader of the Order of the Dimensions, acknowledged Erebos' arrival with a slight nod. Turning to the leaders of various factions, he stated, This crisis exceeds our expectations. We require your strength. Erebos surveyed the surroundings. Noting the hundreds of Emperor-level warriors standing in various poses, their expressions a mix of gravity and vigilance. He let out a cold snort. I hope this time is not a futile expenditure of my time. Xingqian's demeanor was serious as he slowly articulated, Esteemed ones. The enemies in the Eastern universe are anything but ordinary. They wield an ancient and malevolent dark power, aiming to disrupt the balance of the four universes and subsequently dominate the entirety of existence. Our defenses have sustained multiple severe blows. If we do not swiftly turn the tide, the entire universe will plunge into irretrievable ruin. The emperors reacted with altered expressions. One emperor spoke up. If that is the case, we must expedite the formulation of a battle plan and take the initiative. We can no longer afford to be on the defensive. Meanwhile, in the northern universe, Loss began to reorganize defenses, closely monitoring every move of the Dark Knight Demon Lord. With Erebos and the Dark Knight Demon Lord engaged in the Eastern universe, this once tense region had temporarily descended into an eerie calm, yet turmoil surged within Loss. He understood well that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With proper management, both his strength and influence would experience a significant leap. Loss promptly convened his capable commanders. Within the council chamber, the flickering candlelight cast shadows, creating an atmosphere thick with tension yet tinged with excitement. Esteemed colleagues, he declared, with Lord Erebos and the Dark Knight Demon Lord both embroiled in the Eastern Universe battlefield, they are unable to attend to this realm. This is our golden opportunity for growth. We cannot let it slip away, for it may never return. Lao Si's gaze was piercing, sweeping over the crowd, exuding an aura of determination and inevitability. A general, his face etched with concern, furrowed his brow and clasped his hands, saying, "General, while this may be an opportunity, recklessly expanding our reach could lead to dire consequences if detected. After all, the Night Demon and Lord Erebus have numerous spies. One misstep on our part could ignite calamity." Laosi responded with a subtle smirk, a glimmer of cunning and confidence flickering in his eyes. "Thus, we must act discreetly and swiftly. We will begin by targeting the scattered powers surrounding us, those minor lords and insignificant families, whose strength is feeble and unable to mount a defense. By absorbing them, we can rapidly augment our forces and resources, enhancing our overall might. Moreover, our actions must be impervious to scrutiny. We shall declare them mere military exercises, creating a smokescreen." Without hesitation, Laosi personally led his elite troops, shrouded in the cloak of night, to silently encircle a sizable lordship. The moonlight cascaded like water upon the still earth, accompanied only by the whisper of the breeze through the grass. The guards within the territory were drowsy, utterly oblivious to the looming crisis, and before they could react, they were swiftly subdued by the well-trained soldiers. Standing tall in the heart of the domain, Laosi proclaimed in a resonant and authoritative voice, "From this day forth, you are under my command. Serve with loyalty, and you shall be rewarded with wealth and honor. Dare to resist, and I shall show no mercy." He unleashed a formidable surge of magical power that bore down upon the crowd like a towering mountain. Under the weight of this immense intimidation, most fell to their knees, trembling in submission. Yet, among the throng, a few impetuous guards exchanged defiant glances and quietly gripped their weapons. Laosi, keenly attuned to this subtle shift, caught the glint of rebellion in their eyes and vanished from sight. In the next instant, he stood before the ringleader, his sword poised at the man's throat, coldly declaring, "Do not deceive yourselves. Those who resist face only death." The guards, their faces drained of color, dropped their weapons with a clatter and knelt to plead for mercy. After securing the territory, Laosi did not lower his guard. He swiftly assigned his trusted confidants to oversee the domain's defense and administration, reorganizing and training the newly acquired soldiers while reassuring the local populace with promises of a better life. Within a mere few days, this territory was firmly under Laosi's control, becoming a crucial element in his expansion. Yet, he did not pause. His gaze shifted to the next target. Amidst the seemingly tranquil northern cosmos, a silent struggle for power was intensifying. Chapter 138, The Blood Song of the Firmament at the Edge of the Universe. What should have been a realm of tranquility and the unknown had devolved into a battlefield rife with conflict and devastation. Erebus and a host of emperors were tirelessly resisting the ferocious onslaught of their enemies. Each clash of magic and dark forces reverberated through the void, causing the fabric of space to ripple, as if on the brink of collapse under the strain. Erebus was enveloped in an abyssal darkness, its arcane energy swirling as if it possessed a life of its own, crafting a series of distorted and enigmatic patterns. His eyes gleamed with a chilling light, fixated on the relentless tide of adversaries surging towards him. In his grasp, a staff fashioned from ancient, mysterious materials emanated a terrifying aura. With every swing, dark waves erupted forth, and wherever they struck, anguished cries echoed as foes were consumed by an endless abyss of shadows, a chasm seemingly teeming with countless unfathomable fears, leaving no trace in its wake. Beside him, other emperors unleashed their full might. Some manipulated the elemental forces, summoning powerful flames, frost, and thunder to weave an unyielding barrier. Others centered their energy, unleashing potent mental waves that disoriented their enemies, causing chaos and self-destruction among them. Yet, despite their efforts, the enemy's assaults surged like relentless ocean waves, unceasing and overwhelming, instilling an unprecedented pressure upon all. Amidst their desperate struggle, a figure imbued with tremendous magical power descended abruptly, the Night Demon, cloaked in dense black flames, within which countless vengeful spirits writhed and howled. He exuded an aura of both mystery and terror. His sword glimmered with an icy radiance, its blade etched with ancient runes, each inscribed with boundless dark power. Upon his arrival, he let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the soul, then unleashed a wave of black sword energy that ruthlessly rent the fabric of space, creating a massive fissure, while the oncoming foes were instantaneously obliterated. Erebus, taken aback by the Night Demoness presence, paused momentarily before uttering a cold scoff. "So you have arrived. I hope you harbor no ulterior motives." His voice was deep and frigid, as if echoing from the depths of the underworld, laden with vigilance. The Night Demon chuckled derisively. "At this juncture, such trivialities are irrelevant. Let us first address the immediate threat. We can settle our accounts later. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes, and without hesitation, he plunged into the fray. Though their words were laced with tension, both understood the necessity of unity against the looming peril. Thus, following a brief standoff, they swiftly engaged in battle, joining forces with the other emperors to forge an even more formidable defense. Above them, potent energies surged chaotically, intertwining in a tapestry of vibrant colors, creating a bizarre yet magnificent spectacle. The fabric of space was riddled with gaping wounds, from which a destructive essence poured forth, mingling fragments of various laws that, upon contact with any object, would incite violent explosions. The celestial beings, akin to falling stars or moths drawn to flame, clashed fiercely, their cries and roars intertwining in a symphony of death's lament. On this chaotic battlefield, the deities of supreme power also fought with fervor. Although their strength paled in comparison to the emperors, they remained an indispensable force in this calamitous war. A deity clad in a resplendent golden robe wielded a long sword that shimmered with divine light. With each swing of his blade, he unleashed a torrent of golden sword energy, incinerating his foes into mere ashes. Yet, his adversary was equally formidable, a dark god emanating an aura of malevolence, relentlessly casting curses to erode the golden-robed deity's very being. As he repelled the encroaching curses, the golden-robed deity sought an opening in his opponent's defenses, sweat soaking his back. Yet his gaze remained resolute. Not far away, another deity engaged in fierce combat against a throng of enemies. This deity, a master of nature's forces, gently waved his staff, causing the surrounding trees to spring to life. Their branches became agile tendrils, striking at the foes with unexpected ferocity. The enemies, caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, quickly adapted, unleashing their potent dark magic in a bid to obliterate the animated trees. Gradually, the trees withered under the onslaught of dark energy. Yet the deity did not yield. He continued to manipulate other natural elements, waging a protracted battle against his adversaries. Among the factions, the emperor-level beings undoubtedly constituted the backbone of this brutal conflict. Erebos and the Dark Knight deity fought side by side. Their coordination, though not seamless, still instilled fear in their enemies due to their overwhelming prowess. Erebos swung his staff once more, unleashing a tumultuous wave of darkness, while the Dark Knight deity seized the opportunity to wield his cursed sword, sending forth a flurry of black sword energy that decimated those attempting to evade the dark tide. Their powers collided with resounding force, each impact reverberating like thunder, as brilliant light burst forth, dazzling the eyes of all who beheld it. Light and shadow, order and chaos, life and death, the myriad forces of law intertwined viciously in the confined expanse, triggering cataclysmic chain reactions that unleashed apocalyptic energy. The battlefield resembled a merciless meat grinder, the stench of blood saturating every breath of air. In such harrowing combat, even the godlike beings flickered like candles in the wind, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. They either fell victim to the residual force of emperor-level beings or succumbed in exhausting clashes against equals. Some were instantly consumed by dark magic, barely able to emit a cry. Others were seared by the laws of light, reduced to ashes scattered by the wind. And still others were mercilessly swallowed by rifts in space, their fates unknown. Yet, the emperor-level beings were not entirely secure. Shadows of demise loomed over them as well. A once mighty emperor, in the throes of fierce confrontation, inadvertently revealed a vulnerability, allowing his opponent to exploit the moment. A devastating attack, imbued with infinite destructive power, pierced through his chest. In an instant, his form became translucent and then shattered like glass, leaving only an anguished roar echoing in the void. His fall momentarily stilled the surrounding battle, but soon, the tide of war surged once more, consuming all in its path. Shattered artifacts lay strewn across the ground, and the once loyal companions of the fallen deities fled in terror as the battlefield devolved into a chaotic realm of death. Blood rained down like a deluge, coalescing into a river of crimson flowing through the void. However, neither side of the war exhibited any inclination to retreat. Driven by ambition and desire, they continued to engage in this brutal conflict, all for the elusive victory that lay beyond their reach. Behind this war lurked a colossal conspiracy. The enemy's objective extended beyond mere conquest of this universe. They sought to disrupt its balance, unleashing ancient and malevolent forces long sealed away, plunging the cosmos into endless darkness and chaos. In contrast, Erebus, the dark god of night, alongside other mighty sovereigns, fought not solely for their own interests, but to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the universe. As the battle raged on, the situation grew increasingly dire. The enemy seemed to sense the intentions of Erebus and his allies, intensifying their assaults in an attempt to breach the defenses swiftly. The pressure on the battlefield escalated sharply, compelling Erebus and his companions to exert every ounce of their strength, even resorting to some forbidden powers. With a grave expression, Erebus slowly closed his eyes and began to chant incantations. Suddenly, a formidable surge of dark energy erupted from him, a force exponentially stronger than any he had previously unleashed. The surrounding space began to warp under the weight of this power, as if it would be torn asunder at any moment. Observing this scene, the dark god of night felt an instinctive caution, yet faced with an overwhelming enemy, he too had no choice but to join forces with Erebus against their foes. Finally, the enemy's defenses showed signs of yielding before the immense power. Seizing the opportunity, Erebus and his allies launched a counterattack, their figures darting across the battlefield, weapons flashing as foes fell one by one. Nevertheless, the enemy did not capitulate easily. They began to gather their strength, preparing for a devastating counterstrike. At that moment, a mysterious and formidable figure appeared on the battlefield, exuding an aura that was both ancient and enigmatic, making it impossible to gauge his true strength. His arrival shifted the tides of the conflict once more. Chapter 139. Expansion in the vast expanse of the North Universe. Once shrouded by the ominous clouds of conflict between Erebus and the Dark God of Night, a monumental transformation was underway. Laos, a commander who had long remained in the service of Erebus, finally embraced his own era after the sovereigns were summoned to the Eastern Universe battlefield. Embarking on a fervent path of territorial expansion, standing atop his magnificent and imposing stronghold, a symbol of power and authority, Laos gazed into the distance, his eyes shimmering with fervent ambition and unwavering resolve. The walls of his citadel were inscribed with mysterious and ancient runes, each pulsating with the essence of his divine principles. With a commanding decree, countless angels, pure as snow yet radiating a fierce aura, surged forth from his realm, akin to a sacred tempest sweeping across the surrounding territories. Each angel possessed formidable combat prowess, wielding weapons that gleamed with divine light, their wings stirring a cascade of resplendent feathers that made the very fabric of space tremble in their wake. In their eyes burned a fervent flame of loyalty, an unwavering obedience to the commands of Laos, as they advanced with immense authority towards lands yet to be claimed by his dominion. With the majority of the emperor-level powerhouses summoned away, the defenses of this region became alarmingly fragile. Laos's angelic legion encountered scarcely any formidable resistance, effortlessly sweeping through the territories. Wherever they tread, be it formidable fortresses or powerful protective arrays, they crumbled like fragile paper before the might of the angels' assaults. Laos himself was a terrifying force. His divine essence was entwined with the power of 40 laws, which resonated within him, forming an extraordinarily potent source of strength. Each law flowed like a ceaseless river, brimming with infinite mysteries and power, while Laos stood as the sovereign at their source, wielding them at will. When he personally descended upon the battlefield, he was an unstoppable force. As his figure emerged, the surrounding space seemed to warp under his overwhelming presence. With a mere lift of his hand, he could summon the force of a law, transforming it into a dazzling beam of light that surged towards his foes. This radiance encapsulated boundless order and strength. Once it struck an adversary, their body would instantly disintegrate into nothingness under the law's power. As he annexed a bountiful territory, the local lord endeavored to resist using the ancestral protective forces cultivated over years. The fortress, constructed from massive black stones, was surrounded by formidable defensive arrays, shimmering with mysterious runes that unleashed beams of protective light in an attempt to thwart the advance of Laos's angelic legion. Observing this, Laos's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. He slowly raised his hands. The power of laws within his divine essence began to surge, and with a subtle gesture, a stream of temporal law erupted, enveloping the entire fortress. Under the influence of the temporal law, the flow of time within the fortress accelerated, causing the once solid stones to rapidly erode, and the runes within the defensive array to fade into obscurity. In mere moments, the time-honored bastion was reduced to a pile of rubble. As his dominion expanded, so too did Laos's sphere of influence. He commenced the organization of the newly acquired territories, dispatching loyal subordinates to manage them, infusing his divine law into every parcel of land, ensuring that the beings residing there could feel his majesty and might. He also vigorously developed the economy and military of the territories, erecting grand barracks, and training waves of elite soldiers in preparation for the greater challenges that lay ahead. However, Laos was acutely aware that his path to ascendance would not be devoid of obstacles. Although the emperor-level powerhouses were currently absent, the seasoned strongmen could re-emerge at any moment, their prowess equally formidable. Furthermore, the situation involving Erebus and the Dark Knight Demon, among others, in the eastern cosmic battlefield remained uncertain should they return. How he would confront them presented a daunting dilemma before him. However, Lors did not waver. He was acutely aware that in this merciless cosmos, only by continually fortifying oneself could one secure a foothold amid future tempests. His gaze extended towards the horizon, and within his heart, he silently vowed to establish an unparalleled dominion in this vast universe. On the stage of existence, interwoven with war and ambition, Lors's influence surged at an astonishing pace, with Tyrion's transformation undoubtedly being one of the most resplendent chapters in this ascendant saga. Standing atop his towering citadel, Lors surveyed the bustling scene below. Craftsmen toiled diligently, forging exquisite weaponry. Scholars immersed themselves in ancient tomes within the library, seeking to unearth the secrets of formidable powers. Soldiers, amidst the cacophony of battle cries, engaged in rigorous training on the drill grounds. This flourishing activity was the fruit of Lors's relentless resource allocation and meticulous strategizing, yet his aspirations reached far beyond mere prosperity. Deep within the serene confines of a palace in the heart of the citadel, Tyrion was enveloped in the pivotal moment of divine essence crystallization. A mysterious radiance enveloped him, within which the forces of various laws intertwined like vibrant threads, converging upon his core. These forces stemmed from precious law crystals provided by Lors, as well as the unique powers Tyrion had discerned through years of diligent cultivation. Throughout this arduous and protracted process, beads of sweat adorned Tyrion's brow, and his body trembled slightly, as if he were bearing an immense burden. Yet, his gaze remained unwavering, fixated on the nascent divine essence before him. He understood that upon the successful crystallization of this essence, he would achieve a qualitative leap, not only repaying Lors's benevolence, but also securing his own standing in this universe where strength reigns supreme. At long last, a profound and reverberating roar resonated from the palace, as the mysterious light erupted into a brilliance that illuminated the entirety of the citadel. Tyrion had succeeded. He had successfully crystallized the divine essence. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which now sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, an embodiment of the formidable power and wisdom bestowed upon him by the divine essence. Lors sensed this surge of potent energy, and a satisfied smile graced his features. He immediately made his way to the palace to welcome this newly ascended powerhouse. Upon Lors's entrance, Tyrion knelt on one knee, his voice brimming with emotion. "Lors, were it not for your immense support, Tyrion would not have achieved such success today. Henceforth, I am willing to face fire and water for you, without hesitation." Lors nodded slightly, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Rise, Tyrion. I have witnessed your efforts. Now that you have crystallized the divine essence, it is indeed your moment to shine. I appoint you as my vanguard general, to march forth with the angelic army, expanding our dominion and carving out a broader realm for our influence." After accepting his command, Tyrion swiftly immersed himself in the rigorous preparation for battle. He collaborated closely with the leaders of the angelic army to devise detailed strategic plans. Armed with the formidable power and wisdom conferred by the divine essence, Tyrion consistently identified the weaknesses of their adversaries, crafting the most effective offensive strategies. During an assault on a bountiful territory, the enemy, fortified by impenetrable defenses and formidable protective formations, fiercely resisted. The angelic army, though valiant and undaunted, found it challenging to penetrate the enemy's lines, leading to a stalemate. Observing this, Tyrion immediately harnessed his divine power to conduct an in-depth analysis of the enemy's defenses. He discerned that despite the strength of the protective formation, there existed an energy node. If this node were destroyed, the formation would collapse of its own accord. Consequently, he personally led a select squad of angels to circumvent the enemy's front line and stealthily infiltrate the rear of the formation. In a breathtaking ambush, Tyrion unleashed the formidable laws of his divinity, obliterating the enemy's energy node in a single stroke. Instantly, the protective formation dimmed, losing its efficacy. Seizing the moment, the angelic army launched a full-scale assault, surging toward the enemy like a relentless tide, their battle cries echoing thunderously. Under Tyrion's leadership, the angelic forces shattered the enemy's defenses with remarkable speed, claiming the prosperous territory. With each victory, the morale of the angelic army soared, and their numbers swelled. Many previously neutral factions, witnessing the might of the forces of Rouse, chose to join their ranks. Tyrion, as the vanguard general, gained renown, becoming a figure of terror to his adversaries. However, both Rouse and Tyrion understood that their journey had only just begun. In this vast and boundless universe, countless powerful forces awaited their conquest, and even graver challenges loomed ahead. Chapter 140. A tense battlefield in the vast and boundless multiverse. The Eastern and Northern universes were embroiled in a breathtaking and brutal struggle for survival. On the battlefield, the fabric of space resembled a shattered mirror, with terrifying cracks spreading freely. The tumultuous energy surged like a raging tide, roaring and crashing, leaving devastation in its wake. The warriors from both sides fought with reckless abandon, their eyes consumed by the fervor of battle. The collision of their powers produced bursts of brilliance that outshone supernovae, yet carried an aura of relentless slaughter and frigidness. As the stalemate persisted, the Eastern universe decisively dispatched a contingent of elite emperors. Each of these emperors was a paragon of the Eastern universe, embodying centuries of exceptional prowess. They exuded an aura of terrifying power, their bodies infused with the essence of countless laws, capable of resonating with the very fabric of reality with each movement. As if they were the sovereigns of cosmic order. The moment these formidable emperors entered the fray, the dynamics shifted dramatically. The Northern Universe's forces, which had previously held a slight advantage, were struck as if by a heavy hammer, plunging into a defensive predicament. One Eastern Universe emperor, with eyes like lightning, locked onto a top warrior from the Northern Universe. With a mere gesture, dozens of strands of law coalesced into a radiant sword of light, cleaving through the void with unstoppable force. The Northern warrior exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the strike, but was still overwhelmed by the terrifying blow. Sent reeling as if a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward for thousands of miles. Under the relentless offensive of the formidable forces from the Eastern universe, the defenses of the Northern universe teetered perilously, continuously retreating. Yet, how could the Northern universe surrender so easily? At this critical juncture, the venerable guardians of order from the Northern universe finally resolved to make their appearance. These guardians, who typically concealed themselves in the depths of the cosmos, safeguarded the most fundamental rules of order within the Northern universe, their strength unfathomable, serving as the last bastion of hope. Suddenly, ancient and enigmatic runes illuminated the void. As 7 figures clad in black robes, emanating an aura of antiquity, gradually emerged. Leading them was an elder, his visage weathered, yet his eyes resolute. He spoke softly, his voice resonating like a mighty bell across the battlefield. Eastern universe, do not overstep your bounds. Today shall mark your place of entombment. Upon finishing his declaration, the 7 guardians of order simultaneously unleashed their powers. The force of their laws flawlessly merged with the cosmic rules of the Northern universe, forming an indomitable barrier that staunchly repelled the onslaught of the Eastern universe's emperors. Once again, the battlefield descended into a stalemate, with both sides of formidable combatants exchanging blows without yielding. The assaults from the Eastern universe were fierce and unrelenting, attempting to tear through the defenses of the Northern universe with sheer might, while the guardians of order from the Northern universe, utilizing their exquisite command of the laws and their profound heritage, steadfastly held their ground, poised for a counterattack. Under their leadership, the morale of the Northern universe's forces surged, gradually stabilizing their formations and organizing effective counteroffensives. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield grew ever more enigmatic, as no one could foresee the ultimate outcome of this cosmic conflict. Would the Eastern universe, through its overwhelming strength, completely subdue the Northern universe? Or would the guardians of order from the Northern universe turn the tide amidst the impasse? Just then, a towering emperor from the Eastern universe bellowed with ferocity, his power surging wildly, conjuring a colossal hand that obscured the heavens, with runes shimmering in its palm and the force to crush stars. It descended upon the guardians of order from the Northern universe with tremendous force. The elder at the forefront of the Northern universe's guardians wore a grave expression, swiftly forming seals with his hands. In an instant, an ancient shield, forged from pure law power, materialized above them. The giant hand collided with the shield in a thunderous crash, unleashing energy ripples that swept outward like a tempest, shattering countless stars into cosmic dust in the wake of this power. Seizing the opportunity presented by the shockwave, a lithe guardian of order from the Northern universe surged forth like a bolt of black lightning into the enemy ranks, clutching a long sword that emitted a ghostly luminescence. The blade was entwined with strands of mysterious law power, each swing capable of severing the fabric of the void. The emperors of the Eastern Universe quickly reacted, several of them joining forces to weave a gigantic net of law power in an attempt to ensnare the assailant. However, the swordsmanship of the Northern Universe's guardian was nothing short of exquisite. His blade danced through the air, managing to carve an opening in the web of laws, successfully breaking through the encirclement and advancing toward the core of the Eastern Universe's emperors. Just as this guardian was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the Eastern Universe's emperor, a resplendent beam of seven-colored light shot forth from the rear of the Eastern Universe's ranks. Amidst the radiant glow, a graceful figure emerged slowly, her beauty striking yet as frigid as ice. In her hand, she wielded a staff adorned with numerous gems. With a gentle wave of the staff, 7 distinct colors of the power of laws intertwined, forming an indomitable rainbow-hued barrier that thwarted the assault of the Order enforcers. This enigmatic woman was a hidden powerhouse from the Eastern cosmos, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. Her appearance once again disrupted the equilibrium of the battlefield, tilting the situation unfavorably for the Northern cosmos. The Order enforcers of the North silently lamented, yet rather than surrender, their resolve was ignited with renewed vigor. At that moment, a young Order enforcer from the Northern cosmos had a sudden insight. He noticed a subtle fluctuation of energy during the Eastern Emperor's fusion of their powers. Swiftly, he relayed this discovery to his comrades. After deliberation, they resolved to concentrate their strength and launch a full-scale assault the instant this fluctuation manifested. The Order enforcers of the North began to amalgamate their powers, creating an unprecedented torrent of energy. Meanwhile, the Eastern Emperors sensed that the Northern forces were concocting something, but remained oblivious to their specific intentions, fortifying their defenses in anticipation. At last, the moment of energy fluctuation arrived. The Northern Order enforcers seized the opportunity, unleashing their amassed energy torrent like cannon fire, aimed directly at the core region where the Eastern Emperors were merging their powers. This surge of energy encapsulated the entirety of the Northern cosmos's hopes, charging forth with unstoppable momentum, shattering the defenses of the Eastern Emperors and striking at their core. With a resounding crash, the fusion of the Eastern Emperor's powers fell into brief disarray. The Northern forces, witnessing this, felt their morale surge and launched a comprehensive counteroffensive. The ranks of the Eastern cosmos began to waver as the tides of battle shifted in favor of the North. However, the formidable beings of the Eastern cosmos would not concede defeat easily. As the champions of the Northern cosmos believed they had seized the opportunity to reverse the tide of battle, an eerie spatial fluctuation suddenly rippled from behind them. This disturbance was like an invisible ripple, laced with a chilling aura, instantly intensifying the tension on the battlefield. Before anyone could react, a group of formidable figures exuding a chilling presence materialized like phantoms. Clad in dark robes, their countenances were stern, their eyes gleaming with greed and ruthlessness. And without a word, they launched a fierce assault on the Northern champions. At the forefront stood a powerful figure, surrounded by swirling violet-black, demonic flames, within which countless vengeful spirits howled. In his grasp, a massive scythe gleamed ominously, effortlessly tearing through the fabric of space with a sizzling sound. Several slightly weaker warriors from the Northern cosmos were instantly engulfed by the terrifying rift, unable to emit a single cry before being utterly obliterated. Blood splattered, condensing into droplets in the icy expanse of the universe, scattering into the void. The Order enforcers of the North, stunned, swiftly turned to defend themselves. The lithe figure of the sword-wielding enforcer, brimming with fury and defiance, let out a thunderous roar as he charged towards the assailants. His longsword danced with impeccable precision, the arcane force of the law clashing violently against the adversary's infernal flames. Each encounter unleashed fierce explosions of energy, creating vast voids in the cosmos. However, the overwhelming numbers and formidable strength of his opponents, each rivaling his own prowess, gradually ensnared him in a dire predicament. Waves of demonic fire surged through the gaps in his defenses, searing his flesh, singeing his garments, and leaving charred scars upon his skin. Yet, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, his martial spirit intensifying with each passing moment. At that juncture, the emperors of the Eastern cosmos seized the opportunity to mount a more ferocious assault. The imposing figure of a titan among them summoned a terrifying force of law, weaving countless strands of power into an array of sharp spears, each imbued with the potential to obliterate stars. These projectiles rained down upon the stalwarts of the Northern cosmos like a torrential storm. The elder of the Northern cosmos wore a grim countenance, his ancient shield spinning rapidly to deflect the incoming spear onslaught. Yet, the sheer force of the strikes compelled him to retreat. leaving deep impressions in the void beneath his feet. It dawned upon him that this was not merely a clash with the Eastern cosmos. It was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy involving the Western cosmos as well. They had long coveted the abundant resources and vast territories of the Northern cosmos. The champions of the Western cosmos, masters of dark laws and infernal powers, complemented the forces of the Eastern cosmos. After prolonged clandestine plotting, they had devised this seemingly mutually destructive war, all the while intending to dismantle the Northern cosmos through attrition. Initially, they incited direct confrontations between the Eastern and Northern forces to deplete the latter's strength. Once exhaustion set in and vigilance waned, the warriors of the Western cosmos would strike from the shadows, aiming to ensnare the Northern champions in one fell swoop. The situation in the Northern cosmos grew increasingly perilous, with formidable warriors succumbing to injuries. The battlefield was awash in blinding bursts of energy and the cacophony of battle cries, as celestial bodies were relentlessly obliterated, transforming into cosmic dust. In that moment, the young enforcer of order recognized that if this trajectory continued, the Northern cosmos would face utter annihilation. Gazing at his wounded comrades and the homeland on the brink of invasion, he steeled himself and resolved upon a tragic decision. Ignoring the cries of his companions, he ignited the essence of his very being. In an instant, his form radiated with blinding brilliance, the force of law surging through him with frenzied intensity. His skin began to fissure, blood seeping from the cracks, yet he seemed impervious to pain, his gaze fixed with unwavering determination. He charged towards the confluence of the Eastern and Western forces, warping the very fabric of space in his wake, as if it were crumpled parchment. The elder of the Northern cosmos shouted in desperation, yet he could not halt the young enforcer's advance. In the moment the young enforcer breached the enemy ranks, he unleashed the full extent of his power. A deafening roar reverberated through the cosmos, illuminating the entire battlefield, as an overwhelming surge of energy obliterated everything in its vicinity. The formidable warriors from the Eastern and Western universes were caught off guard by this sudden act of self-destruction. Dozens of them were reduced to ashes on the spot, while several slightly weaker emperors sustained grave injuries. The leader of the demonic flames from the Western universe was hurled thousands of miles away by the force of the shockwave. His scythe shattered in two, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with terror and fury. Seizing this fleeting moment of chaos, the warriors from the Northern universe hastily reorganized their defenses. Despite their hearts heavy with grief, an indomitable spirit of resistance ignited within them. They understood that retreating even a single step would plunge the Northern universe into irrevocable ruin. Though the Eastern and Western universes had suffered severe losses, their insatiable greed compelled them to press on. The emperors of the Eastern universe began to gather their powers anew, while the warriors of the Western universe adjusted their states, preparing to launch another assault. A more brutal battle erupted once again upon this blood-stained cosmic battlefield. The fate of the universe seemingly suspended by a thread as thin as a spider's silk. An elder from the Northern universe, suppressing his inner sorrow, raised his voice in fervent defiance. We were born in the Northern universe. We have thrived in the Northern universe. Today, even if we must fight to the last man, we shall not allow these two thieving universes to prevail. With runes shimmering in his hand, he unleashed the principles of order he had comprehended throughout his life, transforming it into an impenetrable barrier of energy to withstand the renewed onslaught from the Eastern and Western universes. An emperor from the Eastern universe, adept in the laws of time, flashed an eerie light in his eyes. With a mere gesture, the space occupied by the Northern universe warriors fell into disarray. Some fighters found their movements sluggish, as though ensnared in a viscous substance, each swing of their swords becoming an arduous task. Others seemed to be fast-forwarded through time, their bodies aging rapidly, their life force ebbing away like a receding tide. Seeing this, the warriors from the Western universe intensified their assault. The demonic flames leader reformed a more powerful scythe, enveloped in dark laws, surging forth like a crashing tide against the defenses of the Northern universe. Wherever it struck, the energy barrier of the Northern universe corroded, creating gaping black voids, as the principal power flickered like a consuming flame, gradually extinguishing. Just as the defenses of the Northern universe teetered on the brink of collapse, a stooped yet imposing elder emerged from the depths of the Northern universe. He was once the mightiest being of the Northern universe, having spent years in seclusion to grasp the profound truths of the cosmos. Sensing the dire peril faced by the Northern universe, he forcefully broke through the barrier of his meditation. Clutching an ancient staff, crowned with a gemstone radiating a gentle blue light, the embodiment of the Northern Universe's core principles, he stepped onto the battlefield. The staff struck the void with a heavy thud, producing a resounding echo, instantly quelling the tumult of time. Following this, he bellowed, directing his staff toward the demonic flames leader of the Western Universe. A torrent of blue light erupted from the gemstone, coalescing into a vast wave of azure that collided head-on with the opposing dark flames and laws. In that moment, the cosmos blazed with brilliance. Blue and black interweaving in fierce opposition, neither side gaining the upper hand. The emperors of the Eastern Universe, naturally, would not stand idly by while the Western Universe engaged this superlative warrior from the Northern Universe alone. The imposing emperor, alongside several formidable allies, conjured a colossal vortex of laws, imbued with the essence of countless principles, seeking to ensnare the reinforcements from the Northern Universe and crush them into oblivion. The elder of the Northern Universe exchanged a glance with his arriving comrades, a silent understanding passing between them. They unleashed their powers, one veering left and the other right, charging towards the opposing factions of the Eastern and Western universes. The elder wielded his shield, transforming it into a multitude of orderly runes that cascaded like stars across the night sky towards the vortex of the Eastern emperors, striving to disrupt its operation. Meanwhile, the later arriving warrior wielded a torrent of blue energy as a blade, cleaving towards the infernal forces of the Western universe, compelling them to refrain from aiding their Eastern counterparts. The battle intensified with both sides exerting their utmost efforts. The warriors of the Northern Universe, inspired by their two champions, surged fearlessly towards the enemy, united by a singular conviction to safeguard their homeland. Though the champions from the Eastern and Western universes were immensely powerful, they began to feel the strain against the tenacious resistance of the Northern Universe. At that moment, the enigmatic woman radiating with a spectrum of colors from the Eastern Universe made her move once more. With a flick of her staff, she cast a vibrant barrier towards the defenses of the Northern Universe, attempting to ensnare their warriors within its confines. The champions of the Northern Universe sensed the formidable binding force, but found it challenging to break free. Nevertheless, they refused to surrender, supporting one another as they collectively withstood this overwhelming power while seeking an opportunity to turn the tide. The ultimate battle for the fate of the cosmos remained fiercely contested. Chapter 142. The Alliance of North and South. The warriors of the Northern Universe fought valiantly, each incisive assault and resolute defense echoing their deep affection for their homeland and their unwavering determination to protect it. Yet, as the battle raged on, they gradually realized the overwhelming disparity in strength against the premeditated alliance of the Eastern and Western universes. Continuing to press on would only lead to their annihilation. The elder of the Northern Universe, with a grave expression, understood that decisive action was imperative. Thus, he summoned his formidable power to issue a resonant command that reverberated across the battlefield. Retreat. Conserve our strength and deliberate on our next steps. Although the warriors of the Northern Universe felt a sense of reluctance, they recognized the gravity of military orders and understood that preserving their strength was paramount. They swiftly shielded one another with their powers, retreating amidst the relentless pursuit of the Eastern and Western champions, painstakingly carving a bloody path back toward the depths of the Northern Universe. The champions from the Eastern and Western universes were relentless in their pursuit. The Eastern Emperor, adept in the manipulation of time, continuously wielded his enigmatic temporal powers, seeking to hinder the retreat of the Northern champions. Meanwhile, the infernal warrior from the Western universe swung his scythe, unleashing waves of devastating flames that twisted the very fabric of reality, causing the backs of the Northern champions to prickle with trepidation. Finally managing to evade their pursuers, the champions of the Northern universe returned to their core territory, where the cosmic laws were more potent. Utilizing the advantageous terrain, they swiftly established a defensive formation to thwart any further incursions by their foes. The elder gathered the group, his demeanor grave as he proclaimed, "The Eastern and Western universes have long conspired. Their aggression is formidable. Alone, we cannot withstand their onslaught. Our only recourse now is to unite with the Southern universe and collectively confront the external threat." The crowd nodded in unison, fully aware that this was their sole glimmer of hope. Thus, the Northern Cosmos dispatched its most elite envoys to traverse the vast expanses of the universe, journeying towards the Southern Cosmos. The envoys navigated cautiously, evading the watchful eyes of both the Eastern and Western Cosmos, and ultimately arrived at their destination. In the Southern Cosmos, a congregation of formidable beings awaited them, each adept in their unique cultivation systems, specializing in the manipulation of natural elemental laws. starkly contrasting the order laws of the northern cosmos. Upon their arrival, the northern envoys were graciously received by the rulers of the southern cosmos. With sincerity, the envoys articulated their plight. Esteemed ones, the eastern and western cosmos harbor malevolent ambitions, intent on partitioning the northern cosmos. Our realm now teeters on the brink of collapse. Should the northern cosmos fall, the southern cosmos will inevitably be their next target. The loss of lips leads to the demise of teeth. We implore you for assistance. The rulers of the southern cosmos engaged in hushed deliberation, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some exhibited hesitation, concerned that involvement in this conflict might jeopardize their own realm. Others, however, bore resolute gazes, acutely aware of the impending crisis. Among them, a powerful being who commanded the wood element stood and radiated vibrant life. With verdant vines flourishing around him, he proclaimed, "The northern cosmos is in peril, we cannot remain passive. To wait until the enemy is at our gates before we act would be too late." A woman skilled in the water element echoed his sentiments. Indeed, if we join forces, our natural laws may complement the order laws of the northern cosmos, and together we might stand against the eastern and western realms. After fervent debate, the southern cosmos ultimately resolved to dispatch their strongest warriors to ally with the northern cosmos. Shortly thereafter, the champions of the southern cosmos arrived in the northern realm, where they were met by a venerable elder who welcomed them personally. The champions convened to collaboratively devise strategies against their adversaries. To ensure seamless cooperation, the order practitioners of the northern cosmos and the natural elementals of the southern cosmos commenced rigorous training together. Meanwhile, the eastern and western cosmos learned of this alliance and resolved to strike preemptively, rallying their forces to advance upon the northern cosmos. A grand cosmic battle was poised to unfold. The united front of the northern and southern cosmos prepared with unwavering resolve, merging their respective powers and rehearsing their coordination to maximize their combat effectiveness. Conversely, the warriors of the eastern and western cosmos marched forth with fierce determination, firmly believing that their combined might would easily subdue the resistance of the northern and southern realms, fulfilling their ambition of cosmic division. As the armies faced off in the vastness of space, the violent forces of the laws clashed and sparked against one another, heralding a war that would reshape the very fabric of the universe. The winds of fate twisted, and the stars seemed to tremble in anticipation. Concurrently, in the shadows, Lors had quietly initiated a series of astonishing maneuvers. Harnessing his formidable strength and the unique capabilities of his primordial world, he led his angelic army like an unstoppable tempest, conquering numerous surrounding factions. With each planet subdued, Lors's primordial world underwent a transformative evolution. After continuously absorbing the fragments of laws and the essence of energy from conquered planets, the number of laws he has integrated has surged to over 80. Each law has been intricately woven into the core of his primordial world. His cosmic laws have become increasingly refined, and the already vast expanse of his world is expanding at an astonishing rate, now far surpassing the scale of ordinary primordial planets at the Emperor level. Mysterious runes and trajectories of laws have begun to emerge in the once clear sky, manifestations of Ross's formidable strength. As his power swells dramatically, so too does his ambition. He issues a renewed command for conquest. His voice deep, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Advance further, plant our flag in every corner. Consequently, countless angelic armies with pristine white wings surge forth from his primordial realm, wielding weapons that radiate with divine light, their eyes reflecting absolute loyalty to Ross and an insatiable thirst for battle. With the number of conquered planets increasing, the power of faith surges like a tidal wave, continuously flooding into Ross's primordial world, nourishing his soul and strength. The souls from the conquered planets fall under his dominion, some merging into the fabric of the world's laws while others bolster the ranks of the angelic army. This relentless ascent in power inflates Ross's confidence. He no longer acts with the caution of his former self, but instead takes the initiative, seeking greater resources to further enhance his might. Ross is acutely aware that the core of a star is the most precious energy crystal in the universe, containing boundless power and serving as the key to augmenting his strength. The resources he seeks are not merely for his own expansion, but also to assist the northern universe in reversing its previous disadvantages. Having been on the back foot in encounters with the eastern and western universes, this has left him deeply unsettled, the feeling of oppression lingering in his mind. Now, the alliance between the northern and southern universes has afforded him precious time. He has utilized this time to accelerate his conquests of the surrounding territories. During an attempt to conquer a prosperous planet, Ross encountered a mysterious force of resistance. This force originates from an organization known as the Shadow Council, adept at concealing their forms and manipulating dark energy, which has caused considerable trouble for Ross's angelic legions. Ross personally descends onto the battlefield, his eyes shimmering with golden light. As he materializes a long sword forged from the purest essence of law, he swings the sword, unleashing a flurry of golden sword chi that disperses the dark energy of the Shadow Council. Amidst the fierce conflict, Ross discovers that a greater conspiracy seems to lurk behind the Shadow Council, with intricate ties to both the Eastern and Western universes. This revelation compels Ross to realize that the situation is more complex than he had imagined. He must hasten his actions, not only to secure more resources for the Northern Universe, but also to unveil the secrets hidden in the shadows, thereby gaining the upper hand in the impending cosmic war. Lao Si was acutely aware of the formidable crisis concealed within the Shadow Council. Should this menace remain unresolved, it could potentially serve as a powerful ally to the Eastern and Western universes at a critical juncture, inflicting catastrophic damage upon the coalition of the Northern and Southern universes. Consequently, he resolved to delve deeply into the Shadow Council's machinations, seeking evidence of their collusion with the Eastern and Western universes. He dispatched an elite squad of angels, who, wielding their mastery of the light laws, navigated through the darkness to track the movements of the Shadow Council's members. After several days of reconnaissance, the angelic squad finally uncovered a clandestine stronghold of the Shadow Council. This hideout was concealed within a planet shrouded in dark energy, surrounded by various sinister traps and formidable defensive arrays. Lao Si personally led his forces to the site, standing at the forefront of the army, exuding an overwhelming aura that dispelled the surrounding dark energies. Confronted with numerous obstacles, he waved his hand, and the angelic army swiftly initiated their assault. A portion of the angels invoked the light laws, fiercely combating the dark traps and defensive arrays, while another contingent, armed with gleaming blades, charged into the heart of the stronghold. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Lao Si discerned striking similarities between the dark energy of the Shadow Council and the infernal flame laws of the Western universe. This revelation deepened his conviction that the collusion between the Shadow Council and the Eastern and Western universes was no mere coincidence. As the battle intensified, Lao Si finally encountered the leader of the Shadow Council. Cloaked in an ominous shroud of darkness, the leader's visage remained obscured, yet his prowess was unmistakable. With a chilling laugh, the leader taunted, "Lao Si, do you truly believe you can thwart us? The plans of the Eastern and Western universes are inexorable. Both your Northern and Southern universes shall fall into their grasp." Lao Si scoffed, his sword radiating brilliant light, declaring, "This day marks your doom, and your schemes shall end here." The two clashed instantaneously, a cataclysmic surge of energy causing the very planet to tremble. Lao Si unleashed a technique amalgamating the power of over 80 laws, golden beams of light erupting like blazing suns, illuminating the entire dark expanse. The leader of the Shadow Council relentlessly wielded the dark laws, attempting to ensnare Lao Si. In the heat of battle, Lao Si suddenly perceived a flaw in the leader's defense. Seizing the moment, he concentrated all his law-infused power into his sword and struck. This blow, imbued with boundless energy, pierced through the leader's defenses, cleaving his form in twain. With the leader's demise, the Shadow Council crumbled instantaneously. Lao Si successfully dismantled the Shadow Council's secret stronghold, acquiring a wealth of intelligence regarding their collusion with the Eastern and Western universes. He returned to the Northern universe with this information, convening with other formidable allies of the coalition to devise strategies for the impending confrontation. Armed with this intelligence, the coalition found themselves with improved odds in the looming battle. However, Lao Si remained vigilant, cognizant that the Eastern and Western universes would not relent easily. They would undoubtedly launch a more ferocious assault. Thus, he utilized the resources obtained from the Shadow Council's stronghold to further fortify his primordial world and angelic army. He, alongside the formidable beings of the Southern universe, collaboratively devised a combat strategy tailored to the distinctive laws governing both the Eastern and Western universes, striving to gain the upper hand on the battlefield. Amid the tense preparations for war, the atmosphere across the cosmos grew increasingly grave. The armies of the Eastern and Western universes amassed relentlessly, heralding the imminent commencement of an ultimate confrontation that would determine the fate of the universe. Standing on the precipice of the Northern universe, Ross gazed into the vast expanse of the cosmic night sky, his heart brimming with unwavering conviction. He understood profoundly that the outcome of this war would not only dictate the survival of the Northern and Southern universes, but also serve as a significant test of cosmic order. Regardless of what awaited him ahead, he would lead his forces to safeguard his loved ones. Chapter 143. The Path of Conquest and the Manifestation of Power in the tense stalemate between the Eastern and Western universes and the coalition of the Northern and Southern universes. Various factions covertly amassed strength, biding their time for the decisive blow. Ross, a powerhouse hailing from the Northern universe, was rising with astonishing speed upon this ever-changing cosmic stage. His source realm resembled a mystical celestial kingdom, orderly within, teeming with countless forms of life flourishing in its embrace. As time progressed, he tirelessly explored and integrated various powers of law, transforming the universe's enigmatic rules to his advantage. Upon successfully merging 200 laws, an unprecedented sense of strength surged within him. He could distinctly perceive the qualitative leap in his power, with every cell pulsating with boundless energy, capable of harnessing the cosmic tides with every movement. At this moment, he had attained the prowess to contend with the seasoned guardians of order, ascending to the pinnacle of the hierarchy of cosmic powerhouses. However, Ross was acutely aware that in the brutal arena of mass warfare, individual strength, while significant, was far from sufficient to determine victory. War was a contest of comprehensive might, necessitating vast resources, formidable armies, and intricate strategic deployments. To further bolster his forces, Ross resolved to personally lead the angelic army on the path of conquest and plunder. His angelic army was a formidable contingent birthed from pure light energy and the power of faith. Each angel bore pristine wings and radiant halos, coupled with unwavering loyalty to Ross. Armed with weapons emanating sacred light, they traversed the cosmos like a resplendent galaxy, illuminating darkness wherever they ventured, as justice triumphed over evil. As news of Ross leading the angelic army into battle spread, several smaller factions within the cosmos began to sense a looming threat. These factions, previously operating independently within their own celestial territories, had enjoyed relatively stable existences. However, confronted with the expansion of Ross's forces, they recognized that without uniting, they would inevitably face defeat one by one. Thus, after deliberation, these factions swiftly allied and extended invitations to several newly ascended sovereign-level powerhouses, seeking to obstruct the advance of Ross's angelic legion under their guidance. Though these emperors have only recently ascended, and their prowess appears somewhat immature among their peers, they take pride in their exceptional talents and the vast resources afforded by their allied factions, dismissing Laos with disdain. United in purpose, they convene to devise a meticulous strategic plan, intent on delivering a decisive blow to Laos. In their estimation, while Laos is formidable, he is ultimately a solitary intruder, whereas they enjoy the advantage of preparation and home ground. Leading his celestial army, Laos swiftly approached the fortified region defended by these factions. Upon observing the foes braced for confrontation, a slight smirk of disdain curled upon his lips. His gaze exuded confidence and authority, as if the challenges before him were as inconsequential as mere ants. Prepare for battle, Laos commanded, and in an instant, the celestial army assumed their combat formation. Their wings unfurled, producing a resonant roar, while their weapons glimmered with radiance, enveloping the entire legion in an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The allied forces, witnessing the formidable presence of Laos's army, felt a twinge of trepidation, yet they had no avenue for retreat and could only muster the resolve to advance. The emperors stood at the forefront, attempting to instill fear in Laos through their own formidable might. Today, you trespass upon our territory, Laos. You shall not leave unscathed. One of the emperors bellowed, striving to dominate the atmosphere with his force. Laos chuckled coldly and took a deliberate step forward. This seemingly casual movement sent tremors rippling through the very fabric of the cosmos. The imperial aura emanating from him resembled an invisible tempest sweeping outward. Under the weight of this pressure, the soldiers of the allied forces found it difficult to breathe, their hearts heavy with dread. Do you truly believe you can obstruct me? Laos's voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the universe. A chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes, instilling fear in the hearts of his adversaries. The emperors, recognizing Laos's extraordinary power, were reluctant to concede easily. They exchanged glances, simultaneously unleashing their respective powers of the laws. In an instant, a myriad of lights erupted, intertwining their forces to create a formidable defensive barrier. Laos regarded the barrier with disdain and shook his head dismissively. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, unleashing the power of 200 laws that surged forth like a cataclysmic torrent, aimed directly at the defensive shield. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the barrier shattered under Laos's onslaught. The soldiers of the allied factions were violently hurled aside, suffering catastrophic losses. The emperors, too, were shaken by the force, their vitality surging tumultuously, pallor overtaking their faces. How can this be? His power is beyond comprehension, one emperor exclaimed in horror. Laos offered them no respite. With a flicker, he appeared before one of the emperors. Before the emperor could react, Laos extended his hand, seizing him by the throat. What do you intend to do? The emperor gasped in terror, struggling futilely against Laos's unyielding grip. Roth cast a cold gaze upon him, devoid of any semblance of compassion. You are far too weak. You are no match for me. With that, the power in his hands erupted violently, instantly shattering the body of the emperor into fragments. While his soul was consumed by wrath, this scene instilled terror in the hearts of the remaining emperors, for they had never witnessed such formidable strength. Before Roth, they appeared as fragile as infants. Surrender, or you shall meet the same fate as he. Roth addressed the remaining emperors with an air of indifference. Under Roth's oppressive presence, their fear reached a crescendo. They understood all too well that they could not contend with him. After a brief moment of hesitation, they all knelt in submission. We are willing to surrender. We implore you, gracious Lord, spare our lives, one emperor stammered. Roth surveyed the kneeling figures with satisfaction and nodded approvingly. Very well. As long as you pledge your loyalty to me henceforth, I shall spare you. Thus, without exerting any significant effort, Roth subdued this coalition of forces, appropriating their resources to further augment his own strength. His angelic army gained renown in this conflict, and other factions in the cosmos regarded him with awe upon learning of his might. Yet, Roth remained unsatisfied. He knew that even greater foes awaited him. The armies of the Eastern and Western universes continued to loom ominously, while the coalition of the Southern and Northern universes, though struggling, faced a grim outlook. He must persist in strengthening his power to secure ultimate victory in this cosmic war. Hence, Roth led his angelic forces onward, embarking on a path of conquest. His sights were set upon the formidable forces hidden deep within the cosmos, determined to subjugate them one by one. With each battle Roth engaged in, his name resonated ever more resoundingly throughout the universe. He became a beacon of hope for many weaker factions, yet also a thorn in the side of those who aspired to dominate the cosmos. Nevertheless, Roth remained unfazed, adhering to his own rhythm as he advanced resolutely towards his ambitions. Chapter 144. Betrayal on the vast and boundless battlefield of the cosmos. The flames of war between the Eastern and Western universes and the Southern and Northern universes had been raging for a considerable duration, leading both sides into a protracted and stalemated deadlock. The shattered remnants of stars floated like cosmic dust, scattered freely in the energy storms, silently bearing witness to the brutality and ferocity of this conflict. Each clash of the forces of the laws resonated like the explosion of stars, unleashing terrifying energies capable of obliterating entire star systems. The surrounding space, akin to a shattered mirror, was riddled with jarring cracks, as if narrating the relentless nature of war. The order maintainers of the Northern universe stood shoulder to shoulder with the adept wielders of natural law from the Southern universe, their powers intertwining to form a resilient defense, barely withstanding the furious assaults of the Eastern universe's emperors and the sinister incursions of the Western universe's dark flames. On the battlefield, the cacophony of battle cries and the howling of energy coalesced, while life remained as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, at any moment liable to extinguish amidst the unending conflagration of war. However, behind this seemingly balanced battlefield, a profound transformation is quietly unfolding within the Western universe. A faction has long harbored discontent towards the Eastern universe's dominant position within the Alliance. Although they wield formidable powers of dark flame and shadowy laws, they find themselves consistently suppressed in resource allocation and strategic decision-making by the Eastern universe, allowing their resentment to grow wildly like rampant weeds. This faction is led by the esteemed Lord of the Night, Mold. Towering and imposing, he is enveloped in a thick, inky darkness that coils around him like a shroud, and within his deep violet eyes flickers a light of ambition and defiance. Constantly, he ruminates and strategizes on how to alter his unfavorable circumstances and break free from the present predicament. As the war drags on, Mold increasingly senses the tremendous toll his forces are suffering in this conflict, with heavy casualties and dwindling resources yielding scant returns. The disparity between sacrifice and reward has become stark. At this juncture, the Southern and Northern coalition perceptively detects the underlying discord within the Western universe. Akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, and discreetly dispatches envoys to secretly engage with Mold. These envoys extend an alluring olive branch, promising vast territories and bountiful resources in the aftermath of the war, should he choose to defect. They offer their unwavering support to elevate his faction to unprecedented heights, ensuring it becomes a formidable force in the cosmos. Mold finds himself engulfed in a fierce internal struggle, weighing the pros and cons repeatedly. Betrayal would mean severing ties with former allies and bearing the weight of infamy, yet the temptations before him prove almost irresistible. Ultimately, driven by ambition and self-interest, he resolves to betray the alliance with the Eastern Universe, embarking on a path fraught with uncertainty and peril. During a fierce clash, as the Emperors of the Eastern Universe unleash a powerful assault in an attempt to breach the defenses of the Southern and Northern Coalition, Mold seizes upon this opportune moment. He leads his formidable followers in a sudden reversal, striking like a sharp dagger at the Eastern Universe's flank, launching a fierce counterattack. In an instant, the dark flames of the Western Universe collide violently with the laws of the Eastern Universe, erupting in a dazzling display of light and terrifying energy fluctuations. Former allies, who fought side by side, are plunged into chaos, and the battlefield experiences a dramatic upheaval, akin to a sudden tempest that irrevocably alters the course of the war. Caught off guard by this unexpected betrayal, the Emperors of the Eastern Universe find themselves in a dire predicament. The Emperor, adept in the laws of time, is intently preparing to cast a forbidden temporal spell, gathering powerful temporal forces within him, on the brink of release. Yet, Mold's defection interrupts his incantation, plunging him into a terrifying backlash of temporal chaos. His body oscillates between aging and rejuvenation, each transition accompanied by anguished cries, as the overwhelming temporal energy rampages within him, making it nearly impossible to maintain a normal combat state, significantly diminishing his combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, the imposing Emperor, whose spear of law had been coalesced, finds it distorted and devoured by the dark forces of the Western Universe, reduced to nothingness. He narrowly escaped a direct hit from Mold's scythe of infernal flames, a grievous wound appearing on his body, exposing bone as blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding void crimson. Overcome by excruciating pain, he struggled to maintain his balance. Seizing this rare opportunity, the coalition forces of the North and South universes launched a full-scale counterattack, akin to a surging tide. The Elder from the North universe wielded a staff radiating with luminous order, chanting incantations that unleashed formidable power, slicing through the defenses of the Eastern universe like sharp blades. Meanwhile, the formidable beings of the South universe, masters of natural law, exerted their full might. The wood elementals swiftly formed intricate seals, conjuring massive vines that coiled around the warriors of the Eastern universe like ferocious serpents. The water elementals conjured formidable blades of water that sliced through the battlefield, leaving devastation in their wake. The army of the Eastern universe found itself in dire straits, struggling to withstand the dual onslaught of the enemies, their defenses teetering on the brink of collapse, ready to shatter at any moment. In his domain, Laos, through a unique network of perceptive power, monitored the unfolding cosmic battle like an invisible observer of the universe, acutely aware of every subtle change on the battlefield, as if he were present in the midst of the chaos. Upon learning of the Western universe's betrayal and the plight of the Eastern universe, a sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night sky, prompting him to make a decisive choice, to lead his angelic army to the battlefield, seeking to extract maximum advantage from the tumultuous situation while also providing formidable support to the North universe, thereby leaving an indelible mark on the cosmic stage. In the world of his essence, countless angels adorned with pristine white wings stood ready, wielding weapons that shone with divine radiance, emanating an aura of pure light, as though they were messengers from the heavens. Each angel's eyes reflected unwavering loyalty to Laos and an ardent thirst for battle, resembling seasoned warriors poised for their commander's signal. With a single command from Laos, his voice resonated throughout the realm like a resounding bell, and the angelic army surged forth from the world of essence like a torrential flood, racing towards the battlefield. Their flight traced brilliant arcs of light across the cosmos, akin to beams of hope piercing the darkness, reminiscent of the most resplendent galaxies in the night sky. Upon Laos's arrival at the battlefield, the scene before him was one of utter chaos. The Eastern universe's troops, besieged by the coalition forces of the North and South universes alongside the traitorous Western universe, were in retreat, soldiers scattering in all directions, their defenses crumbling like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Without a moment's hesitation, Laos descended like a powerful bomb, forcefully inserting himself into the fray. His form flashed through the air, leaving behind a golden afterimage, and an overwhelming presence instantly enveloped a corner of the battlefield, akin to the arrival of a sovereign, instilling an intangible sense of pressure in the surrounding foes. Erebos, engrossed in his assault on the Eastern Universe, reveling in the carnage, suddenly sensed a formidable aura drawing near. Turning his gaze, astonishment filled his eyes as he beheld Laos. Before him stood Laos, exuding an aura of chilling dominance, a formidable force infused with the power of 200 laws, far surpassing that of Erebus. In such a brief span of time, Laos had grown to this terrifying extent, leaving him in a state of astonishment, akin to being struck by lightning. Yet, he was acutely aware that he remained on the battlefield. This astonishment must be momentarily buried deep within, to be explored only after the war concluded. In pursuit of the secret behind Laos's meteoric rise in strength, unraveling the enigma that lingered in his mind, Laos's angelic army surged forth like a razor-sharp blade, swiftly entering the fray. The angels brandished their weapons, chanting sacred incantations, unleashing a formidable power of the laws of light. In seamless coordination with the coalition forces of the North and South universes, light and order, natural laws resonated together, forming a mightier force, akin to an unstoppable torrent, launching a more ferocious assault against the armies of the Eastern Universe. The warriors of the Eastern Universe crumbled under this overwhelming onslaught, their morale plummeting to an all-time low. Akin to frostbitten eggplants, devoid of any fighting spirit, Laos himself became the focal point of the battlefield, as dazzling as the brightest star in the night sky. Each of his movements embodied boundless power, with his longsword, forged from the essence of the laws. He unleashed golden sword chi that wove through the air like bolts of golden lightning, utterly dismantling the defenses of the Eastern Universe. His gaze was resolute and merciless as he surveyed the battlefield, akin to a leopard stalking its prey, seeking out the key figures among the Eastern Universe's ranks. At last, Laos pinpointed a great emperor of the Eastern Universe. This emperor, having sustained grievous wounds in previous battles, still fought with tenacity, clinging to his will to resist. In a flash, Laos appeared before him, his speed leaving no room for reaction. A flicker of fear crossed the emperor's eyes, yet he summoned his courage, raising his weapon in a futile attempt to withstand Laos's assault. With a cold snort, akin to distant thunder, Laos swept his sword. A surge of powerful law energy instantly sending the emperor's weapon flying. In the next moment, his hand pierced through the emperor's chest, crushing his heart. The emperor's form gradually collapsed, transforming into cosmic dust, dissipating across this brutal battlefield. As Laos continued to reap victories on the battlefield, the defenses of the Eastern Universe crumbled entirely. The armies of the Eastern Universe began to scatter, like grains of sand blown by the wind. The coalition forces of the North and South universes, along with the traitorous elements from the Western Universe, pursued relentlessly, conducting a merciless purge of the remnants of the Eastern Universe, leaving no escape unaccounted for. This cosmic conflict underwent a seismic shift due to Laos's intervention and the betrayal from the Western Universe. The forces of the Eastern Universe suffered a devastating blow, their vitality severely wounded, rendering them incapable of recovery in the near term. Meanwhile, Laos and his angelic army emerged from this war with resounding acclaim, establishing themselves as a formidable power within the cosmos, their names immortalized in the annals of legend. Following the conclusion of the war, the universe fell into a brief tranquility. Yet beneath this calm lay a multitude of undercurrents. Erebus remained shrouded in doubt regarding the growth of Laos's power, a cloud of uncertainty looming ominously over his heart. He secretly dispatched his subordinates to investigate the secrets of Ross, attempting to unravel the mystery that had left him utterly astonished. Meanwhile, within the coalition of the North and South universes, the victory of war prompted a re-evaluation of the positions and distribution of interests among the factions. As conflicts and discrepancies gradually surfaced, heralding the onset of a new game of strategy, Ross returned to his original world, embarking on the task of reorganizing his army and consolidating his power. He was acutely aware that this war was merely a prelude. Countless challenges awaited him in the cosmos. He would continue to explore the mysteries of the power of the laws, ascending towards greater heights and inscribing his own cosmic legend. Chapter 145. The Fall of the Eastern Domain in the Boundless Chaos. The multiverse resembled countless suspended dreamlike bubbles, each radiating its unique brilliance. The Eastern Universe, a vast expanse brimming with vibrant life, sparkled with stars and flourished with civilizations. Countless interstellar races thrived here, ranging from technologically advanced mechanical civilizations to psychic entities governed by mental prowess, and to enigmatic races who harnessed the forces of nature through ancient cultivation techniques. Each civilization shone in its own right, weaving a magnificent tapestry of the cosmos. However, an unexpected storm of darkness was sweeping in from the depths of the universe. The powers of the Western universe, Northern universe, and Southern universe, driven by greed for resources, lust for power, or other undisclosed ulterior motives, conspired to forge a nefarious pact to jointly assault the Eastern universe, aiming to claim this bountiful realm for themselves. In an instant, the formidable beings from the three universes assembled, their armies surging like a tumultuous black tide, imbued with the scent of destruction, advancing towards the Eastern universe. Ross, as the leader of a newly ascendant yet remarkably powerful force in the Western universe, exhibited a particularly audacious demeanor during this invasion. Towering and robust, he resembled a majestic mountain, exuding an aura that instilled fear. His skin possessed a peculiar metallic sheen, as if forged from the hardest substances of the cosmos, each muscle brimming with cataclysmic strength. His eyes, ablaze with a violet flame, constantly revealed boundless greed and a frenzied ambition. Behind him stood a cadre of equally fierce and ruthless subordinates, unwaveringly devoted to his command. Wherever they went, it seemed as though even space itself contorted. Upon learning of the impending invasion by the coalition of the three universes, the Eastern universe immediately entered a state of emergency preparedness. Major interstellar civilizations swiftly set aside their differences and disputes, uniting as one to repel the foreign threat. They rapidly assembled at the borders of the Eastern universe, forming a meticulously organized battle formation, with energy shields fully activated, emanating a soft blue glow, resembling an indomitable steel wall. Powerful cultivators flocked from various planets, radiating formidable auras. Some could summon raging flames that warped the surrounding space, while others wielded icy torrents, transforming them into razor-sharp ice blades, poised to deliver lethal strikes. Additionally, some adept at harnessing mysterious psychic powers could penetrate the thoughts of their adversaries, disrupting their actions. The curtain of war has been drawn, and the initial clash between the two factions was extraordinarily fierce. The defensive forces of the Eastern universe, leveraging their familiarity with the local star maps and an indomitable fighting spirit, dealt a heavy blow to the invaders. Energy beams crisscrossed the cosmos like lightning cleaving through the darkness. The explosions illuminated the battlefield like the blooming flowers of death in the universe, casting a brightness akin to daylight. The cultivators of the Eastern universe unleashed a myriad of wondrous and powerful spells, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the invaders. Their courage and resilience moved even the formidable beings from the triple universe. However, as the war progressed, the disparity in strength became increasingly evident. The formidable powers of the triple universe began to overshadow the resistance of the Eastern universe, which grew more arduous. Under the relentless firepower of the enemy, many cultivators were reduced to ashes in the heat of battle, their blood staining the void of space. Faced with such a formidable foe, the warriors of the Eastern universe fought valiantly, yet the heavy toll of casualties began to erode their defenses. Lao Si led his subordinates like ravenous wolves, traversing the star systems of the Eastern universe with reckless abandon, engaging in rampant pillaging. Upon arriving at each planet, they ruthlessly plundered the local civilizations. Precious resources were carted away, advanced technologies dismantled for study, and innocent residents cruelly enslaved. Once prosperous planets were instantly transformed into desolate wastelands under their atrocities, enveloped in silence. Cities that once resonated with laughter and joy now lay in ruins. Vibrant ecosystems were shattered beyond recognition. The entire Eastern universe was engulfed in a chasm of despair and suffering. Amidst this brutal conflict, there was a young cultivator named Xinglan, hailing from a planet known as Spirit Star. Spirit Star is a civilization centered around spiritual cultivation, where its inhabitants possess formidable mental powers. From a young age, Xinglan exhibited exceptional talent in his practice. His mental prowess allowed him to effortlessly manipulate surrounding objects and even glimpse into the thoughts of others. However, the outbreak of war irrevocably altered his fate. Xinglan witnessed the destruction of his homeland at the hands of Lao Si's minions, and his family and friends fell victim to heinous acts. In that moment, an abyss of hatred and fury filled his heart. He vowed to avenge his homeland and drive the invaders from the Eastern universe. Despite knowing that his strength was but an ant attempting to shake a tree compared to those formidable invaders, he felt no inclination to retreat. Resolutely, he embarked on the path to seek strength, undaunted by the thorns that lay ahead or the unknown dangers that awaited him. Lao Si reaped substantial rewards in this war to divide the Eastern universe. Not only did he seize vast amounts of precious resources, such as star cores brimming with energy and rare treasures, but he also acquired numerous powerful artifacts and weapons. These spoils significantly enhanced his strength and influence. After absorbing the energy from these resources, his cultivation realm continuously ascended, reaching the brink of cosmic dominance. His renown swiftly spread throughout the multiverse, becoming a source of terror for countless beings. With the resistance of the Eastern universe utterly dismantled, the formidable entities from the three factions began to divide this vast expanse according to their prearranged agreements. They partitioned the various star systems of the Eastern universe into distinct spheres of influence, each claiming a territory for themselves. Through his remarkable performance in warfare and formidable strength, Laos acquired an exceptionally bountiful cluster of star systems. This cluster was rich in energy veins, harboring enough power to sustain a small universe, alongside rare cultivation resources that significantly aided the enhancement of practitioners' abilities. Upon seizing this cluster, Laos instituted a harsh regime of rule. He established a stringent hierarchy, categorizing the local populace into various tiers. The lowest class was compelled to engage in arduous physical labor, toiling daily in harsh conditions to extract resources for Laos. Any hint of rebellion was met with ruthless suppression. In contrast, the upper echelon became Laos's vassals, willing to oppress their fellow citizens to preserve their status and privileges, thus serving as his accomplices in the governance of this star system cluster. The inhabitants endured a life of profound suffering, their hearts filled with resentment and dread towards Laos. However, Laos's ambition remained unquenched. His gaze shifted toward other cosmic realms, yearning for more resources and power to establish himself as the sovereign of the entire multiverse. To realize this frenzied aspiration, he began to fervently cultivate his subordinates using the resources at his disposal. His eyes, ablaze with a deep purple light, reflected the distortion of his face wrought by his swelling and deranged desires. He greedily surveyed the vast territory he had forcibly delineated. Once the most prosperous cluster of the Eastern universe, now scarred by the ravages of war, yet still brimming with inexhaustible resources that tantalized him. In the midst of his relentless plunder and cruel rule, the ceaseless influx of potent energy not only exponentially enhanced his strength, but also seemed to unshackle the cage of insatiable desires confined within his soul, utterly consuming him. "My lord," a stooped and eerily gray-skinned officer cautiously broke the suffocating silence within the command chamber, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "The leaders of the surrounding factions have sent a joint communication, demanding that we adhere to the previously established agreements regarding the division of the Eastern universe and cease our unrestrained resource extraction." At this, Laos abruptly turned his head, his gaze, akin to purple flames, fixating on the officer as if to incinerate him with its intensity. "Agreements? In the face of absolute power, agreements are but mere scraps of paper. Do they think a few words can restrain me?" With that, he erupted into maniacal laughter, his derision and arrogance palpable. Before long, Laos eagerly initiated an assault. The battalion under his command, composed of countless angels and formidable subordinates, surged forth like a pack of sharks drawn by the scent of blood, recklessly charging toward the territories of surrounding forces. As the battalion advanced, the very fabric of space seemed to be manipulated by an invisible giant hand, creating layers of distorted ripples, heralding the onset of a brutal slaughter. At the forefront was the domain of Galen, a seasoned powerhouse of the northern cosmos. His territory was centered around a vast nebula, resembling a resplendent, dreamlike flower in the cosmos, nurturing countless rare energy crystals and mysterious celestial bodies. Upon receiving news of Rouse's incursion, Galen furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a mix of gravity and fury. He swiftly summoned his elite forces, clad in energy armor exuding a soft blue luminescence, wielding uniquely designed weapons adorned with flickering runes. Each warrior emanated a potent aura, a testament to their extraordinary prowess honed through countless battles. The two factions collided at the edge of the dazzling nebula, shattering the tranquility of the cosmic expanse. Rouse's battalion initiated the assault with an overwhelming force, hurtling toward Galen's fleet. Energy beams tore through the air, rending space apart and revealing dark, ink-like fissures, as if the universe itself were silently screaming in agony. Observing this, Galen snorted disdainfully, swiftly forming hand seals. Before him materialized a colossal energy shield, inscribed with ancient and enigmatic runes that glimmered with a gentle blue light, enveloping his fleet in a protective embrace. When the energy beams struck the shield, a deafening roar erupted, showering the vicinity with a cascade of brilliant sparks, reminiscent of festive fireworks, yet laden with lethal peril. "Is this all you can muster?" Rouse, witnessing his attack easily thwarted, felt a flicker of irritation cross his face. With a sweeping gesture, his battalion promptly rearranged itself. Part of the forces continued a frontal assault, while another segment stealthily maneuvered to encircle Gallen's fleet from behind, creating a pincer movement. Gallen, sensing the impending threat, remained unperturbed. He swiftly adjusted his strategy, dispatching a squad of nimble, swift warriors to confront Rouse's rear forces. These teams, akin to agile interstellar assassins, deftly navigated amidst the hail of gunfire, relentlessly deploying small, yet immensely powerful energy bombs. As they detonated among Rouse's ranks, flames erupted skyward, and the shockwaves sent entire squadrons of angels flying, their fragmented bodies scattering like confetti in a cosmic meat grinder. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Rouse plunged into the fray himself. He charged forth like an enraged behemoth, annihilating Gallen's teams in his wake. Standing at the command platform, he gestured animatedly, chanting incantations. Suddenly, a series of purple energy halos manifested around him, swiftly expanding to envelop everything nearby. Under the influence of these halos, the potency of Gallen's armaments was drastically diminished. Once mighty energy assaults striking Rouse's shield produced merely a faint ripple, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Gallen was taken aback, fully aware that Ross had swiftly mastered an exceedingly formidable power. Yet, instead of retreating, he felt a surge of fighting spirit ignite within him. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated all his energy and unleashed a powerful energy beam, infused with the entirety of his life's cultivation, directed towards Ross. This beam of light sliced through the cosmic darkness like the dawn, exuding an unparalleled momentum as it sped towards Ross. Sensing the immense threat posed by this beam, Ross dared not to be complacent and summoned all his strength to activate his energy shield. Upon impact, the energy beam collided with the shield, producing a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the universe, causing it to tremble. The shield quivered violently under the immense force, its brilliance flickering uncertainly, as though it might shatter at any moment. In the midst of this standoff, another formidable warrior from the southern universe, Alice, keenly perceived the grave crisis lurking behind this conflict. She understood that if Ross continued his reckless rampage, the entire multiverse would plunge into an irretrievable abyss. Thus, she decisively led her followers to the battlefield, resolving to ally with Gallen against Ross. Alice's legion resembled a flock of nimble silver birds, swiftly traversing the cosmos. Upon nearing the battlefield, Alice wasted no time in joining the fray. She unleashed a unique form of mental control, instantly infiltrating a portion of Ross's archangels, plunging those battalions into chaos, causing them to collide and turn upon one another. Ross, utterly unprepared for Alice's sudden emergence, felt his countenance darken. However, rather than retreating, he ignited the madness that lay deep within him. With a furious roar, he elevated his internal power to its zenith. In an instant, violet light surged around his body, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. He charged towards Alice, each collision forcing her to retreat repeatedly. The battle intensified, and it seemed as though the entire universe was ignited by this war. Explosions of energy, the remnants of fallen warriors, and the cries of combatants intertwined to create a harrowing tableau. Amidst this breathtaking carnage, no one could predict who would emerge as the ultimate victor. Chapter 146. The perplexing game of the lone hero against the world. Ross stood tall in the void, his bloodied figure aflame with madness and resolve in his violet eyes. Having just concluded a brutal battle, he had, at the cost of his own injuries, successfully slain Gallen and severely wounded Alice. The air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and burnt metal, mingling with a faint hint of blood, yet he seemed oblivious, his mind consumed by the schemes ahead. "My lord, the resource collection in our vicinity is already 70% complete, but various factions are watching us closely, and the pressure is immense," reported his lieutenant, a note of concern breaking the oppressive silence. Ross sneered, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "Let them watch. Accelerate the pace. Take everything we can before they realize what's happening." He knew well that he had made countless enemies, and that he must seize every moment to enhance his strength to secure his foothold in this perilous cosmos. As Laos diligently consolidated his resources, an unexpected visitor quietly arrived in Erebus. Towering and imposing, he emanated an unfathomable aura, as if he were the very embodiment of cosmic darkness. A subtle bond connected him to Laos. He was, in fact, Laos's father-in-law. Yet, under the brutal laws of survival in this universe, familial ties proved remarkably fragile, rendered insignificant in the face of power and might. Erebus entered Laos's domain under the pretense of visiting his son-in-law, but his intentions were far from benign. His seemingly concerned gaze flickered with a glint of inquiry, seeking to uncover the secret behind Laos's sudden surge in strength. Laos, ever astute, instantly discerned Erebus's true motives. While he inwardly scoffed, he maintained an impassive facade, deliberately portraying himself as gravely injured and feeble. During their conversation, he let slip subtle hints of his diminished power, crafting an invisible web of deception. Erebus, indeed, took the bait, convinced that Laos was now at his weakest and posed no threat. Upon returning to his own territory, he began to reach out to other formidable beings, embellishing tales of Laos's frailty to incite them to seize the secrets that Laos held, aiming to elevate his own power and achieve dominance in the cosmos. Soon, a coalition led by Erebus, comprised of various nefarious entities, set forth with great momentum towards Laos's stronghold. Their warships arranged in a vast formation across the cosmos, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves closing in on their prey. Upon learning of the impending assault, a sarcastic smile crept across Laos's lips. He had long since laid numerous traps surrounding his territory, with each planet and nebula concealing lethal threats. He concealed his main forces within a mysterious dark matter nebula, allowing only outdated and seemingly harmless vessels to patrol the surface, creating an illusion of vulnerability. When the coalition reached Laos's territory, they encountered no resistance and effortlessly breached the outer defenses. Erebus, elated, believed that Laos was indeed as feeble as he had surmised. He led the coalition deeper into the heart of Laos's base. However, as they ventured further, the surrounding space seemed to warp under an invisible force, and the once clear star map descended into chaos. Suddenly, the hidden energy traps activated, unleashing a torrential downpour of lethal energy beams that engulfed the coalition. Erebus's expression shifted dramatically. He realized he had fallen into Laos's trap. Yet, it was too late to retreat. With a furious roar, he summoned his formidable power in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. Simultaneously, he sent out distress signals to the other strong beings within the coalition, hoping for a collective escape. Seeing the opportune moment, Laos personally led his main forces out from the dark matter nebula. His flagship surged forth like an awakened prehistoric behemoth, surrounded by a formidable energy shield, rampaging through the enemy ranks, turning the coalition's forces to ashes wherever it roamed. Erebos gazed at the formidable demeanor of Laos, his heart a tumult of astonishment and fury. He could scarcely fathom that his meticulously orchestrated heist had transmuted into a lethal snare. With all his might, he endeavored to confront Laos head-on, only to discover that Laos's prowess surpassed his wildest imaginings. Amidst the fierce clash, Laos feigned a vulnerability, seemingly struck by Erebos' assault, his form wavering and a hint of disarray apparent. Sensing an opportunity, Erebos recklessly charged forward, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Laos. However, in that fleeting moment of proximity, a chilling malice flickered in Laos's eyes. He unleashed a counterattack, and a dread force erupted from within him, enveloping Erebos in an instant. Erebos was gripped by terror as he realized that his strength dissipated under this enigmatic power, his body feeling as if it were being sliced by countless razor-sharp blades. Agony consuming him. "You have been plotting against me all along," Erebos bellowed in despair. Laos replied with a cold smirk, "Dear father-in-law, your greed knows no bounds. In this vast cosmos, some secrets are beyond your reach." With that, he intensified his power, and Erebos' form gradually disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the abyss of the universe. With Erebos' demise, the coalition was plunged into chaos. Seizing the moment, Laos pursued relentlessly, utterly dismantling the coalition. The breathtaking battle reached its conclusion as Laos, through his intellect and formidable strength, re-established his dominance in the cosmos, extinguishing any nefarious ambitions harbored against him. Suspended at a mysterious nexus in the universe, Laos was enveloped by a dense, almost palpable purple mist, the manifestation of his law-based power. Each tendril of the purple haze surged with a slight tremor of space, as if narrating the terror and untamed nature of this force. At that moment, he closed his eyes tightly, his consciousness immersed in the vast primordial realm within him, where over 400 strands of law power danced like ethereal dragons, weaving through the depths of his awareness. These strands of law were the culmination of countless brutal battles, explorations of ancient relics, and the consumption of rare celestial treasures. Each law represented a fundamental principle governing the cosmos. From the shifting flow of time to the folding and twisting of space, from the disassembly and reassembly of matter to the transformation and eruption of energy, all within his dominion. Now, these over 400 laws began to merge and resonate, forming an increasingly potent torrent of power that relentlessly battered against the elusive barrier on his path to cultivation. Laws could distinctly sense that the opportunity for a breakthrough lay imminent. The barrier appeared as delicate as a gossamer thread, yet it was astonishingly resilient, obstructing his ascent to a higher realm of cultivation. Once transcended, he would step into an entirely new dimension, experiencing exponential growth and strength. With his comprehension and control of the universe reaching unprecedented heights, this impending urgency of breakthrough ignited within him like a raging inferno, driving him to relentlessly exploit his potential, fervently absorbing the stray energies coursing through the cosmos. Meanwhile, his primordial world was undergoing a monumental transformation. This realm, birthed from his own essence, initially resembled an embryonic form, with mountains, rivers, and stars shrouded in chaotic obscurity. However, as the power of the law of laws intensified, everything within the primordial world began to solidify and evolve at a remarkable pace. The barren land gradually flourished with dense spiritual flora. Torrents of rivers flowed with a liquid brimming with boundless energy, and brilliant stars shimmered with enigmatic runes, infusing the world with an unceasing vitality. The elevation of the primordial world was intricately linked to Ross's personal breakthrough. The evolution of the world not only promised him a more robust source of power, but also enabled him to better accommodate and wield the force of the laws. Throughout this process, Ross continually grasped the profound truths of existence, entwining himself with the primordial world and achieving a wondrous state of unity between man and realm. He could perceive the heartbeat of every creature within the world and the subtle fluctuations of energy, as if he were the sovereign of this domain. And this world was merely an extension of his being. In pursuit of overcoming this barrier, Ross traversed the cosmos and ultimately discovered a mysterious nexus. This location served as a convergence point for cosmic energy, where various peculiar energy particles collided and fused, creating a natural vortex of power. Positioned at the vortex's core, Ross voraciously absorbed this energy, transforming it into sustenance for the force of the laws and the primordial world. His body acted as an insatiable abyss, perpetually devouring the surrounding energy, causing the vortex to grow increasingly tumultuous, attracting the attention of countless cosmic powerhouses. However, the path to breakthrough was fraught with challenges. As Ross deepened his understanding of the force of the laws, the ascension of the primordial world approached a critical juncture, drawing the interference of a mysterious power. This force lurked like a specter in the shadows, occasionally launching ambushes to thwart his advancement. At times, it unleashed formidable energy waves at the pivotal moment when Ross was on the verge of successfully merging two forces, disrupting his integration process. At other times, it infiltrated his primordial world, seeking to destabilize it and incite internal chaos. In the face of this enigmatic opposition, Ross did not waver. Armed with indomitable will and steadfast conviction, he repeatedly averted crises. He wove his own law power into an invisible protective net to fend off the mysterious assaults, while simultaneously delving into the primordial world to personally quell the chaos instigated by this unseen force. Through this confrontation with the mysterious power, Ross continually grew, becoming increasingly adept at utilizing the force of the laws, while the defensive mechanisms of the primordial world were also refined. As time progressed, the law power within Ross became ever more concentrated, and the ascension of the primordial world entered its final sprint. He could distinctly sense a minute crack appearing in that barrier. With a little more effort, he could achieve a complete breakthrough. Thus, he summoned all his strength, converging over 400 strands of law power into a formidable torrent of impact, launching a final, vigorous assault on that barrier. In this breathtaking battle of breakthroughs, the entire universe seemed to tremble. The energy vortex expanded relentlessly, engulfing the surrounding stars in powerful tidal waves of energy, transforming them into countless brilliant stardust. The mysterious forces sensed an unprecedented threat and intensified their attacks. Yet, at this moment, Laos had entered a state of transcendence, oblivious to all that surrounded him, wholly absorbed in his endeavor to break through. Finally, with a resounding roar that echoed throughout the cosmos, the barrier was utterly shattered. Laos's body erupted in a dazzling purple radiance, illuminating the dark corners of the universe. He successfully breached that barrier, ascending to a higher realm of cultivation. Simultaneously, his primordial world underwent an evolution, transforming from a nascent chaos into a vibrant, orderly microcosm. In this world, all things flourished, and the forces of law sparkled like radiant starlight, illuminating every nook and cranny. Standing at the center of this world, Laos reveled in his profound transformation. a confident smile gracing his lips. He knew that from this moment forth, he would be invincible within this universe. Chapter 147. The Absurdity of Fate. The fall and rebirth of the powerful surrounded by a resplendent purple glow, Laos exuded a formidable aura, akin to a surging tide. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, whose presence, though slightly overshadowed by Laos's newfound strength, was nonetheless formidable, enveloped in an enigmatic dark golden aura. With deep-set eyes that hinted at unfathomable depths. "You still failed to prevent your breakthrough," the mysterious figure remarked, their gaze complex, seemingly comprehending all the secrets of the universe. Their voice, low and tinged with a hint of regret, reverberated in the space, quaking from Laos's ascension. Upon hearing this, Laos's purple flames surged violently, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. His violet eyes glinted with cold fury. "Is your organization the one that has been obstructing me?" His voice was chilling, each word laced with boundless anger and murderous intent, as if he were ready to rend the figure before him into pieces at any moment. The mysterious figure sighed softly, raising their hands in a gesture of resignation. "Perhaps, but I merely wish to deter you from taking that step." Their tone was sincere, and there was no trace of fear in their eyes as they met Laos's murderous gaze with calmness. Laos furrowed his brows, curiosity swiftly overcoming his murderous intent. Simply to stop me? Why? He could not fathom the deep-seated enmity that could compel this mysterious figure and their organization to expend such effort against him. The mysterious figure gazed up into the infinite void, their expression grave. "It is too late. Perhaps once you transcend this world and take that step, you will understand. I bear you no malice. I had intended to ally with your strength, but alas, I arrived too late." What a pity. As the final words fell, their form dissolved into countless dark golden motes, vanishing into the vast cosmos, leaving Laos standing in bewilderment. "What does that mean? Taking a higher step?" Laos murmured softly, a wave of intense unease washing over him. Since his breakthrough, the mysterious guiding force had grown ever stronger, like an invisible hand drawing him toward the unknown. The words of the mysterious figure heightened his senses to the scent of conspiracy. However, with the arrow on the bowstring, there was no turning back. Laos took a deep breath, suppressing the unease within, and swiftly returned to his original world. As he stepped into the realm he had nurtured with his own hands. Now ascended, a familiar aura enveloped him. Mountains and rivers were resplendent, and all things thrived with vitality. A glance revealed Tyrion standing atop a spiritual peak, surveying this newly birthed world. "Tyrion," Laos called gently, addressing his comrade of many years, a bond akin to brothers. Tyrion turned, and upon seeing Laos, a flicker of surprise and reverence crossed his eyes. "Laos, you have returned. You have transcended." He could distinctly sense the monumental transformation within Laos, an aura that transcended the dimensions of this world. Laos nodded slightly, his expression grave. "Tyrion, I must confront that force of summoning. The outcome is uncertain. I entrust everything to you in my absence. I have gathered all our kin. You must ensure their safety." Tyrion replied solemnly, "Rest assured, Laos. I, Tyrion, swear by my life to protect our family." His gaze was resolute, his tone unequivocal, a testament to his loyalty to Laos. Laos placed a reassuring hand on Tyrion's shoulder, conveying trust and responsibility. "Should I not return for an extended period, lead everyone to seek a safe haven. Do not become entangled in the conflicts of the cosmos." Having conveyed his final instructions, Laos turned to face the direction from which the force of summoning emanated. He inhaled deeply, his body aglow with purple radiance, transforming into a brilliant meteor racing towards the enigmatic unknown. Behind him, the darkness of the universe surged like a tumultuous tide, swiftly engulfing him. As Laos accelerated, the force of summoning seemed to forge an invisible pathway ahead, guiding his every movement. The surrounding stars appeared as distorted shadows, pulled rapidly, twisting into ephemeral lines that flickered at the edges of his vision. As he neared the source of that power, an inexplicable pressure enveloped him from all sides, as if the entire universe conspired to prevent his entry into this uncharted territory. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted without warning, nearly overwhelming him with its brilliance, and Laos was instantly consumed by this force. His consciousness floated within an endless stream of light, his body seemingly disassembled into countless minuscule particles, only to be reassembled under a mysterious power. When the luminescence finally dissipated, Laos found himself in an entirely alien world. Here, the very fabric of space seemed fluid, with myriad strands of peculiar energy interwoven, resembling a vast and intricate web, each thread shimmering with an alluring yet perilous glow. The air was saturated with a unique scent, a blend of ancient mystery and formidable power, causing Lao's very soul to tremble at the mere inhalation. The ground beneath his feet was not solid, but a gossamer veil of energy through which he could glimpse an unfathomable abyss, its depths flickering with an eerie blue light, as if concealing countless unknown secrets. In the sky, devoid of the sun, three colossal celestial bodies hover, radiating hues of various colors that intertwine and illuminate the world in a perpetual state of enchanting light and shadow. As Lao steadied himself, he felt a potent consciousness swiftly enveloping him, imbued with palpable astonishment and curiosity. Almost instantly, several figures materialized before him. At the forefront stood a statuesque woman, her skin akin to polished jade, exuding a gentle luminescence. Her eyes, resembling cold stars in the night sky, were profound and frigid. Behind her unfurled a pair of translucent wings, shimmering with starlight. Each flap sent ripples of mysterious energy coursing through the air. Just as Laos found his footing in this extraordinary dimension, he had yet to survey his surroundings when a soft yet alluring voice whispered in his ear, "Laos, you have finally transcended." Startled, he whirled around to behold a woman clad in crimson gossamer, her countenance radiant with a knowing smile. Her beauty was breathtaking, with elongated eyes that slightly lifted at the corners, glimmering with an enigmatic light, as if concealing boundless secrets. Her cascading black hair flowed freely, each strand seemingly imbued with arcane power, swaying gently with her every movement. In that moment, she extended her tongue, slowly licking her lips, her gaze revealing unabashed greed, as if appraising a culinary masterpiece. A wave of intense unease surged within Laos. Before he could react, an unseen yet immensely powerful force enveloped him. This force was akin to a viscous black tide, chilling to the bone, attempting to submerge his body and soul entirely. After such a long wait, the time for enjoyment has finally arrived. Your primordial star core must be exquisite, the woman declared, her head thrown back in a shrill laugh that twisted the very fabric of space around them. In that instant, Laos experienced a moment of clarity. Comprehending the words of the mysterious figure, everything had been a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy from the outset. The seemingly fortuitous acquisition of a mystical system, which had aided him and his kin in their rapid advancement, was merely a trap laid by this woman to cultivate them for the sake of harvesting their primordial star cores. The so-called guiding force was but bait to lure him into this fatal snare. Laos fought desperately, attempting to summon the power of the laws surrounding him in defiance. Yet against this overwhelming binding force, his struggle appeared feeble. The woman's power pierced through his defenses like countless invisible hands, forcibly severing his consciousness from the primordial realm he had painstakingly nurtured and safeguarded. He watched helplessly as the connection to his cherished world was gradually severed, the anguish of losing something so dear driving him to the brink of madness. As his awareness began to fade, the last vision that graced his sight was the woman's triumphant smile, accompanied by a throng of equally avaricious figures behind her. Subsequently, his body was cast away like a kite with severed strings, hurled by a formidable force into an unknown realm. In this unfamiliar realm, Laos found himself ensnared in an endless abyss of darkness, his body seemingly sealed, rendered immobile. Within the confines of his mind, the avaricious laughter of a woman echoed incessantly, accompanied by her covetous words regarding his primordial star core. In this novel world, sunlight continued to grace the earth, and birds soared freely through the azure skies. Everything appeared so tranquil and harmonious, yet utterly disconnected from Laos. Little did anyone know, in this seemingly mundane corner of existence, the slumbering Laos had once traversed an epic odyssey, fraught with both grandeur and sorrow. As he lay in repose, the trajectory of his fate awaited a transformative culmination at this new threshold.